Introduction asterisk. In a twist of fate, modern university student Qin Chang finds himself unexpectedly transported to the continent of Westeros, armed with the omniscient knowledge of the plotlines from Song of Ice and Fire. He arrives amidst a tumultuous era marked by the encroachment of the White Walkers and the fierce rivalry of kings. Utilizing his foresight of destiny, he befriends the Stark family in Winterfell, uncovers the truth about the White Walkers at the Wall, and witnesses the awakening of dragons alongside Daenerys. Transitioning from a mere fugitive to a cunning strategist, from a pawn to a player, he navigates the precarious landscape between ice and fire, contending with the machinations of the Lannisters, dismantling Peter Baelish's schemes, and ultimately shattering the shackles of prophecy. In the end, he carves his own path through the treacherous game of power, emerging as the last king who will bring an end to the chaos. Chapter 1. The Frozen Outsider. At 3 a.m, the central air conditioning of the library emitted a dying hum before falling silent. Qin Chang abruptly lifted his head from the stack of books, the musty scent of aged paper mingling with the chill of the rain-soaked air outside. The desk lamp was the sole source of illumination, casting light upon the opened first volume of A Song of Ice and Fire. The edges of the pages, curled from frequent handling, were filled with his annotations. Insights on the weaknesses of the White Walkers, branches of House Stark, and the distribution of Lannister gold mines, now appearing under the light like a swarm of animated ants. He stifled a yawn and reached for the chilled cola at the corner of the table, but his fingertip accidentally knocked over a glass. The clear liquid splashed onto the pages, and as he hurried to wipe it away, he noticed the liquid did not seep into the paper. Instead, it flowed like a living entity along the lines of text, coalescing into dark red ice crystals on the words "Winter is coming." "What the hell?" he muttered, scrubbing with a tissue, yet the ice crystals only grew more luminous, as if ignited beneath the pages. A sudden, bone-chilling cold surged up his arm from his fingertips, not merely the air conditioning, but a piercing pain akin to ice shards penetrating his marrow. Lowering his gaze, he saw a faint red mark spiraling on his wrist, reminiscent of the Valyrian runes described in the book. At that moment, thunder roared outside, and a flash of violet-white lightning split the night sky, illuminating the library's dome. A sharp pain pierced his chest, as though an invisible hand had seized his heart. He struggled to stand, but darkness enveloped him, and his ears filled with a cacophony of overlapping sounds. Men's shouts, women's screams, and wolf howls. The sensation of weightlessness persisted for an indeterminate time, akin to plummeting into a bottomless abyss. When Qin Chang finally opened his eyes, the biting cold jolted him to full awareness. He found himself sprawled on a patch of frozen mud, his down jacket torn open, exposing the feathers within, now mingled with mud and snowflakes clinging to his skin. Surrounding him was a dense coniferous forest, the branches of pine trees adorned with icicles that chimed like wind chimes. Yet this melody carried a bone-chilling cold. "Damn!" Qin Chang gritted his teeth as he sat up, discovering a deep wound on his left palm, blood welling forth and instantly freezing into tiny droplets upon contact with the hardened ground. Only then did he realize his down jacket was gone, replaced by a coarse burlap coat over a faded cotton shirt, and his feet were clad in worn leather boots. What sent shivers down his spine was the object cradled in his arms, his copy of Song of Ice and Fire, now astonishingly warm, the direwolf sigil on the cover appearing as though crafted from the hide of a living creature, with a ruby embedded in the wolf's eye glinting ominously in the dim light. "No way." Qin Chang's voice trembled. He pinched his thigh hard. The sharp pain confirmed his reality. He had truly fallen into the fictional world he had studied for 3 years. Struggling to his feet, he surveyed his surroundings. A faint, acrid scent wafted from the depths of the forest, reminiscent of decaying flesh or the presence of some large beast. He recalled the prologue of the book, where the Night's Watch encountered the White Walkers in a similar forest. Instinctively, he felt for his waist and grasped a hard object, a dagger, its hilt seemingly carved from some animal bone. The blade glimmered with a dull sheen, reminiscent of frozen blood. "A dragonglass dagger?" he murmured, his heart racing. This very blade would become a pivotal tool in unraveling the White Walker prophecy in the subsequent chapters of Song of Ice and Fire. It appeared that the gifts of Rhaegar Targaryen had begun the moment he fell into this world. A gust of wind brought the distant sound of howling wolves. Not one, but a pack, their voices rising and falling as if engaged in a hunt or issuing a warning. Qin Chang tightened his grip on the dragonglass dagger and began to move cautiously in the opposite direction of the sound. He remembered the details from the book. The location of the Night's Watch patrol's ambush was a mere 50 miles from the wall, and to the south lay the Stark family's territory. After approximately half an hour, Qin Chang stumbled upon an anomaly beside a frozen stream. Beneath the ice, something seemed to be trapped, a figure draped in tattered black cloak, fingers outstretched as if calling for help. He crouched down and pried open the ice with his dagger, a powerful stench of blood assaulting his senses. It was the body of a Night's Watchman. 2 gaping black holes marred his neck, as if a beast had pierced his arteries, the dark blood frozen within the ice. Clutched in the corpse's fingers was a half-burned parchment, written in charcoal. "They have crossed the wall." Blue eyes. The writing abruptly ceased, as if the scribe had met an untimely fate. A chill swept over Qin Chang's back. The White Walkers had crossed the wall. This was 3 years earlier than the timeline in the book. He forced himself to remain calm and examine the body closely. The inside of the Night's Watch cloak bore the emblem of a small wolf's head, an old insignia from Jon Snow's former unit before he joined the Night's Watch. It seemed that the narrative of this world had already begun to deviate due to his intrusion. Just then, the howls of the wolves grew alarmingly close, as if they were lurking behind the trees. Qin Chang spun around, the blade of the dragonglass dagger gleaming in the dim light. 3 massive gray wolves emerged from the shadows, each one nearly twice the size of a regular wolf, their fur reminiscent of the melting night, their eyes a pure golden hue. They were dire wolves. They did not attack immediately, but circled him slowly, low growls emanating from their throats as they scrutinized their prey. Qin Chang recognized one of them by a distinctive scar on its neck. It was Ghost, Jon Snow's dire wolf. Yet according to the story, Ghost should have been patrolling north of the wall alongside Jon. "Get back!" Qin Chang lowered his voice, aware that wolves could not comprehend human speech. He raised the dragonglass dagger, its tip aimed at the lead wolf, Ghost. "I don't wish to harm you." Ghost halted, its golden eyes reflecting his image, and suddenly let out a long, mournful howl. The other 2 dire wolves immediately stepped back, their growls turning into whimpers. Only then did Qin Chang notice that Ghost's front paw was stained with dark red liquid. Not blood, but something akin to plant sap. Following Ghost's gaze into the depths of the forest, he observed that the trees there twisted more grotesquely than elsewhere, their branches entwined with black vines, the buds of which glimmered with an eerie purple hue in the dim light. Qin Chang's heart skipped a beat. This was not a plant found in a song of ice and fire. Clearly, beyond the known threats, this world harbored horrors he had yet to comprehend. Ghost howled again, as if urging him onward, before turning and sprinting into the depths of the forest. Qin Chang hesitated for a moment, then tightened his grip on the dragonglass dagger and followed. He knew that the dire wolf symbolized House Stark. Ghost's unusual behavior might be a warning or perhaps a guiding sign. After traversing the eerie thicket of vines, the metallic scent of blood faded significantly, supplanted by a subtle fragrance of pine. Bai Ling halted at the mouth of a concealed cave, scraping the accumulated snow with her claws, revealing a stone slab inscribed with spiral runes identical to the mark on Qin Chang's wrist. "What is this?" Qin Chang crouched down, prying open the stone slab with his dagger, discovering a narrow passage beneath, barely wide enough for a single person crawl through. Faint flickers of firelight emanated from the depths of the tunnel, accompanied by the intermittent cough of a man, as if he were gravely ill. He glanced back at Bai Ling, who had vanished into the dense forest, leaving behind a trail of varying footprints. Taking a deep breath, Qin Chang gripped the dragonbone dagger tightly and ventured into the passage. At the end of the tunnel lay a stone chamber, approximately the size of half a classroom, with several torches mounted on the walls. The flames flickered in the draft, illuminating a stone bed in the center of the chamber. Upon the bed lay a man clad in a faded silk nightgown, his complexion as pale as parchment, with flecks of blood at the corners of his mouth. None other than the singer, Lyren Dorr. "At last, you have come." Lyren opened his eyes, his pupils an abyssal black, reminiscent of 2 unfathomable wells. "I have awaited you for 3,000 years." Qin Chang tightened his grip on the dagger, stepping back against the stone wall. "Who are you? How do you know I would come?" "I am the tomb keeper of this world," Lyren replied with a faint smile, which caused a grimace of pain at the corner of his mouth. "I am also a prisoner exiled by the 7 emperors." He gestured toward the bookshelf beside the stone bed, laden with scrolls inscribed in an unknown script. "They fear me, fear the truth of ice and fire that I might reveal." "What truth?" "When the blood of outsiders stains the spiral runes, both the old gods and the new shall fall." Lyren's voice suddenly grew hoarse. "You are not the first traveler but you are the last. Sarah could not alter the outcome, and you. He erupted into a violent cough, blood staining his silk nightgown. You must make the dragon and the wolf understand that they are not natural enemies. Qin Chang's heart raced. Sarah? Could she be the woman from the book who traversed multiple worlds? It appeared that the narrative of A Song of Ice and Fire concealed a far grander cosmology. Who were the 7 emperors? He pressed on. The gods who created this world. Lyren pointed to the copy of A Song of Ice and Fire that Qin Chang held. They penned this tome, believing they could govern all. Yet, they did not anticipate that the characters within would develop their own wills. He produced a dragon crystal pendant from beneath his pillow and tossed it to Qin Chang. Wear it, and it will allow you to conceal your movements under the gaze of the 7 emperors. Qin Chang caught the pendant, its frigid touch radiating through his palm. He suddenly recalled a line from the book. When dragon crystal meets dragonbone, shadows shall find no refuge. Why me? Because of your blood. Lyren's breath grew increasingly shallow. Within your blood lies something they have never encountered. He pointed to another door within the stone chamber. Exit through here, head south for 3 days, and you will encounter the Star Patrol. Tell them you are a wanderer from beyond the wall, pursued by the Whites. Remember, do not mention your knowledge of the future, nor that you know me. He closed his eyes, as if expending the last of his strength. My time has come. The dragonbone dagger can slay Whites, and it can also sever the threads of fate. Do not become a pawn, Qin Chang. As the final word escaped his lips, Lyren's form dissolved into a cascade of starlight, merging with the flames of the torches. All that remained upon the stone bed was a faded silk nightgown and a scroll encased in dragon hide. Qin Chang unfurled the scroll, revealing a hand-drawn map delineating the route from his location to Winterfell, with several points circled in red, suggesting some form of relic. He tucked the map into his cloak, donned the dragon crystal pendant, which pressed against his chest, emanating a chill that seemingly warded off an unseen scrutiny. As he exited the stone chamber, Qin Chang cast a final glance back. The torchlight flickered in the wind, and the spiral runes on the stone walls appeared to come alive, slowly rotating in the glow. He understood that his journey had commenced. The snow outside had ceased at some point, and the moonlight cascaded through the treetops, illuminating the snow-covered ground with a blinding brilliance. Qin Chang tightened his grip on the dragonbone dagger and followed the path indicated on the map, step by step, deeper into the forest. Unbeknownst to him, the cover of A Song of Ice and Fire bore the eyes of the dire wolf, which suddenly blinked, as if in mockery, or perhaps in anticipation. Winter had arrived, but his war was only just beginning. Chapter 2. Howls and Ice. Qin Chang trudged through the dense forest for a full 2 days. The initial thrill and terror had long since been ground into a numbing fatigue by the bone-chilling cold. The dragon crystal pendant pressed against his chest, emanating a faint coolness that kept most of the wind and snow at bay, yet his exposed cheeks were still painfully frozen, each breath laced with the sting of ice shards. He learned to use the dragonbone dagger to slice through the frozen rabbit meat, a stroke of fortune on the first day when he stumbled upon a snow-laden hare, to curl up and sleep in the sheltered recesses of windbreak rocks, and to grip his dagger tightly whenever he heard the distant howls of wolves, even though those wolves had never truly approached. On the morning of the 3rd day, as the first rays of dawn pierced the forest canopy, Qin Chang finally beheld a different sight. On the distant ridgeline, a gray-black silhouette emerged, resembling a slumbering giant serpent sprawled across the heavens and earth. The wall, he murmured, his heart racing uncontrollably. The outline was more magnificent than any illustration in the book, and even from many miles away, he could feel its oppressive presence. However, he understood that he could not approach it at this moment. The map from Lyren marked with red ink read, "Beneath the wall, shadows grow deepest." Following the map's guidance, he veered southeast, where a small village symbol was marked, accompanied by the words "Hunters of the Streamlands." According to the timeline, a party of Stark vassals should be patrolling the area at this hour, driving away the wildlings attempting to approach the wall. In the afternoon, the sun briefly pierced the clouds, and in a frozen river valley, Qin Chang discovered fresh hoofprints. The impressions were deep, edged with ice shards, evidently left not long ago. He followed the tracks for about half an hour, ultimately spotting his targets in a sheltered hollow. 5 riders clad in coarse cloaks, huddled around a campfire for warmth, their horses tethered to nearby pine trees, one of which bore the sigil of the dire wolf on its saddle. Qin Chang held his breath, concealing himself behind a massive rock to observe. The riders appeared to be ordinary hunters, equipped with short swords or hunting bows, with a burly man sporting a beard leading the group, his shield emblazoned with a simplified wolf emblem, likely a distant relative of House Stark. "Have you heard? Trouble has flared up in King's Landing." A youthful voice drifted over, tinged with adolescent excitement. "Former Prime Minister Jon Arryn is dead, and His Majesty intends to appoint Lord Eddard to fill the vacancy." The bearded man spat. "Mind your own business with the affairs of the South. Our duty is to watch over this valley and prevent wildlings from crossing the border." But Ser Banyan said that things are unsettled beyond the wall, another rider chimed in. "The Night's Watch has apprehended many deserters. They say some were frightened into jumping from the wall by something. What else could it be?" "Whites, of course," the bearded man scoffed. "The old crones have spun tales for a lifetime. Do they really think they can frighten men?" A wave of dread washed over Qin Chang. It seemed the narrative of Banyan Stark's disappearance had already begun. He took a deep breath, stepping out from behind the rock, raising his hands above his head to deliberately make his movements appear clumsy and harmless. "Stop!" The bearded man instantly drew his sword, while the other riders sprang to their feet, their bows aimed squarely at his chest. "Who goes there?" Qin Chang slowed his pace, allowing his voice to sound hoarse and feeble. "A lost traveler. From the Free Trade City-States. My ship encountered trouble in the narrow sea and drifted near the wall." He tugged at his tattered burlap coat, revealing a faded cotton shirt beneath. "I beg you, for some food. I'm willing to work." The bearded man squinted at him, his gaze lingering on Qin Chang's dark hair and eastern features. "Free Trade City-States? Which one?" "Braavos." Qin Chang casually uttered a name, recalling that the people of Braavos were renowned for their seafaring skills. "I am an apprentice, traveling with a caravan carrying silk, only to be caught in a storm." His words were abruptly interrupted by a sudden howl of wolves, echoing from upstream in the valley, sharp and urgent, unlike the usual sounds of wild wolves. The rider's expressions changed dramatically, and the bearded man muttered a curse. "It's a dire wolf." Qin Chang was equally startled. According to maps, this valley was seldom frequented by direwolves. Following the rider's gaze, he saw 3 massive gray wolves leaping down the snowy slope from upstream, their movements swift as lightning, reaching the center of the valley in an instant. The lead wolf was darker in color, with an old scar above its right eye. It was Ghost, Jon Snow's direwolf. The 2 following wolves were slightly smaller. One bore a collar of white fur around its neck, resembling a necklace. It was Robb's Grey Wind. "How can the Stark's wolves be here?" a young rider exclaimed, the bowstring taut with tension. The bearded man's expression turned grave. Were they pursuing? The answer soon revealed itself. The dire wolves halted in the valley's center, emitting low growls toward a massive ice rock, their throaty threats seemingly freezing the air. Qin Chang's gaze fell behind the ice rock, where the snow appeared to shift slightly, hinting at a corner of black fabric, like the cloak of a night's watchman. "Is it a deserter?" one rider speculated, hand hovering over the sword hilt. "Unlikely." The bearded man restrained him. "Ghost never turns against the Night's Watch." Suddenly, Qin Chang recalled the annotations on the map of Lyron. When direwolves surround but do not attack, they must have discovered something that should not exist. He gripped his dragonglass dagger, quietly maneuvering to the side of the rock to discern the commotion behind the ice. At that moment, the snow behind the ice rock erupted. It was neither a white nor a human, but a colossal snow bear, its fur nearly blending with the snow, save for its 2 murky red eyes. Clearly injured, its left front leg twisted unnaturally, it let out a pained roar, its massive forepaws striking the ground furiously, sending snow flying like shattered jade. What was even stranger was that a shadow lay upon the bear's back, resembling some parasitic vine, its black roots deeply embedded in the bear's flesh, writhing slightly with each gasp, the tips dripping a dark red viscous fluid. What in the world is that? The young rider's arrow flew, only to be deflected by the bear's thick hide. The snow bear, enraged, spun and charged at the riders with a speed that belied its injuries. The bearded man swung his sword to meet it, but was easily swatted aside, his shield splintering like paper. The remaining riders scattered in panic, screams echoing through the valley. Qin Chang's heart raced. This was no creature from a song of ice and fire, but rather a monster reminiscent of the corrupted creations mentioned in the Lyron Scroll, released by the 7 Emperors to correct narrative deviations. Ghost and Grey Wind seized the moment to leap at the snow bear from either side, their sharp claws tearing into its flesh, only to become ensnared by the vines. Grey Wind howled in pain, struggling to break free, but the vines tightened, roots burrowing into the wolf's wounds. "Use dragonglass." Qin Chang suddenly recalled Lyren's words, shouting at the direwolves while tearing the dragonglass pendant from his waist and hurling it toward Ghost. Ghost seemed to understand, snapping its head to catch the pendant in its jaws before lunging towards the bear's neck. The moment the dragonglass touched the vines, it emitted a sizzling sound as the black roots recoiled as if scalded by boiling water, releasing acrid black smoke. The snow bear let out a mournful wail, its massive body crashing to the ground, convulsing a few times before lying still. The vines, deprived of their host, began to thrash wildly, attempting to burrow into the snow to escape. Qin Chang rushed forward, wielding his dragonglass dagger to strike at the vines. As the blade made contact, it emitted faint blue sparks. The vines shrieked in a manner akin to a scream, quickly dissolving into a puddle of black, viscous liquid, seeping into the snow and vanishing. Silence enveloped the valley. The bearded man struggled to rise, at least 2 ribs broken, his gaze toward Qin Chang filled with astonishment. How'd you know that thing feared dragonglass? Gasping for breath, Qin Chang pointed at the direwolves. They told me. This excuse was not a lie. The direwolves' reactions had indeed provided him with a clue. Ghost approached, carrying the dragonglass pendant, gently placing it at Qin Chang's feet, its golden eyes seemingly filled with gratitude. Meanwhile, gray wind licked its wounds, the fur where the vines had touched already beginning to darken. We must burn that bear, Qin Chang said solemnly. Those vines could spread. The bearded man nodded, suppressing his pain as he directed the surviving riders to gather dry branches. As the flames ignited, the snow bear's carcass emitted a repugnant stench, the black smoke twisting into grotesque shapes in the wind, resembling countless anguished faces. Who are you, really? The bearded man scrutinized Qin Chang, wariness overshadowing gratitude. An apprentice from Braavosi shouldn't know that dragonglass can combat such monsters. Qin Chang picked up the dragonglass pendant and put it back around his neck. I washed ashore in an abandoned village outside the wall after the shipwreck. The stone walls that were inscribed with these. He gestured upstream in the valley. An old man told me that when encountering monsters adorned with vines, one should use dragonglass or Valyrian steel. This explanation was half-truth, yet sufficient to convince the riders. The bearded man fell silent for a moment, finally exhaling deeply. Whoever you are, you saved us today. He waved to the remaining riders. Give this lad some food and find him a warm cloak. We will take him back to Winterfell and let Lord R.R decide. Qin Chang breathed a sigh of relief. Gaining entry into Winterfell meant he could finally approach the Stark family up close, a crucial first step in altering the narrative. He accepted the black bread and cured meat offered by the rider, devouring it hungrily, the grease and meaty aroma bursting on his tongue, dispelling much of the lingering cold. The journey to Winterfell took a full 2 days. Along the way, Qin Chang subtly inquired about news. King Robert's entourage had crossed the neck and would reach Winterfell within 3 days. Jon Snow was preparing to join the Night's Watch, and the disappearance of Benjen Stark had rendered him increasingly silent. Bran had recently taken to climbing the towers of Winterfell, almost falling several times. That lad has too much energy, the bearded man, later known to Qin Chang as Hodder, shook his head. Lord R.R punished him by making him copy the family teachings, but he managed to sneak off to the stables to ride the ponies. Qin Chang's heart tightened slightly. The event of Bran's fall was drawing nearer. Upon arriving in Winterfell that evening, Qin Chang was rendered speechless by the sight before him. The immense castle was built against the mountains, its gray stone walls glimmering coldly in the sunset. The tower tops pierced the orange-red sky, and the patrolling guards' armor gleamed with metallic sheen, the direwolf sigil fluttering in the wind. This was not an illustration from a book, nor a set from a television show, but a living, breathing behemoth, every stone steeped in the Stark family's lineage and glory. Outsider, keep up, Hod urged him, giving a gentle push. Don't gawk about. Be wary of bumping into the nobles. They entered the castle through a side door, traversing the bustling outer square. The rhythmic clang of the blacksmith's hammer, the raucous chatter from the taverns, and the laughter of children intertwined, creating a vibrant tapestry of life. Qin Chang spotted several maids clad in velvet cloaks hurrying past, cradling neatly folded garments. 2 knights were embroiled in a dispute before the stables, their lances nearly colliding, and a laundress in a coarse linen dress was tiptoeing to deliver a waterskin to the guards atop the walls. This was Winterfell, a living, breathing world. Hod brought him to a stone cottage, where 2 guards in gray robes stood sentinel, their shields emblazoned with the sigil of the direwolf. Wait here, Hod instructed. I shall inform Lord R.R. The interior of the stone cottage was stark, furnished only with a rudimentary wooden table and 2 chairs, while a pile of hay in the corner served as a makeshift bed. Qin Chang seated himself, his fingers caressing the dragonbone dagger at his waist, his heart pounding like a war drum. He pondered how Eddard Stark would receive him, this outsider. Would he be cast into the dungeons, or would he be inclined to listen to tales of the lands beyond the wall? The wait stretched on interminably. Qin Chang counted the cracks in the wall, recalling the details he had read about Eddard. Honorable, stubborn, and fiercely principled, yet somewhat oblivious to the subtleties of deceit. Such a man might either lend credence to his words or dismiss him as a madman. Time slipped away, and at length, footsteps echoed from outside. Qin Chang sprang to his feet as Hod entered, accompanied by a tall man, none other than Eddard Stark himself. He was more taciturn than Qin Chang had envisioned, his gray eyes resembling the icy lakes of the north, deep and frigid. Stubble graced his lips, tinged with gray, and his black leather armor bore the dust of travel, yet it remained impeccably arranged. Following him was a woman with auburn hair, her features exquisite but marked by a wary demeanor. It was Catelyn Stark. "You are the boy who fled from beyond the wall." Eddard's voice rumbled, deep as thunder. "Yes, my lord," Qin Chang replied, striving for a steady tone. "I am Qin, hailing from Braavos." Catelyn stepped forward, her gaze sharp as a scalpel. A Braavosi would not don such coarse linen, nor wield a Valyrian steel dagger. She gestured toward the dragonbone dagger at Qin Chang's side. "Where did you acquire this blade?" Qin Chang's heart raced. He had forgotten how conspicuous the material of the dagger was in this realm. It was found in an abandoned village, my lord. I know not of Valyrian steel. I simply recognized its sharpness." Eddard's gaze lingered on the dagger for a considerable time before he remarked, "This is dragonbone, and the blade is Valyrian steel. Such craftsmanship has been lost to Westeros. Only a few relics remain among the Night's Watch." He fixed his penetrating gaze upon Qin Chang. "You claim to have seen a stone wall inscribed with the runes of dragonglass beyond the wall?" Chapter 3. Shadows of Winterfell. Qin Chang clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms. He was acutely aware that Eddard Stark was intimately familiar with the Night's Watch weaponry. Any falsehood could easily be exposed. The inscriptions on the stone wall were ancient, and he spoke slowly, striving to affect a tone of uncertainty. "I can only recognize a few scattered words: dragonglass, cold, blue eyes, and this symbol." He lifted the burlap of his wrist to reveal the spiral rune, identical to the mark on the hilt of his dagger. Eddard's gaze lingered on the rune for a moment before he turned to Catelyn and whispered a few words. The red-haired woman furrowed her brow but refrained from further inquiry, stepping aside with her arms crossed, her eyes still sharp as a blade. Hodder remarked, "You used dragonglass to save the dire wolf." Eddard replied, "Summer is Jon's wolf, and Grey Wind belongs to Robb. They never approach outsiders." "Perhaps it is because I bear the scent of dragonglass," Qin Chang interjected. "In that village, I drove away a few wild dogs with fragments of dragonglass. They seemed quite fearful of it." This statement was half-truth. While he had indeed used dragonglass to scare off the White's manifestations, the wild dog tale was fabricated. Fortunately, Eddard did not probe further, merely nodding. "The armory in Winterfell has dragonglass arrows. The Night's Watch sends a batch every year. If you truly understand its application, you may be of assistance." Qin Chang's heart stirred. Does my lord imply that the threat beyond the wall has indeed arrived? Eddard's expression darkened. Before Banyan's disappearance, his last letter mentioned the others. No one in the Night's Watch believes him. They think he has gone mad from the cold. Yet, what you saw, the vine creature, and the reaction of Summer. He left the thought unspoken, simply patting Qin Chang's shoulder. "For now, stay here. Hodder will arrange some work for you. The stables are in need of an extra hand." "Eddard," Catelyn interjected vehemently, "how can you allow a mysterious outsider to remain within the castle? He could very well be a spy sent by the Lannisters. If he wished to harm us, he would not have saved Summer and Grey Wind," Eddard stated, his tone brooking no dissent. "Moreover, I wish to ascertain what he truly knows." Qin Chang sighed in relief, but dared not reveal a hint of it. He understood that this trust was merely temporary. One misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. The work in the stables proved more laborious than he had anticipated. Cleaning manure, chopping fodder, and grooming the steeds. The icy water of winter left his fingers numb and purple. Yet, Qin Chang relished the toil. Here, he was closest to the Stark family, privy to the most information. "Have you heard? His Majesty the King arrives tomorrow." One stable hand exclaimed excitedly while feeding Grey Wind. "They say the Queen's golden hair shines brighter than the sun, and young Prince Joffrey is as handsome as an angel." Another stable hand scoffed, "An angel? I heard from someone who has been to King's Landing that the lad has a terrible temper and often resorts to violence. Qin Chang's heart sank. The arrival of Robert heralded the commencement of Eddard's descent into the southern intrigues, while Jon's joining the Night's Watch and Bran's tragic fall from the tower would soon follow. As evening descended, he was brushing a white horse when he suddenly heard the laughter of children from above. Looking up, he saw Bran Stark lying atop the stable roof, brandishing a stick and mimicking knights in combat. Qin Chang paused with the brush in his hand, his heart racing. A thin layer of ice coated the tiles on the roof, where Bran was precariously perched, half of his body hanging over the edge. One wrong move away from a fall of nearly 10 feet. Be careful, he couldn't help but call out. Bran jumped in surprise, the branch slipping from his grasp and landing right at Qin Chang's feet. The boy glanced down, his brown eyes gleaming with youthful mischief, devoid of any fear. Who are you? How dare a stable boy meddle in Stark affairs? My name is Qin, he replied, setting the brush aside and striving to soften his tone. Though concern for Bran's safety lingered. The tiles are slippery. I won't fall, Bran declared proudly, swinging his legs. I've climbed every roof in Winterfell, even the bell tower. Ser Roderick says I'm more agile than a monkey. Qin Chang felt a tightening in his throat, recalling the tragic fate described in the books. Bran's obsession with climbing was the beginning of his downfall. Climbing high was indeed impressive, he thought, handing the boy the branch. Yet, the higher one ascends, the greater the pain of a fall. I have seen someone tumble from a ship's mast, their leg broken like a snapped branch. Bran's smile waned slightly, yet he remained defiant. I'm different. He grasped the eaves and slid down the drainpipe with the grace of a squirrel, landing steadily before Qin Chang. Brushing off the dust, he asked, Are you the foreigner who escaped from beyond the wall? Father said you know about dragonglass. Only a little, Qin Chang replied. Have you seen the White Walkers? Bran's eyes sparkled with excitement. The old nurse says they have blue eyes that can make the dead walk. I have not seen them. Qin Chang shook his head but shifted the conversation. However, I have encountered things touched by them. A fishleaf tree, its trunk encased in ice. Yet its leaves remain as red as blood, never shedding even in summer. The Night's Watch says it is steeped in cold. He emphasized the word cold. Locking eyes with Bran. They say the White Walkers favor children who climb high, for the sound of their fall is the sweetest music. Though half-truth, his words succeeded in paling Bran's complexion. The boy gripped the branch tighter, refraining from further argument, and ran towards the castle, almost colliding with a handmaiden in a red gown hurrying past with a silver tray. She was a servant of Cersei, hastily making her way to the keep. Qin Chang watched Bran's retreating figure, feeling a sigh of relief, yet a thread of unease crept in. He was uncertain whether his words would temper Bran's rebellious spirit or ignite it further. In this tangible world, the complexities of human nature far surpassed the narratives of books. As night fell, Hodder suddenly approached him. Lord Eddard requests your presence in the keep. Qin Chang's heart sank once more. Following Hodder through the courtyard, the keep's lights had already flickered to life, warm halos streaming through the stained glass windows, casting colorful shadows upon the snow. Laughter and the clinking of goblets resonated from the hall. Robert's party had arrived. Eddard awaited him in the study. A parchment unfurled on the table depicting a map of the wall, with several fortifications circled in red ink. The last message from the First Men came from the fist of the First Men. He pointed to a dark spot on the map, and the Night's Watchman stated that the campfire there had been extinguished for 3 days, and the patrol sent to investigate had not returned. Qin Chang leaned in to take a closer look. The location of the ancestor's fist was precisely north of the valley where he had encountered the snow bears. The vine creatures might be connected to this matter. He whispered, They fear dragonglass, and the others do as well. This is no mere coincidence. Eddard's fingers tapped on the map, his brow furrowed. I must depart south with the king tomorrow, leaving Winterfell in the care of Catelyn and Robb. However, the situation at the wall cannot wait. He looked up at Qin Chang. Jon will set out for the wall the day after tomorrow. You shall accompany him. Qin Chang was taken aback. Me? You possess knowledge of dragonglass and have witnessed the horrors beyond the wall, Eddard asserted firmly. Keep a watchful eye on Jon. Do not let him act rashly. Should there be any unusual activity at the ancestor's fist, send word back immediately. He retrieved a badge from his drawer, embossed with the silhouette of a dire wolf. Carry this, and the Night's Watch will afford you certain privileges. As Qin Chang grasped the badge, its cold metallic touch sent a shiver through him. This was the opportunity he had yearned for, to approach the wall, engage with the Night's Watch, and ascertain the movements of the others. Yet, the thought of Bran facing imminent peril made him hesitate. My lord, young Master Bran, what is it? He climbs too high. Qin Chang bit his lip and decided to take the risk of speaking further. Today, on the stable roof, he was half hanging off the edge, and the tiles were icy. Eddard's brow knitted tighter, his fingers striking the edge of the table with force. How many times have I told him? He turned to the door, instructing the guard, "Go fetch Bran." Moments later, Bran entered the study, following the guard, clutching a twig in his hand. He appeared momentarily startled upon seeing Qin Chang, quickly averting his gaze, evidently still haunted by the words about the others snatching climbing children. "You are not to climb the rooftops again." Eddard's voice was low and serious, especially regarding the bell tower and the north tower, where the wooden beams had rotted. "If I catch you again, I shall confine you to your room to copy the laws of the Seven Kingdoms." Bran pouted, mumbling softly. "But Ser Roderick says that Stark men should be brave." "Recklessness is not bravery," Eddard interrupted, pointing to Qin Chang. "This man has informed me that he saw you on the stable roof. It is perilous. You ought to thank him for his warning." Reluctantly, Bran raised his eyes, mumbling a half-hearted thank you, while his gaze drifted to the mounted stag's head on the wall, clearly distracted. Eddard sighed and waved him away. The boy, as if granted a reprieve, dashed out, his cloak sweeping the threshold and stirring a gust of wind. This child, Eddard shook his head, his tone laced with exasperation, always believing himself to be an invincible knight. He turned to Qin Chang. "You were right to remind me. Upon my return from King's Landing, I shall hire a master to teach him swordsmanship, directing his energy towards a noble pursuit." Qin Chang remained silent, aware that Eddard's plans were destined to falter. The wheels of fate had already begun to turn. While Bran's fall from the tower might be delayed, it would be challenging to avert it entirely. The schemes of Cersei and Jaime had long been set in motion, like venomous serpents buried beneath the snow, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Upon leaving the study, a commotion echoed through the corridor. The laughter of King Robert thundered like a storm, causing the candle flames to flicker, intermingled with Cersei's sharp rebukes and Joffrey's wails. Qin Chang hurried past the wall's edge, catching a glimpse of a golden-haired man standing by a pillar, adorned in a white cloak embroidered with the Lannister lion, none other than Jaime Lannister. The latter was observing him as well, a scrutinizing smile dancing in his green eyes, as if he could see through Qin Chang's facade. Qin Chang's heart raced like a drum, prompting him to quicken his pace back to the stables. That night, he lay upon a pile of hay, clutching the A Song of Ice and Fire, the sigil of the dire wolf on the cover inexplicably warm to the touch. As he turned the pages, he discovered a new inscription on a sticky note, written as if in blood. "Altering a pivotal moment may give rise to more insidious traps." The following morning, Winterfell erupted in turmoil. King Robert insisted on going hunting, and despite Eddard's futile pleas, he could only send 20 guards along, instructing Robb to accompany him with Grey Wind. While saddling the king's steed in the stables, Qin Chang overheard the knights discussing. His Majesty drank deep into the night. His hands still tremble this morning. It was said that the queen, furious, had smashed a cup, lamenting his disregard for the realm. Qin Chang's heart sank. He recalled that Robert would be grievously wounded by a wild boar during this hunt, ultimately leading to his demise. This was a crucial step for the Lannisters to bring down Eddard. He wished to warn Eddard, but was at a loss for words. A stable boy pointing fingers at the hand of the king would only be deemed mad. As dusk fell, the hunting party returned, yet Robert was absent. Robb's face was ashen, and Grey Wind anxiously paced at his feet. "His Majesty has been gored by a boar," the young man's voice trembled. "He's on his way back to the keep. The wound is grave." Instantly, Winterfell fell into a hushed silence. Eddard rushed from the castle, with Catelyn closely behind, the lights in the great hall burning throughout the night. Qin Chang stood at the stable's entrance, gazing towards the castle, his grip tight around the dragonglass dagger. He understood that from this moment forth, all narratives would accelerate, and as an outsider, he must find his footing amidst the tempest. On the third morning, Jon Snow arrived at the stables to lead his steed, Ghost. The boy was clad in the black garb of the Night's Watch, his expression graver than usual. His eyes reddened. He had evidently learned of Robert's death. "Are you the outsider my father spoke of?" Jon inquired, his voice hoarse. "Will you accompany me to the wall?" "Yes, my lord," Qin Chang replied, bowing his head. Jon's gaze lingered on the dragonglass dagger at his waist, pausing momentarily. "That knife is quite special." Chapter 4. The road to the wall. Jon's gaze remained on the dragonglass dagger for a moment longer, yet he asked no further questions, merely mounting his horse. Qin Chang tightened his grip on his satchel, which contained the black bread, cured meat, and a shard of dragonglass given by Hodder. He leapt onto a lean horse and followed Jon through the gates of Winterfell. Outside, in the snow-covered expanse, the Night's Watch had assembled. 20 or so men in black, some gray-haired, others still youthful, most riding shabby horses, bearing polished longswords or spears. Among them was Jon's friend Samwell Tarly, his plump face streaked with tears. clearly reluctant to leave the warmth of the castle. "Is that the outsider you mentioned?" Sam caught sight of Qin Chang and discreetly approached John, whispering that he did not quite resemble a night's watchman. There must be a reason for his father's insistence on his presence. John's voice remained indifferent, yet he patted Sam's shoulder, assuring him that he would look after him once they reached the wall. Qin Chang lingered at the rear of the group, listening to the exchanges among the night's watchmen. Some lamented the weakness of the ale from Winterfell, others boasted of having slain wildlings single-handedly, while whispers about the death of King Robert floated through the air. It was said that a wild boar had eviscerated him, and suspicions arose that the Lannisters were behind it. "Keep your voice down. If the Queen's men hear you, you'll be in for trouble." The cold wind whipped snowflakes across their faces, stinging painfully. Qin Chang tightened the thick cloak given to him by Hodder, his mind racing. Robert was dead, and Eddard was bound to face peril in King's Landing. Bran's fall from the tower might be delayed, but the machinations of Jaime and Cersei would not fade. Beyond the wall, the threats of the White Walkers and the Vine monsters drew ever closer. He needed to reach the wall swiftly to trace the whereabouts of Bran Stark, perhaps even avert Jon's impending tragedy. After 7 days of travel, the silhouette of the wall finally came into view. This colossal gray-black structure dwarfed the walls of Winterfell, resembling a great ice dragon stretching across the heavens, its summit lost among the low-hanging clouds, impervious even to sunlight. As they drew nearer, it became evident that the surface of the wall was not a smooth expanse of ice, but rather a rugged amalgamation of rock, soil, and unknown plant fibers, as solid as if it had been forged by nature itself. "This is the edge of the world," an old Night's Watchman sighed. "Beyond the wall, there lies no realm of the Seven Kingdoms." The black castle at the foot of the wall was far more modest than imagined. Lacking stone fortifications, it comprised merely a few wooden towers and a cluster of low barracks, where the black smoke spiraled from chimneys, contorting into eerie shapes in the biting wind. Commander Jorah Mormont, an elderly man with a snowy beard and hair, wearing an eye patch made of dragonglass over his left eye, awaited them at the gate. Upon seeing Jon, a rare warmth flickered across his stern visage. "I have received your father's letter." Mormont clapped Jon on the arm, his gaze sweeping over the group before landing on Qin Chang. "Is this the foreigner Eddard spoke of?" "Indeed, my lord," Qin Chang replied as he dismounted and bowed respectfully. "I am Qin, hailing from Braavos, and I possess some knowledge of dragonglass." Mormont's single eye narrowed slightly. "Dragonglass. The Night's Watch has plenty of this material, yet few know how to wield it. If you truly understand its use, it could prove advantageous." He turned to a tall, lean Night's Watchman. "PYP, take him to the third barack and find him a bed." The third barack was cramped with bunks, filled with the odors of sweat, mildew, and inferior ale. PYP, a youthful lad with a freckled face, chattered incessantly like a sparrow. "You're in luck. Commander Mormont is in a good mood today. Just a few days ago, he lost his favorite raven and was cursing everyone." He pointed to an empty bed in the corner. That was old Dalen's spot. "He didn't return from patrol last week, likely fed to a white." As Qin Chang set down his pack and prepared to sit, a commotion erupted outside the barack. Jon and a tall, gaunt man in black were locked in a tense standoff, a vicious scar marring the man's face, his gaze as predatory as a wolf's. I remarked that the Stark boy was indeed prideful, as he immediately sought to assume authority. The scarred face sneered, asserting that there were no nobles among the Night's Watch. "Only brothers. What are you, to presume to instruct me? I merely requested that you clean your spear." Jon tightened his grip on the hilt. "The weapons of the Night's Watch should not be kept in such disarray. Sir Alias Thorne is the instructor. Who are you to speak?" The scarred face shoved Jon, adding, "As if a bastardee were worthy of discussing cleanliness." Jon's face flushed crimson, his hand pressed firmly against the hilt, knuckles whitening from the tension. Qin Chang noticed Jon's barely contained fury and stepped forward, intentionally bumping into the scarred man to divert his attention. "My friend, encountering blood upon your arrival does not bode well." The scarred face turned to glare at him, his eyes sharp as poisoned icicles. "Who is this mangy dog to meddle in my affairs?" He reached to shove Qin Chang, but the latter deftly evaded. "I merely believe," Qin Chang said with a grin, shaking the shards of dragon glass in his hand, "that instead of bickering here, we ought to consider how to confront the threats beyond the wall. The patrols have reportedly gone missing. Perhaps they have been taken as snacks by the White Walkers." At the mention of White Walkers, the scarred man froze. No one in the Night's Watch was unafraid of the others, despite their bravado. The mere utterance of that name instilled fear. Alias Thorne scoffed, turning on his heel to leave. Casting a disdainful glance at Jon, "Do not think that your father's protection grants you the right to be arrogant. The Night's Watch does not tolerate such behavior." Jon watched his retreating figure, his chest heaving violently, Before he quietly thanked Qin Chang, "I appreciate it." "A mere trifle," Qin Chang replied, storing away the dragonglass. "Making enemies here would yield no benefit." Jon remained silent, turning to assist Sam with his pack. Qin Chang observed Jon's silhouette, suddenly recalling the trials from the tales. Jon's tenure within the Night's Watch was fraught with challenges. Alias Thorne's provocations, the veteran ranger's ostracism, the threats posed by wildlings. Were it not for his inherent resilience, he might have succumbed long ago. In the days that followed, Qin Chang trained alongside the Night's Watch. He had never learned swordsmanship, and his spear skills were clumsy, often subject to public ridicule by Alias Thorne, a supposed master from Braavos. "Yet you cannot even hold a spear steadily?" Qin Chang never retorted. He practiced silently, studying the map of the lands by moonlight, marking potential areas where vine creatures might lurk. Jon would occasionally seek him out, sometimes to inquire about the use of dragonglass, other times to share news from Winterfell. Robb mentioned that their father was under house arrest in King's Landing. Bran still loved to climb, and their mother was furious, punishing him with writing assignments. Arya had run away, her whereabouts unknown. Each time family was mentioned, Jon's voice softened. Yet his eyes betrayed a hidden anxiety. "Do you think father will return safely?" he asked one day after practice, seated in the snow, gazing up at the beacon atop the wall. Qin Chang's heart tightened. He knew the answer but could not voice it. Lord Eddard was a man of integrity. He could only respond vaguely. A just man does not often suffer ill fortune. Jon forced a smile, choosing not to press further. Half a month later, Commander Mormont summoned everyone to the square. The elderly man stood upon the elevated platform, his lone eye gleaming with piercing intensity. News had just arrived that King's Landing was in turmoil. Eddard Stark had been accused of treason, and his head now adorned the city walls. This proclamation struck the Night's Watch like a thunderclap. Jon's visage turned ashen, and he stumbled backward, nearly losing his footing. Sam screamed, his round face contorting in anguish, tears streaming uncontrollably. Qhorin stood frozen in place, his throat tightening. The timing was a full month ahead of the events chronicled in the texts. Evidently, his arrival had hastened the unfolding tragedy. The Stark family had fallen, and Alice Karstark smirked amidst the crowd, proclaiming, "I have always said that a bastard is a bastard. He drags his father into treason as well." Jon shot his gaze upward, his eyes ablaze with fury, ready to charge forward, but was firmly restrained by Qhorin. "Do not act rashly," Qhorin hissed. "To strike here would only bring shame upon your father." Jon struggled momentarily before succumbing to despair, sinking to the ground, his hands buried in the snow, knuckles turning white. Qhorin observed his trembling silhouette, suddenly comprehending, some fates, even when foreseen, remain immutable. That night, Jon vanished. Qhorin scoured the Black Castle, ultimately discovering him near the icy steps of the wall, the youth bearing his long sword and clutching Ghost's collar, evidently intent on embarking alone to seek vengeance. "Where are you headed?" Qhorin interposed. "Back to King's Landing," Jon rasped. "I shall slay Joffrey and avenge my father. You cannot contend with the Lannisters." Qhorin locked eyes with him. "Your father wished for you to remain at the wall, safeguarding this land. That would bring him the greatest solace." Jon's tears finally cascaded down, striking the frozen ground and instantly crystallizing into tiny ice shards. He clenched his fists, ultimately hurling his long sword into the snow, the blade embedding half a foot deep in the ice, resonating with a muted tremor. "What of Ghost?" he inquired softly. "He awaits you in the barracks." Qhorin understood that Jon had relinquished his ambitions of heading south. Upon returning to the Black Castle, dawn had barely broken. Jon had confined himself within the barracks, not emerging all day. Qhorin had requested leave from Lord Mormont on his behalf, while he accompanied the Night's Watch to patrol the wall, standing atop the icy battlements. The wind howled fiercely, threatening to sweep one off their feet. Qhorin leaned against the frigid parapet, gazing downward to behold the vast expanse of snow, the distant forest resembling a dark rift, concealing untold dangers. "Have you heard?" An elderly Night's Watchman lamented. "Last night, a patrol went missing near the first men's finger. Not even their horses returned. Only a pool of blood remains." Qhorin's heart plummeted. The first men's finger was precisely where he had encountered the snow bear. It appeared the range of the vine creature was expanding. "Is Lord Mormont planning to send a party to investigate?" he inquired. The Night's Watchman sighed. "Janos Slynt took 30 men and departed early this morning. That fellow used to be the gold-cloaked commander of King's Landing, always believing himself superior to others. This time, he shall have the chance to witness the perils beyond the wall." Qhorin recalled the descriptions of Janos Slynt from the texts, greedy, arrogant, and later betraying Jon. Sending such a man to probe the first men's finger would likely only exacerbate the situation. Did they bring dragonglass? What purpose does that wretched stone serve? The seasoned Night's Watchman scoffed. while Strint remarked that it was merely a woman's trinket, far less useful than a steel sword. Qin Chang fell silent. Yet a profound sense of unease stirred within him. He understood that Strint's company was likely to face dire consequences. In the ensuing days, John gradually returned to his former self, though he spoke less and trained with greater fervor, as if striving to channel all his pain into his sword. Qin Chang seized his spare moments to study Lyren's map, discovering that along the wall were marked several abandoned fortresses, among which the location of Long Night Fortress was circled thrice in red, accompanied by the word Source of Vines. Long Night Fortress was one of the oldest strongholds. Sam leaned in to examine the map, his chubby face alight with curiosity. It was rumored to be haunted, and the Night's Watch had long since abandoned it. "Do you wish to go there?" he inquired. "Just out of curiosity," Qin Chang replied, folding the map away. "Any news from Janos Strint's party?" Sam's expression darkened. "Not yet. They were supposed to return today." No sooner had he spoken than the sound of a horn echoed from the wall, signaling the return of the patrol. Qin Chang and Sam rushed outside, only to find a ragtag group of Night's Watchmen, each bearing wounds. The leader was not Janos Strint, but rather a young guard. "Lord Strint is dead," the guard sobbed as he reported. "We encountered monsters at the Ancestor's Fist, black vines that ensnared us like serpents. Those ensnared attacked us like the undead. Lord Strint was dragged into a fissure in the ice, with no remains." An uproar ensued among the crowd. Commander Mormont's face turned ashen. His one eye fixed intently on the darkness beyond the wall. "Gather all able fighters, take ample dragonglass arrows and Valyrian steel swords, and follow me to the Ancestor's Fist." Qin Chang's heart leapt into his throat. He understood that this was the Night's Watch's first direct confrontation with the Vine monsters. A pivotal battle to validate the power of dragonglass and Valyrian steel. Mormont's command fell like a boulder into icy waters, stirring unrest among the Night's Watchmen. Some gripped their spears tightly, eyes gleaming with excitement. Others turned pale, instinctively retreating. Many remained silent, hands resting on their sword hilts, awaiting the signal to advance. "Qin." Mormont's voice cut through the tumult. "Come with me." Qin Chang hastened to the base of the platform, where the elder's single eye bore into him. "You claim to understand dragonglass and have encountered those vine monsters." "Yes, my lord," Qin Chang affirmed with a nod. "They fear dragonglass and Valyrian steel. Their roots ignite upon contact." "Excellent." Mormont unsheathed a short dagger from his waist, its hilt wrapped in worn leather, the blade emanating a dark purple sheen. This was the secondary blade of Longclaw, forged from Valyrian steel. "Take this and stay by my side." Qin Chang accepted the dagger, its weight imbued with a chilling power. He turned to glance at John, who had somehow positioned himself at the edge of the crowd. His black garb billowing in the wind and snow, the sorrow in his eyes replaced by something more resolute. "I shall go as well," John stated, his voice hoarse yet unwavering. Mormont hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Bring your wolf. Ghost's nose is keener than a man's." The company set out at noon, comprising 50 Night's Watchmen, each bearing a quiver filled with dragonglass arrowheads and adorned with shards of dragonglass at their waists. John led the way with Ghost, the dire wolf, whose nose pressed against the snow, occasionally halting to sniff the air, emitting a low, rumbling warning from deep within his throat. Qin Chang closely followed Mormont, his hand resting on the Valyrian steel dagger, his vigilant gaze sweeping the dense woodland flanking them. As the day waned, the sky gradually darkened, and the snowstorm intensified, reducing visibility to less than 10 paces. Suddenly, Ghost came to an abrupt halt, baring his teeth at a patch of low shrubs, his golden eyes glimmering in the dim light. There was something amiss. Mormont raised his hand, signaling the company to halt, and instructed the archers to prepare. 20 bows were drawn in unison, arrowheads aimed at the thicket. Qin Chang tightened his grip on the dagger and cautiously approached, observing a peculiar trail of footprints in the snow, neither human nor beast, but resembling countless tiny holes created by black needles, extending deep into the underbrush. "It is vines," Qin Chang murmured. "They move underground." No sooner had he spoken than the thicket erupted. Dozens of black tendrils surged from the snow, ensnaring the nearest Night's Watchmen like venomous serpents. A young archer, caught unawares, found the vines coiling around his neck, choking him instantly, his face turning a ghastly hue as he emitted desperate gasps. "Loose arrows. Use dragonglass," Mormont bellowed. A rain of arrows was unleashed, dragonglass tips striking the tendrils with a sizzle, black ichor splattering onto the snow, releasing a noxious smoke. Yet, the tendrils were too numerous, as one wave was severed. More surged forth from beneath the earth, climbing up the legs of the Night's Watchmen, their roots burrowing into flesh like leeches. "Sever their roots," Qin Chang shouted. slashing at the vine that ensnared him. Where the Valyrian steel blade struck, the vines turned to ash, their true forms hidden below. Jon whistled sharply, and Ghost lunged at the thicket, his claws tearing through the snow to reveal an intricate network of black roots beneath. The primary roots of the vines spread out like a vast spider-esque web, covering the entire expanse of snow. Concentrate your attacks on the main root. Mormont raised his battle axe and struck down fiercely upon it, sparks flying. The Night's Watchman closed in, swords and daggers descending. Qin Chang leaped onto the thickest part of the main root, repeatedly hacking with his Valyrian steel dagger, the blade's dark purple glow intensifying until, with a piercing shriek, the root split in two, black ichor gushing forth, igniting ghostly blue flames as it splattered onto the snow. With the loss of its main root, the tendrils wilted instantly, turning to ash in the flames. The Night's Watchmen counted their numbers, having lost 7 brothers, each face grave with concern. This is merely the beginning. Mormont gazed at the burning vines, his single eye glinting with cold resolve. The first men's stronghold must harbor a larger nest. The company pressed on, finally reaching the first men's stronghold at dawn. This fortress had long been abandoned, its crumbling walls blanketed in thick snow, with only the central watchtower still precariously standing. A faint light flickering atop. What is that? Jon pointed towards the tower's summit. Qin Chang raised his telescope, and through its lens, he beheld the faint glimmers atop the tower, revealing countless pairs of blue eyes, not those of the White Walkers, but rather the corpses ensnared by creeping vines. Densely clustered upon the tower like a swarm of roosting bats, they awaited our arrival. Mormont gripped his axe tightly, dividing the forces. The left flank would enter through the front with me, while the right flank would flank Jon and approach from the rear, set the tower ablaze. Qin Chang followed Mormont into the main entrance, where the corpses immediately lunged forward with fierce, guttural shrieks. Their movements were swifter than those of ordinary corpses, entwined as they were with smoldering vines. Once struck by dragonglass, the vines ignited, incinerating the corpses and illuminating the shadowy fortress. Amidst the tumult of battle, Qin Chang caught sight of a thick, black main root pulsating at the tower's apex, with countless slender vines extending into each corpse. That must be the core, he shouted, cleaving a corpse's skull with his blade. Destroy it. Jon, hearing the cry, surged up the tower from the rear with Ghost. His dragonglass arrow aimed precisely at the main root. The root throbbed violently, emitting a piercing wail as the corpses instantly lost their strength, collapsing onto the ground. Qin Chang dashed to the tower's summit, swinging his blade at the root. The Valyrian steel plunged into it, unleashing a brilliant dark purple radiance. The root exploded with a shriek, showering the tower in black ichor before it crumbled to ash. As dawn pierced the clouds, the battle came to a close. The Night's Watch began to clear the fortress, while Mormont stood atop the tower, gazing toward the wall, his voice hoarse. These creatures are more terrifying than the White Walkers. They are corrupting the land, controlling the dead. We must defend the wall. Qin Chang approached Jon, who was diligently cleaning blood from Longclaw, sunlight casting a resolute glow upon his youthful face, incongruous with his years. You are right, Jon suddenly spoke. My father wished for me to protect this place. Qin Chang stared into the distant snowfields, tightening his grip on the dragonbone dagger at his waist. He understood that this battle was merely a prelude. The true storm was just beginning. Within and beyond the wall, the struggle between ice and fire had quietly commenced. Chapter 5. The undercurrents of Black Castle. The smoke from the ancestral Fist Peak had yet to dissipate as Qin Chang followed Mormont's party on the return journey to Black Castle. 7 bodies, wrapped in black cloth, were tethered to the backs of horses, leaving long trails in the snow, resembling frozen streaks of blood. The frigid wind whipped the snow into their faces, silence enveloping the group save for the crisp sound of hooves shattering the ice. Jon walked alongside the procession, his left arm bandaged with dragonglass powder. The dark bruising had faded somewhat, yet any movement still tugged at his wounds. Ghost remained ever vigilant by his side, golden eyes scanning the surroundings, as if still wary of lurking vines. Qin Chang lagged behind, his fingers repeatedly brushing against the dragonbone dagger at his waist. The pulsating main root from the ancestral Fist Peak lingered in his thoughts. That entity could not have been a product of nature. With its black ichor resembling some forcibly injected blood, he opened Lyren's map, where the position of Long Night Castle was circled in red ink, alongside the hastily scrawled words. Origin? What are you pondering? Mormont's voice resonated from the front. The old man's cloak was still stained with the dark sap of vines, and his solitary eye gleamed with an unusual sharpness amidst the swirling snow. Thoughts of those very vines occupied his mind. Qin Chang hastened a few steps to catch up. noting that their main roots seemed intentionally cultivated. Mormont grunted, remarking that similar sentiments were echoed among the Night's Watch. Old Blinden recounted that 3 centuries prior, in the cellars of Long Night Castle, similar entities had been unearthed, initially believed to be creations of the others, and were subsequently incinerated. He reined in his horse and turned to Qin Chang, inquiring whether he believed this was connected to the 7 kings. The scroll of Lao mentioned that they employed correction tools to eliminate variables. Qin Chang recalled the indistinct illustrations on the scroll. Perhaps the vines were such tools. Mormont fell silent, and after a considerable pause, said, "Upon returning to Black Castle, you should peruse the old archives in the armory." Old Maester Eamon stated that many forgotten records are stored there. By the time they returned to Black Castle, twilight had descended. The beacon atop the castle walls blazed with fierce flames, and the Night's Watch patrolled with spears, the atmosphere tenfold more tense than when they had departed. Alazar Thorne stood beneath the castle gate, and upon seeing the returned party, displayed no concern. Instead, he sneered at Qin Chang, remarking that some were fortunate indeed. Having returned intact after a jaunt with the Stark bastard, Jon instinctively placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, only to be discreetly restrained by Qin Chang. Thorne, ever the caring colleague, it seemed. With a smile, Qin Chang raised the shard of dragonglass in his hand, lamenting that he hadn't brought back a vine for him to inspect, as that would be far more formidable than his spear. Alazar's expression darkened, and just as he was about to erupt, Mormont interjected. "Enough? Thorne, take your men to reinforce the defenses at the west gate. Jon, you shall inventory the dragonglass stock. Qin, follow me." Entering the command tower, Mormont retrieved a scroll of parchment from an iron box, which contained the defensive schematics of the Night's Watch fortifications. Mance Rayder had gathered the wildlings at Frostfangs. He traced a finger across the map, where Frostfangs was marked, stating that the Rangers reported at least 10,000 strong, accompanied by mammoths and giants. Qin Chang felt a weight settle in his heart. According to the original narrative, Mance Rayder crossed the wall to escape the others, but now with the added menace of the vines, this battle would surely be more arduous. When would they arrive? No more than half a month. Mormont's fingers struck the paper forcefully. The ruins of the first men were a necessary passage, and the vines there might just delay them. He raised his gaze to Qin Chang, adding that they could not rely on that alone. Old Eamon suggested sending someone to Long Night Castle to investigate if a means to counter the vines could be discovered. Qin Chang's eyes fell upon Long Night Castle on the map. "I will go. You will remain," Mormont countered, insisting that the old archives in the armory needed organization. "Jon knows the route. Let him lead the expedition." He retrieved a bronze badge from a drawer, embossed with the sigil of the Ice Wolf. "Take this. Old Eamon will grant you assistance." Qin Chang accepted the badge, a sense of unease stirring within him. He could not shake the feeling that Alazar's gaze towards Jon was peculiar, as if he were plotting something. The following morning, Jon departed with 10 members of the Night's Watch. Bai Ling walked at the forefront, suddenly turning back to nip at Qin Chang's pant leg, emitting a low whimper from its throat. Qin Chang gently stroked its head and handed a shard of dragon crystal to Jon, advising him to exercise extreme caution and retreat at the first sign of trouble. Jon nodded in acknowledgement, mounted his horse, and the group swiftly vanished into the expanse of snow. Qin Chang turned and made his way to the armory. The scene was even more chaotic than he had anticipated. Rusty spears were piled in a corner, dilapidated shields stacked higher than a man, and shelves cluttered with dust-laden rolls of parchment. Old Maester Eamon awaited him there. Despite his blindness, the elder could accurately indicate the location of the archives. On the eastern shelf, 3rd tier, he rasped, his voice gravelly with age. "There lie the records from the Targaryen dynasty. Perhaps you will find what you seek." Qin Chang ascended the wooden ladder, carefully retrieving a scroll. Most of the documents were patrol logs and supply lists, but by noon he finally uncovered a yellow dossier, inscribed with the title Unusual Occurrences at Castle Black. The scroll detailed strange events from 3 centuries past, peculiar sounds emanating from the castle's cellar, and when the Night's Watch ventured to investigate, they discovered a black viscous substance seeping from the ground. The rats that came into contact with it turned ferociously aggressive, ultimately requiring dragon fire to eliminate them. At the end of the document was a note. "Seems related to ancient blood magic. Caution is advised." Qin Chang's heart raced. Blood magic? Could it be connected to the vines and the forbidden sorcery of Valyria? Just then, a commotion erupted outside. He set the scroll down and rushed out, where he found Alias Thorne standing in the square, shouting at a group of Night's Watchmen. "Jon Snow has fled with a wildling spy. He stole all the dragon crystal." A chill ran through Qin Chang. He pushed through the crowd and approached, demanding, "Sir Thorne, do you have any evidence to support such claims?" "Evidence?" Alias scoffed. gesturing at several corpses on the ground. These are your evidence. The Night's Watchmen who followed Jon are found dead in the snow, their dragon crystals all gone, save for the wildling arrows lodged in their chests. The bodies were covered with white cloth, as Qin Chang lifted it. He confirmed they were indeed the men who had departed with Jon, each pierced by arrows engraved with wildling totems. However, he noticed a faint black mark around the edges of their wounds, traces of contact with vines. This was no work of the wildlings. They were killed by the vines. Qin Chang stated solemnly, the arrows were planted afterwards. How do you know? Alias stepped closer, suspicion etched on his face. Are you in collusion with Jon, intending to conspire? The surrounding Night's Watchmen began whispering among themselves, their gazes shifting toward Qin Chang with doubt. He recognized Alias's trap, aiming to frame him and eliminate both himself and Jon. I will go to Castle Black and confront Jon directly. Qin Chang tightened his grip on the dragonbone dagger. If he has truly betrayed us, I shall slay him with my own hand. There's no need for that, Alias interrupted with a sudden grin. Lord Mormont has already ordered your arrest. Until the truth is uncovered, you are forbidden from leaving. Two Night's Watchmen immediately stepped forward, seizing Qin Chang's arms. He struggled to resist, only to see Alicia subtly signaling to a lanky figure beside him. That was Thorne's trusted aide, clutching a small piece of black vine in his hand. Qin Chang's heart sank to the depths of despair. Their intentions were not merely to frame him, but to use the vine to eliminate him. By the time he was imprisoned in the dungeon, darkness had enveloped the world outside. The damp stone walls wept with moisture, and a pile of moldy straw lay in the corner. Qin Chang leaned against the wall, his fingers rhythmically tapping the ground. The stones of the dungeon were loose. A glimmer of hope for escape flickered within him. Yet, his greater concern lay with Jon. Long Night Castle had likely transformed into a trap. At the stroke of midnight, the door to the dungeon was suddenly flung open. A white wolf slipped inside, clutching a rusty key in its mouth. Following closely behind was PYP, the freckled boy, his face ashen, holding a scroll of parchment. Hurry, we must leave, PYP urged, thrusting the parchment into Qin Chang's hands. Thorne said he would throw you to the vines at dawn. This is the map of the secret passage to Long Night Castle. Jon and the others are trapped in the third cellar. Qin Chang took the map, which was marked in red ink, revealing a hidden route directly connecting the cellar to Long Night Castle. Why are you helping me? He asked. PYP bit his lip. My father was killed by the vines at the fist of the ancestors. You are right. We must confront those monsters, not our own kind. He turned and dashed out. I will find a way to hold them off. Using the key, Qin Chang unlocked his shackles and followed the white wolf into the secret passage. In the darkness, the eyes of the ice wolf glimmered like twin lanterns, guiding his way. Gripping his dragonglass dagger tightly, one thought consumed his mind. He must reach Jon before Thorne's men did. The passage ended at a concealed door, which he pushed open to reveal the courtyard of Long Night Castle. Under the moonlight, the ruins were entwined with black vines, and Jon's sword, Longclaw, was embedded in the snow, its blade stained with dark ichor. Jon! Qin Chang shouted as he rushed into the keep, which was deserted save for the scattered cloaks of the Night's Watch on the ground. He raced down the stairs to the cellar, and as he pushed open the stone door, the hissing of the vines echoed from within. In the center of the cellar, a primary root larger than the fist of the ancestors coiled ominously, its tendrils ensnaring 5 members of the Night's Watch, including Jon. The boy's complexion was pale, lips tinged with purple, clearly drained of strength by the roots. Qin? Jon struggled to open his eyes. Don't come closer. It will drain your blood. Suddenly, the primary root throbbed violently, sending countless tendrils darting toward Qin Chang like snakes. He swung his dragonglass dagger, and as the blade met the tendrils, a blinding blue light erupted. The vines emitted a piercing shriek, recoiling as if seared by a hot iron. Use the dragonglass, Qin Chang shouted, tossing a shard toward Jon. With all his strength, Jon seized it and plunged it into the tendrils that bound him. Dark ichor splattered as the roots rapidly withered, revealing gaping wounds oozing blood beneath. At that moment, footsteps echoed at the entrance of the cellar. Alicia and Thorne stood there with 5 men, brandishing torches. How touching, Thorne sneered. 2 traitors reunited. He hurled a torch at the primary root. Unfortunately, you will all die here today. The torch landed upon the root, but failed to ignite. The tendrils writhed as though animated, their roots suddenly surging forth, ensnaring the companions brought by Alicia in an instant. The sentinels issued no cries of despair before being drained into desiccated husks. Alicia, her complexion paling in terror, turned to flee, only to be seized by Qin Chang. Did you not wish to witness the might of the vines? He thrust Thorne towards the main root, urging him to behold its power. The roots swiftly coiled around Alicia's legs, and she emitted a piercing scream as she watched her skin gradually lose its hue. No, I was wrong. Qin Chang dismissed her pleas and turned to assist Jon. Can you walk? Jon nodded faintly, supported by Qin Chang as they made their way out. White Spirit trailed behind, occasionally glancing back and growling at the main route. Upon exiting the cellar, Qin Chang cast a glance over his shoulder. Alicia's body had already shriveled. While the main root had thickened, the contours of human faces faintly emerging upon its tendrils. It is evolving, Jon gasped. Qin Chang tightened his grip on his dagger. We must return to Black Castle and inform Mormont. This creature is more perilous than we had anticipated. The two men and the wolf vanished into the ruins of Long Night Castle, while the main root continued to pulse in the darkness. Reminiscent of a heart awakening from slumber. Chapter 6. The journey home and uncertainty as they departed from Long Night Castle. The horizon began to blush with dawn. The biting wind, sharp as a blade, stung Qin Chang's cheeks as he supported the frail Jon, trudging through the snow with labored steps, each one a considerable effort. White Spirit led the way, frequently halting to sniff the air, vigilant for any sign of movement. Jon's breath was faint, and his wounds had reopened from their earlier struggles, staining his chest with blood. Hold on, we are nearing Black Castle, Qin Chang urged softly, quickening his pace. He understood that every moment was crucial, not only for Jon's injuries, but also to convey the truth to Mormont before Alicia's allies could raise the alarm. After about an hour of travel, Jon suddenly coughed, blood-tinged phlegm escaping his lips. I'm fine, he weakly gestured. Don't worry about me. You must return and warn Lord Mormont to be wary of Thorness remnants. Do not speak foolishly. Qin Chang shot him a glare. If I were to leave you alone in this frigid wilderness? He leaned Jon against a wind-sheltered rock, retrieving the last clean cloth from his pack, carefully bandaging his wounds. We shall rest for a moment, and once you regain your strength, we will proceed. White Spirit paced anxiously nearby, emitting low whines, as if sensing impending danger. Qin Chang looked up to see several small dark figures appearing in the distance, swiftly approaching. This is bad. It's Thorness men. Panic gripped Qin Chang as he hastily helped Jon to his feet. We must move quickly. They had scarcely taken a few steps when the pursuers caught up, led by the tall, gaunt figure still grasping that black vine. Capture them. Lord Thorn commands it. Their fate is irrelevant. The tall figure shouted, brandishing a long sword as he charged forward. Qin Chang sheltered Jon behind him, tightly gripping the dragonbone dagger, poised for any assault. Suddenly, Bai Ling lunged forward, sinking its teeth into the arm of the lanky figure, who yelped in pain, dropping his sword to the ground. Observing this, the others hastily converged upon them. Seizing the moment, Qin Chang urged Jon to run forward, while the furious shouts of the lanky man and the growls of Bai Ling echoed behind them. Bai Ling, Jon shouted back, but Qin Chang firmly pulled him along, insisting, do not concern yourself with it. It can handle itself. The two fled desperately, leaving a chaotic trail of footprints in the snow. They ran for an indeterminate duration, not stopping until the sounds of pursuit faded into silence, at which point they collapsed onto the snow, gasping for breath. As Qin Chang glanced back, a wave of worry washed over him when he noticed Bai Ling had not followed. It will be fine, Jon panted. Bai Ling is clever. It knows how to return. Qin Chang nodded, forcing himself to remain calm. He understood that now was not the time to fret over Bai Ling. Their immediate priority was to return to Black Castle. Supporting each other, they trudged onward through the relentless snow. After trudging for more than 2 hours, the silhouette of Black Castle finally emerged within their sight. The guards atop the wall spotted them and immediately raised their spears, demanding in a stern voice, who goes there? It is I, Jon Snow. Jon exerted every ounce of strength to shout, open the gates quickly. We have urgent news for Lord Mormont. Recognizing Jon, the guards hastily opened the castle gates. As Qin Chang helped Jon through the entrance, he caught sight of Mormont, standing in the square, his expression grave as he conferred with several Night's Watchmen. Lord Mormont, Qin Chang called out as he rushed forward. Upon seeing them, particularly Jon's weakened state, Mormont's brow furrowed with concern. What has transpired? How did you come to be in such a state? My lord, Alicia Thorn has betrayed us, Qin Chang urgently explained. He set a trap to frame Jon for desertion and attempted to use a vine to end our lives. In the cellar of Long Night Castle, there is a massive vine with a main root that drains human blood, and it continues to evolve. Mormont's expression darkened significantly. He fell silent for a moment before instructing the nearby Night's Watchmen, immediately summon all personnel, seal the gates, and conduct a thorough investigation of Thorn's faction. Turning back to Qin Chang and Jon, he added, you must first attend to your wounds. Come to my tower later to recount the full details. Qin Chang and John were escorted to the infirmary, where old Maester Iman treated their injuries. Due to excessive blood loss, John fell into a deep slumber after his wounds were attended to. Qin Chang remained vigilantly by his bedside, his thoughts lingering on Bai Ling, uncertain of its safety. As evening approached, Qin Chang made his way to Mormont's tower. Mormont was seated at the table, scrutinizing the records of unusual occurrences at Long Night Castle. His brow furrowed deeply. "You have arrived," he acknowledged, glancing up at Qin Chang. "How is John?" "He is asleep. The old maester assured me he is not in grave danger, but he requires ample rest," Qin Chang replied. Mormont nodded, pushing a scroll toward Qin Chang. "Take a look at this. The accounts here bear a striking resemblance to the vine you described." Qin Chang picked up the scroll and examined it anew, growing increasingly alarmed with each passing moment. "My lord, this vine is likely cultivated using Valyrian blood magic, and it continues to evolve, growing increasingly powerful." "I see," Mormont replied gravely. "We have apprehended several remnants of Thorn, from whom we learned that Thorn has long colluded with certain savages, intending to use the vines to seize control of Black Castle. The situation is dire. The wild men from Mans Reed will arrive shortly, and now we face internal strife as well." Qin Chang remained silent, acutely aware that Black Castle was besieged by both internal and external threats, teetering on the brink of disaster. "What are your thoughts?" Mormont inquired, a glimmer of expectation in his gaze. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Chang responded, "My lord, I believe we must first stabilize our internal affairs, thoroughly eliminate Thorn's remnants to prevent further sabotage. Subsequently, we must hasten our research into countering the vines. As the wild men from Mans Reed may also encounter them, perhaps we could forge a temporary alliance." Mormont nodded in agreement. "You make a valid point. I will handle the internal stabilization, and I entrust you with the study of the vines. Old Scholar Iman will assist you." Just as Qin Chang was about to rise and depart, a commotion erupted outside. Exchanging a glance with Mormont, they hurried from the tower, only to see White Spirit, bloodied and frantic, rushing towards the infirmary. "White Spirit has returned." Qin Chang felt a surge of joy and quickly followed. Upon reaching the infirmary, he found White Spirit nuzzling John's hand, emitting soft whimpers. John, roused from slumber, smiled warmly upon seeing White Spirit. Watching this scene, Qin Chang felt the weight on his heart finally lift. He understood that even greater challenges awaited them, but as long as they stood united, they would surely prevail. Chapter 7. The edge of ice and fire. The return of White Spirit served as a tonic, easing the tense atmosphere within Black Castle. John had lain in the infirmary for 3 days. His wounds were finally beginning to heal, though his left arm remained somewhat stiff. Meanwhile, Qin Chang immersed himself in the archives of the armory, accompanied by Old Scholar Iman, who leaned on his cane, occasionally pointing with his bony fingers to a weathered piece of parchment. "This mentions blood crystals," the elderly scholar said, his voice gasping. He rummaged through a dusty wooden box, producing a cloth pouch. As he unwrapped it, a dark red crystal emerged, glimmering ominously in the torchlight. It was a stone tempered with dragon blood by the Valyrians, capable of suppressing blood magic creations. Qin Chang took the blood crystal, feeling its searing warmth, a stark contrast to the coolness of dragon crystals. He recalled the pulsating root at Long Night Castle, suddenly comprehending. Could this object counter the vines? Perhaps. Old Iman, smoothing out a tattered map, noted, 3 centuries ago. It was the torch wrapped in blood crystals that incinerated the cellar of Long Night Castle. He paused, his hollow eyes turning toward Qin Chang. "But be warned, blood crystals can also backfire on their user. You must consider this carefully." Just then, Pip stumbled in, his freckled face flushed. "The vanguard from Mans Reed has reached the ancestral Fist Peak." The Rangers announced that they had engaged in battle with the vines. Qin Chang and Old Mormont exchanged a grave glance, each reflecting the weight of the situation in the other's eyes. He swiftly tucked the blood crystal into his cloak and hurried towards the commander's tower. This might be the opportune moment to persuade the wildlings to join forces. Inside the tower, Mormont was meticulously polishing his long-handled axe, the blade's cold glimmer reflecting off the old man's singular eye. After a prolonged silence following Qin Chang's proposal, he finally drove the axe into the ground. "How many men do you intend to take?" "None," Qin Chang replied, shaking his head. "It is more fitting for me to go alone." "Nonsense," Mormont erupted, rising abruptly, causing his cloak to sweep the parchment off the table. "Why would the wildlings trust you? If Mance Rayder wishes to kill you, you won't even have the chance to draw your sword. They are currently preoccupied," Qin Chang pointed out towards the window. "The vines of the first men can hold them at bay, but not for long. If I can find a way to counter the vines, even Mance Rayder will have to reconsider." He produced Lyren's map from his cloak and spread it across the table. "Moreover, I know a shortcut that can bypass the main battlefield. Mormont scrutinized the red line on the map for a long while before finally retrieving a bronze insignia from the wall, the mark of the Night's Watch's highest messenger. With this, the wildlings will recognize you, he said, his voice low. 3 days. If you do not return in 3 days, I shall consider you dead. Qin Chang accepted the insignia and pinned it to his chest. As he turned to descend the stairs, he collided with John. The boy, bearing Longclaw, had Ghost crouching at his feet, clearly intent on accompanying him. I am going with you. John's tone brooked no argument. Ghost could detect the location of the vines better than any map. Qin Chang hesitated to protest, but saw the same stubbornness in John's eyes that had once been in Eddards. He finally nodded, then keep up. The two, along with the wolf, departed from the Black Castle through a hidden path, leaving 3 lines of varying depths in the snowy ground. Ghost led the way, frequently pausing to nudge aside the snow with his nose, revealing the charred earth below, eroded by the vines. After a full day of travel, as they caught sight of the silhouette of the first Min's finger, Qin Chang signaled John to halt. In the sunset, the ruins of the abandoned fortress were cloaked in black vines, and the distant shouts of the wildlings mingled with the hissing of the vines, creating a haunting melody. Wait here. Qin Chang handed the blood crystal to John. If I am not back in half an hour, hurl this towards the densest cluster of vines. John tightened his grip on the blood crystal, his knuckles turning white. Be careful. Taking a deep breath, Qin Chang raised the Night's Watch insignia and approached the first Min's finger step by step. As he neared the fortress, 3 arrows whizzed past his ears, embedding themselves in the snow, their white fletchings still quivering. Drop your weapons, a hoarse voice commanded, followed by the emergence of a dozen wildlings armed with spears from behind the crumbling walls, led by a heavily scarred giant wielding a massive stone hammer. Qin Chang slowly raised his hands, the insignia gleaming in the sunset. I seek Mance Raider. I possess a means to combat the vines. The giant scoffed, spinning the hammer in his grip. Who believes the Night's Watch is nonsense? Just last month, we skinned a man bearing that insignia and hung him from our flagpole. At that moment, a commotion erupted deep within the fortress, accompanied by the anguished cries of the wild men. Vines suddenly surged forth from the ground, resembling massive black serpents that ensnared 2 torch-bearing wild men, dragging them instantaneously into the abyss. The burly man's complexion paled, and his stone hammer clattered to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Chang shouted, "This will be your fate. If you wish to survive, take me to Mance Raider." The wild men exchanged uncertain glances, and finally, the burly man gritted his teeth. "Follow me. If you dare to play tricks, I will shatter your skull first." As they navigated through the entwined vines, Qin Chang was struck by the overwhelming scent of blood. Numerous wild men hung suspended from the crumbling walls, their bodies pierced by roots, resembling dried meat, while dark liquid dripped from the roots onto the snowy ground, creating steaming black puddles. In the main hall of the fortress, Mance Raider stood before a colossal map made of beast hides, draped in a faded black cloak, his weathered face bearing greater signs of hardship than that of Mormont. Upon seeing Qin Chang, he let his wolf-bone staff thud against the floor. "How dare a Night's Watchman enter my camp alone? What is your business here?" Qin Chang met his gaze unwaveringly. "I possess a means to restrain the vines. In exchange, you will withdraw your forces for 3 days. And why should I trust you?" Scoffed the woman behind Mance Raider, her hair adorned with bones, wielding a bronze dagger. "Last month, your people pierced my brother's throat with dragonglass. And now you come to negotiate? Dragonglass can save your lives." Qin Chang produced a shard of dragonglass from his cloak and tossed it to Mance Raider. "Try using this to cut the vines. It will prove far more effective than your stone axes." Mance Raider caught the shard, and as his fingers brushed against it, a resounding cheer erupted from outside. A wild man tumbled in, exclaiming, "Chief, dragonglass. This stone can truly burn the vines." The hall fell into an immediate silence, all eyes fixated on the dragonglass in Mance Raider's hand. He toyed with the shard, a sudden grin spreading across his face. "Where do you want us to retreat to?" "South of Frostfang," Qin Chang replied, having already contemplated the location. "In 3 days, I shall return with more dragonglass, and we can discuss a long-term collaboration. And if you fail to return?" Mance Raider's staff paused momentarily. "Then you shall mount an assault on Black Castle." Qin Chang remained resolute. "Even if the Night's Watch perishes, we will drag you down with us to feed the vines." Mance Raider scrutinized him for a while before suddenly commanding his men, "Relay the order. The entire army shall withdraw." He turned to Qin Chang. The staff aimed menacingly at his throat. 3 days hence, before the sun sets, I expect to see dragonglass at the ancestor's fist. Should you bring one less shard, I shall take one of your fingers." As Qin Chang exited the main fortress, The sun sank below the horizon. White Wolf had followed him and unbeknownst to him. Now crouched beneath a crumbling wall, licking its paws. Beside it lay several severed vines, cleaved by dragonglass. Jon emerged from the shadows, snow dusting his shoulders. Did it go well? Indeed, Qin Chang replied, patting his shoulder, but we must hasten back to Black Castle. Gathering enough dragonglass within 3 days will not be an easy task. The trio, 2 men and a wolf, made their way back through the twilight. Their footprints quickly concealed by fresh snow. Qin Chang glanced back at the ancestor's fist, where the vines glimmered with an eerie blue light in the night, resembling countless watchful eyes. He was aware that this was merely a temporary peace, and the true tempest loomed ahead. Neither the wildlings, nor the vines, nor the Lannisters far away in King's Landing would permit him an easy passage along this path woven with ice and fire. Upon reaching the entrance of the secret passage, Jon suddenly halted, pointing at the blood crystal protruding from Qin Chang's embrace. Old Aemon claimed this thing would backfire? Qin Chang traced the contours of the blood crystal, the heat beneath his fingertips seeming to intensify. He chuckled softly. Someone must dare to test it. Suddenly, White Fang let out a low growl toward the depths of the passage, its golden eyes glinting in the darkness. Qin Chang tightened his grip on the dragonglass dagger, faintly perceiving a series of faint sounds emanating from within the passage, akin to something crawling through the stone crevices, accompanied by a slick, slithering noise. He exchanged a glance with Jon, and they simultaneously drew their weapons. The secret passage, shrouded in night, transformed into a gaping maw poised to consume them. Chapter 8. The terrifying sounds of the secret passage and the genesis of an alliance. The sounds within the passage grew increasingly distinct, imbued with a nauseating stickiness, as if countless tiny serpents were weaving through the stone seams. White Fang's fur bristled, a low warning rumbling from its throat. Its golden gaze fixated on the inky depths. Qin Chang clenched his dragonglass dagger and gestured for silence to Jon. The two retreated slowly, adopting a defensive stance back to back. The flickering light of the torch danced within the narrow passage, elongating their shadows against the damp stone walls, swaying like phantoms. What is it? Jon whispered, his voice low. It doesn't sound like the vines. Qin Chang remained silent, merely extending the torch forward. Where the light reached, he discerned scattered white scales upon the ground deep within the passage, resembling the shed skin of some reptile, yet significantly larger than ordinary snake scales. At that moment, a colossal creature lunged forth from the darkness with astonishing speed. Qin Chang barely had time to register its slick black form encrusted with mucus and a pair of eyes glimmering with an eerie green glow before it collided violently with the stone wall, sending his torch flying into a nearby puddle, extinguishing it instantly. The passage plunged into utter darkness, the roars of White Fang, Jon's furious shouts, and the creature's hissing blending into a cacophony. Enduring excruciating pain, Qin Chang groped for the fallen dragonglass dagger, only to encounter a patch of slick skin. Be careful, Jon bellowed, followed by the sharp clatter of metal meeting metal. Qin Chang realized that Jon had engaged the creature. Casting aside his pain, he relied on his memory of the passage's layout, lunging toward the source of the noise, flailing his arms until he grasped something solid. It was Jon's fallen claw sword sheath. He struck the sheath against the creature with force, eliciting a piercing scream as its assault momentarily faltered. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Qin Chang finally located the dragonglass dagger and plunged it toward the spot where he had touched the creature moments ago, embedding it deep within its flesh. The creature emitted a heart-wrenching shriek, thrashing violently, flinging Qin Chang away. He crashed to the ground, darkness enveloping him, nearly losing consciousness. At that moment, he noticed a faint glimmer of light on the distant stone wall, seemingly indicating another exit. Jon, over here, Qin Chang shouted, struggling to rise and sprinting towards the light. Hearing the call, Jon disregarded his battle with the creature and followed Qin Chang's lead. White Fang trailed closely behind, occasionally turning back to snarl at the beast, delaying its pursuit. The trio and their wolf stumbled through the narrow exit, discovering that they had emerged into a dense forest near the Black Castle. As they looked back, they realized the creature had not followed, merely emitting an enraged hiss at the entrance of the secret passage. Qin Chang sighed in relief, collapsing onto the snowy ground, only then noticing the sharp pain from a gash on his arm inflicted by the monster. What on earth was that? Jon panted as he too sat down, breathless. I have never encountered such a creature. Qin Chang shook his head. I do not know, but it seems to fear sunlight. He glanced at the sky. The sun was on the verge of rising. We must return to the Black Castle swiftly and inform Lord Mormont of this matter. Upon their return, daylight had fully broken. Qin Chang and Jon immediately sought out Mormont, recounting their harrowing experiences in the passage in meticulous detail. Mormont's expression grew exceedingly grave upon hearing their tale. It appears the vines not only have the ability to control corpses, but can also spawn new creatures, he stated solemnly. We must expedite the preparation of the dragonglass and send a team to seal the passage to prevent the creatures from escaping. The following 2 days saw a flurry of activity within the Black Castle. The Night's Watch scoured for dragonglass, while the craftsmen worked tirelessly to fashion it into arrows and shards. Qin Chang and John busied themselves not only with tending to their wounds, but also studying the materials concerning blood crystals and vines unearthed by old Maester Eamon. On the third morning, Qin Chang set out with 50 members of the Night's Watch and a cart laden with dragonglass, once more heading towards the ancestral Fist Peak. John, still nursing his arm injury, was left behind at the Black Castle. White Fang, however, insisted on accompanying Qin Chang, who, unable to refuse, brought the wolf along. Upon reaching the ancestral Fist Peak, Mance Rayder awaited them outside the fortress with the free folk. Upon seeing the dragonglass Qin Chang had brought, expressions of joy spread across the faces of the wildlings. Mance approached and clapped Qin Chang on the shoulder. The Night's Watch has kept its word this time. We are here to discuss cooperation, not to engage in trickery. Qin Chang replied, this dragonglass can temporarily fend off the vines, but to truly eradicate them, we must join forces. Mance nodded in agreement. I understand. The vines threaten not only your Night's Watch, but also us free folk. If we continue to fight amongst ourselves, we shall ultimately be consumed by these monsters. He paused, then continued, I can agree to a temporary alliance, but you must also concede to one condition. What condition? Qin Chang inquired. If we successfully repel the vines, your Night's Watch must allow us to cross the wall and seek refuge in the south, Mance said. A glimmer of hope in his eyes. Qin Chang pondered for a moment before responding. This matter is beyond my authority. I must consult with Lord Mormont. However, I assure you that I will make every effort to persuade him. Mansreed chuckled. Very well, I shall trust you this once. He turned to the wildlings behind him and commanded, bring forth the vine samples we have gathered. Let this night's watchman take a look. Soon, several wildlings approached, carrying a colossal segment of vine. This particular vine was thicker than any Qin Chang had encountered at Long Night Castle, adorned with peculiar fleshy nodules, within which something appeared to writhe. Qin Chang scrutinized the vine closely and suddenly noticed tiny holes on the nodules, faintly audible heartbeats emanating from within. Alarmed, he recalled the words of the elder scholar Iman. The vine can siphon human blood and foster new life. This thing is exceedingly dangerous, Qin Chang declared. We must devise a means to destroy it swiftly. We cannot allow it to spawn more abominations. Mansreed nodded in agreement. I share your sentiment. However, this entity is remarkably resilient. Ordinary blades cannot harm it, and even dragon crystal can merely temporarily stifle its growth. Qin Chang retrieved the blood crystal from his pocket, stating, perhaps this could be of assistance. He placed the blood crystal upon the vine, and at once, it erupted in a brilliant crimson light, causing the vine to thrash violently, emitting anguished screeches. The nodules burst one by one, releasing a dark, viscous fluid, while whatever lay within perished before it could fully form. The wildlings stood in stunned silence, and Mansreed displayed a look of astonishment. What is this? He inquired. It is blood crystal, a stone refined from dragon's blood by the Valyrians. Capable of countering blood magic creations, Qin Chang explained. Yet it can also backfire upon the user. It should not be employed lightly unless absolutely necessary. Mansreed nodded. I understand. It seems our collaboration will require more of such artifacts. Qin Chang smiled. Fear not. We shall find a way to procure additional blood crystals. But for now, we must first unite to eliminate the ancestral fist vine, and then deliberate our next course of action. Mansreed concurred, promptly instructing the wildlings to prepare torches and dragon crystals, ready to assault the ancestral fist vine alongside the Night's Watch. Qin Chang observed the scene before him, filled with a myriad of emotions. He recognized that this alliance was but temporary. Many challenges and adversities loomed ahead, yet at least they had taken their initial step. Just then, Bai Ling suddenly let out a low growl towards the north, her golden eyes brimming with vigilance. Qin Chang and Mansreed simultaneously turned their gaze to the north, where a dense mass was emerging on the distant horizon, advancing towards the ancestral fist vine. It is the others. Mansreed's expression changed dramatically. How could they be here? Qin Chang's heart sank. He understood that the true crisis had finally arrived. Chapter 9. Chaos at the Ancestral Fist Vine. As the vanguard of the others arrived at the Ancestral Fist Vine, Qin Chang and Mansreed were stationed behind a crumbling wall, counting dragon crystals. The first to sense the anomaly was Bai Ling, the Ice Wolf, who suddenly bristled, emitting a threatening growl from her throat. Her golden eyes reflecting the eerie blue glow spreading across the horizon. "It is the others." Mansred's voice tightened instantaneously as he hefted the stone hammer onto his shoulder. 3 days ahead of his expectations, Qin Chang's hand rested upon the dragonbone dagger at his waist, his gaze sweeping over the figures emerging from the icy plains. The armor of the others glimmered with frost flowers under the sun, followed by an uncountable horde of wights, their movements rigid yet exuding a cataclysmic aura. What alarmed him further was that the line of others did not charge towards the hiding places of the Night's Watch and the Free Folk, but instead lunged directly towards the dense vines atop the ancestral fist. "Are they attacking the vines?" a member of the Night's Watch exclaimed. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the leading other had raised its ice spear, the tip's ethereal blue glow slicing through the air, precisely piercing a robust main root. The vine emitted a shrill cry as the area struck by the ice spear swiftly froze, dark sap crystallizing and tumbling onto the snow-laden ground. Simultaneously, the vine's roots sprang forth like frantic serpents, ensnaring the foremost wight. Those already decayed corpses began to convulse and rise, veins bulging beneath their skin, their eyes transforming into the same obsidian hue as the vines. They were under the vine's control. They were vying for the corpses. Realization dawned on Qin Chang, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. The others were expanding their dominion through the wights, while the vines required living beings, or corpses, as sustenance. These two dark creations were fundamentally archenemies. Mansred spat, twirling the stone hammer in his grasp. Let them fight amongst themselves. It's a fitting spectacle of dogs biting dogs. He clapped Qin Chang on the shoulder. Let us seize the chaos to withdraw and alert the Black Castle. Yet, Qin Chang shook his head, his gaze fixed on the wights controlled by the vines. Their movements were more agile than ordinary wights, even evading the others' ice spears, clearly indicating that the vines could not only resurrect the dead, but also bestow a semblance of intelligence upon them. "We cannot retreat." He pointed at the slowly expanding roots of the vines. "Look, they are absorbing the wights' bodies to grow stronger. If we wait any longer, even if the others prevail, we will be faced with an even more terrifying monstrosity." Mansred stared at the ever-pulsating tumors on the main root of the vines, his expression growing increasingly grave. Within those tumors, the outlines of bones could faintly be discerned, as if gestating some new creation. "What do you propose we do?" "Assist the others," Qin Chang replied, producing a blood crystal from his cloak, the gem glimmering a dark red under the sunlight. "Let them both suffer." His plan was simple, yet brutal. The Night's Watch would use dragonglass arrows to suppress the expansion of the vines, while the Free Folk would maneuver to the flank, attacking the wights controlled by the vines with burning oils, forcing them to retreat towards the others' ranks, intensifying the conflict between the two. "You've lost your mind," Mansred's lieutenant bellowed. "Assist the others? Have you forgotten those of our kin they've slain? We either risk it now, or wait until the vines devour the others' wights, and we too become mere fodder for the tumors." Qin Chang's voice was cold. "Choose." Mansred fell silent for a moment before suddenly calling out to the Free Folk behind him. "Thor, take your men to fetch the oil barrels. The rest of you, follow me and ready the dragonglass." Qin Chang turned to the Night's Watch, commanding, "Aim for the main root of the vines. Upon my signal, release the arrows." As the first rocket enveloped in dragon crystal powder soared towards the vines, the battlefield underwent an instantaneous transformation. The searing heat of the dragon crystal clashed eerily with the frigid chill of the others, causing the roots of the vines to writhe in the flames, only to be frozen by the icy spears of the others, producing sounds akin to shattering glass. The corpses controlled by the vines were forced back by the flames, colliding into the ranks of the others, and the ensuing melee spiraled into chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Chang and a few companions slipped down the broken wall, stealthily advancing toward the heart of the vines deep within the ancestral peak. There, they discovered a primary root more robust than that of Long Night Fortress, its tendrils deeply entrenched in the ground, resembling the very heart of the fortress. "Can the blood crystal completely incinerate it?" a Night's Watchman asked nervously. Qin Chang gripped the blood crystal tightly, the heat at his fingertips nearly searing his skin. He recalled the words of old Aemon. The blood crystal would retaliate. Uncertain, yet compelled to try, he approached the primary root and soon realized that countless corpses were entwined within the tendrils. Some were Night's Watchmen, others wildlings, and even a few remnants of the others. Clearly, this entity had long begun to devour any life it could ensnare. Taking a deep breath, Qin Chang pressed the blood crystal forcefully against the primary root. An intense reaction erupted instantly. The blood crystal ignited like a spark in boiling oil. Emitting a blinding red light, the primary root began to throb violently, spewing forth black ichor that ignited a ghostly blue flame upon contact with the snow. The corpses entwined in the roots let out harrowing wails, as if their very souls were being scorched. "Retreat!" Qin Chang shouted as he fell back. The backlash from the blood crystal coursing through his arm, half his body feeling as if it were ablaze. The primary root erupted with a shriek, black shards scattering through the air, only to settle on the ground, as quickly transforming into ashes. As the core was destroyed, the entire vine structure of the ancestral peak began to wither, the corpses it controlled collapsing instantly, and the icy spears of the others lost their targets, resulting in a momentary chaos within their ranks. "We did it!" Mansred shouted from atop the broken wall. Yet, Qin Chang's expression darkened. He observed that a wisp of black smoke did not dissipate from the site of the explosion. Instead, it coalesced into a vague shadow, drifting towards the northern direction of the others, ultimately merging into the armor of the leading other. That other suddenly turned its head, its ghostly blue gaze piercing through the tumultuous battlefield, landing squarely on Qin Chang. "It has set its sights on us." Qin Chang's heart plummeted. The other did not pursue, but merely raised its icy spear, pointing southward, before slowly retreating back to the icy plains, accompanied by the remaining corpses. Their ranks were noticeably thinner than before. Yet there was an unsettling order to their withdrawal, as if they had achieved some purpose. Mansred approached Qin Chang. Observing the burn on his arm inflicted by the backlash of the blood crystal, his brow furrowed. "It seems that creature recognizes you." Qin Chang gazed in the direction the others had vanished, tightening his grip on the still warm blood crystal. Suddenly, it dawned on him that the destruction of the vine's core might not signify an end, but rather the onset of something new. The others had obtained something they desired from the annihilation of the vines. "Return to Black Castle," he rasped. "We must inform Mormont. The others are far more complex than we imagined." On the way back, silence enveloped them. The flames of the ancestral fist still flicker, casting a crimson hue across the sky, yet they fail to dissipate the chill that envelopes the hearts of the onlookers. Qin Chang understands that this chaotic skirmish is merely a prelude. The true terror lies in confronting the secrets behind the others and the tendrils, as well as the ominous shadow of the Seven Kings that perpetually looms over Westeros. Chapter 10. The deepening cracks of Black Castle. The path back to Black Castle is shrouded in twilight. Qin Chang's arm burns with a searing pain. The crimson marks left by the blood crystal spread like spiderwebs, tugging at his sinews with every movement. Mance Rayder has dispatched 10 of the fiercest wildlings to escort him, who, bearing the shattered ice spears of the others, walk silently along either side of the procession. The hostility in their gazes has faded, replaced with a complex mix of emotions, for it is this foreigner who has vanquished the troublesome tendrils with that peculiar blood crystal. White Fang remains steadfastly by Qin Chang's side, the direwolf's nose occasionally brushing against his wound, emitting a soothing low growl. The rangers sent by Jon encounter them midway, and upon witnessing Qin Chang's condition, promptly dismount. "Lord Mormont has been waiting for you at the tower all day," he bears urgent news. Upon entering Black Castle, Qin Chang neglects to tend to his injuries and strides directly towards the commander's tower. As he pushes the door open, he is met with the sight of Mormont slamming a roll of parchment onto the table. Old Maester Eamon sits nearby, his frail fingers tapping a dragonglass chess piece against the board. "You have finally returned," Mormont exclaims, his single eye bloodshot. He hurls the parchment at Qin Chang, revealing news from King's Landing. Robb Stark has declared himself king in the north at Riverrun and is now waging war against House Lannister. Qin Chang unfurls the parchment. The hasty scrawl indicating it is an urgent dispatch. Robb has rallied the lords of the Riverlands under the pretense of avenging Eddard's death, defeating Jaime Lannister's vanguard at the Green Fork, and is currently besieging Riverrun. Is he mad? Qin Chang gasps, raising his gaze. The Lannisters, with Tywin at the helm and the forces of King's Landing backing them, would easily outmatch Robb's meager army. The Stark whelps are inherently stubborn, Mormont grunts. To make matters worse, the news has reached Eastwatch. Catelyn has said that the Lannisters sent envoys, demanding that we Night's Watch maintain neutrality, offering 10 carts of dragonglass in exchange for the traitor Jon Snow. Qin Chang's heart sinks. The Lannisters are attempting a twofold strategy, eliminating Jon as a potential threat while sowing discord within the Night's Watch. The remnants of Alice Karstark's faction already view Jon with disdain, and this may incite further trouble. "Where's Jon?" he inquires. "At the training yard." Eamon replies with a sigh. A group from Thorne's faction provoked him, calling him the bastard brother of the king in the north. Jon could not restrain himself. A fight ensued. Qin Chang spins on his heels and rushes outside, only to find chaos reigning at the training yard. Jon is encircled by 5 Night's Watchmen, his left arm bleeding from a reopened wound, yet he wields his wooden sword with fierce precision. White Fang growls beside him, deterring anyone from approaching. Alice Karstark's lieutenant stands outside the circle, sneering. Indeed, a Stark through and through, resorting to blades at the slightest provocation. This is the honor of the Night's Watch? Cease this at once. Qin Chang shouted as he rushed in, pulling Jon behind him. Lord Mormont has ordered everyone to return to the barracks and await further instructions. The lieutenant narrowed his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the burn on Qin Chang's arm. Ah, is this not the Eastern nobleman who fraternizes with the wildlings? What's this? Having just triumphed alongside the others, you now wish to assume command of Castle Black? What did you say? Qin Chang's voice turned icy. Lord Mormont was already aware of the situation at the First Men's Fist. It was not your place to speak. And what of that knowledge? The lieutenant suddenly raised his voice, ensuring that all the Night's Watch could hear. Who knows if you have not struck a bargain with the others? Perhaps you have already sold the defenses of Castle Black to the wildlings. These words struck like a venomous thorn, piercing the hearts of all present. The Night's Watch had already harbored doubts about Qin Chang's origins, and with news of Robb's rebellion just heard, their gazes toward him and Jon became increasingly complex. Some even secretly gripping their sword hilts. Jon trembled with rage, held firmly by Qin Chang. Should we confront Lord Mormont? Qin Chang stared at the lieutenant. Perhaps you should draw your sword now and see if your steel is stronger than my dragonglass. He slowly drew his dragonglass dagger, its cold gleam reflecting the faces of those around him. The lieutenant's expression shifted, and with a huff, he departed with his men, leaving behind a final remark. Wait and see. The traitor will surely be hanged upon the wall. As the training grounds began to disperse, Jon whispered, they merely wish to force us out. If we leave, it will fulfill their desires. Qin Chang sheathed his dagger. Lord Mormont needs us. And Castle Black requires those capable of facing the vines and the others. He glanced at Jon's wound. Let us go to the infirmary. Old Aemon must be worried. In the infirmary, old Aemon was preparing a salve with dragonglass powder. Upon seeing the two enter, his clouded eyes turned to the burn on Qin Chang's arm. The backlash from the blood crystal is more severe than anticipated. He gently traced the red mark with his fingertips. This is consuming your vitality. It must no longer be used. But without the blood crystal, what shall we do when we encounter the root again? Qin Chang inquired. Old Aemon rummaged through a wooden box and retrieved a scroll of yellowed parchment adorned with complex runes. This is the purification sigil of Valyria. Drawn with dragonglass powder and combined with an obsidian dagger, it may serve as a temporary substitute for the blood crystal. He paused. However, it requires the blood of the living to activate. And what else? The runes will absorb part of the creator's memories. Aemon's voice lowered. The records indicate that the creator often forgets their most cherished people or things. Qin Chang fell silent, gazing at Jon, who was bent over. Wiping the blood from his wooden sword, the profile of his face bore a striking resemblance to Eddard. If I were to lose even these memories, what would be my significance in this world? At that moment, Pip rushed in, breathless, clutching a note. It's from Mance Raider's men. They say new traces of the vines have been discovered near Frostfinger, stranger than those at the First Men's Fist. Qin Chang unfolded the note, which bore but a single line. The vines are cocooning, as if to hatch something. He abruptly glanced out the window. The night sky beyond the Great Wall was adorned with a waning moon, casting an eerie light over the snow-covered expanse, which lay in haunting silence as if countless eyes were lurking in the darkness. He understood that, whether he wished it or not, he must swiftly master the art of the purification array. The vines that were cocooning themselves were likely more urgent and more perilous than the schemes of the others and the Lannisters. Chapter 11. The stirring of Frostfang. The note delivered by Pip was clenched tightly in Qin Chang's palm, the rough edges of the parchment nearly worn through by the pressure of his knuckles. The phrase vines cocooning pierced his mind, bringing forth images of the bulging tumors at the root of Long Night Castle that surged into his thoughts. The sight of those unformed appendages writhing was enough to send chills down his spine. Should they truly cocoon and hatch, the consequences would be unimaginable. Has Lord Mormont been informed? Qin Chang inquired, his voice still laced with lingering coldness as he lifted his gaze. Pip's freckled face flushed under the torchlight. I just came from the command tower. The Lord is speaking with a few old soldiers, and it seems he intends to send someone to Frostfang. As Qin Chang was about to respond, the frail hand of old Maester Aemon rested upon his shoulder. Your burns have yet to scab, and the backlash from the blood crystal has not subsided. The elder's voice was as light as a feather, but carried an undeniable weight. To venture to Frostfang at this moment would be to gamble with one's life. Jon interjected, I shall go. I am familiar with the terrain, and Ghost can assist in scouting the path. Qin Chang turned his gaze to the bandage on John's left arm, which was still seeping blood. You cannot go. He shook his head. There are already watchers keeping an eye on you. Acting alone would only provide them with a handle to grasp. He paused. Let Mance Raider's men scout further. We must prepare on our end. No sooner had he spoken than Mormont entered, snowflakes clinging to his cloak. Qin, you have arrived at the right moment. The elder placed a scroll of parchment upon the table. I have conferred with the old soldiers. You and John shall lead a team to Frostfang. Though Mance's men are familiar with the land, they lack understanding of the vine's true nature. With you there, it will be more secure. Qin Chang wished to decline, but was interrupted by Mormont's wave of his hand. I understand your concerns. This time, let a few of Elisha's men accompany you. They must see for themselves whether you are truly as they say. Qin Chang recognized Mormont's intent. It was both a mission and a means to silence dissent. He nodded, agreed. But we must bring sufficient dragonglass and the materials for drawing the purification array. Take whatever dragonglass you require from the armory. Let old Eamon prepare the rune materials for you, Mormont instructed, removing a copper whistle from his waist. In case of an emergency, blow this, and the cavalry from Eastwatch will come to your aid. In the subsequent 2 days, Qin Chang tended to his arm's burns while learning from old Eamon how to draw the purification array. The Valyrian runes twisted and turned. One wrong stroke would render all efforts futile, and any slight deviation could ignite disaster. He often lingered in the armory until the late hours. His fingertips stained black with graphite, seeping into the crevices of his nails, leaving a permanent mark. John busied himself with selecting individuals and gathering supplies, deliberately choosing several of the Night's Watchmen who had previously looked down upon Qin Chang, including Elisha's lieutenant. It was best for them to witness the truth with their own eyes. The young man polished his long claws, the glint of the blades reflecting in his eyes, sparing him the need to heed the whispers behind him. On the eve of departure, Qin Chang practiced inscribing runes in a corner of the armory, the flickering torchlight casting shifting shadows across his face. Old Eamon sat across from him, idly toying with a dragon crystal chess piece. Pensive thoughts? The elder suddenly inquired. Qin Chang set down the graphite, his fingertips still trembling. The purification array requires the blood of the living, and it must absorb memories. Is it truly worth it? Old Eamon paused for a moment before slowly responding. In times of chaos, some sacrifices must be made. But remember, regardless of what you forget, the balance in your heart must remain intact. He hesitated. I am aging, and many things have become hazy in my memory, yet I still recall the Night Watchman's oath. The vow to protect this great wall. That is sufficient. Qin Chang nodded and picked up the graphite once more. The following morning, the group assembled at the city gate. 30 individuals comprised of an equal number of Night Watchmen and wildlings, with John and Qin Chang positioned in the center, while Bai Ling darted about the front and back of the formation. Elisha's deputy trailed behind, occasionally casting a disdainful glance at Qin Chang, a sneer tugging at his lips. Frost and snow loomed over them, harsher than the ancestors' fist, with barren rocks scattered about, and the wind-whipped snow stung like daggers against their faces. After 3 days of arduous travel, they finally arrived at the valley spoken of by Mance Raider. From a distance, the valley appeared to be littered with large cocoons, each as tall as a person, their surfaces coated in a viscous black substance, with something inside stirring faintly. Vines ensnared the cocoons like a web, wrapping the entire valley in a suffocating embrace. What is that? A wildling's voice trembled, nearly dropping his stone spear. Qin Chang unsheathed his dragonbone dagger and cautiously approached. As he neared the closest cocoon, it suddenly writhed violently, fissures appearing on its surface, and a claw encased in black armor emerged. Almost immediately, more cracks spread, and countless hands reached out from the cocoons, seemingly intent on dragging him in. It's a ghoul, Qin Chang shouted. These cocoons are filled with ghouls. No sooner had he spoken than the cocoons exploded, releasing a horde of ghouls ensnared in vines, charging toward the group. These ghouls were more ferocious than any encountered before, the vines lashing about like whips, their eyes glowing with a sinister green light. Form a line. Use the dragon crystals, John commanded, drawing forth his long claws, the blade's shimmer slicing through the snowy haze. The Night Watchmen and wildlings quickly formed a circle, brandishing their dragon crystal spears at the ghouls. Crouching in the snow, Qin Chang swiftly drew runes, slicing his fingertip with the dagger, allowing his blood to drip onto the center of the rune. The moment the blood seeped into the graphite lines, the purification array erupted with golden light, the runes swirling as if alive. A wave of heat surged forth from the array, sweeping across the ghouls, causing the vines to wither instantly. and the corpses to dissolve into putrid sludge. Alicia's deputy stood outside the circle, his mouth agape in shock. The earlier disdain vanished from his face. The battle did not last long. The valley soon became a graveyard of ghoul remains and withered vines. Exhausted, Qin Chang slumped onto the snow, every ounce of energy drained. His mind feeling as though a vital piece had been hollowed out, leaving an unsettling emptiness, as if he had forgotten something crucial. John offered him a water flask. "Are you all right?" Qin Chang shook his head, taking a sip of the cold water. "We must hurry back to relay the news, so that Mormont and Mance can prepare at once. These vines are incubating something far more formidable. One must not be complacent." John nodded and began to arrange the return journey. Elisha's assistant approached, scraping his foot in the snow. "I was wrong before. I shouldn't have made baseless assumptions." Qin Chang smiled faintly. "Let us not dwell on that now. We must hasten our steps." As the group retraced their path, Qin Chang glanced back at the valley of Frost Snow Tooth, the wind whipping snowflakes into his collar, chilling him to the bone. He touched the burn on his arm, still throbbing with a dull pain, while the emptiness in his mind grew increasingly vivid. It felt as though he had forgotten someone or something important. But the specifics eluded him. Chapter 12. Emptiness and fractures. The return journey proved more arduous than the initial passage. The wind lashed snowflakes against his face, stinging like needles. Qin Chang tightened his cloak, the cold air aggravating the burn on his arm, which flared with a multitude of sharp pains, akin to countless fine needles piercing his flesh. He couldn't shake the sensation of hollowness in his mind, as if a portion had been excised, with a pressing matter weighing on his heart that he could not recall. "What are you thinking?" John asked, riding beside him, while White Fang ran ahead, occasionally turning back to nuzzle Qin Chang's boot. The youth's left arm was still bandaged, blood seeping through and leaving faint crimson trails in the snow. Qin Chang shook his head, his throat tightening. Nothing. He wanted to express that he felt he had forgotten something, but the words caught in his throat. It was a peculiar sensation, as if a fog shrouded his memories. Impenetrable and elusive. Elisha's assistant followed behind, maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far. Ever since witnessing the might of the purification array in the valley, he had refrained from making any cutting remarks, though a lingering doubt occasionally flickered in his glances. After 2 days of travel, the group set camp in a sheltered hollow. The night watchman gathered dry branches to kindle a fire, which crackled and popped, casting a warm glow on everyone's faces. Qin Chang sat beside the flames, absent-mindedly rubbing a shard of dragon crystal between his fingers. "You seem preoccupied," John remarked, offering a piece of charred bread. "Is the backlash of the purification array still troubling you?" Qin Chang took a bite of the bread, which was dry and hard to swallow. "Perhaps," he replied vaguely, his gaze drifting to the wild people across the fire. They were wrapping their frost-bitten feet in animal hides, murmuring softly, occasionally adding wood to the flames. Suddenly, one of the wild men sprang to his feet, his stone spear clattering to the ground. "Something's amiss," he shouted, pointing towards the snow slope beyond the hollow. "I sensed movement just now." Instantly, silence enveloped the group, hands instinctively reaching for weapons. White Fang perked her ears, emitting a low growl, her golden eyes fixed intently on the slope. Qin Chang's heart raced as he gripped his dragonbone dagger tightly. He strained to listen. Amidst the wind, he discerned faint, scrabbling sounds, reminiscent of something crawling through the snow, sticky and akin to what he had heard in the dark passages of Long Night Castle. "Be on guard," John commanded, drawing his longsword. Just then, several dark shapes tumbled down the slope, splattering upon impact with a sickening thud, releasing a foul, black ichor. They were the fleshy tumors of the vines. As Qin Chang's voice echoed, the fleshly tumors ruptured, releasing countless tendrils that slithered towards the bonfire like venomous serpents. "Dragon crystal," Qin Chang shouted, hurling fragments into the fray, which ignited the tendrils in an ethereal blue flame. The night watchmen and the wildlings brandished their spears as the dragon crystal's brilliance illuminated the snow-laden ground. Yet, the tendrils were relentless, for every wave consumed by fire. Another surged forth, swiftly weaving through the snow-esque crevices until they ensnared a young night watchman's ankle. "Ah!" The watchman screamed in agony, thrashing his legs desperately. But to no avail. The tendrils burrowed into his flesh like leeches, and his skin darkened at an alarming rate. Qin Chang lunged forward, severing the tendrils with his blade and pressing the dragon crystal fragment onto the wound. Amidst the hissing of the burning flesh, the dark marks began to fade slightly. But the watchman collapsed to the ground, his face as pale as parchment. "They are pursuing us from the teeth of frost and snow," John shouted. "They are following us." Suddenly, Elisha's lieutenant interjected, his voice taut. "Not just them. Look over there." Qin Chang turned his gaze upwards, only to see countless pairs of eerie green eyes glowing ominously in the darkness above the snow slope, densely packed like a field of ghostly flames. They were the corpses controlled by the tendrils, converging from all directions. Retreat to the hollow of the mountain, Qin Chang commanded. There is but a single entrance. Easy to defend. The group fought their way back, flames flickering precariously as sparks rained down onto the snow, extinguishing in an instant. Qin Chang fell behind, continually severing the pursuing tendrils with the dragon crystal, the burns on his arm throbbing painfully as cold sweat trickled down his brow. Upon reaching the innermost recess of the hollow, Qin Chang suddenly halted. The stone wall bore engravings reminiscent of purification runes, albeit worn and weathered by time. His heart raced, and a shroud of fog in his mind seemed to dissipate. He felt an uncanny familiarity with these runes. Not from old Iman's parchment, but from an even earlier time. Don't dawdle. John yanked him back to reality. The corpses are charging, snapping back to focus. Qin Chang clenched his teeth. He retrieved graphite and a dagger, crouching before the stone wall to hastily redraw the runes. His fingers trembled violently. The backlash from the blood crystal still tormented him, and he nearly faltered several times. Use blood. Old Iman's words surged into his mind. Qin Chang sliced his fingertip, allowing droplets of blood to fall onto the runes. This time, the purification array emitted not golden light, but a blinding crimson glow. The runes came to life, spreading along the stone wall to form a scarlet barrier at the hollow's entrance. The first corpse to charge met the barrier and was instantly reduced to ash, leaving no trace behind. All present were left in stunned silence, including Elisha's lieutenant. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately tightened his grip on his spear. Beyond the barrier, the tendrils and corpses continued to howl, yet could not penetrate the barrier. Exhausted, Qin Chang slumped to the ground, feeling utterly drained. The void in his mind expanding. He gazed at the runes on the wall, suddenly feeling an overwhelming sense of familiarity, as though he had drawn them countless times long ago. Who are you truly? Elisha's lieutenant asked suddenly, his voice devoid of prior hostility, replaced instead by pure curiosity. Qin Chang opened his mouth, but could not articulate a word. He wished to convey that he was a university student from another world, yet the words stuck in his throat. It seemed as though he could scarcely recall his own origins. The fire rekindled, burning with a fiercer intensity than before. The night watchman and the wild man huddled together for warmth, silence enveloping them, punctuated only by the relentless howls from beyond the barrier. Sitting before the stone wall, Qin Chang's fingertips traced the ancient runes, a profound emptiness settling in his heart. He felt as if he had forgotten much, though the specifics eluded him. This sensation was far more terrifying than confronting the vines and the corpse demons, akin to traversing a shadowy path through thick fog, uncertain whether the ground beneath his feet was solid or a precipice. John approached silently, offering him a piece of dried meat. The youth asked no questions, merely patting his shoulder gently, a gesture imbued with an indescribable reassurance. Qin Chang bit into the jerky, which was as hard as stone. He gazed into the darkness beyond the barrier, suddenly gripped by an unsettling premonition that this amnesia might not be coincidental. The vines, the runes. And he himself appeared to be ensnared by an invisible thread, the end of which lay within the memories he could not retrieve. The wind continued to howl. Snow continued to fall, and the cacophony of roars outside the barrier resonated tirelessly, as if urging something to unfold. Qin Chang tightened his grip on the dragonbone dagger, the chill of the blade penetrating his palm, granting him a moment of clarity. Regardless of what he had forgotten, the imperative remained to survive. Chapter 13. The barrier and shadows. The fire in the valley gradually diminished, leaving behind only smoldering embers that cast a dim red glow on the stone wall adorned with ancient runes. The relentless roars from beyond the barrier persisted, intertwining with the crackling sounds of vines striking the snowy ground and the hissing of the corpse demons, forming an impenetrable web that ensnared all within this confined space. Leaning against the stone wall, Qin Chang's fingertips glided over the ancient runes. The stone was cold, yet the engravings still held a faint warmth, reminiscent of having recently been heated by fire. He closed his eyes, attempting to seize the fleeting fragments flitting through his mind, a blurry figure turning the pages of a book, the script resembling these runes, but as he tried to scrutinize further, the figure dissipated. Are you still pondering those runes? John inquired, approaching with a piece of beast-hide wrapped sustenance, the jerky provided by the wild man, sufficient to stave off hunger. Qin Chang took a bite, tough and dry, with a hint of a metallic taste. Do you not find it peculiar? He murmured. How could there be a purification array in this valley? It is as if someone anticipated trouble here. John gazed into the darkness beyond the barrier. Strange occurrences abound near the wall, he replied thoughtfully. Old Night's Watchmen say there are places even the White Walkers avoid. He paused, turning to Qin Chang. Has your memory not returned yet? Qin Chang shook his head, the hollow feeling within him intensifying. He began to question whether his arrival in this world was somehow linked to these runes. At that moment, Elisha's lieutenant suddenly rose, pointing his spear at the barrier. Look, he exclaimed. Everyone turned their gaze, witnessing the red glow at the edge of the barrier dimming, as if diluted by some unseen force. The vines near the barrier ceased to be reduced to ash, instead withering at a visible pace, then crumbling into black powder that drifted through the cracks of the barrier. It is being consumed. Qin Chang felt a tightening in his heart as the tendrils launched a suicidal assault, seeking to deplete the power of the runes. As his words fell, a small section of the red light at the edge of the barrier extinguished with a pop, revealing a gap the size of a fist. A chilling wind, laden with snowflakes and a foul stench, surged in. A hand of a corpse demon reached through the breach, its nails long and dark, scraping against the stone with a grating sound. Block it, Jon shouted, swinging his sword. The cold light of the blade flashed, severing the hand, and black ichor splattered onto the ground, rising in wisps of white smoke. The night watchmen and wildlings immediately surrounded the gap, firmly holding it with shields and spears. Qin Chang crouched before the stone wall, desperately infusing the runes with his own blood, but the droplets from his fingertips were absorbed before they could make much difference. The red glow of the runes barely brightening. The backlash from the blood crystals still lingered, making his head spin and his vision blur. This cannot continue, Elisha's lieutenant exclaimed. The gap will only grow larger. Gritting his teeth, an idea suddenly flashed through Qin Chang's mind. Old Iman had said that the purification array required the blood of the living to activate, but he hadn't specified that it had to come from a single person. He glanced at those around him. Everyone, let your blood fall upon the runes. Quickly. No one hesitated. The night watchmen used daggers to slice their palms, while the wildlings pierced their fingertips with stone spear tips. Bright red droplets fell onto the ancient runes, instantly absorbed. This time, the red glow of the runes flared to life, like a heated brand, spreading along the stone wall to seal the gap once more. Even brighter than before. A piercing wail echoed from beyond the barrier, as if countless tendrils were wilting simultaneously. Qin Chang collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. He looked at the now vibrant red runes and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity, as if many years ago he had stood alongside a group of people, using his blood to activate something. Yet, the specifics of where and with whom eluded him. It seems effective, murmured a wildling, his voice tinged with the relief of surviving a near catastrophe. Elisha's lieutenant approached Qin Chang, for the first time offering a water flask. Drink some water. His tone remained stiff, but the doubt in his eyes had considerably lessened. Qin Chang accepted the flask and took a few sips. The cold water coursed down his throat, alleviating some of his dizziness, though only temporarily. This won't last, he stated. If the tendrils can devise a suicidal assault once, they will surely attempt another. We must find a way to break through. Break through where? The lieutenant inquired. Outside lies a legion of corpse demons and tendrils. Qin Chang directed his gaze deeper into the mountain hollow, where the stone wall appeared darker, resembling a natural indentation. There might be a way out. He recalled that Ryland's map had indicated numerous naturally formed caves near the Great Wall, some of which could lead to the other side of the mountain. Jon immediately nodded. I'll go take a look. He patted the head of the snow wolf. Stay close to me. The dire wolf emitted a low growl and followed Jon into the darkness of the mountain hollow. The remaining individuals stood guard at the barrier, silence enveloping them, save for the occasional crackle of burning charcoal. Qin Chang leaned against the stone wall, closing his eyes, attempting to grasp those fleeting shards of memory. It seemed as though he beheld a city engulfed in flames, the sky painted in hues of crimson, and familiar voices calling his name, yet their words remained indistinct. Time passed, though how long he could not tell, when suddenly, Bai Ling emerged from the darkness, growling towards the depths of the valley, her tail wagging vigorously. Jon had been found. Qin Chang felt a surge of joy within him as he struggled to rise. Everyone armed themselves, following Bai Ling deeper into the valley. The further they ventured, the colder it became. The ice on the stone walls thickened, and the rubble beneath their feet transformed into a hard layer of ice. After traversing for what felt like the duration of an incense stick, a faint glimmer appeared ahead, the light of a torch held aloft by Jon. There's a hole here. Jon's voice echoed from the front, indicating an opening large enough for a single person to crawl through, beyond which appeared to be empty. Qin Chang approached and confirmed that indeed there was a narrow passage in the stone wall, shrouded in darkness, where the sound of wind could be heard. carrying a damp chill. "Let us send someone to scout ahead," suggested Alicia's deputy. A young Night's Watchman volunteered. "I will go." He grasped the torch and cautiously crawled into the hole, quickly disappearing from view. Everyone held their breath, anxiety gripping their hearts. After approximately 15 minutes, a shout emerged from the passage. "Safe? There is a vast cavern beyond, leading to the other side of the mountain." A collective sigh of relief escaped the group. "Proceed in an orderly fashion. The Night's Watch will lead, followed by the wildlings, and I will bring up the rear," Qin Chang instructed. The procession began to navigate the cave with methodical precision. As Qin Chang positioned himself at the back, he glanced back at the barrier. The red glow remained bright. Yet in the darkness beyond, something seemed to shift swiftly, imbued with a bone-chilling coldness, neither vines nor wights. A knot of fear tightened in his chest as he recalled the words of Mance Raider's messenger. "The others are gathering at the Frostfangs." "Hurry," Qin Chang urged. Diving into the tunnel himself, crawling through the narrow passage, he emerged into a vast cavern, where stalactites hung from the ceiling like sharp swords. The icy floor reflected the torchlight, dazzling to the eye. "This way." The scouting Night's Watchman beckoned. "I see the exit." The group continued forward, their footsteps echoing in the cavern, amplifying the emptiness around them. In the midst of the throng, Qin Chang felt an unsettling sensation, as if unseen eyes were fixated upon him, sending chills down his spine. He turned to look back. The depths of the cavern were shrouded in blackness, devoid of any discernible form. Just then, the foremost Night's Watchman halted abruptly, his voice trembling. "The exit is blocked." Everyone rushed forward, only to find the cavern's exit obstructed by a thick layer of ice, within which countless black vines were frozen, resembling snakes trapped in ice, tightly sealing the passage. "It's the vines." Qin Chang's heart sank to the depths. They had anticipated our route. Alicia's deputy's face turned ashen as he thrust his spear into the ice, leaving only a pale mark. "It cannot be broken. It is too hard." The temperature within the cavern plummeted suddenly, the flames of the torches dimming, turning a ghostly blue. Qin Chang shivered, feeling a chill reminiscent of the presence of the others. He abruptly turned around and beheld, deep within the dark recesses of the cavern, a pair of eerie blue eyes slowly advancing toward him. It was not just one, but many, arranged in a precise formation, their movements slow yet exuding an irresistible pressure. The others had indeed followed them here. The Night's Watch and the wildlings immediately raised their weapons, standing back to back. Whiteling bristled, growling threateningly at those spectral blue eyes, emitting a menacing roar from deep within its throat. Qin Chang gripped his dragonglass dagger tightly, his palms slick with sweat. As he gazed at the advancing others, a sudden realization struck him. It felt as if a string in his mind had been plucked. He seemed to have encountered these specters before, not at the ancestral peak, nor at Frostfang, but in a time long past, in an equally frigid place. The others halted their advance, and the leader raised its icy spear, the tip aimed directly at Qin Chang. Its armor was encrusted with thick layers of ice, its face devoid of expression, save for those haunting blue eyes, which appeared to scrutinize him, as if seeking confirmation of something. Qin Chang's heart raced. He was uncertain why the others had fixated on him, yet he could sense that their target was none other than himself. The light of the torches dimmed, and the chill within the cavern grew heavier. As Qin Chang stared at the icy spear held by the leader, a memory flickered to life, a recollection of a tattered book he had once seen, its illustrations strikingly similar to the shape of that spear. When the icy spear pointed at Qin Chang, the air in the cavern seemed to freeze. The blue flame of the torch flickered violently, casting reflections off the icicles that adorned the stalactites, creating a mosaic of glimmering cold light, akin to shards of broken glass scattered upon the ground. The Night's Watchman instinctively raised his dragonglass spear, but was restrained by Qin Chang. He fixated on the spear, observing its curvature, the patterns of ice, and even the black crystal embedded at its base, all aligning perfectly with the illustrations from the old book in his fragmented memories. His heart thundered in his chest, and the fog in his mind seemed to part before the piercing light of the spear. He had seen this very spear before, in a forgotten scene where it was thrust into the snow, beside a frost-covered corpse. "Do not engage." Qin Chang's voice trembled slightly, surprising even himself with his composure. The line of others neither advanced nor retreated. The leader maintained its stance, the blue gaze lingering on Qin Chang's face for a moment before gradually shifting to the stone wall behind him. There remained faint crimson markings of a purification array, remnants of blood that had been dragged from the ravine. As the shadow of the icy spear swept across those marks, the wall emitted a sizzling sound, and the faint crimson markings dimmed as if doused by cold water. A layer of white mist appeared upon the other's armor, indicating their trepidation toward this runic symbol. "They fear the purification array," Jon murmured, tightening his grip on his longsword. Qin Chang remained silent, his attention drawn to the leader of the others, whose fingers lightly tapped on the icy spear. The rhythm bore a striking resemblance to the sequence of strokes in the purification array's runes. This was no coincidence. He slowly retreated a step, his back pressing against the frigid stone wall, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the faint crimson markings. At that moment, his mind erupted with an image. In the snow, countless whites encircled a black stone adorned with intricate runes, the shadows of ice spears forming complex patterns upon its surface. A cloaked figure stood before the stone, clutching a blood crystal and reciting an arcane incantation. The voice was eerily familiar, as if it were his own. "Who exactly are you?" Elisha's lieutenant bellowed in his ear, fear lacing his tone. Qin Chang opened his mouth, but could not utter a word. Suddenly, the ranks of whites shifted, the leader lowering its ice spear and stepping aside to reveal a path. At the end of this passage lay another opening deep within the ice cave, where the frozen layer, entwined in vines, cracked open, allowing a glimmer of light to seep through. "Are they clearing a way for us?" Everyone stood in stunned silence. Even the dire wolf, Ghost, had retracted its hostility, warily observing the whites, its low growl transforming into a whimper. "Shall we proceed?" Jon glanced at Qin Chang, uncertainty etched in his gaze. Qin Chang studied the path opened by the whites, then glanced at the exit sealed by the vines. The black ichor from the vines was seeping through the crevices of the ice, emitting a hissing sound as it corroded the stone, evidently more urgent in its desire to bring about their demise than the whites. "We must go." He gritted his teeth and stepped forward. As he passed the leading white, he caught a familiar scent, not the cold of ice and snow, nor the metallic tang of the vines, but a mingling of dragon crystal and ash, reminiscent of the burning library he had traversed through. Suddenly, the ice spear of the white shifted, grazing his arm and sending a chill coursing through him. The burn on his arm flared painfully, the crimson mark left by the blood crystal feeling as if it were alive with heat. Qin Chang looked down, astonished to see that the pattern of the red mark aligned perfectly with the icy engravings on the white spear. A low, rumbling growl emanated from the throat of the leading white, as though it were conveying a message. Though Qin Chang could not comprehend its words, an inexplicable understanding dawned upon him. Head south. As they traversed through the ranks of whites, none dared to lift their gaze. Those ghostly blue eyes sparkled like cold stars, suspended in darkness, devoid of malice. It wasn't until they had ventured quite far that Qin Chang dared to look back, observing the whites reassembling into formation. Their ice spears pointed resolutely at the exit blocked by the vines, seemingly standing guard behind them. "Are they assisting us?" A wildling could not contain himself, his voice trembling. No one had an answer. The entrance to the depths of the cave was more spacious than anticipated. Crawling out, they found themselves on a steep snow slope, the beacon of the black castle flickering in the distance like a dim star. "We are almost there." Jon exhaled in relief, Ghost already racing down the slope. Yet Qin Chang remained rooted in place, his fingers brushing against the searing red mark on his arm, the vision from the snowy landscape resurfacing once more. This time, he discerned clearly. The black stone was inscribed not with a purification array, but with a far more intricate set of runes, a spiral insignia etched at its corners, identical to the one on his chest. "What is it?" Jon called back to him. Qin Chang shook his head and continued downwards. Snowflakes stung his face, causing him to wince in pain. He suddenly recalled the words of old bachelor Aemon. Some memories are not forgotten, but sealed away. The spiral mark, the ice spear, and the actions of the others acted as keys, prying open the past that had been locked away. What lay behind those keys was likely far more terrifying than the vines and the others. As he approached the black castle, Qin Chang abruptly halted. He gazed at the shadow that stretched across the sky from the Great Wall, finally remembering what he had forgotten. In the final moment before his crossing, when the library's shelves collapsed, the old book he clutched bore the outline of the Great Wall and a small inscription. "When ice meets fire, the seal shall break." The wind whisked by, carrying snowflakes that whispered like soft murmurs. Qin Chang tightened his grip on the dragonbone dagger, its cold blade sharpening his senses. Regardless of what lay behind the seal, he had to press on. As long as the Great Wall stood, so must he. Chapter 15. Beacon Fire and Secrets. The beacon fire of the Black Castle flickered in the twilight, resembling a weary eye. As Qin Chang and his party approached the castle gate, the knight's watchman lowered his spear slightly, his anxiety overshadowing his vigilance. Clearly concerned about the dangers lurking in the valley, Morn stood inside the gate, snow still clinging to his cloak, his single eye gleaming fiercely in the torchlight. I feared you would not return, he said, his voice heavy yet laced with a barely perceptible tremor. His gaze sweeping over the bloodstains on each individual before finally resting on the burn on Qin Chang's arm. We encountered some trouble, Qin Chang replied succinctly. The vines pursued us relentlessly and blocked our retreat. He paused, adding, it was the others who cleared our path in the end. At these words, the Night's Watchman erupted in disbelief. The others? How could they assist us? Surely there must be some treachery afoot. Alizar's deputy opened his mouth to speak, but merely thudded his spear against the ground. Despite witnessing the events firsthand, he still felt as if trapped in a nightmare. Morn waved a hand to quell the uproar. Let us adjourn to the tower. The fire in the commander's tower blazed brightly, the pine crackling merrily. Qin Chang shed his frozen cloak, watching the flames dance upon the logs, and suddenly recalled the azure torches in the cavern. Old Bachelor Aemon sat in a corner in a rocking chair, his fingers fiddling with a dragon crystal chess piece. Upon hearing the others cleared our path, his frail fingers paused. They did not harm you? Morn poured a cup of hot ale and pushed it toward Qin Chang. No, Qin Chang replied, accepting the cup as warmth spread through his palm. The leading other pointed its ice spear at me, then stepped aside, as if guiding us. He remembered the frost patterns on the spear, reminiscent of the runes in the purification array. Old Aemon suddenly spoke. The ancient texts of the Night's Watch mention that the Ice God and the Light King share a common origin, both creations of the Seven Emperors. His voice floated lightly, as if coming from afar, suggesting that perhaps the others and the vines were meant to balance each other. Qin Chang's heart raced. Are you implying that they are both creations of the Seven Emperors? Merely a conjecture, Aemon mused, picking up the ice wolf piece from the chessboard. Just as the Night's Watch and the Free Folk were meant to guard the Great Wall together, yet have been at odds for centuries. As they spoke, Pip burst through the door, clutching a crumpled piece of parchment, his face as pale as snow. My lord, a message from King's Landing. Mormont took the parchment, his single eye scanning the lines before he suddenly smashed his cup to the ground, ale splattering everywhere. The Lannisters have gone mad. The old man's voice trembled. Joffrey has ordered that Eddard Stark's head be displayed on the city gates. Jon sprang to his feet, his hand gripping the hilt of Longclaw tightly, his knuckles turning white. My father. His voice faltered, unable to continue. The news struck Robb like a thunderclap. According to the original trajectory, Eddard was indeed doomed. Yet when the news finally landed, it felt suffocating. He glanced at Jon, whose shoulders trembled, the light in his eyes dimming like a flame extinguished by the bitter wind and snow. Does Robb know? He asked hoarsely. The news says the North is in chaos. Pip's voice quivered with tears. Robb Stark has gathered all the lords at River Run, vowing to march south with an army to avenge Lord Eddard. A heavy silence enveloped the tower, broken only by the crackling of the fire in the hearth. Robb met Jon's tense profile and suddenly recalled the boy's declaration on the ancestral peaks, that the Starks never retreat. He understood that once the fires of war ignited in the north, the wall's defenses would inevitably falter. Half of the Night's Watch hailed from the north, and they could not stand idly by while their homeland was consumed by flames. As anticipated, chaos erupted at the Black Castle the following morning. A dozen Night's Watchmen of northern descent knelt before the commander's tower, beseeching Mormont to allow them to return home to fight. Alias's faction fanned the flames of dissent. The Night's Watch should not meddle in the affairs of the Seven Kingdoms. These men merely wished to flee. My brother is with Lord Robb's army, a young Night's Watchman cried, eyes glistening with anger. My father died in King's Landing. I cannot bear to watch my brother perish. Jon stood at the edge of the crowd, fists clenched tightly. Robb approached him, gently patting his arm. Do not act impulsively. They are right. Jon's voice was hoarse. My father is dead, my brother seeks vengeance, and I am left here to watch. If you leave, who will defend the wall? Robb looked at him intently. Do not forget, the others and the wildlings still await beyond. If the wall fell, even if the North triumphed over the Lannisters, it would be overrun by the dead. Jon fell silent, Ghost nudging his hand as if to offer comfort. Ultimately, Mormont did not grant the Night's Watchman's request, but neither did he punish them. He merely instructed them to return to their quarters for reflection. The old man stood atop the wall, gazing into the southern sky, lost in thought for a long while. When Robb approached, he overheard Mormont murmuring, "The whelps will drag all of Westeros into the abyss. Should we send word to Robb?" Robb inquired. Knowing the Lannisters were fortified by Tywin and the Kingslayer's army, making victory uncertain, Mormont shook his head. The stubbornness of House Stark cannot be swayed, not even by 10 dragons. He produced a small copper box from his pocket and handed it to Robb. You ought to take a look at this. Qin Chang opened the box to reveal a bronze medallion, its surface adorned with spiraling runes identical to the mark on his chest. This was a relic left to the Night's Watch by a traveler from the East 3 centuries ago, when the spiral mark glows. You must hand this to the one who remembers the way home. Mormon's voice resonated, low and grave. Old Aemon suggested that this person might very well be him. Clutching the medallion, the icy metal pressed against his palm, and suddenly, the mark on his chest radiated warmth. He recalled the ice spears of the others in the cave, and Aemon's words about seals, realizing with a jolt that his amnesia was no mere happenstance. The memories that had been sealed away might indeed be hidden within this medallion. That night, as Qin Chang lay in the barracks, he traced the contours of the medallion under the moonlight. The runes shimmered faintly, gradually aligning with the crimson scars on his arm. At that moment, the medallion began to heat up, and a line of pale golden text emerged, familiar simplified Chinese. In the dark compartment of the library, there lies the key of the 7 emperors. Qin Chang's heart raced. The library, the very one he frequented before his transference, was inexplicably intertwined with this world. He sat up abruptly. The spiral mark on his chest grew increasingly warm, and fragments of his mind began to assemble images of burning bookshelves, fallen tomes, and a note tucked within a volume, featuring runes identical to those on the medallion. He realized he had not crossed over by accident. From the very beginning, he had been a player in this grand chess game. Outside the window, the beacon fires of the Great Wall flickered, solitary like a distant star. Gripping the medallion tightly, he understood that he could no longer afford to wait. He must uncover the secrets of the 7 emperors and the connection between himself and this world. For without that knowledge, he could not hope to protect the wall, nor even remember who he truly was. As dawn approached, he rose quietly and made his way to the armory. Old Aemon had mentioned that the oldest records of the Night's Watch might be found there, possibly shedding light on the Eastern traveler and the key of the 7 emperors. The armory door was ajar, and a flickering light beckoned within. Furrowing his brow, Qin Chang pushed the door open, only to find Elisha's aide rummaging through something. Clutching the wooden box that housed old Aemon's ancient manuscripts. "What are you doing?" Qin Chang demanded, his voice sharp. The aide jumped, dropping the box with a clatter, its parchment contents scattering across the floor. Pale as a ghost, he turned to flee, but Qin Chang seized him. "Are these things yours to touch?" His tone was ice cold, his gaze sweeping over the scattered parchments, one of which bore the spiral runes alongside a few words written in Valyrian. At that moment, the aide suddenly produced a dagger from his coat, lunging fiercely toward Qin Chang's chest. Instinctively, Qin Chang recoiled, the blade tearing through his clothing to reveal the spiral mark on his chest. As the mark's glow reflected upon the dagger, the aide shrieked in terror, the weapon clattering to the ground as his hand swelled, reddened as if scalded. "Monster! You are a monster!" he cried, pointing at Qin Chang, his eyes wide with fear as he scrambled away. Qin Chang pressed his hand against his chest, his heart racing uncontrollably. He picked up the parchment from the ground, recognizing a few words in Valyrian, which pieced together to form Spiral Imprint Reporter, Shadow of the 7 Emperors. As he gazed toward the direction where his subordinate had vanished, a sudden realization struck him. Elisha's people had never ceased their pursuit of trouble regarding him. This time, however, they seemed to have set their sights on something far more terrifying than a mere traitor: his secrets. The dawn gradually illuminated the armory, the silhouette of the Great Wall becoming increasingly distinct in the morning light. Qin Chang clenched the bronze badge, fully aware that the days of tranquility had come to an irrevocable end. The flames of war in the north, the discord among the Night's Watch, the threats posed by the Vines and the others, along with the secrets buried deep within his memories, were like countless ropes drawing him toward the very eye of the storm. Chapter 16. Accusations and undercurrents. As Elisha's subordinate burst from the armory, terror-stricken screams escaped his throat, reverberating across the empty square like a cat caught beneath a boot. Qin Chang gathered the scattered parchments, and as his fingertips brushed against the page adorned with spiral runes, he heard the hurried footsteps approaching. More than one person. Swiftly, he folded the parchment and concealed it within his cloak. Just as he turned, Elisha Sohn stormed in, accompanied by a dozen Night's Watchmen, their spears aimed menacingly at his throat. "Seize this monster." The scarred face's voice was frigid as ice. "He practiced dark sorcery in the armory and harmed my men." Qin Chang remained unmoved, his gaze icy as he replied, "Which of your eyes beheld me practicing dark sorcery, Ser Sohn?" "My men witnessed it firsthand." Elisha sidestepped, allowing his lieutenant to point with a swollen hand at Qin Chang's chest. "He bears a glowing mark. My dagger burned upon contact. He is no human." The expressions of the Night's Watchmen shifted dramatically, their grips on their spears tightening. In a place like the Wall, the term monster evoked far more dread than traitor. "Stand aside." John's voice resonated from the entrance, revealing him standing there, his longsword unsheathed by half an inch, its blade's gleam rendering his face pale. Ghost crouched at his feet, emitting a low, threatening growl. "Jon Snow, are you also going to shield this monster?" Alicia mocked. "Let us not forget. He fraternizes with the others. He is one of the Night's Watch." Jon stepped forward. "This matter falls under the jurisdiction of Lord Mormont, not yours." At that moment, Mormont entered, accompanied by old Maester Aemon. The elder's singular eye scanned the scene, ultimately resting upon the lieutenant's swollen hand before shifting to Qin Chang's open tunic, where the spiral mark had faded, leaving only a faint red trace. "Speak, what transpired?" Mormont's voice was low, yet it silenced the clamor within the armory in an instant. The lieutenant hastily launched into an embellished account of how Qin Chang had harmed others with dark magic, conveniently omitting any mention of his own transgressions involving ancient tomes. After listening, Qin Chang calmly recounted the sequence of events, ultimately producing the parchment adorned with spiral runes. "I was merely in the act of stealing this." Old Aemon gingerly grasped the parchment, his fingers delicately tracing the runes, and suddenly declared, "This is the Genesis symbol, inscribed within the most ancient Valyrian scrolls, recounting the tale of the world's inception, wholly unrelated to the dark arts." Alicia's expression shifted momentarily. "Then what of the mark upon his chest? And why did the White Walkers yield to him?" "I cannot fathom why the White Walkers would retreat," Qin Chang replied, locking his gaze upon Alicia. "However, the mark upon my chest has been with me since my arrival in this world. If Sir Thorne deems me a monster, he is welcome to test his steel against my dragonglass." As he spoke, he slowly drew forth the dragonglass dagger, its edge glimmering ominously in the torchlight. Mormont suddenly barked, "Sheath your weapons." He approached Qin Chang, his solitary eye fixated on the crimson mark upon his chest. "Old Aemon, what is your perspective?" The scholar sighed. "The world is rife with peculiarities, especially beneath the wall. 3 centuries past, there existed a ranger among the Night's Watch who could converse with the direwolves. Yet he too was deemed a monster. Ultimately, he saved an entire patrol in the haunted forest." He paused, adding, "The crux lies not in what one is, but in what one accomplishes. Since Qin arrived at Black Castle, he has slain more vines than anyone else and rescued more brothers. That suffices." Alicia was about to interject, but was silenced by a glance from Mormont. "This matter ends here," the elder intoned gravely. "Alicia, manage your men. Should you dare to trespass the armory again, you will face military justice." He turned to Qin Chang. "You shall remain with old Aemon for the next few days, assisting him in organizing ancient texts. You are not to wander without my express command." This was essentially a form of house arrest. Qin Chang offered no objection, merely nodding in acquiescence. Jon visibly exhaled in relief, while Ghost wagged his tail. Alicia shot a fierce glare at Qin Chang before departing with his entourage, begrudgingly. The occupants of the armory gradually dispersed, leaving only Qin Chang, Mormont, old Aemon, and Jon behind. "I apologize for the distress this has caused you," Mormont's tone softened. "But in these unsettling times, such measures are necessary." "I understand," Qin Chang replied. "Old Aemon will keep a vigilant watch over you," Mormont assured, patting his shoulder. Then turning to Jon, "You must keep an eye on Alicia's men. Ensure they do not stir any trouble." Jon nodded, casting a concerned glance at Qin Chang before departing. Old Aemon's chamber was cluttered with scrolls and tomes, the air thick with the scent of aged paper and herbs. The elder brewed a cup of hot tea and offered it to Qin Chang. "Try this. It will soothe your spirit." Qin Chang accepted the cup, the warmth cascading down his throat. "Scholar, are you aware of the significance of the shadows of the 7 emperors?" Old Aemon's hand trembled slightly, spilling a few drops of tea. "You have seen those words?" Qin Chang nodded. "On the parchment." The elder fell into a long silence before finally speaking. "Legend has it that after the 7 emperors forged the world, they left behind 7 shadows to balance the forces of existence. The Ice God and the Light King, the White Walkers and the First Men, even dragons and magic, may all be manifestations of these shadows." He regarded Qin Chang intently. "If the spiral sigil bearer is indeed a shadow of the 7 emperors, then you may very well be the key to both maintaining and disrupting this delicate balance." Qin Chang felt a heavy weight descend upon his heart. "Are you suggesting that I could potentially annihilate this world? Or perhaps save it?" Old Aemon replied with a faint smile, reminiscent of how fire can provide warmth or consume cities, depending solely on the hands that wield it. He retrieved a scroll wrapped in silk from the bookshelf, a relic left by Lyren Dorr, who had instructed that it be given to the spiral ink reporter if ever encountered. Qin Chang accepted the scroll and, upon unrolling it, discovered a map depicting a valley west of the Great Wall, inscribed with a small note, "Source of Shadows. Where the key lies, Lyren claimed that within this place lay secrets concerning the 7 emperors, which might unravel the enigma of your lineage. Old Iman's voice was soft yet foreboding. There was a chance one might not return. Qin Chang gazed intently at the valley on the map, suddenly recalling the inscription on the bronze insignia. In the library's hidden compartment lies the key of the 7 emperors. It appeared that both locations pointed to the same destination. Outside, the sky had darkened thoroughly, yet the signal fires along the Great Wall continued to flicker. Qin Chang tightened his grip on the scroll, aware that he must embark on this journey. Whether to reclaim his memories or to discern the nature of his mission, there was no turning back. Old Iman seemed to perceive his thoughts. Mormont has kept you here for your protection. Elisha's followers will not relent, and the vines and whites await outside. I understand. Qin Chang replied, rising from his seat. However, there are certain matters that require someone to take action. He approached the door, turning back to say, Scholar, should I not return, please convey my gratitude to John for his unwavering trust in me. Old Iman remained silent, merely gesturing as if to dismiss something. Qin Chang quietly departed from Old Iman's chamber, utilizing the cover of night to make his way toward the city gates. Just as the Night's Watch patrol passed, he swiftly slipped into a concealed passage leading outside, an exit marked on Lyren's map, known only to him. The passage led him to a grove of pine trees west of the Great Wall. As Qin Chang emerged, he spotted White Spirit crouched in the snow, waiting for him. A bundle clutched in its mouth containing the dragon crystal, food, and water that John had prepared. Qin Chang affectionately patted the direwolf's head, his eyes growing moist with appreciation. He knew John must have anticipated his departure. White Spirit nudged his hand before darting off to the west, occasionally glancing back to ensure he was following. Taking a deep breath, Qin Chang pursued, the moonlight illuminating the snowy path ahead and elongating the shadows of him and the direwolf. He was uncertain of what awaited him, yet he understood that he must forge ahead. Whether it was the secret of the 7 emperors or the memories sealed away, he was determined to unveil them with his own hands. Chapter 17. Echoes of the Shadow Valley. White Spirit's paw prints wove a delicate web in the snow, each step sinking into half a foot of accumulation, sending up fine flakes. Following the dire wolf westward, the wind howled through the pine needles, striking his face like needles, while the bracing scent of pine resin and frozen earth filled his nostrils. The valley marked on Lyren's map lay nestled between 3 jagged snow-capped mountains, its entrance tightly sealed by a mound of icy snow. Had it not been for White Spirit suddenly halting, persistently nudging a black stone with its nose, he might have missed it entirely. The obsidian stone lay half buried in the snow, its surface etched with spiral runes that echoed the mark upon his chest. Qin Chang crouched down, pressing his palm against the frigid stone. Suddenly, the runes blazed with warmth, as if a flame burned beneath the surface. The snow cracked with a crisp sound, splitting open a narrow gap just wide enough for a person to pass through, revealing a stone staircase winding downward, flanked by walls adorned with mottled murals. He raised his torch and drew closer. The scenes depicted on the murals stealing his breath. Otherworldly beings stood shoulder to shoulder with the ancestors, brandishing spears against the descent of black tendrils from the heavens. These tendrils coiled around a towering spire, at the pinnacle of which stood 7 indistinct figures, surrounded by a soft golden glow, presumably the 7 emperors. Deeper into the murals, time had worn away the details, but one could faintly discern a figure holding a bronze box, burying it deep within the earth. This place was an altar, Qin Chang murmured, his fingertips gliding over the spiral runes on the mural, the warmth of the stone spreading through his fingers, causing the mark on his chest to also radiate warmth. Suddenly, Bai Ling let out a low growl, her tail rigid, her golden eyes gleaming astonishingly in the darkness. Qin Chang tightened his grip on the dragonbone dagger, and, as he descended the 3rd step, a dull sound of stones grinding against one another echoed behind him. Turning back, he saw the obsidian at the valley entrance slowly closing, the snow once again covering the gap as if it had never been an entrance at all. It seemed he could only forge ahead. With a bitter smile, he raised his torch and followed Bai Ling. The staircase was steep and slippery, with icicles hanging down every few steps, and the flickering light of the torch cast dancing shadows on the rock walls, resembling countless prying eyes. After a while, the staircase opened into a vast cavern. The ceiling was adorned with thousands of stalactites, varying in length, their tips encased in ice, resembling an inverted forest of swords. The ground was a smooth expanse of ice, reflecting the torchlight in a kaleidoscope of shimmering gold and red. At the center of the cavern stood a stone platform, approximately 3 meters high, hewn from a single block of obsidian, upon which rested a bronze box, covered in Valyrian runes identical to the emblem given by Mormont. As Qin Chang approached the stone platform, he realized that the runes formed the key to the 7 emperors. Just as he reached for the bronze emblem, the ice beneath him cracked with a sharp sound, and countless black tendrils erupted from the fissures, their roots adorned with barbs, leaving a piercing scratch as they slithered across the ice, akin to numerous venomous serpents. These tendrils were several times thicker than the fangs of frost and snow, their main roots as thick as a barrel, coated in a viscous slime that exuded a stench akin to decaying flesh. Bai Ling lunged forward, sinking her teeth into one of the tendrils, only to be ensnared by another that coiled around her neck. The ice wolf emitted a pained whimper, struggling futilely. Bai Ling! Qin Chang shouted, swinging his blade, the dragon crystal edge colliding with the tendril, erupting in blinding blue light. Black smoke wafted from the severed tendril, accompanied by a sizzling sound, as black ichor splattered onto the ice, instantly melting small craters into its surface. He shielded Bai Ling behind him, watching as ever more tendrils surged from all directions. Suddenly realizing that this cavern was indeed a trap, the key to the 7 emperors was perhaps, from the very beginning, a bait to lure the tendrils together. In the shadow at the summit of the cavern, a more robust primary root dangled, adorned with dozens of corpses, some clad in the bone armor of ancient ancestors, others wrapped in the ice helmets of the other, and a few draped in the dark cloaks of the Night's Watch. Qin Chang's gaze settled upon a body dressed in a faded crimson robe, the figure clutching a half-melted blood crystal, with a vine piercing through its chest, Lyren Dorr. Beside the old mage's corpse, an inscription in Valyrian was etched into the rock. The vine consumed shadows, and shadows beget life. A heavy weight descended upon Qin Chang's heart. If the vine were indeed a shadow of the 7 emperors, then he, as a shadow of the 7 emperors, would become the most delectable sustenance. Suddenly, the primary root accelerated its descent, rushing towards him with a foul wind. He rolled aside, the dragon crystal dagger slicing through the root's surface, black ichor gushing forth and igniting the icy ground in eerie blue flames. At that moment, the spiral mark on his chest began to sear with intensity, the bronze emblem breaking free from his grasp, as if drawn by a magnetic force, snapping into place within the recess of a bronze box. With a hum, the bronze box opened, releasing a beam of white light that surged skyward, instantly illuminating the entire cavern. Wherever the light reached, the vines melted away like snow under the scorching sun, and the primary root emitted a mournful shriek, its black ichor evaporating into smoke, ultimately coalescing into a foul puddle of black water. Bai Ling broke free from her restraints, rushing to Qin Chang's side, nuzzling his hand with her head, emitting a pitiful whimper from her throat. Qin Chang approached the stone platform. The bronze box contained no key, only a scroll of parchment wrapped in luminescent thread. As he unfurled it, the script sent a shiver through him, not Valyrian, nor the common tongue, but simplified Chinese, a language he was intimately familiar with from before his crossing. The 7 emperors crafted the world, balancing with shadows. Cold and fire, life and death, all are reflections. You are the shadow within shadows. The bearer of the key is also a prisoner of the lock. On the day the mirror shatters, the world will be reforged. The final line of small print stung his eyes. The fire at the library was your choice and your destiny. The floodgates of memory burst open. He recalled that he was once known as Qin Yang, a mere history student. The catastrophic fire at the library was no accident. He had ignited it himself to prevent 7 cloaked readers from absconding with this very parchment, which contained the truth of the world. As he dashed out of the inferno, clutching the scroll, he was struck by a collapsing bookshelf. Before his consciousness faded, he held tightly to that very scroll. "I am Qin Yang," he murmured, his voice hoarse as if rasped by sandpaper. The cavern suddenly trembled violently, the bronze box on the stone platform transforming into flecks of golden light that melded into the spiral mark on his chest. As the white light dissipated, a fissure opened in the center of the cavern, revealing an entrance to the ground below, from which familiar wolf howls emerged, those of Bai Ling's companions. Qin Chang lifted Bai Ling and climbed through the opening, finding himself atop the mountain of Shadow Valley. The dawn was rising from behind the snow-capped peaks, bestowing a golden edge upon the jagged summits. In the distance, the great wall sprawled like a colossal black dragon across the snowy expanse, the beacon tower of the black castle emitting wisps of blue smoke, shimmering in the morning light. At the foot of the mountain, John was leading a dozen Night's Watchmen towards him, the boy's cloak leaving a crimson trail in the snow. Upon seeing Qin Chang, he abruptly halted, raising his long claws and shaking them, the anxiety on his face swiftly replaced by delight. Elisha's aide trailed behind with a group, brandishing a spear towards Qin Chang. Yet it was shielded by those accompanying John. Lord Mormont has commanded, alive. Jon's voice carried through the wind, resolute and unyielding. Qin Chang smiled softly, touching the mark on his chest. He still did not fully comprehend the intentions of the seven emperors, nor did he grasp the significance of the term reforging the broken mirror. But the words of old Aemon suddenly echoed in his ears. It all hinges on how the wielder of fire employs it. At least for now. He understood who he was and where he needed to return. White Ling leapt from his arms, racing down the slope, her golden form striking against the snowy landscape. Qin Chang meticulously folded the parchment and tucked it into his bosom, following closely behind. The mountain wind billowed his cloak, rustling like a black banner. The snow on the stone steps crunched beneath his feet, and in the distance, Jon's figure approached ever closer. He noticed that among the Night's Watch behind the boy stood Pip, his freckled face, along with several others who had previously cast him disdainful glances, now gazing at him with mixed expressions. Elisha's aide was being restrained by two Night's Watchmen, still shouting, "He is a monster. We cannot let him return to Black Castle." Ignoring the outcry, when he reached Jon, the boy suddenly embraced him, the strength of his grip as though he wished to meld him into his very being. "I thought you wouldn't come back." Jon's voice trembled, his eyes reddening as he released his hold. "I told you I would return." Qin Chang patted his shoulder, casting his gaze over the crowd. "Let us go. It is time to return to Black Castle." As the group retraced their steps, Jon leaned in discreetly. "Lord Mormont knows you will go to Shadow Valley. Alicia's people insisted on going to eliminate the monsters, and the Lord had no choice but to let me bring some men along." He paused. "Old Aemon said you might recall certain things." Qin Chang nodded. "I have remembered some." He refrained from elaborating, as some truths were too weighty to share at present. White Ling dashed ahead, occasionally glancing back to await him. Qin Chang looked towards the distant Great Wall, a sense of reassurance flooding his heart. Regardless of the Seven Emperors' gambit or what the fate of Shadow within Shadow entailed, he must first safeguard the Great Wall before him and protect those who relied on him. The sun ascended higher, illuminating the footprints in the snow. Qin Chang inhaled deeply, quickening his pace. The outline of Black Castle grew increasingly distinct, with the Night's Watchmen atop the walls waving, as if welcoming a long-absent returee. Chapter 18. Undercurrents beneath the Great Wall. Upon returning to Black Castle, the midday sun blazed fiercely, the reflection off the snow blinding. Mormont stood in the courtyard within the castle gates, his cloak lifted by the wind, his one eye fixated on Qin Chang until he approached. "What lies within Shadow Valley?" "Some records regarding the Seven Emperors," Qin Chang replied, producing the glowing parchment. "And this?" Old Aemon, his fingers trembling slightly as they touched the shining threads, grasped the parchment with a bony hand. "It is the Genesis text." The elderly man's voice was laced with astonishment, as it was said that only the direct descendants of the Seven Emperors could comprehend such matters. Elisha's aide, restrained nearby, suddenly thrashed about, declaring himself a descendant of the Seven Emperors, a kindred spirit of the monstrous beings. "Silence," Mormont growled, turning to Qin Chang. "Old Aemon mentioned that you recalled your own name?" "Qin Yang," he replied succinctly, the spiral mark on his chest warming slightly, as if in response to this long-forgotten name. Jon, standing nearby, quietly exhaled in relief. White spirit rubbed against Qin Chang's boots, emitting a contented rumble from its throat. In the following days, the Black Castle temporarily regained its tranquility. Elisha's followers were closely monitored by Mormont, who dared not provoke openly again. Qin Chang accompanied Old Aemon in organizing the mural rubbings brought back from the Shadow Valley. The images of the others fighting alongside the ancestors deepening his understanding of the balance of shadows. "Observe here." Old Aemon pointed to a rubbing depicting an other piercing the main root of a vine with an ice spear. The ancient text stated that cold could freeze shadows and also nurture them. The others not only fought against the vines, but might also, under certain conditions, induce their growth. Much like fire can warm as well as consume cities. Qin Chang's gaze fell upon the spiral runes at the corner of the rubbing. "Where, then, should I, as a shadow within a shadow, position myself?" "Wherever you are needed," Old Aemon smiled. "The Night's Watch oath does not mandate a side." These words illuminated Qin Chang's mind. He began teaching the Night's Watch to draw a simplified purification array, mixing dragon crystal powder with resin and applying it to spears and arrowheads, enhancing their efficacy against the vines. Jon, meanwhile, reinforced the vigilance along the wall with his patrols. While White Spirit's keen nose often detected the presence of the vines in advance, successfully avoiding hidden traps on several occasions. However, this tranquility was not to last long. On the evening of the seventh day, a messenger from Eastwatch galloped into the Black Castle, a bloody parcel tied to the saddle. "Lord Karthik sent me." As the messenger dismounted, his legs buckled, and he collapsed into the snow. The wildlings are gathering at the wall, and Mance Rayder intends to march south, claiming that the northern armies are nearing neck's end. Mormont unwrapped the parcel, revealing a desiccated human head, a vine protruding from its eye socket, belonging to the Night's Watch veteran who had been responsible for liaising with the wildlings. Has Mance Rayder lost his mind? The elderly voice quivered. He knew all too well that the vines lurked beyond the wall, yet dared to lead his tribe southward? He is not mad. Qin Chang fixed his gaze upon the severed head. He is forcing our hand. The flames of war have already reached neck's end. If the wildlings do not descend soon, they will inevitably be caught between the armies of House Lannister and the vines. Jon suddenly interjected. Is it true that Uncle Rob's army has indeed reached neck's end? The messenger nodded, his face pale. It is said that the fighting is fierce. The Lannisters are held at bay across the Green Fork, but the northern men have suffered heavy losses. Rumors abound that Tywin Lannister is sending envoys to the Wall, seeking to enlist the wildlings against the north. The Night's Watchmen in the courtyard erupted in chaos. Those hailing from the north stamped their feet in anxiety, while Elisha's remnants seized the opportunity to shout. We warned you not to trust the wildlings. And now, look, you've invited the wolf into your home. Silence. Mormont's roar drowned out all other sounds. Where is Mance Rayder? He asked. In the pass between Frostfang and the Shadow Tower, the messenger replied, accompanied by at least 5,000 souls, men, women, and children, along with a considerable number of cattle and sheep. A weight settled in Qin Chang's heart. 5,000 people were enough to deplete the stores of the Black Castle, not to mention the ever-watchful vines and the others. Yet he knew that Mance Rayder spoke the truth. Once the fires of war spread from the north to the wall, the wildlings would indeed face a dead end. I shall meet him, Qin Chang declared suddenly. Everyone was taken aback. Jon immediately interjected, I'll go with you. No. Mormont shook his head. It's too perilous. 5,000 wildlings. Though Mance Rayder may trust you, his men may not. Precisely why I must go, Qin Chang replied. Turning to old Aemon. Scholar, in the rubbings brought back from Shadow Valley, there exists a depiction of the others. It illustrates the wildlings and the Night's Watch uniting against the vines, does it not? Old Aemon nodded. It is within the 3rd volume's interleaf. I intend to take that rubbing to meet Mance Rayder. Qin Chang's tone was unyieldingly resolute, conveying that they would either defend the wall together or be torn apart by the vines and the others. Mormont remained silent for a long while before unfastening a copper whistle from his belt. Take this. The guards at the Shadow Tower will assist you. Also, bring 20 elite men, each equipped with dragonglass weapons. He paused. Jon, you must stay. The Black Castle requires someone to oversee its defenses. Jon wished to argue, but Qin Chang pressed a hand upon his shoulder. Look after Ghost, he whispered, await my return. On the eve of his departure, Qin Chang busied himself packing in old Aemon's chamber. The old man suddenly handed him a small cloth pouch. Inside is blood crystal powder mixed with dragonglass ash. It may save your life at a critical moment. You knew I would go? Qin Chang raised an eyebrow. The mark upon your chest has glowed for 3 days. Old Aemon smiled. The shadow of the 7 empires stirs, indicating that balance is nearing disruption. Qin Chang clutched the pouch tightly, feeling its warmth against his fingertips. He approached the window, gazing out at the night sky beyond the wall, where the stars appeared pitifully sparse, as if devoured by some force. In the distance, the snowfield flickered with a ghostly green light, the phosphorescence emitted by the vines at night. He understood that this meeting with Mance Rayder was akin to entering the den of a tiger. Nonetheless, the image from the rubbing lingered in his mind, the ice spears of the others, the stone hammers of the wildlings, and the dragon-glass spears of the Night's Watch, all poised to strike at the roots of the vines. Perhaps the path of balance left by the 7 empires was never about choosing sides, but rather about allowing seemingly opposing shadows to join forces in the face of a common threat. As dawn approached, Qin Chang departed the Black Castle with 20 members of the Night's Watch. White Fang chased after him, but Jon held him back, the dire wolf howling in a long, mournful cry that echoed like a farewell, yet also served as a warning. Qin Chang cast a final glance back, observing the silhouette of the Black Castle diminishing in the morning light. He tightened his grip on the rubbing and quickened his pace. In the direction of Frostfang, 5,000 wildlings awaited him, along with a negotiation that bore the weight of their collective fates. Beneath the wall, dark currents surged, on the brink of surfacing. Chapter 19. The meeting at the pass of frost and snow was narrower than anticipated, its rocky walls thickly encrusted with ice, while the wind whistled through the crevices, emitting a mournful wail. As Qin Yang and 20 Night's Watchmen reached the midpoint of the pass, Bai Ling suddenly sprang forth from a snowdrift, clutching a blood-stained hide bearing the mark of the Mance Rayder tribe. They were ahead. Qin Chang pulled on the reins, signaling the group to halt. In the open area before them, wisps of smoke rose into the air, mingled with the lowing of cattle and bleating of sheep, accompanied by the cries of children. The encampment of 5,000 people appeared as a patchwork quilt nestled between the snowy mountains and the Great Wall. The Night's Watchmen tightened their grips on their spears, and the seasoned veterans from the north muttered curses under their breath. These savages truly believe the wall is their home. Qin Chang remained silent, merely unfurling the scroll of the rubbing, allowing the sunlight to illuminate it. Soon, 3 wildlings riding giant bears emerged from the depths of the camp. With Mance Rayder at the forefront, his faded black cloak billowing in the wind, and the wolfbone staff in his hand topped with a massive dragon crystal. The Night's Watchman arrived sooner than I expected. Mance halted the bear 10 steps away, his gaze sweeping over the ranks behind Qin Chang. Has Mormont not come in person? He inquired. He must guard the Black Castle. Dismounting, Qin Chang spread the rubbing before him. I have brought something for you to see. Mance's eyes fell upon the rubbing, and as he beheld the image of the others, alongside the wildlings and Night's Watchmen piercing the main root of the vines, he fell into sudden silence. A wildling shaman beside him gasped, pointing at the spiral runes in the corner of the rubbing. It is the Genesis rune, a revelation left by the 7 emperors. A revelation? Qin Chang raised an eyebrow. All I see are a group of fools nearly consumed by the vines, still quarreling over whether to cross the wall. Mance's expression darkened. Do you believe I wish to lead the old, the weak, and the women southward? The flames of war have already reached the ancestral peaks of the first men. The Lannister scouts gallivant in the snow, promising us land and provisions if we help them fight Robb. He paused, striking the ice with his staff. Do you think I should trust them? Trusting them means death. Qin Chang spoke plainly. The Lannisters' promises are more toxic than the sap of the vines. Once they have dealt with the North, you will be next. What can the Night's Watch offer us? Bellowed a burly man behind Mance, his shoulders bearing a stone hammer, his arms crisscrossed with scars. Shall we freeze outside the wall to feed the vines? Or should we, as in centuries past, be pierced through the throat by your arrows? The Night's Watchmen immediately gripped their weapons, the tension in the air palpable. Qin Chang raised his hand to calm his comrades. Fixing his gaze upon Mance, I offer you a choice. Join us in defending the wall. The granaries of the Black Castle can sustain you for 3 months. Ample time for your old and frail to survive the winter. When spring arrives and the fate of the North is determined, you may decide your next course. Defend the wall? Mance laughed, a bitter sound. Do you think my people would believe that? They have yearned their entire lives to march south. Now you would have them turn around to battle the vines? It is not a fight for death, but a fight for survival, Qin Chang retorted, pointing at the rubbing. You know better than anyone the peril of the vines, and you are well aware of the others lurking in the north. Now, as we engage in conflict with the Northmen, and you with us, we shall ultimately be consumed by the vines and the others. He retrieved a shard of blood crystal from his pocket, proclaiming that he had unraveled the secrets of Shadow Valley. The 7 emperors not only created the vines, but also devised ways to counter them. However, sufficient manpower is required. The Night's Watch is insufficient, and so are you. We must unite. Mance gazed at the blood crystal for an extended moment before suddenly nodding at the shaman. The old shaman produced a cracked piece of sheepskin from his robe, adorned with patterns akin to the rubbings, yet embellished with additional crimson markings. This was discovered last month in the Ghost Shadow Forest. Mance remarked that there, the vines had formed a colossal cocoon, 10 times larger than the ancestral fist, and it seemed to be stirring within. Qin Chang's heart sank. Whatever lay within that cocoon was likely more terrifying than any creature they had encountered. Your proposal requires discussion with the tribal leaders, he stated. Mance tucked away the sheepskin but insisted on first witnessing sincerity by opening the side gate of Black Castle to allow the elderly and children to seek refuge from the cold. No, Qin Chang shook his head. The defenses of Black Castle cannot be compromised. However, I can arrange for the Night's Watch to deliver 10 carts of provisions and send 20 individuals skilled with dragon crystals to instruct you on how to combat the sporadic vines. Mance remained silent for a moment, then suddenly called out to someone behind him. Soon, 2 wildlings approached, carrying a cage that contained a man clad in Lannister red. His mouth gagged and eyes filled with terror. This is a scout captured 3 days ago, Mance explained. He claims that Tywin Lannister has dispatched 500 men to the wall, equipped with means to subdue the vines. Qin Chang's gaze fell upon the copper vessel at the scout's waist. It was tightly sealed, yet he could discern a dark liquid sloshing within, juice from the vines. It seemed we had little time left. Qin Chang rolled up the rubbing, stating that the provisions and reinforcements would arrive by dawn. But you must keep your people in check. Do not allow them near the arrow towers of the wall, as many in the Night's Watch harbor disdain for wildlings. Mance chuckled softly likewise. He then lowered his voice, aside from the rubbings. Is there anything else in Shadow Valley? Concerning the others? Qin Chang recalled the depictions on the murals showing the others fighting alongside the ancestors and nodded. Not all of them are foes. Mance's eyes flickered. Yet he refrained from probing further, simply gesturing for the giant bear to clear the path. Until tomorrow, Qin Chang. He deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of the name, as if seeking confirmation of something. On the return journey, an old veteran of the Night's Watch could not suppress his curiosity. Do you truly trust him? These wildlings can turn on you faster than you can flip a page. Trust him or not? We must, Qin Chang replied, gazing at the smoke rising from the pass. At least until whatever is inside the cocoon emerges, we are all in the same predicament. Suddenly, the wind picked up, whipping snowflakes against their faces. Qin Chang looked up to see dark clouds rapidly spreading from the distant snow-capped peaks, not natural storm clouds, but a mass of spores formed from countless vines. Drifting toward the pass, he reined in his horse and pulled out the copper whistle given by Mormont, blowing it forcefully. The sharp sound echoed through the valley, serving as a final warning for the wall and the 5,000 wildlings at the pass. Chapter 20. The cloud of spores. The shrill cry of the copper whistle reverberated through the valley, startling a flock of gray birds on the ice fields, which fluttered past the snow-laden cliffs. Qin Chang gazed toward the distant black castle, and moments later, a wisp of black smoke ascended from the beacon tower, starkly contrasting against the azure sky. This was the signal that Mormont had received the warning, and it was swift. The veteran Night's Watchman beside him clicked his tongue, a scar marring his face, a remnant from a youthful scuffle with wildlings. He hoped Mormont would send reinforcements. Qin Chang remained silent, his gaze returning to the encroaching black cloud. It moved with greater speed than anticipated, the edges resembling torn black fabric, swaying irregularly in the wind. He withdrew a shard of dragon crystal from his pocket, lifting it to the sunlight. The refracted light danced upon the black cloud, causing a slight tremor in that portion of the vapor. It is the spores of the vines, he murmured, noting their density surpassed that within the Shadow Valley, as if driven by some unseen force. The expedition hastened its return. The sound of hooves striking the ice produced a crisp clatter. As they neared the pass, Whiteling suddenly charged down from a snowbank, clutching a tattered cloth in its mouth, stained with dark crimson viscous liquid, the sap of the vines. Something has gone awry ahead, Qin Chang commanded, reining in his horse and signaling for the party to halt. Indeed, shortly thereafter, one of Mance Raider's lieutenants came galloping towards them on a massive bear, his arm wrapped in bandages, blood seeping through the cloth. There are creatures in the spore cloud, he shouted, his voice trembling. They are the corpses infected by the spores, attacking anyone they see. Qin Chang's heart sank. The vines not only had the power to control the dead, but could also infect remotely through spores. A situation far more precarious than they had imagined. Have your men retreat deep into the pass, he shouted to the lieutenant, covering his mouth and nose with a damp cloth to prevent the spores from entering. The lieutenant nodded, turning the bear around to flee. Qin Chang addressed the Night's Watchman, split into two groups. One will accompany me to assist the wildlings, while the other will inform Mance to prepare everything flammable. Fire will repel the spores. The Night's Watchman sprang into action, as Qin Chang led his men back to the pass. He caught sight of several corpses infected by the spores wandering at the edge of the camp. Their skin exhibited a bizarre grayish-black hue, and tiny vines sprouted from their bodies, their eyes glimmering with the same eerie light as the spore cloud. Dragon crystal, Qin Chang shouted, hurling the shard. It pierced one of the corpse's chests, causing it to freeze in place as the tiny vines withered rapidly. The Night's Watchman followed suit, the blue light of the dragon crystals flickering in the snow. However, the number of corpses continued to swell, as more spores fell upon the snow like black seeds, swiftly sprouting tiny roots that slithered toward the nearest corpse. Fire! We need fire! Mance Raider's voice echoed from deep within the camp. Soon, the wildlings ignited piles of dry wood and barrels of oil, fierce flames roaring to life on either side of the pass, creating two walls of fire. The spore cloud was held at bay by the flames, rolling outside the firewalls and emitting a hissing sound, as if countless things were ablaze. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Chang led his men back behind the walls of fire, feeling the heat of the flames scorching his face. Manfred approached, the edges of his cloak singed by flames, and the wolf-bone scepter in his hand glimmered faintly with the light of dragon crystal. You are correct, he gasped. We indeed need to unite our efforts. Yet it is premature to speak of such matters now. Qin Chang's gaze remained fixed on the cloud of spores beyond the wall of fire. They were merely obstructed, not annihilated. Moreover, whatever was capable of propelling such a multitude of spores must be lurking nearby. No sooner had he uttered these words than the spore cloud outside the firewall began to churn violently, revealing a massive vortex at its center. Within this maelstrom, the outline of a colossal cocoon emerged, the very chrysalis Mans Red had mentioned, now inexplicably repositioned to the mouth of the pass. Its surface was enshrouded in thick vines, resembling a living armor, with countless tendrils extending from the base, deeply embedding themselves in the earth, slowly guiding the entire cocoon in motion. Spores were being released from a rupture at the top of the cocoon. It is feeding, Mans Red's voice trembled with fear. The parasitic corpses are nourishing it. Qin Chang tightened his grip on the dragonbone dagger, recalling the final image from the murals in Shadow Valley. A colossal cocoon bursting forth. An array of arms extending from within, the bodies of otherworldly beings, savages, and Night's Watchmen intermingled, becoming new nourishment for the vines. It must be destroyed, he asserted decisively, before it breaks free from its cocoon. Mans Red nodded in agreement. My men can construct a trebuchet, but we require time. Additionally, we lack sufficient dragon crystal. Reinforcements from the Black Castle were nearing. They would bring dragon crystals with them. Qin Chang turned his attention to the firewall, where the flames were gradually waning. The oil nearly depleted. We must find a way to endure until then. He turned to the Night's Watchman, commanding, gather all the shards of dragon crystal and distribute them to the savages. Instruct them to hurl them at the cocoon. Though the Night's Watchmen were reluctant, they complied. The savages received the shards of dragon crystal, initially hesitant, but when they witnessed one of the parasitic corpses break through the firewall and bite one of their companions, their eyes blazed with fury, and they hurled the shards toward the cocoon. The shards struck the cocoon with a crackling sound, creating small punctures in the vine armor, from which a black ichor oozed, corroding the snow into small pits. Yet, the cocoon's restorative capacity was swifter. New vines quickly filled the gaps. It is insufficient. Qin Chang furrowed his brow. Our efforts are too scattered. At that moment, a familiar horn echoed from afar. The reinforcements from the Black Castle had arrived. Qin Chang turned to see John, accompanied by over 100 Night's Watchmen, charging forward, pushing carts laden with dragon crystals and oil, with White Ling sprinting at the forefront, her golden figure strikingly visible against the snow. Just in time, Qin Chang shouted as he rushed to meet them. John dismounted, his face flecked with snow. Lord Mormont sent me with everyone. Only the elderly and infirm remain at the Black Castle. He handed Qin Chang a new dragon crystal spear, stating, Old Maester Eamon mentioned that the cocoon's core is vulnerable to a combined assault of fire and dragon crystal. Qin Chang accepted the spear, its dragon crystal tip glinting coldly in the sunlight. Then let us enhance our attack. He turned to Mance, inquiring whether his men could direct the trebuchets at the breach of the gigantic cocoon. We shall supply you with ammunition. Mance nodded and promptly dispatched orders. Soon, the wildlings' trebuchets were poised for action. The Night's Watchmen blended shards of dragon crystal with grease to craft incendiary projectiles. Fire, commanded Qin Chang. The flaming missiles soared through the air, tracing arcs before striking the breach atop the cocoon with precision. The fusion of dragon crystal and flame erupted in a brilliant blue light, causing the cocoon to tremble violently and emit a mournful shriek, while the cloud of spores began to thin. Effective, John exclaimed with excitement. However, the cocoon's resistance intensified, releasing an increased number of spores, as countless tendrils emerged from the ground, slithering toward the defenders like venomous serpents. Qin Chang raised his dragon crystal spear and aimed at the thickest tendril, shouting, Hold the firewall. Do not let anything through. The battle grew extraordinarily fierce. The Night's Watch and wildlings stood back to back, wielding dragon crystals and flames against the relentless onslaught of tendrils and the corpse-like creatures infested with spores. Qin Chang and John led the charge, their dragon crystal weapons flashing as blue light and fire intertwined, illuminating the entire pass. The spiral mark on Qin Chang's chest began to burn anew. He sensed something awakening within the cocoon, a power both familiar and alien, sending a shiver through him. He understood that this battle was merely the beginning. The true threat lay within that cocoon. Outside the firewall, the cocoon quivered more violently, and the breach glowed brighter, as if something were about to emerge. Qin Chang tightened his grip on the dragon crystal spear, inhaling deeply, preparing for the final confrontation. Chapter 21. The breaking of the cocoon. Even as the blue light from the incendiary projectiles lingered, the cocoon emitted a deafening shriek, causing the ice of the entire pass to tremble. Thick, black viscous liquid oozed from the breach, flowing down the vine-like armor like molten asphalt, instantly dissolving the snow in its path. It was breaking free. Mance Raider's roar was drowned out by the cacophony. He swung his wolfbone staff, shattering a tendril that lunged toward the shaman, sparks erupting from the dragon crystal staff, igniting the liquid into eerie blue flames. Just as Qin Chang pierced a corpse's throat with his dragon crystal spear, he caught a glimpse of the tendrils on the cocoon's surface writhing violently, as if something were striving to break free from within. The new tendrils that had filled the breach suddenly withered, as if all moisture had been drawn out, revealing a grayish-white membrane beneath. "Everyone fall back," he bellowed, shoving Jon aside, while he himself rushed towards the splattering liquid. The outline beneath the membrane became increasingly distinct, revealing countless limbs twisting together, as if numerous corpses were forcibly amalgamated. "What in the world is that?" A Night's Watchman, paralyzed with fear at the sight, dropped his spear, which was instantly corroded into molten iron by the encroaching liquid. The membrane burst with a pop, unleashing a wave of stench mixed with a sickly sweetness that assaulted the senses. A colossal arm emerged from the fissure, its skin as pale as parchment, adorned with a network of dark veins, and ending in half-foot-long bony claws. Following this, more limbs surged forth from the breach, some human legs, some fearsome claws of beasts, and even a frozen limb of a wight, ensnared by twisting vines that clung tightly to the main trunk. This was not a cohesive creature, but rather a grotesque amalgamation of countless corpses, its trunk pierced by a robust root, with myriad slender tendrils connecting various parts like nerves, glistening with a slick sheen under the sunlight. Its head was a skull enveloped by vines, with two pulsating green flames in the eye sockets, the very hue of the vine spores. "It's the stitched monster." Jon's voice trembled with disbelief and terror. The vines were devouring corpses, then birthing a new monstrosity. As the creature landed, the entire narrow passage quaked. It appeared to be struggling to acclimate to its own form, its movements somewhat awkward. Yet when its gaze swept over the crowd behind the wall of fire, the disjointed limbs suddenly coordinated, rushing towards the breach. The main root dragged along the ground, leaving a trail of steam in its wake. With a casual sweep, the sturdy tendrils lashed out like whips against the fire wall, extinguishing a patch of flames in an instant, revealing an opening. Several unsuspecting tribesmen were struck by the tendrils, their bodies soaring like kites with severed strings before crashing against the rock face, lifeless as they slid down. "Smash its skull with the dragon crystal," Qin Chang shouted, hurling his spear. The tip struck the creature's cranium with precision. Upon impact, the monster emitted a piercing shriek, the green flames flickering violently, and the connecting vines thrashed in response. Effective. Jon immediately followed suit. His long claws slashed through one of the monster's arms, severing it. The detached limb writhed on the ground, attempting to reconnect with the trunk, but Qin Chang crushed it beneath his foot, the powdered dragon crystal from his boot causing the severed arm to wither rapidly. The tribesman's catapult launched again, this time with an incendiary projectile mixed with an abundance of dragon crystal powder. As the flames enveloped the shards of dragon crystal upon contact with the monster, its movements noticeably slowed, the grayish-white skin beginning to emit smoke, and the dark veins dimmed. Yet, this was far from sufficient. The creature's main root suddenly jerked violently from the earth, bringing with it a multitude of frozen soil and stones, sweeping like a gigantic serpent toward the catapult. The logs that formed the catapult splintered instantly, and several tribesmen operating it were horrified as they were ensnared by the tendrils, quickly transformed into a mass of flesh, absorbed into the creature's ever-expanding body. It was feeding on the living. Qin Chang's heart sank to the depths. He finally comprehended what Mance meant by feeding. This monster not only required corpses, but also the blood and flesh of the living to achieve its final evolution. The spiral mark on his chest burned intensely, as if it would sear through his skin. A strange impulse surged within him, a desire to approach the creature, to reach out and touch those writhing vines, even to merge with it. The thought sent shivers down his spine, and he hastily drew a dragon crystal dagger across his palm, the pain momentarily bringing him back to his senses. "Qin Chang, be careful." Jon's shout roused him from his stupor. The monster's skeletal claws were perilously close, reeking of blood as they lunged toward his head. Qin Chang abruptly rolled to the side, the claws grazing his back and leaving a spray of crimson in their wake. Utilizing the momentum of his roll, he plunged the dragon crystal dagger fiercely into the monster's main root. As the dagger sank halfway, a black ichor erupted forth, drenching him in its viscous fluid. The creature emitted a deafening wail of anguish, its main root writhing violently, flinging Qin Chang away. He crashed heavily against the rock wall, darkness clouding his vision, nearly losing consciousness. In that daze, he discerned faint spiral patterns emerging from the wound inflicted by his dagger on the monster's main root, mirroring the mark upon his own chest. "It is akin to you?" Mance Raider's voice echoed with incredulity. struggling to rise. Qin Chang felt a fiery pain from the wound on his back, but he disregarded it. He gazed at the fleeting spiral patterns on the main root, suddenly comprehending the truth. This creature was not birthed from the vines, but rather a shadow left by the seven emperors, a counterbalance to the power of the vines, now tainted by their influence, not a kindred. He wiped the ichor from his face, gripping the dragon crystal spear he had retrieved from the ground. It was both an antidote and a poison. The monster seemed incensed, shifting its focus entirely onto Qin Chang, its green flames locking onto him with a fierce intensity. The main root carved deep furrows in the ground as it charged toward him. Qin Chang did not flinch. He raised the dragon crystal spear, the spiral mark on his chest growing increasingly radiant, nearly merging with the spear's azure glow. He recalled the final image from the murals in the Shadow Valley. It was not of a monster consuming all, but of a figure wielding the power of the spiral mark to purify the tainted shadow. John, Mance, use all the dragon crystal and fire to assault its main root. Qin Chang's voice reverberated in the narrow passage, imbued with an undeniable authority. Now, John and Mance exchanged a glance. Though uncertain of Qin Chang's intent, they swiftly issued commands. The Night's Watch and the Free Folk hurled all the fragments of dragon crystal and incendiary projectiles toward the monster's main root, intertwining blue and firelight to form a colossal wall of luminescence. As the creature surged into the light wall, Qin Chang sprang into motion. He charged toward the monster. And just as the main root was about to collide with him, he thrust the dragon crystal spear fiercely into the very spot where he had previously inflicted a wound with his dagger, where the spiral patterns were beginning to re-emerge. Shadow against shadow, light against darkness. He roared, pressing the spiral mark from his chest against the main root. A blinding radiance erupted, and Qin Chang felt his consciousness being siphoned away, as if filled with a formidable force. He could perceive the countless tormented souls within the monster, and hear the anguished roars and struggles between the vines and the shadows of the seven emperors. The creature's form rapidly disintegrated in the brilliance, its assembled limbs crumbling into ashes. The black veins on the main root snapped one by one, as the green flames gradually extinguished, revealing a pristine white beneath. As the brilliance faded, the monster vanished without a trace, leaving behind a solitary white skeletal remains etched with clear spiral runes. Qin Chang slumped to the ground, utterly drained, the spiral mark on his chest returning to tranquility, no longer searing with heat. The spore clouds outside the narrow pass dissipated, and sunlight once again poured over the snowy expanse, blinding in its intensity. The night watchers and the wildlings stood in stunned silence, with no words exchanged, only the mournful whisper of the wind passing through the pass. Qin Chang gazed at the white bone and was suddenly overtaken by a profound weariness. He understood that this was not the conclusion. Having purified one shadow, new shadows would inevitably arise. The balance of the seven emperors' path was never a task that could be accomplished once and for all. From the distant snow-capped mountains came the howl of a wolf. The voice of Bai Ling. Qin Chang looked up to see John rushing towards him, a complex expression etched across his face. He smiled faintly, attempting to rise, only to find he lacked the strength even to move a finger. His consciousness began to blur, and the last image that graced his vision was John's anxious face and the glaring sun in the sky. Chapter 22. Embers and New Marks. As Qin Chang awoke to the scent of herbs, the first thing he saw was the silver hair of the venerable Scholar Iman. The elder sat at the bedside, delicately applying a cloth smeared with ointment to the wound on his back using silver tweezers. "You are awake?" Scholar Iman's voice held a note of mirth, having arrived a day earlier than anticipated. The burning sensation on his back lingered, though it was significantly diminished compared to before his unconsciousness. Qin Chang wiggled his fingers, realizing he lay on a small bed in Scholar Iman's chamber. A cool dragon crystal pressed against the spiral mark on his chest, quelling the searing pain. "How long have I slept?" His throat was parched and pained. 3 days. Scholar Iman offered him a cup of warm water. "John has kept vigil over you for 2 days and nights. Bai Ling has been lying at the door, baring her teeth at anyone who approached." Upon mentioning John, Qin Chang noticed the presence of another in the room. John leaned against the corner, clutching a long claw, dark shadows under his eyes. At the slightest sound, he straightened, the red veins in his eyes resembling a spider's web. "How do you feel?" The youth hurried over, his voice hoarse. "I'm not dead." Qin Chang managed a smile, attempting to sit up, only to be gently restrained by Scholar Iman. "Your wound has just begun to scab. Don't move recklessly." The elder put away the tweezers. "The monster's venom, infused with the fury of vines, has been purified by your mark, yet its after effects will require time to mend." Qin Chang looked down at the mark on his chest. The red scar had faded considerably, but silver lines had formed around its edges, gleaming like dragon crystal. This is the mark of the 7 emperors undergoing self-repair. Scholar Iman's fingertip brushed the edge of the mark. You have purified the tainted shadow with it, and it has drawn vitality from you, forming a kind of symbiosis. Just then, Pip burst through the door, carrying a wooden bowl steaming with warmth. The scholar said to give you this now that you are awake. He handed over the bowl, filled with thick meat broth, sent by Mance Rayder, who expressed his gratitude. As Qin Chang accepted the bowl, his hand hesitated. Are the wildlings still at the pass? No. John spoke. The day after your unconsciousness, Mance led the tribe to the Shadow Tower. He stated that the Black Castle was too cramped, and the abandoned fortress of the Shadow Tower could accommodate people while helping us defend the Western Front. He paused, adding that before leaving, he had left 20 wildlings skilled in dragonglass at your disposal. This revelation surprised Qin Chang. He had anticipated that once the cocoon was eradicated, the wildlings and the Night's Watch would revert to a state of mutual suspicion. Did Lord Mormont say nothing? He remarked that it is preferable to have them guard rather than let the vines take over. John emulated Mormont's tone, eliciting laughter from Pip. However, old Aemon did not share their amusement. He produced a new shard of dragonglass to replace the old one embedded in Qin Chang's chest. Mance Rayder is not foolish. The old man's voice was soft, aware that the cocoon was merely the beginning, and something far greater lurked behind the spore clouds, watching the wall. Qin Chang's hand, poised to scoop up the meat soup, halted midair. Are you suggesting there are more cocoons? Not cocoons. Old Aemon shook his head, but the entities that birthed the cocoons. The scouts sent by Mormont to the haunted forest had returned, reporting that the vines were migrating southward at triple their previous speed, as if in avoidance of something. Avoidance? Qin Chang's heart sank. What could instill fear in the vines, if not the others? He suddenly recalled the chaotic clash between the others and the vines on the ancestral peak, and the expression of the others as they cleared a path in the Shadow Valley. Are the others cleansing the vines? He murmured. More akin to sifting, old Aemon replied, his fingers lightly tapping the edge of the bed, reminiscent of a gardener pruning away the extraneous to retain only what is necessary. This metaphor chilled the room's atmosphere. Pip recoiled. What do the others want with the vines? No one could provide an answer. As Qin Chang sipped the meat soup, feeling warmth gradually returned to his stomach. A heavier chill settled in his heart. He recalled the dismembered bodies within the cocoon and the spiral patterns on the primary roots of the vines. The others and the vines, 2 seemingly opposing shadows, appeared to be connected by an invisible thread. In the evening, Mormont arrived. The elder did not broach the subject of the cocoon. He simply sat by the bedside, marveling at Qin Chang's wounds. Old Aemon remarked that the scar on his back would turn silver, the same hue as dragonglass. When he smiled, his single eye squinted, suggesting that henceforth, one need not disrobe for others to realize he was formidable. Qin Chang did not respond, merely inquired. Have the Lannisters returned? They have. Mormont's expression darkened. They sent a knight, requesting to meet a Night's Watchman capable of dealing with the vines. I instructed him to wait outside the Black Castle and did not admit him. Will you meet him? Yes. Mormont rose, his cloak sweeping over the bedside as he intended to see what tricks that old fox Tywin was planning. If you are able to move, accompany me. Old Aemon wished to object, but was restrained by Qin Chang. I can walk. He threw off the covers. The pain from his back wound tugged at him. Yet it was not debilitating. Outside the Black Castle, in the snowy expanse, the Lannister knight paced anxiously, clad in a bright red cloak. The lion emblem on his armor gleamed in the sunset. Upon spotting Qin Chang and Mormont, he immediately straightened his posture, raising his chin high. I am the messenger of Lord Tywin Lannister, Edmure Tully. The knight arrogantly surveyed the surrounding Night's Watchmen, inquiring about an Eastern individual reputed to possess the means to combat the vines. My lord has a business proposition to discuss with him. Stepping forward, Qin Chang deliberately exposed the mark on his chest and the silver scar visible on his back. I am he. Edmure's gaze lingered on him for a moment, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes before returning to his haughty demeanor. My lord claims to possess a secret that can subdue the vines, rendering those wretched creatures into obedient hounds. If you Night's Watchmen are willing to assist the Lannisters in conquering the North, that secret shall be yours. What secret? Qin Chang pressed for details. The knight produced a sealed crystal vial from his saddle, containing a dark red liquid, flecks of light faintly dancing within. It is concocted from the blood of the others and powdered dragonglass. It has been tested. The vines react to it as dogs do to bones. Qin Chang's expression suddenly turned icy. The blood of the others? How could the Lannisters possess such a thing? Suddenly, Mormont laughed, the sound jarring against the snowy landscape. Tell Tywin that the Night's Watch will not serve as anyone's dogs. If he truly possesses such prowess, Let him bring the secret himself to dance with the vines. Edmure's face flushed crimson. You will regret this. Once the Lannisters seize the north, your wretched castle will be the first to fall. You are always welcome, Qin Chang retorted, his gaze fixed on the crystal vial. However, you must leave that behind. Edmure tightened his grip on the vial and prepared to mount his horse when a white wolf suddenly lunged from the side, seizing his cloak in its jaws. The direwolf's golden eyes glinted with menace, a low growl reverberating from its throat, startling the knight's horse. Release it, Mormont commanded, his voice as frigid as ice, the long axe in his hand dragging across the snow with a sharp sound. After a moment of hesitation, Edmure relinquished the crystal vial, mounted his steed, and fled without looking back. Qin Chang picked up the vial. The chill emanating from its surface seeped through his gloves. The light within began to pulse violently, causing the vial to hum against its walls. The spiral mark on his chest also grew warm, the silver lines glowing brightly. Something about this vial felt amiss. John furrowed his brow, noting it did not resemble the blood of the others. Qin Chang remained silent, tightening his grip on the vial. As the setting sun cast an eerie red light upon the vial, it reflected on the snow, resembling a pool of congealed blood. A sudden premonition struck him. He feared that the contents of this vial might prove far more perilous than the vines and the others combined. In the distance, atop the wall, the Night's Watch ignited the beacons of dusk, plumes of smoke curling into the evening sky like a black serpent. Qin Chang gazed at the smoke, an unsettling realization dawning upon him. The wall resembled a colossal hourglass, and all of them were slowly sinking within it. Chapter 23. The Secret of Ice Blood. The crystal vial was locked away in an iron chest in the armory by old Maester Eamon. The old man secured the chest with 3 iron chains, distributing the keys to Qin Chang, Mormont, and John. This is more sinister than blood crystals, he remarked, tracing the residual chill upon the vial's surface, the light within seeming almost alive. Qin Chang's fingertips retained the lingering coolness from the vial's touch. The blood of the others should not behave in such a manner. He recalled the chilling aura of the ice spears wielded by the ancient others, pure and frigid. While the liquid contained within the bottle exuded a sweet, metallic odor reminiscent of flesh soaked in icy water. The Lannisters were never known to engage in unprofitable ventures. Mormont, with his solitary eye, fixed his gaze upon the iron box. The wily Tywin had likely employed this item as bait, either intending for us to serve as a barrier against the creeping tendrils or wishing to activate this liquid through our hands. Activate. Qin Chang's heart raced. He remembered the moment when the giant cocoon ruptured, the tendril's essence igniting upon contact with dragonglass. What calamity would ensue if this blood of ice were indeed activated? In the subsequent 3 days, while nursing his injuries, Qin Chang accompanied the elder Eamon in their studies of the liquid. They constructed a stone platform in a corner of the armory, inscribing a boundary symbol with powdered dragonglass. As Qin Chang donned the dragonglass gloves and placed the bottle within the circle of symbols, the dark red liquid suddenly began to bubble, the light points colliding against the walls of the bottle with a crackling sound, while the powdered dragonglass glimmered with a blue luminescence as if resisting some insidious encroachment. It feared the dragonglass, yet yearned to break free from the confines of the circle. Eamon leaned closer to the bottle's opening, exclaiming, "Look! The light points are mimicking the pattern of the boundary." As Qin Chang peered closer, he noticed that the minuscule light points were indeed aligning along the bottle's walls, subtly forming a simplified version of a purification array. This revelation sent a chill down his spine. The liquid possessed not only vitality, but also the capacity to learn and imitate. This is not the blood of the others, he asserted confidently. The others would never employ a purification array. But what then could it be? John held a torch aloft, its flickering flames casting shadows upon the stone walls. Qin Chang remained silent, removing his gloves and pressing his palm, marked with a spiral insignia, against the bottle's surface. The light points surged wildly, the liquid roiling like molten magma, the blue glow of the circle pulsating violently, nearly overwhelmed. The mark upon his chest burned, the silver patterns resonating with the light points within the bottle, and he could faintly hear a multitude of whispers, as if countless voices were speaking simultaneously. "Quick, pull away." Eamon grasped his wrist, forcibly detaching him. Qin Chang staggered back as the whispers faded, leaving only a hum in his ears. The bottle within the iron box fell silent once more, the dark red liquid resembling congealed blood, the light points lying still at the bottom, motionless. "What did you hear?" Mormont's voice quivered with tension. "Many voices," Qin Chang gasped, clutching his chest, his breath quickening as if pleading for aid. This revelation caused the temperature within the armory to plummet. The warm water that Pip had just brought in was swiftly covered with a thin layer of ice. Pleading for aid? Jon furrowed his brow. Could there be souls trapped within this liquid? Suddenly, Aemon erupted into a fit of violent coughs, bending over in distress. He covered his mouth with a handkerchief, and when he withdrew it, it bore flecks of blood. In the impressions from Shadow Valley, the old man gasped. There was a painting obscured by tendrils, which I had instructed the Night's Watch to clear. It depicted the 7 kings utilizing the ice cores of the others, mingling them with the blood of the living to forge something. Ice cores. Qin Chang recalled the icy crystalline heart hidden beneath the armor of the others. Those gems that refracted rainbows in the sunlight. If that is indeed what they were forging, where did Tywin acquire the ice cores? He pressed. In the gold mine of House Lannister, numerous secrets lie concealed. Mormont's voice was low. It was said that the dungeons of Casterly Rock extend deep underground, unfathomably dark, harboring things that ought not to exist. This statement struck like a block of ice hurled into boiling oil, igniting a fervent debate among the Night's Watch. They speculated wildly, from the capture of White Walkers to ancient sorcery, ultimately returning to a singular question: what are the Lannisters plotting? The answer would be revealed on the 5th day. The scouts dispatched to the Westerlands returned, one frozen to the brink of death, bearing a far more terrifying burden, a corpse encased in ice. The body belonged to a young woman, garbed in the attire of northern nobility, her skin frozen to a glassy sheen. Blood coursing through her veins like the dark red liquid in a crystal vial. Most horrifying were her eyes, the scara turned pure black, while the pupils glowed an eerie blue, reminiscent of a White Walker. Discovered at the edge of her neck, the scout trembled, hunted by Lannister soldiers. Collapsing into the snow where her body froze solid. Her last words echoed in their minds. The ice blood is consuming us. Old Aemon severed the corpse's arm, and dark red liquid gushed forth, dripping onto the dragonglass powder with a sizzle. It was neither a White Walker nor human. The elder's fingers traced the skin of the corpse. It had been altered. A new species forcibly birthed from a mixture of ice core fragments and the blood of the living. Qin Chang stared into the corpse's eyes, suddenly reminded of the 7 emperors depicted in the murals of Shadow Valley. The indistinct figures appeared to cradle similar ice cores in their hands. Tywin was not merely creating a new species. His voice trembled. He was replicating the experiments of the 7 emperors. Replicating? Mormont's one eye widened in shock. Are you suggesting this woman is a mere imitation of the creations of the 7 emperors? An imitation, but one that has spiraled out of control. Qin Chang pointed to the black veins spreading across the corpse's skin. Look, she is being consumed by ice blood, much like a great cocoon beset by encroaching vines. At that moment, Whitelings suddenly growled at the door of the armory. Jon opened the door to find Mance Rayder's shaman, the old man covered in snow, cradling a frozen vine. The chief sent me. The shaman's voice rasped, the vines of the ghost woods beginning to frost over, as if something had immobilized them. But the frozen sections were sprouting ice cores. Qin Chang took the vine, and indeed, the frost-covered portions were embedded with tiny ice crystals, identical to the ice cores of the White Walkers. In an instant, all clues converged. The White Walkers were cleansing the vines, the Lannisters were conducting experiments with ice cores, and the frozen vines were sprouting ice cores. This was no mere coincidence. The White Walkers were supplying materials to the Lannisters. Mormont's voice was icy. Are they collaborating? More akin to a transaction. Qin Chang tightened his grip on the vine, the chill of the ice core seeping through his gloves, echoing the essence of the liquid in the crystal vial. The White Walkers were using the Lannisters to transform humanity, while the Lannisters assisted the White Walkers in clearing away the defective vines. This conclusion left everyone in stunned silence. If the White Walkers and the Lannisters had indeed forged an alliance, then the wall faced more than just the vines and whites. It also confronted the newly transformed species and Tywin Lannister's formidable army. Suddenly, the shaman spoke. Mance has reported that the army of the White Walkers is gathering north of Frostfang, tenfold compared to the last clash at the Ancestral Peak. They remain still, as if awaiting something. Awaiting what? Qin Chang glanced at the crystal vial within the iron box, then at the corpse ensconced in ice. The answer was glaringly evident. They were waiting for the successful completion of Lannister's experiment, anticipating that these new beings, transformed by ice and blood, would serve as the key to their southern incursion. As night fell, Qin Chang stood atop the wall, gazing out over the snowy plains to the north. The stars were shrouded by dark clouds, and only the distant edge of the haunted forest flickered with ethereal blue lights, resembling countless eyes opening in the darkness. He touched the spiral mark on his chest, the silver lines glimmering faintly in the moonlight. The 7 empires had created the White Walkers and the vines. Yet they had not foreseen that the shadows would conspire among themselves. And he, this shadow within a shadow, seemed to have become the sole variable capable of disrupting this transaction. Footsteps approached from behind. It was Jon. The young man held 2 flasks of warm mead, offering one to him. Lord Mormont has decided to send you to Frostfang for reconnaissance tomorrow. Qin Chang accepted the drink, warmth coursing down his throat. Are you going as well? Yes. Jon gazed northward. Ghost is particularly sensitive to the essence of the ice core. He might prove beneficial. The two stood side by side, silently sipping their mead. The wind beneath the wall howled, as if recounting some long-forgotten warning. Qin Chang understood that this journey to Frostfang would likely entail more than mere reconnaissance. They were poised to face the potential alliance of the White Walkers and humankind. A perilous counterstrike from the shadows left by the 7 empires. When the flask was empty, Qin Chang discarded it into the snow. It's time to sleep. He turned towards the tower, the silver scar on his back glinting in the moonlight. There was much to attend to come morning. Jon watched his retreating figure and suddenly said, "Be careful." Qin Chang did not turn back, but merely waved his hand. The wind atop the wall grew fiercer, whipping snow particles that stung his face. He knew that from the moment he set foot on Frostfang, tranquility would be irrevocably shattered. Whether it was the secret of the ice and blood or the schemes of the White Walkers, a resolution was imminent. Chapter 24. Shadows of Frostfang. As they set out, the snow fell heavily. Qin Chang tightened his thick black cloak. The silver scar on his back stung from the cold wind, as if ice needles were piercing him. Jon rode alongside him, the scabbard of Longclaw gleaming darkly in the snowlight, while Ghost darted ahead like a golden shadow, flitting across the snowy ground, occasionally stopping to sniff the earth, emitting low, mournful whines. They were accompanied by 30 elite Night's Watchmen, seasoned veterans who had fought in the battles of the Ancestral Peak and the Pass. Each man's spear and arrowheads were coated in dragonglass powder. 5 wildling shamans sent by Mance Rayder trailed at the rear, one elderly man carrying a drum, its surface covered with the hide of an unknown beast, adorned with blood-painted spiral runes that subtly echoed the mark on Qin Chang's chest. The shaman remarked that the heavier the snowfall, the more difficult it became to conceal the traces of the White Walkers. Jon reined in his horse, pointing towards the mountains blurred by the storm. Beyond that ridge lies the edge of Frostfang. Qin Chang nodded, his gaze sweeping over the members of the Night's Watch. Their expressions were stoic, yet the grip on their weapons betrayed their anxiety. None had forgotten the razor-sharp ice spears wielded by the others atop the ancestral fist. Nor did anyone wish to confront those abominable creatures modified by ice and blood once more. As they traversed the ridge, a sudden stillness enveloped the landscape. An eerie silence blanketed the snowfield, where even the sound of falling snowflakes could be distinctly heard. Bai Ling abruptly halted, growling at a sunken snow hollow ahead, her tail taut like a drawn bowstring. "What is it?" Qin Chang dismounted, drawing his dragonbone dagger with quiet intent. Without warning, the shaman elder struck a drum, the deep thudding resonating through the snow valley. On the third beat, the accumulated snow at the valley's edge suddenly collapsed, revealing layers upon layers of corpses, wildlings, members of the Night's Watch, and soldiers clad in Lannister crimson. Their bodies, frozen stiff, bore the same ashen hue as that of the woman's corpse, with azure ice crystals congealed in their eye sockets. "It is ice blood." Jon's voice tightened, recognizing one of the bodies clad in the uniform of a Shadow Tower Ranger, scouts sent by Lord Mormont, who had vanished 3 months prior. Qin Chang knelt, prying open the mouth of a fallen red-robed soldier with his dagger. The deceased's teeth were packed with a black powder, and upon closer inspection, a faint scent of dragon crystal wafted forth. They turned on each other. He gestured to the wounds on the corpse, all inflicted to the front, then peeled back the deceased's wrist to reveal a tiny puncture, a clear indication that someone had been injecting them with ice blood. The shaman elder suddenly knelt in the snow, his hands clasped in prayer towards the heavens, murmuring incantations. The drum's surface began to heat, the spiral runes glowing with a crimson light, casting an eerie pink hue upon the surrounding snow. "It is a sacrifice." The elder's voice trembled, revealing that the others were nourishing the ice core with their blood, hastening its growth. Qin Chang lifted his gaze towards the depths of the snow hollow. There, the snow layer was conspicuously thicker and unnaturally bulging, as if some colossal entity lay buried beneath. Bai Ling barked fiercely at the mound, her golden eyes reflecting a faint blue glow. "We must excavate and investigate." Jon raised his spear. "No," Qin Chang restrained him. "If there lies a colossal ice core beneath, we cannot risk provoking it without knowing the consequences." He turned to the shaman. "Can your drum sense the size of that entity?" The elder closed his eyes, fingers swiftly striking the drum's surface while reciting obscure incantations. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes, his face as pale as parchment. It is immense, like a small mountain, and there are living beings within, more than one. Living beings? Qin Yang's heart sank. He recalled the woman's corpse encased in ice and the flickering lights within the crystal vial. If the snow concealed hundreds or thousands of new species transformed by ice blood, once they emerged, their small contingent would be utterly insufficient. Withdraw, Qin Yang commanded decisively. Return to Black Castle and inform Lord Mormont to reinforce their ranks, bringing ample dragon crystals and fire oil. The Night's Watch immediately turned to depart. But the shaman elder shook his head. It is too late. He pointed towards the rise deep within the snow valley, where the snow layers trembled visibly. And an eerie blue chill seeped from the cracks, awakening the dormant entities. The vibrations intensified, and the ice beneath his feet emitted a sharp cracking sound. Qin Yang turned to look back, only to witness the snow layer erupting violently, countless icicles shooting skyward, piercing the leaden clouds. Amidst the ice spikes, a multitude of figures writhed. They were neither corpses nor specters, but rather a new species reminiscent of the female corpse, their skin cloaked in a translucent layer of ice. Eyes ablaze with a ghostly blue flame, wielding weapons embedded with fragments of ice cores. They were soldiers of Lannister. Jon gasped, recognizing the tattered red cloaks. They had transformed the captives into these abominations. The new beings emitted inhuman shrieks as they charged towards Qin Yang and his companions. Their speed was astonishing. Gliding over the snow as if propelled by the winds, the chill from their ice core, weapons capable of freezing the very air. One Night's Watchman, caught off guard, was impaled by an ice sword, instantly becoming a frozen statue, unable to utter a single scream. Use dragonglass. Ignite, Qin Yang shouted, hurling his spear. Its tip piercing the throat of one new being, whose body melted rapidly into a foul pool of dark water, as if thrown into a raging fire. The Night's Watchmen hastily ignited their torches, creating a wall of flames that rapidly spread across the snow. The new beings seemed to fear the fire, their charge slowing. Yet they did not retreat, but instead gathered outside the fire wall, relentlessly hurling their ice-core weapons in an attempt to extinguish the torches. Suddenly, White Fang lunged towards Qin Yang from behind, sinking its teeth into an ice claw that had emerged from the snow. It was a new being half buried in the snow, evidently attempting a sneak attack. Jon swung his sword, severing its head, dark water spilling across the ground. There's more than one wave. Jon shouted, they're surrounding us. Qin Yang surveyed his surroundings, and indeed, more ice layers were surfacing at the edge of the snow valley, clearly indicating that additional new beings were awakening. The spiral mark on his chest burned fiercely, the silver patterns gleaming blindingly, and he could faintly hear the roars emanating from the minds of the new beings, not of anger, but of anguish, as if they were being forcibly controlled. They still possess consciousness, Qin Yang exclaimed. The ice cores are controlling them. This revelation stirred something within him. If the ice cores were the source of control, then destroying them was imperative. He gazed towards the largest ice core mountain deep within the snow valley, where the blue light shone the brightest, clearly the core's location. Jon, take half the men to hold the firewall. Qin Yang retrieved the copper whistle given by Mormont. I will take the remaining men to blow up that ice core mountain. It's too dangerous, Jon protested. Look at their numbers outside the firewall. There's no time. Qin Yang blew the copper whistle, the sharp sound echoing through the snow valley. This is the only way. He turned to the shaman elder. Can your drums temporarily disrupt them? The elder nodded, striking the drums with force. The deep thrum resonated with a peculiar frequency, causing the new beings outside the firewall to convulse suddenly, their movements becoming sluggish. We can only hold them for a quarter of an hour. That will suffice. With a swift gesture, Qin Yang led 10 Night Watchmen towards Ice Core Mountain. The dragon crystal spear tracing arcs of blue light across the snow. New species outside the firewall attempted to impede their progress, but the rhythm of the shaman's drums disoriented them. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Yang and his companions broke through the encirclement, drawing nearer to Ice Core Mountain. The closer they approached, the more intense the chill became, causing even the flames of their torches to flicker with a ghostly blue hue. The mountain's surface was encrusted with a thick layer of ice, dotted with tiny ice cores that resembled countless eyes observing their every move. Qin Yang retrieved the prepared fire oil and dragon crystal powder, amalgamating them into a makeshift incendiary device, which he hurled forcefully at the icy barrier. A thunderous explosion ensued. As the incendiary detonated, the dragon crystal powder igniting into a dazzling brilliance. The ice was blasted away, revealing a purer core beneath, blue light surging forth from the opening, nearly blinding in its intensity. At that moment, A shout from beyond the firewall broke through. Qin Chang looked to the sky. He raised his gaze to behold a multitude of ghostly blue eyes in the heavens above Frostbite Ridge, an army of White Walkers. They were finally on the move, surging over the mountain's opposite slope like a tide of cerulean, advancing towards the snow valley. Prominently in front of the White Walker army were several figures clad in Lannister red robes, one of whom held aloft a staff topped with a massive ice core. A sense of dread enveloped Qin Chang. The White Walkers and the Lannisters were indeed allied, not merely engaging in trade, but fighting in unison. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from within Ice Core Mountain, the entire structure trembling violently, clearly under threat. The new species outside the firewall, driven mad, recklessly assaulted the barrier despite the drumming, causing its perimeter to shrink rapidly. Observing the imminent approach of the White Walker army and the precarious state of the firewall, Qin Chang realized that time was running out. He withdrew his final pouch of fire oil, mixed with the last remnants of his blood crystal powder. "Fall back," he commanded. Igniting the pouch, he summoned all his strength to hurl it into the gaping hole of Ice Core Mountain. An explosive force engulfed the mountain, intertwining red and blue light to form a colossal beam. The new species in the snow valley shrieked in agony as their bodies melted away amidst the chaos. An Ice Core Mountain splintered under the force of the explosion. The charge of the White Walker army seemed momentarily stilled by this overwhelming power. "Retreat," Qin Chang bellowed, turning to dash towards the firewall. But it was too late. The shockwave from the mountain's explosion obliterated the firewall, intertwining the Night Watchman and the new species in a deadly embrace. Jon was pressed against a rock, valiantly fending off the assault of 3 new species. The glow of Longclaw flickering. Qin Chang rushed in, piercing one of the new species with his dragon crystal spear. At that instant, he noticed among the White Walker ranks a lord mounted on a giant ice wolf, his icy spear pointed directly at Qin Chang's chest, where the spiral mark resonated in harmony with the runes on the lord's armor, emitting a similar frequency of light. Chapter 25. The resonance of runes. That ethereal blue gaze pierced through him like an icicle into the marrow. Qin Chang instinctively tightened his grip on the dragonbone dagger, the spiral mark on his chest searing like a branding iron, the silver patterns pulsing in synchrony with the runes on the armor of the Ice Lord, as if 2 distant sparks were calling out to one another. "What is that?" Jon's voice trembled as he raised Longclaw in front of Qin Chang. The blade's cold light carving arcs in the snow. White Spirit bared its teeth at the Ice Lord, a low growl resonating from its throat, causing the surrounding snow to cascade down. The Ice Lord remained motionless, merely adjusting the angle of his ice spear, the blue light at its tip intensifying. Behind him, the army of the undead seemed to receive a command, their previously halted ranks beginning to advance slowly, the sound of their ice boots crunching in the snow resembling the ominous countdown of death. "What is he waiting for?" An old Night's Watch veteran gasped, the tip of his dragon crystal spear trembling. The answer soon unveiled itself. On the slope across the snowy valley, Lannister soldiers suddenly raised their torches, illuminating dozens of clay pots filled with dark red liquid, each fitted with a fuse. A figure clad in a scholar's robe was igniting the fuse, his sleeve adorned with the Lannister lion emblem. "They intend to blow this place to smithereens," Qin Chang suddenly realized, "along with us and the Ice Lord." Before the thought had fully formed, the pots were hurled toward the center of the snowy valley. The sizzling sound of the fuses burning was particularly clear amid the wind and snow. Jon swung his sword to sever one of the incoming pots. The dark red liquid splattered onto the snow, instantly freezing into ice and emitting acrid white smoke. "Scatter!" Qin Chang shouted, pulling Jon behind a massive rock. The explosion followed in rapid succession, shaking the snow violently. Fragments of ice and frozen earth mixed together, falling like hail, peering through the crevice of the rock. Qin Chang beheld the dark red liquid, now shattered, crystallizing into ice shards mid-air, hurtling towards the army of the undead. The Lannisters do not seek mutual destruction. They are feeding the Ice Lord with blood of the fallen. The Ice Lord raised his ice spear, and the ice shards converged before him, forming a wall of ice, which then transformed into countless tiny ice crystals, merging into the armor of the undead. The movements of the lesser undead became noticeably swifter, their blue eyes shining even brighter. "Madness!" Jon gritted his teeth. "They are empowering the Ice Lord." Qin Chang remained silent, his focus entirely on the Ice Lord. The adversary's ice spear pointed again at him. This time, a thin blue beam shot forth, striking precisely at the mark on his chest. Agonizing pain surged through him, as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer, causing him to spurt a mouthful of blood. He felt his consciousness being stripped away, a myriad of fragmented images flooding his mind, The 7 emperors forging ice cores beneath the starry sky, the Ice Lord kneeling before the ice core in reverence. Tendrils entwining a towering black spire. The final image crystallized, revealing the face of the Ice Lord as he removed his helm, a visage strikingly similar to his own. Qin Chang. John's voice pulled him back to reality. Qin Chang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The mark on his chest had transformed into a pure silver hue, perfectly synchronized with the runes on the armor of the Ice Lord. Suddenly, an understanding dawned upon him as he seized a fragment of dragon crystal from the ground and hurled it towards the Ice Lord. The shard arced gracefully through the air, and the Ice Lord did not flinch, allowing the fragment to collide with his icy armor. Contrary to expectations, it did not explode. Instead, it melded into the runes of the armor like a droplet dissolving into the ocean. The same origin, Qin Chang murmured, as a searing pain surged from the silver scar on his back. We are of the same origin. Just as this thought crystallized, the Ice Lord abruptly redirected his ice spear, stabbing towards a nearby Lannister soldier who had attempted to approach. The spear pierced through the soldier's chest, instantly encasing him in ice, which then shattered into dust. The Lannister soldiers stood in stunned silence, clearly unprepared for the Ice Lord's sudden betrayal. Is he clearing the way? John's eyes widened in disbelief. The Ice Lord's gaze returned to Qin Chang, this time seemingly devoid of murderous intent, replaced by a complex array of emotions. He made a peculiar gesture towards Qin Chang, as if signaling something, before turning his steed. The great ice wolf emitted a long, mournful howl, and the army of the undead began to retreat in an orderly fashion, withdrawing deeper into Frostfawn. The Lannisters, bewildered, witnessed several knights attempting to pursue, only to be frozen into statues by the retreating Ice Lord's forces. The remaining soldiers dared not move, helplessly watching as the ice beings vanished into the snowstorm. Silence enveloped the valley, broken only by the heavy breaths of the Night's Watch and the distant curses of the Lannister soldiers. Leaning against a rock, Qin Chang felt utterly drained. The mark on his chest no longer burned, and the silver lines faded, yet the shattered images lingered in his mind. The Ice Lord's face, so reminiscent of his own, pierced his heart like a dagger. Why did they withdraw? John helped him to his feet, while Ghost licked the blood from his hand. Qin Chang shook his head, gazing towards the direction where the Ice Lord had vanished. I do not know. After a pause, he added, but they will return. The Night's Watch began to account for their losses. Several comrades would remain forever in the valley, their bodies frozen in stark rigidity. The elder shaman covered a new species corpse with the drumskin, murmuring a eulogy, the spiral runes on the drum now dimmed and lifeless. What about the Lannisters? One Night's Watchman pointed towards the red-cloaked soldiers on the slope. Let them go, Qin Chang replied, observing the frantic retreat of those figures. They fear the Ice Lord more than we do. John remained silent, diligently tending to the wound on Qin Chang's lip. The boy's fingers were gentle, yet his movements exuded unwavering resolve. When we return, old Maester Eamon will surely have insights regarding the similarities between you and the Ice Lord, he stated. Qin Chang nodded, aware that the speculation of their shared origin might be the key to unraveling all the enigmas. The shadow of the 7 emperors, the spiral mark, the ice core, and the Ice Lord's similar visage concealed a secret long forgotten. The snowstorm began to intensify once more, obscuring the bloodstains and corpses in the valley. Qin Chang and John, accompanied by the remaining Night's Watch, set forth on their journey back to Castle Black. At the forefront, Ghost occasionally glanced back, as if wary of an unseen threat. Qin Chang touched the mark on his chest, still lingering with a faint chill. He understood that this encounter with Frostfawn was merely the tip of the iceberg. The alliance between the White Walkers and the Lannisters, the enigma of the spiral mark, and that White Walker lord who bore a striking resemblance to him. All clues pointed toward a colossal vortex, into which he had already been drawn. In the distance, the wall loomed through the swirling snow, resembling a silent dragon. As he gazed at the dark silhouette, an unsettling premonition gripped him. The next time the White Walkers came, it would not merely be a test. The spiral mark upon his chest might well be the key to the fate of the wall. The snow fell heavier, soon blanketing their footprints, while the cold wind howled through the valley, as if foretelling a storm on the horizon. Chapter 26. Shadows over Castle Black. Upon returning to Castle Black, the snow at the gate had piled up to knee height. Mormont stood in the square, his cloak coated in ice, his single eye glimmering fiercely under the torchlight. When he beheld the diminished company of fewer than 20 men, the wrinkles on his face contorted in dismay. Had the White Walkers truly allied with the Lannisters? The elder's voice was hoarse as he spun his axe in his hand. Qin Chang nodded, succinctly recounting the ordeal with Frostfawn. When he mentioned the resonance between himself and the White Walker lord, Mormont abruptly gripped his shoulder, the force nearly crushing his bones. "Where's old Aemon?" the elder bellowed. "In the library," Jon interjected, as Ghost nuzzled against Mormont's boot, offering solace. The candlelight in the library had burned through the night. After hearing Qin Chang's account, old Aemon's frail fingers glided over an open Valyrian scroll, inscribed with the same spiral symbols as the White Walker's armor. "Ice and fire share a source. Shadow and light coexist." The elder murmured, quoting from the Seven Stars Codex. "I once believed it referred to the duality of magic, but now it seems." He lifted his gaze, a flicker of clarity igniting his murky eyes. "You and the White Walker Lord may both bear the blood of the Seven Emperors. One leans toward ice, the other toward fire. Bloodline." Qin Chang instinctively reached for the mark on his chest. "I am not of this world. Perhaps not in spirit, but this body may well be." Old Aemon chuckled, pointing to a line of small text in the corner of the scroll, which read, "The Seven Emperors used their own blood as a catalyst in the creation of the White Walkers. When the White Walkers spiraled out of control, they crafted the Children of Light to counteract the ice, hiding another fragment of their blood within humanity." Jon suddenly spoke up. "So Qin Chang is a child of light? And the White Walker Lord is the core of ice among the White Walkers?" Old Aemon continued, "Your resonance is not due to enmity, but rather because you are two sides of the same coin, like the obverse and reverse." This conclusion rendered the air in the library thick with tension. Pip, who had just entered with warm mulled wine, nearly spilled half of it in his hands. "Why do the White Walkers assist the Lannisters?" "It is not assistance, but rather manipulation." Qin Chang suddenly comprehended that the Lannisters' blood experiments would enable the White Walkers to select purer hosts for their ice cores, akin to cultivating new White Walkers. Mormont's expression darkened like the bottom of a cauldron. That old fox, Tywin, likely believed he could control the White Walkers, only to become a mere whetstone for others. He paused, but what did the sudden retreat of the White Walkers signify? It was due to Qin Chang. Old Aemon's finger pointed at Qin Chang's chest, for he saw in him the potential for completeness. The fusion of ice and fire might have been the initial design of the Seven Emperors. This revelation sent a chill down Qin Chang's spine. He recalled the White Walker leader's face, so reminiscent of his own. And the moment when the spear of ice was turned towards the Lannister soldiers, it was not an act of betrayal, but rather a means of eliminating defective specimens. "We must alert Robb." Jon suddenly stood, exclaiming that the Lannisters were causing quite a stir in the west, and their uncle could not possibly be unaware. He might have already dispatched troops. "It's too late." Mormont shook his head, recounting that 3 days prior, news arrived of Robb's defeat at the Green Fork, and his army was retreating to River Run. Tywin's main forces had already reached Kalen Bay, which lay merely 100 miles from the wall. The faces of all present turned pale. Qin Chang approached the window, gazing into the darkness beyond the wall. He envisioned Tywin's army setting up camp in the snow, the blood experiments clandestinely occurring within tents, while the White Walker's eyes, piercing through the storm, fixated on that military encampment. "I must go to Kalen Bay," Qin Chang declared suddenly. "Are you mad?" Jon grasped his arm, knowing it was teeming with Lannister soldiers. Going there would be tantamount to walking into death. "Only I can distinguish who has been altered by the blood experiments." Qin Chang pried Jon's hand away, his gaze resolute. "If Tywin has truly created an army of blood-altered soldiers and allows them to march south, the consequences would be far more terrifying than the White Walkers crossing our lands." Old Aemon sighed, affirming, "He speaks the truth. Blood-altered hosts are more insidious and difficult to combat than the White Walkers themselves." He retrieved a small cloth pouch from the bookshelf and handed it to Qin Chang. "Inside is dragon crystal powder and fragments of blood crystal, mixed with my bone marrow, which will temporarily suppress the erosion of the blood." Mormont did not oppose. Instead, he unfastened a bronze ring from his waist, engraved with the Night's Watch emblem. "Take this. The commander at Kalen Bay is one of my former men, and this will grant you favor." He paused, adding, "Jon will accompany you. Ghost's keen senses will help you detect danger in advance." Jon nodded instantly, without a hint of hesitation. Before their departure, Qin Chang found a vial of blood in the armory. The dark red liquid within the iron box had become murky, the specks of light completely subdued, resembling death itself. He poured a small amount of the bone marrow powder into it, and the liquid began to churn violently, emitting a piercing shriek, before transforming into a pool of black water. It indeed suppressed the effect. Qin Chang tightened his grip on the pouch, feeling slightly reassured. The wall, cloaked in night, resembled a slumbering giant dragon. Qin Chang and Jon, accompanied by Ghost, quietly departed from the Black Castle through a secret passage. The sound of hooves on the snow was nearly imperceptible. In the direction of Kalen Bay, flickering lights appeared faintly, dancing like will-o'-the-wisps in the darkness. Qin Yang cast a glance back at the beacon tower of the Black Castle, where the flames still burned brightly. He understood that this journey to Carlin Bay was not solely to thwart Tywin's schemes, but also to unravel the mystery of the coin he possessed in relation to the other lord, and how it was destined to land. The wind and snow enveloped their figures, swiftly vanishing into the shadows of the wall. The candlelight in the library flickered on. As old Eamon gazed at the spiraling runes inscribed on the scroll, letting out a soft sigh, Mormont stood by the window, his long-handled axe reflecting the moonlight with a chilling gleam. The night at the Black Castle remained interminably long. Chapter 27. The ice shadow of Carlin Bay. The suspension bridge of Carlin Bay shimmered with a cold sheen under the moonlight. Qin Yang crouched behind a snowdrift, observing the Lannister soldiers stationed at the bridgehead. Their armor was coated with an unnatural layer of frost, and even in the stillness of the night, their breaths formed white mist, crystallizing upon contact with the air. Something was amiss. Jon's voice was barely above a whisper. A normal person's breath would not manifest in such a manner. He tugged at Qin Yang's sleeve, pointing towards the soldiers' necks, where faint bluish markings resembled the pinprick scars of the new species encountered in the frost veil. The direwolf, White Spirit, crawled close to the ground, its golden eyes gleaming astonishingly in the darkness. It halted beside a stone pillar on the inner side of the bridge, growling at a dark crimson stain. Qin Yang approached, dipping his fingertip into the stain, which felt cold and viscous. Bringing it closer to his nose, he detected the peculiar sweet and metallic scent of ice blood. They had indeed dealt with failed specimens on the bridge. Qin Yang wiped the stain from his finger, inquiring about the name of the captain Mormont had mentioned. Clayton Long, a former Night's Watchman who had defected to the Westerlands. Jon counted the guards at the bridgehead, 6, each armed with crossbow bolts and short swords at their waists. Yet he noted the absence of dragonglass. Qin Yang retrieved the bronze ring given to him by Mormont, its inner side etched with a tiny spiral rune, a clandestine mark of the seasoned Night's Watchman. I will knock on the door. You take White Spirit and circle around through the drainage pipe, keeping an eye out for any cellars or hidden chambers, as the ice blood is likely concealed in such places. Jon nodded, patting White Spirit's head. The dire wolf instantly darted into the snow-laden forest, its golden form vanishing into the shadows. Qin Yang adjusted the stolen Lannister cloak, revealing the bronze ring at his chest, and strode directly towards the suspension bridge. The guards immediately aimed their crossbows at him, the arrowheads glinting coldly in the moonlight. The password? The lead soldier's voice was stiff, akin to the sound of rusty iron scraping. The lion treads upon the snow, the ice wolf bows its head. Qin Yang proclaimed the prearranged code, simultaneously rotating the ring so that the rune faced the torchlight, delivering news from the Black Castle as an acquaintance of Sir Clayton. The soldiers' gazes lingered on the ring for a moment. The leader waved his hand, and the bridge slowly descended, the creaking of the iron chains echoing starkly in the stillness of the night. The Sir is drinking in the main castle. Follow me. As they crossed the suspension bridge, Qin Yang intentionally bumped into one of the soldiers. The soldier's arm was as rigid as ice, and the skin beneath his armor revealed a dark hue, with the faint bluish markings evident on the wrist exposed at the cuff. Discreetly, he drew out the dragonglass powder hidden in his sleeve, allowing a slight amount to touch his fingertip. The powder glimmered upon contact with the cold, leaving an imperceptible trace of blue light on the soldier's armor. In the great hall of the stronghold, a roaring fireplace blazed yet failed to dispel the chill that lingered in the air. Clayton Lang occupied the head of the long table, a scar marring his bald head, a remnant from his days as a Night's Watchman, a testament to a clash with wildlings. Upon noticing the ring worn by Qin Yang, his murky eyes sparkled momentarily, and he gestured for the attendants to withdraw. Is that old Mormont still alive? Clayton's laughter echoed like a broken wind instrument as he poured Qin Yang a mug of ale, the liquid forming a thin layer of ice upon contact with the cup. Speak. What brings those from the Black Castle to seek me out? Qin Yang refrained from touching the ale. I have heard that Lord Tywin is concealing certain peculiar goods in the Bay of Calin, and Mormont wishes to ascertain whether they are intended for use against the Northmen. Clayton's smile faltered, his hand instinctively moving to the hilt of his sword. What nonsense are you uttering? I speak of ice blood. Qin Yang slammed the ring upon the table, the runes glinting in the light of the hearth. The Night's Watch has witnessed the horrors wrought by such substances. A dozen brothers perished in the frost fangs, all thanks to these accursed goods. Suddenly, the flames in the fireplace crackled ominously, spitting embers. Clayton's complexion turned ashen, the veins in his neck pulsing visibly, tinged with a faint blue hue. You should not have come here. His voice trembled, as if he were struggling to restrain something within. Lord Tywin has decreed that all who have encountered ice blood must perish. Qin Chang had anticipated this, swiftly sidestepping as Clayton's sword came crashing down, simultaneously scattering dragon crystal powder from his sleeve. The powder ignited a ghostly blue flame upon contact with Clayton's arm. He let out a howl, staggering backward and overturning the long table, shattering the wine goblet upon the ground into icy shards. You two have been injected with ice blood. Qin Chang brandished his dragonbone dagger. Was it voluntary or coerced? Clayton clutched his burning arm, a flicker of conflict crossing his gaze, only to be replaced by an icy malevolence. Voluntary. His laughter turned manic, tinged with a sobbing undertone. Tywin claims this is power. It grants me the ability to freeze the bastards of the north, to freeze the traitors upon the wall. He lunged forward, his nails transformed into sharp, dark talons. Now, you shall taste it. Qin Chang sidestepped, the dagger slicing through his throat. Clayton's blood splattered upon the ground, freezing instantly into beads of ice, shattering as they fell. He collapsed, his gaze fixed upon the ceiling, the last remnants of his pupils reflecting a spectral blue shadow. Outside the hall, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. Qin Chang whistled a brief signal, an agreed-upon cue with Jon. Soon, Ghost emerged from the vent, growling toward the door leading to the cellar. Jon followed closely behind, his cloak dusted with snow and dirt. There was commotion below, the clanking of chains accompanied by strange, muffled sounds. The cellar door was secured with an iron lock. Qin Chang pried it open with his dagger. A bone-chilling gust enveloping him, more pure than the essence of ice blood, infused with the distinctive chill of the White Walkers. Torches flanked the walls of the staircase, their flames glowing a ghostly blue, illuminating the scene below. Dozens of iron cages lined up in parallel, containing captives from the north, men, women, and children alike. Each bore a slender tube inserted into their necks, connected to earthen jars suspended above, dark crimson ice blood slowly seeping through the tubes into their bodies. In the corner of the cage lay several frozen corpses, resembling icy sculptures, with veins beneath their skin resembling twisted black vines. Within the innermost cage, a figure clad in a scholar's robe was busily inscribing something, a bronze ring adorning his finger that bore a striking resemblance to Clayton's. Upon hearing a noise, he abruptly turned, his face splattered with droplets of frozen blood, his eyes alight with fervor. Who are you? The scholar grasped a dagger from the table, exclaiming, These are Lord Tywin's treasures. You must not touch them. Ignoring him, Qin Chang's gaze drifted to the beam above the cage, where a larger ceramic jar was suspended, its icy blood shimmering with a silvery glow, reminiscent of the runic essence of the White Walker's armor. The fuse at the jar's opening was aflame, dwindling to less than half an inch. He intends to detonate it. Jon swung his sword, severing the fuse, sparks cascading to the ground and scorching a black mark. The scholar shrieked, lunging toward a lever in the corner. Qin Chang hurled a dragonbone dagger, piercing his palm. As the scholar collapsed, wailing, Qin Chang discerned the insignia on the hem of his robe. No Lion of Lannister, but a spiral rune identical to the 7 Emperors mark depicted in the Shadow Valley mural. You are not one of the Lannisters, Qin Chang asserted, stepping on the back of his hand. Whose servant are you? The scholar erupted into maniacal laughter, blood frothing at the corners of his mouth. Ice and fire shall ultimately converge. We are merely hastening this process. Suddenly, he convulsed violently, his body rapidly freezing into an icy statue, save for his wide-open eyes reflecting the spiral runes on the ceiling. Jon was busy picking the lock of the cage when Ghost suddenly began barking furiously at the vent in the basement. Qin Chang looked up, noticing a layer of white frost crystallizing on the iron grate, the frost forming runes of the White Walkers at a visible pace. The White Walkers are upon us. Quickly, Qin Chang urged, assisting Jon in prying open the last cage. Take the captives across the drawbridge. I will cover your retreat. Most of the captives were feeble, their bodies ravaged by the icy blood, barely able to stand. Jon hoisted an elderly man onto his back, while Ghost clutched the hem of a child's clothing, struggling to ascend the stairs. Qin Chang seized a canister of oil from the table, pouring the remaining dragon crystal powder into it before igniting the fuse. The iron grate of the vent shattered with a clang, an ice spear piercing through, grazing Qin Chang's ear before embedding itself in the wall. Shards of ice spraying across his face. He caught a glimpse of a figure beyond the vent. It was the White Walker Lord, his direwolf clawing at the stone wall, its ghostly blue eyes fixated on the silvery, icy blood within the jar. Qin Chang hurled the oil canister toward the vent and turned to ascend the stairs. The explosion reverberated, sending stones flying, and he heard the White Walker Lord emit an enraged howl, quickly drowned out by the sound of collapsing debris. As he burst from the main fortress, Jon had just led the final captive across the drawbridge. Qin Chang severed the chains of the drawbridge, which fell onto the icy surface with a deafening crash. A great fire ignited in the direction of Carlin Bay, casting flickering shadows of ice in the blaze. Qin Chang gazed at the flames, feeling the spiral mark on his chest begin to burn anew. He understood that the White Walker Lord had not perished in the flames. That jar of silvery, icy blood was their true objective. An elderly woman among the captives suddenly grasped Qin Chang's hand, revealing a faded spiral mark on her palm, identical to the one on his chest. The shadows of the 7 emperors clashed in a fierce struggle. The woman's voice was muddled, as if ice were about to engulf fire. You must return to the wall. Qin Chang's heart skipped a beat. He glanced at John, who was gazing intently at the flames of Carlin Bay, his expression grave. White's spirit howled towards the north, where the snowstorm intensified, and the distant wails of the ice-field wolves echoed ominously. Return to the wall. Qin Chang tightened his grip on the old woman's hand. We must inform Mormont that the others seek not the ice blood, but something that unites ice and fire. The swirling snow enveloped their figures as they sped towards the Black Castle. The flames of Carlin Bay dwindled behind them. Yet they seared into Qin Chang's memory like a burning brand. The visage of the other's leader, the mark in the old woman's palm, and that vial of silver ice blood. All clues pointed to the wall, to that place which perhaps concealed the ultimate answer. The night was still long, and their journey had only just begun. Chapter 28. The beacon of the wall as the warning bell of the Black Castle rent the stormy sky. Qin Chang was assisting old Aemon in organizing the scholarly manuscripts brought back from Carlin Bay. The yellowed pages bore not only spiral runes, but also depicted a peculiar apparatus, a circular ring composed of 7 dragon crystals, with an ice core embedded in its center, inscribed beside it in Valyrian, Unity. Just as Qin Chang's fingertips brushed the page, the bell tolled thrice short and once long, a signal of the other's assault. Old Aemon's hand trembled, scattering the manuscripts across the floor. They have come. The elder's voice remained unnaturally calm, arriving 3 days earlier than anticipated. John burst through the door, his cloak still flecked with snow. The army of the others has been spotted on the western side of the wall, at least 5,000. And, he swallowed hard, they are pushing a massive ice wheel, embedded with numerous ice cores, and it is battering against the ice wall. Qin Chang seized the dragon crystal spear from the wall, feeling the spiral mark on his chest suddenly ignite with warmth, as if a fire were kindling within. Where's White Spirit? He inquired, glancing towards the top of the ice wall, where the wolf was barking furiously at the ice wheel. John's hand rested firmly on the hilt of his sword. Lord Mormont commands you to proceed to the command tower immediately. The wind howled like a blade atop the command tower, where Mormont peered through a telescope, his single eye narrowing into a slit behind the lens. Look at that ice wheel, the elder directed, handing Qin Chang the telescope. The ice wheel towered as high as the castle walls, its surface encrusted with a thick layer of ice, countless shards of ice cores embedded like scales. As it turned, it emitted a shrill friction sound, and with each impact against the ice wall, vast sections of ice bricks shattered, revealing the black stone beneath. Yet the army of the others did not charge recklessly. They arranged themselves behind the ice wheel, seemingly awaiting something. They are wearing down our defenses, Qin Chang concluded, lowering the telescope. The purpose of the ice wheel was to breach a gap. Those ice cores were mere bait. Mormont interjected, once our dragon crystal arrows are nearly exhausted, they will charge. He pointed toward the back of the ice wheel. Do you see the other wielding the ice spear? As Qin Chang gazed into the swirling snow, the figure of the Ice Lord stood out starkly amidst the tempest. His colossal ice wolf towered over ordinary steeds, and the azure glow emanating from the tip of his ice spear pierced through the snowstorm, casting a luminous beam upon the command tower of the Black Castle. He awaits your arrival. The voice of Mormont trembled imperceptibly. From the time they left the Bay of Carlin until now, his objective had consistently been you. The mark upon Qin Chang's chest seared with intensity, nearly burning through his skin. Suddenly, he recalled the words of the old woman from Carlin Bay, the ice shall consume the fire. Could it be that the unity mentioned in those manuscripts was indeed what the Ice Lord sought? My lord, a fissure has appeared on the western side of the ice wall. The night watchman's roar echoed from below. Qin Chang looked down to see that the 7th strike of the ice wall had finally breached the wall, creating a gap a full yard wide. The frigid wind swept in, accompanied by shards of ice, instantly freezing several night watchmen into lifelike sculptures. The ranks of the ice army began to stir, the blue glow in the eyes of the lesser whites intensifying. Dragon crystal arrows. Fire at will. Mormont's bellow resonated from the command tower. The hail of arrows descended like a swarm of locusts over the battlements. The dragon crystal tips colliding with the ice wheel, and erupting into vast plumes of ghostly blue flames. The rotation of the ice wheel slowed, yet through the breach, a dozen wights surged forth, their ice swords swinging with lethal intent, shattering the night watchman's shields as if they were made of mere paper. Jon seized his bow, Longclaw slung across his back. "I'm heading for the breach," he declared. "Be careful," Qin Chang shouted, but Mormont restrained him. "You cannot go. You are their target, as well as our trump card." From his cloak, he produced a leather pouch containing 7 sharply defined dragon crystals. Old Aemon stated that these are the light prisms mentioned in the 7-Star Codex, capable of temporarily amplifying the power of your mark. The sounds of battle at the breach drew ever closer. Qin Chang gripped the dragon crystal tightly. The mark upon his chest resonated with it, emanating a soft golden light. In that moment, he understood why old Aemon had meticulously organized those manuscripts. Unity required both dragon crystals and ice cores, and perhaps his mark was the key to activating this device, albeit with the direction completely reversed. "Jon needs support." Pip's voice trembled with a hint of despair. His arm gashed by an ice sword, the wound already encased in frost. Without hesitation, Qin Chang seized the dragon crystal and rushed from the command tower. The night watchmen were pouring scalding pitch into the breach, temporarily halting the White's charge, but the ice wheel continued its slow rotation, the fissure widening steadily. Suddenly, a white wolf sprang from the snowdrift, gripping Qin Chang's pant leg and tugging him towards the top of the ice wall. Jon found himself beset by 3 wights. The light of Longclaw flickering erratically. A spear had pierced his shoulder, blood freezing instantly upon his armor. Qin Chang hurled the dragon crystal spear, puncturing the throat of one wight, while simultaneously pressing a prism against Jon's wound. A golden radiance erupted, melting the frozen blood. Jon groaned, swinging his sword to decapitate another wight. "You should not have come." Jon's voice was laced with anger, yet could not mask his relief. "Had you arrived any later, your ice wolf would have avenged you." Qin Chang deftly evaded the icy sword, but a sudden, excruciating pain radiated from the mark on his chest. He looked up to find the ice spear of the Ice Lord aimed directly at him, its blue light coalescing at the tip like a meteor poised to be launched. "Be careful." Jon lunged forward, pushing him aside as the ice spear narrowly missed Qin Chang's back, embedding itself into the stone wall of the command tower, sending shards of ice scattering. In an instant, Qin Chang's back froze, a tearing pain emanating from the silver scar, yet he was unable to pay it any heed. The Ice Lord raised the spear once more, and this time, Qin Chang discerned the runes on the tip perfectly aligned with the mark on his chest, emanating a chilling blue radiance. It was a signal of unity. Old Aemon's voice thundered from behind. The Elder was supported by the Night's Watch, holding aloft the manuscript of the dragon crystal circular ring. "He intends to activate the ice core within the wheel, using your blood." Qin Chang suddenly grasped the truth. The Ice Lord did not seek his demise. Rather, he aimed to compel him closer to the ice wheel, to resonate with the ice core using his bloodline of the Lightbringer, thereby achieving this so-called unity. The ice wheel was not a battering ram, but a colossal device of unity. The rotation of the ice wheel abruptly quickened, and the ice wights at the breach retreated, revealing the flickering ice core behind them. The mark on Qin Chang's chest ignited spontaneously, resonating with the blue light of the wheel, as a powerful suction emanated from it, almost dragging him forth. "Dragon crystal. Throw the dragon crystals into the center of the wheel," Qin Chang bellowed, hurling all the light prisms he held. The Night's Watch and the wildling shaman followed suit, casting dragon crystals like raindrops upon the wheel. When the 7th dragon crystal struck the ice core, the wheel erupted with a deafening roar, intertwining blue and gold light into a colossal beam that soared into the heavens. The Ice Lord emitted a pained howl, relinquishing the ice spear, which shattered into crystalline fragments midair. His icebound direwolf scratched anxiously at the snow but dared not approach the radiant column. The beam lasted for the duration of an incense stick, as the ice wheel disintegrated in the brilliance, revealing charred remnants within. The ice wights at the breach appeared to have their strength sapped, their movements sluggish, and the Night's Watch seized the opportunity to counterattack. The sharp sound of dragon crystal spears piercing the ice resounded. Exhausted, Qin Chang collapsed in the snow, completely drained. The mark on his chest returned to calm. Yet the silver scar glowed brighter than before, as though embedded with a piece of dragon crystal. He gazed toward the retreating army of ice wights, amidst the swirling snow. The Ice Lord cast him one last glance, and in his ghostly blue eyes, something seemed to shatter. Jon approached, offering him a heated shard of dragon crystal. "Is it over?" "It has only just begun." Qin Chang grasped the shard, the cold seeping through his palm. He understood how to activate the Unity device now. Next time, he would not resort to such clumsy methods as the ice wheel. The beacon fires of the Black Castle rekindled, more fervent than before, illuminating the snow that lay within and beyond the Great Wall. Mormont stood atop the command tower, surveying the darkness to the north, his long axe glimmering with a cold light in the fire's glow. Old Aemon's manuscript lay scattered in the snow, the page depicting the dragon crystal circular ring caught by the wind, ultimately adhering to an ancient black stone atop the wall. The spiral runes on the stone perfectly matched the design on the manuscript. The snow continued to fall, concealing the blood and shards of ice. Qin Chang leaned against Jon's shoulder, listening to the sounds of the Night's Watch clearing the battlefield, when he suddenly felt the mark on his chest pulse gently, reminiscent of a heart awakening from slumber. The beacon fires along the wall were destined to burn longer into the night. Chapter 29. Whispers beneath the ice in the snow-covered grounds of Black Castle. Ice and blood had congealed into a single mass. Qin Chang trudged through the blood-stained snow, each step sinking half a foot into the accumulation. The breach on the western side of the wall had been blocked with stones and frozen earth. Yet the wind still managed to seep through the cracks, carrying the distinct chill of the others, slicing against his face like a blade. Jon followed closely behind, his shoulder wound wrapped in thick bandages, the white gauze nearly saturated with blood. Lord Mormont had instructed the craftsman to pour dragonglass concrete at the breach. The boy's voice was somewhat ethereal, clearly weakened from blood loss. Old Aemon had said that once he awoke, he should see him. He was studying the manuscripts brought back from the Bay of Crabs. Qin Chang's back throbbed faintly. The area grazed by an ice spear now covered with a thin layer of frost, the silver scar glimmering beneath the ice. "Where's White Ling?" he inquired. At the armory door, keeping watch, Jon replied with a smile. "It seems to know how important the dragonglass is to us. It bares its teeth at anyone who approaches." Old Aemon's chamber was cluttered with sheepskin scrolls, the air thick with the mingling scents of dragonglass powder and herbs. The elder was peering intently at a manuscript through a magnifying glass, the spiral runes circled in red ink, surrounded by densely packed Valyrian script. "You arrived just in time," Old Aemon remarked, lifting his head, a flicker of something unusual gleaming in his murky eyes. "Look at this." He pointed to a small dot at the center of the runes. "This is not a mere error. It is a concealed symbol. Translated, it means heart." As Qin Chang leaned closer, he indeed saw, at the very heart of the spiral runes, an almost imperceptible, discernible only under specific lighting. "You mean to say the Lord of the Others desires not unity, but your heart?" Old Aemon's fingers gently tapped the table. "Or rather, the flame within your heart. When the Seven Kings created ice and fire, they concealed the source of fire within the hearts of men, while the essence of ice resides in the icy core of the others. Their unity seeks to forcibly amalgamate these two sources." Jon suddenly inhaled sharply. "What would happen if they were to amalgamate?" "I do not know," Old Aemon replied, shaking his head. "The Seven-Star secret records merely state that should they unite, the world shall tremble." Just then, Pip burst through the door, holding up a piece of frozen fabric smeared with black viscous fluid. "Scouts found this 3 miles beyond the wall." The boy's voice trembled. "And there are numerous footprints, neither those of the others nor of men. They resemble the tracks of a massive serpent." Qin Chang's heart sank heavily. He recalled the vines entwining the colossal tower in Shadow Valley, the stitched monstrosity at the pass. "It must be the vines," he exclaimed, seizing the dragonglass spear from the wall. "They have followed the footsteps of the others." Mormont had already gathered the troops in the square. The Night's Watchmen bore fatigue upon their faces, yet the terror in their eyes overshadowed their exhaustion. The others had deliberately left markers in the snow as they retreated. The elderly man's long-handled axe spun in his grip, beckoning the tendrils to the Great Wall, as if intending to surround us from all sides. "Aren't the vines afraid of the others?" One of the Night's Watchmen could not help but inquire. "Once they were," Qin Chang interjected, his gaze drifting toward the darkness beyond the wall. "But now, it appears they are under some form of control." He gestured toward the slime brought by Pip, which contained shards of ice, fragments of the other's icy cores. Old Aemon suddenly spoke. "It is a side effect of the amalgamation. The others have tainted the vines with their icy fragments, transforming them into obedient hounds." He produced a small vial from his pocket, containing a silvery powder, a mixture of your blood crystal powder and dragon ash, capable of dispelling the contaminated vines. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed from beyond the wall, akin to countless slick ropes dragging through the snow. Qin Chang ascended the icy wall, and in the darkness, he beheld numerous black tendrils emerging from the snow, their roots embedded with tiny ice core fragments, glimmering with an eerie blue light under the moon. Their target was not the breach, but rather the ice fissures at the base of the wall, as if they were searching for something. They are digging at the wall. Jon's roar came from beside him, and Ghost discovered something stirring within the ice fissure. Qin Chang looked down to see Ghost barking furiously at a fissure from which black slime oozed, carrying a familiar, sickly sweet scent, the main root of the vine. It had been concealed beneath the ice shell of the wall, awakened by the icy core fragments of the others. Use the silver powder, Qin Chang shouted below, casting the powder toward the fissure. As the powder landed on the slime, it ignited into golden flames. The main root emitted a piercing shriek, violently withdrawing from the fissure, dragging countless frozen earth and ice chunks with it, resembling a colossal black serpent lunging toward Qin Chang. The ice core fragments on its tendrils glowed with blue light, reminiscent of the icy spear's aura of the others. Suddenly, the mark on Qin Chang's chest burned intensely, the skin around the silver scar feeling as if it might split open. He could sense the roar emanating from the main root, not its own, but the wails of countless souls it had consumed. It is an agony, Qin Chang shouted. The icy core fragments are tormenting it. Jon swung his sword, severing a tendril that lunged toward the ice wall, black slime splattering across him. What shall we do? Help it find release. Qin Chang grasped a handful of silver powder, leaping from the ice wall toward the main root. Sensing the threat, numerous tendrils surged from all directions, forming a massive net to ensnare Qin Chang. He did not evade. Instead, he scattered the silver powder into the air while pressing the mark on his chest against the thickest part of the main root, where the largest ice core fragment lay embedded, its blue light the brightest. In an instant, golden flames enveloped both Qin Chang and the main root. He could feel the ice core fragment melting, the tendrils withering, as the devoured souls let out a long sigh, gradually dissipating into the air. When the flames extinguished, the main root had transformed into a pool of black water, with only the largest ice core fragment remaining in the snow, its surface's blue light having turned to gold, resembling a pulsating heart. Qin Chang picked up the fragment of the ice core. It no longer felt cold, but instead radiated a gentle warmth, perfectly aligning with the mark upon his chest. Outside the Great Wall, the vines had lost their central control, beginning to wildly intertwine and consume one another, swiftly transforming into a mass of black sludge. An angry roar erupted from the direction of the army of the others, only to be followed by an eerie silence. Clearly, their plan had faltered. Holding the golden fragment of the ice core, Qin Chang stood in the snow, the mark on his chest resonating with the shard, emitting a faint golden glow. Suddenly, he comprehended that what the Lord of the Others sought was not destruction but rather redemption, purifying the ice tainted by the ice core's corruption with his fire. The voice of old Aemon echoed from the ice wall, tinged with a sense of solace. Ice and fire share a common origin. Shadow and light coexist, not in annihilation but in balance. Qin Chang lifted his gaze to the east, where the sky was beginning to blush with dawn. The silhouette of the Great Wall became increasingly distinct in the morning light, resembling a slumbering dragon finally liberated from its entanglement with ice and vines. Jon leapt down from the ice wall, with Ghost closely following, nudging Qin Chang's palm with his head. Lord Mormont remarked that it was time to prepare some warm mead for him. The youth's smile radiated brightly in the morning glow. Qin Chang chuckled softly, tightening his grip on the golden fragment. He was acutely aware that this was not the conclusion. The Lord of the Others still lingered in the north. The Lannisters' schemes continued unabated, and many secrets left by the Seven Kings remained undisclosed. Yet, at this moment, he understood that his mission was not to eradicate ice, nor to embrace fire, but to allow these two forces to coexist in harmony. The bloodstains in the snow began to melt away, revealing the black earth beneath. The wind beneath the Great Wall continued to blow, but its previous chill had dissipated, now infused with a hint of spring warmth. Qin Chang turned and made his way toward the Black Castle. Jon and Ghost trailed beside him, their footsteps leaving a clear trail in the snow, stretching toward the rising sun. Chapter 30. The call to arms in the ice fields. The smoke from the Black Castle mingled with the falling snow, swirling into a cloud of white mist at the base of the walls. Qin Chang crouched at the gap in the ice wall, observing as the craftsmen poured dragonglass concrete into the fissures. The scalding mixture collided with the remnants of ice, producing a hissing sound, while the rising steam carried tiny particles of dragonglass powder, settling on his eyelashes like a dusting of white salt. Could this truly withstand the others? A craftsman, his face smeared with soot, wiped his brow, the iron spoon in his hand still dripping with the mixture. Whether it can or not, we must try. Qin Chang retrieved the golden fragment of the ice core. It shimmered warmly under the sunlight, resonating faintly with the dragonglass within the concrete, at least providing them a slight advantage. Jon leaned over the edge of the wall, with Ghost lying at his feet, tongue lolling as he panted. Mance Rayder has sent word. The others north of Frostfang are converging on one location. The youth's voice was carried by the wind, sounding somewhat distant, as if it were the fist of the first men. A heavy weight settled in Qin Yang's heart. The fist of the first men, the site of their initial encounter with the others, where countless corpses lay buried beneath the ice, and altars entwined with vines awaited. What were their intentions? He could only wonder. Jon cast aside a scroll of parchment, depicting a wildling scout's drawing which revealed that the others had excavated a deep trench around the fist of the first men, filled with icy blood, as if engaged in some arcane ritual. As the parchment unfurled, shards of ice cascaded down from its edges. The illustration of the ancestral fist was encircled by dark crimson lines, culminating in a spiral rune, identical to the mark upon Qin Yang's chest, an epicenter of unity. Old Aemon had appeared behind him, his finger lightly tapping the rune. He intended to use the corpses and icy blood beneath the fist to construct a larger center of unity, this time targeting the entire wall. The footsteps of Mormont approached. His cloak dusted with snow, the metallic part of his long axe encased in a thin layer of ice. Reports from Shadow Tower and Eastwatch indicated that a small force of the others was harassing the defenses, seemingly to distract our attention. He paused, his one eye fixed on the runes upon the parchment. Old man, tell me the truth. Can this center be breached? It can, Aemon replied with unusual conviction. But it requires a key. He glanced at the shard of ice in Qin Yang's hand. This fragment was the fire key, yet an ice key was also necessary. The ice spear wielded by the Lord of the Others served as that key. This revelation silenced the group. To seize the ice spear from the Lord of the Others was akin to extracting a tooth from a dragon. I shall go, Qin Yang suddenly declared, tucking the ice shard into his cloak. He desires me. This will surely draw him out. No, Jon immediately protested, leaping down from the battlements, snow splattering onto Qin Yang's trousers. You would be walking into the jaws of a tiger. Better to act than to stand idly by while he completes his center, Qin Yang retorted, patting Jon's shoulder. Do you not recall what the old woman at Craster's Keep said? Ice consumes fire, but fire can also melt ice. My fire key may very well destroy his ice key. Mormont remained silent, unfastening a copper whistle engraved with the Night's Watch emblem from his waist and placing it into Qin Yang's hand. The cavalry from Shadow Tower will meet you on the western side of the fist. They will recognize this. He paused, his voice lowered considerably. Return alive. Black Castle cannot do without you. On the night before their departure, Qin Yang spent an extensive time in old Aemon's library. The Elder had unearthed the chapter concerning the Center of Unity from the Seven Stars Codex, sketching a rudimentary diagram for breaching the formation on the parchment with charcoal. The center lay beneath the altar, where the largest ice core was buried. Aemon's finger traced a red dot on the map. You must insert the fire key into the ice core, then use the dragonglass dagger to cut your palm, allowing your blood to seep into the shard, thereby triggering a backlash. What will the backlash entail? I do not know, the Elder chuckled softly. Perhaps it will obliterate the entire center. Or perhaps it will ensnare both you and the Lord of the Others. Qin Yang touched the mark upon his chest, the silver scar glistening faintly in the candlelight. It is worth a try. As dawn broke, Qin Yang departed Black Castle with 20 members of the Night's Watch. Jon insisted on escorting him to the edge of the fist of the first men, while Ghost raced ahead, his golden form stark against the snow. The closer they drew to the ancestral fist, the colder the air became. In the snowy expanse, the footprints of the others grew increasingly dense. With the occasional sighting of wild wolves frozen into ice sculptures, their fangs adorned with fragments of black vines. Clearly, the others spared no beasts along their path, transforming them into sustenance for their icy cores. Ahead loomed the fist of the first men. Jon reined in his horse, gesturing towards the distant summit shrouded in mist. Look at the fog. Something is amiss. Qin Yang raised his binoculars, observing flickering azure lights within the white mist surrounding the ancient peak, akin to countless eyes blinking. Beneath the fog, a dim crimson glow undulated, precisely the ice-blood trench depicted on the parchment. You should return. Qin Yang dismounted, passing the binoculars to Jon, instructing him to inform Mormont that if no signal was seen in 3 days, he need not wait. Jon's lips moved slightly, ultimately opting to pat Qin Yang's arm. The direwolf will accompany you. It is more reliable than any scout. The young voice quivered slightly as the direwolf nuzzled Qin Yang's hand, emitting a low whimper, as if bidding farewell. Qin Yang stroked the head of the ice wolf before turning to follow the Night's Watch into the eerie white mist. The moment Qin Yang stepped into the fog, it felt as if he had plunged into an icy cellar. Tiny ice crystals floated in the air, turning into a piercing chill upon contact with his skin. The Night's Watch ignited their torches, but the flames illuminated only a meager 3 feet ahead. Beyond that lay an impenetrable whiteness. "Watch your step," Qin Chang cautioned, as his boot struck something solid. Leaning down, he discovered a frozen human bone, embedded with shards of dragonglass. After traversing for the duration of a single incense stick, the fog suddenly thinned. Qin Chang looked up to find the altar of the Fist of the First Men before him, the ice-blood trench surrounding it glowing ominously red, filled with countless bodies, wildlings, Night's Watch, and soldiers clad in Lannister red. Indeed, Tywin's men were implicated as well. Atop the altar, the Lord of the Others stood before the largest ice core, an ice spear embedded within it. The blue light from the spear's tip intertwined with the red glow of the core, forming a twisted pillar of light that soared into the heavens. Surrounding him, the army of the Others formed a precise phalanx, their icy armor glinting coldly in the light, resembling a silent sea of ice. "He awaits you." Suddenly, the dire wolf growled, its golden eyes fixed intently on the altar. Qin Chang clenched the ice core fragment in his arms, feeling the mark on his chest begin to burn. He sensed the Lord of the Others' gaze upon him, devoid of malice, filled instead with an almost expectant emotion. Abruptly, the ice-blood trench beneath the altar surged, countless hands emerging from the bloody waters. Grasping toward the land's edge, zombie corpses awakened by the ice blood, their eyes shimmering with the same blue light as the others, evidently under the control of the amalgamation. "Formation!" Qin Chang bellowed, drawing his dragonbone dagger. As the Night's Watch swiftly arranged themselves into a defensive formation, the blue glow of their dragonglass spears coalescing in the mist. The growls of the undead drew closer, and the phalanx of the Others began to advance slowly. Qin Chang knew that the true battle was about to commence. He cast a glance at the Ice Lord atop the altar, who seemed to sense his gaze, and slightly raised his ice spear. Qin Chang inhaled deeply, gripping the shard of the ice core tightly. Regardless of whether the outcome would be destruction or coexistence, he had to ascend the altar and confront the ice core that shared his essence. The white mist enveloped him and the Night Watchers once more, swallowing their figures whole. Only the blue light of the dragon crystal and the red glow of the ice core flickered in the fog, akin to 2 stars on the brink of collision. Chapter 31. The pulsation of the ice core, the wailing of the undead, pierced his ears like icy daggers. Qin Chang swung his blade, severing a gnarled hand that had grasped him, the dragon crystal blade splattering black blood, igniting an eerie blue flame in an instant. The formation of the Night Watchers was contracting, as more and more undead crawled forth from the ice-blood trench, their joints encased in dark red frost, producing a harsh scratching sound as they clawed. "Charge towards the altar!" Qin Chang roared, cleaving a bloody path, with Bai Ling closely following, her golden figure weaving through the throng of undead, each bite severing a neck. He could feel the mark on his chest pulsating violently, resonating with the beam of light emanating from the altar's apex, like 2 hearts beating in synchrony. One Night Watcher fell victim to the icy claws of the undead, his arm freezing instantly. He screamed, piercing his own throat with the dragon crystal, "Do not let me become that thing." Qin Chang's eyes burned with emotion as he thrust his spear, sending 3 undead sprawling. The ice blood beneath his feet was viscous as glue, each step tugging at his very soul. The formation of the ice army began to advance. The wall of icy spears moved forward slowly, pressing them towards the altar. They were not here to obstruct, but to drive him forth. "He wants you to ascend." Suddenly, Bai Ling stood upright, barking furiously at the altar, her golden eyes reflecting the figure of the Ice Lord. Qin Chang looked up. The Ice Lord stood before the ice core, the spear still embedded. And within the intertwining blue and red light, countless tiny points glimmered, as if the shadows of the entire world were being drawn in. "Cover me." Qin Chang tucked the ice core shard into his bosom, tightening his grip on the dragon crystal spear. "Give me a moment." Without hesitation, the Night Watchers ignited their flasks of oil and hurled them into the mass of undead. Flames erupted over the ice blood, casting an eerie green fire that temporarily halted the charge of the undead. An elderly soldier, his face lined with wrinkles, patted Qin Chang's arm. "Go, lad. Do not let our sacrifice be in vain." Gritting his teeth, Qin Chang turned and sprinted towards the stone steps of the altar. The steps were coated with a thin layer of ice, concealing countless tiny shards of the ice core, which, as he stepped upon them, formed spiraling runes along the tread of his boots. The mark on his chest throbbed, as if it would sear through his skin. He could hear the heavy, rhythmic pulsation emanating from within the ice core, gradually aligning with his own heartbeat. The Ice Lord remained still, merely watching him approach step by step. As Qin Chang ascended to the apex of the altar, he slowly drew forth the ice spear, its azure luminescence erupting before his eyes, inundating his mind with a cascade of fragmented visions. The seven emperors, beneath the celestial expanse, separated the elements of ice and fire. The lord of the otherworld knelt before the ice core, accepting his fateful commission. Colossal towers entwined with vines collapsed with a thunderous roar. Flames consumed ancient parchments within the library. Ultimately, the visages of both himself and the lord of the otherworld overlapped upon the icy surface, rendering them indistinguishable. "You have arrived." The voice of the lord resonated directly within Qin Chang's consciousness, devoid of words, merely a pure thought. The balance must be restored. Qin Chang produced fragments of the ice core, which emanated a golden radiance from his palm. This is not balance, it is annihilation. His thoughts were equally direct. The seven emperors did not forge ice and fire for them to devour one another. The lord of the otherworld thrust his ice spear violently toward the core, a surge of crimson light instantaneously enveloping the entire altar. "You do not comprehend." There was a hint of compassion in the thought. The ancient equilibrium had long since shattered, overrun by the vines and human avarice. Only through unity could everything be reset. The ice core began to tremble violently, dark crimson liquid seeping from its surface cracks, reminiscent of bleeding. Qin Chang could sense countless souls wailing within the core, the lives consumed by the blood of ice, the agony of a forced amalgamation. This is not a reset, it is murder. Qin Chang pressed the ice core fragment forcefully against the fissures of the core. The moment the fragment made contact, a cataclysmic clash ensued between the golden light and the dark crimson liquid, producing a deafening roar. The altar commenced to shake, and the corpses within the blood channel of ice collapsed, as if their bones had been wrenched away, turning to sludge. The ranks of the otherworldly army stirred, the blue glow in the eyes of the lower-tiered otherworldly beings flickering, evidently affected by the upheaval. The lord of the otherworld raised his ice spear, its azure tip aimed directly at Qin Chang's heart. "You will come to regret this." Qin Chang did not flinch. He tightened his grip on the dragonbone dagger, slicing his palm, blood seeping along the intricate lines of the ice core fragment. "Regret shall belong to you." At the moment of contact between his blood and the ice core, the entire world seemed to freeze. The red light of the ice core fused with the golden glow of the fragment, transforming into a pure white radiance that enveloped both Qin Chang and the lord of the otherworld. Qin Chang felt his consciousness intertwining with that of his adversary. The chill of ice and the searing heat of fire coursed through his veins simultaneously, an exquisite pain. He glimpsed the memories of the lord, the seven emperors' charge, the solitude of battling the vines, the anguish of being misunderstood by humanity. Within those recollections lay echoes of his own confusion and struggle. "We were originally one." The lord of the otherworld's thought resonated with a sense of release. Suddenly, the white light erupted, and Qin Chang felt as if he were cast into the cosmos. Countless points of light shimmering before him, each a shadow of a world. The last image he beheld was the ice spear of the lord transforming into a point of light, merging into his chest. As the spiral mark and ice core fragment aligned perfectly, emanating an eternal brilliance. The altar crumbled amidst the white light, the liquid from the blood channel evaporating into steam. As the ranks of the otherworldly army began to dissipate, the ice armor of the lower-tiered otherworldly beings melted in the radiance, revealing their pallid bones, which ultimately crumbled to dust. As Qin Chang's consciousness plummeted, the familiar howl of a wolf echoed in his ears. He struggled to open his eyes, finding Bai Ling nestled against his chest, gently licking his cheek, her golden irises filled with urgency. In the distance, John approached, accompanied by the Night's Watch, their banners fluttering in the breeze. The dawn pierced through the white mist, illuminating the collapsed altar. In the place where the ice core had vanished, a tender sprout emerged, trembling slightly in the chill wind, its tips aglow with hues of gold and blue. Qin Chang smiled faintly. The mark upon his chest finally ceased its scorching heat, leaving behind a soothing warmth. He understood that balance had not been reset. Rather, it had continued in an alternate manner. Ice and fire had not consumed one another, but had discovered a means of coexistence within his very veins. Bai Ling nuzzled his chin, emitting a contented purr from her throat. Amidst the distant winds, it seemed he could hear the final thoughts of the Night King, as soft as falling snow, protected. Qin Chang tightened his grip on the mark upon his chest, where the light resonated with the faint glow of the sprout. He would do so. For the fallen Night's Watch, for John and Bai Ling, for this world that continued to resiliently thrive in the crevice between ice and fire. As the white mist dissipated, sunlight flooded the ice field, gilding every trace in golden hues. Chapter 32. The new sprout on the ice field when Jon's hand pressed against Qin Chang's carotid artery. The sensation at his fingertips was akin to touching a warm branding iron. The boy's breath caught abruptly, followed by a stifled sob, and Bai Ling seemed to understand. Nudging Qin Chang's shoulder and emitting a low, mournful sound. He is alive. Jon wiped his face, the mixture of snowmelt and tears carving two trails down his frostbitten cheeks. Quickly, lift him to a sheltered spot. The Night's Watch members scrambled to disassemble their shields, fashioning a makeshift stretcher. As Qin Chang was lifted, the spiral mark on his chest radiated a soft golden light, resonating with the sprout amidst the ruins of the altar. Strands of light weaving through the air like spider silk, melting the snow at an observable pace, revealing the darkened soil beneath. An old soldier pointed to the place where the light intertwined, where tiny green shoots had emerged, defiantly unfurling their leaves in the cold wind. Jon said nothing but quickened his pace. Bai Ling ran alongside the stretcher, occasionally stopping to sniff the newly sprouted greens, confusion flickering in her golden gaze. The tremors from the ancestor's fist continued to resonate, as dark red liquid from the blood ice trench seeped through the cracks, mingling with the melting snow melt, tracing colossal spiral patterns upon the ground, as if the earth had opened one eye. When Qin Chang awakened, he found himself resting in a sheltered cave. The crackling campfire nearby roasting a slab of frozen horse meat. Jon was carving a dragon crystal branch with a small knife, while Bai Ling lay beside him, her ears perked, alert to the sounds outside the cave. You've slept for a day and a night. Jon handed the carved dragon crystal to Qin Chang. The crystal had been shaped into the form of a dagger, its blade glimmering with a blue light. Old Aemon said this would help stabilize your breath. Qin Chang took the dragon crystal dagger, its icy touch instantly quelling the burning sensation in his chest. He recalled the radiant white light upon the altar and the final words of the Ice Lord, protect it. Instinctively, he touched his chest. The mark still lingered, transformed into a pure silver hue, akin to a dragon crystal embedded within his skin. What is the state outside? The others are gone. Jon added a log to the campfire, sparks leaping onto the cave walls. Half of the altar had collapsed, yet the tender sprout remained. The Night's Watchman remarked, "It is growing, half a foot in a day." He paused, lowering his voice. Moreover, there is a peculiar matter. The liquid in the ice blood gorge has vanished, and a hot spring has emerged from the crevices, with water at just the right temperature for bathing. Qin Chang's heart raced. The hot spring, the green sprout, the vanished ice blood, all pointed to a singular possibility, the unity of the Ice Lord. Though it had failed, it inadvertently shattered the ice beneath the ancestor's fist, unleashing a certain sealed vitality. We must return to inform Mormont. Struggling to rise, the chill of the dragon crystal dagger coursed through his palm, invigorating him somewhat. And we must take that sprout back. It may. Before he could finish, the white spirit suddenly growled towards the cave entrance. Jon immediately grasped Longclaw, and Qin Chang tightened his hold on the dragon crystal dagger, both men alertly facing the cave's mouth. There, in the snow, stood a figure cloaked in gray, the hood drawn low, obscuring the face, with only a gaunt hand visible, veins beneath the skin resembling black tendrils. "It is you." The voice of the figure rasped like rusted iron scraping against itself as he slowly lifted his head. As the hood fell away, both Qin Chang and Jon held their breath. The visage was marred with wrinkles. The left eye appeared a murky gray-white, while the right shimmered with an eerie blue light. It was Clayton Long, the traitorous Night's Watchman transformed by the ice blood in the Bay of Carlin, a man who should have perished beneath the dragon crystal dagger. "You did not die?" Jon's blade trembled slightly. "I died, and then I lived again." Clayton's lips curled into a sinister smile, the blue radiance in his right eye intensifying. "The ice blood did not consume me, it chose me." He gestured towards the direction of the ancestor's fist. "The entity beneath the altar has awakened. It demands to meet the Child of Light." Suddenly, Qin Chang's dragon crystal dagger grew scorching hot, the blue light of its blade resonating with the eerie glow of Clayton's right eye. "What is this entity you speak of?" "I do not know." Clayton's body began to convulse, the veins beneath his skin pulsating violently. "All I know is that it is ancient, older than the others and the tendrils. It is the shadow locked in ice by the 7 emperors." The white spirit lunged at Clayton, but was repelled by an invisible barrier, crashing into the snow with a whimper. Clayton's right eye emitted a beam of blue light, striking the campfire on the cave wall, which instantly transformed into a chilling blue flame that radiated an icy aura. "It awaits you, Qin Chang." Clayton's body began to freeze, the ice creeping up from his feet. "To the altar, it will reveal all answers to you, about the 7 emperors, about ice and fire, about your origin." as the blue light completely engulfed Clayton. His form became an ice sculpture, the eerie blue of his right eye crystallizing into a small ice shard that fell upon Qin Chang's dragon crystal dagger, producing a delicate chime. Jon helped the white spirit to its feet. The direwolf's forelegs were frostbitten, thin layers of ice coating its fur. "We cannot go." The voice of the youth trembled with fear. This was undoubtedly a trap. Qin Chang fixed his gaze upon the icy crystals adorning the dagger, which were gradually seeping into the gem, leaving behind a haunting azure pattern that perfectly mirrored the shape of the spiral insignia. Memories of the Frost Lord flooded his mind. Whispers of the 7 emperors imprisoned in ice, and the ever-warming mark upon his chest. He had to go. Qin Chang sheathed the dragon crystal dagger into his boot. Clayton was right. Some answers could only be sought from the shadows themselves. The sunlight outside the cave bathed the snow in a glaring brilliance. The contours of the ancestral fist stood out sharply against the light, while faint wisps of white mist rose from the ruins of the altar, as if something were gestating within. Qin Chang understood that there lay not only answers, but perhaps even more perilous truths about this world and about himself. Jon gazed at his retreating figure and suddenly declared, "I will accompany you." Qin Chang turned back, noting the absence of hesitation on the boy's face. Bai Ling nuzzled against his hand, her golden eyes reflecting the direction of the altar. "Let us proceed." Qin Chang smiled gently, seizing the dragon crystal spear from the ground, eager to unveil what the 7 emperors were locked away in ice. The trio, 2 figures and 1 wolf, vanished along the snowy path leading to the altar, their shadows elongated by the sunlight, resembling 2 luminous trails in pursuit of one another. In the distance, the great wall bore witness as smoke from the beacon tower slowly ascended, inscribing a silent warning in the azure sky. The tranquility of the icy expanse was merely a brief respite before the storm. Chapter 33. Echoes beneath the ice. The snowy path to the altar proved more arduous than anticipated. The melting snow had frozen into a thin layer of ice, necessitating each step to be taken upon the powder of dragon crystals to prevent slipping. Bai Ling, despite her limping front leg, insisted on leading the way, her golden tail sweeping across the newly sprouted green shoots, leaving a trail of delicate dewdrops in her wake. Jon's claws shimmered silver under the sunlight, and he occasionally glanced back at Qin Chang, whose silver mark on his chest grew ever brighter, resembling a piece of metal warmed by the sun, causing the surrounding snow to melt slightly and trailing a damp path behind him. "Your mark," Jon finally spoke, unable to contain his curiosity. Old Aemon mentioned that dragon crystals glow in the presence of living beings and grow warm in the presence of the dead. Yet it treats you as if you are both living and dead. Qin Chang took the conversation further, feeling the dragon crystal dagger tremble slightly within his boot, as the icy patterns left by Clayton crawled upwards along the blade. "The Frost Lord had claimed we share a common origin. Perhaps I am not entirely a living being." This notion cast a veil of silence over them both. Bai Ling abruptly halted, growling at the white mist ahead, her tail rigid and straight. The altar lay shrouded within the fog, and the golden light of a tinder shoot pierced through, resembling a torch planted in the snow. As they approached, it became evident that from the crumbled stones of the collapsed altar, more green shoots emerged, entwining the fractured ice core fragments and unfurling their leaves in the golden light. The fissures of the Iceblood Gorge brimmed with a spring that had coalesced into a small pool, and amidst the rising steam, one could vaguely discern something resting at the bottom, like countless silver threads swaying gently. "What is that?" Jon gestured toward the center of the pool, where the threads began to ascend slowly, weaving a transparent web upon the water's surface. As Qin Chang approached, the dragon crystal dagger suddenly became intensely hot, its blade adorned with a dazzling azure pattern. Instinctively, he took a half step back. The net in the center of the water pool suddenly tightened. Those silver threads were, in fact, countless slender ice tendrils, emerging from the crevices at the bottom of the pool, their ends stained with dark red remnants of frozen blood. They were the tentacles of a shadow. Qin Chang pressed down on Jon's shoulder, preventing him from advancing. Clayton had not lied. It was indeed waiting for them. Bai Ling suddenly leaped into the hot spring, disregarding the scalding water, and seized one of the ice tendrils that had surfaced. Upon contact with the ice wolf's body temperature, the tendril instantaneously transformed into silver motes of light, penetrating its fur. Shaking off, Bai Ling's golden eyes flickered with a hint of blue before it began to howl frantically at the ruins of the altar. From deep within the ruins came a muffled rumble, as if some colossal entity was stirring beneath the ice. The mark on Qin Chang's chest suddenly throbbed painfully. He felt his consciousness being forcibly dragged into a dark expanse devoid of light, where countless eyes flickered, red, blue, gold, like fragments of the entire starry sky scattered within. An ancient voice resonated in his ear, not in words, but as a direct thought piercing through his soul. Balancer, you have finally arrived. Qin Chang endeavored to discern the source of the voice, but all he could perceive were countless fragmented images swirling around him. The 7 emperors stood beneath the starry sky, forging ice cores and fire seals. The frost demon lord knelt on the icy plains, accepting a mission, vines wildly entwined around a black colossal tower. A figure identical to him was burning parchment in a library. Finally, the images froze upon the altar's ice core, which bore the same mark as that on his chest. What are these? Qin Chang's thoughts trembled. They were memories, as well as warnings. The ancient voice echoed in the darkness. The 7 emperors created ice and fire to counterbalance the rampant vines. Yet, the ice core grew ambitious. The fire seal drifted to another realm, and the balance had long since collapsed. Suddenly, Qin Chang recalled the library from before his traversal. Those parchment scrolls concerning a song of ice and fire, the spiral emblem on their covers identical to the one on his chest. Was I chosen? No, I was drawn. The voice carried a note of compassion. Your soul, imbued with the essence of the fire seal, awakened the slumbering ice core during your journey through time and space, also stirring the main root of the vines. The unity of the Frost Demon Lord was not a conspiracy. It sought to utilize your fire seal to reseal the uncontrollable vines. The scene abruptly shifted, revealing the truth beneath the ancestral fist peak. Deep within the ice lay a colossal vine, its roots entwined around a massive black core, and countless ice tendrils extended from the core, binding the vine like chains. That tender shoot was, in fact, a sapling of the vine, nourished by the ice tendrils yet suppressed by the golden light of the fire seal. This was the design of the 7 emperors. The ancient voice grew heavy, using the ice core to lock the main root of the vine, employing the fire seal to monitor the sapling's growth, allowing both to maintain equilibrium in their balance. Yet, human greed shattered everything. The Lannisters excavated fragments of the ice core. The Night's Watch burned the vine saplings, forcing the frost demons to resort to extreme measures. Who are you? Qin Chang's mind suddenly became clear. He was neither a vine, nor an ice core, and certainly not a white. In the darkness, there was a moment of silence before countless pairs of eyes abruptly extinguished, leaving only a faint glimmer of golden light flickering ahead. I am the essence of balance, the final safeguard left in this world by the 7 emperors. The golden light gradually approached, unfolding before Qin Chang into a transparent web, intricately woven with countless spiral runes. Now, it is your choice. Shall you destroy the vine seedling, causing the ice core to spiral into chaos, or shall you protect the seedling, allowing it to thrive under the nurturing flames, repeating the fate of the main root? Qin Chang's consciousness was suddenly yanked back to reality, the mark upon his chest burning like a branding iron. He gazed at the tender shoots amidst the ruins of the altar, watching as the icy tendrils surfaced in the pool, and suddenly understood the meaning behind the White Lord's last words. Protect it. What was to be safeguarded was neither the vine nor the ice core, but this fragile balance. John's hand rested on his shoulder, exuding a chilling aura. You looked dazed just now, staring blankly, muttering something. The boy's voice trembled with fear. The white spirit nearly lunged at you, but I held it back. Qin Chang turned to the white spirit. The ice wolf lay beside the tender shoot, shielding it from the falling snowflakes, its golden eyes flickering with both gold and blue light. He suddenly smiled, drawing forth the dragon crystal dagger, aligning the blade's ethereal blue patterns toward the seedling. The icy patterns flowed into the tender shoot, intertwining the golden and blue lights. The seedling shot upwards, silver spiral runes appearing on its leaves, perfectly aligning with the mark on Qin Chang's chest. The tremors of the altar abruptly ceased. The icy tendrils in the warm spring pool sank back down, obediently returning to the depths as if in slumber. This is... John's eyes widened. Balance. Qin Chang sheathed the dagger. The mark on his chest finally calmed, achieving what the White Lord could not. This was not unity, but coexistence. The white spirit suddenly growled towards the north. Qin Chang looked up to see smoke rising from the direction of Frostfawn. Not the 3 short and 1 long signals of the Night's Watch, but an urgent series of warnings. Mormont's emergency alarm. John immediately climbed atop a high stone to gaze through a telescope. It's the Lannister army. The boy's voice tightened. They come with catapults, advancing towards the ancestral fist. Qin Chang's heart sank. He recalled the Iceblood experiments at Carhold and Clayton's words about humanity's greed, suddenly realizing that the true disruptors of balance were never the whites or the vines, but the ambition of mankind itself. The white spirit nudged against his hand, emitting a low whine from its throat. The golden light of the tinder shoot swayed gently in the wind, as if urging them to make a decision. Qin Chang tightened his grip on the dragon crystal dagger and looked at Jon. The boy's hand was already resting on the hilt of Longclaw, his eyes devoid of hesitation. It seemed that balance must be defended with a sword. Qin Chang's voice rang out clearly amidst the cold wind. Let us go show Tywin's men that the ice of the ancestral fist is not easily excavated. The trio, 2 men and a wolf, charged towards the rising smoke. The altar behind them gradually vanishing into the white mist, while the tinder shoot continued to unfurl its leaves in the wind, silently bearing witness to the unfolding events. The winds of the ice expanse billowed their cloaks, intertwining the azure glow of dragon crystal with the silvery sheen of sword blades, creating a luminous ribbon that spanned the snowy fields. Chapter 34. The confrontation beneath the fist of the ancients. The Lannister army carved a dark crimson line through the snow, resembling a flowing river of blood. The wooden framework of the catapults creaked in the biting wind, while the soldiers' red cloaks were speckled with snow, their spear tips glinting with a voracious light. Their target was not Qin Chang and Jon, but the glowing sapling amidst the ruins of the altar. It was Gregor Clegane's men. Jon's voice dropped to a low murmur. Did you see that banner emblazoned with the blood lion? He is Tywin's mad dog, capable of anything for a shard of the ice core. Qin Chang squinted. The hulking figure at the forefront, mounted on a black stallion, stood out conspicuously. His armor was thrice as thick as that of an ordinary man, and the morning star he wielded trailed a chain, carving deep grooves into the snow. His gaze passed over Qin Chang and Jon, fixated on the direction of the altar, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. They were aware of the sapling's existence. Qin Chang tightened his grip on the dragon crystal spear, the mark upon his chest warming slightly. Clayton must have sent word before his demise. The white wolf growled at the army, its golden fur bristling. The golden light of the altar suddenly dimmed, and the newly sprouted green buds curled their leaves, sensing the impending threat. The icy tendrils from the hot spring resurfaced, weaving an impenetrable net across the water's surface, protecting the sapling at its center. Loose the arrows. Gregor bellowed like a thunderclap, dozens of fire arrows soaring toward the altar, trailing long flames and carving orange arcs in the snow. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Chang rushed forward, sweeping the dragon crystal spear before him, casting a blue light. The arrows collided with the azure barrier, instantly turning to ashes, with sparks raining down upon the snow, scorching it into numerous black pits. Seizing the opportunity, Jon released a dragon crystal arrow, striking the foremost catapult's framework with precision, though it instantly belched forth green smoke, emitting a hissing sound of corrosion. It was dragon crystal. The Lannister soldiers stirred restlessly, some beginning to retreat. Though the ancient ice demons of the Fist of the Ancestors had vanished, they had long heard tales of the dragon crystal's might. With a furious roar, Gregor charged forward, the morning star whistling through the air as it hurtled toward Qin Chang. Qin Chang rolled aside, the chain grazing his back, crashing onto the rubble of the altar and scattering sparks. The green buds among the debris trembled violently, the spiral runes on their leaves flickering ominously. Seize the one with the mark. Gregor's massive hand lunged for Qin Chang's collar. The calluses of his palm embedded with powder from shards of the ice core, shimmering with a ghostly blue light. Suddenly, the white wolf lunged from the side, biting fiercely at his horse's leg. The startled black stallion reared, throwing Gregor from its back. Jon seized the moment, swinging his sword toward Gregor's wrist. The silver gleam of his claws clashed against the opponent's armor, sparking a flurry of light. In that brief opening, Qin Chang plunged the dragon crystal dagger into the ground. The blue light spread across the ice, instantly freezing the forefront of the Lannister army, ensnaring the feet of several soldiers in an icy prison, rendering them immobile. Spirals of runes emerged on the surface of the ice prison, resonating with the golden light of the altar, drawing the shards of the ice core from the soldiers, transforming them into silver motes that floated toward the sapling. What in the world is that? The soldiers' panic spread like wildfire, leading some to flee in disarray. Gregor, rising from the ground despite the injury to his wrist, once again raised his morning star, this time targeting the icy net over the pond. He must not be allowed to shatter the ice. Qin Chang shouted, throwing his spear. The dragon crystal tip pierced through Gregor's armor, embedding itself into his shoulder. The fragments of the ice core from the whites ignited a ghostly blue flame upon contact with the dragon crystal at the wound. Gregor let out a tortured roar as the morning star slipped from his grasp, careening past the edge of the ice net and crashing into the hot spring, splashing scalding water everywhere. The water droplets that fell upon the ice net instantly froze, causing the mesh to expand slightly. The ice strands that were melting, clearly unable to withstand the intense heat. Suddenly, Qin Chang comprehended that the Lannisters had long known of the ice strand's vulnerability to heat. Their trebuchets were not intended to smash the altar, but rather to destroy this natural barrier. John, the oil. Qin Chang's gaze fell upon the oil tankers at the rear of the Lannister army, their flags snapping in the wind. Emblazoned with a distilling flask, the emblem of the alchemists crafting ice blood. John immediately grasped the urgency, urging his white wolf forward. The dire wolf's speed surpassed that of any warhorse. Its golden form a flash of lightning that swiftly reached the oil tankers. John swung his sword, severing the axle of a tanker, which tumbled into the snow, colliding with a rock and spilling thick oil across the ground. Qin Chang loosed a fire arrow, which ignited the oil into a roaring blaze, forming a wall of flames that cleaved through the Lannister forces. The alchemists screamed as they were engulfed by the flames, their ice blood reagents exploding under the high temperature. Dark red liquid splattering across the snow, reacting peculiarly with the silver sheen of the ice strands, transforming into blossoms of ice. Gregor, witnessing the panicking soldiers beyond the wall of fire and glancing at the ghostly blue flames licking at his shoulder, finally displayed a look of dread. Clutching his wound, he turned to flee, prompting the remaining soldiers to scatter in terror, abandoning their trebuchet in the snow, soon to be blanketed by fresh snowfall. The wall of fire gradually extinguished, leaving behind charred remnants. Qin Chang approached the pond, where the breach in the ice net was slowly mending, the strands absorbing the removed ice core fragments, becoming more resilient. Tender shoots stood upright in the golden light, their spiral runes on the leaves glowing brighter than before. As if expressing gratitude, John returned with the white wolf, his youthful cloak singed with several holes from the sparks. The reinforcements from Mormont were nearing. He had just seen their signal fire. He pointed to Qin Chang's back. Your mark seems to have changed again. Qin Chang reached for his chest, noticing the silver mark now adorned with faint red patterns, reminiscent of the tender shoot's hue. He glanced at the ice strands in the pond, and then at the newly unfurling green shoots, suddenly realizing that balance is never static. Ice and fire intertwine in their struggle, vines and ice cores coexist in their equilibrium, and even he, in this tug of war, had become an entity that was neither entirely ice nor entirely fire. In the distance, the horn of the Night's Watch echoed. 3 long notes followed by 2 short ones, the signal of reinforcements' arrival. Qin Chang gazed toward the direction of the disbanding Lannister army, where the snow was strewn with ice core fragments and oil canisters, resembling ruins ravaged by insatiable greed. They will return. Jean's voice bore the weight of exhaustion. Tywin would not relinquish the ice core. Let them come, then. Qin Chang's gaze fell upon the tender shoots at the altar, golden light seeping through the icy tendrils into the frost, surely nourishing a deeper equilibrium. Within the ice of the ancestors' fist lay something far more significant than the ice core, something they could never excavate. Whiteling leaped into the hot spring, contentedly licking the icy tendrils in the water. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the altar's golden radiance, refracting into a rainbow bridge that spanned the entirety of the fist. Enveloping the night watcher's horn calls, the snores of the ice wolves, and the faint pulsations resonating beneath the ice, weaving together a song of ice and fire. Snow began to fall once more, gently settling on Qin Chang's mark, melting instantly to leave behind a crystalline droplet, akin to a Mindedale. Chapter 35. Echoes beneath the ice. When the reinforcements from Mormont arrived, the snow-laden ground of the ancestors' fist still bore the remnants of unextinguished embers. The elder dismounted, his single eye sweeping over the charred walls of fire and the frozen ice prison, ultimately resting on the mark upon Qin Chang's chest, where the silver-red patterns shimmered like a writhing serpent in the setting sun. Has Gregor fled? The elder's long-handled axe clattered against the snow, shards of ice cascading down. He has fled. John wiped the blood from Longclaw, but all the fragments of the ice core he had brought had been absorbed by the altar. Whiteling mentioned they were aiding the tender shoots in rooting. Mormont approached the hot spring, crouching to examine the web woven from the icy tendrils. The surface of the tendrils glimmered with a pearlescent sheen, gradually stripping and melting the ice core fragments left by the Lannister soldiers, transforming into a silvery essence that seeped into the depths of the pool. Old Aemon was right. This place was a living entity. He rose, his cloak sweeping across the water's surface, creating ripples. The ice blood fed it, while Tywin sought to incinerate it with fire oil. Ultimately, both became nourishment. Qin Chang remained silent, his fingers tracing the mark on his chest. Moments earlier, as the tendrils absorbed the fragments, he distinctly heard a sigh of contentment emanating from beneath the ice, reminiscent of shadows conveying thoughts in the darkness. The golden light of the tinder shoot climbed along his fingertips, wandering across his skin, ultimately converging into the mark, leaving a lingering warmth. We must station someone here. Mormont's voice pulled him from his reverie. The Shadow Tower could not spare personnel, and the fleet at Eastwatch was ensnared by the storms of the narrow sea. He turned to Qin Chang. Will you stay, or shall I? I shall remain. Qin Chang hardly hesitated. John needed to return to the Black Castle with news, and old Aemon surely awaited updates regarding the shadows. Just as John was about to protest, Mormont pressed a firm hand upon his shoulder. Let him stay? The elder's solitary eye gleamed with intensity. This place recognized him, and should another come, the tendrils might very well perceive us as adversaries. As the night watchers erected a rudimentary camp around the altar, night descended. Qin Chang sat by the pool, watching the icy tendrils sway gently under the moonlight, like countless hands plucking melodies upon the water's surface. White Ling lay at his feet, occasionally lifting her head to whimper softly at the tender shoots of the altar, as if engaged in some form of communication. In the dead of night, a sudden tremor resonated from the depths of the pool. Suddenly awakened, Qin Chang beheld the icy web slowly descending, revealing a gaping chasm below. This was the fissure that Clayton had spoken of, leading to the realm of shadows and slumber. A faint golden light seeped from within, resonating with the mark on his chest, as if beckoning him forth. After a brief hesitation, he ventured inside. The fissure proved to be more spacious than anticipated, its rocky walls adorned with spiraling runes, illuminated by the golden glow as if they were alive. As he descended further, the air grew warmer, and he could faintly hear the sound of flowing water, accompanied by a rhythmic pulsation akin to a heartbeat. At the end of the descent, he entered a vast cavern, where a translucent ice crystal lay upon a stone platform, encasing a swirling mass of darkness that undulated with the pulsations. Countless tiny particles of light floated on the water's surface, resembling stars scattered across its expanse. You have arrived. An ancient thought resonated once more, clearer than in the realm of consciousness. The fragments of the ice core from Gregor reminded him of forgotten memories. As Qin Chang approached the stone platform, the shadow within the ice crystal suddenly opened its eyes, golden irises identical to those of Bai Ling. I am the equilibrium forged by the seven emperors with the last fragment of fire and the ice core. The voice of the shadow carried a weary tone. They feared the imbalance of ice and fire, thus concealed me here, ensnared by the roots of the vines, locked in my consciousness by the icy tendrils, leaving only a fissure to the outside world. Qin Chang's gaze fell upon the roots entwining the shadow. They shimmered with a golden hue, evidently nurtured by the icy tendrils for an extended period. Does the Ice Lord know of your existence? He is the sole one who can communicate with me. A flicker of sorrow crossed the shadow's gaze. He wishes for our fusion, to utilize your fire mark, to thoroughly purify the malice of the vines. Yet I know that this would transform you into a second Ice Lord. In that moment, Qin Chang comprehended the true meaning behind the Ice Lord's final command to guard it. It was not the tender shoot he was to protect, but the equilibrium concealed beneath the ice. The mark upon his chest grew increasingly hot, golden light flowing from his fingertips to the ice crystal, causing cracks to expand upon its surface as the dark shadow gradually became clearer. The Lannisters will not relent. The shadow's voice grew urgent. Tywin has concealed a massive ice core in the Carlin Bay, forged from fragments of the Ice Lord's ice spear. He intends. Before it could finish, the cavern trembled violently, extinguishing the runes on the rocky walls. Qin Chang looked up. The light from the fissure was fading, accompanied by Bai Ling's frantic cries. They are coming. The shadow's eyes flashed crimson. Hurry. Do not let them seize the ice crystal. Qin Chang turned and ran, hearing the shattering of the ice crystal behind him. Along with the shadow's final thought, the mark will guide you to the ice core in Carlin Bay. As he emerged from the fissure, he found the camp engulfed in flames. Lannister soldiers brandished torches, besieging the Night's Watch, while Gregor's meteor hammer struck the hot springs, causing the icy web to writhe in agony amidst the flames. Bai Ling was pinned to the ground by several spears, her golden eyes filled with despair. Seize him. Gregor's roar pierced through the blaze as his colossal hand reached for Qin Chang's collar. In that instant, Qin Chang's fury erupted, and the mark upon his chest radiated a blinding golden light. He seized the dragon crystal spear from the ground and thrust it fiercely towards Gregor's chest. This time, the dragon crystal did not ricochet off the icy shards. Instead, it pierced through the armor like a searing hot iron, aimed directly at the heart. Gregor emitted a horrific cry that was inhuman, his body swiftly dissolving in a golden light, ultimately transforming into a pool of black viscous liquid, which was absorbed by the icy tendrils of the hot spring. Witnessing this, the soldiers of Lannister scattered in panic, their torches falling into the snow, leaving behind spots of flame flickering amidst the white. Qin Chang lifted the barely conscious Bai Ling. The ice wolf's breath had grown faint, its golden eyes half open, gazing towards the altar. There, tinder sprouts trembled violently in the golden light, and the spiral runes on their leaves suddenly took flight, forming a complete sigil in the air before gently settling upon Bai Ling's forehead. Bai Ling's body erupted with golden light, its wounds healing rapidly. When the radiance dissipated, its size had doubled, the brilliance in its eyes intensified, and a ring of silver mane adorned its neck, resembling a necklace of dragon crystals. The voice of the night watchman was filled with astonishment. Qin Chang stroked Bai Ling's mane, feeling a warm response from the mark on his chest. He understood that this was the Shadow's final gift, transforming the ice wolf into the new guardian of balance. In the distance, towards the direction of Carlin Bay, a faint red glow flickered, reminiscent of a massive ice core awakening. "We must head to Carlin Bay," Qin Chang declared, rising to his feet, the dragon crystal spear in hand radiating a blue light. It was time to deal with Tywin's ice core. Bai Ling let out a low growl and charged towards the flickering flames in the snow. Qin Chang and the Night Watch followed closely, their cloaks rustling in the wind. While the ancestral peaks stood silently under the moonlight, only the golden light of the sprout piercing through the night, resembling a star that would never extinguish. Chapter 36. The cold winds toward Carlin Bay. Bai Ling's mane shimmered with a silver-blue hue under the moonlight. The ice wolf sprinted at the forefront of the group, leaving faint golden imprints in the snow, as if guiding their path. Qin Chang caressed the mark on his chest, where the red and silver patterns occasionally glowed in response to Bai Ling's sigil, allowing him to clearly perceive the location of the ice core at Carlin Bay, situated in the northwest like a pulsing, dark crimson heart. "How long until we arrive?" an old night watchman asked, tightening his cloak against the biting cold, his cheeks frostbitten and covered with a thin layer of ice. Qin Chang gazed up. The distant sea horizon shimmered with an inky hue, the outline of Carlin Bay barely visible in the darkness, resembling a colossal beast lying at the water's edge. "We will reach it beyond that ridge." He paused, lowering his voice, "but do not expect to approach quietly. Tywin has certainly set a web of traps." Indeed, sounds of dragging chains echoed from the snow below the ridge. Qin Chang signaled for the group to halt, crouching behind a snowbank to observe. The dock at Carlin Bay had been transformed into a fortress, with wooden stakes adorned with ice core fragments that shimmered with a ghostly blue light under the moon, resembling countless eyes watching the sea. At the center of the dock, a towering ice core stood, 3 men high, its surface inscribed with runes identical to those of the ancestral peak's ice core, albeit darker in hue, exuding an ominous red glow. It was a mimicry of unity. The chill of the air crept into Qin Chang's fingertips as the dragon crystal dagger trembled within his boot. Crafted from shards of an ice spear wielded by the lord of the other, it was far more perilous than an ordinary ice core. Suddenly, White Spirit let out a low growl towards the sea, its golden eyes reflecting the silhouette of a ship in the distance. Raising his telescope, Qin Chang discerned 3 Lannister warships approaching the dock, the lion emblem on their sails strikingly vivid against the night sky, their decks piled high with wooden crates, presumably laden with more ice blood reagents. They were transporting supplies. John's voice reached him from behind. He had ultimately not returned to the Black Castle, having pursued them with 10 Night's Watch cavalry. Lord Mormont insisted that even if you refuse, I must deliver the dragon crystal explosives. He patted the cloth bag on his saddle, the sound of clinking crystals resonating from within. As Qin Chang gazed at the warships, a plan suddenly formed in his mind. "Can White Spirit dive to the dock?" he inquired. The dire wolf seemed to comprehend, wagging its tail before darting into a nearby fissure in the ice. Moments later, the sound of snapping iron chains echoed from the direction of the dock, followed by the anguished cries of Lannister soldiers. It had drawn the guards away. John's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Shall we charge now?" "Wait until the ship's dock," Qin Chang instructed, pointing at the leading vessel. Its deep draft indicated it was laden with supplies for energizing the ice core. "We'll blend in." The Night's Watchmen hastily discarded their black cloaks, donning stolen Lannister uniforms. Qin Chang concealed the dragon crystal dagger in his boot, the mark on his chest hidden beneath thick armor, only to heat up when near the ice core. As the gangplank of the warship landed on the dock, they mingled with unloading soldiers, successfully boarding the deck. A pungent chemical scent wafted through the hold. Qin Chang pried open the lowest wooden crate, discovering not ice blood reagents, but dozens of earthen jars, each containing distorted limbs, the veins beneath the skin resembling black vines, reminiscent of the stitched monstrosity encountered at the narrow pass. He was cultivating new species using the ice core, John's voice trembled with fury. These are the hands and feet of northern captives. Qin Chang's fists clenched tightly, nearly crushing the dragon crystal dagger. He suddenly recalled the words of the Shadow of the Ancients. Tywin not only sought to control the ice core, but also aspired to create an army composed of a hybrid of ice blood and vines. The ship lurched violently, and the sounds of battle erupted on the deck. Qin Chang and Jon exchanged a glance and charged forward. White Spirit led a pack of ice wolves awakened by the frost, tearing into the Lannister soldiers, the golden horde flashing through the night like lightning, leaving chaos in its wake. Blast the ice core, Qin Chang shouted to the Night's Watchman, simultaneously hurling a dragon crystal spear that impaled a guard on the elevated dock. Jon seized the dragon crystal explosives, dashing towards the ice core under White Spirit's protection. The runes on the ice core's surface suddenly blazed with a red light, ensnaring him within. The crimson glow seemed alive, creeping up his armor, attempting to corrode his body. Use your blood, Qin Chang bellowed. Recalling old Aemon's words, the dragon crystal unleashes its most potent power when met with living blood. Without hesitation, Jon slashed his palm with long claw, letting his blood drip onto the explosives. The dragon crystal erupted in a dazzling blue light, colliding fiercely with the red glow of the ice core, shattering the rune-formed cage into smithereens. Seizing the moment, he stuffed explosives into the fissures of the ice core and ignited the fuse. Retreat. Qin Chang pulled Jon onto the warship, with White Ling and the pack of wolves following closely behind. The Night's Watch severed the mooring lines, and the vessel, propelled by the ocean's currents, departed the dock. A deafening explosion reverberated behind them as the ice core of Kaling Bay fragmented amidst the intertwining red and blue lights. Countless shards cascading like a meteor shower into the sea, creating immense splashes. The dismembered bodies submerged in the clay pots lost the ice core's sustenance, transforming into black water and flowing through the deck's crevices into the ocean. Standing at the stern, Qin Chang gazed at the burning Kaling Bay, the mark on his chest gradually calming. He understood that Tywin's scheme had collapsed, yet the Lannister influence remained, and the mysteries left by the White Walker Lord were still unsolved. Their battle was far from over. White Ling lay at his feet, licking the blood from her paws, her golden eyes reflecting the distant flames. Jon leaned against the mast, toying with a shard of the ice core, which glimmered with a pale blue hue under the moonlight, resembling a frozen star. The sea breeze, laden with salt, fluttered their cloaks. Qin Chang touched the mark on his chest, where the red and silver patterns pulsed gently under the starlight, as if recounting an unfinished tale. He knew the road ahead remained long, but as long as he had Jon, White Ling, and those Night's Watch members willing to fight for balance by his side, he would not be afraid. The warship sailed towards the Black Castle, the sails billowing in the wind, resonating like a prelude to a new symphony. In the distance, the first rays of dawn pierced through the darkness, bathing the sea in golden hues. Chapter 37. The embers of Black Castle as the warship entered the bay. The shadow of the wall cast a slanting silhouette across the ice, resembling a colossal obsidian sword. Qin Chang leaned against the ship's railing, observing the Black Castle's beacon tower emitting dark smoke, shadows flitting about the battlements as the Night's Watch busily reinforced their defenses, evidently unprepared for their swift return. Old Aemon must be in a state of panic. Jon sheathed Longclaw, the ice shards on the sword's pommel glittering in the sunlight. We are 3 days late. White Ling lay on the deck, her golden mane tinged with sea salt, occasionally shaking off tiny ice crystals. She gazed towards the wall, emitting a low whine, as if sensing something amiss. Following her gaze, Qin Chang noticed an unusual pale blue smoke wafting from the armory of the Black Castle, a hue lighter than the dark smoke from the beacon, carrying a familiar sweetish odor, the scent of burning ice blood. Something has gone awry. Qin Chang's hand gripped the dragon crystal dagger as the mark on his chest suddenly flared with heat, the red and silver patterns twisting as if alive. Get to the shore. As the Night's Watch lowered the small boat, the dock's guards approached, led by a young, unfamiliar officer. Upon seeing the mark on Qin Chang's chest, his face paled, and he nearly dropped his spear. Lord Qin Chang, you have returned. His voice trembled. What has happened to old Maester Aemon? Jon's voice was laced with urgency. The official's Adam's apple bobbed twice as his gaze flickered towards the armory. 3 days prior, a messenger from Lannister had arrived, bearing a letter from Tywin. After the old scholar perused its contents, he sequestered himself within the library. Last night, a fire engulfed the library, swirling with shards of ice, and he paused, lowering his voice to a whisper, the runes of the others. Qin Chang's heart plummeted. He seized the dragon crystal spear. Leaping onto the dock, with White Ling following closely behind, their golden forms tracing arcs across the snow. Jon, accompanied by the Night's Watch, hastened to catch up. The official's words pierced each heart like ice shards. The library housed the Seven Stars' secret record and all manuscripts concerning the Ice Core. Old Aemon would never permit such treasures to succumb to flames. The courtyard of the Black Castle was blanketed in unshoveled snow, mingled with charred wood splinters, which crunched underfoot. The remnants of the library still emitted smoke. The stone walls collapsed partially, revealing the molten iron framework within, resembling a distorted metallic beast. Mormont stood before the ruins, his long axe planted in the snow, his lone eye fixated on a piece of charred wood embedded with dragon crystal, its spiral runes now blackened by the fire. "You have arrived," he rasped, his voice as coarse as sandpaper. The fire had ignited of its own accord. No one had witnessed the spark. Only the sound of cracking ice emanating from within. He gestured towards the depths of the ruins, where the old relic staff lay, the dragon crystal tip reduced to powder. Qin Chang knelt, his fingertips brushing against the runes on the charred wood. The dragon crystal powder glowed upon contact with heat, revealing a complete spiral mark amidst the ashes. Resonating with the patterns on his chest, he could hear a faint thought, akin to old Aemon's final sigh. Hide it well, within the ice. He was safeguarding something. Rising. Qin Chang scanned the ruins. Beneath the library's foundation lay a hidden chamber, known to the veteran brothers of the Night's Watch. They promptly began to excavate. The sound of dragon crystal picks striking frozen earth echoing across the courtyard. Suddenly, Whiteling growled at a corner of the ruins, where a loose stone slab peeked through the snow, its edges embedded with a ring of dragon crystal glimmering in the sunlight. "This is the place." Qin Chang pried open the slab, revealing a narrow staircase, suffused with the scent of dragon crystal and ancient tomes. He descended with a torch, the ice shards along the steps holding tiny glimmers of light, like waymarks left by old Aemon. The hidden chamber was modest, its walls lined with iron chests, most of which had warped under intense heat. At the center, a stone pedestal cradled a crystal vial, half filled with a silvery liquid, identical to the ice essence of the ancestors. At the bottom lay a black feather, remnants of the Lord of the Other's ice spear, now melted. The essence of the ice key. Qin Chang grasped the crystal vial, which immediately grew warm, resonating powerfully with the mark on his chest. Old Aemon had concealed it within the dragon crystal chest. The fire could not reach it. Beneath the pedestal lay a scroll of parchment, its edges singed, inscribed with several lines in Valyrian. Jon scrutinized it for a moment, his expression turning grave. The old scholar indicated that Tywin's ice core was merely bait. The true conspiracy resided in King's Landing. Lannister's alchemists had excavated a tunnel beneath the Red Keep, leading to an ancient ice cavern, within which, he hesitated, his voice tightening, lay the Mother Ice Core from the age of the Seven Emperors. The Mother Ice Core. The word struck Qin Chang's heart like a heavy hammer. He recalled the words spoken by the shadow of the ancestral figure. Quan Fong. The Seven Emperors had sealed the main root of the vine with the core of Mother Ice. Once awakened, this force would rouse the entire icy expanse of Westeros, rendering the power of the White Walkers unstoppable. Why would Tywin do such a thing? A Night's Watchman could not help but inquire. Was he not afraid of being retaliated against by the White Walkers? Did he believe he could control it? Qin Chang tucked the crystal vial into his bosom, the icy aura of the dragon crystal dagger spreading through his palm, keeping him alert. Old Aemon had noted that the Lannister bloodline possessed a unique gene capable of temporarily suppressing the encroachment of the ice core. Tywin likely believed himself to be the chosen one. Suddenly, the chamber trembled, dust cascading from above. Jon rushed to the stairway, peering out before quickly returning. His face pale. It's the Lannister fleet. They are assembling outside the bay, with at least 20 warships, the flagship adorned with Tywin's lion banner. Qin Chang approached the stone platform, gazing at the half-filled vial of silver liquid. He understood that old Aemon had left behind not only the essence of the ice key, but also a daunting choice: to take it to King's Landing to thwart Tywin or remain at Castle Black to guard the wall. White Fang nudged his hand with her head, her golden eyes reflecting the silver light of the crystal vial. Qin Chang touched the mark on his chest, where the red and silver patterns glowed fiercely, as if urging him to make a decision. Lord Mormont. The Night's Watchman's shouts echoed from outside. The warships have begun firing. Their cannonballs are laced with ice core fragments. Qin Chang tightened his grip on the crystal vial and dashed up the stairs. In the sky above Castle Black, countless flaming cannonballs arced through the air, trailing dark red tails like a cascade of falling stars. The cannonballs struck the walls, ice core fragments colliding with dragon crystal concrete, erupting into sheets of ghostly blue flames. rapidly widening the fissures in the walls. Hold the line. Mormont's roar resounded amidst the cannon fire as he swung his long axe, cleaving the flying debris in two, demonstrating the formidable strength of the wall. Standing atop the battlements, Qin Chang gazed at the fleet in the bay, the mark on his chest resonating with the ice key essence in the vial, radiating a brilliant golden light. He knew that someone must go to confront the core of Mother Ice in King's Landing, while the defenses of the wall could not falter. John. Qin Chang's voice rang unusually clear amidst the cannon fire. You take White Fang and half of the Night's Watch to guard Castle Black. Use dragon crystal explosives to seal the bay. Don't let them approach the walls. And you? John's hand rested on his shoulder. Are you going to King's Landing? Yes. Qin Chang patted his arm. Tell Mormont to save me some hot mead for when I return. He turned and leaped down from the wall, where the Night's Watchman had prepared swift horses. Qin Chang mounted, the crystal vial warming against his chest like a beating heart. He cast one last glance at Castle Black, where John stood atop the battlements with Longclaw, White Fang's golden form at his feet, resembling an eternal flame. The hooves thundered across the snow, galloping southward. The cannon fire from the bay gradually faded. Qin Chang's cloak billowed in the wind, the mark on his chest guiding his path toward the city of King's Landing, which concealed the ultimate secret. The spires of the Red Keep emerged faintly from the distant mist, resembling a slumbering behemoth, poised for the ultimate clash of ice and fire. Chapter 38. The bloody path to King's Landing. The sound of hooves shattering the frozen earth resonates with striking clarity across the desolate plains. Qin Chang tightens his black cloak around him, stowing the crystal vial into the pocket against his chest, the essence of the Mother Ice core seeping through the fabric, intertwining with the mark upon his chest, akin to two serpents gnawing at one another. He has not closed his eyes for 3 days, his gaze bloodshot. Yet he dares not to slow his pace. On the 1,000-mile frozen expanse from the Black Castle to King's Landing, every moment could herald the emergence of a Lannister patrol. Bai Ling had wished to accompany him, but was firmly restrained by Jon. Qin Chang can vividly imagine the boy's expression, his brow furrowed, as Bai Ling's golden mane brushed against the back of his hand, seemingly pleading for his cause. However, he cannot bring the dire wolf. That conspicuous golden hue would betray their presence at the first opportunity. Ahead lies the fork of the King's Road. Qin Chang reins in his horse, the breath he exhales crystallizing into frost before him. The signpost is encased in ice shards, the wooden marker pointing to King's Landing adorned with a skewed lion. Evidently a prank by the Lannister soldiers. Dismounting, he uses his dragonglass dagger to scrape away the ice from the back of the sign, revealing the Night's Watch's secret signal, 3 short cuts and 2 long ones, indicating the presence of a safe house nearby. The safe house is hidden within a charred grove of oak trees, the entrance to the cellar obscured by withered branches, and as he uncovers it, the dust mingles with dragonglass powder. Qin Chang ignites a torch, and the spiral runes on the stone wall immediately glow, resonating with the mark upon his chest. In the corner, half a barrel of horse feed and some dried meat are piled, alongside a map of the north, with King's Landing circled in red ink. Accompanied by a small note, beneath the Red Keep, a dragon stirs. It is the handwriting of Mormont. Qin Chang's fingers trace the words, suddenly recalling the old man's assertion that during the age of the 7 emperors, ice caves often connected with dragon lairs. The energy of the Mother Ice core might awaken the slumbering dragon. Tywin's ambition is far greater than he had imagined. What he seeks is not merely an army of ice, but a fusion of ice and dragon. The wooden door of the cellar suddenly creaks open. Qin Chang swiftly extinguishes the torch, gripping his dragonglass dagger as he hides behind a stone pillar. As the door swings wide, a frigid wind rushes in, swirling with snowflakes, accompanied by heavy breaths and the sharp sound of metal scraping. Could it be a brother of the Night's Watch? A hoarse voice emerges, thick with accent. I saw your horse, black mane, like a crow atop the Great Wall. Qin Chang remains silent until the figure ignites a torch, illuminating a face marred by scars. The man is clad in a tattered Night's Watch cloak, missing an ear, and his spear, wrapped in cloth, glows with the blue light of dragonglass at its tip. Dave. Qin Chang recognizes him, a veteran of the Shadow Tower, who lost his ear 3 years ago in the Battle of the Pass. What brings you here? Dave grins, revealing a gold tooth, an artificial tooth fashioned from melted shards of ice core, gleaming with an eerie blue light in the fire's glow. By Lord Mormont's orders, we're posted along the King's Road to assist those heading to King's Landing. He pauses, the gold tooth spinning in his mouth. The old man anticipated you would venture to your demise. Did he mention anything else? To not trust the imp, Dave added a piece of wood to the fire, and sparks flew onto his golden tooth. The imp of House Lannister was moving about the Riverlands with his entourage, claiming to oppose Tywin. Yet who could discern if he viewed you merely as a pawn? Littlefinger. Qin Chang recalled the notorious genius of a dwarf, Tywin's son, who was scorned by his family for his congenital deformity. Old Aemon had mentioned him in his parchment, stating he was the only one in House Lannister with intellect, having secretly studied the weaknesses of the White Walkers. Where was he? At the twins. Dave pointed at the map, noting that refugees had reported seeing a dwarf together with men from the north, seemingly plotting something. Qin Yang's heart raced. The Northerners were likely Robb's forces. After the defeat at the Green Fork, the young wolf had been searching for an opportunity to retaliate. If he could ally with the imp, perhaps they could undermine Tywin's plans from within. I shall go to the twins. Qin Chang rose, securing the crystal vial. You keep watch towards King's Landing. If there is any movement, signal with the wolf smoke. 3 short, 3 long. Suddenly, Dave grasped his wrist, his golden teeth clicking ominously. The old man also mentioned that if you must venture into the ice cellar of the Red Keep, remember to seek out Old Tom at the blacksmith's. He can unlock the passage to the underground. The password is... He leaned close to Qin Yang's ear, whispering in a low voice, there is fire within the ice, and ice within the fire. As they departed the safe house, the snow fell heavier. Qin Yang's horse trudged through the snow, sinking deeply at times, while Dave stood at the edge of the oak grove, the spear's dragonglass glimmering faintly in the swirling snow, resembling a solitary star. Upon his arrival at the twins, as the drawbridge raised in the twilight, Qin Yang was just in time. Fry soldiers stood at the bridgehead, torches in hand, the silver fish crest on their armor gleaming coldly in the firelight. He uttered the password given by Dave, and the soldiers' expressions shifted to one of unease. The leading captain spat in contempt and grumbled as he lowered the drawbridge. The dwarf is drinking in the banquet hall, waiting for someone marked on the chest. What a strange occurrence. The aroma of ale and roasted meat wafted through the banquet hall. As Qin Yang pushed open the grand door, all eyes turned towards him. The lords of the north gripped their sword hilts. The Freys wore expressions of wariness, and at the far end of the long table, a dwarf was meticulously cleaning his nails with a dagger. His nose was large, yet his eyes were sharp as a hawk's. It was none other than Tyrion Lannister. At last, you have arrived. Tyrion set down his dagger and raised his goblet, the liquid tracing arcs along the cup's rim. I thought the Night's Watch heroes would not dare traverse the lands of House Fry. Qin Yang disregarded his taunt, striding directly to the long table, slamming the dragonglass dagger down. I know what Tywin is doing beneath the Red Keep, and I am aware of your desire to thwart him. Let us be frank. What do you want? Tyrion's gaze lingered for a moment on the mark upon his chest before he suddenly chuckled, a laugh laced with undeniable fatigue. I want him dead. His fingers tapped lightly upon the table, and also, to prove that I am more cunning than he. The lords of the north stirred restlessly. A count with a red beard slammed his hand on the table. The young wolf has declared that we cannot trust a Lannister. But you need me. Tyrion's eyes sharpened suddenly. Do you know of the secret passages beneath the Red Keep? Are you aware of how many ice blood traps the alchemist has set up in the ice cave? He glanced at Qin Yang, stating that the ice key essence in your arms cannot approach the mother ice core without my blood. Do not forget, the Lannister genes can suppress the erosion of the ice core. Qin Yang's hand rested on the crystal vial, the mark on his chest radiating warmth. He understood that Tyrion spoke the truth. Old Aemon had documented that the mother ice core has a bonding mechanism, allowing only those of mixed imperial blood and Lannister genes to touch it. It is settled. Qin Yang's voice rang clear amidst the clamor of the banquet hall. But should I discover any trickery, the dragon crystal dagger will pierce my heart. I comprehend. Tyrion raised his goblet, toasting to the fleeting peace of ice and fire. The wind and snow outside battered the glass, like countless hands knocking at the door. Qin Yang observed the northerners at the long table, noticing their expressions of hesitation and resolution, suddenly recalling the Night's Watch at Castle Black, thinking of Jon and Ghost, and the souls that fought for balance. Perhaps this is what old Aemon referred to as symbiosis. Ice and fire, the North and the West, even the Night's Watch and the Lannisters, all transformed into entities that are both adversarial and interdependent in this war against the Mother Ice Core. He raised his goblet, gently clinking it against Tyrion's, producing a crisp sound reminiscent of cracking ice and flickering flames. The path to King's Landing finally had companions. Chapter 39. The ice cave beneath the Red Keep. The gates of King's Landing creaked heavily in the twilight. Qin Yang mingled among Tyrion's entourage, the hood of his cloak drawn low, his fingertips gripping the bronze ring engraved with the Night's Watch's sigil. This is Old Tom's token. The glow from the blacksmith's forge flickered in the distance, akin to an anxious heartbeat. Do not stare at the gold cloaks. Tyrion's voice came from beside him. The dwarf rode a stout horse, a dragon crystal dagger concealed beneath his fur cloak, their eyes sharper than those of a dire wolf, especially the men of Ser Lancel, whose noses could scent the snow of the north. Qin Yang's gaze swept over the gate guards, their armor edged with a thin layer of ice, reminiscent of the soldiers altered by ice blood at the Bay of Carlin. The mark on his chest suddenly grew warm, the red-silver patterns twisting beneath the fabric. A familiar chill emanated from the direction of the Red Keep, purer than that of the Mother Ice core, bearing the essence of the Night King. He has come. Qin Yang's voice dropped to a whisper. Tyrion raised an eyebrow. The Night King? It seems Tywin's invitation has been widely circulated. He reined in his horse. Turning left at a crossroads toward the blacksmith shop, Old Tom's forge could shield them from the ice core's detection. The glow from the blacksmith's forge mingled with the blue light of dragon crystal dust. Old Tom was hammering a piece of dark red metal, sparks flying onto his leather apron, scorching black dots into it. Upon seeing Tyrion's fur cloak, the old man's movements paused, his gaze falling upon the mark on Qin Yang's chest, suddenly tossing dragon crystal ash into the furnace. A signal. The old man's voice was like a bellows. There is fire within the ice, and ice within the fire. Qin Yang interjected. Old Tom set down his hammer and lifted the stone slab beside the furnace, revealing a staircase that descended into the damp, chilly darkness, mingled with the scent of sulfur. The hidden passage led directly to the dungeons of the Red Keep, and 3 levels further down lay the ice cavern. He handed Qin Yang a rusted key, explaining that it would unlock the 3rd iron door, which contained a dragon crystal embedded in the lock, cautioning him against using any iron implements. Tyrion was the first to descend the staircase, the sound of the dwarf's hooves echoing through the corridor. Qin Yang followed closely behind, the flickering torchlight casting dancing shadows upon the stone walls, where faint spiral runes could be discerned, reminiscent of the ancient markings left by their forebears. These were crafted by the artisans of the Age of 7 Kings. Tyrion's voice dripped with self-deprecation as he remarked that the Lannisters had occupied the Red Keep for 3 centuries, yet remained oblivious to what lay beneath their feet. He pointed to the carvings on the stone wall, depicting an ice dragon entwined with flames. Old Tywin always insisted that dragons were but myths. Yet now he sought to hatch a true creature from the ice core. Indeed, the iron door at the end of the passage was fitted with a dragon crystal lock. As Qin Yang inserted the key given by Old Tom, the lock emitted a sound reminiscent of ice cracking, and a low, rumbling dragon's roar echoed from beyond the door, causing dust to fall from the stone walls. The dungeon was empty, the chains on the iron bars rusted yet entwined with fresh shards of ice. At the farthest cell, a black pit yawned in the floor, cold air gushing forth, causing the torch's flame to flicker a ghostly blue. This was the entrance to the ice cavern. Tyrion tossed a stone into the abyss, and after what felt like an eternity, the sound of its landing reached them. Tywin's alchemist had set a barrier within. Only blood of the Lannisters could breach it. Are you ready? Qin Yang inquired as he produced a crystal vial, its silver liquid shimmering with golden hues. He sliced open his palm, allowing his blood to drip onto the vial, which immediately began to bubble, merging with his blood into a pale red hue. Let us proceed. The ice cavern was more spacious than he had anticipated, resembling an underground palace. Stalactites hung, adorned with icicles that refracted the torchlight, casting shattered patterns upon the ground. At the center, the mother ice core floated suspended in midair, as large as a cart, its surface adorned with runes pulsing a dark crimson glow, connected to countless ice tendrils that burrowed deep into the rock, exuding a black ichor, the lifeblood of the vine's main roots. He was nourishing it with the essence of the vines. Qin Yang's voice tightened as the cold emanating from the mother ice core threatened to freeze his very blood. Even as the mark on his chest burned with fervor, the red-silver patterns resonating with the core's runes, there was also a dragon. Deep within the shadows of the ice cavern lay a gaunt dragon, its scales mostly shed, revealing the dark, bluish skin beneath. With eyes alight with a ghostly blue flame, this was a remnant of the dragon controlled by the ice core, Tywin's experiment with the ice dragon. A barrier surrounded the ice platform. Tyrion cut his wrist, letting his blood fall upon the runes on the ground, whereupon the red light parted to create a pathway. I can only assist you this far. The corrosive power of the mother ice core is too formidable, and my blood will not sustain for long. Qin Yang grasped the crystal vial tightly and advanced along the path toward the ice platform. The runes on the mother ice core suddenly accelerated in their flow, and ice tendrils surged from all directions, akin to a multitude of venomous serpents. He brandished the dragon crystal dagger wherever the blue light passed. The ice tendrils dissolved into vapor, only to immediately reconstitute endlessly. Use the ice key. Tyrion's roar echoed within the icy cavern, his arms beginning to freeze, infusing the fissures of the ice core with essence. Qin Chang aimed at the surface cracks of the mother ice core, hurling the crimson liquid from the crystal vial. The instant the liquid made contact with the ice core, it erupted in a blinding golden light, causing the cavern to tremble violently. While the remnants of the dragon emitted a pained howl, the ethereal blue flames in its eyes gradually extinguishing. The runes of the mother ice core began to disintegrate, revealing the black core within, the very root of the vines imprisoned by the 7 emperors, now grotesquely tainted by the ice core. A tearing pain surged through Qin Chang's chest. He felt his consciousness being devoured by the main root. As a torrent of fragmented memories flooded his mind, the apocalypse of a world engulfed by vines, the resolute forging of the ice core by the 7 emperors, the shared gaze between the Lord of the Others and himself at the altar. Quick, use the dragon crystal. Tyrion's voice trembled with desperation. Half of his body already transformed into ice. Old Iman's notes stated that the main root feared the union of dragon crystal and fire. Qin Chang bit down on his tongue, using the pain to remain lucid. He plunged the dragon crystal dagger into his wound, allowing his blood to saturate the crystal, before hurling it fiercely at the black core. The amalgamation of dragon crystal and blood erupted in golden flames, enveloping the main root in an instant. While the mother ice core shattered incrementally in the inferno, the ice tendrils evaporating into vapor, and the remains of the dragon turning to ashes amidst the blaze. The tremors within the cavern gradually subsided, and the icy layer upon Tyrion began to melt, revealing his pale skin beneath. Qin Chang collapsed to the ground, the mark upon his chest returning to a state of tranquility, the intertwining red and silver patterns forming a complete spiral, akin to a solidified star. Is it over? Tyrion's voice quivered. Qin Chang looked up to see moonlight streaming through a fissure at the top of the cavern, illuminating a shard of ice embedded in the rock wall, within which lay a piece of dragon crystal, inscribed with old Iman's words, "Balance is eternity." He smiled faintly, clutching the mark on his chest. Perhaps, as long as ice and fire continue to coexist, and vines and dragon crystal remain in equilibrium, this world shall never truly meet its end. The sound of footsteps clad in golden robes echoed from outside the cavern. Tywin's army had finally arrived. Qin Chang rose to his feet, the dragon crystal dagger gleaming with a blue light in his hand, while Tyrion too drew his weapon, the gnome's eyes shimmering with an unprecedented resolve. Beneath the moonlight, the two figures stood shoulder to shoulder at the entrance of the icy cavern, akin to two swords poised to be unsheathed. Chapter 40. The light descends upon the realm. The footsteps of the golden robes reverberated in the tunnel, akin to countless drums sounding in unison. Qin Chang crossed the dragon crystal dagger over his chest, the blue light of the blade reflecting the mark upon his torso, casting undulating patterns of light upon the stone walls at the entrance of the icy cavern. Tyrion's steed fidgeted restlessly, while the gnome's other hand pressed firmly against the stirrup, his knuckles whitening from the strain. Old Tywin had come in person. Tyrion's voice was barely above a whisper as he cast his gaze toward the shadows at the end of the tunnel, estimating the footsteps to be at least 50 strong, accompanied by the clinking of heavy infantry armor. Suddenly, Qin Chang's mark blazed with intense heat, the red and silver patterns coiling around his arm like living serpents. He could hear Tywin's heartbeat, steady as a block of ice, alongside another familiar heartbeat, imbued with the unique chill of the others, gradually synchronizing with his own. The Lord of the Others is also present. Qin Chang felt his Adam's apple bob as he stood alongside Tywin. Tyrion's brow furrowed in concern. That old fox dares to strike a deal with the others. Suddenly, he laughed, a laugh tinged with madness. Well, that saves us another trip. The torch at the end of the tunnel flared to life, illuminating Tywin's wrinkled visage. The elder wore a black velvet cloak adorned with rubies, his oak staff topped with a massive shard of ice, glowing with an eerie blue light in the flickering flames. Behind him stood a tall, slender figure, the swirling runes of ice armor barely visible in the shadows. It was the Lord of the Others, an ice spear slung across his back, its blue tip piercing the darkness, aimed directly at Qin Chang's heart. "My son, and the son of the Night's Watch." Tywin's voice rasped like ground stone, his gaze flitting between the two. A most unexpected reunion indeed. He paused, his staff striking the ground, and the glow of the ice shards surged abruptly. What of the mother ice core? Shattered. Qin Chang's voice rang clear amidst the chill of the ice cavern. Your ice dragon is dead as well, Tywin. It is time for your ambitions to awaken. The corners of Tywin's mouth twitched before settling into a chilling smile. Shattered can be reforged. A dead dragon can be resurrected. He stepped aside, revealing several alchemists behind him. pushing a cart draped in black cloth, the writhing contours barely discernible beneath the fabric. I have this, a new species cultivated with the roots of vines and ice blood. More obedient than the others, deadlier than dragons. As the black cloth was lifted, both Qin Chang and Tyrion held their breath. Inside the cart lay a grotesque mass of flesh, countless eyes shifting beneath the membrane, icy tendrils coursing like veins through the mass. With a suction cup atop, still dripping black ichor. Most terrifying of all, embedded within the flesh was a shard of ice, radiating the same blue light as the lord of the other's spear. This is the progenitor of the stitched monstrosity. Qin Chang's voice carried a chill, recalling the bodies entwined by vines at the pass. Do you intend for it to consume the entirety of King's Landing? No, it is for purification. Tywin's staff struck the ground once more, the light of the ice shard illuminating the madness in his eyes. Through the fusion of ice and vine, we shall eradicate the weak of this world and establish a new order. Suddenly, the Lord of the Others stepped forward, the blue light of the ice spear resonating powerfully with the mark upon Qin Chang's chest. Alias. The Lord's thoughts pierced directly into Qin Chang's mind. This creature would devour everything, including the others. Qin Chang's heart raced. He turned to the Lord, sensing a faint tremor beneath the ice armor, as if something was being suppressed. A sudden pain radiated from the mark on his chest, a torrent of fragmented memories flooding his mind. The transaction between the Lord of the Others and Tywin, trading shards of the Mother Ice Core for humanity's submission, along with a portion of the Ice Core essence secretly concealed, potent enough to annihilate the progenitor of the stitched monstrosity. Do you wish to retract your words? Tywin's staff pointed accusingly at the Lord of the Others. Do not forget our agreement. The Lord of the Others paid him no heed. The ice spear was abruptly raised, its blue tip aimed at the progenitor of the stitched monstrosity. Tywin's reaction was swift. He swept his staff, the shards of ice core shimmering to obscure the blue light. The clash of forces erupted into a blinding white light within the tunnel, causing the golden-robed figures to scream in agony as they shielded their eyes. Attack! Qin Chang shouted, charging towards Tywin, the blue glow of the dragon crystal dagger slicing through the white radiance. Tyrion's diminutive steed also surged forward, the dwarf's dagger plunging toward the alchemist, severing the chains that bound them. The mother of the stitched beast lost control, expanding uncontrollably as icy tendrils lashed out, piercing the throats of several golden-robed figures. Tywin's staff swung, the light from the ice core shards steadily diminishing the mother-s form. Yet his movements grew increasingly sluggish, blood seeping from his chest. The ice spear of the White Walker Lord silently pierced his heart. You! Tywin's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed upon the White Walker Lord. The balance of the seven emperors must not be disrupted. With the ice spear withdrawn, Tywin's lifeless body collapsed to the ground. The shards of ice core rolling from his staff, instantaneously consumed by the icy tendrils of the stitched beast's mother. As the mother absorbed the shards, it grew even larger. The suckers on its icy tendrils began to expel ice blood, rapidly freezing the stone walls in its wake. Qin Chang and the White Walker Lord exchanged a glance before charging towards the mother. The blue light of the dragon crystal dagger intertwining with the spectral blue of the ice spear, exploding into radiant blossoms upon the mother-s surface. With your blood. The White Walker Lord's thoughts echoed in Qin Chang's mind. Only the blood of the Child of Light could purify it completely. Without hesitation, Qin Chang slashed his palm with the dragon crystal dagger, his blood dripping onto the mother, merging with the blue light of the dagger and the spectral blue of the ice spear, forming a golden stream that penetrated the entire mass. The stitched beast emitted a piercing shriek as its body rapidly disintegrated within the flow of light, icy tendrils turning to vapor, and its flesh reduced to ashes. As the white light in the tunnel gradually faded, only Qin Chang and the White Walker Lord remained amidst the ruins. Tyrion's steed lay exhausted on the ground, panting heavily, while the dwarf leaned against its side, his face splattered with blood. The golden-robed figures either lay dead or fled. Tywin's body was now frozen, his face etched with an expression of defiance. Suddenly, the ice spear of the White Walker Lord pointed at Qin Chang's chest, its blue light intertwining with the red and silver patterns of his mark. The balance had been restored. A sense of relief washed over him. The mission of the Seven Emperors was at an end. Qin Chang's mark suddenly burst forth from his chest, transforming into a colossal spiral rune that enveloped him and the White Walker Lord. Within the brilliance of the rune, the ice armor of the White Walker Lord gradually melted away, revealing a visage identical to Qin Chang's, albeit with paler skin and hauntingly blue eyes. We are, after all, one. The body of the White Walker Lord began to grow translucent, the ice spear dissolving into motes of light, merging with Qin Yang's mark, safeguarding this world, ensuring the balance would not be shattered again. As the light of the rune faded, the White Walker Lord had vanished, leaving behind only a complete spiral mark upon Qin Yang's chest, interwoven in red, silver, and blue, pulsating like a vibrant star. Tyrion approached, holding a shard of ice core he had taken from Tywin's corpse. The shard had lost its luster, now resembling an ordinary stone. "It is over." Tyrion's voice bore the weight of fatigue. Someone must attend to the disarray of King's Landing. Qin Yang gazed towards the tunnel's exit, where the sky had begun to blush with the light of dawn. He understood that the crisis in King's Landing had been averted, yet the equilibrium of this world still required vigilant guardianship. The beacon fires along the wall continued to blaze, and the frigid winds of the north howled relentlessly. "I must return to Castle Black." Qin Yang's voice echoed within the tunnel, the dragon crystal dagger in his hand glimmering faintly. Tyrion nodded, casting the shards of ice core to the ground. "Please convey my regards to Jon, and inform him that the Lannisters owe a favor to the Night's Watch." Qin Yang smiled, turning to exit the tunnel. Sunlight streamed through the windows of the Red Keep, bathing him in its warmth, the sigil upon his chest shimmering in the light, akin to a crystalline fusion of ice and fire. He recognized that this was not an ending, but rather a new beginning. The symbiosis of ice and fire had merely commenced. From afar, the horn of the Night's Watch sounded, 3 long notes followed by 3 short ones, signifying safety. Qin Yang quickened his pace towards the north, where the wall awaited him, along with Jon, Ghost, and countless stories yearning for his return. Sunlight flooded the streets of King's Landing, dispelling all darkness, leaving only the radiant intermingling of ice and fire to flow gently across the earth. Chapter 41. The vigil of the wall. The snow at Castle Black glimmered blindingly in the sunlight. Qin Yang stood atop the ice wall, surveying the frozen expanse to the north, the tricolored sigil upon his chest rising and falling gently with each breath, as if concealing a pulsating sea of stars. Jon leaned against the parapet, his sword Longclaw sheathed with a thin layer of ice, while Ghost lay at his feet, his golden mane dancing in the wind, occasionally nudging Qin Yang's hand. "Lord Mormont awaits you in the council chamber." Jon's voice was laced with mirth. Sam from the Shadow Tower bore news of verdant meadows blooming with blue flowers sprouting across the ice fields north of Frostfang, transforming the entire expanse into a canvas of blue. Qin Yang's sigil warmed slightly at the thought. He recalled the tender shoots of ancestral Fist Peaks, the rebirth of green sprouts in harmony. Perhaps the revival of the ice fields was the true intent of the 7 kings, nourished by the essence of the frost. He turned, the dragon crystal dagger swaying at his waist. Old Aemon had mentioned in his notes that the fusion of ice and fire could render the permafrost fertile. The council chamber was brimming with seasoned members of the Night's Watch, alongside several lords from the north. Mormont's great axe leaned against the wall, the dragon crystal dust upon its blade glimmering in the firelight. Upon seeing Qin Yang enter, the elder gestured to the map laid upon the table, where a serpentine line drawn in blue ink extended from the wall to the farthest reaches of the eternal winter. "It is the migration path left by the White Walkers." Mormont traced the blue line with his finger. Sam reported that the lesser White Walkers did not vanish with their lord. Instead, they began to retreat towards the eternal winter, leaving behind numerous ice core shards, as if marking something. A bearded lord from the north interjected abruptly. "Lord Robb fears they may be rallying a new army. The Lannisters have fallen, but the chaos in King's Landing persists. If the White Walkers descend at this moment, they shall not." Qin Yang interrupted him, his fingertip resting on the map at the land of eternal winter. "The awareness of the Ice Lord lingered within me. He sought to restore balance to the frozen plains, akin to our guardianship of the Great Wall." He paused, lowering his voice, yet another presence accompanied them. Sam remarked, observing vast black mist shifting across the ice fields, devouring swathes of the blue flower prairie. Instantly, the council chamber fell silent. Bai Ling suddenly let out a low growl directed towards the north, her mane standing taut, golden irises reflecting a roiling mass of dark clouds surging from the edge of the ice fields, their periphery tinged with an eerie hue of violet black. It was the remnants of the main root of the vines. A chill resonated in Qin Yang's voice. Although the progenitor of Tywin's stitched monstrosity had been destroyed, fragments of the main root had burrowed into the icy expanse through fissures, enshrouded by the black mist, consuming the nascent prairie. Mormont seized his long-handled axe, its blade tracing an arc in the firelight. "Rally the troops, bring the dragon crystal explosives. We shall confront this black mist." "Wait," Qin Yang interjected, gripping the elder's wrist. The azure light of the mark seeping through the skin, coalescing into a spiral rune upon the axe blade. We cannot engage directly. The vines fear the power of balance. Jon and I shall proceed while you guard the great wall against the spread of the mist. Jon immediately rose, Bai Ling leaping alongside him, emitting a low growl of excitement. I shall prepare the sled, the youth declared with unwavering conviction. Sam noted that beneath the ice layer of the land of eternal winter lay hot springs. Perhaps a weakness of the black mist could be uncovered. On the eve of their departure, Qin Chang lingered in old Aemon's library for an extended period. Moonlight streamed through the shattered windows, illuminating the charred sheepskin scrolls, revealing several lines of text blackened by fire. The black mist is born of imbalance, extinguished by the light of its origin. He retrieved a fragment of ice core brought back from King's Landing. It had transformed into an ordinary stone, yet emitted a faint glow upon contact with the mark. Perhaps, the Ice Lord had left not just consciousness behind, but also the key to countering imbalance. The sled glided across the blue flower prairie, leaving 2 white trails in its wake. Bai Ling raced ahead, her nose pressed to the ground, occasionally pausing to sniff the blue flowers, emitting contented purrs. Jon steered the sled, while Qin Chang sat behind, gazing at the distant black mist, resembling a colossal ink blot, slowly engulfing the sea of blue blooms. Amidst the violet-black patterns at its edge, the writhing roots of the vines could be faintly discerned. Before them lay the Valley of Hot Springs. Jon reined in the sled, halting before the steaming ice plain. Scalding spring water seeped through the ground fissures, creating a mist that rose from the snow. The black mist dared not approach the hot springs, seemingly intimidated by the heat. Qin Chang leapt from the sled, advancing towards the mist's edge. Within the black mist, countless fragmented howls echoed, akin to the wails of innumerable devoured souls. He could sense the greed of the main root of the vines, absorbing the energy of the ice core fragments, growing ever stronger. Nearing the threshold of the barrier formed by the hot springs. Try the mark. Jon's voice trembled with tension as Bai Ling positioned herself protectively before Qin Chang, baring her teeth and growling at the black mist. Taking a deep breath, Qin Chang pressed his palm against the mist. The tricolor mark erupted with a dazzling radiance, akin to a star cast into an ink pool, instantly tearing a rift in the black mist. He sensed the consciousness of the Ice Lord awakening within the mark, merging with his own thoughts to emit a furious roar against the imbalance. The black mist churned violently as tendrils surged forth, only to turn to ash upon contact with the light. The steam from the hot spring mingled with the radiance, forming a golden barrier that confined the black mist within the valley, extending his awareness along the barrier. Qin Chang beheld the core of the black mist, a shard of unpurified mother ice, still stained with Tywin's blood, radiating a twisted energy. It had been tainted by human greed. The Ice Lord's thoughts echoed in Qin Chang's mind, tinged with sorrow, indicating that only blood of the same origin could purify it. Without hesitation, Qin Chang drew the dragon crystal dagger across his palm, allowing his blood to drip onto the golden barrier. In an instant, the light surged like a blazing sword, piercing the core of the black mist. The shard emitted a shrill wail, disintegrating into powder amidst the bloodlight. The black mist, deprived of its energy source, gradually dissipated into the steam of the hot spring, revealing a restored blue meadow beneath. Bai Ling dashed into the sea of flowers, joyfully rolling about, her golden mane speckled with blue petals. Jon approached, wrapping Qin Chang's wound with cloth, a warm sensation coursing through his fingertips as they brushed against the mark. Is it over? For now. Qin Chang gazed towards the land of eternal winter, where the icy plains shimmered with a blue hue under the sunlight, resembling a tranquil ocean. Yet balance must be perpetually safeguarded, much like the Great Wall must stand resolute. As they made their way back, the setting sun sank into the icy expanse, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson. Bai Ling trotted over, presenting a blue flower to Qin Chang, who placed it in the palm of his hand. Upon contact with the mark, tiny spiral runes appeared on the petals, identical to the one on his chest. Qin Chang smiled, tucking the flower into Jon's cloak. The youth's face radiated brightly in the sunset, while Bai Ling nuzzled against their legs, emitting a contented whimper. The beacon fires along the Great Wall ignited in the twilight, resembling a warm star, guiding them homeward. Qin Chang understood that as long as ice and fire coexisted, and as long as the Night Watcher's vows endured, this land would never succumb to true darkness. The winds of the icy plains carried the scent of flowers, lifting their cloaks and scattering the light of the tricolor mark into the boundless distance. Chapter 42. Echoes of the ice plains. The tracks left by the sled on the blue-flowered meadow were gradually being covered by freshly fallen snowflakes. Qin Chang tightened his cloak, the tricolor mark on his chest glowing faintly with each breath, dispelling some of the surrounding chill. Jon sat beside him, his fingers unconsciously stroking the hilt of Long Claw, the blue petals on the scabbard trembling gently in the breeze. Sam mentioned that the lower-level ice wights had erected ice walls at the edge of the land of eternal winter. Suddenly, Jon spoke, his gaze directed towards the far north, where the sky bore a faint purple hue, not to defend against us, but rather to enclose an expanse of ice. The mark on Qin Yang's chest began to radiate warmth. He sensed the awareness of the Ice Lord responding. Beneath the enclosed expanse of ice lay an ancient power, akin to the frozen caverns of the ancestors, a remnant of the Seven Emperor's seals. He murmured that within it should be another fragment of the main root of the vines. As the ice wights endeavored to purify it with the energy of the ice core, suddenly, White Spirit darted out from beside the sled, its golden form carving an arc across the blue-flowered grassland, letting out a low growl towards the distant ice hill. Qin Yang raised his binoculars, spotting a diminutive figure atop the ice hill, waving something that reflected the sunlight painfully into his eyes. It was Sam. Jon chuckled, wondering how he had ventured so far. As the sled approached the ice hill, Sam was clutching a massive fragment of ice core, panting like a bellows. Snow clung to his cloak, and a thin layer of ice coated his glasses. Upon seeing Qin Yang and Jon, he immediately tossed the ice core fragment into the snow. Gesticulating animatedly, "There's something inside. It's making noise behind the ice wall, like a bell ringing, or perhaps a dragon roaring." Qin Yang's mark suddenly pulsed violently, three-colored light intertwining into a spiral, pointing directly at the ice wall behind the hill. He leaped off the sled, advancing toward the ice wall, with White Spirit trailing closely behind, emitting a low, cautious growl. The ice wall towered 10 zhang high, its surface composed of densely packed runes that resonated powerfully with the mark upon his chest. It was the resonance wall. Qin Yang's fingertips brushed against the ice wall, the runes light climbing up his arm, as the ice wights activated it with the energy of the ice core, attempting to resonate with the seal within, to purify the vine fragment together. A dull vibration emanated from behind the ice wall, as if some colossal entity were battering against the ice layer. Sam, frightened, hid behind Jon, pointing at the fissures in the ice wall. "Look, there's light inside." The light seeping from the crack was neither the haunting blue of the ice core nor the golden glow of the fire mark, but a bizarre green, strikingly reminiscent of the color of the main root of the vines. A heaviness settled in Qin Yang's heart. He could hear the howls of the vines, filled with fury and defiance, evidently having partially broken free from their seal. They had failed. Qin Yang's voice carried a chill, for the vine fragment had absorbed too much ice core energy, becoming even stronger. Suddenly, the ice wall emitted a sharp crack, the fissure widening rapidly, and green light burst forth, staining the surrounding blue-flowered grassland a deep emerald. Countless vines erupted from the crack, striking towards them like venomous serpents, their suckers dripping with black ichor. "Dragon crystal!" Jon shouted, drawing his long claws. The silver blade clashed with the vines, splattering green ichor. "Quick, use the mark." Without hesitation, Qin Yang unleashed the three-colored mark, radiating brilliant light as a shield formed before him. The vines collided with the light shield, instantly turning to ash. Yet more vines surged forth unceasingly, akin to a tide of green. He could sense the Ice Lord's urgency behind the ice wall. As lesser ice wights obstructed the spread of the vines, the brilliance of the runes on the ice wall dimming. "We must enter to assist them," Qin Yang called to Jon, simultaneously inserting the dragon crystal dagger into the fissure of the ice wall, intent on blasting a breach. Jon swiftly removed the dragon crystal explosives from the sled, while Sam assisted in igniting the fuse. The explosion reverberated across the icy expanse, creating a wide breach in the ice wall, from which a surge of green light mixed with shards of ice erupted. Qin Yang was the first to charge through the opening, closely followed by Bailing, whose golden figure darted through the vines, severing each tendril with every bite. Beyond the breach lay a vast ice valley, where beneath the icy crust rested a colossal green core, the fragmented main root of the vines. Countless lowly wights thrust their ice spears towards the giant core, causing the energies of the ice core and the green luminescence of the vines to collide, erupting in a cascade of radiant sparks. Yet, the brilliance of the core intensified, as the icy armor of the wights melted away in the green glow, one after another collapsing into vapor. "Use the source light." The thought of the White Lord resonated in Qin Yang's mind. "Only your blood can neutralize it." He dashed towards the valley's floor, the dragon crystal dagger slicing through his palm, his blood dripping onto the ice. merging with the light of the three-colored mark to form a golden stream that flowed towards the giant core. Wherever the golden stream traversed, the green vines withered, and the lowly wight's icy armor ceased to melt, rising once more to continue their assault on the core. The giant core emitted a piercing howl as the green radiance suddenly surged, enveloping Qin Chang within. He felt the consciousness of the vines attempting to devour his soul. Countless fragmented images flashing before his eyes, the apocalypse of a world covered by vines, the resolute sealing forged by the seven emperors. The gaze exchanged between the White Lord and himself upon the altar. "Hold on to your heart." Jon's voice echoed from outside, as the silver light of Longclaw pierced through the green glow, landing beside Qin Chang. "We are here." Qin Chang jolted awake, the brilliance of the three-colored mark instantly overpowering the green luminescence as the golden stream burrowed into the giant core. The core trembled violently in the golden glow, the green radiance gradually receding to reveal the pure shards of the ice core within. The lowly wights let out a synchronized howl, simultaneously thrusting their ice spears at the core, shattering the ice core fragments into powder, which mingled with the soil of the valley. The green luminescence vanished completely, and the roots of the vines turned to ash. Qin Chang slumped onto the ice, the mark on his chest regaining its tranquility, as the three colors intertwined into a complete spiral, resembling a pulsating heart. Jon rushed over to support him, while Baling nuzzled against the back of his hand, emitting a satisfied low growl. Sam stood at the breach, waving to the wights outside, an incredulous smile gracing his face. The lowly wights did not depart. Instead, they settled around the ice valley, the glow of their icy armor resonating with the icy layers of the valley, forming a golden light shield that protected it. Qin Chang understood they were safeguarding this land, preventing the resurgence of the vines. They intended to remain here, gazing at the wights. A warm sensation emanated from the mark on his chest, as the consciousness of the White Lord revealed to him that they would become new guardians. Much like the Night's Watch safeguarding the wall, protecting this ice valley. Jon nodded, sheathing Longclaw. "We should return to Black Castle. Lord Mormont must be worried about us." As they emerged from the frozen valley, the lesser wights rose to their feet, offering a slight bow before turning to venture deeper into the icy abyss. The radiance of their frozen armor formed a long, luminous trail within the valley, reminiscent of a slumbering dragon. The sled retraced its path across the blue flower prairie, as the dying rays of the setting sun bathed the ice fields in a golden red hue. Qin Chang gazed towards the distant Great Wall, where the black smoke from the beacon tower billowed into the sky, akin to a tether connecting heaven and earth. He understood that while the peril of the ice fields had been temporarily averted, the balance must be diligently preserved, much like the Great Wall must remain steadfast. Suddenly, White's spirit darted towards him, clutching a blue flower in its mouth, which it placed gently in the palm of Qin Chang's hand. At the moment of contact with his mark, tiny spiral runes emerged on the petals, mirroring the emblem upon his chest. With a smile, Qin Chang tucked the flower into Jon's cloak, the youth's face illuminated radiantly by the sunset. A breeze from the ice fields carried the fragrance of the flower, lifting their cloaks and scattering the light of the tricolor emblem into the boundless distance. The outline of the Great Wall grew increasingly distinct against the twilight, resembling a dormant dragon safeguarding the creatures of this land. Qin Chang knew that as long as ice and fire coexisted and the Night Watcher's oath remained, this land would never succumb to true darkness. Chapter 43. The Black Castle surrounded by spores. The ice bridge groaned under the weight of the sled, the cold seeping up through the cracks in the ice, creeping up the soles of their boots. When Qin Chang looked up, the shadow of the Great Wall spread across the snow like ink, while the smoke from the Black Castle was torn into shreds by the wind, entwining with the green mist drifting from the north. Ice crystals fell upon their eyelashes, bearing a scent reminiscent of rust. Jon's hand suddenly gripped the hilt of his sword. White Spirit's mane bristled, and its golden form shot towards the castle like an arrow, a low growl tearing through the wind. 3 blasts of a horn echoed from the direction of the Black Castle, urgent as the gasps of a dying man. It was a signal of an attack on the Night Watchers. The snow in the square was stained a dark green. Within the circle formed by the Night Watchers' dragon crystal spears, a charred corpse was visibly shrinking at an alarming rate, something writhing beneath the skin. Through the charred openings, spiral green tendrils could be seen entwined around the ribs, as if weaving the framework of some living creature. The scouts of Shadow Tower. Mormont's long axe lay beside the corpse, its dragon crystal blade sizzling as it seared the dripping green liquid. The eye of the one-eyed glance sweeping over the gaping hole in the corpse's chest, its edges glimmering with an eerie fluorescence, having been devoured by spores, yet able to return a distance of 3 miles. As Qin Chang crouched down, a sudden pain surged through the mark on his chest. The moment his fingertips brushed against the corpse, the charred skin flaked away, revealing a dense mass of green filaments beneath, pulsing faintly in rhythm with the remnants of a heartbeat, akin to the roots of the vines in the frozen valley. Mutants. He stared at the traces of those filaments spreading across the snow, his voice cold as ice. They thrived in the low temperatures and could even reproduce using the warmth of human bodies. Sam stumbled over, clutching a tin can, his eyes wide behind the lenses. The silvery powder within shimmered faintly, a mix of dragon crystal ash and icevine sap, the last remnants left by old Aemon. The notes indicated that this could eradicate spores, yet he pointed at the markings at the bottom of the container, his voice trembling, indicating it was insufficient. As chaos erupted at the edge of the square, Jon had already drawn his sword. The Night's Watchman, clutching his throat, collapsed, green patches rapidly spreading across his collarbone. In the moment Jon's long claw severed his throat, the dragonglass blade collided with the patch, sparks igniting upon contact, scorching the green marks into blackened hollows. The city sealed. Mormont's long axe spun in his palm, the cold gleam of the blade sweeping over the crowd as it purified everyone with dragonglass powder. Miss even one. And the entire castle would become a breeding ground for spores. Qin Chang approached the headless corpse, the tricolor glow of the mark seeping into the wound through his fingertips. The green patches curled into a tight ball in the golden light, emitting a shrill sound akin to a mosquito's whine. It was the sound of spores disintegrating in fear. They feared the light. As he turned, torches had been ignited, illuminating every corner, stone crevice, cellar, and armory, leaving no dark corners for them to hide. The flames of the black castle merged into a single blaze in the twilight, yet could not dispel the chill atop the ice wall. Qin Chang gazed towards the northern ice fields, where green mist was accumulating into a wall, isolating the Great Wall from the icy valley. Countless tiny points of light floated within the mist, resembling insects parasitized by spores, colliding against the light shield erected by the lesser whites. They were severing the connection. Jon's breath formed white mist in the frigid air, while the white wolf lay at his feet, its golden eyes reflecting the thickening green mist. Would the white's light shield hold? The tremors of the mark were laced with anxiety. Qin Chang could hear the chaos within the icy valley. The ice spears of the lesser whites relentlessly pierced the spores infiltrating the light shield. The explosive bursts of energy from the ice core dimming as they collided with the green filaments. Dragonglass powder must be sent forth. He looked to Mormont, requesting the finest archers to shoot the powder packets into the brightest area of the light shield. Mormont whistled, and a dozen archers surged up the ice wall. Arrows wrapped in dragonglass powder, coated with fluorescent paint, traced green arcs through the twilight, and upon piercing the green mist, the powder erupted in silvery smoke, cleaving a gap in the wall of mist. A muffled thud resonated from the valley, and the light of the shield surged, swallowing the silver smoke whole. It worked. Qin Chang felt warmth from the mark. It was a message from the White Lord's consciousness. The spores were receding, and the cracks in the light shield were being mended by the energy of the ice core. When the explosion echoed from the direction of the dungeon, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Mormont's single eye abruptly constricted. It was the dungeon. Those isolated infected. In the instant Qin Chang rushed out, the white wolf had already darted toward the fiercest flames. The iron door of the dungeon exploded into twisted scrap, and emerging from the crevice were not clouds of smoke, but countless bodies stitched together. The corpses of the Night's Watchmen were grotesquely entangled in green tendrils, severed hands and feet protruding from their torsos, each joint writhing with filaments of spores. A stitched monstrosity. Jon's sword cleaved through a grasping, severed hand, the green liquid splattering upon the dragonglass blade, sizzling as it burned. The spores were animating the corpses to reassemble themselves. The stitched creature emitted a wet, guttural roar as dozens of arms reached out simultaneously. The mark of Qin Chang erupted in a brilliant light, and the moment the luminescent wall collided with the grotesque limbs, the green tendrils swiftly turned to ashes. Severed hands and feet cascading to the ground like rain. Yet, a greater number of stitched monstrosities were surging forth from the fissures, the green tide threatening to inundate the square, detonate the entrance. Qin Chang plunged the dragon crystal dagger into the ground, blue light spreading across the icy surface, immobilizing the stitched creatures with utmost swiftness. At the same time, as Mo Erming waved his hand, the Night Watch had already brought explosives. The instant the fuse burned out, the three of them dove into the snow pile. Amidst the deafening explosion, the dungeon entrance was sealed by debris, shards of ice mingling with dragon crystal dust, creating a silvery web upon the snow. As the flames began to dwindle, The disinfection of the square continued unabated. Standing atop the ice wall, Qin Chang observed as the green mist dissipated across the glacial expanse, the light shield of the ice valley rekindling with blinding brilliance. However, he understood this was not the conclusion. Within the faint glow of the mark, spores nestled beneath the snow curled into a dormant state, akin to seeds buried in the earth, awaiting the next imbalance to burst forth. The Shadow Tower and Donghai Wang had sent word. Mo Erming's voice was laced with fatigue. His iron canister containing freshly ground dragon crystal powder. The spores had already infiltrated the frozen soil of the north, and Rob's men were calling for aid. Qin Chang accepted the canister, the chill of the powder seeping through the metal. On the balance of chains, should one link become loose, the entire world would spiral into disarray. Prepare the sleds. He gazed southward, first to the north. Suddenly, Bai Ling let out a low growl towards the south. Following the gaze of the ice wolf, Qin Chang beheld the night sky over King's Landing suffused with an unnatural red glow, the chaos there resembling rotting flesh. Drawing the spores together, the tremor of the mark bore a warning. Tyrion's consciousness was waning, and the internal strife within the Lannisters had provided the spores with an opportunity. King's Landing must also be addressed. Jon's hand rested on Qin Chang's shoulder. Old Aemon had once said that balance could never be achieved merely by guarding a singular place. As the sled team set forth, the flames of Black Castle receded into distant points of light behind them. Qin Chang cast a backward glance at the wall. This ancient ice edifice standing like a silent serpent in the night, while they rode their sleds, carving a path across the glacial plains toward the unknown. Bai Ling sprinted ahead, her golden form cleaving through the storm, akin to an eternal spark that would never extinguish. The coexistence of ice and fire was never a mere phrase. It lay hidden in the depths of the snow powdered with dragon crystal. Nestled within the crevices between the light shields of the others and the blades of humanity, embedded in every soul that fought for balance. As long as these sparks endure, darkness shall never consume the light. Chapter 44. Green spots on frozen soil. As the sleds traversed the frozen stream, faint cracking sounds emanated from beneath the ice. Qin Chang leaned down to observe, noticing a thin layer of pale green film covering the pebbles at the stream's bottom, as if someone had spilled a bucket of diluted poison, slowly undulating with the water's flow. Bai Ling suddenly leapt into the stream, her golden claws thrashing beneath the ice, shattering the film into tiny fragments. The spores had already begun to spread along the waterway. Jon's long claw scraped against a floating ice block, and the green patches beneath the ice recoiled upon contact with the dragon crystal, instantly shrinking into black dots. Rob's territory lay downstream, and soon, Qin Chang's mark began to radiate heat, a tricolored glow seeping through the heavy cloak, casting flickering spots of light upon the snow. He could hear the distant wails of the village. Those infected by the spores were in agonizing transformation, the green patches spreading like moss over their skin, contorting their limbs into vine-like shapes. He urged the sled dogs to hasten. They had to reach Last Hearth before sunset. The moat there connected to the stream, and once the water source was contaminated, his thought was interrupted by the sound of hooves approaching from the forest ahead. 3 knights clad in northern garb rode forth, their shields emblazoned with the image of a shattered ice wolf, members of Rob's personal guard. The leading knight, upon seeing the mark on Qin Chang's chest, paled visibly and nearly fell from his mount. "My lord, the young wolf lord awaits you at Last Hearth. It has spiraled out of control." When the sled arrived at Last Hearth, the snow outside the walls was speckled with green patches, resembling a toppled pallet. The Knights Watchmen formed a line with their dragon crystal spears, keeping the infected villagers at bay, yet their bodies had begun to mutate, arms transforming into vines, fingers into suction cups, frantically clawing at the gate. Rob stood atop the wall, his red cloak billowing in the wind. His ice sword glistened with green ichor. Upon spotting Qin Chang, he waved for the Knights Watchmen to open the gate. The spores emerged 3 days ago, first affecting the fish in the river, then the livestock that drank the water. He gestured toward the contorted figures outside, his voice tinged with unmistakable anguish. "Even my own guards have been infected." Qin Chang ascended the wall, the light of his mark casting its glow outward. The green patches on the infected villagers were proliferating, eerily reminiscent of the roots of the ice vine. He could hear the spores roar, filled with a voracious hunger for life, devouring the villagers' consciousness and transforming their flesh into new hosts. "How much dragon crystal powder remains?" Qin Chang inquired of Rob, placing his hand against the wall, the mark's radiance spreading across the stone, forming a golden barrier that temporarily staved off the spore's encroachment. Rob's expression grew graver. "Only a small pouch remains, brought from Winterfell. We attempted to use fire, but the spores release more toxic smoke when burned. Over a dozen soldiers have already been infected from inhaling it. Sam rushed over, clutching a tin can. The dragon crystal powder nearly depleted within. Old Maester Eamon's notes indicated that spores can lie dormant in arid conditions, he said, pointing to the distant mountains. Perhaps we can lure the villagers there and bury them in sand. Qin Chang shook his head. No, the spores can survive dormant for years. Once they encounter a suitable environment, they will erupt anew. We must eradicate them completely, leaving no traces behind. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the walls. The infected villagers suddenly ceased their scratching, lifting their heads to gaze at the northern sky. As Qin Chang followed their gaze, he beheld a gathering of verdant mist coalescing into a colossal vortex, obscuring the sunlight. It was the mother spore. A chill laced his voice as he declared its summons to all the spores, heralding an imminent large-scale eruption. The icy sword of Robb unsheathed in an instant. What shall we do? Qin Yang's mark erupted in a dazzling radiance, intertwining three hues to form a grand spiral, manifesting a luminous shield in the air. Jon, you shall lead the Night's Watch to secure the city gates, reinforcing our defenses with dragon crystal powder. Robb, organize the soldiers to amass all the oil, preparing to incinerate the green blotches beyond the walls. He then turned to Sam. Come with me. We must locate the core of the mother spore and purify it with the power of balance. With a low growl, White Spirit leapt from the castle walls, its golden form weaving through the green blight, severing each vine with every bite. Qin Chang and Sam followed closely, scattering dragon crystal powder upon the ground, tracing a silver path that charred the green blotches into ashen remnants. The core of the mother spore lay concealed within a dense forest, resembling a colossal green fruit suspended from branches, countless tendrils extending from it, linking to every infected villager. As Qin Yang's mark pulsated violently, the tricolored radiance clashed fiercely with the green glow of the mother spore, erupting in a cascade of luminous bursts. Use your blood. Sam's voice trembled with urgency. Only the blood of a balancer could cleanse it entirely. Without hesitation, Qin Chang drew the dragon crystal dagger across his palm, allowing his blood to drip onto the mother spore. The golden liquid intertwined with the green luminescence, forming a vast stream of light that instantaneously permeated the entire spore. A piercing shriek emanated from the mother spore as its green glow swiftly receded, revealing the pure core within. The infected villagers regained their human forms amidst the luminous flow, the green blotches gradually vanishing to reveal their normal skin beneath. Bewildered, they gazed around, clearly oblivious to the events that had just transpired. Exhausted, Qin Chang collapsed to the ground, the mark upon his chest settling into tranquility, the tricolored radiance intertwining into a complete spiral, akin to a pulsating heart. Robb and Jon rushed over, their faces adorned with incredulous smiles. It is over. Robb's voice bore the weight of fatigue. We have finally triumphed over the spores. Qin Chang shook his head. No, this is merely the beginning. The vitality of the spores is formidable. As long as a trace remains, they shall erupt once more. We must remain ever vigilant, without a hint of complacency. He gazed toward the northern sky, where the green mist had dissipated, and sunlight once again graced the earth. Yet Qin Chang knew this did not herald the arrival of peace. A new crisis might be brewing, awaiting its moment to strike. We must return to Black Castle. Rising to his feet, the dragon crystal dagger shimmered faintly in his grasp, for Lord Mormont awaited our news. Robb nodded. I will dispatch men to clear the battlefield and reinforce our defenses. Should any disturbance arise, I will inform you immediately. The sled team gradually departed from the last Heathfire city, journeying toward Black Castle. Bai Ling sprinted ahead, her golden figure tracing an arc upon the snow, akin to a shooting star traversing the night sky. Qin Chang gazed out at the scenery, his heart heavy with apprehension. He understood that the battle against the spores was far from over. The path of safeguarding balance remained long and arduous. Yet, he would not yield. As long as ice and fire coexisted, and the Night Watchman's oath endured, he would continue to fight for the peace and tranquility of this world. Chapter 45. The green stains unfaded as the sled departed from the last Hearth City. Remnants of unyielding green stains lingered in the snow beneath the turning wheels. Qin Chang turned back to behold the dragon crystal torches flickering on the city walls, their glow dancing in the twilight, while Robb, draped in his crimson cloak, commanded the soldiers to cover those obstinate green marks with lime. Yet, lime could offer only a temporary reprieve. Jon's long claw trembled within its sheath, the icy spikes on its pommel refracting faint light. Old Aemon's manuscript had noted that the spores could lie dormant for up to a decade, awakening upon contact with water. Suddenly, Bai Ling slowed her pace, her golden snout approaching a pool of melted ice water in the snow. Tiny green particles floated on the surface, resembling crushed moss, which shrank to pinprick-sized black dots upon sensing the breath of the dire wolf. Qin Chang bent down to lift one with his dragon crystal dagger. The particle writhed violently at the edge of the blade, emitting an almost inaudible hum. It was a remnant of the mother spore. He brought the dagger close to the mark, and in the fleeting moment of tricolored brilliance, the particle erupted into a wisp of green smoke, drifting southward with the water, toward King's Landing. Upon entering the territory of House Amber, the villages along the way exuded an eerie silence. The door of a wooden cabin stood ajar, the fireplace still smoldering with embers, while an iron pot lay overturned on the ground, its edges crusted with a layer of green ice. Jon pushed the door open, the hinges creaking with a sound that set one's teeth on edge. Within, the bedding on the Kong was wrapped around a humanoid shape of green stains. Stirring slightly with the draft, it had already undergone complete transformation. A sharp pain surged in Qin Chang's mark as the bones beneath those green stains began to decompose, transforming into sustenance for the spores. The well water here was undoubtedly tainted. Sam knelt by the well, casting a circle of dragon crystal powder upon the surface. The instant the powder touched the well water, the surface erupted into patches of green foam, reminiscent of boiling poison, 3 times more concentrated than that of the last Hearth City. His voice strained. Sam remarked that the folks of House Amber might have fled with contaminated water pouches, scattering the peril along their escape. Before he could finish, the distant sound of hooves echoed from the ridge. A group of commoners, riding upon poor steeds, rushed towards them in panic, their cloaks stained with green spots. Among them, a woman cradled a wailing infant, whose cheeks bore faintly writhing green patterns. Block their path. Qin Chang's voice shattered the icy wind as Bai Ling darted forth like an arrow, positioning herself to obstruct the group's advance. The villagers attempted to circumvent her, yet were forced back by the low growl of the dire wolf. In their panic, one dropped a water pouch, and the green liquid spread across the snow, quickly sprouting fine, dense fibers. Jon's long claw was poised at the throat of the foremost man. The man's fingernails were embedded with green mud, and his eyes were bloodshot like 2 pieces of agate. You carry contaminated water. You cannot proceed south. The young wolf lord commanded us to venture to Carlin Bay. The man's voice, tinged with desperation, revealed that there were night watchers present and that the ice core fragments in Carlin Bay had yet to be cleared. Qin Chang's mark illuminated his palm, casting a golden glow across the infant's cheek, causing the green patterns to fade away. The spores, upon encountering the energy of the ice core, would proliferate rapidly. To venture there would be a path to self-destruction. He instructed Sam to retrieve the remaining dragon crystal powder and distribute a small pinch to each civilian. When sprinkled into their water flasks, it would temporarily suppress the spores. Following the sled, we would seek a dry valley to shelter you. The chosen refuge was a sheltered canyon, with rock walls on either side to ward off moisture. The night watchers marked a line at the canyon's entrance with dragon crystal powder, which, upon contact with the frozen earth, emitted wisps of white smoke. Qin Chang sat beside the campfire, observing the civilians sketching their hometown's likeness in the dirt with twigs. An elderly woman among them was using a charred stick to cover the green stains on her arm, attempting to conceal the ugly marks. The mark on Qin Chang was ablaze with heat. Jon settled beside him, while White Spirit rested its head on Qin Chang's knee, its golden eyes reflecting the flickering flames. Can you feel it? It seems as though something is approaching the canyon. Qin Chang's fingertips brushed against the ground, and 3-colored lights spread across the frozen soil. He could hear vibrations emanating from beneath the ice, not the sound of hooves or herds, but the faint, numerous sounds of friction, as if something was burrowing from the depths of the earth, converging towards the living. It was the mycelium of the spores. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, the dragon crystal dagger glowing blue in his hand. They were creeping along the grass roots, urging everyone to retreat deeper into the canyon. The night watchers swiftly mobilized, guiding the civilians inward. Qin Chang and Jon stood guard at the canyon's mouth, watching as the grass tufts in the snow began to rise, the green mycelium coursing beneath the frozen ground like veins, casting an eerie green glow wherever it traveled. Use fire, Jon exclaimed, lifting a burning ember and hurling it towards the mycelium. The moment the flames touched the mycelium, green flames erupted, and a thick smoke dispersed, carrying countless tiny spores, resembling a swarm of startled fireflies. Do not burn it, Qin Chang shouted, yanking him back. The light from the mark formed a shield before them. These were bait deliberately released by the mother spores. Inhale them. An infection would ensue. The mycelium had reached the line drawn with dragon crystal powder, but halted upon contact. as if colliding with an invisible wall. Yet, it did not retreat. Instead, it began to accumulate, gradually forming a low green wall, with new mycelium continuously emerging from the frozen earth to join this growing barrier. They were testing the defense line. Qin Yang's arm began to ache. Maintaining the light shield consumed too much energy, and he could not sustain it for long. Just then, a cry echoed from deep within the canyon. A woman clutching an infant screamed suddenly as her water flask tumbled to the ground, the green liquid seeping into the earth, instantly sprouting tiny tendrils that slithered towards the nearest civilian. It was her water flask. Sam shouted and rushed forward, scattering dragon crystal powder towards the tendrils. She had failed to follow the instructions to sprinkle the powder. In the midst of chaos, the mycelial wall at the valley mouth surged abruptly, crossing the defensive line of the dragon crystal powder, akin to a green serpent slithering into the gorge. Qin Yang's mark erupted with a brilliant light, incinerating the majority of the mycelium into ashes, yet a small segment still managed to burrow into the crowd, entangling the ankle of an elderly woman. She let out a heart-wrenching scream and fell to the ground. The moment her skin made contact with the mycelium, green patches surged over her body like a tide, enveloping her entirely in the blink of an eye, leaving only her terrified eyes exposed. John's long claw struck just in time, as the dragon crystal blade severed the mycelium. It also amputated half of the woman's foot. The green patches receded upon touching the dragon crystal, but the woman had already ceased to breathe, her eyes frozen in extreme terror. The valley mouth could no longer be held. Qin Yang gazed at the incessantly surging mycelium, his voice weary, urging everyone to follow him and exit through the fissure on the other side of the gorge. The fissure was barely wide enough for a single person to pass, and the Night's Watch escorted the civilians through one by one. Qin Yang took the rear, carving a luminous trail with his dragon crystal dagger to temporarily hinder the mycelium's pursuit. As the last civilian passed through the fissure, he beheld the green mycelium spreading deep into the gorge, staining the bonfire they had previously ignited with a sickly hue. They were to head in the opposite direction of Carlin Bay. Qin Yang looked towards the icy plains in the north, where the night sky glimmered with a faint blue light, the glow of a low-level ice white's shield. They needed to reach the ice valley, for only the ice core energy of the whites could thoroughly purify the spores clinging to them. He instructed Sam to take the civilians ahead, while he, John, and Ghost followed closely behind. The mycelium writhed outside the fissure, like a swarm of unwilling serpents. Qin Yang's mark shimmered in the night. Cognizant that these spores were merely the tip of the iceberg, a precursor to the true threat that silently spread across the entire continent of Westeros. Propelled by water and permafrost, suddenly, Ghost let out a low growl towards the south, where flickering lights in the sky hinted at a fire, direction of King's Landing. A familiar tremor surged through Qin Yang's mark, a faint and urgent call for help from Tyrion, like a flickering candle in the wind. Trouble had also befallen King's Landing. John's voice was tinged with concern. What shall we do? Qin Yang glanced between the icy plains to the north and the flames to the south, his mark flickering incessantly between the two. The scales of balance tipped once more, and they stood at the fulcrum. A slight misstep could plunge the entire world into irreversible ruin. First, to the ice valley. He made his decision. The dragon crystal dagger tracing a blue light in the moonlight. We will secure these civilians, and then we shall head to King's Landing. The silhouettes of the 3 men and 1 wolf vanished into the night, as the gorge behind them became completely shrouded in green, resembling a gem forsaken in permafrost. Glimmering ominously, in even more distant realms, whether in the frozen north or the red keep of King's Landing, the green traces silently spread, awaiting the day of their eventual eruption. Chapter 46. The shield of ice. The ice beneath their feet emitted a delicate cracking sound, as though someone were grinding their teeth in the shadows. Qin Yang supported the woman cradling an infant, her steps faltering, as a few drops of the green liquid from her water pouch splattered onto the ice surface, instantly corroding tiny holes the size of pinheads. Bai Ling walked at the forefront of the group, her golden tail occasionally sweeping across the ground, reducing the green mycelium that attempted to cling to them into powder. How much longer until we reached the ice valley? Sam's labored breaths resembled a worn-out bellows, as he carried a boy infected with spores. The green spots on the back of the boy's neck had already spread to his ears, and every step he took elicited a pained groan. Qin Yang gazed northward, where the light shield erected by the lowly whites shimmered faintly amid the snow mist, resembling a colossal sapphire embedded in the icy expanse. We would arrive once we traversed the crevasse ahead. Suddenly, his mark began to glow, 3 hues of light piercing through the snow fog. Resonating with the light shield, the whites had sensed our presence, and the shield was expanding its perimeter. From the fissures of the crevasse seeped a chilling azure mist, within which countless tiny ice crystals floated, transforming into green powder upon contact with the air. Jon cautiously probed a crack with Longclaw. The blade of the dragon crystal sword instantly emitted white smoke, and a piercing shriek echoed from the depths, as if countless insects were perishing simultaneously. The spores here were suppressed by the energy of the ice core. When Jon withdrew his sword, a layer of black residue clung to the blade, indicating that the whites had been clearing the surrounding sources of infection. Suddenly, a woman named Martha screamed. The infant in her arms began to convulse, his small face turning purple, and a gurgling sound emanated from his throat, as if mycelium wriggled within his trachea. Qin Chang immediately bent down, the golden light of his mark enveloping the infant. The moment the glow permeated the baby's skin, he violently coughed up a mass of green mucus, splattering onto the snow, where it immediately sprouted fine, dense fuzz. He had ingested the spores. Qin Chang's voice turned grave. The infant's gums had already turned green, and they needed to enter the light shield swiftly to force out the remnants using the energy of the whites. As the group hastened through the crevasse, the brilliance of the light shield intensified. The mycelium trailing behind began to wither 100 feet away from the shield, as if severed by invisible scissors. At the entrance of the ice valley stood a dozen lowly whites, their icy armor glimmering with a flowing blue light under the illumination of the shield. With ice spears slung over their shoulders, they bowed in unison upon seeing Qin Chang, their movements as synchronized as a moving wall of ice. They were welcoming us. Jon's long claw ceased to tremble. The ice spikes on the sword's tassel refracted the light from the shield, suggesting that the consciousness of the White Lord had indeed merged with him. Inside the ice valley shrouded by the light shield, the temperature was significantly higher than outside. The ground was covered with a layer of pale blue moss, soft underfoot, exuding the unique fragrance of ice vine sap. At the center, the lowly whites were constructing something with shards of ice core. Countless beams of blue light emanated from the fragments, weaving into a massive net that enveloped the entire valley. It was a purification net. Warmth radiated from Qin Chang's mark as the White Lord's consciousness explained that this net could filter the spores from the air and gradually purify the residual mycelium within the infected individuals, urging everyone to stand in the area where the blue light was most concentrated. Martha was the first to position herself at the center of the ice platform with the infant. The moment the blue light touched the baby's skin, the green spots on him receded like a receding tide, and the gurgling sounds from his throat gradually subsided. The youth, carried by Sam, stepped forward, and the green spots on the back of his neck began to emit smoke, accompanied by a hissing sound. The boy trembled in pain, yet steadfastly clenched his jaw, refusing to utter a sound. Qin Chang approached the edge of the light shield, where the radiance of the mark intertwined with that of the shield. He could see, beyond the shield, a vast expanse of ice, where countless green mycelia converged, crashing against the invisible barrier like a relentless tide. Each collision caused the light shield to quiver violently, dimming the blue light with every impact. They were depleting the shield's energy. Qin Chang's voice, laced with concern, revealed that the lower-tier wraiths were continuously infusing energy into the shards of the ice core, barely maintaining the shield's stability. The main body of the spore was undoubtedly nearby, orchestrating the assault of the mycelial swarm. A towering wraith approached Qin Chang, its ice armor inscribed with runes identical to his mark. It raised its ice spear, pointing towards the eastern side of the ice valley, where the shield flickered erratically, the blue light alternating between brightness and dimness, resembling a fragile eggshell on the verge of shattering. That was the weakness. Qin Chang comprehended its intent. The energy of the ice core was most depleted on the eastern front as the spores concentrated their assault upon a singular point. Jon immediately rallied several Night's Watchmen and made haste towards that direction, using dragon crystal powder to inscribe reinforcement runes on the inner side of the shield. The moment the powder made contact with the shield, it transformed into golden lines that melded into the structure, visibly stabilizing the blue light on the eastern flank and diminishing the tremors from the mycelial impacts. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the western side of the valley. An elderly shepherd, severely infected, began to convulse violently, the green spots beneath his skin expanding rapidly, causing him to swell like an inflated green balloon as he rolled towards the edge of the shield. The lower-tier wraiths promptly raised their ice spears, directing blue light towards the old shepherd, only to have it countered by the green luminescence erupting from his body, akin to two different flames clashing. The spores within him were retaliating. Qin Chang's mark burst forth in a brilliant light as he rushed forward, attempting to suppress the chaos with his radiance. But the green spots on the shepherd repelled his efforts. The mother spore was manipulating him from afar, seeking to breach the shield through the human vessel. The old shepherd's body rapidly expanded within the green spots, culminating in an explosion of viscous green fluid that splattered against the shield, immediately corroding numerous tiny holes. The external mycelia, drawn by the scent of blood, frantically burrowed through these openings. The lower-tier wraiths unleashed their blue light from their ice spears, striking the holes in an attempt to repair the damage with energy. However, the spores within the viscous fluid were highly corrosive, causing the holes to widen further. Jon and the Night's Watchman cast dragon crystal powder towards the breaches. Upon contact with the spores, sparks erupted in clusters, temporarily halting the onslaught of the mycelia. At this rate, the shield would not withstand for an hour. Jon's longsword severed a mycelium that had breached the shield, the white smoke on the blade thickening. We must take the initiative and locate the main body of the mother spore to destroy it. Qin Chang gazed at the roiling green mist beyond the shield, where the consciousness of the mother spore lay concealed at its core, akin to a pulsating green heart. His mark resonated with the ice core energy of the lower-tier wraiths, the blue light of the shield flowing through him as if he donned a shifting ice armor. I shall go. The voice of Qin Chang reverberated within the light shield as Bai Ling approached him, her golden mane shimmering with a hint of purple under the blue glow. You must maintain the light shield and safeguard these civilians. Jon wished to object, but was halted by Qin Chang's gaze. Only I can sense the location of the mother spore. He patted Jon's shoulder, urging him to take care of Martha and the children. The lesser whites parted to grant him passage, creating a temporary gap in the light shield. Qin Chang cast a final glance at the people in the ice valley, their faces a tapestry of fear and hope, akin to stars awaiting dawn upon the frozen expanse. He clenched the dragon crystal dagger tightly, and, alongside Bai Ling, surged forth from the light shield. Green mycelium immediately surged from all directions like a boiling sea of verdant hue. The tricolored light of the mark cleaved a path through the green tide, and Qin Chang's figure was soon engulfed by the mist, with only the occasional burst of brilliance attesting to his relentless advance towards the mother spore. The gap in the light shield slowly closed, and Jon stood upon the ice platform, gazing in the direction Qin Chang had vanished, his claws creaking ominously in his grip. The green mist beyond the ice valley thickened, and the shrieks of the mother spore pierced the light shield, akin to countless needles pricking each individual's eardrums. He understood that Qin Chang's journey was fraught with peril, yet for the sake of everyone in the ice valley, and to prevent the spores from spreading further, they had no alternative. The brilliance of the light shield trembled violently, as if the entire ice field held its breath for the impending confrontation. Chapter 47. The confrontation in the depths of the green mist. The chill within the green mist carried a sweet, metallic tang, reminiscent of ice water steeped in decaying flesh. Qin Chang's mark pulsed fiercely upon his chest, the tricolored radiance piercing the dense fog, incinerating the encroaching mycelium into ash. Bai Ling's golden mane erupted as each strike was imbued with the sharpness of dragon crystal. Wherever her claws swept, the green mycelium curled into charred clumps. Head southeast, Qin Chang instructed, his fingertips tracing the mark's guidance. Where the mist was thickest, the awareness of the mother spore pulsed like a malignant tumor, feigning weakness to lure them into the densest strands of mycelium. Suddenly, the ice beneath their feet collapsed, revealing a roiling green slurry below, teeming with countless semi-transparent limbs, remains of creatures devoured by the spores. Qin Chang leaped over the chasm, landing on Bai Ling's back, and thrust the dragon crystal dagger sideways, piercing a mycelium that lunged at him. The tremor that reverberated through the blade allowed him to distinctly hear the mockery of the mother spore, a cacophony of countless wails, as if hundreds of devoured souls screamed in unison. It was absorbing the consciousness of the deceased. A tightening sensation gripped Qin Chang's throat as the light of the mark suddenly dimmed. The old herdsman, the infected villagers, every life it had consumed became part of it. Bai Ling abruptly halted, growling at the green mist ahead. The vapor began to coalesce, gradually revealing a vague outline resembling an inverted tree, with countless mycelial roots swaying within the mist. At the pinnacle, a crown formed a semblance of a human face, crafted from myriad tiny spores, its eye sockets flickering with an eerie green luminescence. The essence of the mother spore. Qin Chang gripped the dagger tightly, the radiance of his mark colliding with the green light of his adversary, resulting in a cascade of luminous shards. This spectacle mimicked the form of a human, attempting to disorient my consciousness. The mouth of the human-like visage opened wide, emitting a piercing shriek, while the surrounding mycelium suddenly quickened its writhing, resembling a swarm of awakened serpents converging from all directions. Qin Chang's mark erupted with a spiraling beam of light, encasing himself and Bai Ling in its protective embrace. With each revolution of the beam, a layer of mycelium disintegrated into powder, yet an even greater mass of mycelium swiftly replenished the void, causing the beam's radius to diminish steadily. Utilize the ice core energy. The consciousness of the frost demon lord abruptly detonated in Qin Yang's mind, urging the mark to absorb the ice core fragments in the vicinity. It was then that Qin Yang noticed countless minuscule ice core remnants embedded in the ice beneath his feet, remnants left behind by lower-tier frost demons during their cleansing. He immediately pressed the mark against the ground, and three-colored light spread along the icy surface, causing the fragments to ignite with a blue glow, resembling stars strewn across the ground. Energy surged into his body through the beam of light. The brilliance of the mark surged, and the spiraling beam suddenly reversed its rotation, drawing the surrounding mycelium toward its center. Upon contact with the beam, the mycelium was instantly frozen by the ice core energy and subsequently shattered. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Ling dashed out of the beam, her golden form akin to a bolt of lightning, lunging toward the visage of the mother spore. The golden light of her claws rent apart the epidermis formed by the spores, revealing the writhing green core within. Now was the moment. Qin Yang followed closely behind, his dragon crystal dagger infused with ice core energy, its blade shimmering with a blend of blue and gold light as he thrust it fiercely toward the core. The mother spore emitted a shriek that defied biological nature, and all the mycelium abruptly redirected, coiling around Qin Yang's arm like a colossal green serpent. The suckers on the mycelium began to spray acidic liquid, corroding his sleeve, perilously close to his skin. In an instant, the light of the mark spread along his arm, forming a layer of golden ice where it met the acid. The power of balance. For the first time, fear flickered within the consciousness of the mother spore. How could you wield both ice and fire simultaneously? Qin Yang disregarded its howls, for the tip of his dagger had already made contact with the green core. At that moment, the core suddenly fractured, revealing a black object ensconced within, a partially melted ice core fragment, its surface still adorned with the runes of the frost demon lord, evidently the remnants of a demon consumed by the spores. It was absorbing the energy of the ice core. The consciousness of the frost demon lord issued a warning. Quickly destroy that fragment, or it would fully merge the powers of ice and vine. Without hesitation, Qin Yang plunged his dagger into the black fragment, piercing it through. The ice core energy and the flame of the dragon crystal erupted instantaneously, detonating within the core of the mother spore, intertwining green and blue light with golden flames, resembling a miniature sun illuminating the green mist. The essence of the mother spore began to collapse, the trunk composed of mycelium swiftly wilting, while the visage twisted and dissipated in the flames, revealing countless tiny spores that crackled in the light, akin to ignited dandelions. Qin Yang was hurled away by the shockwave of the explosion, but Bai Ling caught him just in time with her body, her golden mane now speckled with burning spores, emitting a scorched aroma. The green mist gradually dissipated in the light, unveiling a clear sky. Qin Yang lay upon the snow, the mark on his chest still emanating a gentle warmth. Beneath him, the icy surface was strewn with fragments of melted ice cores, resembling a carpet of sapphires. Bai Ling licked the snowflakes from his face, a satisfied rumble emanating from her throat. Struggling to rise, he gazed towards the ice valley. The blue radiance of the light shield had stabilized, no longer trembling violently. After the mother spores were vanquished, the mycelium that had besieged the shield was swiftly withering, akin to lifeless vines turning to black ash upon the snow. It was over. Qin Yang caressed Bai Ling's head, the glow of the mark flickering at his fingertips. It was time to return. The man and the wolf made their way towards the ice valley, the green traces on the snowy ground fading to reveal the pristine ice beneath. In the distance, the lower-grade whites were clearing away the residual mycelium, their icy armor shimmering with a blue sheen under the sunlight, resembling a silent assembly of guardians. As they approached the light shield, Qin Yang spotted John standing at the breach, with Martha cradling a baby beside him, a smile of survival gracing her face. The boy, carried by Sam, stood nearby. The green markings on the nape of his neck had completely vanished, curiously touching the edge of the light shield. The blue light dancing at his fingertips as if greeting him. You did it. John's voice carried a note of joy. The mycelium outside the shield had completely withered, and the purification net was automatically repairing the breaches. Entering the light shield, warm blue light enveloped Qin Yang, dispelling the chill from his body. Sam hurried over, presenting him with a salve made from dragon crystal powder mixed with ice vine juice, which he applied to his acid-etched arm, feeling a refreshing sensation. Old Amon's salve is truly effective, Sam remarked, his glasses glinting. The power of balance can neutralize all toxins, and indeed, It has proven true. Qin Chang surveyed the people within the ice valley. Their faces, once marked by fear, were now transformed by relief. Children chased and played beneath the blue glow of the purification net, their laughter echoing through the valley. The lower-grade whites continued to reinforce the ice core fragments, the brilliance of the light shield intensifying, resembling a colossal sapphire that enveloped the entire ice valley in its protection. He understood that the war against the spores had finally reached a conclusion, yet the guardianship of balance would persist eternally. Whether it be the whites upon the ice plains, the Night's Watch at the wall, or the lords and commoners of the north, each was safeguarding this land in their own manner, ensuring the coexistence of ice and fire continued unabated. Bai Ling lay at Qin Chang's feet, her golden eyes gazing towards the distant ice plains, a low whimper emanating from her throat, as if she were conveying something. Qin Chang touched the mark on his chest. The tricolored glow flickered in the sunlight, resembling a pulsating heart, connecting ice and fire, past and future. The light shield of the ice valley shimmered under the sun, akin to an eternal lighthouse, guiding the souls who fought for balance to press onward across this land rife with peril and promise. Chapter 48. The return across the ice plains. The blue light of the ice valley glimmered with a pearlescent sheen in the dawn. Qin Chang treaded upon the frost-covered moss towards the edge of the purification net, the tricolored glow of the mark intertwining with the light shield, crystallizing into minute ice particles upon contact, which transformed into mist as they fell. Belan rolled at his feet, golden mane dusted with frost core powder cascading softly, casting delicate specks of light upon the moss. The others claimed they could escort us to the foot of the Great Wall. Jon secured Longclaw back at his waist, the remnants of green liquid on the sword's sheath having been purified into a pale gray by the light shield. Their sleds were thrice as swift as ours, adept at evading the residual mycelium beneath the frozen ground. Martha stood beside the ice platform, cradling the infant whose cheeks had regained their rosy hue, grasping his mother's fingers and giggling with delight. She looked up at Qin Chang, the fear in her gaze replaced by gratitude. Can we accompany you to the Black Castle? There are scarcely any left in the village, and we are uncertain of the situation in Winterfell. Qin Chang's gaze swept over the other peasants in the valley, most of whom were ragged and bore faint scars where the green stains had faded. Sam was tending to an elderly shepherd's calf, bandaging a wound inflicted by the mycelium. The ointment of dragon crystal powder mixed with frost vine sap shimmering silver upon the injury. The Black Castle could not accommodate so many. Qin Chang's voice was soft yet imbued with undeniable resolve. However, I shall have Lord Mormont coordinate to find you a dry valley near the Shadow Tower for your refuge. There are hot springs there. Spores cannot survive. The lower-tier others had prepared the sleds, carved from solid frost cores and embedded with fine dragon crystal shards, emanating a fluid blue glow beneath the light shield. The leading other approached Qin Chang, the runes on his icy armor suddenly igniting, projecting a map of the frozen plains, with one route marked by a red spiral insignia. That was the shortest path to the Great Wall, avoiding all water systems that might harbor lingering spores. They were assisting us in planning our route. Jon's fingers brushed over the runes along the edge of the sled, the touch cold yet not biting. These others seemed indeed transformed from their former selves. Qin Chang's mark felt slightly warm. He could hear the consciousness of the other lord whispering within the depths of the light shield, as the lower-tier others absorbed the purifying energy radiating from the net. The instinct of destruction within the frost core being supplanted by that of guardianship. Perhaps this was the original vision of the Seven Emperors. Ice and fire not only to balance, but to evolve in symbiosis. As they set forth, the lower-tier others lined the sides of the icy valley, ice spears pointing skyward, forming a blue archway. As the sled glided through the light shield, Qin Chang turned to glance back. The blue light of the purifying net was retracting, ultimately coalescing into a fist-sized ice crystal, suspended at the center of the ice platform. Like a seed harboring the power of balance, the sled traversed the frozen expanse, the dragon crystal shards grinding against the frost-laden earth, emitting a delicate hum. Belan lay at the forefront, nose pressed against the icy surface, occasionally lifting his head to let out a low growl in a certain direction. Where beneath the frozen ground lay spores not yet entirely purified, trembling in response to the sled's passage. News from King's Landing. Jon suddenly spoke, retrieving a scroll of parchment from his bosom, discovered while passing an abandoned way station. The civil war among the Lannisters had concluded, with Tyrion emerging victorious. However, spores had also appeared in King's Landing, more insidious than those in the north, capable of attaching to metal and reproducing. Qin Chang unfurled the parchment, the scrawl hasty and frantic, evidently written in a rush. As the mention of metal arose, ink spread in a blotch, as if it had been soaked in some liquid. His mark suddenly throbbed with pain, evoking memories of the weapons tainted by the ice core fragments in Carlin Bay. The spores were adapting to merge with metal, signifying their ability to traverse armor and swords, rendering them insidious and unavoidable. Tyrion was calling for assistance. Jon's fingertips grazed the wax seal at the end of the parchment. A simplified spiral rune, their previously agreed-upon signal. He spoke of alchemists discovering a vast mycelium network beneath the Red Keep, potentially linked to the dragon lairs of the Age of the Seven Emperors. The term dragon lair sent Qin Chang's thoughts back to the purification net in the Ice Valley, a purifying apparatus constructed by the White Walkers using ice core energy, whose structure bore an astonishing resemblance to the dragon lair runes documented in old Eamon's notes. Perhaps the Seven Emperors not only established a balance between ice and fire, but also left behind a method to purify the spores with dragon flame, a secret that faded into obscurity alongside the decline of the dragon lineage. Suddenly, the sled decelerated, and White Spirit emitted a low growl of warning towards the ice hill ahead. Qin Chang looked up to see a solitary figure atop the hill, a black cloak billowing in the wind, with a dragon crystal embedded at the top of their staff, shimmering as the sled approached. It was the messenger of Lord Mormont. Jon recognized the chief officer of the Night's Watch. What was he doing here? Upon spotting Qin Chang on the sled, the officer hurried down the hill, slipping on the icy surface and nearly stumbling several times. "My Lord Qin Chang," he exclaimed, rushing to the side of the sled, breathless as he offered a fragment of crimson ice core. "The Black Castle is in turmoil. Lord Mormont insisted I deliver this to you, saying you would understand at once." The moment Qin Chang accepted the fragment, the mark erupted with intense radiance. Within the shard resided Mormont's thoughts, chaotic and tormented. The armory of the Black Castle had discovered dragon crystal weapons infected by spores, leading to a schism within the Night's Watch, one faction advocating for the destruction of all dragon crystals, while another insisted on utilizing them to confront the potential resurgence of threats. More ominously, in his final thoughts, Mormont referenced old Eamon's prophecy. When the marks of ice and fire are stained with dragon blood, the balance will face its ultimate trial. The sled came to a halt, the biting wind swirling snowflakes against his face like countless tiny icy needles. Qin Chang tightened his grip on the crimson fragment, the tricolored glow of the mark pulsating upon the shard, resonating eerily with the bloodstains within. He understood that the tranquility of the icy plains was merely ephemeral. The true storm was brewing in the Black Castle, in King's Landing, and in all forgotten corners, silently gathering strength. White Spirit howled long towards the south, the sound piercing through the wind and snow, as if responding to a distant call. Qin Chang gazed towards the wall, its silhouette barely discernible in the twilight, resembling a silent colossal serpent, poised for the impending upheaval. "Accelerate," he commanded, tucking the fragment into his cloak, his voice resonating with clarity amidst the cold winds. "We must return to the Black Castle with haste." The sled surged forward once more, the dragon crystal cleaving through the frozen earth, leaving behind 2 azure trails. The fading rays of the setting sun bathe the ice fields in a golden hue, while the distant Great Wall resembles a slumbering giant dragon. They race towards the dragon's head, charging into an uncertain and challenging future. Chapter 49. The warships bound for King's Landing. The dock at East Sea Watch was encased in a thin layer of ice. As the iron anchor plunged into the frozen surface, it cracked with a sound reminiscent of shattering glass, creating spiderweb-like fissures. Qin Chang stepped onto the swaying gangplank, where the night watchmen were busy unloading barrels of dragon crystal powder. The dull thuds of the iron barrels colliding mingled with the rhythmic crashing of waves against the hull. Lord Mormont's orders were clear: sufficient supplies for 3 months. A bearded sailor patted a barrel, and powder spilled through the seams, glimmering like silver under the sun. The stock at East Sea Watch was nearly depleted. If the spores from King's Landing proved more formidable than anticipated, Jon Snow leaned against the mast, the ice shards on his scabbard gradually dispersing in the sea breeze. Ghost lay at the bow, his golden mane drenched by the spray, occasionally letting out a low growl towards the southern sea, where the water appeared deeper than elsewhere, as if something lurked beneath the surface currents. The reindeer team had already returned to House Amber. Jon gazed at the receding coastline, recalling the words of the sturdy man who promised to lead his kin in clearing the melting waters upstream, attempting to stem the flow of spores downstream. Qin Chang's fingers brushed against the copper nails of the ship's railing, the faint glow of the markings flickering at his fingertips. He could sense the disturbances in the water. Countless tiny green particles flowed southward with the current, like a silent band of smugglers hidden within the folds of the waves. There was no stopping them, he murmured, as the dragon crystal dagger rotated in his palm. Once the meltwater entered the Trident River, it would find its way into the sewers of King's Landing through the tributaries. As the warship entered the narrow sea, the weather suddenly turned overcast. Lead gray clouds loomed low, patches of water weeds floated on the surface, exhibiting an unnatural green hue. Upon contact with the dragon crystal hull, they instantly curled into dark clumps. The lookout shouted from the mast, pointing towards the debris floating in the distance. It was a capsized merchant vessel, its deck cloaked in a thick layer of green film, resembling a massive emerald. It was a supply ship belonging to House Lannister. The first mate scrutinized it through his telescope for a while, spat in disdain. The hull bore signs of impact, likely raided by rioting civilians. He then gestured towards the green film, which had been overtaken by spores. Qin Chang instructed a sailor to retrieve a piece of wreckage. As the green film touched the dragon crystal dagger, it emitted a hissing sound, dissipating into wisps of blue smoke. Embedded within the cracks of the wood were a few rusted gold coins, bearing the blurred insignia of the Lannister lion, now eroded by the green film. Ships raided during the uprising were likely carrying the infected. John's gaze swept over the coins. Once the bodies fell into the sea, the spores would drift alongside the wreckage, further contaminating the waters. Suddenly, Ghost barked furiously at the stern, where the swirling waters churned by the propeller revealed a blurred human shape, limbs entwined in green algae, resembling a drowning victim ensnared by aquatic vegetation. Qin Chang raised the dragon crystal bow, and as the arrow pierced the figure, the algae erupted, countless green particles merging with the sea, vanishing into the waves. It was a mimicry created by the spores. He lowered his bow, his knuckles turning pale from exertion, mimicking the forms of living creatures to facilitate their consumption by fish, thereby weaving into the urban food chain. As night descended, the navigation lights of the warship abruptly extinguished. The sailors brandished torches, scouring the surroundings, only to discover a layer of green film floating atop the lamp oil, obstructing the wick's pores. Qin Chang instructed them to sprinkle dragon crystal powder into the oil. At that moment, the film crackled and transformed into a myriad of tiny sparks. Even the lamp oil could become a host. Sam emerged from the cabin, clutching a damp manuscript he had unearthed from old Aemon's collection, titled A Study of Marine Life in the Narrow Sea. It detailed how certain deep-sea bivalves filter spores from seawater, and he pointed to an illustration of a shell wherein a pearl glimmered with a green hue, shaped in such a manner. Suddenly, John pointed toward the distant horizon, where faint glimmers of fire were shifting, resembling stars that had plunged into the sea. This was the direction of King's Landing. His voice tightened, yet it resonated with a chaotic urgency, more akin to the tumult of a fire than the usual scattered port lights. Qin Chang seized the telescope. The flames merged into a singular glow, and the outline of the city walls could be discerned. With the turmoil and the spores, the city must be in utter disarray. The pulsation of the mark intensified, and Tyrion's consciousness felt like a taut string, intermittently transmitting images. A damp dungeon, green patches spreading across stone walls, and a blurry figure wielding a dagger stained with green liquid, confronting the dwarf behind iron bars. He was in peril. Qin Chang lowered the telescope and shouted to the first mate, "Raise full sails and make haste ashore." The warship's sails billowed in the night wind like a full moon, the sound of the keel slicing through the waves akin to muffled thunder. Bai Ling paced anxiously on the deck, her golden eyes reflecting the distant flames, her low growl growing increasingly urgent. Leaning against the ship's bow, Qin Chang felt the mark's radiance pierce through the fabric, casting a swirling spiral pattern upon the deck, resonating with the dragon crystal shield beneath, compelling the spores in the surrounding waters to retreat. As dawn approached, the warship finally entered Blackwater Bay. The walls of King's Landing emerged through the morning mist, the torches atop the parapets resembling a row of dying stars, intermittently shedding green shadows that fell from the battlements like leaves blown by the wind. Most of the dock's walkway had been scorched, charred wooden piles entwined with green vines swaying gently with the waves. Prepare to disembark. The first mate's voice was taut with tension. Archers aimed at the vines, string the dragon crystal arrows. Qin Chang drew forth his dragon crystal dagger, and Bai Ling's low growl erupted into a roar. He understood that the moment the warship touched the shore marked the onset of a direct confrontation with the spores of King's Landing. The green menace lurking in the sewers, clinging to debris, and even lying in wait within the bodies of civilians awaited these uninvited guests from the north, poised to unleash a new slaughter in the chaos of the city. The ship's ram pierced through the morning fog, charging toward the dock, the dragon crystal shield gleaming blue in the sunlight. as if adorning the warship with an icy edge. Qin Chang gazed at the approaching city walls, his mark throbbing violently. And Tyrion's consciousness grew increasingly vivid in his mind, resembling a call, or perhaps a warning. In the city of Junlin, steeped in power and intrigue, a new shadow looms. Cast by the spores, their warships serve as torches cast into the darkness, poised to illuminate the crises lurking in the corners. Yet they may also be entirely consumed by the abyss. Chapter 50. The landing at Blackwater Bay as the ship's prow collided with the charred wooden piles of the dock. Wood splinters mingled with fragments of green vines, scattering in all directions. Qin Chang was the first to leap ashore, his dragon crystal dagger severing the tendrils that ensnared his ankles. The blue glow of the blade caused the writhing roots to coil into charred clumps. Bai Ling followed closely, her golden figure darting through the ruins, each strike tearing apart the vine's grasp, clearing a path for the night's watch behind her. Archers on the rooftops. The first mate's bellow was swallowed by the roar of the waves as he wielded his dragon crystal battle axe, cleaving through the encroaching green shadows, safeguarding the warehouses on either side, preventing the spores from emerging from their dark recesses. The dock's warehouses had been reduced to mere skeletons, their charred beams adorned with half-melted icicles, refracting the dim morning light. Jon's long claw pierced the figure that surged forth from the shadows of the warehouse. The blade of dragon crystal struck the green splotch on its chest, igniting sparks that splattered into the puddles below, creating ripples of verdant hue. It was a man in golden robes. As Jon withdrew his sword, the body collapsed, the lion emblem on the armor corroded to mere outlines, their uniforms not yet fully consumed by the spores. Suddenly, Qin Chang's mark flared with heat, a tricolored radiance spreading across the ground, illuminating the drainage outlet in the corner of the warehouse. A viscous green slime continuously flowed from it, resembling a thin river, creeping through the cracks of the cobblestone path into the city. The sewer had been tainted. He used his dagger to scoop up the slime, a distinct tremor coursing through his fingertips, leading him to the source of Tyrion's consciousness. Sam followed closely, clutching a barrel of dragon crystal powder, scattering a handful into the drainage. Upon contact with water, the powder erupted in white smoke, causing the slime to recoil, revealing writhing white larvae beneath. New forms hatched from the spores, densely clustered like maggots, scurrying into the shadows. Old Aemon referred to them as fungal infants. His voice trembled, capable of infiltrating the pores of human skin, more insidious than the spores themselves. Bai Ling suddenly roared towards the depths of the warehouse, where the sound of dragging iron chains echoed. Qin Chang signaled for everyone to extinguish their torches. In the morning light, he beheld a group of civilians shackled together by iron chains, their skin entirely covered in green splotches, limbs contorted into vine-like shapes, slowly writhing towards them. The chains etching deep marks into the ground, filled with green powder. They were puppets controlled by the spores. Jon's long claw spun in his palm. Their throats emitted no sound, having completely lost consciousness. Qin Chang's mark erupted in brilliant light, exploding among the throng of puppets. The green splotches receded swiftly in the golden glow, revealing the rotting flesh beneath, yet the puppets did not cease their movements. Rather, they lunged more frantically. The spores had supplanted their nerves. His voice carried a chilling urgency. The mycelium in their brains must be destroyed. The Night's Watch unleashed a volley of dragon crystal arrows, each arrow striking accurately at the heads of the puppets. As the green spots erupted upon contact with the arrowheads, the puppets collapsed like marionettes severed from their strings, twitching momentarily before falling still. The verdant patterns beneath their skin swiftly faded, revealing a normal complexion as if they had never been infected. Ahead lay the city gate. The first mate pointed towards the archway at the end of the dock, where the iron gate had already descended. Shadows of several figures holding torches stood atop the lintel. Their identities obscured, whether they were civilians or soldiers remained unclear. Below the iron gate, Qin Chang gazed in the direction indicated. From the crevice between the gate and the ground, a greenish slime continuously oozed forth, resembling a greedy tongue licking the cobblestone path. Suddenly, Bai Ling darted towards the archway, letting out a low growl at the figures above. The flames of their torches extinguished abruptly, followed by several anguished cries. Something plummeted from the lintel into the slime below, emitting a sizzling sound. They were the infected. Jon's gaze fell upon the torches floating within the viscous substance. They had tied themselves to the lintel to prevent anyone from entering the city. Qin Chang approached the iron gate, using his dragon crystal dagger to inscribe a spiral rune upon the lock. The glow of the mark seeped along the rune, causing the lock to emit a crisp crack, and the iron gate slowly ascended, revealing an empty street beyond. The houses lining the street had their doors and windows tightly shut, green light seeping through the cracks, reminiscent of countless prying eyes. Split up, Qin Chang commanded the group. The first mate was to lead half the team to cleanse the dock of spores, preventing subsequent vessels from becoming infected. John, come with me to the Red Keep to rescue Tyrion. Sam, take the dragon crystal powder and spread it along the streets towards the civilian district, aiming to suppress the spore spread. Bai Ling nudged Qin Yang's hand and charged ahead into the street, her golden form weaving through the desolate alleys. She would occasionally halt to sniff the ground and growl at certain houses, warning of hidden dangers within. Qin Yang and John followed closely behind, their dragon crystal weapons glinting blue in the morning light, resembling two bolts of lightning cleaving through the darkness. Occasionally, green shadows flitted past the windows of the houses, accompanied by faint scratching sounds, yet none dared to emerge. Qin Yang understood that they were either puppets infected by spores or survivors hiding away. In this unseen war, everyone was struggling for survival in their own manner. The spires of the Red Keep loomed in the distance, partially shrouded in the morning mist, resembling a solitary island standing amid a city engulfed by spores. The warmth of Qin Yang's mark intensified, and Tyrion's consciousness grew increasingly vivid in his mind. He could hear the dwarfs' cries for help, along with the sound of stone walls in the dungeon being corroded by mycelium, as if urging them to hasten their pace. Clenching the dragon crystal dagger tightly, he exchanged a glance with John, and both quickened their steps towards the Red Keep. Bai Ling's roar echoed ahead, signaling that new dangers were imminent. Yet, they hesitated not, for they knew that Tyrion, imprisoned within the dungeons of the Red Keep, might hold the key to unraveling the spore crisis in King's Landing, a balance they must protect at all costs. At the corner at the end of the street, a surge of green slime suddenly poured forth, akin to a raging river, obstructing their path. Within the slime floated countless sporelings, wriggling towards them in jubilant anticipation, as if welcoming these prey from the north. The mark on Qin Yang erupted with an unprecedented radiance, erecting a golden barrier against the encroaching slime, temporarily thwarting the onslaught of spores. Yet, he was acutely aware that this reprieve was but fleeting. The true trial awaited them deep within the Red Fortress. Chapter 51. Shadows beneath the Red Fortress. The golden shield trembled amidst the slime as the spore-infested fungi collided with it, bursting forth in a cascade of green droplets. Qin Yang felt a growing fatigue in his arms, the brilliance of the mark fluctuating with each impact. Suddenly, John swung his sword, cleaving into the adjacent stone wall. The razor-sharp claws of the dragon crystal blades split open a crevice, revealing a hollow layer of bricks, an abandoned drainage channel. It seems crystallized with untainted ice shards. Through here, John declared, prying a loose brick from the wall. The drainage channel led directly to the outer wall of the Red Fortress's dungeon, a detail he had previously gleaned from Tyrion. White Spirit was the first to dart into the opening, her golden tail sweeping through the cobwebs nestled in the brick seams. The moment Qin Yang retracted the light shield, the slime surged forward to occupy the gap, as he slipped into the drainage channel. The coolness of dragon crystal powder clung to his boot soles, indicating that someone had traversed this path recently, leaving traces akin to the secret passage at Old Tom's blacksmith shop. The air in the drainage channel was thick with the sense of rust and mildew. Qin Yang's mark emitted a faint glow in the darkness, illuminating the bloodstains at a fork ahead, fresh, mingled with green speckles, as if someone had been pursued by spores after sustaining injuries. White Spirit growled towards the left passage, her claws scraping the earth, where the stone slabs bore signs of having been pried up. Towards Tyrion, Qin Yang mused, his fingertips brushing against the blood, the mark pulsing with a pronounced resonance. He was intentionally leaving a trail. At the end of the corridor, an iron grate had been forcibly opened, its broken bars entwined with strands of green mycelium. Beyond the grate lay the outer corridor of the dungeon, where flickering torches cast an intermittent glow upon the ground littered with chains and bones. John's claws unsheathed suddenly, the sword's azure light sweeping across a corpse slumped against the wall, its chest cavity torn open, crystalline green patches forming around the wound. It was a jailer. John kicked aside the keys that lay near the body, the green liquid coating the iron rings dissipating into wisps of smoke upon contact with the dragon crystal. The wound appeared to have been rent by claws. Yet he pointed to a pinprick on the neck of the corpse, a mark left by the spore-infested fungi burrowing into the bloodstream. Suddenly, Qin Yang's mark blazed with heat, and the metallic distortion of a cell door echoed from ahead. As he rushed forth, he beheld a shadowy figure burst through the cell door, an arm covered in green patches dragging iron chains, viscous slime oozing from beneath its nails, etching serpentine lines upon the ground. As the flickering torchlight illuminated the figure's profile, He discerned swollen eyes belonging to a Lannister guard, now parasitized by spores, the lion emblem on his breastplate devoured to mere remnants. White Spirit lunged, tearing into the guard's throat, green blood splattering against the stone wall, emitting a hissing sound of searing flesh. Seizing the moment, Qin Chang glimpsed within the cell. A small, curled figure lay atop a mound of straw. It was Tyrion, his right leg shackled to the stone bed, the skin around his ankle an alarming red, indicative of injury. "You have finally arrived." Tyrion's voice was hoarse as he raised the broken crossbow, its bolt dusted with dragonglass powder. "Had I hesitated even a moment longer, I would have resorted to this contraption to end my own misery." When Jon severed the iron chains, Qin Chang noticed the hem of Tyrion's prison garb was smeared with green powder. "Have you encountered the spores?" His mark hovered close to the dwarf's chest, and where the light brushed, Tyrion's cough suddenly intensified, expelling phlegm speckled with tiny green dots. 3 days prior, a jailer had transformed into that abominable thing. Tyrion wiped his mouth and gestured towards the corpse in the corner. "I shattered his skull with a chamber pot, but I was splattered with viscous fluid." He chuckled self-deprecatingly. "The Lannister bloodline may delay the decay, yet it cannot prevent the fungal spawn from burrowing beneath the skin. They relish gnawing on my bones, amusingly. This sensation resembles the gaze my father cast upon me." An abrupt tremor resonated from the depths of the dungeon, sending debris cascading from above. The dire wolf snarled towards the tunnel's end, where a swirling green mist surged through the darkness, countless eyes flickering within. They were drawn by the scent of blood. Tyrion grasped Qin Chang's cloak, urging, "Quickly, into the secret passage. I know a route that leads to the alchemist's laboratory, where reserves of dragon glass await." The passage was concealed beneath a stone bed, its entrance obscured by a slab disguised as brick. As Qin Chang lifted the stone, a gust of air mixed with sulfur and ice rushed forth. It was the secret passage to the ice cavern that old Tom had spoken of, the spiral runes on the walls faintly glowing in the mark's radiance. Descending 3 levels would bring them to the laboratory. Tyrion, leaning on a salvaged iron spear, limped down the steps first. Do not expect those alchemists to be alive. The first among them to be infected by the spores was that old fool, who spent his days studying shards of ice core. The stone steps were slick, each footfall sending sprays of water flecked with green. Qin Chang's mark illuminated ahead, and he abruptly seized Tyrion, commanding, "Stop." In the shadow around the bend of the staircase stood a towering figure, green blotches resembling moss enveloping its form, yet adorned in a silk robe embroidered with the Lannister sigil. The figure's hand hung limply at its side, clutching a dagger encrusted with rubies, viscous droplets falling from its tip to pool on the ground. "It is my nephew, Lancel." Tyrion's voice was as frigid as ice. After Tywin's demise, he had become the new king of King's Landing, wielding the spores to manipulate those fools. Lancel's head slowly turned, his face, covered in green blotches, splitting open to reveal writhing mycelium beneath. A guttural sound emanated from his throat, akin to countless fungal spawn crawling within his trachea. The hand gripping the dagger abruptly rose, its tip aimed directly at Tyrion. The direwolf's assault was narrowly evaded by Lancel, who swept his green-stained arm, accompanied by a howling wind. Qin Chang's dragonglass dagger met the blow, the blade's blue light clashing against Lancel's wrist, causing the green blotches to disintegrate, exposing the skeletal arm beneath. The spores had devoured his flesh, leaving only bones entwined with green tendrils. He had become a vessel for the mother spore. Qin Chang's mark throbbed violently. There must be something within the alchemist's laboratory capable of purifying him, or he would not remain here. Tyrion suddenly whistled, the sound sharp and metallic. Lancel's movements abruptly faltered, a fleeting grimace of pain flashing across his green-streaked face. He still retained a semblance of awareness. The dwarf's voice was laced with complexity. "This fool had always relished my whistling in his youth." Seizing the moment, Jon's long claw lunged towards Lancel's ribs. The moment the dragon crystal blade pierced through the robe, Lancel emitted an inhuman shriek, a surge of green light erupting from his body, forcing the 3 of them and the wolf to stagger backward. As the radiance dissipated, his form had swollen to twice its size, green patches rising like scales, and the dagger in his hand began to ooze a black liquid. "Run!" Qin Chang urged Tyrion down the stone steps, while White Fan clung desperately to Lancel's trouser leg, buying them precious time. "I'll hold him off." Tyrion's roar was swallowed by the echoes of the staircase. Qin Chang watched the dwarf, limping as he vanished around the corner, before turning to face Lancel's swinging dagger. The clash of the dragon crystal dagger against the opponent's weapon sent sparks flying, illuminating the depths of the corridor, where the walls were ensconced with green, vein-like patterns pulsating with Lancel's breath, as if the very foundations of the Red Keep had become a breeding ground for spores. In that moment, he comprehended why Tyrion insisted on going to the laboratory, not for the stockpile of dragon crystal, but for something that could annihilate the spores. A device that could only be activated by the Lannister bloodline. From below the stairs came Tyrion's muffled cries, interspersed with the grinding of gears. At that instant, Qin Chang's mark understood the dwarf's resolution to sever ties with this tainted red keep and this cursed lineage once and for all. The moment Lancel's dagger pierced Qin Chang's shoulder, he caught a whiff of burning sulfur. Chapter 52. Embers of the purification array. The scent of sulfur wafted up the staircase, mingling with the sweet, acrid odor of spores, akin to ignited poison. A tearing pain shot through Qin Chang's shoulder, the dagger still embedded in his flesh. Black liquid spreading from the wound, causing his skin to turn a ghastly shade of blue-black. He swung the dragon crystal dagger towards Lancel's wrist. The blade's azure glow clashed against the green tendrils entwining the bone, sparks erupting and igniting small holes in Lancel's swollen chest. Lancel's howl shook loose debris from above. His body continued to expand, the silk of his robe tearing apart to reveal writhing green entrails beneath, each breath releasing clusters of fungal offspring. White Fang clung fiercely to his hind leg. The moment the golden fangs tore through the green patches, Lancel kicked back violently, sending the dire wolf flying as if struck by a catapult, crashing into the stone wall with a muffled thud. White Fang. Qin Chang's roar was laced with blood. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he pulled the dagger from his shoulder, the blackened mark creeping up to his collarbone. The light of the mark swirling chaotically beneath his skin, wrestling with the spores toxin. As he lunged at Lancel once more, the latter suddenly opened his mouth, and countless green threads composed of fungal offspring shot forth like arrows, grazing past his ear and burrowing into the stone wall, where delicate green sprouts immediately emerged from the brick seams. From below the stairs came Tyrion's calls, mingled with the sharp crack of metal. Out of the corner of Qin Chang's eye, a flash of red light caught his attention at the corner. The fire prevention talisman of the alchemist's laboratory was ablaze. Lancel's movements abruptly turned frantic. He abandoned the pursuit of Qin Chang and charged towards the direction of the red light, his body covered in green spots, crashing through the stone staircase railing, sending debris and green slime cascading down. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Chang rushed to Bai Ling's side. Blood oozed from the joints of the ice wolf's hind legs. Its golden mane stained a dark brown by the green liquid, yet it struggled to rise, letting out a low growl towards the vanishing figure of Lancel. Can you walk? Qin Chang gently stroked its neck, the glow of his mark seeping into the wound, causing the green spots around the bloodstain to recede instantly. Bai Ling nudged his palm with its head and took the lead, sprinting towards the red light. Qin Chang followed closely, the dragon crystal dagger cutting through the darkness with its blue glow, slicing through the obstructive green mycelium. As he turned the corner, he beheld an unforgettable sight. The laboratory's iron door had been blown off, and the alchemical racks inside were ablaze with burning dragon crystal jars. Tyrion stood upon the central stone platform, brandishing a bronze sphere embedded with shards of ice core, while Lancel's green shadow rampaged through the flames, yet could not approach the platform. Qin Chang, catch this! Tyrion's shout was swallowed by the flames. The moment he hurled the bronze sphere, Lancel suddenly lunged towards the platform, its arm of green tendrils entwining around the gnome's ankle. Qin Chang leaped to catch the bronze sphere, feeling the heated ice core shards resonate strongly with his mark in his palm. It was then that he discerned the patterns on the platform, spiral runes identical to those of the ice cave. Tyrion was activating it with his own blood. As Lancel's green tendrils made contact with the runes, they curled as if thrown into a furnace. This is the purification array left by old Tywin. Tyrion's calves were already covered in green spots, yet he laughed maniacally. It required the energy of the ice core and the flames of dragon crystal to initiate. Only the final step was missing. Lancel's massive claw tore through Tyrion's pant leg. Suddenly, Qin Chang's mark erupted with a brilliant light, and he slammed the bronze sphere into the center of the runes. The moment the ice core shards touched the stone platform, the entire laboratory floor ignited with red light. The dragon crystal flames spreading along the rune patterns, weaving into a golden net amidst the inferno. Lancel let out a chilling shriek as its green-spotted body rapidly dissolved in the golden light, revealing the normal bones and flesh beneath, as if the spores had never infected him. When the radiance faded, only the corpse of a boy clad in a tattered nightgown remained, his face bearing a serene expression of release, still clutching half of a Lannister family crest. Tyrion slumped upon the stone platform, the green spots on his calves having ceased their spread, though his complexion was as pale as parchment. We did it, he remarked, watching Qin Chang approach. pointing to an iron box in the corner of the laboratory. Inside is the dragon crystal antidote left by Old Tom, far more effective than your glowing mark. As Qin Chang opened the iron box, Bai Ling suddenly growled at the vent. The iron grating there trembled violently, green slime oozing through the gaps, dripping onto the burning dragon crystal jars with a hissing sound. He immediately tossed the antidote to Tyrion while raising the dragon crystal dagger. Behind the vent's grating, countless pairs of glowing green eyes were encroaching, as if the very spores of King's Landing had been drawn to this place. It seemed that the energy of the purification array had roused them. Tyrion gulped down the antidote, struggling to rise, and picked up the dragon crystal torch from the ground. The secret passage led to the kitchens of the Red Keep. From there, we would emerge, and Sam along with the Night's Watch should be waiting outside. Flames formed a barrier before the vent, casting flickering shadows of green amidst the light. The mark of Qin Chang resonated with the runes remaining on the stone platform, causing the laboratory floor to tremble, evidently shaken by the aftershocks of the purification array threatening the very foundation of the Red Keep. He understood that this place would soon collapse, and they must escape before being buried alive. White Fang was the first to dash through the side door of the laboratory, with Qin Chang and Tyrion closely following, the dragon crystal weapons tracing arcs of light in the darkness. The kitchen of the Red Keep was in disarray. Remnants of green spots still lingered amidst the ashes on the stove, a clear sign that this place had also been besieged by spores. Through the kitchen window, Qin Chang caught sight of the torches in the square. It was Sam leading the Night's Watch to their aid, their silhouettes swaying in the shadows of the Red Keep like fireflies seeking light in the dark. Lancel's corpse gradually cooled in the glow of the laboratory fire, the family crest in his hand reflecting the last rays of light, as if narrating the rise and fall of a lineage and its quest for redemption. Yet, lurking in the shadows beneath the Red Keep, more peril awaited, biding its time for the next opportunity to strike. Chapter 53. The rift in the kitchen. The oak window frame of the kitchen was cast in a red hue by the torches, and as Qin Chang just vaulted over the windowsill, the sole of his boot crunched down on a piece of bread mixed with green spots. The shouts from the square grew ever closer, Sam's voice mingling among them as he directed the Night's Watch to draw circles on the ground with dragon crystal powder, forming a silver barrier to keep the encroaching green shadows at bay. Help Tyrion first. Qin Chang reached to pull the dwarf from behind the windowsill, only to discover that his little legs were wedged in the gap of the window frame. The wood there had been softened by the spores, oozing green slime that seemed to gnaw at the last vestiges of moisture within. Tyrion's curses were abruptly interrupted by a muffled thud. A tremor from the direction of the laboratory signaled the collapse of walls. Suddenly, the kitchen floor tiles cracked open, and green light seeped through the fissures, casting an eerie green hue upon everyone's faces. White Fang leapt onto the dining table, his golden mane bristling, growling at the rift, with sparks flying from the tips of his claws. The purification array has blasted through the foundation. Qin Chang tugged at Tyrion's arm to pull him out. As the mark's glow spread along his arm to the dwarf's leg, the green spots adhering to his skin immediately began to sizzle and smoke. For the main mycelium of the spores lay hidden beneath the Red Keep and had now been disturbed. The Night's Watch in the square suddenly gasped. Qin Chang looked up to see that the green shadows beyond the silver barrier had multiplied. They were no longer scattered infectors, but clusters of green mycelium entwined with bones, resembling moving graves, surging towards the kitchen. At the forefront, a ghastly figure adorned in tattered golden robes clutched a rusted spear, its tip glistening with a viscous green substance under the flickering torchlight. It was the very specter that had haunted the docks. Jon's longclaw suddenly materialized at the window's edge, having circumvented through a hidden passage, its blade stained with fresh green splotches. Their corpses had been woven together by mycelium, transformed into puppets of spores. Tyrion finally extricated himself from the window frame, limping as he sought refuge beneath the dining table. From his boot, he retrieved a short dagger of dragonglass, previously concealed within the folds of his prison garb, its blade dampened by perspiration. In the kitchen cellar, a barrel of fire oil awaited. He gestured toward the wooden door in the corner. Old Tom had mentioned that the kitchen cellar of the Red Keep connected to the secret channels of the moat, offering an escape route to the boats. Just as Qin Chang was about to push open the cellar door, the fissure in the ground suddenly widened, and a hand, enshrouded in green threads, emerged, grasping his ankle. He swung the dragonglass dagger downwards. The hand disintegrated into ash, yet more hands surged forth from the crevice, clawing at the surrounding tiles, attempting to drag him into the abyss. Use the fire oil. Sam rushed forward with the iron barrel, followed closely by the Night's Watchman, pouring the flammable liquid into the opening. Qin Chang ignited the torch and hurled it inside. Flames raced along the oil, and the air was filled with the crackling of burning mycelium, intermingled with countless high-pitched wails, as if innumerable fungal infants were thrashing in the flames. When Tyrion pried open the cellar door, a wave of musty air mixed with humidity assailed them. The stone steps were slick with a thin layer of green film, and as Jon used Longclaw to carve a path ahead, the blade sliced through the film, leaving trails of hissing steam in its wake. Ghost sprinted at the front, a golden silhouette flashing through the darkness, stopping intermittently to growl in a certain direction, warning the others to steer clear of lurking mycelium. Ahead lay the entrance to the dark channel. Tyrion's voice echoed within the tunnel, directing attention to the faint glimmer ahead. The gate of the channel required 2 people to pull it open. Before he could finish, Ghost suddenly erupted into frantic barking toward the light. Qin Chang raised the torch closer, revealing a thin green membrane floating upon the water's surface, countless tiny fungal infants writhing beneath it, akin to a swarm of mosquitoes waiting for prey. The iron chain of the gate was ensnared with thick mycelium, completely obscuring the lock, indicating that someone had tampered with it prior to their arrival. It was the remnants of Lannister's faction. Jon severed the mycelium, entangling the chain with Longclaw. The lock within had been corroded beyond recognition by the green liquid. They knew we would flee from here and deliberately obstructed the gate. Suddenly, Qin Chang's mark burned with intensity. He could hear the distant sound of flowing water within the channel, alongside the subtle rustling of mycelium spreading through the water. The green membrane atop the water was expanding, slowly inching toward them, while the fungal infants beneath became increasingly dense, revealing their translucent bodies with pulsating green cores. Use the dragonglass powder. Qin Chang retrieved the last pouch of powder from his cloak, handing it to Sam, who scattered it across the water's surface, temporarily halting the advance of the fungal infants. Jon, together with me, pried the gate open with our swords. Tyrion, go investigate if there are any other exits on the other side of the dark channel. Sam scattered the dragon crystal powder over the water's surface, and as the powder met the water, it instantly emitted a plume of white smoke. The green membrane swiftly dissipated, revealing the clear currents beneath. Simultaneously, Jon and Qin Chang thrust their swords into the crevice of the gate, the dragon crystal blades clashing against the iron gate, producing a piercing metallic screech. As the gate slowly lifted, a sudden tremor resonated from the depths of the dark channel, causing the water's surface to convulse violently. Countless green filaments erupted from the water, resembling enormous tentacles, surging toward them. Hurry, pull! Qin Chang's urgent shout echoed, as the glow of the mark formed a luminous shield before him, momentarily repelling the advance of the filaments. With renewed strength, Jon finally opened the gate completely, and the current surged forth, carrying fragments of unburned filaments toward the moat. Tyrion returned from the other side of the dark channel, his face ashen. The exit over there is blocked by a landslide. We can only escape from here. Suddenly, White Fang plunged into the water, its golden form carving an arc as it lunged toward the filaments. Qin Chang followed closely, his dragon crystal dagger emitting a blue light as it sliced through the encroaching filaments. Jon and Sam trailed behind, with the Night Watch's torch flickering in the water, illuminating the writhing filaments like a swarm of serpents dancing in the darkness. The faint glow of the dark channel's exit drew nearer, and Qin Chang could glimpse the surface of the moat outside, along with the distant lights of the warships. Yet, he could also sense the relentless pursuit of the filaments behind them, akin to an inescapable shadow waiting to seize its opportunity in the darkness. Chapter 54. The green tide of the moat. The iron grate at the dark channel's exit had long succumbed to rust. As Qin Chang severed the last iron bar with his dragon crystal dagger, icy river water surged in, carrying the stench of decaying water plants. White Fang was the first to leap out of the exit, its golden figure arching gracefully over the water surface, landing on a floating plank and growling defiantly at the encroaching darkness. The filaments were creeping along the stone walls of the dark channel, trailing behind like a green tide, their suckers dripping black liquid that spread concentric green rings upon the water's surface. Get on the ship. The ship's first mate waved a dragon crystal torch, and the rope ladder set up by the Night Watch swayed in the wind, the green shadows closing in rapidly. Qin Chang urged Tyrion up the rope ladder, the dwarf's small legs still bleeding, each step accompanied by muttered curses, yet he clutched his dragon crystal dagger tightly, fearful of dropping it into the water. Jon brought up the rear, his longsword cleaving through the advancing filaments. Sparks flew as dragon crystal met green strands, igniting plumes of white smoke upon contact, and the filaments attempting to grasp the rope ladder withered into charred clumps upon encountering the icy spikes of the sword's tip. Just as Sam grasped the rope ladder, The wooden plank beneath him was suddenly ensnared by filaments. The green tendrils coiled around his ankle like venomous serpents, dragging him toward the water. His cries were swallowed by the river, and the dragon crystal powder container slipped from his grasp, scattering its contents across the water's surface, instantly conjuring a vast silver mist that incinerated the surrounding filaments to ashes. "Catch me." Qin Chang extended his hand from the rope ladder, the luminous mark radiating along his arm. Golden strands of light ensnared Sam's wrist, pulling him from the water. Sam's cloak was thoroughly soaked, and as the fungal spawn came into contact with the light strands, it crackled and disintegrated into ash. He gasped for breath, his knuckles whitening from gripping the rope ladder with force. The night watchman aboard the warship swiftly hoisted the ladder, while the first officer directed the sailors to row, gradually maneuvering the vessel away from the shore. Peering over the ship's railing, Qin Chang beheld the moat's surface shrouded in green. Countless fungal tendrils surging forth from the dark canal's outlet, resembling massive green appendages thrashing in the water, striving to grasp the ship's hull. They were following the vessel. A sailor suddenly screamed, pointing at the green slime oozing from the bottom of the ship. The tendrils had already entwined around the keel. John immediately seized the dragon crystal axe and struck at the slime beneath the ship. The blue glow of the axe blade met the slime, erupting in a blinding flash. The slime rapidly receded under the axe's force, revealing the intact wooden planks beneath. Yet, more slime seeped from the ship's seams, akin to an insidious growth that could never be fully eradicated. The night watchmen had to take turns wielding their dragon crystal weapons to clear it away, while sweat mixed with the green ichor, forming winding streams upon the deck. Tyrion leaned against the mast, scraping green stains from his trousers with a dragon crystal dagger, when he suddenly pointed towards the distant red keep. "Look." Following his gesture, Qin Chang gazed in the indicated direction, witnessing the towers of the red keep trembling violently. Myriad green fissures spreading from the foundation to the pinnacle, as if something beneath the earth was heaving, threatening to topple the entire castle. The aftershocks of the purification array continued to assault the foundation, and the main fungal strands hidden underground were thrashing wildly, attempting to escape the flame's searing grasp, which only hastened the red keep's collapse. The main fungal strands were doomed. Tyrion's voice carried a note of complexity. Their roots had intertwined with the foundation of the red keep. If the castle fell, they too would perish. No sooner had he spoken than the central tower of the red keep suddenly collapsed with a thunderous roar, scattering dust and countless green fragments, resembling a bizarre green deluge that rained down upon the moat, creating ripples across the water's surface. The tendrils pursuing the warship abruptly ceased their movement the moment the fragments splashed into the water, like puppets deprived of consciousness, slowly sinking to the depths, while the green membrane upon the surface dissipated, revealing the clear waters below. They were dead. Qin Chang's mark gradually subsided, the tricolored glow upon his chest returning to a gentle luminescence. With the demise of the main fungal strands, the spores too lost their vitality. Cheers erupted among the night watchmen aboard the warship, while Sam slumped onto the deck, still clutching half a pouch of dragon crystal powder. A smile of survival gracing his face. White Spirit lay by Qin Chang's feet, droplets of water still clinging to its golden mane, purring contentedly while occasionally nudging its head against his hand. Tyrion approached the ship's railing, gazing at the collapsing red keep, a self-deprecating smile playing upon his lips. What Tywin spent his life trying to preserve ultimately fell into the hands of the Lannisters, and I have delivered it personally to the depths of hell. He retrieved a lion emblem from within his cloak, a remnant salvaged from Lancel's lifeless form. The green stains upon the emblem had faded, revealing the worn patterns beneath, thus providing the Lannister family with a semblance of closure. The warship glided slowly away from Blackwater Bay, heading towards the eastern sea. Qin Chang stood at the bow, gazing at the receding silhouette of King's Landing. The ruins of the Red Keep loomed like a colossal gravestone amidst the twilight, standing resolutely in the center of the moat. He understood that the immediate crisis in King's Landing had been averted, yet the threat of the spores lingered, with dormant entities hidden beneath the frozen soil of the north and the depths of the narrow sea, waiting for their next opportunity to erupt. Suddenly, White Spirit let out a low growl towards the north. Following its gaze, Qin Chang discerned a flickering blue light on the distant horizon, reminiscent of a lowly white-S spectral shield. His mark began to emit a gentle warmth, and the consciousness of the White Lord conveyed a message. A new anomaly had arisen near the ice valley in the north, with fragments of vines beneath the ice seemingly showing signs of awakening. It appeared we could not afford to rest for long. Turning to Jon and Tyrion, a resolute expression graced his face. The north required their presence. Jon nodded, Longclaw quivering lightly in its sheath as if in response to his determination. Tyrion tucked away the emblem, rising with the support of his iron spear, although the wound on his leg throbbed. His eyes no longer reflected fatigue, but rather a newfound resolve. Very well, I have no desire to return to that place, King's Landing, for the remainder of my life. As the warship advanced into the twilight, the sails billowed in the wind, forming a full moon shape, akin to a majestic eagle soaring towards the icy expanses of the north. Qin Chang gazed into the distant starry sky, the stars twinkling through the clouds like countless eyes observing them, and this land weathered by time. He recognized that the path of safeguarding the balance remained long. Yet as long as he was accompanied by Jon, Tyrion, and White's spirit, with the assistance of the Night's Watch and the Whites, he would not falter. He would fight on for the coexistence of ice and fire, for the future of this world. Chapter 55. Shadows of ice in the narrow sea. As the warship entered the narrow sea, the sea breeze shifted unexpectedly. The salty air was laced with a familiar chill, as though an invisible sheet of ice pressed against the skin. Qin Chang's mark gently warmed upon his chest, the tricolored glow piercing through the fabric, casting fragmented light upon the deck that echoed the distant blue glow on the horizon. White's spirit lay at the bow, its golden mane billowing in the sea breeze, its nostrils flaring as it inhaled the air, a low growl resonating deep within its throat. Suddenly, it perked up its ears towards the left side of the sea, where the waters shimmered with an abnormal dark blue hue, as if something concealed the sunlight beneath the surface. A subtle vibration coursed through the hull, reminiscent of an encounter with invisible ice shards. There is something beneath the water. Jon gripped Longclaw tightly, the ice shards on the sword's pommel beginning to glimmer. This is no ordinary sea beast. I can sense the essence of the ice core. Tyrion leaned against the ship's railing, tossing a shard of dragonglass into the sea. As fragments plummeted into the water, the surface of the sea abruptly shimmered with a thin layer of ice. Beneath the ice, a colossal shadow flickered past with lightning speed, causing splashes that immediately crystallized into tiny ice shards on the deck, ensconcing several strands of green filaments, remnants of vines, still faintly writhing within the ice. Were these the vines of the Ice Valley? Qin Chang's mark tightened suddenly. He could perceive a consciousness emanating from beneath the water, chaotic and tormented, as if ensnared by some force. The Frost Lord had mentioned that the vine fragments were sealed deep within the Ice Valley. How could they manifest here? The first mate suddenly shouted from the helmsman's room, his voice laced with panic. The ship's speed is decreasing. The hull seems entangled by something. The night watchman immediately leaned over the ship's side to gaze down. The water had turned murky, and countless transparent ice threads reached upward from the seabed, ensnaring the ship's keel. The ice threads bore green vine fragments, resembling a string of frozen tumors. Jon swung his sword at the railing, the blue light of Longclaw slicing into the water, shattering the ice threads upon contact with the dragon crystal. Yet, more ice threads surged from the depths, swiftly filling the void. These were the ice threads of lower-class whites. Qin Chang's mark established a faint connection with the consciousness below, which was attempting to intercept them, as if fearing their return to the Ice Valley. Sam rushed over, clutching a bucket of dragon crystal powder, and scattered some into the sea. The moment the powder met the water, it erupted into a white vapor, causing the ice threads to dissolve rapidly and expose the entwined vine fragments beneath. Upon contact with the dragon crystal powder, those fragments instantly transformed into black ash, sinking to the seabed. The vine fragments were controlling the whites. His voice trembled. Old Aemon's notes had stated that the vines could parasitize the ice cores, manipulating the consciousness of the whites. No sooner had he spoken than the sea to the left suddenly erupted in a column of water. A gigantic ice hand emerged, its palm cloaked in a layer of green membrane, ice threads entwined between its fingers, crashing towards the bow of the ship. White Ling leapt into the air, her golden figure colliding with the ice hand, the golden light of her claws tearing through the green membrane to reveal the normal ice core beneath. The ice hand emitted a muffled thud as it crashed back into the sea, sending waves that drenched half the deck. It was a parasitized white guard. Qin Chang's mark throbbed painfully. The consciousness beneath the water grew clearer. It was the awareness of a lower-class white, forcefully controlled by the vine fragments, pleading for help, yet suppressed by the will of the vines. The seal of the Ice Valley might be loosening. The vine fragments were spreading through the ice core's veins into the narrow sea. Suddenly, Tyrion pointed at a distant blue light. Look, that blue light is moving. Qin Chang raised his gaze. The blue light on the sea surface was approaching the warship, accelerating, and he could faintly see the surrounding water freezing, forming a white trail like an icy path leading to the Ice Valley. His mark suddenly erupted with a brilliant light, resonating intensely with the blue light, causing the underwater ice threads to cease their writhing, like puppets deprived of control, slowly sinking to the ocean floor. They were reinforcements sent by the Frost Lord. Qin Chang exhaled in relief. The brilliance of his mark gradually softened, dispersing the parasitized whites and clearing a path for them. The azure light swiftly approached the warship, revealing 3 colossal ice whites, their forms crafted from pure ice, adorned with runes that mirrored Qin Chang's own mark. The whites circled around the vessel, and the energy from their icy cores formed a barrier on the ocean's surface, freezing the surrounding waters. The fragments of tendrils lurking beneath the surface turned to ash upon contact with the icy energy. They are guiding us. Jon gazed towards the direction of the whites' movement, where a path of ice extended northward. Following this icy route would allow them to reach the East Sea's vantage point 3 days faster than the usual course. The first mate promptly adjusted their heading, and the warship advanced along the ice path, flanked by the ice whites, their armors reflecting sunlight like 3 moving glaciers. Standing at the ship's bow, Qin Chang's mark continued to communicate with the consciousness of the whites, ultimately unveiling the truth. The seal of the Ice Valley had been compromised when the purification array activated, allowing some tendril fragments to escape and infest the bodies of lesser whites, attempting to prevent their return to the north. Upon realizing this, the White Lord dispatched reinforcements, tracking the fragments to the narrow sea. The fragments targeted the source of the Ice Valley's core. Qin Chang turned to Jon and Tyrion, warning that if they reached the core, they could be fully resurrected, threatening not only the north but the entire narrow sea with a cover of tendrils. Tyrion's expression grew serious as he prodded the ice crystals on the deck with his dragon crystal dagger. The green filaments within had completely lost their vitality. It seems we must not only return to the Ice Valley, but also reinforce the seal, and ideally, find a way to eradicate the tendrils entirely. The warship continued along the icy path, the silhouettes of the ice whites flickering on the ocean's surface. The waters flanking the ice route were as tranquil as a mirror, the only sound being the vessel's passage over the ice, echoing softly in the narrow sea. Qin Chang gazed northward at the sky, where the clouds thickened, faint blue light flickering within, as if the Ice Valley were summoning them. Suddenly, White Spirit let out a low growl towards the front of the ice path, where a fissure appeared on the ice surface, seeping a green viscous liquid, writhing like a slender green serpent towards the warship. Qin Chang's mark tightened instantly. He understood this was the last line of defense left by the tendril fragments. Should they breach this barrier, they could reach the East Sea's vantage point and hastily return to the Ice Valley, thwarting the impending disaster. Jon's long claw was already drawn, its blade's azure light dazzling in the sunlight. Tyrion gripped his dragon crystal dagger tightly. Though the wound on his leg throbbed, his gaze was resolute. The Night's Watch raised their dragon crystal weapons, bracing for the imminent battle, the atmosphere on the deck taut like a drawn bowstring, awaiting the appearance of that green barrier. Chapter 56. The beacon of East Sea's vantage point. The green liquid seeping from the fissure grew increasingly abundant, spreading across the ice surface along its patterns, where it passed. A sticky green film rapidly covered the ice, filling even the traces left by the ship's hull. White Spirit leaped onto the ice, its golden claws treading upon the green film, instantly releasing a plume of white smoke. It roared into the depths of the fissure, its tail's fur bristling, as if alerting to something about to emerge from the earth. Sprinkle the dragon crystal powder, Qin Chang shouted at Sam while gripping the dragon crystal dagger tightly. Leaping onto the icy surface, the green membrane emitted a hissing sound upon contact with the soles of his boots, and the radiant glow of the mark seeped through the ice, causing the spreading green liquid to curl up like mold recoiling from sunlight. Sam followed closely with a powder bucket, the powder cascading down the fissure, causing the green liquid to churn violently within the mist, the resulting white smoke stinging the eyes. A sharp shriek emanated from the depths of the crack, reminiscent of vine fragments struggling in agony, followed by an onslaught of countless green tendrils erupting from the fissure, akin to enraged serpents lunging at the group. Jon's long claw descended just in time, the blade's blue light severing the foremost tendrils, the green liquid seeping from the cut and corroding the ice beneath, leaving tiny holes. They were desperately trying to obstruct them. Jon's voice was drowned out by the screeches as he swung his sword to protect Sam's back. Why had the ice whites suddenly ceased their advance? Qin Chang turned to look, and the ice whites, who had initially flanked them, abruptly halted, the runes on their icy armor flickering erratically, as if battling against some invisible force. One of the whites suddenly had its icy arm enveloped in the green membrane, and it violently struck its chest in an attempt to shatter the vine fragments within, but its movements grew increasingly rigid under the membrane's encroachment. The tendrils were remotely controlling them. Qin Chang felt a sharp pain from his mark. Hearing the anxious consciousness of the White Lord, the seal of the ice veil was being assaulted by the vine fragments, forcing the Lord to divert most of its energy to reinforce the seal, resulting in the supporting whites losing their consciousness. We must break through on our own. Tyrion limped onto the ice, leaning on an iron spear, binding the dragon crystal dagger to its tip, and hurled it forcefully into the depths of the fissure. The dagger pierced through layers of tendrils, accurately embedding itself in the green mass at the bottom of the fissure, erupting with blue light, causing the tendrils to curl into charred clumps, and the shrieking from the crack gradually diminished. Now is the moment. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Chang's mark erupted with a brilliant light, a golden beam spreading across the ice, thoroughly freezing the fissure. He turned and shouted towards the ship, "First mate, full speed ahead. The ice path can hold for half an hour." The first mate immediately issued the command, and the ship surged forward at full speed along the icy route, the hull slicing through the frozen fissure, the ice shards glimmering in the sunlight. Under the corrosion of the green membrane, the ice whites gradually fell still, like 3 abandoned icebergs, remaining stationary, with only the runes on their armor faintly flickering, as if expressing their unwillingness. As the ship departed from the fissure area, Qin Chang glanced back, noticing the frozen tendrils subtly writhing beneath the ice, clearly not completely eradicated. He understood that these vine fragments were merely suppressed for the time being. Should the seal of the ice veil show any sign of weakness, they would awaken once more. Continuing their spread toward the north, the silhouette of East Sea Watch gradually became clearer against the horizon. The smoke signals from the port swirling in the sky, an urgent message from the Night's Watch. Qin Chang's heart raced, a foreboding sensation creeping over him. The smoke signals from East Sea Watch might signify more than just the anomalies of the ice veil. As the warship entered the East China Sea, the sight at the dock left everyone in astonishment. The Night's Watchmen, wielding their dragon crystal weapons, were poised in a standoff against a group of individuals clad in northern attire, both sides tense with palpable hostility. The leader of the Night's Watch, upon spotting Qin Chang, immediately exclaimed, "My lord Qin Chang, at last, you have returned." The northerners claimed that the whites from Ice Valley are attacking their villages. Qin Chang leaped ashore, where he was met by a man draped in a wolfskin cloak, adorned with the sigil of the Stark family, a dire wolf. His countenance bore the weight of fatigue and fury. "I am a messenger from Lord Robb. 3 days ago, the whites surged forth from the light shield, incinerating 3 of our villages and abducting several villagers. Lord Robb has sent me to inquire whether the Night's Watch has forged any pact with the whites. The whites do not attack humans unprovoked." Qin Chang's brow furrowed deeper. His mark suddenly radiated heat. He could sense the chaotic consciousness from the direction of Ice Valley, a primitive awareness of the whites, steeped in fear and confusion. As if they were being manipulated by something sinister, the tendrils. They had infested the whites, compelling them to assault the villages. The messenger, evidently skeptical, drew his sword, pointing its tip menacingly at Qin Chang. "Do not attempt to wriggle out of this. We have witnessed the blood of villagers upon the ice spears of the whites, and we have seen them drag villagers into Ice Valley. Lord Robb has already marched his army toward Ice Valley. Should you fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, the Starks and the Night's Watch shall sever all ties." Jon immediately stepped in front of Qin Chang, drawing Longclaw, the blade's blue light clashing with the messenger's sword tip. "Dare you raise your hand against the Night's Watch? We possess a clearer understanding of the whites than you. If Robb recklessly assaults Ice Valley, he will only fall into the trap laid by the tendrils, allowing more whites to be infested." Tension hung thick in the air, ready to ignite. Suddenly, Sam shouted, "Look toward Ice Valley." Everyone turned their gaze northward, where a green luminescence emanated from the direction of Ice Valley, intertwining with the blue light of the white shield, resembling 2 opposing forces in conflict. Qin Chang's mark vibrated intensely. The consciousness of the White Lord grew faint, as if it were on the verge of being consumed by the tendrils' awareness. Robb had already engaged the whites in battle. With urgency in his voice, Qin Chang turned to his first mate and commanded, "Prepare the sleds at once. We must reach Ice Valley before sunset to intervene. If Robb's army is defeated by the whites infested by the tendrils, the entire north will descend into chaos." The Night's Watchmen sprang into action, readying the sleds and dragon crystal weapons. The messenger, observing the green light toward Ice Valley, felt his anger gradually give way to concern. Sheathing his sword, he approached Qin Chang with a softened tone. "If what you say is true, I am willing to take you to meet Lord Robb. However, should you deceive us, I will not spare you." Qin Chang nodded, saying little, knowing that only by witnessing the infested whites in Ice Valley could Robb be persuaded of their truth. White's spirit lay at his feet, golden eyes fixed on the direction of Ice Valley, emitting a low growl as if urging them to hasten their departure. As the sled was prepared, the smoke from the signal fires of the East Sea lingered in the sky, serving as an ominous warning of the impending calamity facing the north. Qin Chang leaped onto the sled, followed closely by Jon and Tyrion. With the messenger seated at the rear, clutching his sword tightly, his eyes betraying a tumult of emotions. The sled sped across the icy expanse, heading towards the Ice Valley. Qin Chang gazed ahead at the green light, his heart heavy with trepidation. He was unaware of the toll taken on Robb's army or how long the Night King could endure. Yet he understood the urgency of reaching the Ice Valley to avert the war ignited by the vines. If they failed, the delicate balance of the north would be irrevocably shattered, and the coexistence of ice and fire would face an unprecedented crisis. Chapter 57. The bloody blade before the Ice Valley. As the sled traversed the frozen riverbed, the muffled sounds of clashing weapons resonated beneath the ice. Qin Chang peered into the snow-covered crack, revealing a murky pool of ice water with a half-buried ice spear, its tip stained with darkened blood, intertwined with several strands of green vines. This was the ice spear of a lesser white, unmistakably exhibiting signs of parasitism. Robb's men had reached the outskirts of the Ice Valley. The messenger's voice trembled as he pointed to the horse tracks in the snow ahead, which were haphazardly scattered, some showing signs of dragging, indicating that their vanguard must have engaged the whites. Suddenly, White Fang surged ahead, its golden form leaving fleeting traces in the snow. Qin Chang followed closely, and as he crested a ridge, a horrifying sight unfolded before him. The snow outside the Ice Valley's protective shield lay strewn with the bodies of Northmen and whites alike. The soldiers' corpses were mostly pierced through the chest by ice spears, their armor mottled with green stains. The whites' bodies, however, were fragmented, their ice armor inscribed with runes entwined by green vines, resembling silk violently torn asunder. It was the work of the parasitized whites. Jon crouched down, using Longclaw to lift a strand of vine entangled in a white's body. At the moment the blade made contact, the vine emitted a sizzling sound, its attacks more frenzied than those of ordinary whites, showing utter disregard for their own safety. A sudden roar erupted from the front lines, mingled with the brittle crack of ice. Following the sound, Qin Chang beheld a group of parasitized whites charging towards the Northman soldiers at the edge of the Ice Valley shield, their ice spears coated in a viscous green slime, each swing releasing clouds of green mist. Robb, donned in a crimson cloak and wielding the ice sword, was directing his soldiers to form a defensive line. The array of dragonglass spears barely holding back the whites' assault, yet several breaches had already appeared in the line. "Robb, stop!" Qin Chang's voice pierced through the din of battle as he leaped down from the sled, a radiant light erupting from the mark on his chest, golden beams extending towards the mass of whites. The parasitized whites froze in place upon contact with the light, their green-stained ice armor beginning to smoke as the vines frantically sought escape through the seams, only to be reduced to ashes within the luminous aura. Robb, upon spotting Qin Chang, momentarily displayed surprise before it was swiftly replaced by fury. "You dare to return? These whites have ravaged my village and slain my people, and yet you come to their aid." He raised the ice sword and charged towards Qin Chang, its icy glint glaring in the sunlight. Jon immediately positioned himself in front of Qin Chang, his long claw clashing against the frostblade, emitting a piercing metallic screech. "Robb, calm down. These whites are being controlled by the vines. Who are you trying to deceive?" Robb's furious roar dislodged the snow overhead. With a sudden exertion of strength, he forced Jon back a step. "I witnessed them dragging villagers into the ice gorge. Those villagers never returned." At that moment, the luminous shield surrounding the ice gorge trembled violently, a green fissure spreading from its center. Countless vines erupted from the crack like a colossal green serpent, sweeping towards Robb's army. Qin Chang's mark suddenly burned with intensity. He could hear the White Lord's plea for help. The core of the luminous shield was being eroded by the vines. If this continued, the entire shield would collapse. "Look!" Tyrion suddenly pointed at the fissure in the shield, where several villagers were ensnared by the vines. Their bodies were tightly bound, yet their consciousness remained intact, crying out for help. "The villagers are still alive. The vines are using them as bait to lure you into an attack, seeking to breach the shield." Robb's movements froze in an instant as he gazed at the villagers ensnared by the vines. His anger was gradually replaced by shock. Just then, a parasitized white broke free from the confines of the luminous shield, brandishing an ice spear aimed at Robb's back. White's spirit leapt into action, its golden claws tearing through the white's icy armor. Vines erupted from the wound, but were swiftly severed by White Spirit's bite, turning to ash. Now do you believe? Qin Chang's mark flared with renewed brilliance, casting a golden glow over the remaining parasitized whites. The vines targeted the ice core of the gorge, should they breach the luminous shield. The entire north would be enveloped in vines, and none would survive. Robb slowly lowered Frostblade, his expression an intricate tapestry of emotions. He looked at the villagers ensnared by the vines, then at the crumbling shield, and finally made his decision. Everyone, stand down. Cease attacking the whites and assist the Night's Watch in reinforcing the luminous shield. Although the northern soldiers were puzzled, they promptly obeyed, raising their dragonbone spears and thrusting them towards the vines. Qin Chang instructed Sam to take out the dragonbone powder and sprinkle it at the fissure in the shield. The moment the powder came into contact with the vines, it erupted into a cloud of white smoke, causing the vines to recede swiftly, and the fissure began to close. A flicker of gratitude emanated from the White Lord's consciousness. The blue light of the shield gradually stabilized, and the lower-tier whites that had not been parasitized ceased their assault, aiding the soldiers in clearing away the vine remnants. Robb approached Qin Chang, his tone laced with regret. I apologize, I misjudged you. Now is not the time for apologies. Qin Chang replied, his gaze fixed on the fissure in the luminous shield. Although the vines had temporarily receded, they continued to writhe, attempting to breach once more. We must locate the core of the vines and eradicate it entirely. Otherwise, the shield will inevitably collapse. Leaning on his iron spear, Tyrion hobbled to the edge of the shield. He pointed at the icy wall on the inner side of the shield. I saw the vines emerging from the ice wall. The core of the ice gorge must lie just beyond it, and the heart of the vines is likely concealed there as well. The exchange of consciousness between Qin Chang's mark and the awareness of the Ice Demon Lord confirmed Tyrion's suspicions. The core of the Ice Valley's ice source lay concealed beneath the central ice platform, with the core of the vines parasitically residing nearby, incessantly absorbing the ice core's energy in an attempt to fully dominate the ice demons. I led a team into the depths of this chilling abyss. Robb raised the ice sword, determination gleaming in his eyes. The villagers remained trapped within, and I was resolute in my mission to rescue them. Qin Chang nodded, instructing Jon to secure the light shield with the Night's Watch to prevent any further incursions by the vines, while he, alongside Robb, Tyrion, and White Ling, ventured deeper into the ice valley, following several uninfected ice demons. The temperature within the valley plummeted, and the runes etched upon the ice walls shimmered under the glow of the mark, seemingly guiding their advance. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted ahead as the vines shrieked. Countless green tendrils erupting from the ice walls, lunging toward them. White Ling was the first to strike, her golden form darting through the tendrils, the golden light of her claws shredding them apart. Qin Chang and Robb followed closely, their dragon crystal weapons slicing through the tendrils with arcs of blue light, while Tyrion scattered dragon crystal powder to thwart their assault. The brilliance of the ice source deep within the valley intensified, signaling that the core of the vines lay just ahead. A battle that would determine the fate of the North was on the brink of unfolding. Chapter 58. The green marks of the battlefield as the sled glided across the frozen battlefield. Qin Chang could discern the metallic scent of blood mingling with the chilling air produced by shattered ice armor of the demons, along with a faintly sweet and fishy aroma, the scent of the vines. On the ice field ahead, hundreds of Northmen stood resolutely, brandishing flaming torches in defiance of the ice demons. The flickering light illuminated the corpses strewn across the ground, some clad in wolfskin cloaks, and others bearing the shattered remnants of ice armor, with both types of remains ensnared by the same verdant filaments, as if discarded by a single hand. There's Robb. The messenger pointed to a figure at the heart of the battlefield. The young man, clad in black chainmail and bearing the banner of the Ice Wolf, swung his long sword against an ice spear thrust by an ice demon. The moment their weapons collided, sparks erupted, igniting green marks upon the demon's armor, revealing that he had been engaged in combat for half an hour without retreating. Suddenly, White Ling leapt from the sled, her golden form streaking like lightning across the battlefield, pouncing upon an ice demon poised to ambush Robb from behind. The ice wolf's claws tore through the demon's armor, exposing the writhing green tendrils within. Upon contact with the air, the tendrils thrashed violently, yet White Ling clamped down with her fangs, emitting a sizzling sound of searing flesh. Stop! That is not a true ice demon. Qin Chang leapt from the sled, his dragon crystal dagger emanating blue light as he charged toward another ice demon assaulting the soldiers. The moment the dagger pierced the demon's chest, the ice armor shattered with a thunderous crack, and the tendrils within collapsed like a heap of mush, continuing to writhe in a desperate attempt to ensnare the ankles of nearby soldiers. Robb, upon seeing Qin Chang, was momentarily seized by rage, his long sword aimed at his throat. The Night's Watch is indeed in league with the ice demons. How dare you show your face here? Look at the tendrils on the ground. Qin Chang did not retreat, pointing at the green tendrils entwined with the remnants of the other. These wights had become mere puppets of the vines that controlled their assault upon you. Look closely at the icy armor of those wights. He pried open a fragment of the ice armor with a dagger, revealing runes that glimmered with a faint green light, starkly contrasting the typical blue glow of genuine white runes. The authentic runes of the wights are blue, while these parasitized beings have long since become marionettes of the vines. Suddenly, a soldier from the north let out a blood-curdling scream as his leg became ensnared by the green tendrils. His skin turned a vivid green at an alarming rate, sapping his strength, and he collapsed to the ground. Sam rushed over, scattering dragon crystal powder over the green tendrils, which instantly turned to ash. However, the green patches on the soldier's leg had already spread to his knee, and his gaze grew vacant, with guttural sounds emanating from his throat, as if something were writhing within his trachea. This is a symptom of spore infection. Sam's voice trembled with panic, mirroring that of the infected in King's Landing. If we delay any longer, he will become one of those puppets. Robb's movements froze as he surveyed the convulsing soldier and then the green tendrils amidst the white remains, his expression growing grave. Suddenly, his aide pointed toward the direction of the ice canyon, exclaiming, "My lord, the color of the light shield is changing." Everyone looked up to see the light shield above the ice canyon shifting from a pure blue to a mingling of blue and green, resembling water tainted with ink. The icy spikes at the edges of the shield continuously shattered, and with every piece of falling ice, tiny green sprouts emerged, spreading toward the battlefield. As if the ice canyon were melting into a verdant swamp, the White Lord was nearing its breaking point. Qin Chang's mark burned fiercely. He could sense the feeble consciousness of the Lord, flickering like a candle in the wind. The vines were devouring the energy of the light shield, and if this continued, the entire ice canyon would be engulfed by the vines, leading to the parasitism of all wights, and the north would be doomed. Robb remained silent for a moment before abruptly severing a sprouting green tendril beside him with his sword, the sparks from the blade causing the tendril to wither instantly. He turned to the northern soldiers and shouted, "Everyone, retreat. Raise your torches and use flames to fend off those green tendrils." Though the soldiers were perplexed, they obeyed the command, slowly backing away to form a wall of fire, temporarily keeping the green tendrils at bay. "Is what you say true?" Robb approached Qin Chang, his tone softening slightly. "Are these wights truly being controlled? What must we do to save them?" "We must enter the ice canyon, find the source of the vine's parasitism, and destroy it." Qin Chang pointed to the weakest point of the light shield, where the green patches were most concentrated. Yet, the light shield was currently under the control of the vines, and we would be attacked as enemies upon entry. Unless, he glanced at Robb, "you can coordinate with the northern soldiers to use dragon crystal powder to temporarily suppress the vines outside the light shield, buying us some time." Tyrion, leaning on his iron spear, joined the two, gesturing toward the remnants of the wights at the battlefield's edge. "I just observed that those parasitized wights recoil when approaching the dragon crystal, indicating that it can momentarily suppress the consciousness of the vines. We can instruct the soldiers to scatter the dragon crystal powder around the light shield, thereby creating a barrier that will safeguard them, while simultaneously obstructing the outside puppets and wights." Robb nodded and immediately commanded his aide, "Bring forth all the dragon crystal powder. Let the soldiers sprinkle it along the edges of the light shield to form a defensive line. Additionally, dispatch 20 of our finest soldiers to accompany Lord Qin Chang into the Ice Valley and ensure their safety." The aide complied without hesitation, and the soldiers of the north swiftly set to work, evenly distributing the carried dragon crystal powder around the light shield. As the powder made contact with the shield, it emitted a silvery radiance. The creeping vines attempting to breach the shield recoiled at the moment of contact with the light, and the blue hue of the shield temporarily regained some vitality, as if infused with new life. "It is time for us to depart." Qin Chang gripped the dragon crystal dagger tightly, with Belan standing beside him, her golden mane shimmering with a reddish glow in the torchlight. "Robb, the outer defense is entrusted to you. Remember, no matter what you see, do not allow the soldiers to rush into the light shield. That is a trap set by the vines." Robb patted Qin Chang on the shoulder, his gaze filled with unwavering trust. "Rest assured, I shall hold this position and await your return. If you fail to emerge, I shall lead all of the north against the vines to the very end." Without further words, Qin Chang turned and, accompanied by Jon, Tyrion, and 20 soldiers from the north, advanced toward the most vulnerable point of the light shield. As they approached, The blue glow of the shield flickered slightly, as though recognizing their presence. When the mark on Qin Chang's chest began to radiate light, the shield finally split open, creating a passage wide enough for a single person to traverse. The moment they stepped through the light shield, an icy chill enveloped them, starkly contrasting the battlefield outside. Within the ice valley, countless green vines emerged from beneath the ice, entwining the lower whites in their frosty armor and dragging them toward the central core of the ice. In the distance, atop an ice platform, the White Lord's armor was already speckled with green, desperately maintaining the purification net in a bid to prevent the vines from approaching the core, but the light of the net dimmed steadily. Resembling fragile glass on the verge of shattering, the source of the vines is beside the ice core. Qin Chang pointed toward the center of the ice platform, where a massive green mass pulsated, from which numerous vines extended like the tentacles of an octopus, ensnaring the surrounding whites. We must destroy that mass, otherwise, the White Lord will not endure for long. The 20 soldiers of the north raised their longswords and charged toward the ice platform alongside Qin Chang. The vines in the ice valley sensed the threat and surged forth from the ground like green whips, striking toward them. Jon's longclaw forged a path ahead, its blades blue light severing the attacking vines, while Tyrion wielded his dragon crystal dagger to clear the green strands from the ground, removing obstacles for their advance. As they drew closer to the ice platform, Qin Chang observed the White Lord's armor gradually fracturing, while the vines within the green mass thickened, even beginning to sprout tiny buds. As if preparing for something ominous, he understood that their time was limited. Once the buds blossomed, the spores released would infect the entire ice valley and potentially spread to every corner of the north. Bai Ling suddenly accelerated, lunging towards the green meatball upon the icy platform. Her golden fangs tore through the surface, causing green liquid to erupt forth, splattering onto the ice and instantly eroding small holes into it. The meatball emitted a ghastly howl, and all the vines immediately redirected towards Bai Ling, attempting to ensnare her and drag her into the meatball. Now is the moment. Qin Chang seized the opportunity, leaping onto the icy platform. His dragon crystal dagger aimed at the core of the meatball, plunging it fiercely downwards. Chapter 59. The rupture of the meatball. The instant the dragon crystal dagger pierced the core of the meatball, a violent tremor coursed through Qin Chang's hand, as if he were grasping a searing iron brand. The surface of the meatball rapidly contracted, and the green liquid gushed out through the crevices of the dagger, splattering onto his sleeve and instantly burning dark holes, the fabric within turning to ash. The corrosiveness of this liquid was several times more potent than the acidic fluids within the dungeons of Junlan. A thunderous roar erupted from the meatball, and the vines that had ensnared Bai Ling suddenly snapped taut, akin to a drawn bowstring, violently flinging the ice-fueled wolf towards the edge of the icy platform. Bai Ling collided against an ice shard, her golden mane drenched in the green liquid, struggling to rise, though her hind legs trembled slightly, clearly injured. Jon immediately swung his sword, severing the vines that had ensnared Qin Chang. As the blue light of his claws cleaved through the liquid, sparks ignited upon contact with the surface of the meatball, burning deep scorch marks. There is something within the core. His voice pierced through the cacophony of roars. Pointing to where the dagger had penetrated, the surface of the meatball was becoming translucent, revealing a dark object encased within, resembling fragments of an ice core. Suddenly, Qin Chang's mark erupted with radiant light, resonating with the dark object at the meatball's core. He could hear countless chaotic consciousnesses, a painful howl of the parasitic wraith, the greedy devouring of the vines, and a faint yet familiar thought, like a thin thread entwined around the dark object. It was the consciousness of the Wraith Lord. It is the fragment of the Lord's ice core. Gritting his teeth, Qin Chang plunged the dagger deeper, his fingertips brushing against the frigid shards within the core, while the vines consumed the energy of the Lord's ice core. This meatball was not the source, it was merely a vessel. Tyrion, propping himself with an iron spear, climbed onto the icy platform, shouting to the Northland soldiers, "Scatter the dragon crystal powder onto the liquid. Do not let it touch your skin." The soldiers promptly obeyed. The powder sprinkled upon the gushing liquid, instantly producing a plume of white smoke. The liquid crystallized into green gems amidst the smoke, resembling shattered emeralds, settling upon the icy platform, no longer writhing. The meatball's roar abruptly altered, shifting from fury to agony. Its surface began to crack, countless fissures spreading forth, and the vines within appeared to lose their strength, cascading downwards. The wraiths that had once been ensnared seized the opportunity to break free, staggering back to the edge of the icy platform as the green stains on their icy armor visibly faded, the runes gradually returning to a pristine blue. "Quickly, destroy the fragments," The consciousness of the Wraith Lord suddenly became clear, resolute. The main consciousness of the vines clung to the fragments, declaring that unless destroyed, it would seek a new vessel. Just as Qin Chang was about to forcefully pry the fragments, the meatball suddenly swelled violently, and from the fissures in its surface, clusters of fungal spawn surged forth, like a tide of darkness rushing towards the crowd. The soldiers of the north immediately raised their swords to block the onslaught. As the blade of the dragon crystal sliced through the swarm of fungal infants, emitting a brilliant blue light that incinerated them into ashes. Yet, the sheer number of these creatures was overwhelming. Soon, soldiers were overwhelmed, their anguished cries piercing the air. Bai Ling, Qin Chang shouted, and the ice-field wolf instantly understood. Enduring its pain as it lunged into the throng of fungal infants, its golden claws sweeping through, clearing a path for the soldiers. John circled around the mass, positioning his long claws at the widest fissure, and as the blade pierced the outer layer, he felt a powerful suction, as if it were attempting to pull his arm into the mass. Qin Chang, proceed. He gripped the hilt firmly, the icy spikes on the blade resonating with the fragments of the core. I can't hold on much longer. Taking a deep breath, Qin Chang pressed the mark against the surface of the mass. Tricolored light seeped through the fissure, colliding with the core's icy fragments, erupting in blinding radiance. He could hear the anguished wail of the vine's main consciousness, akin to a beast scorched by fierce flames. The black shards began to heat up, the green strands curling into charred clumps. Now, Qin Chang suddenly withdrew the dragon crystal dagger, swiftly thrusting it towards the core's black fragments. At the moment the dagger penetrated the shards, the energy of the ice core and the flames of the dragon crystal erupted simultaneously, detonating within the mass. The green mass swelled like an ignited balloon, expanding to its limits before bursting apart, shards and viscous liquid splattering everywhere, landing on the icy ground and generating plumes of white smoke. The force of the explosion hurled Qin Chang backward, crashing heavily onto the ice platform. Struggling to sit up, he felt the mark on his chest still radiating warmth. Where the mass had ruptured, only a half-melted fragment of the ice core remained. The green strands entirely vanished, leaving behind faint charm marks, remnants of the Ice Lord's core. The Ice Lord staggered to the fragment, the green markings on its icy armor completely faded. It bent down to pick up the shard and pressed it against its chest. The moment the fragment integrated into the icy armor, the runes of the Lord burst forth with a brilliant blue light, illuminating the ice valley like a miniature sun, as the previously drooping purification net unfurled once more, its radiance more dazzling than before, enveloping the entire valley. Is it over? Tyrion approached Qin Chang, offering him a clean strip of cloth. The main consciousness of the vine has not. Qin Chang accepted the cloth, bandaging the wound on his arm, his gaze drifting towards the depths of the ice valley. Realizing that it had merely lost its container, retreating back into its dormant state beneath the frozen earth. The mark on his body still pulsed faintly, sensing countless weak green traces writhing beneath the frozen soil, akin to a horde of temporarily dormant venomous snakes, as long as the dormant body remained. The possibility of resurgence loomed. Bai Ling nudged closer, rubbing its head against the back of Qin Chang's hand. The green liquid on its golden mane had been dispelled by the light of the purification net, restoring its original luster. The soldiers of the north sat exhausted on the ice platform, smiles of survival gracing their faces. The soldier who had been penetrated by the fungal infant's tendrils found the green markings on his arm gradually fading under the light of the purification net. His eyes regaining clarity, the Ice Lord approached Qin Chang, the runes on its icy armor shimmering with a gentle blue light, conveying its gratitude through the mark. Thank you, Guardian of Balance. If not for you, the ice and fire of the north would have long been consumed by the vines. This is my responsibility. Qin Chang rose, gazing toward the direction beyond the light shield, where the faint cheers of the northern soldiers could be heard. Clearly, Robb had seen the radiance of the purification net and realized their triumph. Yet, the threat of the vines had not been completely eradicated. They required the Night's Watch, the White Walkers, and the Northern Lords to join forces in eliminating the dormant entities beneath the frozen earth. Otherwise, his words hung unfinished as a subtle tremor resonated from deep within the ice valley. A faint green light seeped through the crevices of the ice, only to vanish almost instantaneously, as though it had never existed. Qin Chang's expression grew grave. He understood that this green light was no mere illusion. The main consciousness of the vines was already in search of new targets. They had to annihilate it before it found a new vessel. Otherwise, this war would merely be the beginning, rather than its conclusion. Jon approached his side, the pommel of Longclaw swaying gently, the blue light of its blade intertwining with that of the purification net, No matter where it hides, we shall find it. Qin Chang nodded in agreement, casting his gaze towards the sky beyond the light shield. The sunset's afterglow filtered through the purification net, casting mottled shadows upon the icy ground. He knew the path ahead would be fraught with challenges, yet with Jon, Tyrion, and Ghost by his side, along with the steadfast support of the Night's Watch, the White Walkers, and the Northern Lords, he would not falter. For the balance of ice and fire, for the future of this land, he would continue to fight. Chapter 60 echoes beneath the frozen earth as the blue light of the purification net enveloped the ice valley. Robb led the Northern soldiers through the breach in the light shield. His black chainmail was still speckled with remnants of the White Walker's icy armor. The bloodstains on the tip of his sword had frozen, yet upon witnessing the scene upon the ice platform, his taut shoulders finally relaxed. The armor of the White Walker Lord had regained its pure blue hue, while Qin Chang bent down to examine the fleeting green light within the ice crevice. The golden figure of Ghost roamed the icy plains, occasionally scraping the thin ice with its claws, sniffing for signs of movement beneath the frozen soil. Had the main consciousness of the vines truly concealed itself? Robb stepped beside Qin Chang, his gaze fixating on the ice crevice, where only a faint green trace remained, as if the chilling winds of the ice plains were about to erase it entirely. Our scouts, stationed 30 miles away within the frozen layers, had discovered similar traces, which appeared to be moving toward the wall. A warmth gently radiated from the mark on Qin Chang's chest as three-colored light seeped through his fingertips into the ice crevice. A faint pulsation emanated from beneath the frozen earth, akin to countless tiny hearts beating in unison. They were in search of new hosts. He withdrew his hand, the ice shards clinging to his fingertips glimmering with a pale green hue. At the foot of the wall lay an abandoned fortress of the Night's Watch, harboring the ancient dragon crystal veins left by predecessors. The vines required the energy of the dragon crystals to incubate the dormant entities, making it the most perilous place. Tyrion approached, leaning on his iron spear, inadvertently kicking aside a chunk of ice to reveal the withered green threads entwined beneath. Remnants of vines that had been scorched by the purification net, yet still twitched feebly, unwilling to succumb to death. The Night's Watch was undermanned, and Lord Mormont had taken most of his forces to King's Landing for support. If the vines truly infiltrated the dragon crystal veins, he left the thought unspoken, yet the worry in his eyes was unmistakable. The Lord of the White Walkers suddenly approached the group, the sound of his icy armor scraping against the ground resonating faintly. His consciousness conveyed through the mark to Qin Chang, who relayed the message. The lesser White Walkers had begun tracking the vine's trail. They could sense the green marks beneath the frozen earth, yet required the Night Watch's dragon crystal weapons for effective counteraction. Only dragon crystal could sever the fungal filaments of the vines completely, otherwise, they would continue to regrow. Robb immediately turned to his officer and commanded, "You shall take 50 soldiers back to Winterfell. Instruct Maester Luwin to prepare an ample supply of dragon crystal powder and antidotes. Additionally, dispatch 200 archers to the wall for reinforcement. We must hold the abandoned fortress." After receiving his orders, the officer promptly departed with his men, the sound of hooves gradually fading into the twilight across the icy plains. "We must set forth as well," Jon declared, gripping Longclaw tightly. The icy spikes on the sword's pommel resonated with the blue glow of the White Walker's armor. The journey from the ice valley to the wall would take 2 days. If they hastened, perhaps they could intercept the vines before their arrival. Qin Chang nodded in agreement, as Bai Ling had already leapt to his side, her golden mane shimmering softly in the dusk, clearly prepared to embark. The Northern soldiers began to pack their belongings, dividing the remaining dragon crystal powder into small pouches to hang at their waists. The light of their torches formed a warm line across the ice fields, dispelling the chill of the frozen expanse. Just before their departure, Robb suddenly seized Qin Chang's arm with a grave expression. "If trouble arises at the wall, the North will spare no effort in support. The balance of ice and fire is not solely the Night Watch's burden. It is a responsibility we all share." Qin Chang gazed at him, retrieving a fragment of dragon crystal from his pocket, one he had discovered in the dungeons of King's Landing, engraved with simple spiral runes. "Deliver this to Maester Luwin. Let him explore how to reinforce our dragon crystal weapons with these runes. The vines are evolving. Ordinary dragon crystal can scarcely hinder them now. We require a more potent force." Robb accepted the shard with care, securing it safely before mounting his horse and waving to the others. "I shall handle the aftermath in the Ice Valley. You can trust in your journey to the wall. Remember, the North will always stand as your steadfast ally." With Qin Chang, Jon, Tyrion, and the Lord of the White Walkers leading 20 Northern soldiers, they set forth towards the wall. As twilight deepened, The winds across the icy plains intensified, swirling snowflakes stinging their faces like tiny shards of ice. Bai Ling raced ahead, her golden form leaving a distinct trail in the snow, pausing intermittently to ensure the group remained on course. After traversing half the night, they rested by a forsaken bonfire site, where the Night Watch had once camped, remnants of dragon crystal arrows still half buried in the snow. Qin Chang ignited a torch, illuminating the surrounding landscape. On the ice near the bonfire, several fresh green marks appeared, as if the vines had just passed by, and at the end of the trail, the frozen ground still emitted a faint warmth. They are not far from us, Qin Chang observed, crouching down to lift a strand of green with his dragon crystal dagger. The moment it touched the blade, the green mark dissipated into white smoke. They had no more than a day's journey to catch up with them. Tyrion leaned against a block of ice, taking a swig from his flask of strong liquor, the liquid igniting a warmth within his throat, dispelling some of the cold. Uncertain of the situation in King's Landing, Jon felt a pang of anxiety regarding whether Sam and the First Ranger had effectively cleared the remaining spores. The gravity of his tone suggested deep concern. If both King's Landing and the Wall faced calamity simultaneously, they would indeed be besieged on all fronts. Silently, Jon polished Longclaw, the blade's azure glow particularly striking beneath the flickering torchlight. He cast his gaze towards the wall, where the sky was tinged with a soft lavender hue, outlining the silhouette of the fortification. Lord Mormont would manage affairs in King's Landing. Their current task was to safeguard the wall and prevent the vines from infiltrating the dragonglass veins. Suddenly, the White Walker Lord arose, his icy armor pointing towards the distant sky. A faint blue light flickered there, a signal emitted by lesser whites, indicating they had detected the presence of the vines and were attempting to intercept them. Qin Chang promptly extinguished the torch, and the group hastily gathered their belongings to advance. The low growl of the white wolf quickened, evidently sensing the stirrings ahead. The tremors beneath the frozen ground intensified, and Qin Chang's mark began to burn with heat. He understood that a new battle loomed at the foot of the wall. In the shroud of night, the figures of the group moved swiftly across the icy expanse, resembling a pack of silent hunters pursuing their prey. They were unaware of what awaited them further ahead or the extent to which the vines had evolved. Yet they comprehended the necessity of defending the wall and the dragonglass veins. Failure to do so would plunge the entire North, and possibly the world, into irrevocable ruin. The outline of the wall grew increasingly distinct before them, akin to a slumbering dragon sprawled across the tundra. Beneath the dragon's feet, countless green traces approached rapidly, resembling a horde of ravenous serpents poised to launch a lethal assault. Chapter 61. Defense Line and Secret Records. The frigid winds of the Ice Valley swirled with icy shards, rattling against the makeshift tents of their encampment. Standing atop the highest ice slope of the camp, Qin Chang surveyed the bustling figures below. The Night's Watchmen were combining dragonglass powder with shards of ice core, tracing serpentine runes upon the permafrost, while northern soldiers felled deadwood along the valley's edge to erect fortifications. The gleaming blue armor of the Whites patrolled along the rune lines, their ice boots leaving consistent imprints in the frozen ground, as if adorning the defense line with a layer of frost. The rune lines had been extended to 3 small hills at the periphery of the ice valley. Jon approached Qin Chang, Longclaw slung over his shoulder, the icy spines of the sword's pommel swaying gently with his movement. However, the intricate network of the ice core beneath the permafrost posed a challenge. Should the vines circumvent from another direction, they might not detect them in time. Qin Chang's fingertips brushed against the dragonglass shards he carried, the faint luminescence of the shards resonating with the distant rune lines. The pulsation of the mark was subtle yet persistent, akin to a delicate thread tethering him to the depths of the permafrost, a reminder that the primary consciousness of the vines still lingered. The White Walker Lord had dispatched 10 patrolling Whites to survey the branches of the ice core network. He gazed into the depths of the ice valley, where the ice shimmered with a pale blue hue, indicating the area covered by the remnant's energy. As long as the vines approached the rune lines, the patrolling Whites would detect them at the earliest opportunity. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the direction of the tents, and Qin Chang exchanged a glance with Jon before swiftly heading towards the source of the disturbance. A group of northern lords encircled Robb, their expressions rife with dissatisfaction. Among them stood a lord draped in a bearskin cloak, his finger jabbing accusingly at the patrolling Whites, his voice laced with indignation. "Do you allow Whites to patrol our lands, Lord Robb? Have you forgotten the countless lives they have claimed? Now you seek to ally with them? You have brought disgrace upon the North. Those Whites are being manipulated by the vines." Robb's face flushed with anger, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword, veins bulging. Lord Qin Chang has already demonstrated that the true whites are assisting us in our battle against the vines. If you continue to stir discord here, delaying the construction of our defenses, when the vines spread, your lands will be the first to suffer. Demonstration? What demonstration? Another lord scoffed, a derisive sneer upon his lips. It is merely a fabrication of his. I suspect he has colluded with the whites. Seeking to seize control of the north for himself, Qin Chang stepped into the fray, twirling the dragon crystal dagger in his hand, its blade shimmering with a captivating blue light that drew the attention of all present. Have you ever witnessed soldiers parasitized by the vines? He gestured towards a nearby medical tent, where 3 soldiers lay, their bodies having fought valiantly against the whites just yesterday, now on the brink of becoming puppets due to the green tendrils entwining them. If you doubt my words, inspect the green splotches upon their legs. Observe how the dragon crystal powder burns their skin when applied. The lords fell into silence. The lord in the bearskin cloak hesitated momentarily before ultimately striding towards the medical tent, the others following suit, evidently eager to witness the truth for themselves. Robb exhaled in relief and quietly expressed his gratitude to Qin Chang. Thank you. Without your intervention, these lords would never have believed in the whites. They do not believe in the whites. They believe in what their own eyes can see, Qin Chang remarked, watching the lords depart. Once they recognize the threat posed by the vines, they will no longer be ensnared by past grievances. At that moment, Tyrion rode in on a stout horse. Approaching from the direction of the ice valley, a black wooden box strapped to his saddle, etched with spiral runes. I have found the Ice Core Codex. He dismounted, patting the box with a weary yet exhilarated smile. At the end of Old Tom's secret passage, it was concealed within a cabinet locked by dragon crystal, nearly ensnared by the remnants of the vines. But fortunately, I had ample dragon crystal powder. Qin Chang promptly opened the wooden box, revealing the Ice Core Codex. Its cover polished from ice core, emitting a faint blue glow. The pages were crafted from some animal hide, inscribed with ancient text in black ink, adorned with numerous hand-drawn rune illustrations. Can you decipher the text? He flipped to the first page, the writing twisting and obscure, reminiscent of an ancient incantation. Tyrion leaned in, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the page for a time. Most of it is indecipherable. However, there are numerous illustrations depicting the relationship between the ice core and the vines. He pointed to one illustration, depicting a circular stone platform identical to the relics within the ice chamber, surrounded by green vines, with a shadowy figure wielding a dragon crystal dagger. Look, this figure is thrusting the dagger towards the platform, causing the vines to recoil, suggesting that the fusion of dragon crystal and the relic can utterly eradicate the vines. Jon leaned in to examine the illustrations, suddenly pointing to the small text in the corner. This is the ancient script of the Night's Watch. He deciphered it for a moment, slowly reciting. The ice core serves as bone, the dragon crystal as blade, the blood of the old gods. The root of the broken vine. The mention of the old god's blood caused Qin Chang's brow to furrow. His mark began to radiate warmth. He recalled the runes from the Ice Room ruins, which bore a resemblance to the patterns of his own mark. Could the bloodline of the old gods be connected to the Balance Guardian? Tyrion suddenly clapped his hands, pointing to another illustration. Look at this. The illustration depicted a figure with a tricolored mark on its chest, pressing a hand against a stone altar. The runes on the altar intertwined with the glow of the mark, as the vines disintegrated into ash. This mark is identical to yours. Qin Chang's heart raced as he placed his hand upon the illustration. The glow of the mark resonated with the one depicted, and the text on the page began to illuminate. The previously distorted words gradually became clear, as if activated. It read, "The bloodline of the Balance Guardian is a branch of the old god's bloodline, capable of resonating with the energy of the ruins, fully activating the suppression ability of the ruins, preventing the main consciousness of the vine from escaping." He voiced the contents with excitement, realizing that if he and the Ice Lord infused energy upon the altar of the ruins, they could form an energy net to envelop the frozen lands of the north, trapping the main consciousness of the vine. With weapons forged from a mixture of dragon crystal and ice core, they could ultimately eradicate it. Robb's face broke into a smile. So what are we waiting for? Let's head to the ice room and activate the energy net. Not so fast, Qin Chang interjected, pointing to the latter part of the text. The energy net requires 3 days to form, and during this time, the ruins must not be disturbed in any way, otherwise, the energy net will collapse. The main consciousness of the vine is still beneath the frozen ground. If we begin to activate the energy net now, it will surely launch a frantic assault on the ruins, and we may not be able to hold our ground. Then we'll reinforce our defenses. Robb immediately commanded. instructing all Lord's armies to encamp around the periphery of the Ice Valley. The Night's Watch and the Ice Lords were tasked with patrolling, ensuring that within these 3 days, the defenses would be fortified to the utmost strength. The soldiers of the North and the Night's Watch sprang into action, transforming the previously loose defenses into an impenetrable barrier. The runic lines of the dragon crystal powder mixed with ice core fragments shimmered with a silvery glow beneath the setting sun, encircling the Ice Valley like an indomitable shield. The Ice Lords intensified their patrols, the blue light of their ice armor flickering in the night, echoing the stars above, creating a unique spectacle. Inside the tent, Qin Chang perused the secrets of the ice core by candlelight, which meticulously detailed the steps to activate the energy net, as well as various strategies to counter the vine's assaults. White Spirit lay at his feet, its golden eyes fixed on the tent entrance, alert to any sounds from outside. Jon and Tyrion sat nearby, studying the illustrations within the tome, occasionally discussing the details of reinforcing their defenses. Outside the tent, the Lords of the North had ceased their bickering, leading their soldiers to join in the construction of the defenses. The Lord of the Bearhide Cloak actively sought the Ice Lord, inquiring about how to enhance the energy of the rune lines using shards of ice core, clearly having accepted the reality of an alliance with the otherworldly beings. As night deepened, the winds in the Ice Valley grew colder, yet the previous sense of oppression dissipated. Qin Chang closed the book, gazing at the starlight outside the tent. The pulsation of the mark remained faint, yet it instilled a sense of reassurance within him. It was a testament to the continued presence of the Vine's main consciousness and a reminder of their forthcoming target. He understood that the next 3 days would be pivotal in determining the fate of the North. As long as they maintained their defensive line and successfully activated the energy net, they could potentially ensnare the Vine's main consciousness, thus buying time for its annihilation. He would stand firm in the Ice Valley alongside Jon, Tyrion, White Spirit, and all the members of the Alliance until the final moment. Outside the tent, the rune lines shimmered with a silvery glow under the moonlight, resembling a guardian serpent of the North, quietly awaiting the impending storm. Chapter 62. Disturbances in the cold night. The Ice Valley was particularly still in the latter part of the night, with only the sound of wind swirling through ice shards echoing between the tents. Qin Chang was awakened by the searing pain of the mark, noticing that the candle had burned down to the base of the holder. The crisp sound of ice armor clashing echoed from outside the tent, indicating that the patrolling Ice Wights were more numerous than usual. Clearly, the patrolling Wights had sensed something amiss. He grasped his dragon crystal dagger and rushed out of the tent, only to find the rune lines at the periphery of the Ice Valley emitting irregular silver glimmers. The once stable light flickered erratically, as if something were repeatedly colliding against it. On a distant hill, the patrolling Wights raised their ice spears, howling at the frozen ground. The blue light of the spears pierced the earth, and with each thrust, green ripples emerged beneath the frozen surface, only to vanish swiftly thereafter. What is happening? Jon sprinted over, brandishing Longclaw, the icy spikes on its pommel flickering violently. The frozen ground at the edge of the rune lines is trembling, as if something is burrowing beneath. Before Qin Chang could respond, a soldier's alarm rang out from the eastern defense line. He and Jon immediately dashed toward the source of the commotion, discovering a fissure had formed in the rune lines, with green viscous liquid oozing from the gap, dripping onto the ice surface and instantly eroding tiny holes. Further away, 2 patrolling Wights were ensnared by numerous green tendrils emerging from the frozen earth. The blue light of their armor dimmed swiftly, their struggles becoming increasingly feeble until they ultimately collapsed to the ground like marionettes deprived of their strength. It is a test from the Vine. Qin Chang brandished his dragon crystal dagger, slashing at the encroaching green tendrils. The blue light of the blade clashed with the green strands, igniting sparks that reduced them to ash. It was probing for weak points in their defenses, seeking a breach. Robb arrived with the northern soldiers, his torch illuminating the surrounding frozen ground. The soldiers promptly scattered dragon crystal powder into the fissure upon contact with the viscous liquid. A plume of white smoke momentarily sealed the gap, yet the tremors beneath the frozen surface persisted, intensifying as if something colossal was shifting underground. Drawing closer to the ice chamber ruins. Where's the Ice Lord? Qin Chang glanced around, failing to spot the Lord's figure. Only a few Wights were attempting to revive their companions ensnared by the green tendrils, but were instead ensnared themselves by the green strands, forced to sever their icy arms to escape. To the ice chamber to reinforce the ruins. Robb shouted, dodging a suddenly lunging green vine. He declared that the ruins were the primary target of the tendrils and must be defended at all costs. At that moment, Tyrion rushed over, brandishing a dragon crystal torch. its flame flickering in the frigid wind, yet never extinguishing. The wooden handle of the torch was wrapped in shards of dragon crystal, capable of resisting the encroachment of the vines. It is written in the Crystal Core Codex. He pointed towards the direction of the tremors beneath the frozen ground, explaining that the vines would gather dormant bodies to form a pseudocore, using the energy from the pseudocore to assault the defenses. What we witnessed as green tendrils were merely a diversion. The true attack lay behind them. No sooner had he spoken than the frozen earth of the eastern defense line suddenly collapsed with a thunderous roar, creating a massive pit. A rich green light emanated from the bottom, where countless thick vines surged upward, resembling a multitude of venomous serpents lifting their heads, extending towards the ice chamber. The tips of the vines were entwined with a swirling green mist, the very consciousness of the vines that had previously escaped the ice chamber, dense with dormant bodies suspended like a pulsating green heart. The pseudocore, Qin Chang's mark, blazed with heat. He could hear the fury of the main consciousness, akin to an enraged beast, intent on obliterating the defenses and charging directly into the ice chamber. The soldiers of the north promptly raised their dragon crystal swords, striking at the vines. As the blades sliced through, green ichor erupted, rising in thick clouds of white smoke. However, the sheer number of vines quickly ensnared the ankles of several soldiers, dragging them towards the pit. The Night's Watch was compelled to shoot arrows tipped with dragon crystal to sever the vines and rescue their comrades. Jon maneuvered to the side of the pit, aiming Longclaw at the direction of the pseudocore. The blue light of the blade penetrated the mass of vines, but was halted upon nearing the green mist, as if it had struck an invisible barrier. The pseudocore possesses an energy shield, he shouted. Ordinary dragon crystal weapons cannot breach it. Suddenly, Qin Chang recalled the illustrations in the Crystal Core Codex and raced towards the pit. Use the energy of the rune lines. Sprinkle the dragon crystal powder on the rune lines, allowing the whites to infuse the core energy, forming an energy beam capable of piercing the shield. The whites instantly understood, aligning their icy armor along the rune lines. The blue light spread along the lines, mingling with the dragon crystal powder to form a silver energy beam that shot towards the pseudocore. The moment the beam penetrated the mass of vines, ripples appeared on the pseudocore's shield, and the green mist churned violently, clearly impacted. Once more, Qin Chang's mark connected with the consciousness of the whites, guiding the direction of the energy beam, aiming for the very center of the pseudocore. As the second energy beam was unleashed, a crack finally formed in the pseudocore's shield. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Chang leaped, plunging his dragon crystal dagger into the opening. The moment the dagger pierced, the pseudocore emitted a harrowing shriek, the green mist dissipating instantaneously, and the dormant bodies fell to the ground like raindrops, devoid of vitality. Without the support of the pseudocore, the vines wilted immediately, and the soldiers of the north seized the chance to sever them and drag them from the pit to be incinerated. The verdant glow at the bottom of the abyss gradually faded, leaving behind only a few writhing green tendrils, which were thoroughly eradicated by the Night Watchers using dragon crystal powder. Qin Chang perched on the edge of the chasm, the mark upon his chest still radiating a slight warmth. He gazed at the dormant body on the ground, aware that this was merely a probing attack by the vine. The true battle lay ahead. In the distance, towards the ice chamber, the blue light of the Ice Lord remained steady, indicating that the ruins were not under threat. However, the cracks in the defense persisted, and the tremors beneath the frozen earth had not completely subsided, suggesting that the main consciousness of the vine was still nearby, albeit temporarily concealed. Robb approached Qin Chang, wiping the sweat from his brow as he surveyed the damaged defense. We must swiftly repair the line and set traps around to prevent another ambush. Indeed, Qin Chang replied, picking up the dormant body, now devoid of its green hue and shriveled. The vine had lost a considerable number of dormant bodies this time, and would undoubtedly become more frenzied. The next attack would not be so straightforward. Tyrion crouched at the edge of the chasm, prodding the green tendrils with a dragon crystal torch, which instantly turned to ash. The Chronicles of the Ice Core also states that after the pseudocore is destroyed, the main consciousness of the vine will be weakened for 3 days. This is our prime opportunity to activate the energy net. Qin Chang's eyes brightened as he turned his gaze towards the Ice Lord. If we reinforce the defenses and simultaneously begin activating the energy net within these 3 days, by the time the main consciousness recovers, the energy net will already be in place, trapping it. The Ice Lord approached slowly, the blue light and runic lines of his ice armor resonating. I am prepared. We can commence activation at any moment. However, we require the Night Watchers and soldiers of the north to secure the ice chamber. No vine must be allowed to approach before the energy net is formed. Robb immediately commanded half of the soldiers to guard the perimeter of the ice chamber, while the other half repaired the defenses and set traps. The Night Watchers divided into 2 teams, one to patrol and the other to assist the Ice Lord in preparing the activation ritual. The Ice Valley bustled once more, the light of the torches illuminating the damaged defenses and reflecting the determination in everyone's eyes. This time, they would not grant the Vine any further chances. Standing at the entrance of the ice chamber, Qin Chang contemplated the stone platform of the ruins within. The mark on his chest subtly resonated with the runes of the platform. He understood that the next 3 days would be pivotal. As long as they secured the ice chamber and successfully activated the energy net, they could ultimately entrap the main consciousness of the Vine, paving the way for its destruction. The cold night wind continued to blow, yet it could not dispel the collective resolve of the gathered. The runic lines of the defense glimmered with silver light beneath the moon, like a taut bowstring awaiting the final confrontation. Chapter 63. The glimmer of the energy net as dawn broke, the runes within the ice chamber began to pulse with blue light. Qin Chang stood at the center of the stone platform, his fingertips tracing the spiral patterns upon it. The tricolored glow of the mark intertwined with the runes, flowing like water along the patterns, weaving a delicate net of light across the surface of the stone platform. The Ice Lord knelt on the opposite side, his ice armor perfectly aligned with the platform. The energy from the ice core continuously streamed through the runic lines, gradually illuminating the previously dim runes, bathing the entire ice chamber in a radiance akin to daylight. The flow of energy must remain stable. The consciousness of the Ice Lord was transmitted through the mark, imbued with a hint of fatigue. The previous night's confrontation with the false core had drained a considerable amount of ice core energy. Any interruption would render prior preparations futile. Qin Chang nodded, adjusting the energy output of the mark. He could distinctly sense the energy diffusing along the ice core veins, resembling azure streams extending in various directions across the frozen expanse of the north, resonating with the runic lines of the defensive barrier. However, with each stretch, the energy waned slightly, evidently hindered by remnants of the Vine's interference lurking beneath the frost. The energy flow on the western side was obstructed. Frowning, Qin Chang felt a sharp twinge from the mark. The ice core veins there seemed blocked by an unseen force, preventing the energy from passing through. The ice crown of the Ice Lord swayed slightly, the runes on its icy armor flickering erratically. It was the residual strands left by the Vine's primary consciousness, which had deliberately sabotaged portions of the ice core veins before its departure, seeking to thwart the formation of the energy network. At that moment, Sam rushed into the ice chamber, clutching the Chronicle of Ice Cores, his face etched with urgency. The defensive line outside has detected anomalies. The green traces beneath the western frozen ground have suddenly proliferated. The Night Watch's scouts report that the runic lines there are being slowly corroded by the green strands, as if something is covertly undermining them underground. Qin Chang's heart tightened. The Vine's primary consciousness was indeed restless, exploiting the residual strands to disrupt the energy network while attempting to breach the western defense. What about Jon? He inquired, his gaze still fixed on the runes upon the stone platform, unwilling to relent even slightly. If the energy infusion were to be interrupted, the platform might collapse due to energy backlash. Jon has already taken the Night Watch to the west. Sam flipped to a page in the Chronicle of Ice Cores, pointing at an illustration. The account stated that if the ice core veins were obstructed, one could pierce the frozen ground with a dragon crystal dagger along the veins' direction to guide the energy and clear the blockage. However, someone on the surface would need to direct the path to avoid mistakenly harming the normal ice core veins. Tyrion entered, leaning on an iron spear, his legs still healing, and he walked with a pronounced limp. "Let me go," he said, patting the dragon crystal short dagger at his waist. "I will follow the flow of energy to locate the blockage, allowing Jon and the others to clear it with the dragon crystal dagger while you focus on activating the energy network." Qin Chang hesitated for a moment. Tyrion lacked the protection of ice core energy, making it perilous for him to venture west alone. Yet, with no better alternatives at hand, he nodded reluctantly. "Be cautious. If you encounter danger, ignite the signal torch, and the Night Watch will come to your aid immediately." Tyrion grinned, turning to follow Sam out of the ice chamber. Silence enveloped the chamber once more, save for the subtle sounds of energy flowing and the heavy breaths of the Ice Lord. Activating the energy network exacted a significant toll, and the blue glow upon the ice armor was no longer as radiant as before. Time passed slowly, and occasional shouts from soldiers outside the chamber mingled with the crackling sounds of dragon crystal clashing against green strands, indicating that the battle on the western front was ongoing. Qin Chang's heart remained suspended in anxiety, torn between concern for Tyrion's safety and the need to stabilize the energy output. Sweat trickled down his forehead, sliding down his cheek and dripping onto the stone platform, evaporating instantly under the heat of the runes. The energy on the eastern side began to wane as well. The consciousness of the Ice Lord was tinged with anxiety, its primary awareness unraveling and attempting to disrupt multiple fronts simultaneously, leading us to falter in our efforts. Qin Chang took a deep breath, maximizing the energy output of the seal. The intertwining tricolored radiance and azure light coalesced into a thicker stream of energy, forcefully surging towards the blockage on the eastern front. He could hear the anguished cries of the unraveling strands, akin to delicate vines igniting within the energy. At last, the energy flow on the eastern side resumed, but he was met with waves of excruciating pain in his chest. The excessive use of the seal was beginning to backfire on his body. Hold on. The Ice Lord sensed his discomfort and willingly shared a portion of the energy burden. With 1/3 remaining, completion was crucial for the initial formation of the energy net, which would then subdue the disruptive strands. Just then, the door to the ice chamber was suddenly flung open, and a soldier from the north tumbled in, his chainmail smeared with green viscous fluid. My lord, the western front is overrun with green strands. Lord Tyrion is ensnared, and Lord Jon is leading a rescue, but the green strands are multiplying. As if emerging endlessly from below, Qin Chang's heart raced, nearly causing the seal's energy to spiral out of control. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to regain composure. To abandon this effort now would not only cause the energy net to collapse, but also endanger Tyrion and Jon. Ice Lord, can you stabilize the energy for a moment longer? He inquired, his gaze fixed intensely on the runes upon the stone platform. At most, 15 minutes, the Ice Lord replied. Small fissures beginning to appear in its icy armor, clearly at its limit. After that, I will not be able to endure. Without hesitation, Qin Chang dashed towards the door of the ice chamber, the dragon crystal dagger firmly grasped in his hand. He understood that he must reach the western front within 15 minutes to assist Jon and his companions in averting the crisis, while also clearing the obstructed ice core pathways. White Spirit had been waiting at the entrance, its golden mane bristling. Upon seeing Qin Chang emerge, it immediately bounded towards the western front. The scene at the western front was even more chaotic than anticipated. Green strands surged forth from the frozen earth, spreading like a tide towards the runic lines. The Night's Watch and northern soldiers clutched their dragon crystal weapons, valiantly resisting the onslaught. Many soldiers lay entangled in green strands upon the ground, while Sam busied himself with dragon crystal powder, frantically attempting to clear the strands from them, his face a mask of distress. Jon stood on an elevated position, his long claws slicing through the air at the green strands, surrounded by several members of the Night's Watch, forming a small defensive line. Not far off, half of Tyrion's body was ensnared by the green strands, leaving only his upper half exposed. He wielded a dragon crystal dagger, relentlessly hacking at the encircling vines. Yet he remained unable to break free. Qin Chang, Jon shouted upon spotting him. The source of the green strands lies beneath the frozen earth at Tyrion's feet. There is a concealed cavern from which the remnants of the vine's primary consciousness are emerging. Without delay, Qin Chang sprinted toward Tyrion, with White Spirit clearing a path ahead, its golden claws shredding through swathes of green strands. As he approached Tyrion, he discovered a narrow fissure in the frozen earth beneath him, from which the green strands incessantly poured forth, resembling an unending thread. Pierce it with the dragon crystal dagger, Qin Chang shouted, hurling his dagger to Tyrion, directing him to pierce through the icy core's veins to unblock the energy. Tyrion caught the dagger, enduring the excruciating pain of the green tendrils wrapping around him, and aimed the dagger at the fissure. As the dagger penetrated, a faint hiss emanated from beneath the frozen soil, and the flow of the green tendrils immediately slowed. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Chang scattered dragon crystal powder around the fissure, and a green mist rose, completely sealing the gap. The energy was now flowing. The consciousness of the Ice Lord surged with joy. The energy net to the west was already connected. Just a final push was needed. Qin Chang breathed a sigh of relief and promptly assisted Tyrion in clearing the green tendrils from his body. Without their source of support, the tendrils quickly wilted, and the two of them severed them with ease. Tyrion collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air, his face smeared with dirt and green slime. Yet he managed to grin. I nearly thought I would become fertilizer for these vines. At that moment, the frozen soil of the north suddenly trembled slightly, and a soft blue light shimmered in the sky, enveloping the earth like a translucent veil. The mark on Qin Chang's chest began to radiate heat. He could sense that the energy net was taking shape, with countless blue beams intertwining beneath the frozen soil, enveloping the entire north. The remaining green tendrils, under the illumination of the beams, turned to ash. It was taking shape. The Ice Lord's consciousness conveyed a sense of relief. All that remained was to solidify the net for 2 more days, after which it would stabilize completely, trapping the main consciousness of the vines. Jon and the northern soldiers ceased their actions, gazing at the blue light above with expressions of newfound hope. Sam, clutching the secrets of the ice core, trembled with excitement. We did it. We truly did it. Qin Chang looked up at the blue light in the sky, his chest mark gradually calming. Yet he understood that this was merely a temporary victory. The main consciousness of the vines still lurked beneath the frozen soil, unwilling to be ensnared by the energy net. The next 2 days would prove to be the true test. Bai Ling approached his side, nuzzling her head against his palm, her golden eyes watching the depths of the frozen soil with vigilance. Qin Chang stroked the mane of the ice wolf, quietly resolving that no matter what tricks the main consciousness of the vines might employ, he would safeguard the energy net until it was utterly vanquished, restoring true peace to the north. In the distance, the blue light from the ice chamber remained bright, like a beacon guiding the energy net's direction. The runic lines of the defense resonated with the blue light in the sky, forming an unbreakable barrier, awaiting the final counterattack from the main consciousness of the vines. Chapter 64. The ancient remains beneath the frozen soil. The blue light of the energy net hung in the sky for an entire day. By the second night, the once stable beams began to fluctuate. Qin Chang stood by the stone platform of the ice chamber, feeling sharp pricks from the mark on his fingertip, as if countless needles were piercing him. This was not the interference of residual tendrils, but a more intense energy surge emanating from the deepest reaches of the north's frozen soil, attempting to shatter the energy net structure. It was gathering strength. The ice armor of the Ice Lord lay upon the stone platform, fissures multiplying since yesterday. The output of the ice core energy becoming intermittent. The primary consciousness had located the ancient corpse beneath the permafrost, seeking to harness its power to breach the energy net. Ancient corpse? Qin Yang's attention sharpened instantly as he retrieved a tattered page from the secrets of the ice core, depicting a gigantic skeletal outline entwined with verdant vines. The archaic script, deciphered by Jon, conveyed that it belonged to a colossal beast of the Ice Age, perished due to parasitic vines, its bones buried deep within the frozen earth. Before he could finish his thought, a thunderous roar erupted from the northern side of the ice valley, the ground fissures expanding at a visible rate. The blue light of the energy net flickered violently amidst the cacophony, as if it might tear apart at any moment. The Night Watch's scout tumbled into the ice chamber, ice shards cascading from his cloak. My lord, from the northern permafrost, a massive bone has emerged. It is entwined with vines and is assaulting the rune line. Qin Chang exchanged glances with the Ice Lord. Realizing that the energy net required just half a day more to stabilize, they could not falter now. You stay and reinforce the energy net. I shall head north. Grasping the dragon crystal dagger, he reached the ice chamber entrance, only to see White's spirit burst in, bloodied, with a fragment of a green vine tangled in its golden mane and a piece of bone bearing tooth marks clutched in its claws. White's spirit is injured. Qin Chang crouched down, the glow of the mark sweeping over the ice wolf's wound, where the green toxin was spreading. Where's Jon? Wasn't he at the northern line? White's spirit growled towards the north, its tail anxiously striking the ground, a whimper resonating in its throat, filled with urgency. Qin Chang immediately understood that Jon was likely ensnared by the ancient corpse. He sprinkled dragon crystal powder over White's spirit's wound, watching the toxin recede in the silver light. Then thrust the dagger into the ice wolf's maw. Take me to Jon. The ice wolf turned swiftly, its golden form dashing through the night. Qin Chang followed closely. Witnessing northern soldiers gathering towards the northern line, dragon crystal torches igniting a sea of flames, yet still unable to dispel the oppressive force emanating from the permafrost below. As he approached the northern defense line, he finally beheld the ancient corpse. The skeletal remains of the colossal ice beast towered 3 stories high, each bone entwined with thick green vines. At the apex of the vines rested a decaying beast's head, its hollow eye sockets flickering with green flames, serving as the temporary vessel for the vine's primary consciousness. The ancient corpse's forelimbs relentlessly struck the rune line, each impact dimming the silver glow of the runes. As green tendrils surged from the fissures, ensnaring soldiers' ankles and dragging them towards the black void beneath the bones, a cavern left by the ancient corpse's emergence from the permafrost, within which more diminutive skeletal remains could be discerned, indicating that the vine's primary consciousness was awakening additional ancient corpses. Lord Qin Chang. Sam was crouched on the ice slope behind the defense line, pointing at the spine of the ancient corpse. Lord Jon and Lord Tyrion are atop. They aim to sever the main root of the vines, but have been ensnared. Qin Chang looked up and saw Jon's long claw embedded in the shoulder blade of the ancient skeleton. He was slicing through the entwining green vines with the ice crystals adorning the sword's hilt. Tyrion was crouched at the neck of the skeleton, relentlessly stabbing at the beast's eye socket with his dragonglass dagger. Yet more green vines ensnared his legs, leaving him suspended in midair, perilously close to falling. The ancient skeleton seemed to sense the threat and abruptly raised its forelimb, sweeping towards the icy slope. Qin Chang immediately threw himself over Sam to evade the oncoming skeletal claw, but several soldiers from the north were caught off guard. Swept by the claw and instantly ensnared by the green vines, dragged into the cave, leaving only a chilling scream behind. We cannot confront it head-on. Qin Chang gazed at the writhing green vines on the ancient skeleton and suddenly recalled the records in the secrets of the ice core. The skeleton's power stemmed from the main consciousness of the vines. As long as the connection between the main consciousness and the skeleton was severed, the bones would lose their vitality. Sam gathered 10 elite soldiers, armed with dragonglass powder and torches, and circle around to the back of the cave. Scatter the dragonglass powder within, and use fire to block its retreat. Sam immediately obeyed the command. While Qin Chang took advantage of the moment, the ancient skeleton bowed its head to climb onto its back, stepping onto the green vines. Whiteling followed closely, her golden claws gripping the crevices of the bones as she lunged at the vines, ensnaring Jon. As her fangs tore through the vines, Jon seized the opportunity to withdraw Longclaw and aimed for the main root, the blade's blue light slicing through the vines to reveal the white bone fragments within. The main root is located in the beast's cranial cavity, Jon shouted, kicking away the encroaching vines as he crawled toward the beast's head. Tyrion, hold on a little longer. Tyrion's face was flushed, desperately gripping a thick green vine to prevent himself from falling, while his other hand continued to thrust the dragonglass dagger toward the beast's eye socket. Stop the chatter. Act now. These cursed vines are creeping into my clothing. As Qin Chang climbed to the neck of the skeleton, the mark suddenly burned with intense heat. He sensed that the core of the main consciousness resided within the beast's cranial cavity, continuously channeling energy to the ancient skeleton through the green vines. He raised his dragonglass dagger and plunged it toward the main vine at the neck. The moment the dagger penetrated, the ancient skeleton let out a deafening roar, its entire form violently shaking, causing Tyrion to lose his grip and plummet toward the ground. Whiteling, Qin Chang shouted, and the ice wolf leapt into action, catching Tyrion midair with her golden form before landing securely on the ground. Seizing the moment, Jon jumped atop the beast's head, aiming Longclaw at the cranial cavity. As the blade pierced through, the ancient skeleton froze in its movements, the green vines on its body thrashing wildly like uncontrollable serpents. Qin Chang seized the opportunity to ascend along the main vine to the cranial cavity, where he saw Jon's Longclaw embedded in a mass of green flesh, the temporary core of the vine's main consciousness, being scorched by the blade's blue light, contracting violently. Quick! Use the dragonglass powder. Qin Chang pulled out the pouch from his chest and scattered it over the flesh mass. The silver powder intertwined with the blue light, causing the mass to emit a piercing shriek before instantly turning to ash. In the fleeting moment of the main consciousness's disappearance, the verdant vines entwined around the ancient remains lost their vitality, cascading to the ground. The skeletal structure crumbled under the absence of support, crashing down and sending shards of ice scattering across the entire northern defense line. Suddenly, a voice echoed from within the cave. Lord Qin Chang. The vines inside the cave have withered, yet numerous ancient bones lay within, seemingly awaiting activation. Qin Chang and Jon leapt from the remains and hurried towards the cave. Deep within, a faint green glow illuminated the surroundings, revealing dozens of ancient skeletons of varying sizes strewn across the ground, each bearing remnants of the green vines. Clearly, the main consciousness had intended to awaken more ancient remains, but had failed due to the destruction of its core. It had fled. Qin Chang's mark regained its tranquility, with only a faint green trace retreating deeper into the permafrost. The main consciousness, having lost its temporary vessel, posed no immediate threat. However, it remained ensnared within the energy web, unable to escape. Tyrion limped into the cave, a half-dried green vine still wrapped around his pant leg. At least we have destroyed its support. In half a day, the energy web will stabilize completely, and at that point, it will be trapped like a turtle in a jar. Jon inspected the ancient bones, his blue light sweeping through the gaps, incinerating the remaining green vines into ash. The soldiers of the north have already scattered dragon crystal powder around the cave, setting traps. Even if it wishes to awaken the ancient remains, it shall find no opportunity. As they returned to the ice chamber, the frost-covered armor of the Ice Lord had ceased its cracking, and the blue light of the energy web regained its stability in the sky, forming an impenetrable barrier that enveloped the entire north. Qin Chang approached the stone platform, his fingertip mark aligning with the runes once more. Energy coursed through the veins, and this time, undisturbed, each strand of the energy web pulsed evenly, akin to the heartbeat of the northern land. In 3 more hours, the energy web would achieve complete stabilization. The consciousness of the Ice Lord, though weary, brimmed with hope. Soon, the main consciousness of the vines would be unable to escape. Qin Chang gazed at the blue light in the sky, the weight in his heart finally lessening. He understood that annihilating the main consciousness would require time, yet for now, they had seized the initiative. Bai Ling lay by his feet, her golden eyes devoid of their previous vigilance, replaced by a hint of reassurance, evidently sensing the stability of the energy web. From the distant defense line came the cheers of soldiers. The Night's Watch and northern soldiers were clearing the battlefield, incinerating the withered vines, and repairing the damaged rune lines. The flickering light of torches intertwined with the blue light above, creating a warm sea of illumination that dispelled the cold and darkness of the north. Leaning against the stone platform, Qin Chang closed his eyes, attuning himself to the flow of the energy web. He recognized that once the energy web achieved complete stabilization, the true battle would commence. But for now, he could momentarily relax and savor this hard-won tranquility, for it was earned through blood and sweat, marking the first step towards peace for the north. The runes in the ice chamber remained bright, resembling countless eyes watching over this land, soon to welcome the dawn. Beneath the permafrost, the green tendrils still writhe feebly, yet they can no longer stir up any tempest. Constrained by the energy net, they await their ultimate judgment. Chapter 65. The hunt beneath the energy net. As dawn broke over the east, the azure luminescence of the energy net finally stabilized. The transparent band of light ceased its undulation, resembling a frozen ice surface that enveloped the northern skies, each vein emanating a uniform silver glow, firmly ensnaring the green tendrils beneath the permafrost. Qin Chang stood at the entrance of the ice chamber, the imprint on his fingertips quivering gently, allowing him to distinctly perceive the faint green tendrils' main consciousness, coiled deep within the ice core's nexus, akin to an injured beast attempting to conceal its presence. It could not escape for long. The Ice Lord's armor had nearly been fully restored, and the energy from the ice core surged through the runic lines into the energy net, brightening the band's radiance further. The energy net would incessantly compress its range of movement. Within half a day, it would be driven to the vicinity of the ice core source in the Ice Valley. Jon approached, wielding Longclaw, the crystalline spikes on the sword's hilt resonating with the blue light of the energy net. The blade still bore the charred marks of the ancient green tendrils. The northern soldiers had divided into 5 squads, patrolling along the veins of the energy net, ready to relay signals at the first sign of any disturbance from the green tendrils. Tyrion had taken Sam to inspect the ancient caverns, hoping to ascertain whether any dormant remnants remained. Qin Chang nodded, casting his gaze deep into the permafrost. The tremor of the imprint grew increasingly distinct, the primary consciousness's emotions shifting from prior rage to agitation, occasionally releasing faint bursts of energy that rebounded upon contact with the energy net, rendering its struggles futile as it spun aimlessly in place. We must take the initiative to seek it out. He tightened his grip on the dragon crystal dagger. Although the energy net could ensnare it, it could not annihilate it entirely. They had to locate its hiding place and purify it thoroughly using the energies from the relics and the ice core source. Suddenly, Bai Ling let out a low growl towards the western side of the ice valley, its golden figure bounding a few steps in that direction before glancing back at Qin Chang, as if to indicate the way. Instantly, the imprint flared with heat. The green tendrils were moving westward, where the ice core veins were densest and the energy net was relatively weaker, clearly indicating that the primary consciousness was still attempting to find an escape route. It is fleeing west. Qin Chang immediately mounted his steed. The northern soldiers had already prepared their mounts, saddlebags filled with dragon crystal dust and torches hanging nearby. Jon, you lead a squad of soldiers to encircle from the south. Bai Ling and I will pursue from the west. The Ice Lord will remain in the ice chamber to maintain the stability of the energy net and prevent it from feigning a diversion. The Ice Lord nodded slightly, the runes on its armor resonating with the energy net. The light band's brilliance suddenly intensified on the western side, temporarily sealing off the retreat of the primary consciousness. Qin Chang spurred his horse forward, with Bai Ling running alongside. its golden form leaving a fleeting shadow in the morning light. Along the frosted ground, the veins of the energy net shimmered with silver, serving as guiding markers for their pursuit. After running for about an hour, the permafrost ahead suddenly glimmered with a faint green light, the energy net's band flashing violently, evidently indicating that the primary consciousness had been cornered to this location. Qin Chang reined in his horse, dismounted, and grasped the dragon crystal dagger firmly in hand. Before him, a fissure in the ground exhaled a continuous stream of verdant mist. Upon contact with the energy net, the mist transformed into white smoke, yet it persisted in surging forth from the crevice, as if engaged in a final desperate struggle. It lay just beneath. Qin Chang crouched down, his fingertips pressing against the icy surface beside the fissure. He could sense the core of the main consciousness situated beneath the fissure, at the convergence of the icy veins, tightly suppressed by the energy net. "John, have you arrived?" In the distance, the sound of galloping hooves resonated as John and his soldiers approached, with Longclaw unsheathed in his grasp. The blue glow of the sword's blade intertwined with the luminous strands of the energy net, forming a cerulean barrier that encircled the fissure. The soldiers had scattered dragon crystal powder around the area. Should it dare to emerge, it would be instantaneously ensnared. John approached Qin Chang, pointing towards the depths of the fissure, where it seemed to be absorbing the energy from the icy veins, the green light within intensifying. Qin Chang furrowed his brow. Indeed, the green luminescence was growing stronger, and subtle ripples began to manifest within the light strands of the energy net, indicating the main consciousness was mounting a final counterattack. Suddenly, he recalled the accounts within the chronicles of the ice core, which stated that the vine's main consciousness, when cornered, would absorb surrounding energy to self-detonate. Although this would not obliterate the energy net, it could scatter dormant bodies into the surrounding permafrost, awaiting the opportunity for revival. It must not self-detonate. Qin Chang swiftly withdrew dragon crystal powder from his satchel, scattering it around the fissure. "John, instruct the soldiers to plunge their dragon crystal daggers into the permafrost along the fissure's axis, channeling the energy of the net to suppress its core." The soldiers immediately complied, their daggers piercing the frozen earth, as the light strands of the energy net flowed along the blades, resembling countless silver rivulets converging towards the depths of the fissure. The green light within began to wane, and the anguished roars of the main consciousness echoed from below, imbued with resentment and fury, while the exhalation of mist gradually ceased, leaving only a faint green trace within the fissure, still slightly writhing. Just then, a soldier's shout pierced the air from afar. "My lord, an anomaly has arisen in the energy net to the south. A multitude of green tendrils is emerging from the permafrost, seemingly assaulting the defense line." John's expression shifted with alarm. "It's a diversion. It seeks to divide our forces and exploit this opportunity to break through here." However, Qin Chang shook his head. The tremor of the mark informed him that the green tendrils to the south were merely the remnants released by the main consciousness, not a genuine offensive. Yet he understood the necessity of vigilance. Should they divide their forces, the defense here would become vulnerable, and the main consciousness might seize the chance to self-detonate. Have the soldiers to the south use dragon crystal powder to suppress the remnants. Do not send reinforcements. He commanded the messenger, while keeping his gaze fixed on the depths of the fissure. "We must resolve this matter entirely here." The messenger obeyed, and Qin Chang inhaled deeply, maximizing the energy of the mark. Three-colored radiance flowed through the dragon crystal dagger into the frozen ground, intertwining with the strands of the energy net, forming a golden stream of energy that surged towards the core of the main consciousness. A piercing shriek emanated from the fissure as the green light vanished instantaneously, leaving only a faint green trace, akin to a dying serpent, gradually losing vitality under the pressure of the energy flow. Its core has been suppressed. John's voice brimmed with excitement. Now, they merely needed to draw it forth from the frozen earth. With the power of dragon crystals and ice core energy, they could obliterate it completely. Yet, Qin Chang remained vigilant. The pulse of the mark, though weakened, had not vanished, indicating that the primary consciousness had not yet surrendered entirely. He retrieved a torch from beside the saddle, ignited it, and cast it into the fissure. The flames cascaded down the crevice, illuminating the intricate ice core veins below. There, a green mass curled tightly at the convergence of the veins, ensnared by countless slender green tendrils, the core of the vine's primary consciousness. It was still struggling. Qin Chang gripped the dragon crystal dagger, declaring their need to descend and destroy its core up close. Otherwise, it might yet revive. John nodded in agreement, promptly instructing the soldiers to widen the fissure with dragon crystal daggers, creating a passage for one person. Balan was the first to leap into the opening, her golden figure vanishing into the depths of the crack under the torchlight. Qin Chang followed closely, the blue glow of the dragon crystal dagger in his hand ready to confront any imminent threat. The passage was narrow and damp, suffused with a pale blue light from the ice core veins, illuminating their path ahead. After approximately half an hour, the space suddenly opened, revealing a vast ice cavern. At the center of the cavern, where the ice core veins converged, the green mass floated suspended in midair, its surrounding tendrils contracting under the energy net's constraint. Yet still writhing defiantly, Belan growled at the mass, her golden mane bristling, and the golden light of her claws sparked in the air. Qin Chang raised the dragon crystal dagger, the light of the mark intertwining with the blue glow of the ice core veins, forming a golden blade of light aimed at the core of the mass as he approached with measured steps. The mass seemed to sense the impending danger, abruptly releasing an intense green light in an attempt to escape the energy net's grip. However, the light bands of the energy net had already encircled the cavern, and upon contact, the green light dissipated into white smoke, leaving the mass trembling in place like a lamb destined for slaughter. As Qin Chang stood before the mass, the blue light of the dragon crystal dagger clashed with the green light, igniting a shower of sparks. He inhaled deeply, raising the dagger and aiming for the core of the mass, plunging it down with force. Chapter 66. The finality of the core. The moment the dragon crystal dagger pierced the core of the mass, a blinding green light erupted within the ice cavern. Qin Chang's arm was numbed by the force of the light wave, and the searing pain of the mark coursed through his veins, as if a fire blazed within his chest. The surface of the mass contracted violently, and countless green tendrils shot forth from the fissures, only to turn to ash upon contact with the energy net's light bands, leaving a sickly sweet odor that tightened throats in its wake. Belan leaped, her golden claws tearing through the last of the green tendrils that ensnared Qin Chang, her fangs clenching the edge of the mass, pinning it against the ice core veins. The mass emitted a monstrous howl, the green light at its core flickering erratically, its once plump form visibly shriveling, as though all its essence were being siphoned away. Do not let it release its dormant form. Qin Chang gritted his teeth and plunged the dagger deeper, his fingertips brushing against a hard object at the core, a fragment of black stone, reminiscent of the ice core shards he had encountered in the ice chamber belonging to the Ice Lord, yet it emanated an eerie green glow. This was its source fragment. Destroying it would mean the complete annihilation of the tendrils. Jon's voice echoed from the mouth of the passage, breathless with urgency. The soldiers outside have reinforced the energy net. The Ice Lord stated that once the source fragment is destroyed, the energy net will automatically purify the surrounding dormant entities. He rushed in wielding Longclaw, the blade's azure light cleaving through the ice core veins surrounding the grotesque mass, severing the encroaching green tendrils. The creature's roar abruptly shifted from rage to despair. It swelled violently, black mist billowing forth from the fissures in its skin, within which floated tiny dormant entities, scattering like dust propelled by the wind to every corner of the icy cavern. Without hesitation, Qin Chang affixed the seal to the surface of the grotesque mass, intertwining the tricolored radiance with the light of the energy net, forming a golden barrier that ensnared all the dormant entities within. Use dragon crystal powder, Qin Chang shouted, and Jon immediately retrieved the powder from his pouch, casting it towards the golden barrier. Upon contact, the powder ignited into silver flames, which surged through the barrier, incinerating the dormant entities to ash, while the black mist dissipated in the flames, leaving only a faint charred scent. The source fragment of the grotesque mass trembled violently beneath the dagger, its green glow dimming progressively until it extinguished entirely, transforming into a lifeless piece of black stone. Qin Chang pried the fragment free, and as it rested in his grasp, the grotesque mass collapsed like a deflated sack, shrinking into a pile of green residue that quickly turned to ash upon contact with the ice core veins. Suddenly, the cavern shook violently. The blue glow of the ice core veins began to flicker, and the light of the energy net spread along the veins, enveloping the entire ice cavern. Qin Chang could sense the energy net autonomously purifying the surrounding frozen earth. The dormant entities hidden deep within were reduced to ash under the illumination of the light, leaving no trace of green behind. Is it over? Jon's voice was tinged with disbelief as he prodded the green residue on the ground with Longclaw. The residue vanished entirely under the azure glow of the blade, erasing the green traces beneath the frozen earth. Qin Chang clutched the source fragment in his hand. It had completely lost its vitality, its cold touch akin to that of an ordinary stone. His seal regained its tranquility. The previous burning sensation had evaporated, leaving only a faint warmth that resonated with the blue light of the ice core veins. It is finished. He gazed at the energy net above the ice cavern. Its light slowly receding, the blue glow in the sky softening as well. The primary consciousness of the tendrils had been utterly obliterated, and the dormant entities were cleansed. Bai Ling nuzzled against the palm of Qin Yang's hand. The dust on its golden mane swept away by the light, restoring its original luster. It let out a low growl towards the entrance of the ice cavern, seemingly calling the soldiers outside, the rumble in its throat carrying a sense of relief. Evidently sensing the danger had passed. As the trio emerged from the passage, they were greeted by the jubilant cheers of the northern soldiers brandishing torches. Sam and Tyrion had also arrived, their faces alight with expressions of joy at having survived the ordeal. Tyrion's trousers were still smeared with green remnants. Yet he paid it no mind as he raised the dragon crystal dagger towards Qin Yang, exclaiming, "I knew you would surely manage this cursed thing." It was the collective effort of all. Qin Yang shook his head and handed the primordial fragment to the Ice Lord, who had arrived unbeknownst to them. The runes on the ice armor resonated one last time with the light of the energy web before gradually dimming. "Without you, I could not have accomplished this alone." The Ice Lord accepted the fragment and integrated it into the armor, causing the cracks to vanish entirely and the runes to revert to a pristine blue. The vines were eradicated, and the balance of the ice valley was restored. Its consciousness communicated through the mark. Imbued with an unprecedented sense of ease, the North would no longer face threats. Robb, accompanied by the Lords of the North, arrived, and upon seeing the green remnants in Qin Yang's hand, a look of relief graced his face. The previously opposing lord in the bear cloak stepped forward voluntarily. Bowing to Qin Yang and the Ice Lord, "I misjudged the situation before. Thank you for preserving the North. From this day forth, the Stark family and the Night's Watch, alongside the Ice Lords, would stand as the North's finest allies." The other lords echoed his sentiments, and cheers erupted around the ice valley, the torchlight illuminating every face, dispelling the tension and fear that had lingered for days. As Qin Yang gazed upon the scene before him, a warm current surged within his heart. This was the very reason for their struggle, not for power or honor, but to safeguard this land and the people close to them. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the blue light of the energy web completely faded, and the sky regained its characteristic clarity of the north. Stars began to twinkle in the twilight. Qin Yang stood atop the remnants of the ice chamber, surveying the distant ice fields, with the White Spirit at his feet, Jon and Tyrion beside him, and the Ice Lord's armor shimmering with a gentle blue under the setting sun. "What shall we do next?" Tyrion inquired, toying with the dragon crystal dagger. "Return to King's Landing? Or remain in the north?" Qin Yang shook his head, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon of the sea. The crisis in King's Landing has been averted, and tranquility has returned to the north. Yet the guardianship of balance is far from over. Old Tom once mentioned that on the other side of the narrow sea, there are parasitic entities akin to the vines. Perhaps they require assistance. Jon's long claw quivered slightly, as if in response to his resolve. "The Night's Watch can dispatch a contingent to accompany you, wherever you go. We shall support you." The Ice Lord's consciousness conveyed a resolute thought. "The Ice Lords will also send patrols to aid you in maintaining the balance. As long as the equilibrium of ice and fire endures, this world shall not descend into chaos." Qin Yang smiled gently and turned to walk towards the exit of the ice valley. The White Spirit was the first to follow, its golden form radiant in the twilight. Jon and Tyrion trailed closely behind, while the silhouettes of Northmen and Ice Lords lined up in orderly rows beneath the setting sun, forming an unyielding barrier to protect this land that had just regained its peace. As dusk deepened, the wind of the ice valley remained cold, yet it no longer bore threats, instead seeming to bid them farewell. Qin Yang understood that a new journey was about to commence, fraught with potential dangers and challenges ahead. Yet, as long as he was accompanied by these companions and upheld the belief in maintaining balance, he would not falter in his steps. In the distance, a golden figure raced across the icy expanse, pursued by a steadfast group of followers, marching towards the unknown, leaving behind footprints that intertwined on the frozen ground, forming a path toward hope. Chapter 67. Echoes. After the bonfire, the flames of the bonfire gradually diminished, leaving only flickering embers that illuminated the slumbering figures within the ice valley, leaning against the stone platform of the ruins. Qin Yang clutched the tattered pages of the Ice Core's secret record, while Bai Ling curled at his feet, her golden mane shimmering with warmth from the firelight. From afar, the soldiers' snores mingled with the occasional crisp sound of the ice armor of the whites colliding, creating the only rhythm in the deep night of the valley. He turned to the last page of the torn remnants, which depicted an unfinished illustration, a shattered ice core, burning vines, and a black fissure leading to the depths of the earth. Beside the fissure were faint scribbles that, illuminated by the bonfire's residual glow, read, "The breath of the frost god, hidden in the far north." Old Aemon had once mentioned the frost god in his notes, describing it as an entity older than the whites, yet he had never elaborated on its origins. In this moment, a sense of inexplicable unease stirred within Qin Chang. Still awake? Jean's voice emerged from behind, holding a dragon crystal lantern that cast fragmented blue shadows upon the stone platform. "What are you looking at?" "The remnants of the record," Qin Chang replied, handing it over. "Look at this inscription, the breath of the frost god." Old Aemon never elaborated on what it is. Could it be related to the vines? John took the page, his fingertips tracing the black fissure in the illustration, his brow furrowing gradually. Deep within the far north, there lies a place deemed forbidden by the Night's Watch, known as Frostbreath Valley. Legend has it that beneath its icy layers lies an essence capable of freezing souls. I always thought it was merely a rumor. Before he could finish, the stone platform suddenly trembled slightly, the blue glow of the runes flickering as if brushed by an unseen force. Qin Chang immediately rose, pressing the mark against the stone. There were no green traces of vines, only an extremely faint chill seeping through the gaps in the runes, akin to a breeze from the far north, carrying a palpable sense of pressure. "Not vines," Qin Chang's voice grew grave. "It is something else, emanating from the direction of the far north." Bai Ling suddenly lifted her head, letting out a low growl towards the north, her golden ears pressed tightly against her back, her tail stiff and straight. Her reaction was more acute than Qin Chang's mark, clearly indicating that the chill concealed something that set her on alert. John promptly raised the lantern and made his way toward the entrance of the ice valley, his long claw trembling gently in its sheath. The icy edges of the sword's pommel glimmering faintly, as if responding to the distant chill. As the trio approached the entrance, they encountered a patrolling wight. The ice armor of the wight was coated with a thin layer of white frost, and the blue glow of the runes appeared dimmer than usual. Upon seeing Qin Chang, a consciousness reached out to him. From the direction of the far north, there are unusual energy fluctuations. It is neither an ice core nor vines, but rather a dormant power awakening. Qin Chang gazed at the night sky to the north, where the stars appeared dimmer than usual, and beneath the clouds, a faint white light flickered, as if a colossal shadow was moving behind the veil of the clouds. The tremor of the mark was faint yet imbued with a familiar chill, identical to the essence felt at the edge of the Cold Sai Valley. Now clearer and more perilous. I must investigate. Qin Chang tightened his grip on the dragon crystal dagger. If the breath of the cold god truly awakened, it would pose a greater threat than the vines. John nodded, about to summon the soldiers, when suddenly a commotion erupted from the direction of the tent. Tyrion rushed over, brandishing a dragon crystal torch, his cloak dusted with frost, his usual mirth absent. "You must see this. The icy layer of the ancient remains cave is collapsing. White frost is spreading, and even the flame of the dragon crystal torch is diminishing." The three hastened toward the cave. Indeed, the ice layer at the cave's entrance was collapsing at a visible rate, white frost creeping along the cracks, instantly freezing the remnants of green vines it touched into powder. Qin Chang crouched down, his fingertips brushing against the white frost. The chill seeped in, making him shiver involuntarily. This cold was more piercing than the ice core of the other, as if it could penetrate the skin and freeze the blood within. "It is the breath of the cold god." John's voice was heavy with concern. It was spreading along the cave, toward the ice valley. If it were to freeze the ice core veins, the entire energy balance of the north would be disrupted. Tyrion leaned against an ice pillar outside the cave, the flame of the torch shrinking into a cluster, barely resisting the encroaching frost. "Does the tome contain any instructions on how to halt this? We cannot simply stand by and watch the ice valley turn into a frozen sculpture." Qin Chang flipped through the remaining pages, the small text beside the illustrations finally becoming clear. With dragon crystal as the guide, the soul of fire melts the breath of cold. He suddenly recalled the soul of fire sample from the King's Landing laboratory, a substance crafted from volcanic ash mixed with dragon crystal, capable of generating high temperatures to counteract the cold. He had previously used it to purify the vines, and now only half a bag remained, hidden beside the saddle. "There is a solution." Qin Chang promptly turned to John. "You must reinforce the ice core veins with the others to prevent the cold from spreading. Tyrion, fetch the remaining soul of fire sample and prepare torches, as many as possible. I will explore the cave to ascertain the source of the cold." Bai Ling immediately followed, her golden figure striking against the white frost. Where her claws touched, the frost temporarily receded, as if melted by her body heat. Qin Chang entered the cave, Holding the dragon crystal dagger, the sound of collapsing ice echoed behind him, and with each step, he could hear the hissing of the cold freezing the air. In the darkness of the cave's depths, a faint white light could be seen spreading along the bones of the ancient remains, resembling a writhing white serpent. Upon reaching the center of the cave, he finally beheld the source of the cold. Embedded within the skull of the ancient remains was a fist-sized white crystal, emanating a pale glow from which the cold seeped, spreading through the gaps in the bones toward the ice valley. The surface of the crystal was inscribed with runes similar to those in the illustrations, yet more intricate, resembling an ancient seal now being slowly unraveled. This is it. Qin Chang raised his dagger, about to approach, when the crystal suddenly erupted with brilliant light, intensifying the cold instantaneously, a layer of white frost forming on his eyelashes, and the blue light of the dagger dimmed slightly. Bai Ling leaped forward, shielding Qin Chang from the blinding light, the chill in her golden mane swiftly congealing. Yet she steadfastly protected him, emitting a low, rumbling growl. Qin Chang. Tyrion's voice echoed from outside the cave, as he brandished a pouch filled with the essence of fire. Soldiers bearing torches trailing behind him. The sample has been procured. How do we utilize it? Sprinkle it on the crystal. Qin Chang shouted, seizing the moment as the intense light waned, plunging his dagger into the icy layer beside the crystal. Toss over the torches, encircle the crystal with flames. Do not allow the chill to spread. The soldiers promptly hurled their torches around the crystal, flames forming a fiery ring, temporarily staving off the encroaching cold. Tyrion scattered the essence of fire onto the crystal, and as the powder met the white light, golden flames erupted, enveloping the crystal in a protective layer. The chilling aura hissed within the flames, gradually being forced back into the crystal's depths. Jon soon arrived, the blue glow of Longclaw intertwining with the golden flames. He struck at the runes beside the crystal. In that fleeting moment, the white light of the runes dimmed, and the radiance of the crystal diminished accordingly. The seal was loosening, and it was imperative to extract the crystal and transport it to the ice chamber for confinement. Qin Chang nodded, pressing the seal against the crystal. The three-colored radiance, the golden flames, and the blue glow of the blade intertwined, the vibrations of the crystal gradually calming. The white light contracted into a compact sphere, which Qin Chang carefully pried up with his dragon crystal dagger. In that moment of grasping the crystal, he sensed the dormant power within, not malevolent, yet imbued with a chilling force capable of cataclysm, akin to a cold star sealed for millennia. It lay in slumber. Qin Chang's voice grew somber. The earlier chill had merely been its unconscious fluctuations. If it were to awaken completely, he left the thought unspoken. Yet all present understood that it would herald a calamity far more terrifying than that of the vines. Bai Ling approached, sniffing the crystal with wariness gleaming in her golden eyes, yet without any intent to attack, clearly recognizing the uniqueness of this entity. As the group returned to the ice chamber with the crystal, dawn was breaking. The Ice Lord had long awaited them at the stone platform, and upon sighting the crystal, its consciousness immediately resonated, the soul crystal of the cold god. Legend has it that after the demise of the cold god, its power coalesced into this form. Hidden in the far north, who would have thought it would manifest here? Can it be sealed? Qin Chang placed the crystal at the center of the stone platform, and the blue glow of the runes instantly enveloped the crystal, the white light gradually stabilizing within the blue radiance. What would happen if it were to awaken? The entirety of the north would be frozen, encompassing the ice core and the souls of humanity. Frost clung to the Ice Lord's icy armor, clearly wary of this entity. The relic could temporarily suppress it, but it required a continuous infusion of essence of fire and dragon crystal energy. Otherwise, it would last at most a month. Tyrion leaned against the stone platform, rubbing his numbed face. Is a month sufficient for us to reach the Valley of Cold Breath in the far north? The secret scroll mentions that the breath of the cold god is concealed there. Perhaps a method to completely seal the soul crystal resides within. Qin Chang gazed northward, the white light of the soul crystal filtering through the runes, casting a faint shadow upon the stone platform, reminiscent of the cloud cover towards the direction of the Valley of Cold Breath. His mark trembled gently, not due to peril, but from an inexplicable allure, as if something awaited him deep within the frigid expanse of the far north, a crisis, perhaps, or the key to unraveling all mysteries. Bai Ling approached him, nuzzling her head against his palm, her golden eyes now devoid of previous wariness, infused instead with a newfound resolve. Jon tightened his grip on Longclaw, the icy spikes of the sword's pommel resonating with the white light of the soul crystal. I shall accompany you. The Night Watch's duty is to safeguard the north, regardless of what lies ahead. Qin Chang nodded, securing the soul crystal firmly upon the stone platform, and sprinkled it with the powder of Fire Soul, Lord of the Others. I entrust the Ice Valley to you. Should the soul crystal exhibit any anomalies, suppress it immediately with the energy of the ice core, Rob. The defensive line of the north still requires fortification to prevent any remnants of the vine from slipping through. Having arranged everything, he grasped the dragon crystal dagger and made his way toward the entrance of the ice valley. The morning light bathed the ice fields, casting a golden hue upon the path ahead. In the extreme north, the pale clouds still lingered on the horizon, resembling a silent summons, beckoning them to embark on a new journey. Behind them, within the ice valley, soldiers had already begun their preparations. The warmth of the campfires had yet to dissipate. Yet some were readying themselves for the impending battle. Qin Chang understood that tranquility was always fleeting. The path to guarding the north had no end. However, as long as he had Jon, Tyrion, Bai Ling, and all those who fought for this land by his side, he would not falter. Bai Ling dashed ahead, her golden silhouette tracing a fleeting shadow in the morning light, while Qin Chang and Jon followed closely. The sound of hooves echoing across the ice fields as they gradually approached the frigid breath of the North Valley. Chapter 68. The Ice Thorns of the Far North. On the third day after leaving the Ice Valley, the winds of the far north carried a chill capable of rending flesh. Qin Chang wrapped himself tightly in a cloak lined with wolf fur, the hooves of his steed crunching on the ice, each step accompanied by the brittle crack of the ice beneath, as though the ground could collapse at any moment. Bai Ling, her golden mane frosted with white, maintained her position at the forefront, occasionally halting to let out a low growl in a certain direction, cautioning the others to steer clear of the hidden crevices beneath the ice. Those fissures glimmered with a faint blue light, revealing an unfathomable abyss of ice, where falling would mean vanishing without a trace. Jon reined in his horse, the pommel of Longclaw swaying gently in the wind, the blue light of the blade shining brighter than ever, as if responding to the surrounding chill. Ahead lies the ice thorn forest. The Night Watch's map indicates that the thorns here are sharper than dragon crystal, capable of piercing the ice armor of the others. Qin Chang followed his gaze, and in the distance on the ice fields, a dense thicket of ice thorns emerged from the frozen ground, some towering as high as 2 men. The crystalline spikes glimmered with a cold light under the sun, forming an insurmountable barrier. Even more eerie were the scattered remnants of several skeletal remains at the edge of the ice thorns, devoid of any wounds yet cloaked in a light frost, as if they had shattered from instant freezing. It was a trace of the breath of the cold god. Qin Chang dismounted, his fingertips lightly brushing against the frost on the bones, the chill seeping through his fingers, causing his arm to tingle instantaneously. These beings had not been slain by the thorns. They had been reduced to fragments by the biting cold. Bai Ling suddenly barked furiously at the depths of the ice thorn forest, causing the golden figure to retreat several steps, its tail tightly tucked between its legs. This was the first display of fear since the journey began. Qin Chang's gaze immediately shifted towards the depths of the forest, where the ice thorns began to tremble, not swayed by the wind, but as if something was moving beneath them. Shadows on the ice distorted and swelled, drawing nearer to their position. Prepare your weapons. Jon unsheathed his long claw, the blue glow of the blade stark against the expanse of ice. Whatever it is, do not let it approach. Qin Chang gripped his dragon crystal dagger, his hand resting on the leather pouch beside the saddle, which contained the remaining samples of the fire soul, his last resort against the breath of the frost god. His gaze fell upon the soul crystal container beside the pouch. The previously stable white light within was now flickering, as if resonating with something deep within the forest, emanating an inexplicable sense of connection. The commotion from within the ice thorn forest escalated, causing the ice layer to tremble violently. Several towering ice thorns collapsed, revealing a creature of immense size, comparable to the behemoths of the tundra, its body cloaked in transparent ice armor. Beneath the armor, a pale light pulsed, seemingly formed from the condensed breath of the frost god. Its limbs bore sharp ice claws, and with each step, tiny ice thorns would form upon the surface. Its eyes glowed with a cold, white light, devoid of any emotion, yet radiating an oppressive aura capable of freezing one's very soul. It is the Frost Breath Guardian. Jon's voice was heavy with recognition. He had encountered references to such beings in the ancient tomes of the Night's Watch, creatures birthed from the breath of the frost god, sustained by the ice cores of the far north, capable of wielding the chill of the abyss. The Frost Breath Guardian unleashed a low, rumbling roar, intensifying the cold in the air. The surrounding ice began to freeze, and Qin Chang and Jon found their steeds' hooves ensnared by the ice, rendering them immobile. Bai Ling leapt into action, its golden claws aimed at the eyes of the Frost Breath Guardian, but as it drew near, an invisible wave of cold repelled it. akin to crashing against an ice wall, sending it tumbling to the ground, the white frost upon its golden mane thickening instantly. Use the fire soul. Qin Chang swiftly opened the pouch, scattering the powder towards the frost breath guardian. Upon contact with the chilling air, the powder ignited into golden flames, which spread along the frosty currents, igniting the guardian's ice armor. It let out a pained howl as the white light upon its armor flickered violently, clearly wounded by the flames. Seizing the opportunity, Jon swung his long claw against the frozen ice beneath their steeds, the blue glow of the blade intertwining with the flames, shattering the ice instantaneously. He dismounted and circled to the side of the frost breath guardian, aiming for the gaps in its ice armor. However, as he struck, the chilling aura repelled him, a layer of white frost forming upon the blade, causing his hand to tingle with numbness. There is breath of the frost god within its armor. Ordinary attacks are futile. Suddenly, Qin Chang's mark began to radiate warmth. He noticed a crystalline structure at the center of the guardian's ice armor, glowing with a white light, strikingly similar to the essence of the soul crystal. Attack the crystal on its chest. That is its core. Jon swiftly adjusted his aim, directing Longclaw towards the crystal. The frost breath guardian sensed the impending danger and swung its ice claws fiercely towards Jon. Qin Chang immediately hurled the dragon crystal dagger, which grazed the ice claw and pierced the shoulder of the cold breath guardian, distracting it momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Jon advanced, the blue glow of his sword piercing through the icy armor and forcefully embedding itself into the crystal. The cold breath guardian let out a piercing scream as its icy armor shattered, the breath of the cold god dissipating like mist, leaving only the crystal from its chest, glowing faintly with a white luminescence. Qin Chang picked up the crystal and noted its striking resemblance to the soul crystal, albeit smaller in size and weaker in chill. This crystal must be related to the soul crystal. He passed the crystal to Jon, pondering whether the cold breath guardian was birthed from the soul crystal or if they both emanated from a singular source. Jon accepted the crystal, the icy spikes of his sword resonating with it, intertwining blue and white lights. Regardless of the origin, there were surely more guardians like this in the Valley of Cold Breath, and we must tread carefully. Bai Ling slowly rose, the white frost atop its golden mane gradually receding. It approached Qin Chang, nudging its head against his palm, emitting low whimpers as if warning him of the impending danger ahead. Qin Chang stroked the head of the ice-fawn wolf, his gaze drifting into the depths of the ice thorn forest, where the thorns still quivered, indicating the presence of more than one cold breath guardian. We must circumvent the ice thorn forest. Qin Chang secured the crystal and mounted his horse, opting for a route along the edge of the ice field. Although it would take longer, it would allow them to avoid the guardians. Jon nodded in agreement, and the trio, 2 men and 1 wolf, steered clear of the ice thorn forest. Continuing northward, the winds across the ice field grew stronger, and in the distance, the Valley of Cold Breath faintly emerged in their sight, an expanse shrouded in white clouds, beneath which a pale light shimmered, resembling a colossal ice sculpture standing at the northernmost end. After about an hour's journey, a massive crevice suddenly appeared in the ice field, emanating a rich white light, with cold air surging from within, causing the surrounding ice layers to begin freezing. Qin Chang halted his horse, noticing ancient runes inscribed upon the ice bordering the crevice, glowing with a white light, reminiscent of some arcane seal. This crevice appeared to be man-made. Jon crouched down, tracing the runes with his fingertips, noting that their design differed from those of the others, being more ancient and intricate. Suddenly, Qin Chang's mark grew intensely hot. He could sense a presence emanating from the depths of the crevice, identical to that of the soul crystal and the cold breath guardian, yet more potent and perilous. The white light within the crevice began to flicker, as if something were awakening, and the runes on the ice responded, emitting a faint vibration. We must leave this place. Qin Chang swiftly turned his horse around. This crevice was a trap, and lingering any longer would ensnare them in whatever lay within. No sooner had he spoken than a gigantic icy hand erupted from the crevice, its back covered in armor akin to that of the cold breath guardian. Reaching out to grasp them, Qin Chang and Jon immediately spurred their horses into a frantic gallop, with Bai Ling racing alongside, its golden figure leaving a fleeting trail across the ice field, the icy hand in pursuit, claws striking the ground and sending up a flurry of ice shards, akin to a chilling tempest. After running for approximately half an hour, the icy hand finally vanished, and the ominous presence of the crevice gradually diminished. Qin Chang and Jon dismounted their horses, gasping for breath, their cloaks rendered stiff by the frigid air. Even the horses' breaths released wisps of white vapor. The Valley of Cold Breath proved far more perilous than we had anticipated. Jon's voice bore a hint of somberness as he gazed into the distant white clouds. Our remaining essence of fire is dwindling. Should we encounter the guardians of the cold breath again, we may not endure for long. Qin Chang tightened his grip on the soul crystal container, its luminescence intensifying, as if attuning to the direction of the valley of cold breath, regardless of the dangers ahead. We must press onward. The soul crystal cannot sustain us for a month, and if we fail to discover a method to seal it completely, the North will be doomed. Bai Ling growled towards the valley, her golden eyes devoid of earlier trepidation, now imbued with resolve. Qin Chang patted the ice wolf's head and mounted his horse. Let us ride forth while daylight lingers, seeking a safe haven to camp. The trio continued towards the valley of cold breath, the icy winds still howling fiercely, the distant white clouds drawing nearer, resembling a colossal net awaiting their entry. Qin Chang understood that the forthcoming journey would be fraught with greater peril. The valley might conceal horrors even more dreadful than the vines or the guardians of cold breath. Yet, retreat was not an option. He clenched his weapon tightly, accompanied by his steadfast companions, advancing step by step into the unknown dangers ahead. The sound of hooves echoed across the ice plain, intertwining with the howling winds, like a tragic ballad flowing slowly beneath the extreme northern sky. Chapter 69, Shadows of Ice in the Cold Night, as the sun sank beneath the icy expanse of the far north. Qin Chang finally discovered a sheltered spot behind a windbreak of ice hills to set up camp. He removed the soul crystal container from the saddle. The exterior was already coated with a thin layer of frost, and the crystals within flickered with a white glow, seemingly responding to the distant valley of cold breath, sending a subtle chill through the mark on his chest. John was slicing through the frozen jerky with a dragon crystal dagger. The flames of the campfire huddling together against the cold wind, the flickering light casting shadows on his taut profile. How much essence of fire remains? He inquired without lifting his gaze, his fingertips unconsciously brushing against the scabbard of Changjua, the icy edges of its tassel glimmering, forming a stark contrast with the warmth of the firelight. Qin Chang opened his pouch. Only half a bag of powder remained, sufficient for a couple of minor cold assaults. We must conserve it, as tonight may not unfold peacefully. He looked up at the night sky. The clouds towards the valley of cold breath thickened ominously, obscuring the moonlight, leaving only a faint white glow in the darkness. Resembling the eyes of a predator watching its prey, Bai Ling lay beside the campfire, her golden mane warmed by the flames, yet she remained vigilant, her ears occasionally swiveling towards the valley. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet, growling towards the perimeter of the ice hill, her golden form darting swiftly out of the camp, disappearing into the darkness. Qin Chang and John promptly seized their weapons and followed suit, leaving the campfire dancing in place, illuminating the desolate expanse of ice surrounding them. Outside the ice hill, a peculiar set of footprints had appeared on the ice. The prints were larger than a human hand, their edges encrusted with white frost, and the spacing between each step spanned 2 meters, as if some towering creature had just passed by. More eerily, the footprints abruptly vanished at their terminus, as if the entity had dissolved into thin air upon the icy expanse, leaving only a faint chill lingering on the ground. Were these the tracks of the Frost Warden? John raised the dragon crystal lantern, illuminating the ice surrounding the footprints, which bore no marks of icy thorns but were inscribed with delicate runes, reminiscent of those found at the edges of the previous ice fissures. No, the Frost Warden's prints would crystallize into thorns. This presence was far more ominous. Suddenly, Qin Chang's mark grew searing hot, and he sensed a familiar aura drawing near, not that of the Frost Warden, nor of the tendrils, but a frigid essence akin to that of the soul crystal, lurking not far behind him, like an invisible shadow, silently closing in. Beware behind you. Qin Chang spun around abruptly, the dragon crystal dagger slicing through the air with a blue light, only to cleave through empty space. On the ice behind him, a white shadow materialized, towering approximately 3 meters high, devoid of a fixed shape, resembling a flowing mist, within which countless tiny eyes glimmered, fixated intently upon them. It was the Cold Shadow. John's voice grew somber. He had encountered such a description in the ancient tomes of the Night's Watch. It was a phantasm born of the breath of the frost god, lacking corporeal form, yet capable of freezing one's very soul. Ordinary weapons were ineffective against it. The Cold Shadow suddenly shifted toward the campfire, moving with the swiftness of a flash of white light. Qin Chang and John immediately pursued, only to witness the shadow pass through the flames, extinguishing the fire in an instant, leaving only smoldering wood and a sharp drop in temperature that caused their breath to crystallize into white frost. Bai Ling leapt from the darkness, her golden claws aimed at the Cold Shadow, but they merely passed through its form, as if striking at a wisp of vapor. The cold shadow turned to face the ice wolf, the myriad eyes within it igniting with a white glow. Bai Ling froze mid-motion, thick frost crystallizing upon her golden mane, and her body began to tremble slightly. Use the soul of fire. Qin Chang hastily scattered powder, igniting golden flames around the cold shadow, forming a ring of fire. The cold shadow emitted a silent roar, its form violently contracting within the flames as though seared, yet it did not dissipate. Instead, it began to move toward the soul crystal container, weaving through the gaps in the fire. Jon immediately positioned himself in front of the container, the blue light of his claws intertwining with the flames to create a barrier. The cold shadow halted before this shield, its body writhing as if searching for a point of breach. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Chang sprinkled the soul of fire upon Bai Ling, the golden flames dispelling the frost enveloping the ice wolf, who promptly retreated to Qin Chang's side, growling warily at the cold shadow. Its target was the soul crystal. Qin Chang's mark resonated with the crystal, the white light within the container growing ever brighter, and the essence of the cold shadow thickening. It sought to augment its power through the crystal and must not be allowed to approach. Suddenly, the cold shadow fragmented into countless diminutive forms, lunging toward the soul crystal container from various directions. Qin Chang and Jon swiftly wielded their weapons, casting arcs of light that repelled the shadows one by one. Golden flames and blue sword light interwove across the icy expanse, creating a flickering net of illumination. Yet the shadows multiplied, appearing as if they could never be eradicated. And both men felt their strength rapidly depleting, their arms beginning to tingle with fatigue. At that moment, the soul crystal vessel suddenly erupted with a brilliant light, enveloping the entire icy expanse in a radiant glow. The shadows of the cold specters violently contracted within this illumination, as if being forcibly tugged by an unseen force, converging towards the vessel and ultimately vanishing within it. The surrounding temperature gradually began to rise, and the wood of the campfire rekindled with a faint flame, as though it had never been extinguished. Qin Chang picked up the vessel. The white light emanating from the soul crystal was now brighter than before. Yet it bore an inexplicable restlessness, as if it were digesting the cold specters. A sharp pain surged from his mark, and he could hear faint, anguished cries emanating from within the soul crystal, the consciousness of the cold specters being suppressed, yet still fiercely struggling. The soul crystal was capable of absorbing the power of the cold specters. Jon approached his side, the icy spikes of his sword's hilt resonating with the vessel's white light. Though this would also render it increasingly unstable, should it absorb more cold specters, it might awaken prematurely. Bai Ling leaned against Qin Chang's feet, the white frost on its golden mane having completely dissipated, yet it continued to growl towards the direction of the vanished cold specters, as if warning them that the danger was far from over. Qin Chang gazed into the distance towards the Valley of Cold Breath, where a pale white light shone brighter than before, suggesting that more cold specters were hastening towards their location. There was no time to waste. Qin Chang stowed the vessel away, mounted his horse, and resolved to head to the Valley of Cold Breath that very night. If they waited until the morrow, it was likely that more cold specters and guardians would arrive, and they would not be able to endure the onslaught. Jon nodded in agreement, and the trio, 2 men and a wolf, advanced toward the valley under the cover of night. The winds across the icy plains grew increasingly fierce, and the ice beneath began to tremble slightly, as though something was stirring beneath the surface. Qin Chang's mark continued to burn with heat, the white light of the soul crystal streaming through the vessel, casting a band of white luminescence upon the ice, serving both as a guide and a call to the lurking peril. In the early hours of dawn, the Valley of Cold Breath finally came into view. It was an immense gorge, flanked by 2 towering ice sculptures that bore a resemblance to humans, but possessed long, icy horns and sharp claws, resembling ancient guardians. The surface of these sculptures was etched with intricate runes, emitting a soft white light that echoed the glow of the soul crystal. Scattered across the icy ground at the valley's entrance lay countless bones, some human, others from the great beasts of the ice plains, all glistening with frost, as if they had been instantaneously frozen at the moment of death. Qin Chang dismounted, pressing his fingertips against the ice sculpture, detecting no presence of cold specters. Only a potent aura of the cold deity, seeping through the runes, as if something within the valley lay in slumber, awaiting its awakening. This valley was indeed the source of the cold deity's essence. Jon raised the dragon crystal lantern, casting light upon the interior of the valley, revealing that the ice layer within was inscribed with runes similar to those of the ice sculptures, extending deep into the gorge. The sealing method described in the ancient texts must lie at the very depths of the valley. Bai Ling growled lowly at the interior of the valley, its golden eyes filled with vigilance, yet it did not retreat, clearly aware that this was the key to resolving the crisis of the soul crystal. Qin Chang tightened his grip on the dragon crystal dagger, the soul crystal vessel in his hand radiating warmth, as if resonating with the source within the valley, also reminiscent of a fear of the impending conclusion. As three individuals and a wolf entered the valley's mouth, the ice sculpture suddenly quivered slightly, its runes shimmering with a soft white light, seemingly confirming their identities. Qin Chang's mark resonated with the runes, intertwining a tricolored radiance with the white glow. The tremors of the ice sculpture gradually subsided, and the runes on the ice surface began to illuminate in succession, as if unveiling a path leading deeper into the valley. The chill within the valley grew increasingly intense, dimming even the light of the dragon crystal lantern. Qin Chang could sense the escalating agitation of the soul crystal, which echoed from the depths of the valley, akin to two long-lost companions calling out to one another. He understood that the journey ahead would be fraught with peril. The source within the valley might harbor the means to utterly seal the soul crystal, or it could conceal a calamity that would plunge the entire northern region into an icy abyss. Yet, retreat was not an option. He tightened his grip on his weapon and, accompanied by his comrades, ventured step by step toward the valley's depths, into the unknown cold and darkness. The ice sculpture loomed behind them, its white light gradually waning as if fulfilling its purpose, silently guarding the valley's entrance, awaiting their return or their eternal disappearance. Chapter 70. The chilling abyss beneath the runes. As they delved deeper into the valley, the ice layer grew increasingly steep, and the runes underfoot flickered on and off, as though conveying some ancient warning. With each step Qin Chang took, the vibrations of the soul crystal container intensified, the white light seeping through his fingers, casting distorted shadows of ice spikes in the encroaching darkness, reminiscent of lurking beasts. John's dragon crystal lantern grew fainter, the frost accumulating on its surface thick enough to obscure the flames within. Longclaw hummed within its sheath, the ice spikes at the sword's tassel resonating with the runes on the ground. Each tremor heightened the surrounding chill, compelling him to breathe warmth into his hands, though his fingertips remained stark white with cold. There is light ahead. Following his Drew to Fengshang, Qin Chang gazed into the darkness at the valley's end, where a soft blue glow emerged, starkly contrasting with the white light of the soul crystal, resembling the pure form of ice core energy. Yet, surrounding that blue light was a faint white mist, a dense breath of the cold deity, thick enough to freeze the very air, rendering each breath painfully icy. Suddenly, Bai Ling halted, its golden mane bristling as it emitted a low growl toward the direction of the blue light. Its claws etched deep marks upon the ice, and faint cracking sounds resonated from beneath the surface, as if something was awakening deep within the earth, drawing closer along the runic pathways. Watch your step. Qin Chang abruptly seized John's arm, and as they retreated half a step, the ice layer beneath them suddenly collapsed, revealing an unfathomable abyss of chill below. A pale white light shimmered at the bottom, with countless streams of white air surging up the walls of the chasm. Upon contact with the air, they crystallized into ice spikes, hurtling toward them. John swung his sword to cleave through the ice spikes, the blue light of Longclaw colliding with them, sending icy shards splattering against their faces, instantly freezing into fine frost. It is the source of the cold deity's breath, the chilling abyss. The secret records stated that the power of the cold deity lay at the bottom of the chasm, and the sealing method must be conducted at its edge. Qin Chang grasped the soul crystal container tightly, feeling a powerful resonance between the container's white light and the pale glow emanating from the abyssal depths. He sensed that the consciousness from the abyss was devoid of malice, yet it carried a chilling dominance that felt as if a colossal beast, dormant for millennia, lingered on the brink of awakening. The soul crystal responded to the abyss's formidable force. His voice trembled slightly. The chill from the imprint had penetrated through his garments, numbing his chest with pain. We must approach the edge of the abyss to seal it using the method described in the secret record. The trio, consisting of two individuals and a wolf, cautiously adhered to the abyssal wall, moving towards the direction of the blue light. Runes on the icy surface illuminated sequentially beneath their feet. With each rune that glowed, the cold breath from the abyss intensified, and the ice spikes on the wall grew denser, resembling an unceasing storm of frost. Bai Ling led the way, her golden claws momentarily suppressing the brilliance of the runes as she stepped upon them, diminishing the impact of the cold breath and creating a fleeting path of safety for them. As they approached the blue light, Qin Chang finally discerned that the luminous orb emanated from a stone platform at the abyss's edge. This platform was carved from a solid core of ice, its surface adorned with spiraling runes that bore a resemblance to those of the ice chamber relics. yet were ancient and more intricate. In the center of the platform, a depression glowed with the same pale light as the abyss, clearly the designated spot for the soul crystal. This is it. Just as Qin Chang was about to step onto the platform, a deafening rumble erupted from the abyss. Countless white icy columns surged upwards, coalescing in the air to form a massive hand of ice reaching for the platform. Wisps of pale air intertwined between the fingers of the icy hand, extinguishing the runes it touched, while the ice layer at the platform's edge began to freeze rapidly, creeping towards them. Use the soul of fire. Jon immediately scattered the remaining powder towards the icy hand. Golden flames ignited upon the icy columns, but only momentarily slowed the hand's advance before the flames were extinguished by the frigid air, shattering into crystalline fragments upon the ground. He tightened his grip on his long claws, leaping into the air to thrust the blade into the palm of the icy hand. The blue light pierced through the icy column, yet upon contact with the hand, it was repelled, the frost accumulating on the blade nearly causing him to lose his grip. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Chang stepped onto the platform, placing the soul crystal container into the central depression. The instant the container touched the platform, the runes erupted in blue light, intertwining with the white light of the soul crystal to form an energy barrier that temporarily held the icy hand at bay. Following the instructions in the Ice Core's secret record, he affixed the imprint onto the platform, 3 colors of light spreading along the runes, attempting to awaken the power of the seal. Only one step remains. A sharp pain coursed through Qin Chang's imprint as he felt the cold breath of the abyss resisting him. The runes on the platform flickered erratically, as if on the verge of being consumed by the chill, requiring the guidance of Ice Core energy. Jon, channel the energy of the long claws into the runes. Jon promptly pressed the blade of his long claws against the platform. The icy spikes of the blade resonated with the runes, blue light surging from the blade into the platform. The radiance of the runes intensified instantaneously, and the energy barrier grew more robust. While the icy hand outside the barrier battered furiously but could not breach it, Bai Ling leaped onto the platform, her golden mane shimmering with a faint glow, intertwining with the energies of the two, infusing the seal with its final vitality. As the seal was on the verge of completion, the breath of the cold god from the abyss suddenly erupted. A colossal column of frost shattered the energy barrier and surged towards Qin Chang. Bai Ling leaped into action, using her body to shield the icy column. In an instant, her golden figure was encased in frost, resembling a golden ice sculpture, before plummeting from the stone platform. Bai Ling. Qin Chang's eyes widened in despair as the light of the mark surged dramatically. Tricolored radiance intertwined with the blue glow of the stone platform and the long claws, forming a golden stream of energy that counterattacked the icy column. The energy stream pierced through the frost, striking the pale white light at the abyss's bottom. A heart-wrenching roar echoed from the depths, causing the impact of the cold breath to wane and the icy grip to dissipate. Without hesitation, Qin Chang dashed down the stone platform, cradling the frozen Bai Ling in his arms, pressing the mark against her form. The tricolored light gradually permeated the ice sculpture, causing the icy layer to melt bit by bit. Bai Ling's golden mane began to regain its luster, and a faint rumble emerged from her throat, indicating she was no longer in mortal peril. Jon approached his side, gazing at the gradually calming breath of the cold god from the abyss. Has the seal been successful? Qin Chang looked up. The soul crystal at the center of the stone platform had fused with it. The white light completely vanished, leaving only the soft blue glow of the runes on the stone platform firmly suppressing the cold god's breath. His mark also regained tranquility, the chill in his chest dissipating entirely, replaced by a subtle warmth, as if a mission had been accomplished. For now, they had succeeded. Qin Chang stood, holding Bai Ling, as the runes on the stone platform began to extinguish one by one, leaving only the central indentation still glowing faintly. The soul crystal, united with the stone platform, suppressed its power using the essence of the cold god's breath. As long as the stone platform remained unscathed, the northern realm would no longer be threatened by the cold god's breath. Bai Ling slowly opened her eyes, fatigue evident in her golden gaze. Yet she still nuzzled Qin Chang's palm, as if to comfort him. Jon retracted his long claws. The flame of the dragon crystal lantern had completely extinguished, relying solely on the residual blue light of the stone platform for illumination. We should return. The people of the Ice Valley must be waiting for us. The trio, 2 men and a wolf, set forth on their journey back. The chill in the valley had significantly diminished, and the runes upon the icy layer no longer flickered, as if they had completed their mission and returned to a state of slumber. The pale white light at the abyss's depths had also vanished, leaving only the blue glow of the stone platform faintly flickering in the darkness. resembling a lighthouse guarding the northern realm, standing vigil at the end of the Cold Breath Valley. As they emerged from the valley's mouth, dawn broke. The sun of the far north rising from the edge of the icy plains. Golden rays cascaded upon the ice sculpture, dispelling the lingering chill. Qin Chang glanced back at the Cold Breath Valley. The ice sculpture at the entrance remained standing, the white light of the runes entirely extinguished, as if it had never been awakened. He understood that although this crisis was temporarily averted, the essence of the cold god's breath still lay hidden in the abyss. Should the stone platform ever be compromised, calamity would inevitably return. Yet, he no longer felt fear, for he was surrounded by Jon, by Ling, the Night Watchers, the others, and all the people of the Northern Realm. Together, they would protect this stone platform, safeguarding the balance of the North for eternity. The sound of hooves echoed across the icy plains, gradually fading towards the valley, the golden dawn stretching their shadows long, like a beam of hope illuminating the far northern expanse. Chapter 71. The icy tidings of the return. Though the sun had risen over the far north, the winds across the ice plains still carried a bone-chilling cold. Qin Chang, cradling the gradually reviving Bai Ling, led the way. The hooves of his steed cracked the ice beneath, occasionally producing faint sounds of fracturing, as if the frozen earth had yet to fully recover from the onslaught of the cold deity's breath. Jon followed closely behind, the blade of Longclaw swaying gently in the wind, its blue radiance softened considerably since their departure, yet still alert to the perils surrounding them. Although the crisis in the Valley of Cold Breath had passed, none dared to assure that new dangers would not emerge upon the ice plains. After riding for roughly 2 hours, a familiar figure suddenly appeared ahead. It was a Night's Watch scout, his cloak dusted with frost. An expression of urgency etched upon his face. Upon spotting Qin Chang and Jon, he swiftly dismounted, his voice trembling from the cold. "My lords Qin Chang and Jon. At last, you have returned. There has been an incident in the Ice Valley." Qin Chang's heart tightened abruptly, and Bai Ling, nestled in his arms, instantly perked up, letting out a low growl towards the direction of the Ice Valley. "What has transpired?" He reined in his horse, feeling a peculiar warmth in the mark on his fingertip, not the chilling essence of the cold deity, nor the malice of the vines, but an unfamiliar surge of energy emanating from the direction of the Ice Valley, tinged with agitation. "It is the others." The scout's voice quivered with terror. 3 days ago, a horde of unfamiliar others appeared at the outskirts of the Ice Valley. Their black ice armor glows with red runes, and they kill on sight. Over a dozen Night's Watchmen and Northern soldiers have already perished. The others' leader is fortifying the defenses within the ice chamber. "Lord Robb has sent me to fetch you, saying only you can resolve this situation." Others clad in black ice armor. Jon's brow furrowed deeper as he drew Longclaw, the blade's blue light flaring to life. Such beings had never been chronicled in the ancient tomes of the Night's Watch. "Their runes are red." The scout nodded fervently, his hands trembling with fear. "These others are impervious to dragonglass. When we strike them with dragonglass swords, the blades are merely deflected. Their ice spears can penetrate the energy barrier directly. Lord Robb has already retreated with the soldiers to the vicinity of the ice chamber. If this continues, the Ice Valley will be breached." Suddenly, the mark on Qin Chang's hand vibrated violently. He could sense the chaotic consciousness emanating from the Ice Valley, fear from the Northern soldiers, resistance from the others' leader, and a strange, violent intent surging like a tide toward the ice chamber. The hue of that intent was a dark crimson, identical to the color of the runes described by the scout. "Accelerate." Qin Chang immediately turned his horse around, Bai Ling leaping from his embrace, its golden form racing alongside the steed. They must return to the Ice Valley swiftly. If those others breached the ice chamber, not only would the core of the ice veins be jeopardized, but the seal of the Valley of Cold Breath could also be compromised. The trio galloped furiously, the wind across the ice plains howling in their ears, mingled with the distant sounds of battle. Qin Chang's mind raced with the scout's words, "Others impervious to dragonglass. Red runes." These were entirely unlike the others he had known, resembling a distorted existence. Compared to the others once parasitized by the vines, they were clearly far more perilous. As they approached the Ice Valley, the sounds of combat grew increasingly distinct. The defenses surrounding the Ice Valley have been breached, and the black-armored wights advance toward the ice chamber, brandishing their ice spears. Their armor glimmers with a somber light, adorned with eerie crimson runes. Each thrust of their spears unleashes a surge of red energy, effortlessly shattering the Night's Watch's dragonglass arrows. Robb, accompanied by the soldiers of the north, forms a defensive line at the entrance of the ice chamber, his longsword cleaving at the oncoming wights, yet only managing to leave shallow marks upon their armor, soon forced to retreat under the relentless assault of the ice spears. At the forefront stands the White Lord. The blue runes on its armor colliding with the red sigils of the Black Whites, each impact creating fine cracks in its armor, indicating its imminent collapse. Lord Qin Chang. Rob's gaze flickers with a glimmer of hope upon seeing them. These whites do not fear dragonglass. We cannot hold them off. Qin Chang dismounts, gripping the dragonglass dagger tightly, charging toward the Black Whites. The dagger's blue light clashes with the red runes, rebounding at the moment of contact, nearly causing him to lose his grip, a wave of numbness coursing through his arm. The runes of these whites indeed possess the power to withstand dragonglass attacks. Target their runes. John's voice calls out as he thrusts his longsword, Longclaw, toward the rune on a Black White's chest. The blade's blue glow collides violently with the red sigil, the rune's radiance dimming instantaneously, causing the whites' movements to falter. Their weakness lies within the runes. Dragonglass can temporarily suppress the energy of the runes. With renewed determination, Qin Chang adjusts his aim, directing the dagger at the rune of the Black White. The blue light of the blade pierces through the red sigil, eliciting a piercing shriek from the white as the runes extinguish, its body stiffening before collapsing into a puddle of icy water. The surrounding Black Whites, witnessing their comrade's demise, surge toward Qin Chang, their red runes casting a sinister glow in the sunlight, resembling a pack of ravenous beasts. Bai Ling leaps into the fray, her golden claws targeting the rune of a white. The golden light of her claws collides with the red sigil, causing it to fade, and the white's movements come to a halt. Seizing the opportunity, Jon pierces the white's armor with Longclaw, ensuring its complete destruction. The soldiers of the north, witnessing this flicker of hope, adapt their strategy, focusing their attacks on the runes of the Black Whites, gradually turning the tide of battle. The White Lord seizes the moment to counterattack. The blue runes on its armor erupt with brilliant light, driving back several of the Black Whites at the forefront. Its consciousness intrudes upon Qin Chang's mind. These are the fallen whites. Their ice cores have been tainted by some dark force, transforming the runes to red, rendering them impervious to ordinary dragonglass. Only the energy of the Balance Guardian's mark can purify them completely. Suddenly, Qin Chang's mark grows intensely warm. He can sense the dark energy within the fallen whites, reminiscent of the previous vine's energy, yet more ferocious and destructive. He presses the mark against a charging fallen white, 3 colors of light seeping into the runes. The red sigil flickers violently amidst the radiance, ultimately turning to ash as the white collapses, disintegrating into icy water. Everyone, stand clear, Qin Chang shouted as the mark erupted with a brilliant light, the tricolored radiance spreading across the icy expanse, forming a golden band that enveloped the remaining fallen whites. The red runes within the light extinguished one by one, and the whites emitted piercing howls as their bodies gradually transformed into icy water, vanishing into the frozen terrain. The battle had finally concluded, leaving the perimeter of the ice valley in disarray, with broken weapons and frozen blood scattered across the ground. The Night's Watch and northern soldiers sat exhausted, their faces etched with the fatigue of survival. The ice armor of the White Lord was riddled with cracks, its blue runes dimmed, clearly having expended a tremendous amount of energy. Robb approached Qin Chang, wiping the sweat from his brow, his voice tinged with dread. Where did these fallen whites come from? Their power is terrifying. The mark on Qin Chang still radiated warmth. He could sense a dark force emanating from afar, originating from within the fallen whites, creeping in from another direction of the far north, as if something was awakening, poised to unleash more fallen whites. I do not know. He shook his head, gazing towards the northernmost point, where the sky shimmered with a faint red light, identical to the color of the fallen whites' runes. But I know this is merely the beginning. More perilous threats lie ahead. Jon approached him, the blade of Longclaw gently resting on his shoulder, the icy pommel resonating with the glow of the mark. Whatever it is, we shall face it together, just as we did against the vines and the breath of the cold god. Qin Chang nodded, turning his gaze toward the ice chamber. Sunlight filtered through the icicles, casting a soft blue glow upon the stone platform within the chamber, as if reminding them that the path to safeguarding the north was still long. White Ling leaned against his side, her golden eyes filled with resolve, emitting a low rumble from her throat, echoing his determination. The Night's Watch and northern soldiers commenced the task of clearing the battlefield and repairing the damaged defenses. The White Lord entered the ice chamber, beginning to mend the cracks in its armor, preparing for the potential battles that lay ahead. Qin Chang stood at the center of the ice valley, gazing at the sky of the far north. Although the red light was faint, it seemed an ominous harbinger, signaling that a new crisis was imminent. He understood that tranquility was but a fleeting illusion. As long as the dark forces persisted, they could not afford to pause. Yet, he no longer felt solitude, for beside him stood Jon, White Ling, Robb, and all those who fought for the North. Together, they would continue to protect this land, preserving the balance of ice and fire until all dark forces were utterly vanquished. The winds over the ice gradually subsided, and sunlight poured into the valley, bringing a hint of warmth. However, within Qin Yang's heart, there was no sense of relaxation. He knew that a new journey quietly awaited them, and they must be prepared to confront the challenges that were soon to arise. Chapter 72, Dragon Scales and Ominous Signs. The battlefield of the Ice Valley was still being cleared, with shattered ice spears and dragon crystal fragments strewn about. Northern soldiers wrapped their fallen comrades in burlap, their faces heavy with fatigue and sorrow. Qin Yang knelt at the breach in the defenses, the mark on his fingertip pressed against the icy surface, attempting to restore the runic lines that had been damaged by the fallen whites. The azure light spread along his fingertips, yet came to an abrupt halt upon encountering a dark crimson fissure, as if hindered by some unseen force. Within the crevice lingered the lingering, violent aura of the fallen whites. The runic lines had been tainted by dark energies. The voice of the White Lord echoed from behind. Its icy armor had been largely restored, yet faint traces of red marred the runes, indicating that ordinary ice core energy could not purify it, necessitating a more pristine force. Qin Yang withdrew his hand, gazing intently at the dark crimson crack, the pulsing of the mark within him issuing a warning. This dark force was more insidious than the creeping vines or the breath of the cold deity, seeming to take root within the ice core veins, slowly eroding the energy balance of the entire ice valley. Surely the seal of the Cold Breath Valley remains unaffected? He inquired, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards the far north, where a faint red glow persisted, never fading. Not for the time being, the White Lord replied, its icy visage turning towards the east. However, I can sense energy fluctuations emanating from the direction of Dragonstone Island in the east, resonating with this dark power, akin to the breath of the dragon, yet imbued with the same ferocity. The dragon? Jon's voice suddenly interjected, holding a palm-sized scale that shimmered with a dark golden hue, its edges stained with a grim crimson. The Night's Watch had discovered it amidst the remnants of battle, retrieved from the seams of a fallen white's icy armor. This was neither a white's possession nor the scale of any creature from the north. Qin Yang accepted the scale, and instantly, the mark upon his fingertip flared with heat. The scale was remarkably sturdy, its surface engraved with intricate patterns, identical to the dragon scales he had seen in illustrations from the Ice Core Chronicles, albeit darker in hue. The dark crimson stains along its edges perfectly matched the color of the fallen white's runes, even emanating the same sinister aura. This is indeed a dragon scale. Qin Yang's voice grew serious as he used his dragon crystal dagger to scrape away a fragment of the dark crimson stain, placing it in the palm of his hand. Upon contact with the light of the mark, the stain hissed, dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. However, this scale had been corrupted by dark power, twisted just like the ice core of the fallen whites. Suddenly, White Spirit let out a low growl towards the east, its golden eyes filled with wariness, its tail taut and rigid. The creature's reaction sent a chill through Qin Yang. The Icefield Wolf's instincts regarding danger had never been wrong. Clearly, the direction of Dragonstone Island concealed secrets related to the fallen whites, possibly even serving as one of the sources of dark power. Old Tom had once remarked that deep within the volcano of Dragonstone Island lay the remains of the last dragon. Tyrion approached, leaning on an iron spear. His leg injury had yet to heal, and he walked with a pronounced limp. It is said that the dragon was slain by blood magic, and its power did not dissipate upon death, but rather was absorbed by some dark force. His words were abruptly interrupted as a dark crimson light suddenly flashed across the eastern sky, a streak that undulated like a serpent, extending from the direction of Dragonstone Island to the far north, merging with the red glow above the ice valley. Qin Yang's mark throbbed violently. He could hear a cacophony of chaotic thoughts, echoes of dragon roars, the maniacal laughter of dark power, and the responses of the fallen whites, intertwining to form a suffocating sense of oppression. The source of the fallen whites may indeed be intertwined with the dark power of Dragonstone Island. Qin Yang tightened his grip on the dragon scale, the dark golden patterns shimmering under the crimson light, gradually revealing deep red traces. The fact that these whites were unafraid of dragon crystals, yet bore dragon scales suggested that the dark power could manipulate energies related to the dragon lineage, perhaps even revive the bones of dragons. Robb approached the group, his face etched with concern. If there truly is a revived dragon, the North will be utterly defenseless. What should we do now? Should we head to Dragonstone or reinforce the defenses of Icevale? Qin Chang gazed at the dragon scale in his hand and then towards the crimson light in the far north. A resolution forming in his heart. Icevale requires guardians to thwart any further incursions by the fallen whites. John, you shall remain here with the Night's Watch and some northern soldiers to assist the White Lord in mending the defenses and purifying the tainted ice core veins. I, along with Tyrion and White Spirit, will venture to Dragonstone to uncover the source of this dark power. If a dragon has indeed been revived, we must halt its awakening before it is too late. I will accompany you. John immediately replied, for Longclaw could sense the dark energy, perhaps aiding in our quest. Qin Chang shook his head. Icevale needs you more. The White Lord's energy has yet to fully recover, and the northern soldiers are unfamiliar with tactics against the fallen whites. Only you can orchestrate the defense of Icevale, allowing us to proceed to Dragonstone without worry. John fell silent for a moment, then nodded, handing the sword pommel of Longclaw to Qin Chang. The ice shards within the pommel can sense my consciousness. Should you find yourselves in peril, crush it, and I will come to your aid at once. Qin Chang accepted the pommel, fastening it at his waist, and carefully stowed away the tainted dragon scale. This was the key to discovering the source of the dark power and the only clue to unraveling the mystery of the fallen whites. White Spirit nuzzled his palm, her golden form prepared for departure, her eyes reflecting unwavering determination. Tyrion tucked the secrets of the ice core into his cloak and checked his dragon crystal dagger. The volcanic terrain of Dragonstone is treacherous. We must bring ample dragon crystal dust and samples of fire essence to guard against any tainted dragon creatures we may encounter. As the trio prepared to depart, the White Lord suddenly stepped before Qin Chang, presenting a blue shard of ice core. This is a fragment of Icevale's core, capable of temporarily suppressing the encroachment of dark power. If you encounter danger on Dragonstone, crush it to form an energy barrier, granting you precious time. Qin Chang took the ice core shard. Its azure glow resonated with his mark, instilling a sense of reassurance. He nodded to the White Lord and John, mounted his steed. With White Spirit galloping alongside, and Tyrion riding a stout pony behind them, their figures heading towards the eastern Dragonstone. The soldiers of Icevale stood by the defenses, watching their departure with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. John gripped Longclaw tightly, the blade's blue light corresponding with the runes of Icevale, as he began organizing the soldiers to repair the defenses and purify the tainted ice core veins. He understood that securing Icevale was the greatest support he could offer to Qin Chang and the others. In the eastern sky, the dark red light still twisted and coiled, resembling an ominous serpent entwined towards the direction of Dragonstone. Qin Chang, mounted upon his steed, gazed at the radiant crimson light, feeling the dragon scale in his hand grow warm. The pulsation of the mark brought both a warning and a sense of resolve. Regardless of the dangers concealed within Dragonstone Island or the formidable strength of the dark forces, he knew he must confront them. For this was not merely a matter of the Ice Valley's safety. It was a question of the very survival of the entire continent of Westeros. The sound of hooves echoed across the icy plains, intertwining with the faint tremors emanating from the east, reminiscent of a battle hymn about to commence, heralding a new and more brutal conflict quietly awaiting their arrival in the depths of the island's volcano. Chapter 73. The Shadow of the Dragon. On the third day after departing the Ice Valley, Qin Chang and his companions had entered the hilly terrain of the south. The frozen earth was gradually supplanted by sparse grasslands, and the air was no longer filled with the biting chill of the far north, but rather warmed by volcanic ash. The volcanic activity on Dragonstone Island was more frequent than rumored, with even the distant sky tinged in a soft orange red, akin to satin stained by magma. Bai Ling's pace began to slow, its golden form gliding close to the ground, nostrils flaring as it inhaled the scents in the air, emitting low whines from its throat. Its unusual behavior prompted Qin Chang to rein in his horse, as the mark on his fingertips suddenly flared with heat. The dragon scale fragment nestled in his embrace vibrated slightly, the dark crimson patterns within becoming increasingly pronounced, as if responding to a distant power. Something was amiss. Qin Chang dismounted, cradling the dragon scale in his palm, feeling the rising temperature as the dark red stains along its edges began to writhe like small, living insects. This scale was attuned to the direction of Dragonstone Island, and seemed to be absorbing the surrounding warmth. Tyrion leaned on his iron spear, casting his gaze towards the scorched marks on the distant hills. These burn marks were not the result of ordinary flames. Their edges were jagged and irregular, with the ground still bearing the residue of solidified black stone, identical to the remnants left by the volcanic eruptions of Dragonstone Island. Old Tom had once said that land scorched by dragon fire would bear no grass for a decade. He prodded the black stone with the tip of his spear, noting that these marks were quite recent, no more than half a month old, indicating that dragons had indeed roamed this area not long ago. No sooner had he spoken than Bai Ling suddenly began to bark furiously towards the eastern valley, its golden mane standing on end. Qin Chang and Tyrion immediately turned to follow its gaze, witnessing a colossal shadow glide beneath the clouds deep within the valley. The silhouette resembled that of a dragon with outstretched wings, yet it was far larger than any dragon recorded in lore, its wing edges glowing with a dark red light. And the currents it created sent the dried grass on the ground sprawling. It was the shadow of a dragon. Qin Chang tightened his grip on the dragon crystal dagger as the mark's pulsation intensified. He could hear the thoughts emanating from the shadow, not the consciousness of a living dragon, but rather a violent roar intermingled with the maniacal laughter of dark forces, echoing the malevolent intent of fallen whites. This was not a true dragon. It was a skeletal remnant controlled by dark powers. The shadow seemed to sense their gaze, abruptly changing course and soaring towards the valley's exit. As it drew closer, Qin Chang finally discerned its true form. It was indeed a dragon skeleton, its bones exposed and glimmering in a dark gray hue. With dark red vines entwined between its ribs, the tendrils extended to the skull of the dragon, as if manipulating this skeletal remains to take flight. The eye sockets of the dragon skeleton were hollow, yet they burned with a dark crimson flame. With each flap of its wings, fragments of bone, ignited with sparks, fell to the ground, whereupon they ignited black flames upon touching the grass. This was a dragon skeleton manipulated by blood magic. Tyrion's voice trembled. He had once encountered records of blood magic in the archives of King's Landing, where living blood was used to nourish vines that could then parasitize a dragon skeleton, thereby resurrecting it. However, the wielder of such magic must possess formidable dark powers, or risk being devoured by the very skeleton they sought to control. Suddenly, the dragon skeleton unleashed a torrent of dark red flames, resembling a colossal serpent, lunging toward Qin Chang and his companions. Bai Ling immediately leaped into action, the wind stirred by her golden claws parting the flames to create a gap. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Chang scattered the fire soul powder, igniting golden flames before him that clashed with the dark red fire, sending sparks that reduced the surrounding dry grass to ashes. "We cannot confront it head-on," Qin Chang shouted. The flames of the dragon skeleton bore dark power. The golden flames could only provide temporary reprieve, but could not extinguish them entirely. Its aim was the dragon scales in our possession, seeking to amplify its strength through them. "We must hasten to Dragonstone Island." The trio swiftly mounted their horses and galloped toward Dragonstone Island, the dragon skeleton relentlessly pursuing them, leaving a trail of burning ground in its wake. Qin Chang sensed a resonance between his mark and the dragon scales, feeling the dark power emanating from the direction of Dragonstone Island intensifying. The roars of the dragon skeleton grew increasingly frequent, as if summoning more of its kind. After roughly an hour of flight, they stumbled upon an abandoned village. Most of the houses lay charred, reduced to ruins, while the ground was strewn with the bones of villagers, each ribcage bearing a hollow cavity, a clear indication of blood extraction. This was a testament to blood magic, the source of nourishment for the dragon skeleton's vines. It was collecting blood to sustain the skeleton. Qin Chang reined in his horse, gazing at the bones within the village, a chill coursing through him. Should it gather enough blood, the skeleton's power would only grow, making it all the more difficult to thwart. Tyrion suddenly pointed toward an altar at the village's center, a high platform constructed of black stone, upon which dozens of wooden stakes had been driven, each bound with a corpse that had yet to fully desiccate. Blood flowed down the stakes into a trough below, emanating a dark crimson glow as it coursed through underground passages toward Dragonstone Island. It was a blood magic altar. Tyrion's voice brimmed with fury. Someone was using the altar to transport blood to Dragonstone Island, to resurrect even more dragon skeletons. At that moment, the dragon skeleton hovered above the village. Dark red flames aimed toward the altar as if protecting it. Seizing the chance, Qin Chang dismounted, clutching the core fragment of Ice Valley in his hand. He turned to Tyrion and said, "You and Bai Ling must destroy the trough of the altar to halt the blood transport. I will divert the dragon skeleton's attention and sense its weakness with the dragon scale fragment." Tyrion nodded resolutely and sprinted toward the altar with Bai Ling. The golden silhouette of Bai Ling deftly evaded the flames of the dragon skeleton, her claws aimed at the black stone's recess, instantly creating a fissure from which blood oozed forth, pooling on the ground. Meanwhile, Qin Chang raised a shard of dragon scale and shouted towards the dragon skeleton. As anticipated, the skeleton was drawn to him, changing direction to fly his way, dark red flames falling like a torrential downpour. Qin Chang continuously dodged, simultaneously sensing the dragon skeleton's veins with his mark. The core of its power resided within the skull, where the vines were most densely clustered, yet also the most vulnerable, enshrouded by layers of dark energy that ordinary attacks could not breach. He needed the power of the ice core fragment. Grasping the core fragment tightly, its blue light intertwined with the three-colored radiance of his mark, forming a golden blade of light. Seizing the moment as the dragon skeleton dove, he leaped, aiming the blade at its skull, only to be repelled upon contact with the vines, a wave of numbness surging through his arm. The dragon skeleton unleashed a furious roar, its wings striking at Qin Chang. He was hurled away by the force, crashing heavily to the ground, the shard of dragon scale slipping from his grasp to land beside the skeleton's bony claw. Suddenly, the scale erupted in a brilliant light, the dark red traces within its dark golden patterns merging with the color of the dragon skeleton's vines, freezing its movements as if bound by some unseen force. Now was the moment. A voice called out from Lyren, who had destroyed all the recesses of the altar and was rushing over, wielding the dragon crystal torch. The vines were absorbing the power of the dragon scale. Its core was exposed. Qin Chang immediately retrieved the dragon crystal dagger, charging towards the skeleton's skull during its moment of paralysis. The dagger's blue light pierced the densest part of the vines, and as the blade penetrated, the dragon skeleton emitted a piercing howl. The dark red flames within the skull were extinguished in an instant. The vines lost their support, collapsing like mush onto the ground. The skeleton's bones scattering and transforming into a heap of dark gray fragments. Exhausted, Qin Chang sat on the ground, the mark on his chest gradually calming. The shard of dragon scale in his arms losing its warmth, the dark red traces within its dark golden patterns completely vanishing, leaving only pure dark gold. Lyren and Bai Ling approached him, with Bai Ling nudging his palm with her head, as if to console him. The blood supply to the altar was severed. Lyren handed him a clean strip of cloth, but the dark power of Dragonstone Island was still intensifying. They needed to hasten their pace, lest more dragon skeletons be resurrected. Qin Chang nodded, rising to secure the dragon scale shard. In the distance, the orange-red sky over Dragonstone Island deepened, the rumbling of an erupting volcano faintly echoing, urging them to arrive swiftly. He understood that the dragon skeletons in the village were merely the beginning. Within the depths of the volcano on Dragonstone Island lay even more terrifying secrets, as well as the true orchestrators of the dark power. The three set forth once more, the sound of hooves echoing through the abandoned village, gradually fading towards the direction of Dragonstone Island. Behind them, the scattered dragon skeleton fragments glimmered under the sunset's glow, casting a dark gray light, a silent warning reminding them that the battles ahead would only grow more brutal than the present moment. Chapter 74. The dual warning. The volcanic ash enveloping Dragonstone Island grew increasingly dense, as the wind whipped up fine fragments of magma that crackled against armor. Qin Chang halted his steed, gazing ahead at the silhouette of the island shrouded in ash. Before him lay the main island of Dragonstone, where the volcano belched forth thick, black smoke, and dark red lava meandered down the slopes like a wound in the earth, incinerating the vegetation in its path. Bai Ling, with a layer of ash coating her golden mane, remained vigilant, sniffing the air and occasionally growling toward the volcano's mouth. Qin Chang pressed the dragon scale fragment against his chest. The dark golden patterns on the shard glimmered with a faint warmth in the reflection of the magma's crimson glow. The previous aura of ferocity had dissipated, indicating that the dark taint upon the fragment was slowly fading after the dragon's demise. Ahead lay the ruins of the fortress on Dragonstone Island. Tyrion used his iron spear to clear away the charred underbrush, revealing stone steps engraved with dragon motifs beneath. Old Tom had mentioned that beneath the fortress lay a secret passage leading deep into the volcano, where the last dragon had been slain. The three of them ascended the stone steps, the remnants of the fortress emerging intermittently from the ash. Most of the dragon carvings on the crumbling walls had been scorched by the lava, leaving behind only faint traces. The ground was strewn with rusted weapons and shattered armor, a testament to the fierce battles that had taken place here, perhaps the very site where the dragon had met its end. As they reached the center of the fortress, the ground suddenly trembled, and a spout of lava erupted from the volcano's mouth, illuminating the entire island with a fiery glow. Qin Chang's mark suddenly grew warm, not from dark forces, but from a familiar consciousness, John's consciousness, transmitted through the icy crystal of his sword's pommel, carrying an urgent warning. Qin Chang, the Frostfang is under massive attack. John's voice echoed in his mind, mingled with the sounds of clashing weapons. The number of fallen whites had increased tenfold, and there were also ice giants controlled by dark forces. The ice armor of the White Lord had cracked, and the defenses could barely hold. Qin Yang's heart sank abruptly. He tightened his grip on the sword pommel, sending his consciousness back. We are on Dragonstone Island, having just vanquished a dragon's corpse. We discovered that someone is using blood magic to collect blood and resurrect more dragon corpses. Hold on in Frostfang for a while longer. We will return as soon as we locate the source of the dark forces. It's too late. John's voice was filled with urgency. Their target is the ruins of the ice chamber, intending to breach the seal of Cold Breath Valley. If the seal is broken, the breath of the cold god will merge with the dark forces, and the north will be utterly doomed. The tremors intensified beneath their feet, and stones began to tumble from the fortress's crumbling walls. Tyrion steadied himself against a nearby stone column, his expression grave as he gazed toward the volcano. The dark forces on Dragonstone Island are also stirring, seemingly in response to the attack on Frostfang. They are acting in concert. Someone is simultaneously controlling the dragon corpses of Dragonstone Island and the fallen whites of Frostfang, with the goal of shattering the seal of Cold Breath Valley. Bai Ling suddenly growled toward the entrance of the secret passage deep within the fortress, her golden form racing in that direction. Qin Yang and Tyrion quickly followed, only to find the entrance to the secret passage obstructed by a massive black stone. The surface of the stone was inscribed with runes reminiscent of those found on the blood magic altar, glowing with a deep crimson light, identical in hue to the runes of the fallen whites from Ice Valley. The master of dark powers resided within the passage. Qin Yang's mark resonated with the runes, allowing him to sense the thoughts emanating from the depths of the passage, a potent and malevolent consciousness that simultaneously commanded the fallen whites of Ice Valley and the dragon remains of Dragonstone Island. Akin to a hidden puppeteer orchestrating all the pieces on a chessboard, his intent was to shatter the seal of Cold Breath Valley, unleash the breath of the frost god, and subsequently wield the dark powers to dominate the entirety of the north. What shall we do now? Tyrion's voice trembled with uncertainty. If they ventured into the passage to thwart the puppeteer, the defenses of Ice Valley would be breached. Conversely, retreating to Ice Valley for reinforcements would lead to the resurrection of all the dragon remains from Dragonstone Island, posing an equal threat to the north. Gazing at the black stone of the passage, Qin Yang clenched the hilt of his sword, the warnings from Jon and the crisis of Ice Valley flashing incessantly in his mind. He understood that a choice must be made, one that would ultimately determine the fate of the north. At that moment, the black stone of the passage emitted a resounding crash. The crimson light of the runes intensified, and the stone slowly shifted to one side, revealing a profound corridor within. The passage glowed with a dark red light, and faint murmurs could be heard, as if someone were reciting an insidious incantation, accompanied by the roars of the dragon remains, creating a suffocating atmosphere. The puppeteer beckons us. Qin Yang's mark burned fiercely. He could hear the laughter of that malevolent consciousness, laced with mockery and confidence, knowing they wavered, attempting to ensnare them in a dilemma. Suddenly, Bai Ling dashed into the passage, her golden figure strikingly visible amidst the dark crimson glow. Without hesitation, Qin Yang followed suit, grasping the dragon crystal dagger firmly in hand. The shard of Ice Valley's core pressed against his chest. He knew that only by thwarting the puppeteer could both the crises of Ice Valley and Dragonstone Island be resolved. Otherwise, whichever path they chose would lead to failure. Tyrion promptly joined him, the flames of the dragon crystal torch flickering in the passage, illuminating the walls adorned with blood magic runes. Blood oozed from the runes, trickling down the walls into a groove at the bottom of the passage, where the dark red liquid flowed deeper, seemingly providing energy for some sinister ritual. At the end of the passage lay a vast cavern, at the center of which stood an enormous blood magic array. Seated within was a figure cloaked in black, emanating a dark crimson glow. Indeed, the mastermind behind it all. Surrounding him lay dozens of dragon remains, their ribcages entwined with dark red vines, the tips of which connected to the runes of the array, continuously siphoning the essence of blood. The eye sockets of the dragon remains began to shimmer with a dark crimson light, clearly on the verge of resurrection. You have finally arrived. The voice of the cloaked figure rasped, deep and gravelly, akin to sandpaper scraping against stone. I had anticipated that you would choose to return to Ice Valley. Watching the seal of Cold Breath Valley crumble, Qin Yang raised the dragon crystal dagger, aiming it at the figure clad in black robes. It is you who has manipulated the fallen whites and the dragon corpses, seeking to unleash the breath of the cold god to dominate the north. The black-robed figure erupted into maniacal laughter, the crimson glow beneath the robe intensifying. Dominate the north? No, my ambition extends to the entirety of Westeros. The breath of the cold god is merely the first step. Once I seize its power, combined with the might of the dragon corpses, I shall eradicate all who dare oppose me and forge a new empire. As his words echoed, a violent tremor suddenly emanated from the direction of Ice Valley. Qin Chang felt Jon's anguished scream resonate through his mark, consciousness abruptly severed. The icy shards within the sword tassel shattered. The defenses of Ice Valley had likely been breached. At that moment, the dragon corpses within the cavern had fully awakened, dark red flames erupting from their eye sockets, surging towards Qin Chang and his companions. The black-robed figure sat at the center of the great formation, hands weaving intricate seals, as the runes of the formation burst forth with blinding light. Rocks began to plummet from the cavern's ceiling, as though intent on burying the entire space. Qin Chang understood that there was no time for hesitation. He had to eliminate the black-robed figure swiftly and thwart his plans. Otherwise, not only would Ice Valley fall, but all of Westeros would be plunged into darkness. Gripping the dragon crystal dagger tightly, he charged at the black-robed figure, with Bai Ling and Tyrion immediately following suit. The three engaged in a decisive battle against the awakened dragon corpses within the cavern, a conflict that would determine the fate of the North. Outside the cavern, the volcano continued to erupt, dark red magma spilling forth as if heralding the tragic prelude to this battle. From the direction of Ice Valley, the howls of the fallen whites faintly echoed, intertwining with the roars of the dragon corpses, signaling that the crisis in the north had reached a critical juncture. Chapter 75. Blood formation and fractured defenses. The roar of the dragon corpses sent tremors through the cavern, causing stones to rain down from the ceiling. Dark red flames descended upon Qin Chang like a torrential downpour. He rolled to the side, the dragon crystal dagger slicing through the nearest dragon corpse's tendrils. Green ichor mixing with fragments of lava, igniting black flames upon the ground. Bai Ling leaped towards another dragon corpse's skull, her golden claws tearing through the entwining tendrils, only to be struck by the flailing bony tail of the dragon corpse, crashing heavily against the rock wall, her golden mane instantly stained with blood. First, we must deal with the tendrils. Tyrion's dragon crystal torch swept across, the flames severing the tendrils that wrapped around Qin Chang's ankle. These tendrils were the black-robed figure's conduit to control the dragon corpses. Destroying them would render the corpses powerless. Qin Chang nodded, vaulting onto the back of a dragon corpse, aiming his dagger at the densest cluster of tendrils wrapped around its ribcage. The blade's blue light pierced through the tendrils but faltered upon encountering the dark red energy emanating from the black-robed figure, as if striking an invisible barrier. The black-robed figure sat at the center of the blood formation, a cold smile upon his lips, his hands weaving seals with increasing speed. The red light of the formation's runes spread along the tendrils, the flames in the dragon corpse's eye sockets burning ever more fiercely, and the force of its bony claws striking towards Qin Chang intensified. He was using the blood formation to amplify his power. Qin Chang was cast off the back of the dragon skeleton, crashing heavily at the edge of the blood array. His palm accidentally brushed against the blood pooled in the recess, and it seeped into his skin as if imbued with life, instantly bringing forth a bone-chilling sensation. His consciousness began to blur, and visions of the Ice Valley being breached flooded his mind. The fallen whites trampled over the corpses of soldiers. The ice armor of the White Lord shattered completely, and the seal of the Cold Breath Valley disintegrated inch by inch under dark forces. Qin Chang, do not let the blood magic affect you. Tyrion threw a bag of dragon crystal powder, which fell upon Qin Chang's palm, causing the blood to dissipate into black smoke. Think of Jon. Think of the people in the Ice Valley. They are still waiting for our return. Suddenly, Qin Chang snapped back to reality, the mark on his hand radiating a brilliant light that dispelled the lingering illusions. He turned his gaze towards the figure in the black robe at the center of the blood array, finally discerning a flaw. Though the runes of the blood array glowed red, near the edges where they approached the volcanic rock, there was a faint blue light, a trace of ice core energy. It was evident that the figure in black had failed to completely eradicate the ice core veins beneath the volcanic rock while setting up the blood array. Tyrion, ignite the volcanic rock with a torch. Qin Chang shouted, rushing towards the blood array. The ice core veins could suppress the blood magic. Igniting it would destroy the energy source of the blood array. Tyrion immediately understood, inserting the dragon crystal torch into the crevice of the volcanic rock. Flames spread through the fissure, the ice core veins igniting, and steam glowing blue surged from the rock crevice, colliding with the red light of the blood array, producing a sizzling sound. The runes of the blood array began to flicker, and the figure in black emitted a cry of pain as the red light beneath the robe dimmed, causing the dragon skeleton's movements to slow. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Chang leaped over the blood array, aiming the dragon crystal dagger at the chest of the figure in black. The moment the dagger pierced the robe, he felt a powerful resistance. Concealed beneath the black robe was a dark red crystal, the core from which the fallen whites derived their power. Do you think you can win? The figure in black cackled maniacally, seizing Qin Chang's wrist, dark red energy coursing up his arm. The Ice Valley is doomed. My army of whites will soon arrive with the breath of the cold god, and you shall all perish. At that moment, White's spirit suddenly lunged at the neck of the figure in black, its golden fangs sinking in fiercely. The figure, in pain, released its grip on Qin Chang, who took the chance to plunge the dagger into the crystal. The instant the crystal shattered, dark red energy erupted violently, and the figure in black let out a harrowing scream, its body turning to ash within the energy, leaving only a wisp of black smoke to dissipate in the cave. With the energy support of the blood array severed, the red light of the runes extinguished completely, and the eye sockets of the dragon skeleton dimmed, causing it to collapse into a pile of unclaimed bones. The tremors of the cave gradually subsided, and the roar of the volcanic eruption diminished, as if the aftershocks of this battle were finally dissipating. Exhausted, Qin Chang sat on the ground, the dark red marks on his arms still faintly warm but devoid of destructive power. He picked up the shards of the crystal left by the figure in black, which glimmered with a faint red light. When they collided with the blue light of the core fragments from the Ice Valley, they instantaneously turned to dust. The core of dark power had been utterly annihilated. We must return to the Ice Valley at once. Qin Chang rose, the mark on his chest still transmitting a faint warning. Though the dark-cloaked figure was deceased, his army of whites remained, and the seal of the Cold Breath Valley was likely still in jeopardy. Before he could articulate his thoughts, a familiar sound of hooves echoed from outside the cave. Qin Chang and Tyrion rushed out to find Jon riding a horse, accompanied by dozens of knights, watchmen, and whites, each bearing wounds, their armor stained with blood. Yet they steadfastly clutched their weapons, their gazes resolute. "Jon, you're alive," Qin Chang exclaimed with delight, as White's spirit approached, nuzzling Jon's horse leg. Dismounting, Jon wore a fatigued yet contented smile. The White Lord reinforced the seal with the last of his core energy. We held the ice chamber. The fallen whites lost their control after the dark-cloaked figure's death, dissolving into water, with only a few still fleeing, and we have eradicated them. What of the seal of Cold Breath Valley? Qin Chang inquired anxiously. For now, it is secure. Jon handed over a shard of ice core, glowing with a pristine blue light. The White Lord had integrated his core fragment into the seal. As long as the shard remained intact, the seal would not falter. However, he had exhausted his energy and would need to slumber in the ice chamber for an extended period to recuperate. Qin Chang breathed a sigh of relief, gazing toward the volcanic mouth of Dragonstone Island. The dark smoke gradually dissipated, revealing a clear sky, while the lava had ceased its eruption, leaving only dark red traces on the slopes, reminiscent of the fierce battle that had transpired. He understood that this crisis had finally been averted. The North was momentarily safe. Yet he also recognized that as long as dark forces existed on the continent of Westeros, such battles would never truly end. We must return, Qin Chang declared, mounting his horse, with White's spirit sprinting alongside, her golden form shimmering in the sunlight. The people of the Ice Valley awaited them, and the North's defenses needed reinforcement. Jon and Tyrion nodded in agreement, and the group galloped toward the direction of the Ice Valley. The ruins of Dragonstone's fortress faded into the distance, while the ice core veins on the volcanic rock glimmered with a faint blue light, standing as a silent sentinel in the seas of the south. Along the route, the land scorched by dragon bones began to sprout new shoots, and villages tainted by blood magic gradually revived under the purifying influence of dragon crystal dust. Qin Chang surveyed this scene, his heart brimming with hope. As long as they were present, as long as all who fought for the North remained, they would surely safeguard this land, maintain the balance of ice and fire, and let peace forever envelop the continent of Westeros. The sound of hooves reverberated across the earth, intertwining with the distant chimes from the Ice Valley, resembling a victorious ballad that slowly resonated beneath the sky of Westeros. Chapter 76. The warmth of Ice Valley. As the sun dipped in the west, Qin Chang and his companions finally returned to the Ice Valley. From afar, the defenses of the Ice Valley had been rebuilt. The Knights Watchmen and northern soldiers patrolled along the lines of runes, the glow of torches merging into a constellation of light, akin to the sparks guarding the Ice Valley. The direction of the ice chamber emanated a gentle blue light, a signal of the resonance between the ice core fragment and the seal, heralding a momentary tranquility in the north. Robb approached despite his injuries, his left arm wrapped in thick linen stained with blood, yet he held his back straight. "You have finally returned." The Night's Watch scouts reported that the volcano on Dragonstone has ceased its activity, confirming your success. His gaze swept over the group, and, upon resting on Jon, his taut expression finally relaxed. "The seal on the ice chamber is intact, I hope?" "The Night King's seal is temporarily secure," Jon replied, handing over shards of the ice core. The fragments emitted a blue light that resonated towards the ice chamber. "But the Night King would need to remain dormant for an extended period. During this time, we must defend the Ice Valley ourselves." Qin Chang dismounted, and White Fang immediately dashed towards the medical tent, where familiar snoring emanated from the previously frostbitten dire wolf, now resting beside the wounded like a devoted guardian. Outside the medical tent, Sam was busy applying dragon crystal ointment to the soldiers, the balm radiating a faint blue glow that accelerated healing and dispelled lingering darkness. Most of the injured were on the mend. Upon seeing Qin Chang, Sam hurried over, holding a cloth strip smeared with the ointment. Only a few soldiers, pierced by the ice spears of the fallen whites, bore wounds from which the dark essence was difficult to eradicate and required the energy of ice core fragments for gradual purification. Qin Chang followed Sam into the medical tent, where the air was infused with a blend of dragon crystal and herbs. Several severely injured soldiers lay on the beds, their chest wounds glowing with a soft red light. The ice core fragments handed by Jon were placed beside their pillows, the blue light seeping into the wounds, causing the red glow to gradually diminish. Qin Chang pressed his hand against one soldier's wound, the tricolored radiance of the mark intertwined with the blue light of the ice core fragments, instantly diminishing the red glow and stabilizing the soldier's breathing. "The mark accelerates purification," Sam exclaimed with delight. "If you could assist, these soldiers will recover swiftly." Qin Chang nodded and began to purify the wounds of the severely injured one by one. The brilliance of the mark flowed through the tent, intermingling with the blue light of the ice core fragments to form a warm, luminescent net. White Fang lay in the corner of the tent, his golden eyes fixed on the entrance, vigilant against any potential danger, occasionally rising to nuzzle the hands of the wounded, as if offering them comfort. As night fell, Qin Chang finally exited the medical tent. The bonfire in the Ice Valley had been lit, with the Night's Watch and Northman soldiers gathered around, consuming warm jerky and drinking ale. Despite their fatigue, smiles returned to their faces after a long absence. Tyrion sat by the fire, regaling the soldiers with tales of the battle on Dragonstone. When he recounted White Fang's charge at the man in black, the soldiers erupted in applause. Hearing his name, the dire wolf lifted his head and wagged his tail in response. Jon approached Qin Chang, holding a map marked with the defenses and patrol routes surrounding the Ice Valley. "Robb and I have discussed dividing the Northmen into 3 groups. The Night's Watch will oversee the patrol of the ice core veins to ensure no remnants of the fallen whites are overlooked. Starting tomorrow, we shall also reinforce the runic lines by mixing dragon crystal powder with ice core fragments to enhance the defensive strength of our lines." Qin Chang accepted the map, his gaze resting on the direction of Cold Breath Valley. The blue light there, though faint, remained steady, like a calming talisman, bringing reassurance to the entire Ice Valley. Yet, a faint tremor suddenly emanated from his mark, neither stemming from dark forces nor the breath of the cold god, but a peculiar energy fluctuation, beckoning softly from the direction of the far western sunset sea. "Is there something unusual over there?" Qin Chang inquired, gesturing towards the extreme western region on the map. Jon furrowed his brow and shook his head. The Night's Watch scouts have yet to venture that far. They only know that the waters there are plagued by perpetual storms, and legends speak of sea monsters lurking, with none daring to approach. "What is it? Did you sense something?" Uncertain, Qin Chang withdrew his hand. The tremor of the mark had vanished, as if it had never existed, leaving only a trace of an unusual energy, perhaps just an illusion. He chose not to elaborate further, but made a mental note of this anomaly. Having faced the crises posed by vines, the breath of the cold god, and dark powers, he understood that even the slightest irregularity could conceal new dangers. The energy fluctuations from the sunset sea might foreshadow the next crisis, yet at this moment, the icy valley demanded their focus on immediate defenses. Laughter by the campfire gradually spread, intertwining with the winds of the icy valley, creating a warm ambience. Qin Chang gazed at the scene before him, filled with reflection. From the initial vine crisis to the sealing of the Cold Breath Valley, and then to the battle at Dragonstone Island, they had endured much peril and lost numerous companions, yet ultimately, they had safeguarded the North and each other. Bai Ling nuzzled against his palm, her golden mane shimmering warmly in the glow of the campfire. Qin Chang stroked the head of the ice wolf. his gaze drifting towards the ice chamber, where the blue light remained gentle, as if guarding the tranquility of the icy valley. He knew that peace might only be fleeting, and a new crisis could be brewing quietly in some corner, but as long as he had Jon, Tyrion, Bai Ling, and all those who fought for the North by his side, he felt confident in facing any challenge. As night deepened, the flames of the campfire gradually waned, and soldiers returned to their tents to rest, leaving only the patrolling soldiers walking along the rune lines. The light of the torches flickered in the night, like stars that would never extinguish, guarding this land, weathered yet still brimming with hope. Leaning against an ice spike, Qin Chang gazed at the starry sky. The mark on his chest had regained its calm, yet inadvertently, a faint warmth began to stir within him, as if responding to an unknown summons from afar, quietly gathering strength for the journey that lay ahead. Chapter 77. The winds of the sunset sea. As dawn broke, the rune lines of the icy valley glimmered faintly. Qin Chang crouched at the damaged defense line, applying a paste made from dragon crystal powder mixed with shards of ice core to the crack. The moment the paste touched the icy surface, the blue light merged with the rune line, and the originally minor fissures began to heal gradually. Bai Ling lay by his feet, her golden claws occasionally scratching at the ice crystals on the ground, yet her ears remained attuned to the extreme western direction, as if still mindful of that peculiar energy fluctuation from the previous night. The rune lines were nearly reinforced. Jon approached, carrying a wooden barrel filled with a viscous substance. Robb, accompanied by the soldiers of the north, was engaged in clearing the remnants of the fallen White Walkers from the periphery of Icefall. Tyrion expressed his intention to inspect the ancient caverns, aiming to eliminate any lingering traces of dark energy. He set the barrel down beside Qin Chang, his gaze following the direction indicated by White Spirit towards the far west. Was the energy you sensed last night merely an illusion? Qin Chang rose, brushing the dust from his hands. The mark adhered to the ice surface glided gently. Although the pulsation from the previous night was absent, a faint chill stirred in the air as he reached towards the west, reminiscent of the tempest described in the legends of the Sunset Sea. His uncertainty lingered, yet White Spirit's reaction was undeniably genuine. He pointed towards the ice wolf, which had been fixated on that direction since morning, suggesting that something there either captivated or threatened it. As soon as he spoke, the distant sound of galloping hooves echoed. A Night's Watch scout raced towards Icefall on horseback, his cloak billowing in the wind, his face etched with urgency, and even the horse's nostrils were frosted white, indicating a long journey from afar. It was a scout dispatched to survey the Sunset Sea. Jon immediately approached him. We sent 3 teams of scouts yesterday, dispatched to the east, west, and south. I did not anticipate such a swift return. The scout nearly toppled from his mount as he dismounted, and Qin Chang swiftly steadied him, noticing the peculiar black viscous substance adhering to the scout's boots. As the substance met the ice, it gradually melded into the surface, leaving behind a faint black trace. My lord, there is trouble at the Sunset Sea. The scout's voice trembled with cold and fear. A colossal shadow has emerged upon the sea, resembling the legendary sea monsters, and the water is suffused with a black luminescence, contaminating the ice plains it touches. Suddenly, Qin Chang's mark flared with heat. He crouched, allowing his fingertips to brush against the black trace left by the scout's boot. Upon contact with the radiant mark, the trace emitted a sizzling sound, transforming into a wisp of black smoke. The aura it exuded differed from the prior dark force, yet bore the same corrosive and destructive qualities, akin to an unprecedented malevolent energy. Is this a new dark power? Jon's brow furrowed deeper. Could it be the remnants of the black-robed figures are at play once more? Uncertainty loomed, yet it was undoubtedly linked to the energy fluctuations from the previous night. Qin Chang stood and gazed towards the sky in the far west, where the clouds appeared darker than usual. A faint black band of light stretched from the direction of the Sunset Sea across the expanse above Icefall, contrasting sharply with the red glow associated with the fallen White Walkers and Dragonstone. This new band was somber, resembling congealed ink. Scout, what manner of sea monster did you witness? From whence did this black band originate? The scout swallowed hard, terror filling his eyes. The creature dwarfed even the ice giants, its body enshrouded in black scales, with green eyes and a mouth capable of spewing forth a black liquid. When that liquid touched the sea, it transformed into the black luminescent band. Moreover, upon its back stood a figure clad in a black cloak, strikingly similar to the previous black-robed individuals. Another black-robed figure? Jon's hand instinctively gripped the hilt of his sword. Could it be that the black-robed figures have not been entirely vanquished? Or are they merely pawns in a greater dark force? A sudden thought flashed through Qin Chang's mind. The previously encountered vines, the breath of the cold god. The fallen otherworldly beings, the dragonbones, and even the sea monsters of the Sunset Sea, seemingly disparate, all bore a similar corrosive quality, as if manipulated by a singular, primordial force of darkness, merely manifesting in different forms. The figure cloaked in black might merely be a puppet thrust into the limelight by this very power, while the true mastermind lurked in the shadows, perhaps deep within the Sunset Sea. What of Tyrion? Qin Chang inquired abruptly. Has he ventured into the ancient bone caverns? We must find him at once. He must return with the Ice Core Codex. It might contain invaluable records regarding the Sunset Sea and the sea monsters. Without hesitation, Jon turned to seek out Tyrion, while White Spirit approached the scout, growling towards the extreme west with vigilance evident in her golden eyes. Her tail taut as if warning all present of imminent danger drawing near. Qin Chang urged the scout to provide a detailed account of the Sunset Sea's conditions, including the number of sea monsters, the spread of the black tendrils, and any other anomalies, for each detail could prove pivotal in unraveling the mystery. The black tendrils are spreading rapidly, the scout reported, desperation tinging his voice. When I left, they were nearly at the edge of the ice plains. In a few days, they may very well reach the ice valley. Moreover, the black liquid in the water is freezing the sea's surface, forming a layer of black ice, harder than ordinary ice and continually expanding, as if intent on transforming the entire north into darkness. Clenching his fists, the pulsation of the mark upon Qin Chang grew increasingly intense. He sensed the malevolent intent emanating from the direction of the Sunset Sea, a cold and insatiable consciousness, voraciously consuming the energies of the sea while extending its reach towards the north, seemingly targeting not merely the Ice Valley, but the entirety of Westeros. We must prepare ourselves, Qin Chang declared, rising to address the Night's Watch and the northern soldiers around him. Immediately reinforce the defenses on the western side of the Ice Valley. Utilize a mixture of dragon crystal powder and shards of the ice core to create more fortification paste. Additionally, ready the dragon crystal weapons and samples of the fire soul. The threat from the Sunset Sea is imminent. We cannot allow the black tendrils to taint the ice core veins, or else the seal of the Cold Breath Valley will be compromised, rendering all our previous efforts futile. The soldiers sprang into action, their previously weary faces now resolute. Having faced numerous crises, they had long shed their fear of the unknown dangers, knowing only that they must safeguard this land, their home. Tyrion and Jon soon returned. Tyrion holding the Ice Core Codex, his expression grave. Indeed, the Codex contains records. Deep within the Sunset Sea lie the remnants of the ancient deep sea god. Legend has it that this ancient deity is an evil entity sealed by the old gods at the ocean's depths, capable of controlling sea monsters and dark energies. The organization to which the figure in black belongs consists of followers of the deep sea cult. Their objective is to unravel the seal of the ancient god and unleash its power to dominate the world. Qin Chang took the codex and flipped to the page detailing the ancient deep sea god. The illustration depicted a colossal sea monster, with the figure cloaked in black standing upon its back, while the surface of the sea shimmered with black tendrils, exactly mirroring the scene described by the scout. The marginalia read, the ancient god of the deep sea, feasting on fear, cloaked in darkness. On the day of its unsealing, all shall wither. Thus, Qin Chang's gaze hardened. The figure in black robes was merely the vanguard of the deep sea sect. They first sought to deplete our strength with tendrils, the breath of the frost god, fallen aberrations, and dragon remains, before delivering a fatal blow with the power of the ancient god of the deep sea. The sea monsters of the Sunset Sea and the ominous black aurora were signals of the impending unsealing of the ancient god. Bai Ling barked fiercely towards the far west, while a golden figure trotted a few steps in that direction, glancing back at Qin Chang, seemingly pleading to join the fray. Qin Chang caressed the head of the ice wolf, his eyes fixed upon the direction of the Sunset Sea, his resolve crystallizing. Regardless of the ancient god's might or the terror of the black aurora, they must intervene, for this matter transcended the safety of the north. It was a question of the very survival of the continent of Westeros. The fortifications of the Ice Valley were still underway, soldiers bustling beside the runic lines. The glow of torches intertwining with the blue radiance of the runes, creating an impregnable barrier. Qin Chang understood that a new and more brutal battle loomed ahead, and they were prepared to confront the challenges emerging from the depths of the Sunset Sea. In the western sky, the black aurora grew increasingly distinct, an ominous omen heralding the encroachment of darkness upon this land. Yet, within Qin Chang's heart resided no fear, only steadfastness. As long as he had Jon, Tyrion, Bai Ling, and all those who fought for the north at his side, they would surely triumph over the darkness once more, safeguarding this weathered, yet still hopeful land. Chapter 78. The black tide approaches as the runic lines of the western defense suddenly emitted a piercing hum. Qin Chang was busy preparing the reinforcement paste. The icy core fragments within the paste lost their luster in an instant, their blue glow suppressed by a heavy aura, resembling clear water tainted by ink. Seeping through cracks into the ice layer below, Bai Ling leaped suddenly, its golden mane bristling, unleashing a ferocious roar towards the far west. Its claws carving deep marks into the ice, causing the ground to tremble slightly. It was the Black Aurora. It had arrived 2 days earlier than anticipated. John's voice rang out from the direction of the defense line. As he sprinted towards them, wielding Longclaw, the glint of ice shards on the sword's pommel flickering violently. Though the blade's blue glow appeared dimmer than usual, the patrolling soldiers in the west signaled that the Black Aurora had reached the edge of the ice field, followed closely by 3 monstrous vanguards, charging towards the ice valley. Without hesitation, Qin Chang discarded the reinforcement paste, seizing the dragon crystal dagger and the fragments of the ice valley core, and followed John towards the western defense line. Along the way, soldiers of the north gathered in the same direction, their dragon crystal weapons emanating a faint glow, evidently sensing the oppressive presence of the Black Aurora. As they neared the defense line, he finally beheld the ominous black tide. The Black Aurora flowed like moving ink, spreading across the ice field, transforming the ice into a dull black wherever it passed, while the blue glow of the runic lines retreated against the black tide, like sparks extinguished by an overwhelming flood. 3 monstrous sea creatures surged at the forefront of the black tide. Although their size was slightly smaller than described by the scouts, they still towered at 2 stories high. Their black scales glimmered coldly under the sun, while their green eyes sparkled with a malevolent glint. Black liquid dripped continuously from their mouths, instantly freezing upon contact with the ice surface, forming dark ice crystals that swiftly expanded, thoroughly contaminating the surrounding runic lines. The figure clad in black atop the sea creature brandished a bone staff, summoning dark tendrils that slithered like countless serpents towards the fissures in the defense line. Loose arrows. Robert's voice thundered, prompting the Northman soldiers to unleash their dragon crystal arrows. As the arrowheads pierced the dark tendrils, a sibilant sound erupted. But only small gaps were left behind, quickly filled by the encroaching black tide. The sea creature, struck by the arrows, bore only faint white marks on its scales, which only served to enrage it further. It unleashed a torrent of black liquid, and several soldiers, unable to evade in time, found their armor corroding upon contact, their skin marred by black veins as they screamed in agony. Dragon crystal is ineffective against the black tide, Qin Chang shouted, clutching the fragment of the ice valley core in his hand. The blue light of the fragment intertwined with the tricolored glow of the runes as he slashed through the black tide, temporarily tearing a breach. The tainted runic lines began to slowly recover in the presence of the blue light, rejuvenated by the energy of the ice core. The fragment from the ice valley can purify the black tide. Quickly, distribute the fragments to the soldiers and press them onto the runic lines. John immediately shared the ice core fragments he carried with the nearby soldiers. They pressed the fragments onto the runic lines, and the blue light spread from the fragments, indeed slowing the advance of the black tide. However, the figure in black atop the sea creature soon noticed, and, waving the bone staff, issued commands. The 3 sea creatures abruptly shifted direction, charging toward the weakest point in the defense line, unleashing a torrential spray of black liquid upon the soldiers surrounding the fissure. "Stop them!" Robert shouted as he charged forward with his sword raised, only to be struck by the creature's tail fin, crashing heavily onto the ice and spitting out blood. The Northman soldiers quickly surrounded the creature, striking its scales with their dragon crystal swords, but could only leave scratches, suffering injuries from the creature's claws as the gap in the defense widened. The dark tendrils seeped into the ice valley through the breach, and even the ice veins beneath the ground began to emit a sinister black light. Tyrion, clutching the secrets of the ice core, sprinted from the ice chamber, his leg wound reopening with each step, blood soaking through the burlap. Yet he persevered, gritting his teeth. The tome contains a method. The ancient deep-sea god's weakness lies in its reverse scales. Each sea creature bears a white scale on its neck, the reverse scale. If we pierce it with a mixture of dragon crystal and ice core energy, we can slay the creature and purify the surrounding black tide. Qin Chang followed Tyrion's pointing finger and indeed spotted a white scale, incongruous amidst the black scales on one of the creature's necks. It glimmered faintly but was concealed by the surrounding black liquid, easily overlooked. He immediately clenched the dragon crystal dagger, channeling the energy of the ice valley core into the blade, causing its blue light to blaze intensely, resembling a burning blue torch. "White spirit, help me draw its attention," Qin Chang shouted, and the ice wolf instantly understood, its golden form leaping towards the sea monster's leg, claws aimed at the creature's joints. The sea monster, in agony, lowered its head and roared at Bai Ling, its reverse scales fully exposed before Qin Chang. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Chang sprang into the air, using the shoulder of a nearby soldier as leverage, flying towards the sea monster's neck. The dragon crystal dagger was aimed at the reverse scales, its blade glowing blue as it pierced through the black liquid and forcefully embedded itself into the scales. The sea monster let out a heart-wrenching scream, its green eyes losing their luster in an instant, its massive body crashing to the ground. The black scales turned to ash upon contact with the dagger's blue light, leaving only the pure white reverse scale, radiating a pristine glow, which fell onto the ice, instantly purifying the surrounding black tide. The other two sea monsters, witnessing their companion's demise, became even more ferocious, spewing black liquid with greater frequency. The figure in the black robe began to chant incantations, and suddenly, countless black tentacles erupted from the dark light, entwining towards the soldiers like creeping vines. Jon immediately used his long claw to sever the tentacles that were reaching for Robb, the blue light of the blade colliding with the tentacles, releasing a choking black smoke that obscured vision. "Qin Chang, the method for the reverse scales is effective. Hurry, let the others try it as well." Qin Chang picked up the white reverse scale from the ground, feeling its energy resonate with the fragments of the Ice Valley core, sensing within it a pure power capable of cleansing vast areas of black tide. He broke the reverse scale into smaller pieces and distributed them to the soldiers nearby. "Apply the reverse scale fragments to your dragon crystal weapons. It will pierce the sea monster's scales and locate the reverse scales." The soldiers immediately complied, and with the enhancement of the reverse scale fragments, the dragon crystal weapons glowed with a fierce blue light, finally leaving deep wounds on the sea monster's scales as they struck. Robb, enduring his injuries, swung his sword at the sea monster's leg, causing it to lose balance and expose its neck's reverse scales. Another soldier seized the moment, piercing the dragon crystal sword into the exposed area, and the sea monster crashed to the ground once more, the black tide being purified yet again. The last sea monster, sensing its impending doom, attempted to flee but was caught by Bai Ling, whose golden claws plunged deep into its scales. Qin Chang and Jon leapt simultaneously, driving their dragon crystal dagger and long claw into the reverse scales. The sea monster let out a final anguished cry, its enormous body disintegrating into ash, leaving only the white reverse scale on the ground, which completely purified the remaining black light. With the sea monster's demise, the figure in the black robe lost its power, its body beneath the robe dissolving into a pool of black liquid, cleansed by the radiance of the reverse scale. The black tide on the western defense line gradually receded, the tainted ice slowly returning to a pure blue under the influence of the reverse scale and ice core fragments. The blue light of the runic lines reignited, vibrant as if it had never been tainted. Exhausted, Qin Chang collapsed onto the ground, his arm trembling slightly from overexertion, the fragment of the Ice Valley core in his palm now dull and devoid of luster. Bai Ling approached, nudging his palm with her head, traces of black liquid on her golden mane vanishing upon contact with the light of the reverse scale. For the time being, they had held their ground. Jon approached him, but this was merely the vanguard of the sea monsters. The true threat still lingered in the depths of the Sunset Sea. Once the seal of the ancient sea deity was broken, more creatures would emerge. His words remained unspoken as the sky to the far west suddenly darkened. A black beam, tenfold thicker than before, ascended from the direction of the Sunset Sea, resembling a pillar connecting heaven and earth, with the surrounding clouds dyed a deep black, completely obscuring the sunlight. The mark on Qin Chang's body burned intensely. He sensed an evil presence 100 times more powerful than before emanating from the depths of the Sunset Sea, approaching the Ice Valley with insatiable greed and a desire for destruction. The ancient sea deity was about to be unsealed. Tyrion's voice trembled with fear as he flipped to the last page of the Secrets of the Ice Core, where a colossal black figure was depicted rising from the seabed, surrounded by countless sea monsters and cloaked figures. The marginal note read, "The unsealing of the ancient deity, the reversal of heaven and earth. Only the tears of the old gods can break the seal." "What are the tears of the old gods?" Qin Chang asked urgently, his gaze fixed on the immense black beam, understanding that the true battle had only just begun. Tyrion shook his head, his face etched with gravity. "The record does not specify. It merely mentions that the tears of the old gods are hidden in the northern altar, but none of us know where that altar lies." Suddenly, Bai Ling let out a roar towards the extreme north, her golden eyes glimmering as if to indicate a direction. Qin Yang's mark resonated with the north, allowing him to perceive the direction of the seal in the Cold Breath Valley, a pure energy akin to the inverse scale. Concealed like a star amidst the ice and snow, awaiting discovery. The northern altar might very well lie deep within the Cold Breath Valley. Rising to his feet, Qin Yang tightened his grip on the white inverse scale. No matter how perilous the journey may be, we must seek the tears of the old gods. Otherwise, the entire continent of Westeros will be annihilated by the ancient sea deity. Jon and Robb nodded in agreement, their soldiers gripping their weapons with newfound resolve, having shed their earlier fears for unwavering determination. The runic lines along the western defense flickered with blue light, serving as a temporary barrier against the encroaching black beam, yet reminding them that time was running short. The black beam to the far west continued to intensify, and faint roars from the direction of the Sunset Sea echoed, as if the ancient sea deity were summoning its followers and minions. Qin Yang gazed at the ominous black pillar, then turned his attention to the direction of the Cold Breath Valley in the north, his resolve crystallizing. Regardless of the dangers concealed within the northern altar or the existence of the tears of the old gods, they must embark on this new journey for the north, for the entirety of Westeros, to confront the ancient sea deity in a battle to the death. Chapter 79. The trail of the northern altar. The winds of the north blew fiercer than ever, swirling the snow on the icy plains into white vortices that struck Qin Yang's cloak, instantly freezing upon contact. He reined in his horse, gazing towards the Cold Breath Valley shrouded in a blizzard, where the blue light flickered amidst the storm, yet appeared significantly dimmer than before. Clearly, the black beam of the ancient sea deity had begun to affect the seal of the Cold Breath Valley, causing even the energy of the ice core veins to wane. The golden silhouette of Bai Ling stood out strikingly against the swirling snowstorm, racing ahead and occasionally halting to emit low growls in a specific direction. Its claws scraped the icy surface, scattering fine shards of ice as if searching for some hidden trace. The mark of Qin Yang rested against his chest, resonating faintly with the seal of the Cold Breath Valley, yet it stirred a familiar warmth upon reaching the depths of the blizzard. This energy, reminiscent of the white reverse scale, clearly indicated that the tear of the old god lay nearby. The storm raged fiercely. Pressing further would risk frostbite for the horse. Jon tightened the reins, his steed beginning to tremble, the vapor from its nostrils dissipating in the wind. We must dismount and proceed on foot, illuminating our path with the dragon crystal torch, lest we lose our way. Qin Yang nodded, dismounted, and tucked the fragment of the icy valley's core into his embrace. Though dimmed, the fragment still emanated a faint blue light, barely warding off the chill of the storm. Tyrion, leaning on an iron spear wrapped with dragon crystal shards, limped along. His leg wound ached more fiercely in the extreme northern cold, yet he gritted his teeth and kept pace. The secret chronicle of the ice core states that the tear of the old god is the heart of the altar, hidden within a stone platform originating from the same source as the ruins. The relics of the Cold Breath Valley were constructed by the old gods, and the altar must surely lie deeper within the ruins. The trio and their wolf trudged through the tempest, the flame of the dragon crystal torch shrinking against the wind, barely illuminating a few steps ahead. The layer of ice on the plains thickened, shimmering with a faint blue glow, a trace of the ice core's veins, yet marred by dark spots in certain areas, evidence of a black luminescence seeping through, signaling that even the farthest reaches of the icy wilderness were beginning to be tainted. After approximately half an hour, Bai Ling suddenly howled at a particular ice slope, leaping nimbly, its claws aimed at a specific point. Instantly, the ice layer shattered, revealing a concealed entrance. It was a narrow passageway, the walls inscribed with runes resembling those of the Cold Breath Valley ruins, glowing softly in blue light, starkly contrasting with the chill of the blizzard. This was the entrance to the altar. Qin Yang's mark blazed with heat. He could sense the pure energy emanating from the depths of the passage, more intense and warmer than the white reverse scale. Undoubtedly, the tear of the old god awaited within. Jon used his long claws to clear away the shattered ice at the entrance. The passage was more spacious than anticipated, allowing a person to pass through while stooping. He held the dragon crystal torch aloft and ventured in first, illuminating the murals adorning the passage walls. The murals depicted the scene of the old god sealing the ancient deity of the deep sea. The old god wielded a transparent crystal, pressing the ancient sea god beneath the ocean, its radiance identical to the blue glow of the passage's runes. Clearly, that crystal represented the tear of the old god. Tyrion leaned closer, pointing at the crystal in the mural. Look, the crystal is placed upon the stone platform of the altar, surrounded by runes identical to those in the passage. As long as we locate the stone platform, we can obtain the tear of the old god. At the end of the passage lay a vast ice chamber, at the center of which stood a circular stone platform, an exact replica of the scene depicted in the mural. Upon the stone platform, a transparent radiance shimmered. With a crystal the size of a fist suspended in its glow, this was the tear of the old god. The light emitted by the crystal was pure and warm, dispelling the chill of the entire ice chamber, causing even the black spots on the corridor walls to gradually fade away. At last, it had been found. Qin Chang hastened towards the stone platform, reaching out to seize the tear of the old god, only to be halted by an invisible barrier as he approached. The barrier shimmered with a pale blue light, resonating with the energy of the runes. Clearly a safeguard set by the old god to prevent outsiders from easily obtaining the crystal. It required the unraveling of the runic seal. Jon approached the stone platform, his long claws resonating with the barrier. The murals depicted the old god activating the runes with blood. Was this the key? Before he could finish his thought, the ice chamber trembled violently, and sounds of falling debris echoed from the direction of the corridor. Instantly, Qin Chang's mark became frigid, not the extreme cold of the north, but the dark energy of the ancient sea god, rapidly approaching along the corridor. It was evident that the ancient sea god had sensed their search for the tear of the old god, and had dispatched minions to thwart them. A sea monster, Bai Ling growled towards the corridor, its golden mane bristling. They were upon them. Suddenly, a roar erupted from the corridor as the head of a sea monster protruded, its black scales gleaming ominously, green eyes flashing with malice. The black liquid spewing from its mouth splattered onto the ice chamber floor, instantly corroding tiny holes into the surface. Behind the sea monster followed dozens of black-robed figures, wielding bone staffs, their dark energy spreading along the corridor, suppressing the blue light of the runes. "Quick, break the seal!" Qin Chang shouted to Jon while brandishing the dragon crystal dagger, aiming it towards the sea monster. "I will hold them off." Jon immediately placed his hand on the runes of the stone platform, the blue light of his claws merging with the runes in an attempt to activate the seal. Tyrion flipped to the last page of the Secrets of the Ice Core, searching for a method to unlock the seal. It was written. It required balancing the Guardian's mark with the resonance of the old god's runes, using the energy of the ice core to activate the seal. "Qin Chang, use your mark." Qin Chang swiftly turned, pressing his mark against the runes on the stone platform. The intertwining tricolor light with the blue glow of the runes and Jon's blue light formed a golden beam that spiraled around the stone platform. The barrier gradually became transparent, and the light of the tear of the old god intensified, completely purifying the black liquid within the ice chamber. Seeing the situation turn against them, the sea monster charged towards the platform, the black liquid spraying towards Qin Chang like a torrential downpour. Bai Ling leapt into action, shielding the liquid with its body. Black spots instantly dotting its golden mane, yet it steadfastly protected the platform, roaring at the sea monster. "Almost there." Jon's voice rang with urgency as the golden beam integrated into the barrier, causing its glow to diminish. "Just hold on a bit longer." Qin Chang gripped the dragon crystal dagger, aiming it at the sea monster's vulnerable scales. The blue light of the blade pierced through the black scales, eliciting a chilling scream from the creature as its massive body collapsed, blocking the entrance to the corridor and temporarily halting the advance of the black-robed figures and the sea monsters. At that moment, the barrier of the stone platform vanished entirely, and the light of the tear of the old god erupted in brilliance, enveloping the entire ice chamber. Qin Chang extended his hand to retrieve the crystal, which felt warm to the touch, akin to holding a flowing orb of light. He could sense the immense power contained within, potent enough to counter the dark energy of the ancient sea god, even capable of sealing it completely. He had obtained it, raising the tear of the old god. The crystal's radiance spread along his arm, purging the lingering black energy in the ice chamber. "We must depart swiftly to thwart the ancient sea god." Jon and Tyrion immediately followed suit, while White Ling rose from the ground, the black spots on its golden mane gradually fading in the glow of the tear of the old god. The trio and the wolf hastily retraced their steps along the passage, where the runes adorning the walls glimmered with an intensified blue light under the crystal's illumination, temporarily obstructing the pursuing figures in black robes and the sea monsters. As they exited the passage, the blizzard had subsided, yet the black beam to the far west had grown thicker, resembling a dark pillar connecting heaven and earth, casting the surrounding clouds in ebony hues, while even the sealing blue light of the Cold Breath Valley dimmed under the pressure of the black beam. Qin Chang gripped the tear of the old god tightly. The crystal's light resonated with his mark, forming a transparent shield that enveloped the trio and the wolf, protecting them from the encroaching darkness. The ancient sea god was on the verge of complete unsealing. Tyrion gazed at the black beam to the west. We must return to the Ice Valley post-haste. Only by harnessing the power of the tear of the old god in conjunction with the seals of the Cold Breath Valley can we halt it completely. Qin Chang nodded, mounting his steed, clutching the tear of the old god firmly in his grasp. The crystal's glow flowed along the reins, instilling courage in the mount against the chill of the black beam. White Ling sprinted alongside the horse, its golden form illuminated by the crystal's radiance. Resembling a beacon of hope, racing towards the Ice Valley. The black beam to the far west continued to intensify, the roar of the ancient sea god faintly echoing in the distance, heralding impending destruction. Yet, within Qin Chang's heart, there was no trace of fear, only resolve. With the tear of the old god in hand, alongside Jon, Tyrion, and White Ling, as well as the soldiers awaiting them in the Ice Valley, they were united in their determination to once again triumph over darkness and safeguard the peace of the continent of Westeros. The sound of hoofbeats resonated across the frozen plains, intertwining with the glow of the tear of the old god, akin to a battle hymn leading them towards the final confrontation, gently playing beneath the skies of the far north. Chapter 80. The interception. On the return journey, the wind across the ice plains swirled with fragments of the black beam, striking the shield of the tear of the old god with a crisp, crackling sound. Qin Chang urged his horse onward, the warm light emanating from the crystal in his palm growing ever brighter, akin to a pulsating sun, dispersing the surrounding dark spots. White Ling's golden form raced alongside, its claws gliding over the icy surface, even the residual chill melting away under the crystal's light, leaving only a faint blue glow that resonated with the veins of ice. Ahead lay the cracked ice gorge. Jon suddenly reined in his horse, pointing towards the entrance of the gorge, the only path back to the Ice Valley, flanked by steep ice walls, making it susceptible to ambush. Qin Chang followed his gaze, observing the faint black glow at the entrance of the cracked ice gorge, where the ice walls revealed the glimmer of dark scales, indicating that the minions of the ancient sea god had long since laid their trap. His mark instantly turned cold, and he could sense the dense, malevolent thoughts emanating from the depths of the canyon. At least a dozen sea monsters lurked there, along with countless figures cloaked in black, all awaiting their prey. No detours. Tyrion's voice was laced with urgency as he gazed towards the black light in the far west. The dark pillar had begun to drip a viscous black liquid, as if the sky were bleeding. The ancient god of the deep sea was on the verge of being fully unleashed, and to take a detour would mean missing the optimal sealing opportunity. The defenses of the Ice Valley would not hold much longer. Suddenly, White Spirit let out a low growl towards the canyon entrance, its golden form dashing a few steps in that direction before turning back to Qin Chang, as if signaling that a breakthrough was possible. Qin Chang tightened his grip on the tear of the old god. The crystal's radiance resonated more powerfully with his mark, expanding the range of the protective light several-fold, enveloping Jon and Tyrion within its embrace. Let us forge a path with the light of the tear of the old god. The sea monsters and the cloaked figures fear this radiance. We shall charge through. The three of them galloped into the ice rift, the light from the tear of the old god forming a golden barrier ahead, while the fragments of the black light disintegrated into fine ash upon contact with the barrier. Suddenly, dozens of black tentacles sprang forth from the icy walls, slithering towards them like venomous serpents, but upon touching the light shield, they emitted a hissing sound and dissolved into pools of black liquid, leaving deep corrosive marks on the ice. It was the tentacles of the ancient god of the deep sea. Jon raised his clawed weapon, the blue light of the blade intertwining with the shield, severing a stray tentacle that had slipped through. They were exploiting the power of the black light to emerge from the ice. A sudden deafening roar echoed from the depths of the canyon, and three larger sea monsters erupted from beneath the ice, their black scales glinting coldly, with fierce green eyes ablaze. Upon their backs stood three cloaked figures, wielding bone staves that glowed with a dark crimson light, evidently the leaders of the deep-sea cult, responsible for orchestrating this ambush. Stop them. We cannot allow the tear of the old god to return to the Ice Valley, the foremost cloaked figure shrieked, brandishing his bone staff. The icy walls of the canyon suddenly cracked open, unleashing countless black tentacles that surged forth from the fissures like a tidal wave, rushing towards Qin Chang and his companions. Qin Chang raised the tear of the old god above his head, the crystal's light erupting in a brilliant glare, the golden beam slicing through the air like a colossal sword. The tentacles disintegrated into ash within the light, and the sea monster's black scales began to peel away, revealing the crimson flesh beneath, evidently scorched by the radiance. "Charge ahead," Qin Chang shouted, spurring his horse towards the sea monsters. The light of the tear of the old god suppressed their movements. They became sluggish, their green eyes filled with terror, yet at the urging of the cloaked figures. They still lunged towards the shield. White spirit leaped into the air, targeting the bone staff of one cloaked figure with its golden claws. The clash of golden light against the crimson glow shattered the staff, and the cloaked figure let out a piercing scream as he fell from the sea monster's back, instantly purified by the radiance of the shield, leaving not a trace behind. Jon, meanwhile, aimed his clawed weapon at the vulnerable scale of a sea monster. The blue light of the blade, enhanced by the tear of the old god, becoming exceedingly fierce as it pierced through the black scales and struck the soft flesh beneath. The sea monster emitted a piercing cry of anguish, its colossal form crashing to the ground, obstructing half of the gorge's passage and momentarily halting the pursuers behind. "There are two more." Tyrion's voice was laced with tension as he jabbed his iron spear at the leg of another sea monster, leaving only a shallow mark on its scaled hide. The radiance of the tear of the old gods was dimming. We needed to escape the gorge swiftly. Qin Chang glanced down and saw that the tear of the old gods in his palm had indeed lost some of its brilliance, clearly having expended considerable energy through continuous usage. He immediately adjusted his grip, concentrating the light to shield only the three of them and their horse, propelling them towards the gorge's exit with renewed vigor. The leading sea monster sensed the impending danger and violently expelled a stream of black liquid, which transformed midair into a dark net, attempting to ensnare them. Qin Chang swiftly focused the light of the tear ahead, the golden beam piercing through the black net, utterly tearing it apart while simultaneously enveloping the monster's head. The creature let out a chilling scream as its head disintegrated into ashes in the radiant glow, its massive body crashing down, completely blocking the gorge's passage. The last sea monster, witnessing the demise of its companions alongside the cloaked figure, turned to flee, only to be pursued by the white spirit. The golden claws pierced the heart of the black-robed man, and the sea monster gradually succumbed to the light of the tear of the old gods, transforming into ashes. As they burst forth from the ice-cracked gorge, shadows of a dark beam were already visible in the direction of the ice valley. This black pillar had grown thicker, even darkening the clouds above, with faint sounds of battle emanating from the ice valley, indicating that the defenses had been breached by the sea monsters and the soldiers were fiercely resisting. The ice valley was in turmoil. Qin Chang's heart raced as he galloped towards the ice valley, the light of the tear of the old gods igniting once more to illuminate their path. They needed to return quickly, combining the tear's power with the seals of the Cold Breath Valley to completely imprison the ancient sea god. Jon and Tyrion hastened their pace as well, the sounds of crumbling stones from the ice-cracked gorge indicating that it was collapsing, burying the remaining pursuers entirely. The trio and the wolf raced across the ice plains, the light of the tear of the old gods shining like a beacon of hope, piercing through the black clouds towards the ice valley. As they approached the ice valley, the sounds of battle grew ever clearer. The western defensive line of the ice valley had been breached, and countless sea monsters wielding ice spears advanced toward the ice chamber. The black beams spread through the gap in the defenses, staining the ice veins black, diminishing the blue glow of the ice chamber, which threatened to extinguish at any moment. Robb, leading the soldiers of the north, formed the last line of defense at the entrance of the ice chamber, his longsword battered and his body wounded in multiple places. Yet he steadfastly held the entrance against the encroaching sea monsters. The night watchmen had exhausted their arrows, resorting to fighting the sea monsters in close quarters with dragon crystal daggers, suffering heavy casualties. Lord Qin Chang has returned. A soldier, spotting the light of the tear of the old gods, shouted with excitement, his voice imbued with a flicker of hope amidst despair. Robb, seeing them, felt a glimmer of light in his eyes as he immediately organized the soldiers to rally towards the source of the light, attempting to leverage the glow of the tear to temporarily repel the assault of the sea monsters. The sea monster, upon catching sight of the radiance emanating from the tear of the old god, found its movements becoming sluggish, its green eyes filled with dread. Yet, under the control of the ancient deity of the deep sea, it continued its relentless advance toward the ice chamber. Qin Chang dismounted, grasping the tear of the old god in his hand as he sprinted toward the ice chamber, commanding, "Jon, hold the entrance with the soldiers, preventing the sea monsters from encroaching. Tyrion, proceed to the Cold Breath Valley to ensure the stability of the seal. I shall enter the ice chamber." Harnessing the power of the tear of the old god in conjunction with the energy of the ruins to prepare for the sealing of the ancient sea deity, Jon and Tyrion immediately accepted their orders, while White Spirit trailed closely behind Qin Chang, its golden form weaving through the sea monsters. Its claws aimed at the monster's vulnerable scales, carving a path toward the ice chamber. Qin Chang tightened his grip on the tear of the old god. The crystal's glow resonated with the azure light of the ice chamber, signaling that the final battle had commenced. The cacophony of combat echoed throughout the ice valley. The roars of the sea monsters intertwined with the shouts of the soldiers. The clash of black light and the brilliance of the tear of the old god created a stark boundary within the ice valley, heralding the impending confrontation of light and darkness, set to unfold before the ruins of the ice chamber. Chapter 81. The resonance of the ruins. The stone door of the ice chamber gradually closed behind Qin Chang, muffling much of the tumult outside. The runes upon the stone platform glimmered under the light of the tear of the old god, awakening like stars, casting a soft blue glow that intertwined with the warm light of the crystal, forming a semi-transparent web of light in the center of the ice chamber. Qin Chang placed the tear of the old god into the recess of the stone platform, his palm pressing against the crystal as 3 colors of light spread through the runic veins, akin to streams merging into the sea, instantly filling the entire ice chamber. It was imperative for the sealing energy of the Cold Breath Valley to resonate. Qin Chang's consciousness linked with the mark, allowing him to distinctly perceive the waning blue light from the far north, the encroachment of the black light having already reached the Cold Breath Valley. Tyrion must stabilize the seal swiftly, otherwise, relying solely on the ruins and the tear of the old god would not suffice to contain the ancient sea deity. Abruptly, the stone platform trembled violently, the blue light of the runes flickering erratically, as if something was forcibly interfering. Qin Chang looked up to witness black fissures forming in the ice layer above the chamber, black liquid dripping from the cracks. Sizzling as it fell upon the web of light, the edges of the web beginning to dissolve slowly. The power of the ancient sea deity was penetrating through the ice core veins, directly assaulting the ruins of the ice chamber. It cannot be allowed to destroy the ruins. Qin Chang embedded fragments of the ice valley's core into the crevices of the stone platform, the blue light of the fragments intertwining with the web of light, momentarily stabilizing the dissolving edges. His mark resonated more powerfully with the tear of the old god. A golden beam of light emanating from the warm glow of the crystal shot toward the fissures in the ice chamber's ceiling, instantly reducing the black liquid to ash, temporarily sealing the cracks with blue light. Outside the ice chamber, Jon's claws severed the head of a sea monster. The blue light of the blade, enhanced by the residual power of the tear of the old god, proved more potent than ever, though it began to dim due to the relentless fighting. Robb's sword had shattered. He seized a dragon crystal dagger from the ground and plunged it fiercely into the vulnerable scales of a sea monster. As the dagger pierced through the scales, the sea monster collapsed, yet 2 more surged forth from behind, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Hold the entrance. Do not allow them to approach the ice chamber. Jon shouted at the soldiers, the icy spikes of the sword tassel resonating with the blue light of the ice chamber. Qin Chang was still activating the seal. If we hold on, victory will be ours. The Night's Watch had exhausted their arrows, and the soldiers could only engage the sea monsters in close combat with their dragon crystal weapons. A young soldier from the north was wounded by the claws of a sea creature, and black liquid spread from the wound. Yet, he clung desperately to the creature's leg, yelling to his comrades, "Quick, stab its vulnerable scale. Don't mind me." Jon rushed over, aiming Longclaw at the creature's weak spot. The creature let out a piercing scream, its massive body crashing down upon the soldier, who gradually lost his struggle as the black liquid consumed him. Pain flashed in Jon's eyes. But there was no time to linger. More sea monsters were surging through the breach in the defenses, the black light creeping ever closer to the entrance of the ice chamber, while the blue glow of the runic lines swayed perilously in the encroaching darkness. In the direction of Coldbreath Valley, Tyrion ran while supporting himself on the ice core veins. His leg injury had torn open completely, blood staining the coarse fabric. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. The ceiling stone platform in Coldbreath Valley was emanating a black glow, the dark tendrils spreading along the veins. And the light of the ice core fragments at the center of the platform was waning, on the verge of extinguishment. Just hold on a little longer. Tyrion scattered the dragon crystal powder he carried onto the ceiling stone platform, the powder clashing with the black tendrils, releasing a cloud of white smoke that temporarily halted the erosion. Qin Chang would soon activate the relic, as long as they could endure until then. They could completely seal the ancient god of the deep sea. Suddenly, the ceiling stone platform trembled violently, and a massive tentacle emerged from the black tendrils, curling toward Tyrion like a giant serpent. Tyrion immediately rolled to evade it, But the iron spear became ensnared by the tentacle, corroded into a heap of scrap metal in an instant. He drew his dragon crystal dagger and struck at the base of the tentacle. The blue light of the blade collided with the tentacle, creating a cloud of black smoke that stung his eyes shut. Yet the tentacle merely hesitated for a moment before continuing its advance. At that moment, a golden beam of light shot from the direction of the ice valley, piercing through the tentacle in an instant. The tentacle emitted a hissing sound, dissolving into a puddle of black liquid. Tyrion looked up to see a strong warm light radiating from the direction of the ice chamber. The tears of the old god had penetrated the chamber, resonating with the sealing stone platform in Coldbreath Valley. The ice core fragments at the center of the platform reignited with blue light, and the speed of the black tendrils' erosion suddenly slowed. Qin Chang succeeded. Tyrion shouted with excitement and immediately ran toward the sealing stone platform, reinforcing the seal with dragon crystal powder and ice core fragments. Just hold on a little longer. The seal was almost complete. Inside the ice chamber, Qin Chang's mark merged entirely with the tears of the old god and the relic runes. A golden beam shot forth from the crystal, piercing through the top of the ice chamber and connecting with the blue light of Coldbreath Valley, forming a pillar of light that shot into the heavens. The black tendrils above the ice valley began to writhe violently, as if drawn to the pillar of light, converging toward it. The movements of the sea monsters slowed. Their green eyes filled with terror, no longer attacking but trembling in place. Now is the time, Qin Chang shouted, pouring all his strength into the mark. A golden beam of light suddenly erupted, enveloping the entire ice valley. The black tendrils swiftly dissipated in the brilliance, the bodies of the sea monsters turning to ash, and the skeletal staffs of the cloaked figures shattered into fragments. Their anguished cries echoed as they vanished completely within the radiance. Outside the ice chamber, Jon and Robb paused their battle, gazing up at the golden column with eyes full of astonishment. The soldiers too laid down their weapons, watching as the black tendrils gradually faded, the blue glow of the ice core veins becoming pure once more. The stone door of the ice chamber slowly creaked open, and Qin Chang emerged, the ancient tear of the old gods in his hand still emanating a warm light, though now somewhat dimmed. Is it over? Robb approached, disbelief lacing his voice. Qin Chang nodded, watching the golden beam gradually dissipate. The ancient god of the deep sea has been sealed once more. The tear of the old gods, combined with the seals of the Coldbreath Valley and the relics of the ice chamber, forms a triune barrier. As long as these three barriers remain unbroken, it shall never emerge again. Tyrion also hurried from the direction of Coldbreath Valley, his face weary yet adorned with a smile. The sealing stone platform has stabilized, and the black marks of the ice core veins are receding. The north is safe. White Fang nuzzled against Qin Chang's palm, the dust on its golden mane gradually vanishing in the warm light. Jon patted Qin Chang on the shoulder, the blue glow of Longclaw resonating with the warm light of the tear of the old gods, the icy spikes of the sword's pommel shimmering softly. We did it, just as we have every time before. The soldiers of the ice valley erupted into cheers, their fatigue overshadowed by joy, supporting one another. They beheld the blue glow of the ice core veins recovering the valley. The remnants of the black tendrils completely vanished. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, illuminating this battle-worn land. Qin Chang surveyed the scene before him, yet he did not entirely relax. He glanced down at the tear of the old gods in his hand. Though its brilliance had dimmed, he could still sense a faint tremor within it, the ancient god's reluctant roar, sealed yet still lurking in the darkness, waiting for an opportunity. However, he understood that as long as they remained, as long as the Night's Watch, the soldiers of the north, the lords of the others, and all those who fought for this land stood firm, they would safeguard these three barriers and preserve the peace of the north. Future crises may arise, yet as long as they trusted and supported one another, no darkness would be insurmountable. The cheers of the ice valley still resonated through the sky, intertwining with the sunlight and blue glow, a triumphant hymn that marked a temporary conclusion to their arduous battle. Qin Chang and his companions would continue to protect this land, awaiting the next challenge, yet forever believing that light would ultimately triumph over darkness, and peace would endure upon the continent of Westeros. Chapter 82. The aftermath of the sealing. The morning light in the ice valley bore warmth, cascading over the scarred defenses. Qin Chang crouched beside a fissure in the western line, applying a mixture of dragon crystal powder and ice core paste to the surface. The paste glimmered with blue light, merging seamlessly with the runic lines, as the marks eroded by the black tendrils visibly faded at an accelerating pace. Bai Ling lay at his feet, her golden claws pawing at a fragment of a sea monster's scale, which shimmered dully under the sunlight, only to disintegrate into ashes upon contact with the icy core south. The Lord of the Others stirred. Jon's voice resonated from the direction of the ice chamber, as he held a warm tankard of ale. The icicles adorning the sword's hilt glimmered with a gentle blue light. It wishes to meet you. There are significant matters regarding the seal that must be discussed. Qin Chang wiped the powder from his hands, accepted the ale, and took a sip, warmth cascading down his throat, dispelling the remnants of fatigue. He followed Jon toward the ice chamber, passing Northman soldiers diligently clearing the battlefield, gathering the shattered bones of the sea creatures and the remains of the black cloaks for incineration. The flames of the dragon crystal torches reduced the remnants to ashes, filling the air with a faint charred scent, yet also imbued with the essence of rebirth. Within the ice chamber, the Lord of the Others stood beside the stone platform, the fissures in its icy armor having largely healed, the runes emanating a pure blue light, though a faint black mark lingered at its chest. This was a remnant of the previous struggle against the fallen others, a mark that, even upon awakening, had not completely faded. Upon seeing Qin Chang, its consciousness immediately conveyed a grave message. Though the seal is intact, the power of the ancient god of the deep has not entirely dissipated. Its residual essence remains within the icy core's veins, like a seed, awaiting the opportunity for revival. Qin Chang approached the stone platform, placing his palm against the runes. He sensed a faint disturbance deep within the veins, a subtle black essence, concealed within the blue light of the icy core, imperceptible unless one focused intently, aligning perfectly with the Lord of the Others' description of the residual essence. What consequences might this residual essence entail? He inquired, as the blue light from his fingertips intertwined with the runes, attempting to purify the black essence, but could only lull it into temporary dormancy, failing to eradicate it completely. The residual essence will gradually corrode the icy core's veins. Over time, it will weaken the Trinity seal, the Lord of the Others warned, its icy visage turning toward the direction of the Valley of Cold Breath, where the sealing stone platform had begun to exhibit faint black veins. If not addressed promptly, fissures in the seal may emerge within 6 months. Jon instinctively placed his hand upon the hilt of his sword, his eyes filled with vigilance. What must we do? Can dragon crystal powder and shards of the icy core purify the residual essence? The Lord of the Others shook its head, the runes upon its icy armor flickering uncertainly. The residual essence is the primordial breath of the ancient god of the deep. Ordinary methods cannot purify it. Only the power of the tears of the old gods can suffice. However, the radiance of the tears has dimmed. It requires absorption of the icy core's energy to restore its potency, a process that will take at least 3 months. During this time, we must guard the icy core's veins, preventing any opportunity for the residual essence to spread. Qin Chang tightened his grip on the tears of the old gods. The crystal's warm glow so faint it was nearly imperceptible, yet upon contact with the icy core's veins, it flickered with a hint of brilliance. Clearly, as the Lord of the Others had stated, it needed time to regain its energy. I will remain in the ice chamber, using the mark to guide the icy core's energy into the tears. He looked up at the Lord of the Others. The patrol of the icy core's veins shall be entrusted to you and the Night's Watch. Should you detect any spread of the residual essence, inform me immediately. The Lord of the White Walkers nodded, a flicker of reassurance washing over him. I shall dispatch the most elite of the White Walkers to patrol along the ice core veins, ensuring that the shadow essence finds no opportunity to infiltrate. As the three emerged from the icy chamber, Tyrion leaned against his newly forged iron spear, meticulously tallying supplies outside the medical tent. His leg injury had largely healed, yet he still required the support of the spear to walk. Upon seeing Qin Chang and the others, he approached with his characteristic grin. I have just received word from King's Landing. The imp has sent envoys to the north, claiming they wish to deliver a shipment of dragonglass weaponry and herbs, and seek an alliance with us to jointly confront any potential crises. Envoys from King's Landing? Jon's brow furrowed slightly. The imp had always been ambitious, and his sudden overture for alliance likely harbored ulterior motives beyond mere crisis management. Regardless of his intentions, the arrival of dragonglass and herbs was an opportunity too valuable to dismiss. Tyrion smiled widely, waving the list in his hand. The envoy will arrive in 3 days. We must prepare ourselves, at least to present an appearance befitting a stronghold capable of defending the north, lest we become the subject of their mockery. Qin Chang gazed towards King's Landing, where the sky bore a faint gray hue, starkly contrasting the clarity of the north. He understood that the imp's alliance was no mere coincidence. It might be linked to the news of the ancient sea god's sealing, or perhaps a means to gauge the north's strength. After all, the north had recently triumphed over the vines, the breath of the cold god, and the ancient sea deity, establishing itself as a formidable force on the continent of Westeros. Let the envoys in, but we must enhance our vigilance. Qin Chang's voice carried a note of caution. Soldiers should closely monitor their every move, ensuring they do not approach the icy chamber or the valley of cold breath. The tears of the old gods and the ceiling must remain unknown to King's Landing. Tyrion nodded, tucking the list into his coat. Fear not. I shall ensure they see only what we wish them to see. Suddenly, White Spirit let out a low growl towards the eastern side of the ice valley, darting in that direction. Qin Chang and Jon immediately followed, discovering an other crouched beside the ice core veins, emitting a warning consciousness towards a black spot on the ground. This was a sign of the shadow essence's spread, more pronounced than previously sensed, as the black spot slowly extended towards the icy chamber. The shadow essence has begun to spread. Qin Chang's mark instantly flared with heat as he pressed the tears of the old gods against the black spot. Though the crystal's warm light was faint, it succeeded in halting the spread of the dark stain. The Lord of the White Walkers, at once, commanded the others to secure this area, utilizing the energy of the ice core to temporarily suppress the shadow essence. I shall return to the icy chamber to expedite the energy infusion into the tears of the old gods. The Lord of the White Walkers swiftly issued his orders, and several elite others rapidly encircled the black spot, their blue light intertwining with the glow of the veins, forming a barrier that securely trapped the shadow essence. Meanwhile, Qin Chang sprinted towards the icy chamber, White Spirit racing alongside him, eyes of gold filled with vigilance, clearly aware of the threat posed by the shadow essence. The cheers of the ice valley had long since dissipated, replaced by a palpable tension. Soldiers ceased their cleanup of the battlefield, arming themselves and patrolling along the ice core veins, while the Night's Watch and the others heightened their vigilance, ready to confront the encroachment of the shadow essence at any moment. Qin Chang understood that tranquility was but a fleeting illusion. The presence of shadows signified that the threat of the ancient gods of the deep had not entirely faded. Within a span of 3 months, they must restore the tear of the old god as energy and utterly purify the shadows, or the north would once again plunge into peril. He stepped into the ice chamber, placing the tear of the old god back into the stone pedestal's hollow, his palm pressed firmly against the crystal. The blue glow of the ice core's veins slowly coursed through the runes, infusing the crystal with warmth, akin to a star awakening from slumber. Qin Chang closed his eyes, merging his consciousness with the tear of the old god and the ice core's veins, sensing the flow of energy and the concealed shadows lurking deep within the veins. They lay dormant in the darkness, yet they had never surrendered, resembling a pack of hunters poised for the opportune moment to strike. Outside the ice chamber, the patrol of the Ice Whites had commenced, the footsteps of the Night's Watch intertwining with the clash of ice armor, forming a vigilant barrier. Tyrion was preparing for the arrival of the emissary from King's Landing. Though his face bore a smile, he was discreetly orchestrating defenses to preclude any unforeseen incidents. Jon stood at the entrance of the ice chamber, the blue glow of Longclaw resonating with the warm light within, embodying a steadfast guardian, safeguarding the revival ceremony taking place inside and the last hope of the north. Sunlight streamed through the crevices of the ice chamber, illuminating Qin Chang's face and the tear of the old god. The warm glow of the crystal grew increasingly radiant, intertwining with the blue light of the ice core's veins, forming a comforting web of light that enveloped the entire chamber. Qin Chang was acutely aware that the next 3 months would be a race against time, a confrontation with the shadows. Victory in this struggle was imperative for the North to genuinely embrace enduring peace. Chapter 83. The emissary from King's Landing. The winds of the Ice Valley carried the crispness of autumn, causing the dragon crystal torches outside the barrier to flicker gently. Qin Chang stood at the entrance of the ice chamber, gazing down the eastern path, where the tear of the old god in his palm emitted a soft, warm glow. After 3 days of energy infusion, although the brilliance of the crystal had yet to be fully restored, it was now capable of stabilizing and suppressing the shadows of the ice core's veins. Nevertheless, the dark spot to the east still required vigilant watch by the Ice Whites, as any lapse in caution could lead to its spread. White Spirit lay at his feet, her golden ears occasionally swiveling towards the east, emitting low purring sounds from her throat. Jon approached, wielding Longclaw, the icy shards of the sword reflecting the warm light of the tear of the old god. The Night's Watch had already set up concealed sentries along both sides of the eastern path, while Tyrion awaited at the valley's mouth with soldiers, ensuring that the emissary would not approach the ice chamber or the valley of cold breath. Qin Chang nodded, his gaze falling upon the stone pedestal of the ice chamber. where the runes radiated a steady blue light, intermingling with the warm glow of the tear of the old god, forming an invisible barrier that safeguarded the secrets within. He understood that the visit from the emissary of King's Landing was anything but simple. The imp was well known for cloaking ambition with the guise of benefit. The dragon crystals and herbs he had sent might serve as bait or possibly a test. In the distance, the sound of hooves echoed, and Tyrion's figure emerged at the valley's mouth, flanked by several individuals clad in the attire of King's Landing. At the forefront was a tall, lean man draped in a deep red cloak, emblazoned with the lion emblem of House Lannister, clearly the emissary dispatched by the cunning imp. The envoy's gaze continuously swept across the defenses of the Ice Valley, his eyes filled with scrutiny, while his fingers unconsciously caressed the dagger at his waist. As if assessing the strength of the Ice Valley, Lord Qin Chang, Lord Jon, Tyrion announced, leading the envoy forward with a veneer of a formal smile. This envoy was the personal attendant of Lord Tywin Lannister, the Prime Minister of King's Landing, by the name of Clyne. Clyne nodded slightly, his gaze traversing between Qin Chang and Jon, ultimately resting upon the tear of the old gods nestled in Qin Yang's palm, a flicker of curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Yet he refrained from further inquiry. Instead, he produced a scroll of parchment from his cloak. The Prime Minister has heard of the North's encounter with the ancient sea deity's incursion and has tasked me with delivering a shipment of dragonglass weapons and herbs, in hopes of forging an alliance with the North to jointly safeguard the peace of Westeros. Qin Chang accepted the parchment, which outlined the terms of the alliance. King's Landing would provide material support, while the North was expected to send troops to assist in times of crisis for King's Landing. The terms appeared equitable at first glance, yet subtly demanded that the North share methods for combating dark forces, clearly probing for secrets regarding the tear of the old gods and the seal. "Thank you for the Prime Minister's goodwill," Qin Chang replied, handing the parchment to Jon, his tone neutral. "The matter of alliance must be discussed with the lords of the North before any decisions are made. As for the supplies, we shall dispatch soldiers to inventory and receive them." Clyne's smile faltered momentarily, and his gaze shifted once more towards the direction of the ice chamber. Having heard of the ancient relics in the Ice Valley capable of countering dark forces, he inquired whether Lord Qin Chang could grant him a visit, so he might return to the Prime Minister with proof of the North's capacity for self-defense. "The relics are currently under restoration and are not open for visitation." Jon interjected promptly, adding that the relics pertained to the secrets of the North and could not be made accessible to outsiders, requesting the envoy's understanding. Clyne's expression darkened slightly, yet he refrained from expressing his displeasure, merely nodding, though his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the eastern ice vein. There, a patrol of White Walkers stood guard by a blackened spot, the blue glow of their ice armor starkly illuminated in the sunlight, evidently noticing something amiss. At that moment, an alert consciousness from the east suddenly echoed. Qin Yang's mark flared with heat, and he immediately sprinted towards the eastern side, with White Spirit following closely behind, his golden figure leaving a trail upon the icy expanse. A flicker of confusion crossed Clyne's eyes as he wished to follow, but was halted by Tyrion. "The envoy has traveled far. It would be prudent to rest in the tent first. I shall have provisions prepared to welcome you." By the blackened spot adjacent to the eastern ice vein, the darkness had expanded several times, and the blue barrier of the White Walkers was being eroded by the shadow essence, fine cracks appearing upon the barrier as the black aura spread, instantly darkening the ice beneath and causing the blue glow of the ice vein to dim. "The shadow essence has suddenly intensified," Qin Chang exclaimed, pressing the tear of the old gods against the blackened spot. The crystal's warm light erupted in a brilliant flash, temporarily suppressing the shadow essence. "White Walker Lord, have you ascertained the cause? Why has the shadow essence surged so suddenly?" The White Walker Lord's consciousness bore a grave weight. This is not a natural spread. Someone is guiding the shadow essence from afar. Just moments ago, a strange energy fluctuation emanated from the east, resonating with the shadow essence, leading to this sudden intensification. A heaviness settled in Qin Chang's heart as he gazed towards the east, the direction of King's Landing. The sudden intensification of the shadowy aura upon Clyne's arrival at the Ice Valley was no mere coincidence. He directed his attention towards the valley's entrance, where Clyne's tent emitted a faint crimson glow, resonating eerily with the fluctuations of the shadowy energy, revealing that a nefarious agent was at work. It was Clyne. Qin Chang's voice seethed with fury. He was no mere servant of the little demon, but a remnant of the deep sea cult. His appearance in the Ice Valley was not for the purpose of alliance, but to orchestrate the spread of the shadowy aura and sabotage the seal. Jon Snow immediately unsheathed his long claw, declaring, "Let us apprehend him. We cannot allow him to continue guiding the shadowy aura." The two of them dashed towards the entrance of the valley. Upon nearing the vicinity of the tent, they beheld Qin standing outside, clutching a dark red crystal that pulsed with a light identical to the shadowy energy, evidently a medium for channeling it. Upon spotting Qin Chang and his companion, Qin let out a mocking laugh and crushed the crystal. Dark red energy erupted instantaneously, hurtling towards the eastern direction of the shadowy aura. "You think you can seize me? It is too late," Qin bellowed. The shadowy aura had already been activated. It would not be long before the seal was breached, allowing the ancient god of the deep sea to return. When that time came, the entirety of Westeros would become the dominion of the ancient deity. Bai Ling leaped into action, her golden claws aimed at Qin's throat. However, Qin was prepared. He drew a dragon crystal dagger from his cloak and lunged towards the dire wolf. Qin Chang swiftly threw his own dragon crystal dagger, deflecting Qin's strike, while Jon seized the moment to charge forward. The blue glow of Longclaw aimed at Qin's chest. The blade pierced through his cloak, but was halted upon contact with the black scales that adorned his chest, which bore a striking resemblance to those of a sea monster, evidently altered by the power of the ancient god of the deep sea. "Did you not anticipate this? I am also a member of the deep sea cult." Qin cackled maniacally as his cloak tore apart, revealing a body covered in black scales. "The little demon has long been under our control. King's Landing is now the territory of the deep sea cult. What you believed to be an alliance was merely our trap." Qin Chang tightened his grip around the tier of the old gods, the warm light of the crystal intertwining with the tricolored glow of the sigil, forming a golden beam that surged towards Qin. The beam penetrated the black scales, eliciting a piercing scream from Qin as his body gradually disintegrated into ash within the luminous aura, leaving behind the crushed dark red crystal, which emanated a faint glow on the ground before being purified by the warm light. After Qin's demise, the shadowy aura to the east began to stabilize, and the proliferation of black spots ceased. Qin Chang collected the shards of the dark red crystal, recognizing that its energy aligned perfectly with the shadowy aura. Clearly a guiding medium crafted by the deep sea cult for remote manipulation. King's Landing has been seized by the deep sea cult. Jon's voice was grave. The little demon has likely met with misfortune or has become a puppet of the deep sea cult. We must swiftly inform the other lords and prepare for what is to come. Qin Chang nodded solemnly, gazing towards the direction of King's Landing, where the sky glimmered with a faint red hue, reminiscent of the dark red crystal's glow, indicating that the deep sea cult had firmly established its foothold in King's Landing and was poised to expand into other regions. He was aware that the threat of the shadow had not yet been vanquished. King's Landing had fallen once more into the hands of the deep sea cult, and the crisis on the continent of Westeros was merely beginning. Tyrion approached the two, his face devoid of its usual mirth. It appeared we had underestimated the power of the deep sea cult. They were not only concealed in the Sunset Sea, but had also infiltrated King's Landing. What course of action should we take next? Should we first purify the shadow, or rush to support King's Landing? Qin Chang tightened his grip on the tears of the old gods. Though the warm glow of the crystal was faint, it remained resolute. We must first purify the shadow and reinforce the seal. Only by safeguarding the north can we have the strength to confront the deep sea cult in King's Landing. As for the citizens of King's Landing, we shall find a way to inform them, urging them to flee swiftly from the impending disaster. The 3 men and 1 wolf stood upon the icy expanse, gazing towards the eastern sky, where a crimson light grew increasingly pronounced, like an ominous harbinger heralding the descent of Westeros into a new darkness. Yet within Qin Chang's heart, there was no fear, only resolve. Regardless of the might of the deep sea cult or the severity of the shadow's threat, they would steadfastly defend the north, protecting this land and preserving the last flicker of hope for Westeros. The tension within the Ice Valley's defenses was restored. Soldiers heightened their vigilance, and the Night's Watch along with the White Walkers patrolled the ice core veins to prevent the shadow's resurgence. Qin Chang returned to the ice chamber, continuing to channel energy into the tears of the old gods. He understood that only by swiftly replenishing the crystal's energy and thoroughly purifying the shadow could they muster sufficient strength to confront the deep sea cult and safeguard the peace of Westeros. Chapter 84. Purification of the shadow and urgent news from King's Landing. The stone platform within the ice chamber radiated an increasingly brilliant warmth. With the tears of the old gods suspended in its hollow, the patterns upon its surface swirling to life and continuously absorbing the blue light from the ice core veins. Qin Chang sat cross-legged beside the stone platform, his palms imprint firmly pressed against the crystal, the tricolored radiance spreading along its patterns. With every breath, he felt the resistance of the shadow diminishing. After 7 days of energy infusion, The black spot to the east had shrunk to the size of a fist, and the blue light barrier of the White Walkers had finally ceased to show any cracks. Bai Ling lay at his feet, her golden mane tinted a soft gold by the warm light. Occasionally, she lifted her head and let out a low growl towards the entrance of the ice chamber, as if to alert him to the sounds from outside. Jon entered, carrying a freshly heated bowl of meat soup. The ice shards of his sword pommel clashed with the warm light, scattering tiny luminous particles. The Night's Watch scouts had returned from the outskirts of King's Landing, bearing grim tidings. Qin Chang opened his eyes, accepting the bowl of soup, the imprint on his fingertips still in contact with the tears of the old gods. The warm glow of the crystal was now capable of independently suppressing the shadow, requiring no further guidance from him. What has transpired in King's Landing? Has the deep sea cult begun to spread? He blew gently on the steam rising from the soup's surface, his gaze falling upon Jon's tense countenance. Aware that the situation could not be favorable, it is worse than mere spreading. Jon sat across from him, his voice lowered significantly. They have constructed a blood magic altar outside the city, feeding the Shadow's vessel with the blood of the common folk. 3 small towns have been completely subjugated. The populace has either been transformed into scaled devotees of the deep sea or sacrificed. The scouts witnessed firsthand the crimson light above the altar resonating with the shadow from the ice valley. Qin Chang tightened his grip on the bowl of broth, hot liquid splattering against his fingertips, yet he felt no warmth. Though Klein had perished, the machinations of the deep sea sect had not ceased. Rather, they intensified their nefarious plans, accelerating the spread of their influence in a more brutal manner. If the crimson light of Junlin were to fully connect with the shadows of the Ice Valley, the Trinity Seal would undoubtedly be jeopardized. The Lord of the Otherworldly Beings had stated that the tears of the old gods would require 10 days to fully regain their power. Qin Chang gazed at the crystal atop the stone platform, pondering whether the citizens of Junlin could endure until then. At that moment, the sound of urgent hoofbeats echoed from the entrance of the Ice Valley. A bloodied Night Watch scout rode in hastily on a steed. A fainted youth bound to the saddle. The boy, clad in the garb of a Junlin commoner, bore a small wolf insignia on his chest, the mark of the trading convoy between the North and Junlin. My lord, the trading convoy has been completely annihilated. The scout dismounted and collapsed at the entrance of the ice chamber, his voice hoarse with sorrow. We encountered remnants of the convoy outside Junlin. They claim the Deep Sea sect is hunting down allies of the North. Anyone who has had dealings with the North has been captured as sacrifices. This child is the son of the convoy leader, the sole survivor. Qin Chang immediately rose and approached the boy. The youth's complexion was pale. A faint black scratch marred his chest, an indication of shadowy corruption, though it appeared not too severe. He pressed the tears of the old gods against the boy's chest, warm light seeping into the scratch, causing the dark mark to dissipate almost instantaneously. The boy's breathing stabilized. He has awakened. Tyrion approached, leaning on his iron spear. Upon seeing the wolf insignia on the boy's chest, his brow furrowed even deeper. This child is the son of old Fred, who has long traversed the trade routes between the North and Junlin, possessing considerable connections within Junlin. Perhaps he holds valuable information. The boy slowly opened his eyes, fear evident within them as he beheld Qin Chang and the others. Nevertheless, he stifled his sobs and spoke. They captured my father, along with many others who traded with the North. They said they would use our blood on the Blood Moon Night to open the gates of the deep sea, allowing the power of the ancient gods to engulf the entire continent. The Blood Moon Night is but 3 days hence. The Blood Moon Night? Qin Chang's heart sank. The secret chronicle of the Ice Corps had noted that the Blood Moon marked the zenith of dark power. Should the Deep Sea sect conduct a significant blood sacrifice on that night, the potency of their shadowy magic would surge tenfold. At that point, 10 days would be inconceivable. Even 3 days might not suffice. Where is their blood magic altar? How many followers do they have? The boy shook his head, tears streaming down his cheeks. I do not know the exact location. I merely overheard my captors say that the altar lies beneath the dungeons of the Red Fortress in Junlin, a place originally meant to house dragon remains, but now repurposed for sacrificial rites. There are many followers, some adorned in noble attire, and others donning black masks. They all possess red crystals, akin to those held by that vile man, Klein. The Red Fortress dungeons. Qin Chang instantly recalled Tyrion's mention of a dragon remains storage deep within the dungeons, originating from the same source as the dragon remains on Dragonstone Island. The Deep Sea sect's choice of this location clearly aimed to harness the power of the dragon remains to amplify their blood magic. There was no time to wait for 10 days. Qin Chang tightly grasped the tear of the old god. Although the warm glow of the crystal had not fully returned, it was sufficient to suppress the local shadowy essence. Jon, You and the Lord of the Others will remain in the Ice Valley to continue purifying the shadowy essence and reinforcing the seals. Should you detect any unusual movements of the shadowy essence, immediately use the energy of the Ice Core to counter it. Tyrion, take some soldiers and escort this child to King's Landing. Inform Lord Edmure to gather the forces of the Riverlands and be prepared to support King's Landing at any moment. Bai Ling and I will head to King's Landing to devise a way to dismantle the blood magic altar and halt the sacrificial rites of the Blood Moon Knight. You cannot go alone. It is far too perilous. Jon immediately objected. King's Landing is currently under the domain of the Deep Sea Sect. Even if you manage to infiltrate the Red Keep, you may not succeed in destroying the altar. I will accompany you. The Ice Valley needs you more. Qin Chang patted Jon's shoulder. Only you can coordinate the Night's Watch and the others to secure the Ice Valley, allowing me to proceed without concerns. Rest assured, I will not confront them head-on. As long as I can destroy the core, the red crystal that directs the shadowy essence, the sacrificial rites will fail, and the power of the shadowy essence will diminish. Tyrion nodded in agreement. Jon is right. It is too dangerous for you to go alone. I would be better suited to accompany you to King's Landing. I am familiar with the terrain of the Red Keep. I spent considerable time there and know the secrets of the dungeons. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Chang ultimately consented. Tyrion's familiarity with the Red Keep would indeed prove invaluable. He handed a shard of the Ice Valley core to Jon. This shard can temporarily enhance the energy of the Ice Core. If any unusual movements of the shadowy essence occur, activate the runes with it. It will hold until I return. Jon accepted the shard, nodding earnestly. You must be careful. We will await your return in the Ice Valley. Qin Chang turned, securely stowing the tear of the old god, while Bai Ling immediately followed suit, her golden form brushing against his side, expressing her resolve to accompany him. Tyrion instructed the soldiers to prepare swift horses and tucked the secrets of the Ice Core into his garments, knowing it contained methods to counter blood magic, which might prove useful. The trio and the wolf set off into the twilight, the sound of hooves echoing across the icy plains as they galloped towards King's Landing. The defensive line of the Ice Valley gradually receded in the distance, while Jon and the soldiers stood by the fortifications, watching them depart with eyes filled with concern and anticipation. As night deepened, the crimson glow towards King's Landing became increasingly pronounced, resembling an ominous star suspended in the eastern sky. Qin Chang gazed at that red light, the tear of the old god in his palm warming slightly. He understood that the ensuing 3 days would be a race against time and a struggle against darkness. Only by successfully dismantling the blood magic altar could he thwart the Deep Sea Sect's conspiracy and secure more time for the continent of Westeros. Bai Ling sprinted alongside the horse, her golden eyes shining brightly in the night, occasionally growling towards the direction of King's Landing, as if responding to distant threats and gathering strength for the impending battle. Qin Chang tightened his grip on the reins, quickening their pace. The Blood Moon Night drew ever closer. They had no time to waste and needed to reach King's Landing swiftly to avert the forthcoming disaster. Chapter 85. The dark web surrounding King's Landing in the night. King's Landing resembled a slumbering behemoth, the spires of the Red Keep flickering in the red glow, while even the waters of the moat shimmered with a faint dark crimson, as if stained by blood. Qin Chang tethered his horse and pressed his body against the remnants of a shattered wall, feeling the warmth emanating from the ancient tear of the old god in his palm. With merely 2 days remaining until the night of the blood moon, the crimson glow above the Red Keep had thickened to an almost palpable density, with the energy fluctuations of shadows permeating the air, causing his mark to throb with pain. On the opposite side of the broken wall, the golden figure of Bai Ling was intently sniffing the air, emitting a low whimper from its throat. Its claws scratched the ground, tracing delicate patterns that pointed towards the nearby woods, where at least a dozen presences lay concealed, radiating an energy akin to that of the Deep Sea Sect, clearly the patrolling acolytes on the periphery. The main entrance of the Red Keep is heavily guarded. We must enter through the secret passage on the west side, Tyrion whispered, parting the weeds on the broken wall with his iron spear, revealing a hidden stone door behind it. This passage was clandestinely built years ago to evade Tywin's pursuit, leading directly to the storeroom of the dungeons. The Deep Sea Sect has likely not discovered this route. Qin Chang nodded and was about to follow Tyrion towards the stone door when a sudden crack of breaking branches echoed from the woods. 3 acolytes clad in dark cloaks emerged, clutching dragon crystal daggers that glimmered with a deep crimson hue, tainted by the essence of shadows. Their gazes swept across the broken wall, swiftly locking onto Qin Chang and his companions, emitting a low growl from their throats, akin to marionettes under control. We've been discovered. Qin Chang immediately drew his dragon crystal dagger, the warm light of the old god's tear spreading up his arm, its blade gleaming with a faint golden hue. Let us dispatch them swiftly and avoid alarming the patrol inside. Bai Ling leapt into action, its golden claws aimed at one acolyte's throat. The acolyte reacted with remarkable speed, parrying the claws with his dagger, resulting in a clash of dark red and golden light that sparked and ignited the ground, leaving tiny blackened pits. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Chang circled behind another acolyte and thrust his dagger into the back of his heart. The warm light penetrated the cloak, and the acolyte emitted a muffled groan, his body gradually disintegrating into ashes, leaving only a dark red gemstone that faintly glimmered on the ground. The third acolyte, witnessing the demise of his companion, suddenly raised his dagger to his own throat. Tyrion swiftly knocked the dagger from his grasp with his iron spear. Do not let him take his own life. We need him alive to ascertain the exact location of the altar. Without hesitation, Qin Chang lunged forward, pressing the old goddess tear against the acolyte's chest. The warm light spread through his body, and the red glow in his eyes began to fade, restoring a semblance of clarity, though he still struggled to break free. You shall not disrupt the sacrifice. On the night of the blood moon, the ancient gods will descend. Where is the core gemstone of the altar? Qin Chang intensified his grip, the warm light amplifying once more. How many acolytes are in the dungeon? Where are the captured citizens being held? The acolyte trembled violently, evidently battling the shadows within. After a prolonged struggle, he finally managed to speak, albeit with great difficulty. The core gemstone lies within the skull of the dragon's remains. There are over 100 priests in the dungeon, and the citizens are confined in the lowest cells of the dungeon. On the night of the blood moon, they will all be sacrificed. As soon as he finished speaking, a flicker of dark red flashed in the acolyte's eyes, and his body convulsed violently before he lost his breath entirely. The shadows, having extracted his secrets, completely consumed his consciousness. Qin Chang picked up the dark crimson crystal from the ground, its energy resonating with the red glow of the Red Fortress. Evidently capable of temporarily masquerading as a deep-sea cultist, perhaps aiding their infiltration into the dungeon. The dragon's skeletal remains suggested that the cult intended to harness the power of the dragon's remains to augment the energy of the core crystal. Tyrion furrowed his brow. He was aware of the prison cells at the dungeon's lower level. There were no ventilation shafts, making escape nearly impossible once confined within. They needed to locate them swiftly, otherwise, when the blood moon night arrived, it would be too late. The trio and the wolf proceeded through the secret passage, which was permeated with a damp, moldy odor. The torches on the walls had long since extinguished, leaving them to rely solely on the warm light of the tear of the old gods for illumination. After traversing for approximately half an hour, faint footsteps and the murmur of cultists could be heard up ahead, indicating their proximity to the dungeon. Ahead lay the entrance to the storage room. They needed to exercise caution. Tyrion slowed his pace, retrieving 2 pieces of black cloth from his pocket to cover their faces. He secured the crystal to his chest, a ruse to deceive ordinary cultists, and instructed that, should they encounter a priest, they would claim to be a peripheral patrol team dispatched to assist the dungeon. Qin Chang and Tyrion obscured the lower halves of their faces with the black cloth, fastening the dark crimson crystal to their chests. White Spirit nestled within Tyrion's cloak, her golden figure curled in his embrace, revealing only a pair of vigilant eyes. As they stepped out of the passage, they spotted 2 priests stationed at the entrance to the storage room, bone staffs in hand, their red glow resonating with the crystals upon their chests. Which division do you belong to? Inquired the priest on the left, his gaze scrutinizing. It was unusual for a peripheral patrol team to arrive at the dungeon at this hour. Something must have occurred. We discovered scouts from the north in the western passage. Tyrion replied calmly, his hand subtly resting on the dragon crystal dagger at his waist. The chief instructed us to check on the status of the core crystal, ensuring the rituals proceed without incident. The priest's gaze lingered momentarily on the crystals at their chests before sweeping over Tyrion's cloak. White Spirit shifted gently within, yet made no sound. Ultimately, the priest nodded, stepping aside to allow passage. The core crystal is stable. Do not approach the altar. No one is to disturb the preparations for the rituals before the blood moon night. Qin Chang and Tyrion feigned calm as they walked past, their hearts racing. The dungeon corridor was teeming with cultists, gathered in small groups, weapons in hand, their eyes vacant, clearly under the deep influence of shadowy control. The cells on either side harbored numerous civilians, their faces etched with terror. Upon seeing Qin Chang and the others, a flicker of hope sparked in their eyes, only to be swiftly extinguished as they understood the futility of resistance. The lower-level cells were just around the corner. Tyrion lowered his voice. suggesting they first assess the situation of the civilians before devising a plan to locate the dragon altar and sabotage the core crystal. Just as they turned the corner, a chilling scream pierced the air. A cultist was dragging a civilian toward the altar, the latter's wrist shackled by iron chains. Dark traces of shadowy influence marring his arm, clearly marked as a sacrificial offering. The believers, upon seeing Qin Chang and his companions, halted their steps and coldly inquired, "What brings you here?" The priest stated that no one was permitted to approach the altar. Suddenly, Qin Chang's mark began to burn with intensity. He could perceive a formidable energy emanating from the direction of the altar. The essence of the core crystal had already fused with the power of the dragon bones. And in 2 days, when the blood moon night arrived, it was likely that the gate of the deep sea could indeed be opened. Our leader has dispatched us to assist in transporting the offerings and expedite the preparations for the sacrifice. He suppressed the anger rising within him and exchanged a knowing glance with Tylian. Tylian immediately understood and, taking advantage of the believer's distraction, aimed the tip of his iron spear at the back of one believer. The dragon crystal spear pierced through the believer's body, and warm light spread along the spear's tip. The believer let out a horrific scream as his body disintegrated into ashes. The imprisoned citizens, witnessing this scene, felt a flicker of hope rekindle within them. Grasping the bars of their cells and whispering, "Save us! Please, save us!" Silence. Qin Chang promptly gestured for them to be quiet. "We will rescue you, but we need your cooperation now. Do not alert the other believers." He approached the cell door, using the dragon crystal dagger to pry open the lock and release the citizens. "Do you know the exact location of the altar? Where are the dragon bones?" An elderly citizen trembled as he pointed towards the end of the corridor. "The altar is in the innermost hall, with the dragon bones placed in the center of the hall. The core crystal is embedded in the skull of the dragon bones, surrounded by a dozen priests, whose bone staffs can unleash powerful energies." Qin Chang nodded and handed the tear of the old god to Tylian. "You take the citizens through the secret passage and head to Flowing City to find Lord Edmure. Urge him to gather forces as swiftly as possible. Once I destroy the core crystal, the believers at the Red Fortress will descend into chaos. And then you can take the opportunity to launch an attack and rescue more citizens." "And what about you?" Tylian received the crystal, concern etched in his eyes. "There are too many priests around the altar for you to handle alone. I have the assistance of White Spirit, and the warm light of the tear of the old god can suppress their energies. As long as I find the right moment, I can destroy the core crystal." Qin Chang patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Do not worry, I will hasten to join you." Under Tylian's guidance, the citizens quietly moved towards the secret passage. White Spirit leaped from Tylian's cloak and returned to Qin Chang's side, her golden eyes filled with determination. Qin Chang gripped the dragon crystal dagger tightly, gazing towards the hall at the corridor's end. The crimson light there was most intense, and the energy fluctuations were strongest. The core crystal awaited destruction, as did a battle that would determine the fate of the realm. He inhaled deeply, pressing his body against the wall, inching closer to the hall. The believers in the corridor remained oblivious to any anomaly, continuing their numbed patrol, unaware that a storm was about to descend upon them, a storm that would completely disrupt the deep-sea sex scheme and bring a glimmer of hope to the people of the realm. The hall's door drew nearer, and within, the chanting of the priests mingled with the red light of the core crystal, creating a suffocating atmosphere. The imprint of Qin Chang resonated with the tears of the old gods, warm light converging in the palm of his hand. He understood that the forthcoming battle was not solely about the safety of King's Landing, but rather the fate of the entire continent of Westeros. Victory was imperative. He could not afford to lose. Chapter 86. The confrontation at the Dragonbone altar. The stone doors of the hall stood ajar, the incantations of the priests seeping through the crevice, intertwining with the crimson glow of the core crystal, creating a palpable sense of oppression. Qin Chang pressed the dragon crystal dagger against his palm, the warm light of the tears of the old gods filtering through the fabric, casting a faint golden hue upon his chest. He could distinctly sense the agitation of the crystal within the dragon's skull. That energy intensified with each incantation, causing the shadows in the dungeon to quiver more violently with every heartbeat. Bai Ling crouched close to the ground, her golden claws gently scraping against the stone seams. Her tail held rigid. Suddenly, she let out a low growl directed at the stone door. And Qin Chang instantly comprehended that two priests stood with their backs to the entrance, their bone staffs casting a red glow upon the ground, projecting distorted shadows. Oblivious to the commotion outside, with a sudden force, Qin Chang thrust open the stone door, and Bai Ling darted out like an arrow released from its bow. Her golden claws aimed at the wrist of the priest on the left. Taken by surprise, the priest dropped his bone staff, the red glow instantly dimming. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Chang lunged forward, the warm light of the dragon crystal dagger slicing through the air, piercing directly into the priest's chest. As the blade punctured the black robe, the priest emitted a muffled groan, his body dissolving into ashes amidst the light, leaving only a dark red crystal rolling upon the ground. The priest on the right reacted swiftly, raising his bone staff, directing the red glow toward Qin Chang. He sidestepped just in time, the red light grazing his shoulder, crashing into the stone wall behind him and instantly corroding a gaping black hole. Invaders from the north. The priest howled, hastening his incantation. From the shadows surrounding the hall, a dozen followers suddenly emerged, wielding dragon crystal daggers, their eyes vacant, charging toward Qin Chang like puppets. Bai Ling, guard the entrance, Qin Chang shouted, simultaneously retrieving the tears of the old gods from his bosom. The warm light of the crystal surged dramatically, forming a golden barrier. The followers collided with the barrier, instantly purified by the warm light, unable to even emit a cry of despair. Seizing this moment, he sprinted towards the center of the hall where the dragon skeleton lay. This dragon skeleton was grander than that of Dragonstone, its bones emanating a dark gray luminescence, the core crystal embedded within its skull glowing a deep red, subtly resonating with the energy of the blood moon. Observing this, the 5 priests surrounding the skeleton quickly formed a circle, their bone staffs weaving a red light net, encasing the dragon skeleton within. To disrupt the ritual? Utter folly, the leading priest sneered. The night of the blood moon is nigh. The power of the ancient gods has awakened, and you mere mortals are entirely incapable of halting it. Raising the tears of the old gods, Qin Chang's warm light clashed against the light net with a sizzling sound. The red glow of the net retreated under the warm light, but did not shatter. The combined strength of the 5 priests managed to momentarily withstand the purification of the tears. Bai Ling attempted to break through from the side, but was struck by the red glow of a priest's bone staff, a black mark instantly appearing on her golden mane, causing her to let out a pained growl and retreat to Qin Chang's side. Continuing in this manner was not a viable strategy. Sweat beaded on Qin Chang's forehead, the warm glow of the old god's tear dimming with each passing moment. He realized he must first eliminate several priests to shatter their luminous web. Suddenly, he recalled a passage from the Secrets of the Ice Core that stated the blood magic's web had a vulnerability at the center of the 5 priest formation, where the red light was weakest. If he concentrated his forces on that point, he could tear open a breach. Taking a deep breath, Qin Chang channeled all his energy into the old god's tear, its warm light coalescing into a golden beam aimed directly at the center of the web. The beam pierced through the red light, creating a slender crack in the web. The leading priest's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly adjusted the direction of his staff, attempting to mend the fissure. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Chang surged forward, thrusting his dragon crystal dagger into the chest of a priest to his right. The warm light of the blade penetrated the priest's black robe, eliciting a chilling scream as the priest disintegrated into ash, causing the red light of the web to wane significantly. With the web compromised, the remaining 4 priests faltered. White Spirit seized the moment, leaping gracefully and targeting the staff of one priest with her golden claws. The clash of golden and red light resulted in the staff shattering, leaving the priest defenseless, easily dispatched by Qin Chang's dagger. The fluctuations in the hall began to spiral into chaos, and the core crystal's red light flickered erratically, indicating the priest's stability had been disrupted. Hurry, stop him, the leading priest shouted, exchanging a glance with the remaining 2 priests before suddenly plunging his staff into his own chest. Their bodies swelled instantly, their skin transforming into black scales, eyes morphing into green slits, increasingly resembling sea monsters. They were evidently sacrificing their own lives to forcibly amplify the blood magic's power. The 2 mutated priests lunged at Qin Chang, their speed multiplied several times over, their black claws imbued with shadowy essence, reaching for his throat. Qin Chang swiftly raised the old god's tear for defense. The warm light clashed with the shadowy essence, a cloud of black smoke erupting that stung his eyes. White Spirit darted in from the side, aiming for a priest's eyes, but was swatted away, crashing heavily against the ribcage of the dragon skeleton, spitting blood. White Spirit. Qin Chang's heart raced. In that fleeting moment of distraction, another priest's claw seized his arm, the shadowy essence spreading through the wound, turning his arm black and rendering it nearly numb with pain. Gritting his teeth, he pressed the old god's tear against the injury, the warm light seeping into the wound, temporarily halting the spread of the shadowy essence, yet his arm remained devoid of feeling. Seeing Qin Chang injured, the leading priest sneered and approached the skull of the dragon skeleton, placing his hand on the core crystal. It's futile. In an hour, the blood moon will rise, and the ritual will complete itself. Then, the ancient god will descend, and all of you will become its offerings. Qin Yang's gaze fell upon the dragon skeleton's skull. Although the core crystal's red light was erratic, it intensified with the impending blood moon. He suddenly recalled the boy's words. The core crystal was embedded within the hollow skull of the dragon. Perhaps he could destroy the crystal from within. Enduring the pain in his arm, Qin Yang crawled toward the skull of the dragon skeleton. The leading priest, upon witnessing the scene, immediately raised his bone staff, directing a crimson light towards his back. Suddenly, the white spirit sprang up from the ground, shielding Qin Yang from the red glow. Its golden mane grew increasingly marred with dark streaks, yet it steadfastly protected Qin Yang, emitting a resolute low growl from its throat. "Thank you, white spirit," Qin Yang said, his eyes glistening with moisture. He grasped the edge of the dragon skull's cranium and crawled into the hollow cavity within. The core crystal lay before him, emanating a dim red light, with rippling waves of energy resonating from it, causing his mark to quiver slightly. Qin Yang pressed the tear of the old god against the core crystal. The warm light clashed violently with the red radiance, producing a deafening sound. He could sense the ancient deity's intent emanating from within the crystal, a roar filled with rage and resentment that gradually diminished under the purification of the tear of the old god. "No, please." The leading priest frantically struck the dragon skull, unable to halt the transformation of the crystal. "Great ancient god, save me." The red light of the core crystal slowly faded within the warm glow, ultimately transforming into a beam of white light that merged with the tear of the old god. The fluctuations of energy in the hall vanished instantaneously. The mutated priests lost their energetic support, their bodies disintegrating into fine ash, while the leading priest collapsed to the ground. Lifeless, the dragon skeleton, deprived of the core crystal's energy, gradually crumbled into a heap of dark gray fragments, scattered across the hall. Qin Yang emerged from the skull, the traces of energy on his arms having completely dissipated under the warm light of the tear of the old god, yet he still lacked strength, collapsing onto the ground. The white spirit approached, nudging its head against his palm, its golden eyes filled with exhaustion, yet glimmering with the joy of victory. Outside the hall, faint sounds of battle echoed. Tyrion had arrived with the soldiers of King's Landing. Qin Yang turned towards the entrance, a smile gracing his face. The sacrificial rites of the Blood Moon Night had been successfully thwarted, and the crisis in King's Landing was temporarily averted. The nefarious plot of the Deep Sea sect was finally vanquished. He tightened his grip on the tear of the old god. The crystal's warm glow shone even brighter than before, evidently strengthened by the absorption of the core crystal's energy. Though the immediate threat to King's Landing had subsided, the remnants of the Deep Sea sect remained, and the menace of energy had not entirely dissipated. Their struggle was far from over. Yet at this moment, Qin Yang yearned for a moment of respite, watching the white spirit lying quietly beside him, listening to the victorious cheers of the soldiers outside, and feeling the resurgence of vitality in King's Landing. He knew that as long as he had the white spirit, Jon, Tyrion, and all those who fought for peace by his side, they could surely conquer all darkness and safeguard every inch of the land of Westeros. The blood moon slowly ascended, no longer casting an ominous red light, but rather appearing as an ordinary bright moon, illuminating the streets of King's Landing and the faces of the citizens who had regained hope, as well as casting light upon the weary yet resolute figures of Qin Yang and the White Spirit. Chapter 87. The aftermath of King's Landing and urgent news from the Ice Valley. The morning light of King's Landing filtered through the windows of the Red Keep, bathing Qin Yang's scarred arms in its glow. The warm light of the tears of the old god still lingers within the texture of his skin, dispelling the last traces of shadowy presence, yet it cannot erase the exhaustion born from days of relentless battle. He leaned against the stone wall of the dungeon. A white spirit curled up upon his knees. The dark marks upon its golden mane had faded significantly, leaving behind only faint impressions. As if recounting the horrors of the previous night, the townsfolk had begun to clear the streets. Tyrion entered, leaning on an iron spear, clad in a clean linen robe. Yet it could not conceal the wounds upon his legs. Soldiers sent by Lord Edmure were hunting down the remnants of the Deep Sea sect. The dungeons of the Red Keep had been emptied, and the captured citizens returned to their homes. He paused, retrieving a scroll of parchment from his breast, upon which a map of the surrounding area was drawn, with several small towns circled in red. These towns had been deeply eroded by the shadowy presence. The inhabitants had either fully succumbed to the deep sea faith or had lost their sanity under its torment. Edmure inquired how to proceed. Qin Yang took the parchment, his fingertips tracing the positions of the red circles. The towns were in proximity to King's Landing, situated within the energy radiation zone of the blood magic altar. The shadowy presence had long since permeated the soil, rendering ordinary methods of purification utterly ineffective. He suggested that the soldiers cover the soil of these towns with dragon crystal powder and then illuminate it with the light of the tears of the old gods, which might temporarily suppress the shadowy presence. He gazed out the window. The streets of King's Landing had begun to bustle with life, yet a faint sorrow still hung in the air. As for the afflicted citizens, they should be concentrated and settled in the camp located on the western side of the Red Keep. He vowed to make time to visit them, attempting to purify the shadowy presence within them using the tears of the old gods. Tyrion nodded, preparing to turn away when a Night's Watch scout suddenly burst into the dungeon, his face etched with urgency, clutching an ice-blue crystal, an emergency signal from the Frost Veil. A signal employed only in dire straits. "My lord, something has occurred in the Frost Veil." The scout's voice trembled. Lord John relayed the message. The sealing stone platform in Cold Breath Valley has manifested extensive black markings. The shadowy presence has erupted unexpectedly, and the Lord of the White Walkers has exerted all his strength to suppress it, yet he remains gravely wounded. The blue light of the ice core veins is rapidly fading. A wave of dread washed over Qin Chang as he instinctively retrieved the tears of the old gods. The warm light of the crystal flickered violently upon contact with the signal crystal, intertwining with its blue glow to form an unsettling aura. How could the shadowy presence erupt so suddenly? His voice was laced with urgency. Did John provide any insight into the cause of this eruption? Unclear. The scout shook his head, breathing heavily. The signal only indicated that the shadowy presence erupted from deep within Cold Breath Valley, as if something were guiding it. Moreover, a black light band has emerged from the far west of the Sunset Sea, resonating with the shadowy presence in the Frost Veil. The image of the ancient sea deity flashed through Qin Yang's mind. Had the ancient sea deity not been completely sealed? Or were there other ancient deities lurking in the depths of the Sunset Sea? He clenched the tears of the old gods tightly. The warm light of the crystal resonated with his mark, conveying a surge of unwavering strength. Regardless of the reason, he had to return to the Frost Veil immediately. For should the Trinity seal shatter, all previous efforts would be rendered futile. "Tyrion, I entrust King's Landing to you." Qin Yang immediately rose to his feet, followed closely by Bai Ling, whose golden eyes brimmed with vigilance as they continued their pursuit of the remnants of the Deep Sea sect, striving to purify the town tainted by shadowy influences. Should they encounter insurmountable challenges, they would communicate with Lord Edmith via the signal crystal. He would provide assistance. "Are you leaving now?" Tylion furrowed his brow. "Your arm has yet to heal, and the journey to Ice Valley will take at least 5 days. If the seals there cannot hold until then, there's no time to waste." Qin Yang carefully stowed the tear of the old god close to him and seized the dragon crystal dagger, its energy now sufficient to suppress the shadowy essence. "I will return promptly. You needn't worry. I shall be fine." He followed the scouts swiftly out of Red Keep, where Lord Edmith awaited at the entrance with soldiers, immediately offering a prepared steed. "I have arranged provisions and water. This horse is the fastest in the Riverlands and will save you considerable time. Should you require reinforcements from Ice Valley, send word at once, and I shall come with soldiers." Qin Yang mounted the horse, while Bai Ling leaped gracefully to the saddle. Her golden form pressed against the horse's flank. He nodded to Tylion and Edmith, squeezing his legs against the horse's sides as they galloped toward Ice Valley. The streets of King's Landing gradually receded behind him, the townsfolk's gazes filled with gratitude and concern, yet tinged with a glimmer of hope. They understood that Qin Yang would safeguard Ice Valley and uphold the peace of Westeros. The steed raced across the plains, the wind whipping Qin Yang's cloak, while the warm glow of the tear of the old god filtered through the fabric, casting a soft golden light upon his chest, a talisman of resolve to steady his spirit. He urged the horse to hasten, his mind consumed with visions of Ice Valley. Was Jon safe? How severe were the injuries of the Night King? How much longer could the seals of Cold Breath Valley endure? After approximately an hour of galloping, a sudden flash of black light appeared in the direction of the Sunset Sea, a ribbon of darkness snaking from the surface of the water into the sky, merging with the path to Ice Valley. Qin Yang's mark instantly burned with intensity. He sensed that familiar malevolent intent, the will of the ancient deep sea god, now stronger and more insatiable than before. It was evident that the black light from the Sunset Sea was a contingency plan of the ancient deity, aimed at utterly dismantling the seals of Ice Valley through the shadowy essence. This must not succeed. Qin Yang clenched his teeth, accelerating once more. the hooves of his steed creating fleeting shadows upon the plains. Bai Ling's golden eyes fixed intently upon the dark ribbon to the west, a low growl emanating from her throat, as if battling against that sinister intent. As the sun descended, Qin Chang had already traversed beyond the bounds of King's Landing, entering the northern territories. The black ribbon to the west grew increasingly distinct, and the waves of shadowy essence toward Ice Valley intensified. The warm light of the tear of the old god resonated continuously, shining brighter than before, as if gathering energy for the impending battle. Qin Chang knew that the journey ahead would be fraught with greater peril. The crisis in Ice Valley was more severe than he had anticipated, and the black ribbon from the sunset sea concealed unknown dangers. Yet he found himself with no retreat, compelled to clasp the weapon in his grasp and accelerate towards the direction of the Ice Valley, for there lay his comrades, the citizens of the north, and the hope of the entire continent of Westeros. The thunderous hooves of the steed echoed across the plains of the north, intertwining with the warm glow of the tears of the old gods and the dark band of the far west, creating an atmosphere fraught with tension, heralding the onset of a new and more brutal battle, which was about to unfold once again before the cold breath of the Ice Valley. Chapter 88. Ambush on the return journey and the peril of the Ice Valley. The night wind of the north carried a biting chill, swirling with fine shards of ice that struck Qin Chang's face. The horse's breath had grown rapid, frost forming into delicate crystals in the wind. Yet it continued to gallop frantically towards the Ice Valley under his urging. The warm glow of the tears of the old gods filtered through his cloak, casting a stable pale gold upon his chest, echoing the dark band of the sunset sea in the far west. With each step closer to the Ice Valley, the sting of the mark intensified, and the resonance of the shadow breath became almost impossible to ignore. The seal of the Cold Breath Valley was likely on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, White Spirit sprang forth from beside the horse's belly, its golden form coming to an abrupt halt on the icy expanse ahead, letting out a low growl at the ground. Qin Chang reined in the horse, peering into the dim light of the tears of the old gods, and beheld a faint black glow beneath the once smooth ice surface. Countless slender black tendrils were emerging from the fissures in the ice, like greedy appendages, reaching toward the hooves of the horse. These were the tendrils materialized from the shadow breath. Qin Chang dismounted swiftly, the blade of his dragon crystal dagger enveloped in warm light. He had encountered them in the Ice Valley before. They were capable of absorbing the energy of living beings, thereby enhancing the shadow breath. The tendrils grew with astonishing speed, ensnaring the horse's hooves in the blink of an eye. The steed emitted a pained whinny, struggling against the tendrils that pulled it to the ground. Black fluid seeped into its skin through its hooves, causing dark patterns to ripple across its body, and its breath became faint. Without hesitation, Qin Chang swung his dagger to sever the tendrils, applying the tears of the old gods to the horse's wounds. The warm light spread along the injury, visibly diminishing the dark markings, and the tendrils, deprived of their energy, gradually turned to ash. It was clear that riding further was no longer an option. Qin Chang stroked the horse's neck, observing its weakened state, knowing that continuing would only lead to its complete collapse. "Wait for us here. Remain until the danger has passed, and then we shall return for you." He secured provisions and a water pouch at his waist, and, alongside White Spirit, sprinted towards the Ice Valley. The shadows upon the ice grew denser, a faint scent of decay lingering in the air. The veins of the ice core, once radiating a blue glow, were now largely shrouded in black, resembling silk stained with ink. Even the ice beneath their feet had become brittle, each step fraught with the peril of shattering the surface and plummeting into the frigid abyss below. After approximately half an hour of running, a familiar voice suddenly echoed from ahead. Qin Chang looked up to see Jon Snow, accompanied by several Night's Watch scouts, rushing towards him. The blue glow of Longclaw stood out starkly against the darkness, yet it appeared dimmer than usual. His cloak bore traces of black shadow, and his left arm was wrapped in a blood-soaked bandage, clearly having just emerged from a fierce battle. "Qin Chang, you have finally returned." Jon's voice was laden with exhaustion and urgency. The seal of the Cold Breath Valley was on the verge of collapse. The Lord of the Ice Whites had been grievously injured by the shadow essence and remained unconscious in the ice chamber. The azure light of the ice core's veins had dwindled to merely 30%. Should they delay any longer, the seal would shatter completely. What was the nature of the dark light band over the sea of sunset? Qin Chang grasped Jon's arm, and the warm glow of the tears of the old gods inadvertently swept over his wounds, causing the black veins to recede instantly. The shadow essence erupted suddenly. Was it related to that dark band? "We are uncertain." Jon shook his head, his gaze directed towards the extreme west. 3 days prior, A dark light band had abruptly manifested over the Sea of Sunset. Once it appeared, the shadow essence in the Cold Breath Valley began to surge uncontrollably, as if something were remotely orchestrating the shadow essence with the intent of dismantling the seal stone platform. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the ice plains trembled violently. A tremendous roar emanated from the direction of the Cold Breath Valley, and a black light pillar shot skyward from the seal stone platform, aligning with the dark light band over the Sea of Sunset. The azure light of the ice core's veins diminished by another 10%, while the ice layer beneath began to shatter extensively, with countless tendrils of shadow essence crawling forth from the fissures, rushing towards them. "Run! Back to the ice chamber," Jon urged, pulling Qin Chang as they sprinted towards the valley. The runes in the ice chamber could still temporarily fend off the shadow essence. They had to purify the seal stone platform with the tears of the old gods before the light pillar fully penetrated. The group pressed on, pursued by the tendrils, with White Spirit leading the charge, her golden claws severing the encroaching vines to clear a path. Jon wielded his long claws to cleave through the fractured ice, shielding Qin Chang and the scouts as they advanced. The tremors across the ice plains grew more frequent, and the black light pillar of the Cold Breath Valley thickened ominously. The shadow essence in the air grew dense enough to nearly solidify, each breath imbued with a biting chill. Upon finally reaching the valley, Qin Chang's heart sank at the sight before him. The western defense line had utterly collapsed, the once impregnable rune wall now a mere heap of shattered ice, strewn with the bodies of knights, watchmen, and Northland soldiers, each marked with traces of black shadow essence, evidently having perished in their valiant resistance. The stone door of the ice chamber stood ajar, emitting a faint blue glow, yet it was poised to be devoured by the shadow essence at any moment. "Hurry into the ice chamber," Jon urged, giving Qin Chang a push. The core of the seal stone platform lay deep within. Only the tears of the old gods could purify it. "We will guard the entrance and prevent the tendrils from approaching." Without hesitation, Qin Chang dashed into the ice chamber. The scene within was far worse than he had imagined. The Lord of the Ice Wights lay upon the stone platform, his icy armor riddled with black cracks, and the once luminous shards of the ice core were now completely enshrouded by shadow essence, resembling a dark stone. The surface of the seal stone platform was marred by a web of black veins, from which the black light pillar emerged, connecting to the light band over the Sea of Sunset. Qin Chang immediately placed the tears of the old gods into the depression of the stone platform. The warm glow of the crystal clashed with the black light pillar, producing a deafening sound, as the warm light pierced like a sharp blade into the pillar, causing it to tremble violently. The howls of the shadow essence echoed from within the pillar, filled with resentment and fury, clearly resisting the purification. The icy chamber echoed with the sounds of fierce combat, the shouts of Jon and the Night's Watch intertwining with the writhing of the vines. Qin Chang understood that they were fighting for their lives to buy him time. He had to purify the seal swiftly, or all their sacrifices would be in vain. He pressed his hands against the tear of the old god, the tricolored glow of the mark merging with the warm light, spreading along the runes of the stone platform. The black patterns on the sealing stone began to gradually fade, the brilliance of the black pillar dimming, while the blue light of the ice core veins slowly began to revive, albeit sluggishly, yet bearing signs of hope. At that moment, the stone door of the icy chamber was suddenly burst open. A massive shadowy vine slithered inside, its tip adorned with a grotesque visage, green eyes and a mouth dripping with black liquid, evidently the embodiment of the Shadow Breath's lord, wielding the power of all the vines, intent on thwarting the purification of the tear of the old god. "Qin Chang, be cautious," Jon's voice resonated from outside, as the blue light of long claws pierced through the vine, leaving only a faint mark upon it. The vine's face emitted a shrill screech, and its branches coiled towards Qin Chang. Bai Ling immediately leaped forward, its golden form shielding the branches, yet it was ensnared tightly. Black patterns swiftly blooming across its golden mane, causing it to emit a low growl of pain. Qin Chang's heart tightened, yet he dared not divert his focus. The purification of the tear of the old god was at a critical juncture. If he could just hold on a moment longer, the black pillar would be entirely subdued. He amplified the power of the mark, and the warm light of the tear of the old god suddenly erupted in brilliance, golden tendrils spreading along the vine, which let out a wretched scream as its body gradually turned to black ash in the warm glow, and the branch vines lost their strength, releasing Bai Ling. The sounds of battle outside began to subside, as Jon and the Night's Watch rushed in, their faces weary yet adorned with victorious smiles. The vines outside had been thoroughly purified. The warm light of the tear of the old god finally enveloped the sealing stone entirely, causing both the black pillar and the dark tendrils of the sunset sea to dissipate simultaneously, while the blue light of the ice core veins regained its fervor, shrouding the entire ice valley. The black patterns on the Ice Lord's armor slowly began to fade, and the fragments of the ice core glimmered with blue light. Gradually opening their eyes, Qin Chang collapsed onto the ground, the radiance of the tear of the old god now dimmed, yet still emanating a gentle warm light. He gazed at those within the icy chamber, and then at the revived blue light outside, the stone that had weighed on his heart finally settling. The seal of the Cold Breath Valley had been preserved, and the crisis of the Ice Valley was momentarily averted. However, he knew this was merely a temporary reprieve. Although the dark tendrils of the Sunset Sea had vanished, they left behind latent dangers. The source of the shadow breath remained concealed in the depths of the Sunset Sea, poised to launch another attack at any moment. He tightened his grip on the tear of the old god, the mark in his palm radiating warmth, as if reminding him that a new battle might soon be upon them. Chapter 89. Aftermath of the seal and traces of the deep sea. The blue light of the icy chamber gradually stabilized, enveloping the Ice Lord on the stone platform like a soft veil. It slowly sat up, the cracks in its icy armor having healed significantly. Yet the deep mark on its chest, visible to the bone, still glimmered faintly black, the last remnants of the shadow breath. Upon encountering Qin Chang, a faint yet remarkably lucid awareness enveloped him. The dark luminescence of the Sunset Sea was not the power of ancient deities, but rather the harbinger of the Deep Sea Lord. They were entities more primordial than the ancient gods, with shadows merely probing the waters of Westeros. Qin Chang tightened his grip on the tear of the old gods. The warm glow of the crystal resonated with the icy energy of the Night King, allowing him to glimpse a haunting vision. Deep within the Sunset Sea, a colossal black form swam, its myriad glowing tendrils entwined around a sunken ship. While on an altar in the abyss, a priest adorned with a bone mask recited esoteric incantations. The Deep Sea Lord? Jon furrowed his brow. This name was absent from the Night's Watch's ancient tomes. What was their purpose? Merely to shatter seals? No. The icy visage of the Night King turned toward the far west. They were in search of the legacy of the old gods. Besides the tear of the old gods, 3 other relics were scattered across Westeros, hidden within the wall, the volcanic Dragonstone Island, and the dungeons of the Red Keep in King's Landing. Once these 4 relics were gathered, the gateway to the deep sea would be unlocked, permitting the kin of the Deep Sea Lord to invade this realm. A weight settled heavily in Qin Chang's heart, recalling the dragon remains he had seen on Dragonstone Island, the dragon crystal veins beneath the Red Keep, and the icy relics beneath the wall. These might well be the hiding places of the relics. Just as he was about to inquire further, the entrance to the Ice Valley was abruptly pierced by the sound of hoofs. A Night's Watch scout, drenched through, with his cloak dripping, had evidently just arrived from the seaside, clutching a scale that shimmered with an ominous black light. My lord, a multitude of deep-sea creatures have emerged from the Sunset Sea. The scout knelt at the entrance of the ice chamber, his voice trembling with fear. They possess black tentacles and green eyes, devouring coastal villages, and this. He presented a scale larger than that of a sea monster, its surface engraved with intricate patterns that glowed faintly with a black light, identical to the energy of the shadows. Qin Chang accepted the scale. The warm glow of the tear of the old gods rippled instantly, the black light on the scale dimming but not entirely vanishing, clearly a mark of the kin of the Deep Sea Lord. It is a vanguard of the Deep Sea Lord. The Night King's awareness was grave. They were clearing obstacles along the coast to prepare for the subsequent landing of their kin. In no more than half a month, they would advance toward the Ice Valley, their target being the tear of the old gods in our possession. Jon immediately drew Longclaw, the blue light of the blade intertwining with the blue glow of the ice chamber. We must fortify our defenses at once, alert the wall, Dragonstone, and King's Landing to safeguard the relics. We cannot allow the Deep Sea Lord to assemble all 4 relics. There is no time. Qin Chang shook his head, sensing the energy waves emanating from the direction of Dragonstone, resonating with the black light of the scale. The relic on Dragonstone Island had likely been discovered. The deep-sea creatures were swifter than we imagined. We must divide our forces. One contingent will remain in the Ice Valley to protect the tear of the old gods, while another will hasten to the other 3 locations to thwart the deep-sea creatures from acquiring the relics. The Lord of the Others paused momentarily before speaking. I shall remain in the Ice Valley, fortifying the seal with the energy of the ice core, while simultaneously training the others to withstand the deep-sea creatures. Jon will head to the wall at the end of the world, where the Night's Watch is well versed in the terrain of the icy plains and can safeguard the relics beneath the wall. As for the relics in King's Landing, I shall go. Tyrion's voice called out from beyond the door, leaning on an iron spear, his legs still wounded, yet his gaze was resolute. I am most familiar with the underground passages of the Red Keep, and Lord Edmure's forces can assist me in guarding the relics, so you need not worry. Qin Chang looked at everyone, a warm surge of emotion swelling within him. From the seal of the Cold Breath Valley to the menace of the Deep Sea Lord, they had always stood together, never retreating. He withdrew the tear of the old gods from his bosom, the warm glow of the crystal swirling in his palm. The volcanic energy of Dragonstone shares a source with the tear of the old gods. Perhaps it can restore the crystal's full power. Upon my return, we shall confront the kin of the Deep Sea Lord together. Bai Ling nudged Qin Yang's palm, her golden form clearly intent on accompanying him. John detached the sword tassel from Longclaw, handing it to Qin Yang. The tassel can sense my consciousness. If you encounter peril, crush it, and I shall hasten to your aid. Tyrion also produced a parchment scroll from his cloak, depicting a detailed map of the Red Keep's underground. This illustrates the precise route through the underground passages, where the relic is hidden at the heart of the dragon crystal vein. This emblem will unlock the stone door of the vein. Do not misplace it. The group prepared to depart, the ice valley bustling once more. The Night's Watch reinforced their defenses, the others honed their combat skills, and the soldiers of the north packed their gear. Each individual understood that the forthcoming journey would be fraught with peril, yet none faltered. Qin Yang secured the tear of the old gods close to him, with Bai Ling at his side, her golden eyes brimming with determination as they set forth towards Dragonstone. The icy veins of the plains had regained their azure glow, sunlight filtering through the ice, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Qin Yang glanced back at the ice valley, where Jon and Tyrion stood at the defensive line, waving. The icy armor of the Lord of the Others glimmered coldly in the sunlight, akin to a steadfast lighthouse. He knew this was not a farewell, but rather a prelude to a more auspicious reunion. Once they gathered the 4 relics, they would be able to thwart the Deep Sea Lord's scheme entirely, restoring peace to Westeros. To the far west, over the sea, dark clouds were gathering, and the sound of waves crashing against the rocks could be faintly heard, reminiscent of the Deep Sea Lord's whispers, heralding an impending storm. Qin Yang tightened his grip on the dragon crystal dagger, the warm light of the tear of the old gods radiating a pale golden glow against his chest, intertwining with Bai Ling's golden figure, forming a beacon of hope as they resolutely advanced towards Dragonstone. Chapter 90. The undercurrents of Dragonstone. The volcanic ash of Dragonstone permeated the air, mingling with the acrid scent of sulfur. Qin Yang held Bai Ling's mane as he navigated the treacherous volcanic rocks. The warm glow of the tear of the old gods pressed against his chest, resonating faintly with the distant crimson light of the volcano's mouth. It was the energy of the relic calling out, yet it was also laced with an unfamiliar malice, lurking like a serpent in the shadows, poised to strike at any moment. Be cautious of your footing, Qin Yang cautioned, his boots pressing against the loose volcanic rock as fragments tumbled down the steep slope, plunging into the roiling magma below, instantly reduced to ashes. Bai Ling's golden claws sank deeply into the crevices of the rock, her vigilant green eyes scanning the surroundings, emitting low growls from her throat. She could detect the essence of the deep sea in the air, more potent and perilous than the scales of the sunset sea. After traversing for about an hour, the volcanic rocks suddenly convulsed violently. A black tentacle surged forth from the fissures, reeking of brine, coiling around Qin Yang's ankle. Bai Ling reacted swiftly, leaping into the air, her golden claws fiercely gripping the tentacle, dark ichor oozing from the wound and corroding the volcanic rock beneath, creating tiny holes. It was the tentacle of the deep sea sovereign. Qin Yang drew his dragon crystal dagger, the warm light of the tear of the old god spreading along his arm, the blade glimmering with a faint golden hue. They had already arrived at Dragonstone Island, laying an ambush around the volcano. More tentacles emerged from the crevices, resembling a black net, lunging towards the trio. Qin Yang swung his dagger. Wherever the warm light reached, the tentacles disintegrated into black ash, yet new ones incessantly emerged, clearly indicating that the deep-sea creatures were harnessing the volcano's energy to continuously generate new appendages. Run towards the volcano's mouth, Qin Yang shouted, sensing the relic's energy was within the ruins at the volcano's edge. If they could reach it, the power of the tear of the old god would be amplified, potentially dispelling these deep-sea tentacles entirely. The volcano's energy could suppress the deep-sea beings. They had to approach the ruins swiftly. Bai Ling forged ahead, her golden form deftly weaving through the tentacles, her claws severing any that obstructed their path. Qin Yang followed closely, the warm light of the dagger forming a barrier to ward off the encroaching tentacles. The tremors of the volcano intensified, the red glow of the crater brightening. The sulfurous scent in the air thick enough to suffocate, yet simultaneously causing the movements of the deep-sea tentacles to gradually slow. The searing energy of the volcano indeed had a suppressive effect on them. Finally, upon reaching the precipice of the crater, Qin Chang's attention was drawn to the central ruins. It was a circular stone platform, reminiscent of the ceiling platform in Hanchi Valley, yet far more ancient. The platform was inscribed with runes that shared the same origin as the tear of the old god, glowing with a faint red light, pulsating with the energy of the relic. However, surrounding the platform were a dozen deep-sea creatures, their black bodies and green eyes relentlessly assaulting the platform with their tentacles, attempting to dismantle the runes and seize the relic within. We cannot allow them to obtain the relic. Qin Chang tightened his grip on the dagger, and the warm light of the tear of the old god suddenly erupted in brilliance, shooting towards the deep-sea creatures. Where the warm light swept, the creatures shrieked in agony, their bodies gradually dissolving into black ash. Yet a few resilient beings continued to shield themselves with their tentacles, persistently battering the platform. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Ling charged forward, her golden claws aimed at the eye of one deep-sea creature. The creature emitted a muffled grunt, its tentacles freezing in their motions, and Qin Chang immediately followed up, the warm light of the dagger piercing through its body, thoroughly purifying it. The remaining deep-sea creatures, sensing impending danger, attempted to flee, only to find their escape route obstructed by the sudden eruption of molten lava from the volcanic crater. The searing energy of the magma swiftly engulfed them, reducing them to a pile of black ash. Qin Chang approached the stone platform, where the warm glow of the tear of the old god resonated intensely with the runes inscribed upon it. He could feel the relic nestled in the central depression of the platform, an orb radiating a crimson light, intertwined with the warm glow of the tear, forming an energy barrier that steadfastly protected the stone. At last, I have found you. Qin Chang extended his hand, intent on retrieving the relic. But the moment he made contact with the stone, he was met by an invisible barrier. The barrier shimmered with a faint red light, emanating from the same source as the energy of the runes, evidently a safeguard established by the old god to prevent outsiders from easily seizing the relic. It required the energy of the tear of the old god to activate the runes. Qin Chang pressed the tear against the stone platform, and the warm light spread along the runes, intertwining with the soft red glow to form a golden beam of light. The runes on the platform illuminated in sequence, and the barrier gradually became transparent, while the crimson crystal in the depression grew increasingly radiant, clearly resonating with the tear of the old god. Just as the barrier was on the verge of vanishing and Qin Chang prepared to grasp the relic, a thunderous roar erupted from the volcanic crater. A colossal shadow surged forth from the lava, a deep-sea creature 10 times larger than any he had encountered before. Its body was enveloped in black scales, adorned with a dozen robust tentacles, and its green eyes blazed with ferocity, unmistakably a guardian sent by the Lord of the Deep Sea to protect this ancient site. With a deafening roar, the deep-sea guardian unleashed a bone-rattling shriek, its tentacles crashing towards Qin Chang. He swiftly sidestepped, but the tentacles struck the stone platform, sending shards flying and leaving a shallow wound on his arm. The warm light of the tear of the old god seeped into the injury, healing it instantaneously. Yet it also made him acutely aware that this guardian's strength surpassed that of all previous deep-sea creatures he had encountered. Bai Ling leapt into action, her golden claws aimed at the guardian's scales, but only managed to leave a faint mark before being swatted away by the guardian's tentacle, crashing heavily against the volcanic rock and spitting blood. Qin Chang felt a surge of urgency, yet dared not divert his focus. The barrier of the stone platform was on the brink of complete dissolution, and the relic could be snatched away by the guardian at any moment. He had to retrieve the relic before the guardian drew near. To amplify the power of the tear of the old god, he once more pressed the tear against the stone platform, the resonance between the warm light and the runes reaching its zenith. The barrier vanished entirely, revealing the full form of the crimson relic. Qin Chang immediately grasped it in his hand. The red light of the crystal fused with the warm glow of the tear, and a golden beam shot skyward from their intersection. The crimson glow of the volcanic crater intensified, forming a colossal energy barrier that confined the guardian within. The guardian roared in fury, its tentacles relentlessly battering against the barrier, yet it could not breach it. Holding the amalgamated crystal, Qin Chang felt the immense power contained within, far surpassing that of the previous tear of the old god, capable of subduing any deep-sea creature's energy. Bai Ling, we must go. Qin Chang rushed to the side of the ice wolf, pressing the fused crystal against its wound. the intertwining of red and warm light enveloped Bai Ling's wound, healing it instantaneously, while her golden mane regained its luster. The trio of 2 people and 1 wolf advanced towards the volcano's mouth. The Guardian's anguished howls gradually drowned out by the volcano's rumbling, evidently ensnared by the energy barrier and unable to escape in the short term. As they exited the volcanic crater, Qin Chang cast a glance back towards the ruins. The golden energy barrier continued to envelop the stone platform. The Guardian's silhouette struggled within the barrier, yet it remained trapped. He understood that the ruins were temporarily safe, and the relics of Dragonstone Island had fused with the tier of the old gods. Next, he needed to hasten to the Wall of Despair and King's Landing to assist Jon and Tyrion in safeguarding the other 2 relics. To thwart the Deep Sea Lord from gathering all 4 relics and unlocking the gate to the abyss. To the far west, the setting sun over the sea cast a dim light, yet the black clouds still congregated, albeit less ominously than before. Clearly, the Deep Sea Lord's attention had been drawn by the energy fluctuations from Dragonstone Island, momentarily slowing the assaults on the coastal villages. Qin Chang clenched the fusion crystal in his palm, the red and warm light swirling within, intertwining with Bai Ling's golden figure, forming a beacon of hope as they journeyed towards the Wall of Despair. He was acutely aware that the path ahead would be fraught with peril, and the Deep Sea Lord's retaliation would be more ferocious. However, as long as they safeguarded the 4 relics, they would surely thwart the Deep Sea Lord's nefarious plots and protect the peace of Westeros. Chapter 91. The walls warning the volcano of Dragonstone Island receded behind them. The fused crystal in Qin Chang's palm radiating a tapestry of red and gold light, warmth coursing through his fingertips. Even the frigid winds from the far north seemed to soften. Bai Ling's golden figure led the way, her claws leaving faint traces of light upon the icy surface, echoing the brilliance of the crystal, sketching a path of hope across the tundra. How long until we reach the Wall of Despair? Qin Chang touched the water pouch at his side, feeling the thin layer of ice forming within. He sensed a faint tremor from the crystal, not from a threat posed by deep-sea creatures, but rather resonating with the energy emanating towards the Wall of Despair, the presence of the 3rd relic, albeit accompanied by a disquieting disturbance. Suddenly, Bai Ling halted, letting out a low growl towards the east, her golden ears pressed tightly against her head. Qin Chang immediately became alert, following her gaze to the distance where a blue flare shot into the sky, exploding into a blossom of icy blue. It was the Night Watch's emergency signal, used only when the wall faced a dire threat. It is the wall's signal. Qin Chang's heart sank abruptly. The brilliance of the fusion crystal dimmed slightly, clearly sensing the danger at the wall. Something had gone awry with Jon. We must hasten our pace. The trio raced across the tundra, the crystal's glow flickering, as if conveying the urgency of the situation at the wall. After about an hour of frantic running, a familiar figure suddenly appeared ahead, a Night Watch scout, his cloak smeared with black blood, his arm wrapped in a blood-soaked bandage. His steed collapsed. Evidently having galloped from the wall in a frantic rush, even the horse had succumbed to exhaustion. Lord Qin Chang, quickly, return to the wall. The scout staggered towards Qin Chang, grasping his arm with a voice hoarse from fear. Creatures from the depths have emerged from the ice crevices beneath the Great Wall. Their target is the relics below the wall. Lord Jon, alongside the Night's Watch, is resisting, but they are utterly overwhelmed. What has become of the relics? Qin Chang tightened his grip on the scout's arm, the radiance of the fusion crystal igniting once more, making contact with the blackened blood on the scout's skin, which instantly transformed into ashen gray. Has Jon mentioned if the relics are still safe? The relics are secure for now. The scout panted, despair swirling in his eyes. Lord Jon has concealed the relics within the ice prison of the Great Wall, reinforced the seals with ice core energy, but there are far too many of these creatures. The prison seals won't hold for long. If we delay, the relics will be seized. Without further inquiries, Qin Chang helped the scout to his feet and handed him a water pouch. Stay here. We will send soldiers to retrieve you. I must return to the wall immediately. He and Bai Ling continued their frantic dash towards the Great Wall. The winds across the icy expanse grew fiercer, and the scent of the deep sea thickened in the air. In the distance, a faint black glow emanated from the direction of the wall, a sign of the gathering deep-sea creatures, their numbers likely exceeding the scout's account. As they neared the Great Wall, the sounds of battle became increasingly distinct. Qin Chang looked up to see silhouettes of the Night's Watch on the battlements, raining arrows down upon the icy plain below. The dragon crystal arrows fell in dense clusters among the throng of deep-sea creatures, merely serving to momentarily stave off their advance, unable to annihilate them completely. The deep-sea beings surged towards the wall like a relentless black tide, their tentacles clawing at the battlements as they attempted to scale them. Qin Chang, you've arrived. John's voice rang out from the parapet, where he was fiercely wielding his claws, severing the advancing tentacles. The seals of the ice prison have begun to crack. The leader of the deep-sea creatures is orchestrating from below. Its power is overwhelming, and we cannot approach. Qin Chang gazed up at John, noting the dark stains on his cloak and the deep gash on his arm, a testament to the prolonged battle. He swiftly drew the fusion crystal from his breast, its crimson and golden light intensifying as it shot towards the mass of deep-sea creatures on the ice. Where the light swept, the creatures issued anguished cries, their forms turning to black ash, creating a breach in the dark tide. Open the city gates. I shall reinforce the seals of the ice prison. Qin Chang shouted to John on the wall as he sprinted towards the gates. Bai Ling followed closely, her golden form weaving through the throng of deep-sea creatures, her claws slicing through the tentacles that obstructed their path. John promptly commanded the Night's Watch to open the gates while intensifying the arrow barrage to shield Qin Chang's entrance into the Great Wall. As Qin Chang rushed through the gates, he immediately made for the ice prison. Located beneath the Great Wall, a place where the Night's Watch contained dangerous beings and safeguarded the relics. At the entrance of the ice prison, several members of the Night's Watch stood resolutely, wielding dragon crystal weapons against the onslaught of deep-sea creatures. Though wounded, they steadfastly defended the entrance, preventing the creatures from advancing. Upon seeing Qin Chang, they immediately cleared a path, exclaiming, "My lord, please hurry inside. The seal within is on the verge of collapse." Qin Chang dashed into the ice prison, where he beheld a stone platform at its center. Upon it rested the third relic, a crystal emanating a blue glow, safeguarded by a barrier formed from icy core energy. The barrier was riddled with cracks, through which black tendrils were emerging, attempting to seize the crystal. In the corners of the prison, several Night's Watchmen lay sprawled on the ground, their bodies marked with dark patterns, evidently having succumbed to the corruption of shadow. Without hesitation, Qin Chang pressed the fusion crystal against the barrier. A radiant crimson-golden light spread along the fissures, visibly sealing them as the tendrils retreated, scorched by the brilliance. He could sense a powerful resonance between the crystal and the fusion stone. The blue glow of the crystal intertwined with the crimson-golden light, forming an even more formidable barrier to protect the ice prison. At that moment, the walls of the prison trembled violently. A colossal black tendril burst forth, its tip adorned with a grotesque face, green eyes ablaze with malice. It was the leader of the deep-sea creatures, having breached the Great Wall's defenses and directly infiltrated the ice prison, aiming for the crystal. With a fearsome roar, the leader lashed out with its tendril towards Qin Chang. He swiftly sidestepped, but the tendril struck the stone platform, shattering it instantly, causing the blue glow of the crystal to flicker. Bai Ling leaped into action, her golden claws aimed at the leader's face, only to be ensnared by its tendril, dark markings swiftly spreading over her golden mane. In a surge of urgency, Qin Chang unleashed the full radiance of the fusion crystal. The crimson golden light enveloped the leader like a vast net, binding it firmly. The creature let out an enraged roar, struggling relentlessly, yet remained ensnared by the luminous bonds. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Chang surged forward, pressing the fusion crystal against the leader's face. The light coursed through its body, gradually transforming it into ash and ultimately erasing it from the ice prison. Outside the prison, the sounds of battle gradually subsided. John, accompanied by the Night's Watchman, rushed into the ice prison, and upon witnessing Qin Chang and the intact crystal, he finally sighed in relief. We have successfully held our ground. If we had been any later, the relic would have been seized by them. Qin Chang retrieved the crystal from the ground and placed it alongside the fusion stone. The blue glow of the crystal and the crimson golden radiance of the stone fused completely, forming a tricolored gem, its brilliance far more potent than before. One could distinctly sense the energy contained within, sufficient to combat any deep-sea creature. What news from King's Landing? Qin Chang suddenly recalled Tyrion, who was guarding the fourth relic at the Red Keep. We must contact him promptly to ensure the safety of the relic at the Red Keep. The Deep-Sea Lord will undoubtedly intensify their onslaught on the fortress, seeking to gather the final relic. John nodded and immediately turned to his men, commanding, "Quickly dispatch scouts to King's Landing to inform Lord Tyrion to bolster his defenses. We will send reinforcements as soon as possible." Clutching the tricolored gem tightly in his hand, Qin Chang gazed out towards the ice plains beyond the Great Wall. The bodies of deep-sea creatures had been cleared away, and the black stains upon the ice were gradually fading under the illumination of the gem's light. He understood that the crisis at the wall had been temporarily averted, yet the threat of the Deep-Sea Lord still loomed, and the fourth artifact remained in King's Landing. They had to hasten their journey to reunite with Tyrion and safeguard the last artifact, completely thwarting the Deep Sea Lord's attempts to open the gate to the abyss. The winds around the wall gradually subsided, and sunlight filtered through the cracks in the castle walls, casting radiant beams upon the tricolored crystal, which shimmered with dazzling hues. Qin Chang and Jon exchanged a glance, each recognizing the unwavering resolve reflected in the other's eyes. Regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, they would fight side by side to protect the realm of Westeros, ensuring that the Deep Sea Lord's sinister machinations would not come to fruition. Chapter 92. The beacon of King's Landing. The gates of the wall slowly closed behind them, the tricolored crystal glowing in Qin Chang's palm with intertwining red, gold, and blue light, effectively shielding them from the frigid winds of the far north. The golden form of White Spirit pressed against the horse's flank, its ears occasionally swiveling toward King's Landing, emitting low growls, clearly sensing the distant unrest. At their current pace, it would take at least 6 days to reach King's Landing. Jon reined in his horse, the blue light of Longclaw resonating with the crystal's glow. The scouts had departed ahead, but the situation in King's Landing remained uncertain. Tyrion was left with only Lord Edmure's forces, which would likely struggle to withstand a large-scale assault from the creatures of the deep. Qin Chang gripped the reins tightly, his gaze fixed southward, where the sky faintly glimmered with a red hue, reminiscent of the energy fluctuations of the deep-sea creatures. Clearly, King's Landing had already come under attack. We cannot wait 6 days. He pressed the tricolored crystal against the horse's neck, the warm light emanating from it coursing through the animal's body, instantly stabilizing its breathing and quickening its pace. Harnessing the energy of the crystal, they aimed to reach King's Landing within 4 days. The two of them raced across the icy expanse, the crystal's glow leaving a shimmering trail behind them. What should have taken half a day to traverse was accomplished in just 2 hours. The blue veins of ice along the way shimmered. Yet as they drew closer to the southern borders, ominous black spots began to appear. The presence of the deep-sea creatures had already spread to this area, evidently advancing towards King's Landing, forming a dark encirclement. After running for about a day and a night, a defeated army suddenly materialized ahead. The soldiers, clad in the attire of King's Landing, bore armor stained with blackened blood. Some were marked with black veins of corruption. They fled toward the wall, their faces etched with terror. It's the soldiers of King's Landing. Jon immediately halted his horse and intercepted a soldier who appeared to be an officer. What has happened in King's Landing? Where are Lord Tyrion and Lord Edmure? Is the artifact in the Red Keep still safe? The officer's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope upon seeing the tricolored crystal in Qin Chang's hand, but that hope quickly dimmed. There are too many deep-sea creatures. They landed at the harbor of King's Landing, and the underground passages of the Red Keep have been breached. Lord Tyrion is holding the line with the soldiers at the Dragon Crystal Mines, but Lord Edmure, he sacrificed himself to cover the civilians' retreat and has been ensnared by the tentacles of the deep-sea creatures. He is likely. Qin Chang's heart sank abruptly. The sacrifice of Lord Edmure filled him with profound sorrow, yet it only strengthened his resolve to reach King's Landing with utmost urgency. How much longer could the Dragon Crystal Mines hold out? He pressed on, the crystal in his hand flickering faintly as it sensed the diminishing energy fluctuations emanating from King's Landing. Did Tyrion ever reveal the precise location of the relic? The stone door of the mine was robust, holding firm for the time being. The officer gasped for breath, but the deep-sea creatures were amassing corpses outside the mine. Using shadow essence to corrode the stone door, it would be breached within 2 days at most. The relic was concealed by Lord Tyrion in the deepest recesses of the mine, reinforced with dragon crystal powder and shards of ice core, thus should remain secure. Qin Chang refrained from further inquiries and handed the water pouch to the officer. You should head to the wall first. There you will find the protection of the Night's Watch. We will hasten to King's Landing to rescue Lord Tyrion. He and Jon pressed onward toward King's Landing, where most villages along the way lay abandoned, their remnants marked by traces of black shadow essence. Scattered across the ground were the bones of the common folk, evidently victims of a brutal massacre by the deep-sea creatures. Bai Ling sprinted ahead, her golden claws scraping the earth as if mourning the departed souls. As they approached the city of King's Landing, the air was thick with the mingling scents of sulfur and blood, suffocating in its intensity. The battlefield outside the city walls was strewn with the corpses of deep-sea creatures and soldiers alike, black blood cascading down the walls and pooling into dark puddles. The energy of shadow essence roiling within them as if demons might erupt at any moment. Toward the Red Keep, Jon exclaimed, pointing at the spire of the Red Keep, where the entrance to the Dragon Crystal Mine glimmered with a faint blue light, clearly indicating Tyrion's use of dragon crystal energy in resistance. We shall circumvent it from the side, avoiding the deep-sea creatures at the front and directly enter the mine. The two rode their horses through the debris of the battlefield. A barrier formed by the glow of the three-colored crystals isolating them from the surrounding shadow essence. The remnants of deep-sea creatures disintegrated into black ash beside the barrier. Yet a few surviving creatures lunged at them, only to be dispatched by Jon's claws and by Ling's sharp talons. Upon finally reaching the entrance of the dragon crystal mine, Qin Chang's heart tightened at the sight before him. The stone door was riddled with black corrosion marks, shadow essence seeping through the cracks. A few members of the Night's Watch were filling these crevices with dragon crystal powder, but it merely provided a temporary halt to the corrosion, unable to restore it completely. Lord Qin Chang, Lord Jon, you have finally arrived. The Night's Watchman shouted in excitement, swiftly opening a narrow gap in the door. Lord Tyrion is deep within the mine. He instructed us to hold the stone door at all costs, awaiting your support. Without hesitation, Qin Chang and Jon slipped into the mine, the stone door slowly closing behind them. The air within the mine was infused with the essence of dragon crystal, intertwining with the glow of the three-colored crystals to create a safe barrier. As they traversed deeper into the mine's passage, more soldiers came into view, most bearing wounds yet steadfastly gripping their weapons, their eyes resolute, clearly undeterred under Tyrion's leadership. Qin Chang, Jon. Tyrion appeared, leaning on an iron spear, emerging from the end of the passage. His leg wound had reopened, blood soaking through the linen, yet he wore a broad smile. I knew you would come. Lord Eddard's sacrifice was not in vain. We have held the relic. Qin Chang stepped forward, the radiant light of the tricolored crystal sweeping over Tyrion's wound, causing the dark markings to dissipate instantly as the injury began to heal gradually. You've worked hard, he remarked, gazing into the depths of the passage where, at the heart of the dragon crystal vein, a gentle violet glow emanated. The fourth relic lay there. Are the deep-sea creatures still outside? Will the stone door hold until we reinforce the seal? They remain outside, yet they dare not launch a reckless attack. Tyrion smiled. For the energy of the dragon crystal vein was capable of suppressing their presence. As long as they defended the stone door, the creatures could not breach it. However, the corrosion of the stone door is worsening. At most, we have one day before it is completely breached. We must integrate the four relics before that happens to irrevocably prevent the deep-sea lord from opening the gate to the abyss. Qin Chang nodded, clutching the tricolored crystal as he made his way toward the heart of the vein. The fourth relic, a crystal radiating violet light, was encircled by shards of dragon crystal powder and ice core fragments, emanating a soft glow. He placed the tricolored crystal beside the violet crystal, and in an instant, the four colors intertwined, forming a colossal beam of light that soared from the center of the vein, piercing through the roof of the Red Keep and ascending into the heavens. Outside the mine, the roars of deep-sea creatures could be heard, evidently sensing the energy of the relics merging, yet they dared not approach the radiant pillar. Qin Chang could distinctly feel the power that surged from the amalgamation of the four relics, a pure and formidable energy capable of completely purging all remnants of darkness, sealing the gate to the abyss, and ensuring that the tribe of the Deep-Sea Lord could never set foot in Westeros. At last, we have succeeded. Tyrion sighed with relief, leaning against the wall of the mine, a weary yet contented smile gracing his face. The sacrifice of Lord Edmure had not been in vain. Jon gazed at the pillar, the blue glow of Longclaw resonating with it, his eyes filled with hope. The Deep-Sea Lord's conspiracy had been thoroughly thwarted. Westeros was finally safe. Qin Chang held tightly to the newly fused four-colored crystal, its light swirling in his palm, warm and resolute. He understood that although this battle had concluded and Westeros had endured immense sacrifices, as long as they remained and this pure energy persisted, they would safeguard this land, allowing peace to forever envelop it. The roars outside the mine gradually subsided, and the energy of darkness receded bit by bit under the purification of the light pillar. Qin Chang, Jon, and Tyrion exchanged smiles, finding solace in each other's eyes. They had finally accomplished their mission, preserving both Westeros and one another. Chapter 93. The aftermath of war and underlying currents. The morning light of King's Landing streamed through the windows of the Red Keep, illuminating the passage of the dragon crystal vein. The four-colored crystals floated at the heart of the vein, their red, gold, blue, and violet lights intertwining to form a gentle web of light, thoroughly purifying the remnants of darkness within the mine, leaving only a faint luster of dragon crystal on the walls. Qin Chang leaned against the stone wall, observing the gradual revival of life outside the passage in King's Landing. The townsfolk emerged from their shelters, tools in hand, beginning to clear the debris from the streets. Children chased each other playfully with sticks, and the distant calls of merchants could be heard. These long-awaited moments of normalcy brought warmth back to the war-torn King's Landing. Bai Ling lay at his feet, her golden mane tinged with a delicate shade of lavender by the light of the crystals. Occasionally, her paws would scratch at the shards of dragon crystal scattered on the ground, as if engaged in playful antics. Lord Edmure's funeral was set for 3 days hence. Tyrion approached, leaning on the newly forged dragon crystal spear. His leg injury had largely healed under the nurturing glow of the crystals. The lords of the Riverlands would attend, along with a representative from the Night's Watch. Jon had already gone to the wall to arrange for security forces to oversee the funeral. Qin Chang nodded, his gaze resting upon the four-colored crystals. Although their radiance remained steady, a faint ripple of fluctuation emanated from deeper within the mine, as if attuned to some unseen presence. He rose and walked toward the depths of the mine, the source of the dragon crystal veins. The stone walls were etched with runes that shared a lineage with the relics, glowing softly in lavender and resonating with the crystal's luminescence. The runes here bore a striking resemblance to the energy of the four relics. Extending his hand, Qin Yang's fingertips grazed the runes. Instantly, the brilliance of the four-colored crystals intensified, and the patterns upon the runes began to rotate slowly, resembling a living star map. Tyrion, have you ever encountered such runes? He inquired. Tyrion leaned in closer, furrowing his brow in careful observation. In the Red Keep's library, there exists a tome titled Records of the Ancient Gods, which mentions the star trajectory runes. It is said that the old gods used them to document the threads of time and space. Each rotation signifies a shift in the energy of a particular region. A sense of unease stirred within Qin Yang as the speed of the runes' rotation quickened, their lavender glow growing ever brighter, establishing a tenuous connection toward the direction of the sunset sea. Gripping the four-colored crystals tightly, he sensed the faint energy fluctuations emanating from the depths of the sunset sea. Though subtle, they bore attributes reminiscent of the Deep-Sea Lord. Clearly, the kin of the Deep-Sea Lord had not entirely relinquished their ambitions. They merely lay dormant in the depths. We must fortify our coastal defenses, Qin Yang declared. Turning to Tyrion, instruct the Night's Watch to establish outposts along the shores of the Sunset Sea, utilizing dragon crystal and shards to create early warning devices. Should they detect deep-sea energy, signals must be sent forth immediately. Tyrion nodded and was about to turn to make arrangements when a commotion erupted outside the tunnel. A Night's Watch scout rushed in, clutching a shell that shimmered with a faint darkness. My lord, fishermen along the coast have discovered this by the shore. The energy within the shell closely resembles the previous shadows, and there is an alarming abundance of dead fish along the beach, all containing such shells in their bellies. Qin Yang took the shell, and the brilliance of the four-colored crystals rippled instantly. The faint dark energy within the shell dissipated in the light, leaving behind a subtle imprint that perfectly matched the energy fluctuations from the depths of the Sunset Sea. It is a messenger of the Deep-Sea Lord, he mused, his brow furrowing. They are probing our defenses while marking coastal positions to prepare for their next assault. Suddenly, Bai Ling let out a low growl toward the tunnel's exit, her golden form leaping toward the direction of the port in King's Landing. Qin Yang and Tyrion immediately followed, only to find the surface of the port's waters cloaked in a delicate veil of black light, countless dead fish bobbing atop the waves. Fishermen were frantically rowing their small boats to retrieve the lifeless fish, worry etched upon their faces. These deceased creatures represented their very means of survival, now transformed into markers of the deep sea's denizens. Seal the port at once, Qin Yang shouted to the approaching soldiers. Prohibit the fishermen from setting sail. Scatter the dragon crystal powder upon the sea, and purify the energy within the waters. The soldiers promptly sprang into action, casting the powder across the surface of the sea. The pink powder settled on the dark waters, emitting a sizzling sound as the blackness gradually transformed back into a serene blue, while the shells within the bellies of the dead fish disintegrated into fine sand under the powder's influence. Clutching the four-colored crystal, Qin Yang directed a radiant beam towards the Sunset Sea. A pale violet column of light pierced through the clouds, bathing the waters and thoroughly cleansing the hidden shadows beneath. This cannot continue, Tyrion remarked, standing beside Qin Yang and gazing at the now tranquil sea. As long as the tribe of the Deep-Sea Lord remained in the Sunset Sea, they would perpetually sow chaos. We cannot remain on the defensive indefinitely. Qin Yang's gaze fell upon the four-colored crystal, its luminescence resonating with his mark, allowing him to glimpse a vision deep within the trench of the Sunset Sea. The tribe of the Deep-Sea Lord was constructing a new altar, while priests adorned with bone masks recited incantations. At the altar's center, a black crystal emanated a glow reminiscent of shells. "We must take the initiative," Qin Chang declared, his grip on the crystal tightening, his resolve unwavering. The energy fused from the 4 relics was potent enough to seal the tribe of the Deep Sea Lord entirely. But someone would need to venture into the trench of the Sunset Sea to infuse the altar with the crystal's power, disrupting their ritual. Tyrion's expression shifted slightly. The trench of the Sunset Sea is known as the Abyss of Death. The water pressure within can crush vessels instantly, and most deep-sea creatures congregate there. Those who enter may find it difficult to return alive. Qin Chang turned his gaze towards the fishermen at the port, who were praying towards the sea, their faces etched with apprehension for the future. He understood that for the enduring peace of Westeros, someone must rise to eradicate the threat posed by the Deep-Sea Lord. "I will go," he stated, his voice calm yet resolute. "The 4 relics resonate with my mark. Only I can wield the crystal's energy. And with Bai Ling's ability to sense the deep-sea creatures' locations, our chances of success will be greatly enhanced." Bai Ling seemed to comprehend his words. Moving closer and nuzzling his palm, her golden eyes filled with determination. Tyrion regarded Qin Chang thoughtfully, remaining silent for a moment before finally nodding. "I shall instruct the craftsman to forge a vessel capable of withstanding the pressures of the deep sea, reinforced with dragon crystals and shards of ice core. Additionally, I will prepare ample dragon crystal weapons and fire soul powder to ensure your safety." Qin Chang nodded, his gaze once more fixed on the Sunset Sea. Though the surface had regained its calmness, it still concealed unknown dangers. The tribe of the Deep Sea Lord awaited their opportunity, and he must bring an end to this crisis before they launched their assault, thereby restoring true peace to Westeros. The wind at the port began to swell, causing the banners to flutter vigorously. Qin Chang gripped the 4-colored crystal tightly, the mark on his palm intertwining with the crystal's glow to form a faint violet shield, enveloping both himself and Bai Ling. He understood that the journey ahead would be his most arduous challenge yet. Yet he also recognized that it was the only path to safeguard this land. 3 days hence, at the funeral, he shall personally bid farewell to Lord Edmure, before embarking with White Spirit upon a vessel bound for the Sunset Sea, where the final confrontation with the Deep Sea Lord awaits. Meanwhile, the denizens of King's Landing, the Night's Watch soldiers, and all those who strive for peace shall remain upon this soil, anticipating news of their victorious return. Chapter 94. The Elegy of the Funeral and the Deep-Sea Ship. A gentle rain fell from the skies of King's Landing, its delicate droplets cascading upon Lord Edmure's coffin, as if draping the fallen lord in a silken veil. The coffin lay in the heart of the Red Keep Square, surrounded by an array of white wildflowers. The lords of the Riverlands donned somber black garb, while the Night's Watch soldiers, armed with long spears reminiscent of claws, stood in disciplined formation on either side. The rain soaked their armor, yet they remained steadfast, like silent statues. Qin Chang stood before the coffin, having secured the 4-colored crystal stones close to his person, allowing only a hint of pale violet light to escape, illuminating the coffin alongside the flickering dragon crystal candlelight. He gazed at the emblem upon Lord Edmure's coffin, a lion grasping a sheaf of wheat, and recalled the scene of the Lord ensnared by deep-sea creatures while safeguarding the retreat of his people. A wave of sorrow surging within him. White Spirit lay at his feet, its golden mane dampened by the rain, yet it vigilantly surveyed the surroundings, emitting a low whimper as if mourning the deceased. "Jon has returned," came Tyrion's voice from behind. He sheltered beneath an oiled paper umbrella, approaching Qin Chang's side. The forces at the wall had been duly deployed, and coastal outposts established. The dragon crystal shards used for the warning devices had been freshly mined, exhibiting sufficient sensitivity. Qin Chang nodded, his gaze drifting toward the entrance of the square. Jon strode forth, his cloak stained with rain and mud, a clear indication of his hurried journey from the wall. The sword's tassel bore icicles, having lost its former azure glow. All was normal on the wall, however. Unusual tidal surges had recently emerged from the far western Sunset Sea, rising 3 feet higher than usual. The scouts of the Night's Watch reported that these tides carried a faint trace of shadow energy, suggesting the Deep Sea Lord's kin were adjusting their offensive rhythm. It appears that time is of the essence. Qin Chang clenched his fists, the 4-colored crystal stones warming against his chest. "Once the funeral concludes, we shall hasten to the port to ascertain the progress of the deep-sea vessel. We must set sail for the Sunset Sea before the tides grow increasingly tumultuous." The funeral rites proceeded slowly beneath the gentle rain, as a representative of the Riverland Lord stepped forward to deliver an elegy for Lord Edmure. The somber and heroic melody resonated throughout the Red Keep Square, bringing tears to the eyes of all present. Qin Chang approached, placing a shard of dragon crystal infused with the radiance of the 4-colored stones upon the coffin. The shard's light pierced through the rain, casting a soft violet glow over the coffin, as if to guard the departed's final peace. Upon the conclusion of the ceremony, the trio swiftly made their way to the port of King's Landing. From a distance, a massive ship loomed at the heart of the harbor, constructed from thick dragon crystal planks and adorned with countless shards of ice core, emanating a pale blue luminescence in the rain. The sails were embroidered with patterns reminiscent of the four-colored stones, clearly crafted by artisans in accordance with Qin Chang's specifications. Destined to serve as a vessel of the deep sea, the vessel is capable of withstanding the immense pressures of the deep sea and the insidious erosion of the abyss. The shipwright approached, his face brimming with pride. The hull was equipped with a dragon crystal power device, fueled by the essence of fire, enabling it to sail at 3 times the speed of ordinary ships. The hold was stocked with provisions sufficient for 3 months, alongside an abundant supply of dragon crystal weaponry and purification powder. Qin Chang stepped aboard and entered the cabin. The walls of the cabin were adorned with star trail runes, reminiscent of those found in the Red Fortress mine. The radiance of the 4-colored crystals resonated with the runes, causing them to illuminate the space with a brilliant glow. These runes could sense the energy of deep-sea creatures and would emit an alarm upon detecting their approach. The shipwright further explained that an escape pod was installed at the stern, allowing for a swift evacuation in times of peril. John approached the ship's railing, gazing towards the horizon of the sunset sea. Rain trickled down his face, yet it could not obscure the resolve in his eyes. I shall remain in King's Landing, overseeing the coastal defenses. Should you encounter danger in the depths, signal me with the crystal, and I shall rush to your aid with the night's watch. No need, Qin Chang replied, shaking his head. He understood the grave dangers that awaited them in the deep sea and did not wish to place John in harm's way. Your defense of Westeros is our greatest support. Once we successfully disrupt the altar of the deep sea lord, the 4-colored crystals will emit a purple beam of light, signaling that the crisis is averted. Tyrion handed Qin Chang a parcel containing the tome of ancient deities and a map of the Sunset Sea, with the location of the trench marked in red. The map was drawn based on ancient Night's Watch texts, indicating numerous reefs and layers of deep-sea creatures. Exercise caution, he advised. The tome of ancient deities detailed the vulnerabilities of the deep-sea lord's altar, which may prove beneficial. Qin Chang accepted the parcel, securing it close to his person. White Spirit boarded the ship, inspecting the cabin before finally stopping at the bow, howling towards the direction of the Sunset Sea as if attuning to the essence of the deep. Qin Chang joined her at the bow, gripping the 4-colored crystal, his gaze penetrating the depths of the Sunset Sea, where the sky remained shrouded in gloom. The rain stirred countless ripples upon the surface, and a powerful malevolent presence loomed in the depths, awaiting their arrival. Tomorrow at dawn, we set sail, Qin Chang declared, his voice calm yet resolute, determined to resolve this crisis before the deep-sea lord's kin could launch their assault. Jon and Tyrion nodded, understanding that persuasion was futile. They could only silently pray for Qin Chang and White Spirit. The rain at the harbor gradually ceased, and the setting sun pierced through the clouds, casting a golden sheen upon the vessel, as if to infuse a glimmer of hope into the impending conflict. Qin Chang stood at the bow, gazing at the dimming sky, the light of the 4-colored crystal dancing in his palm, intertwining with the golden figure of White Spirit. He knew that tomorrow would be a battle for survival. Yet for the peace of Westeros and in memory of those like Lord Edmure who had passed, he must prevail. There was no alternative. As night deepened, the harbor lights began to flicker on, illuminating the silhouette of the deep-sea vessel. Qin Chang was meticulously organizing his equipment in the ship's cabin, while White Spirit lay beside him, its golden eyes brimming with vigilance yet tinged with anticipation. They were about to embark on a journey into the deep sea to confront their final adversary, aiming to inscribe a true mark of peace upon the land of Westeros. Chapter 95, Setting Sail, and the initial encounter with the deep sea. The morning mist enveloping the port of King's Landing had yet to dissipate, as the pale golden sunlight pierced through the clouds, cascading upon the dragon crystal hull of the deep-sea vessel, refracting into a myriad of sparkling particles. Qin Chang stood at the prow, the 4-colored crystal firmly grasped in his palm, its soft purple radiance resonating with the runes on the sails, gradually dispersing the surrounding morning fog. White Spirit crouched at his feet, its golden mane fluttering gently in the breeze, its nose incessantly sniffing the air, emitting a low rumble from its throat. It could distinctly discern that, besides the briny scent of the sea, there lay an elusive malice from the deep. The anchor had been raised, and the dragon crystal propulsion system was primed. Voices of the crew echoed from the cabin, tinged with tension and anticipation. Following the nautical chart, They anticipated reaching the outskirts of the Sunset Sea Trench in 3 days. Qin Chang nodded, his gaze directed toward the harbor's edge, where Jon and Tyrion stood at the forefront, flanked by a multitude of Night's Watchmen, northern soldiers, and the citizens of King's Landing, all waving flags. Their eyes filled with concern and hope. Tyrion raised his arm, shouting towards the deep-sea vessel, "You must return alive. We await you in King's Landing." Qin Chang did not respond but deeply inclined his head toward the shore before turning to the crew, commanding, "Set sail." At the moment, the dragon crystal propulsion system activated. The ship trembled slightly. A pale blue energy surged from its hull, guiding the deep-sea vessel slowly away from the harbor. The crowd on the shore gradually diminished, ultimately fading into a distant black line, with only Tyrion and Jon remaining, steadfastly watching as the deep-sea vessel sailed toward the Sunset Sea. The speed of the deep-sea vessel increased, cleaving a white wake upon the water's surface. As they distanced themselves from King's Landing, the essence of the deep sea grew thicker in the air, the brilliance of the four-colored crystal intensified, and the starry runes on the ship illuminated, forming a faint purple energy barrier that isolated the lurking shadows beneath the waves. By the following afternoon, the sea suddenly became eerily calm. The previously tumultuous waves vanished, the water resembling congealed ink, shimmering with a faint black sheen. Even the sea breeze ceased its flow. Only the dragon crystal apparatus emitted a soft hum, a stark contrast in the profound silence of the ocean. Something felt amiss. Qin Chang gripped the four-colored crystal tightly, the mark suddenly radiating heat. He could sense a dense wave of energy pulsating beneath the water, far exceeding any previous encounters with deep-sea creatures. White Spirit, on high alert. White Spirit immediately sprang up, its golden form darting to the ship's edge, growling lowly at the surface, its claws carving deep gashes into the hull. Just then, the water erupted violently. A black tentacle surged from below the side of the ship, slick with foul seawater, lunging towards Qin Chang. "Be careful." As the crew's alarm rang out, Qin Chang, clutching the four-colored crystal, leapt into the air, the soft purple glow transforming into a blade of light as he struck at the tentacle. As the luminous blade pierced through the tendril, a jet of black ichor erupted, splattering onto the energy barrier with a sizzle, while dark smoke billowed from the severed end, swiftly descending into the abyss. Yet, this was merely the commencement. More tendrils emerged from the depths, weaving like an enormous black net, encircling the deep-sea vessel. The suction cups at the tips of the tendrils glimmered with a green luminescence, relentlessly battering against the energy barrier, causing the runes etched upon it to flicker ominously. Clearly unable to withstand such a relentless onslaught, it was the vanguard of the deep-sea sovereign's tendril swarm. Qin Chang's gaze swept across the surface of the sea, where he could discern colossal shadows moving beneath the waves, testing our defenses and seeking to delay our descent into the trench. Bai Ling leaped onto the sail, her golden claws aimed at a tendril entwined around it. The golden radiance of her claws collided with the tendril, purifying it into a cloud of black ash. Yet new tendrils continued to emerge from the depths, seeking to entwine the sail anew. The crew brandished their dragon crystal weapons, hacking at the tendrils in a desperate attempt to fend them off, but they could only manage to hold them at bay, failing to eradicate them entirely. Qin Chang inhaled deeply, raising the four-colored crystal above his head. A sudden surge of pale purple light erupted, forming a magnificent beam that shot from the bow of the ship toward the surface. As the beam penetrated the water, it was met with a chorus of anguished screams from below, black ichor surging forth to taint the surrounding waters. Yet upon contact with the beam, it swiftly transformed into ash. The shadows beneath the water gradually dissipated, and the tendril swarm, deprived of their energy source, sank into the depths, restoring tranquility to the surface. Though a faint black glow lingered, signaling that the kin of the deep-sea sovereign had not surrendered, they merely retreated temporarily, awaiting the next opportunity to strike. Qin Chang lowered the four-colored crystal, his palms now slick with perspiration. The recent beam had consumed a significant portion of the crystal's energy, and the pale purple glow had dimmed slightly, causing the energy barrier of the vessel to weaken, the starry runes flickering in brightness. Immediately restore the energy barrier and replenish it with fire soul powder. Qin Chang commanded the crew, crouching down to stroke Bai Ling's mane. The icy wolf's claws were stained with the black ichor, yet upon contact with the light of the four-colored crystal, they were instantly purified. As we drew nearer to the trench, the deep-sea creatures we encountered would grow increasingly formidable. We must hasten to restore the crystal's energy and prepare for the impending challenges. The crew sprang into action, some repairing the energy barrier with dragon crystal powder, while others replenished the dragon crystal power source with fire soul powder. Qin Chang made his way to the cabin, opening the tome of the ancient gods entrusted to him by Lyren. He turned to the page detailing the altar of the deep-sea sovereign, which depicted a black stone platform with a black crystal embedded at its center, surrounded by runes that resonated with the essence of shadows. An annotation read, "The altar's core is the source of the deep-sea sovereign's power. It must be illuminated directly with the radiance of the 4 relics to achieve complete sealing." He carefully folded the page and tucked it away, casting his gaze towards the sea beyond the cabin. The sun had sunk below the horizon, and darkness gradually enveloped the ocean, with only the starry runes of the deep-sea vessel and the faint purple light of the 4-colored crystal casting a weak glow upon the dark waters, akin to a solitary beacon of hope amidst the vast expanse of the sea. Qin Chang was acutely aware that the forthcoming voyage would be fraught with peril, as the denizens of the deep might launch a more ferocious assault at any moment. Yet, he harbored no inclination to retreat. The 4-colored crystal in his palm radiated a resolute luminescence, while the unwavering gaze of Bai Ling beside him reflected their shared tenacity. They must traverse this treacherous expanse of ocean to reach the altar nestled in the depths of the trench, thereby putting an end to the protracted crisis and restoring true peace to the continent of Westeros. The deep-sea vessel continued its journey through the nocturnal haze, the hum of the ship intertwining with the sounds of the flowing waters, composing a symphony that heralded the impending confrontation upon the tranquil sea. Chapter 96. The Guardians of the Trench's Periphery. The sun had set over the abyssal trench, a chasm so profound that even the starlight could not penetrate the darkness beneath the surface. The starry runes of the deep-sea vessel emanated a faint violet glow, barely illuminating 100 meters of the surrounding waters, yet shadows of an inky blackness drifted ominously within. These were the remnants of deep-sea creatures, layered and piled at the trench's edge, forming a natural barrier of death. Standing at the ship's railing, Qin Chang felt the light of the 4-colored crystal flicker in his grasp. He sensed a powerful surge of energy emanating from the depths of the trench, more intense than any previous encounter, akin to a slumbering black sun poised to erupt. Bai Ling crouched at his feet, her golden claws gripping the deck tightly, a low growl resonating from her throat, clearly aware of the lethal threat lurking within the trench. Suddenly, a crew member shouted, his voice trembling with alarm. The dragon crystal detector has registered an anomaly. The dark reefs at the trench's edge are not mere rocks. They are the shells of deep-sea creatures. They are camouflaged as reefs, lying in wait for us to approach. Without hesitation, Qin Chang leaned over the side of the ship, and with the aid of the rune's faint glow, he indeed discerned that the seemingly rough surfaces of the dark reefs were adorned with intricate black patterns, identical to the scales of deep-sea creatures. Just as he prepared to issue a command to alter their course, a deafening roar erupted from the direction of the trench. The sea surged violently, unleashing colossal waves that revealed the true forms of the creatures masquerading as reefs. They were the deep-sea armored beasts. Qin Chang tightened his grip on the 4-colored crystal, recalling the entries in the chronicles of the ancient gods that documented such beings. Their shells could withstand dragon crystal attacks, with their sole vulnerability residing in their eyes. Concentrate fire on their eyes. Mix the fire soul powder with the dragon crystal arrows to enhance their lethality. The crew sprang into action, sprinkling the fire soul powder onto the dragon crystal arrows. Instantly, the arrows ignited with a pale blue flame and were launched towards the eyes of the armored beasts. The flames sizzled as they made contact with the creature's shells, momentarily impeding their movement, but failing to inflict any fatal damage. The beasts retaliated with their tentacles, striking the deep-sea vessel and causing the energy barrier to shudder violently. The starry runes dimming significantly, Bai Ling leapt into action, her golden form gliding down the sail, her claws shimmering with the crystal's light. She struck fiercely at one of the armored beast's eyes, eliciting a piercing scream from the creature, which flailed its tentacles wildly, yet Bai Ling nimbly evaded its attacks. Seizing the moment, Qin Chang raised the 4-colored crystal, its pale purple radiance coalescing into a luminous spear that shot toward the eye wound of the lurking armored beast. The instant the spear penetrated the wound, the colossal body of the beast crashed to the ground, sinking into the abyss, its shell gradually transforming into a shade of black-gray amidst the brilliance. Yet, a greater peril loomed. Qin Chang suddenly shouted, his mark radiating intense heat as the energy fluctuations emanating from the depths of the trench surged dramatically. A massive shadow, exceeding the size of the armored beast by more than tenfold, began to rise slowly from the trench. Its body was encased in a formidable black shell, with a pair of tattered membranous wings extending from its back. Its head bore no eyes, only a gaping maw lined with jagged fangs, continuously exhaling a dark mist. It was the guardian beast of the Lord of the Deep. Tyrion had mentioned such a creature in his annotations within the Tome of Ancient Deities, describing it as the final line of defense of the trench altar. Its shell could absorb energy, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective. The guardian beast unleashed a torrent of dark mist from its maw, which struck the energy barrier, instantly corroding a fissure. Seizing the opportunity, the armored beasts launched their assault, their tendrils wrapping around the ship, while the hull began to show fine cracks. The draconic crystal propulsion system emitted an intermittent hum, clearly on the brink of collapse. Utilized the energy of the stellar runes. Suddenly, Qin Chang recalled the rune characteristics of the Red Fortress, or veins. He embedded the four-colored crystal into the rune recesses of the ship's hull, hoping the resonance between the runes and the crystal's energy might breach its shell. The crew promptly followed Qin Chang's directive, embedding the crystal into the recess at the ship's bow. The moment the crystal touched the runes, a gentle purple light spread along the runes, illuminating the entire vessel in a dazzling glow, resembling a colossal sword of light, charging towards the guardian beast. As the guardian beast unleashed another wave of dark mist, it was instantly purified by the ship's radiance. Upon collision with the guardian beast's shell, the rune's brilliance erupted to its zenith, projecting a massive blade of light from the ship's prow, piercing through the shell and penetrating the beast's interior. The guardian beast emitted a heart-wrenching roar, its immense body convulsing violently as black blood gushed from the wound, staining the surrounding waters in darkness. Witnessing the guardian beast's injury, the armored beasts fled in all directions, only to be caught by the ship's light, disintegrating into ash. Gradually, the guardian beast's strength waned, sinking into the trench, leaving behind a colossal wound from which dark mist continuously poured. Yet upon contact with the ship's glow, the mist was swiftly purified. Qin Chang withdrew the four-colored crystal. Its radiance now significantly dimmed, and the stellar runes on the ship had lost their luster, leaving only faint warmth. The crew collapsed on the deck, gasping for breath. As the hull continued to leak water, and the draconic crystal propulsion system had completely ceased to function, leaving them to rely solely on oars to barely stay afloat on the surface. "Have we succeeded?" a young crew member whispered, his eyes filled with exhaustion and disbelief. Qin Chang gazed into the depths of the trench, where the energy fluctuations, though diminished, still persisted. The location of the altar lay even deeper within the abyss. They had merely breached the first line of defense. Clutching the four-colored crystal tightly, he felt a faint resonance between his palm's mark and the crystal, aware that the true challenge awaited them within the altar of the trench. Bai Ling approached the ship's railing, growling towards the abyss of the deep sea, her golden eyes brimming with vigilance. Qin Chang recognized that there was no turning back. Their only option was to repair the deep-sea vessel and venture further into the chasm, determined to dismantle the altar and bring an end to this crisis. As the night deepened, the crew commenced their repairs, using dragon crystal powder to seal the ship's fractures. Striving to reignite the power system, Qin Chang sat at the bow, gazing into the darkness of the trench. The faint luminescence of the four-colored crystal flickering in his palm like an eternal spark, illuminating the path toward their ultimate confrontation. He understood that the journey ahead would be fraught with greater challenges, yet as long as they remained united, they would surely overcome all adversity and usher in true peace for Westeros. Chapter 97. The incantation from the depths of the abyss. The morning light struggled to penetrate the clouds above the trench, casting a pallid glow upon the damaged vessel. The crew divided into two groups. One mixed dragon crystal powder with resin to mend the hull's fissures, while the other gathered around the dragon crystal power system, cautiously pouring the soul of fire powder into the core of the device. The pale blue flames flickered within the apparatus, yet remained unable to sustain a stable burn due to the severe damage inflicted upon the core during last night's clash with the guardian beast. Qin Chang sat at the bow, resting the four-colored crystal upon his knees, his palm's imprint pressed against its surface. A soft violet radiance, guided by his intent, gradually infused the crystal, reviving its dim glow to a degree, though it still fell short of its peak potential. He sensed a repulsion between the crystal and a certain energy emanating from the abyss, as if suppressed by an invisible force, causing even the resonance of his imprint to become sluggish. Suddenly, Bai Ling perked up, her golden silhouette darting to the ship's edge, barking ferociously towards the depths. Her claws gouged deep marks into the deck, her green eyes filled with fear, as her throat emitted a low growl, tinged with unprecedented urgency, clearly sensing a presence far more perilous than the guardian beast. "What is it?" Qin Chang immediately rose. the light of the four-colored crystal intensifying as he turned his gaze towards Bai Ling's focus. The darkness of the trench appeared thicker than before, even the morning light failing to penetrate its depths. Faint black tendrils emerged from the shadows, slithering through the water like the tongues of venomous serpents. "Did you hear that?" A crew member, who had momentarily paused his repairs, turned pale, as if he had heard a sound emanating from the abyss. The others held their breath, and indeed, they discerned a subtle noise drifting from the depths. It was not the roar of deep-sea creatures, but rather a chant, akin to human incantations, obscure and somber, each syllable imbued with an eerie rhythm, as though summoning some dark entity. As the incantation grew clearer, the concentration of shadows in the water surged, and the ship's ruins, once aglow with pale blue light, began to be enshrouded in darkness, resembling silk stained with ink. "It is the incantation of the deep-sea priests." Qin Yang's imprint surged with heat, and vivid images from the chronicles of the ancient gods flooded his mind. Priests adorned with bone masks encircling the altar, wielding bone staves while reciting incantations, malevolent black crystals pulsating at the altar's center. They were augmenting the altar's power. Once the incantation reached completion, the gate to the deep sea would be unsealed. The dragon crystal power device suddenly emitted a resounding explosion, its pale blue flames extinguishing in an instant, while dark smoke billowed from the core of the apparatus. The crew member responsible for repairs gasped in shock, taking several steps back. The device was irreparably damaged. The core component was shattered, leaving no hope for restoration. "Without the power device, how could we approach the altar?" A voice filled with despair echoed from one of the crew members, as the ominous sounds from the depths of the trench grew louder, and the black tendrils in the water swarmed closer towards the deep-sea vessel. "Are we to be trapped here?" Qin Yang clenched the four-colored crystal tightly, his gaze sweeping across the supplies aboard the ship. Aside from the dragon crystal weaponry and fire soul powder, there were several spare small inflatable boats, prepared earlier for reconnaissance of the maritime region. "We shall use the boats," he decisively commanded. "We will split into 3 boats, taking sufficient dragon crystals and fire soul powder, and paddle manually towards the altar. The crew members would remain aboard the deep-sea vessel, armed with dragon crystal arrows and runic barriers to safeguard the ship, awaiting our return." "No," the crew members immediately protested. "The deep-sea creatures in the trench are far too numerous. It is too perilous for you and Bai Ling to venture in a single boat. We should accompany you. At least we can provide some defense." "That is unnecessary," Qin Yang replied, shaking his head. The luminosity of the four-colored crystal fluctuated in his grasp. "The inflatable boats could not accommodate many, and you must defend the deep-sea vessel. That is our only hope for retreat. Rest assured, Bai Ling and I can manage." Bai Ling nuzzled against Qin Yang's palm, seemingly affirming his resolve. She then turned and leapt into one of the already inflated boats, her golden figure steadying itself within the confines of the small vessel, vigilantly scanning the depths of the trench. Qin Yang secured the four-colored crystal close to him, grasping a dragon crystal short knife and a pouch of fire soul powder before boarding the boat. He instructed the crew, upon seeing a purple beam of light arise, "Immediately activate the backup signal device to notify Jon and Tyrion that the crisis has been averted. If we do not return within the hour, set course for home at once and never approach the setting sun sea." The crew members wished to say more, but were silenced by the resolute gaze of Qin Yang. He took up the oar, propelling the boat deeper into the trench, while Bai Ling crouched at the front, her golden eyes fixed intently on the black tendrils in the darkness, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. The boat glided slowly through the water, the ominous chanting growing clearer, and the shadows within the sea intensifying. Qin Yang felt the four-colored crystal pulsating gently against his chest, the energy repulsion from the altar growing stronger, making even breathing a challenge. He continuously channeled the energy of the mark, intensifying the glow of the crystal, forming a faint purple barrier around the boat, isolating the shadows from encroaching. Suddenly, a black tendril lunged towards the boat. Bai Ling reacted swiftly, leaping into the air, her golden claws shimmering with the crystal's light, fiercely gripping the tendril. The tendril emitted a sizzling sound, instantly transforming into a dark gray ash. Yet more tendrils emerged from the shadows, weaving a net of darkness that descended upon the boat. Without hesitation, Qin Yang drew forth the fire soul powder, scattering it towards the tendrils. Pale blue flames ignited within the powder, clashing against the tendrils, the resulting black smoke stinging his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, he rowed vigorously, the boat surging forth like an arrow released from a bow, breaking free from the encirclement of tendrils as they plunged into the abyss of darkness below. The incantation grew increasingly louder, and a dark pillar of light emerged ahead, rising from the depths of the abyss and connecting with the clouds above. Surrounding the pillar, countless strands of black light entwined like the scales of a colossal dragon, undulating slowly through the water. Qin Chang recognized that this was the direction of the deep-sea altar, the ultimate battlefield of this war. Gripping the dragon crystal dagger tightly, he maximized the brilliance of the four-colored crystals. Under his command, the kayak surged through the layers of light towards the dark pillar. White Spirit crouched at the front of the kayak, her golden eyes filled with determination, her claws slightly curved, ready to embrace the final confrontation. The incantation from the depths of the trench reached its zenith, and the luminosity of the dark pillar intensified, even causing the barrier of the four-colored crystals to tremble violently. Qin Chang understood that their time was running short. They had to destroy the core of the altar before the incantation was complete, or all would be in vain. The kayak continued to advance through the darkness, the black pillar drawing nearer, and he could faintly discern the figures of the priests surrounding the altar. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated all his power on the mark and the four-colored crystals, as a pale purple glow formed a sharp blade of light around the kayak, akin to a sword poised to unsheath, charging toward the deep-sea altar in a final assault. Chapter 98. The final battle at the altar. The kayak sliced through the last strand of black light, revealing the deep-sea altar in its entirety. It was a stone platform constructed from black coral and deep-sea bones, towering about 10 jong high. With a fist-sized black crystal embedded at its pinnacle, the very core of the deep-sea lord's power, now emanating an eerie red glow, resonating with the bone staffs held by the 12 priests. The incantations surged from their throats, each syllable causing the air to tremble. As the black pillar shot skyward from the core crystal, the clouds above the trench had turned inky black, and faint outlines of countless tentacles emerged within them, as if heralding the imminent opening of the deep-sea gate. Qin Chang leaped from the kayak, the pale purple light of the four-colored crystals swelling in his palm, forming a translucent shield to protect White Spirit behind him. The 12 priests simultaneously ceased their incantation and turned, their eyes glowing green beneath their bony masks, while the energy from their staffs writhed like living serpents, slowly advancing toward Qin Chang. Intruder, how dare you disrupt the awakening ceremony of the Deep-Sea Lord? Today, you shall become the first offering for the opening of the Deep-Sea Gate. Before the words had fully left his lips, the 12 priests swung their bone staffs simultaneously, and black energy surged from the tips, coalescing in the air into a massive tentacle that, carrying the stench of the sea, lunged toward Qin Chang. White Spirit leapt into action, her golden claws glimmering with the light of the crystal, fiercely striking at the shadowy tentacle, only to be ensnared instantly. Her body wrapped in the shadowy energy, black patterns emerging on her golden mane, eliciting a piercing cry of agony. White Spirit. Panic surged within Qin Chang as he swiftly raised the four-colored crystals above his head, the pale purple light transforming into a sharp blade, severing the shadowy tentacle. Bai Ling seized the opportunity to break free, tumbling to the ground beside Qin Chang. Undeterred, she struggled to rise, letting out a low growl at the priests, her eyes brimming with defiance. First, eliminate the priests, then shatter the core crystal. Qin Chang clenched the crystal tightly, the radiant blade in his hand spinning continuously. Their bone staffs were the source of the shadowy essence. By destroying the staffs, he could diminish their power. He charged towards the nearest priest, the blade slicing through the air with a fierce whoosh, aimed directly at the bone staff held by the priest. The priest reacted swiftly, using the staff to block, the shadowy essence clashing with a soft lilac glow, enveloping both in a cloud of black smoke. Seizing the moment, Qin Chang circled behind the priest, the radiant blade tearing through the priest's dark robe. The priest emitted a muffled grunt as his body gradually turned to ash in the light, the bone staff shattering and falling upon the altar, instantly devoured by the shadowy essence. Seeing their companion slain, the other priests immediately encircled them, weaving the shadowy essence into a black net that ensnared Qin Chang and Bai Ling at its center. The essence relentlessly eroded the lilac shield, its brilliance dimming rapidly. Qin Chang could feel the energy of the four-colored crystal depleting swiftly, the mark on his palm beginning to burn, as if it were battling the shadowy essence. Suddenly, Bai Ling lunged at the priest to her left, her golden claws seizing his wrist and yanking him violently to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Chang charged forward, the radiant blade piercing the priest's chest, causing the bone staff to splinter. The duo, a wolf and a woman, worked in perfect harmony, swiftly dispatching 3 more priests, creating a breach in the black light net and diminishing the concentration of the shadowy essence. The leading priest, sensing impending doom, abruptly turned and dashed towards the core crystal atop the altar, bringing his staff crashing down upon it. If he could not be stopped, then let the gate of the abyss open prematurely, he roared, vowing that even in death, they would accompany him to the grave. At the moment the staff struck the core crystal, a black light column erupted violently, the clouds above the trench churning furiously, more spectral tentacles appearing, and the roar of the sea lord resonating through the clouds, shaking the very trench itself. The surrounding waters began to boil, the black essence surging forth like a tide, sweeping towards Qin Chang and Bai Ling. They could not allow him to succeed. Qin Chang summoned all his strength, releasing the full brilliance of the four-colored crystal. The soft lilac light transformed into a colossal beam, piercing towards the core crystal. The beam collided with the black column, producing a deafening roar as the entire altar began to tremble violently, black corals and bones cascading into the water, creating massive splashes. Bai Ling lunged at the leading priest, her golden claws piercing his throat, his body dissolving into ash amidst the shadowy essence, the bone staff crumbling to dust. Taking advantage of the chaos, Qin Chang climbed to the summit of the altar, pressing the four-colored crystal against the core crystal. The lilac light spread along the core crystal, the black column beginning to fluctuate violently, the red glow within the brilliance gradually fading, and the clouds above the trench returning to normal, the spectral tentacles dissipating. Seal it completely, Qin Chang declared, affixing the mark onto the crystal, the three-colored brilliance intertwining with the lilac light, forming an even more powerful beam that pierced through the core crystal, driving deep into the trench's depths. The core crystal emitted a sharp shattering sound, and the black radiance dissipated instantaneously. The altar began to crumble, and the dark aura was completely purified within the light. The black luminescence in the sea gradually faded, restoring the water to its normal azure hue. Qin Chang, cradling the four-colored crystal, leapt from the collapsing altar, and Bai Ling rushed forward to catch him, both of them landing on the inflatable boat. The remnants of the altar sank slowly into the water, and the energy fluctuations from the depths of the trench vanished entirely, leaving only the tranquil sea and the distant cheers of the crew. Qin Chang sat slumped on the boat. The glow of the four-colored crystal had dimmed considerably, yet it still radiated a gentle light. He gazed at the sky above the trench, where the clouds gradually dispersed and sunlight streamed through, casting a beautiful rainbow upon the sea's surface. Bai Ling lay beside him. The black patterns on her golden mane had completely faded. She closed her eyes wearily, yet a hint of a satisfied smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. "We have succeeded," Qin Chang murmured softly, his voice weary yet filled with contentment. He understood that the prolonged war had finally come to an end. The threat of the deep-sea lord was unequivocally eliminated, and the continent of Westeros had at last welcomed true peace. The inflatable boat drifted gently towards the deep-sea vessel, where the crew waved at them, their faces alight with excitement and joy. Qin Chang grasped the four-colored crystal tightly. The mark on his palm resonated faintly with the crystal, as if in celebration of this victory. He was aware that new challenges may arise in the future, but as long as they remained together, and as long as this pure energy endured, they would undoubtedly safeguard the continent of Westeros and ensure that peace perpetually enveloped this land. Sunlight bathed Qin Chang and Bai Ling, warm and bright, as if to punctuate this climactic battle with a perfect conclusion. Chapter 99. Homeward bound and rebirth. Though the dragon crystal apparatus of the deep-sea vessel was not fully repaired, the crew had managed to temporarily modify it to sail at half speed towards King's Landing. Qin Chang leaned against the ship's railing, carefully storing the four-colored crystal in a velvet pouch, the faint glow from the pouch intertwining with the sunlight on the sea, casting delicate specks of light upon the deck. Bai Ling curled at his feet, her golden mane billowing in the sea breeze, occasionally lifting her head to nuzzle his hand, her eyes reflecting a state of relaxation. The tension from the past days had finally transformed into fatigue, yet it was accompanied by a sense of peace as the crisis had been averted. "We will reach King's Landing in just one more day." The lookout crew member descended from the mast, a long-awaited smile gracing his face. He had just spotted a few seagulls. It was the first time he had seen live seabirds on the journey, indicating that the shadows on the sea had indeed been completely purified. Following the direction indicated by the crew member, Qin Chang looked up to see several white gulls soaring above the ship, their crisp calls ringing out, and as their wings skimmed the surface of the water, the ripples glimmered in the normal azure hue, devoid of any trace of dark shadows. He recalled the dead silence of the sea before their departure, and a wave of warmth surged through him. Though the cost of this war was steep, it had ultimately brought about the rebirth of these waters. As night fell, the crew lit a bonfire on the deck, sprinkling the remaining soul of fire powder into the flames. The pale blue flames danced joyfully, illuminating the faces of everyone present with a warm glow. A traveler took out a portable harp and began to play a folk song from the north, the melody deep and melodious, resonating across the tranquil sea. Qin Chang sat by the campfire, observing the crew as they shared provisions, engaging in discussions about their plans for the aftermath of the war. Some wished to return to King's Landing to open a quaint tavern. Others aspired to tend to farms in the north, while a few sought to accompany the Night's Watch to the Wall, continuing to safeguard this land. Bai Ling lay beside the fire, occasionally nibbling on jerky offered by the crew, savoring it slowly. Qin Chang reached out to stroke its mane, feeling the faint vibrations of the crystal through the velvet pouch, intertwining with the warmth of the fire, creating a soothing rhythm. He understood that these humble desires were what they fought so fiercely to protect, not some grand mission, but the fundamental right for each individual to live in peace. The following afternoon, the silhouette of King's Landing finally emerged on the horizon. From a distance, the spires of the Red Keep glimmered golden in the sunlight, and the flags at the harbor fluttered in the breeze, revealing a bustling dock filled with people, seemingly awaiting something. As the ship drew nearer, Qin Chang discerned that not only Jon and Tyrion awaited on the dock, but also the lords of the Riverlands, soldiers of the Night's Watch, and countless citizens of King's Landing, all holding flowers and flags, their faces alight with eager smiles. "They have returned. They have returned," someone shouted from the crowd, their voice tinged with emotional tears. Immediately, cheers erupted like a tidal wave, as the townsfolk waved their flags and surged towards the ship. Standing at the bow, Qin Chang gazed at this scene, his heart a tumult of emotions. Jon and Tyrion stood at the forefront of the dock. Jon's long claw hung diagonally across his shoulder, the blade glinting in the sunlight, while Tyrion leaned on his dragonglass spear, a familiar smile gracing his face. Upon seeing Qin Chang, he waved his arm vigorously. As the ship docked, and just as Qin Chang stepped off the gangplank, Jon approached briskly and clapped him on the shoulder. "I knew you could do it. The Night's Watch has been waiting for your news at the Wall. Now they can finally rest easy. At the grave of Lord Eddard, I have placed a bouquet of white roses for you." Tyrion handed him a parcel containing a clean linen robe and a pair of new boots. "The citizens of King's Landing have prepared a celebration feast, just waiting for your return." The townsfolk gathered around, offering flowers to Qin Chang and Bai Ling, while children surrounded Bai Ling, curiously touching its golden mane, only to retreat a step in fright when it turned its head, before laughing and approaching once more. Qin Chang accepted a white rose, bringing it to his nose, the fragrance mingling with the scent of the sea, a soothing aroma he had not experienced in a long time. The group made their way toward the Red Keep, the streets adorned with colorful ribbons, and shopkeepers eagerly distributed their goods to the citizens and soldiers. Qin Chang noticed that the homes previously ravaged by sea creatures had been restored, craftsmen busy constructing new frameworks, while children played and laughed in the streets, their bright sounds a stark contrast to the eerie silence before their departure. Upon reaching the plaza of the Red Keep, Qin Chang paused, retrieving the four-colored crystal from his pocket. The brilliance of the crystal shimmered in the sunlight, radiating hues of red, gold, blue, and purple. He raised the crystal above his head, and its light spread across the square, enveloping the entire realm of King's Landing. The common folk felt the warmth of the illumination and paused in their steps, gazing up at the crystal with faces full of reverence and gratitude. This was a gift from the old gods and a shared hope that everyone vowed to protect. Qin Chang's voice, though soft, resonated clearly throughout every corner of the square. "Henceforth, it shall be enshrined in the library of the Red Keep, a perpetual reminder that peace must be sustained through guardianship, and that no darkness can prevail against the strength of unity." Jon and Tyrion stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Qin Chang. Ghost crouched at their feet, his golden eyes surveying the gathered citizens as a gentle rumble emanated from his throat. Sunlight bathed the trio and the wolf, intertwining with the crystal's radiance, forming a warm glow that enveloped all of King's Landing and this land that had finally regained peace. Qin Chang understood that the memories of this war would not easily fade, and those who had sacrificed would never be forgotten. Yet he also knew the road ahead was long. They would carry these memories and continue to safeguard the continent of Westeros, ensuring that every citizen could live as peacefully as they did now, joyfully welcoming each dawn. The cheers from the square rose once more, intertwining with the crystal's light and the warmth of the sun, becoming a hymn of peace and rebirth that echoed beneath the skies of King's Landing. Chapter 100. Shadows beneath peace. Beneath the dome of the library in the Red Keep, the four-colored crystal was placed upon a specially crafted crystal stand. The soft red, gold, blue, and purple hues filtered through the crystal, casting flowing starry trails upon the stone walls. faintly resonating with the symbols inscribed on the pages of the treasured records of the old gods. Qin Chang stood before the stand, his fingertips gently grazing the surface of the crystal, feeling the stable energy emanating from within, yet also detecting a faint and elusive ripple. As if some distant force was creating a subtle resonance with the crystal, its frequency strange and obscure. Jon had sent word from the wall, reporting that unusual ice fissures had recently appeared on the plains west of the wall. Tyrion's voice drifted in from the entrance of the library, holding a scroll of parchment. His usual smile dimmed. The ice emerging from the fissures bore a chill reminiscent of the others, yet devoid of their corrosive nature. The Night's Watch scouts dared not approach. Fearing a new danger, Qin Chang turned, his gaze falling upon the parchment, which depicted the general location of the fissures, precisely situated in the uninhabited expanse between the wall and the Sunset Sea, not far from the area of the deep-sea creature's activity. It was not the others. He shook his head, feeling the mark on his fingertip grow slightly warm. The resonance with the four-colored crystal seemed to intensify, revealing another form of energy, older and more hidden than the others, as if a power slumbering deep within the ice plains had been awakened. Ghost rose from Qin Chang's side, his golden form moving to the window of the library, where he let out a low growl towards the north. His nose twitched as if detecting an unusual scent in the air, a glint of alertness flashing in his green eyes, starkly contrasting with the expression he wore when sensing the threat from the depths of the sea. "Shall we take a look?" Tyrion inquired, extending the parchment. Jon replied, "If the situation is dire, I hope you can make a trip to the wall. After all, only you possess the ability to discern the nature of this unfamiliar energy." Qin Chang accepted the parchment, his fingertips gliding over the icy fissures, and the four-colored crystal momentarily flickered, causing the starry patterns on the stone wall to distort, as if resisting some unknown disturbance. "First, we shall dispatch scouts for reconnaissance." He pondered for a moment. Now that King's Landing had just regained order, and the reconstruction of the Riverlands required manpower, it would be unwise to hastily mobilize troops. They would wait until the scouts determined the extent and characteristics of the icy fissure before making a decision. Just as he finished speaking, a hurried sound of footsteps echoed from outside the library. A Night's Watch apprentice burst in, clutching a wooden box, his face etched with panic. "My Lord Qin Chang, my Lord Tyrion, the coastal outpost sent this. They say fishermen discovered it on the shallow shores of the Sunset Sea, and the contents are quite peculiar." The moment the wooden box was opened, a faint chill swept over them. Inside, it was lined with black velvet, upon which lay a palm-sized ice crystal, enshrouded in a wisp of silvery mist that flowed gently within. When the mist came into contact with the light of the four-colored crystal, it emitted a subtle hum. "This is not the ice crystal of Westeros," Tyrion remarked, leaning closer, his brow furrowed. "Ordinary ice crystals do not encase mist, and the color of this mist resembled the essence of the fabled frost spirits, which ancient texts claimed had perished centuries ago." Qin Chang extracted the ice crystal from the box, and as his fingertip brushed its surface, the luminescence of the four-colored crystal surged dramatically, creating an invisible bridge of light with the silvery mist within the ice crystal. In an instant, his consciousness was drawn into a realm of pure white, void of sound and sight, where an ancient and desolate intent surged into his mind like a tide, intermittently conveying messages: glacier, awakening, balance. As the intent dissipated, Qin Chang abruptly returned to his senses, the ice crystal now cold to the touch, its silvery mist having diminished slightly. The glow of the four-colored crystal stabilized, yet the starry patterns on the stone wall bore a few new, delicate cracks, as if the recent energy resonance had lightly impacted the crystal. "What did you see?" Tyrion steadied his arm, noticing his pale complexion. "Is there an issue with the ice crystal?" "It serves as a warning." Qin Chang returned the ice crystal to the wooden box, his fingertip still warm. The power deep within the glacier was awakening. It differed from the force of the deep-sea lord, but would equally disrupt the energy balance of Westeros. This ice crystal was a messenger, alerting us to the disturbances in the glacier. Balan approached the wooden box, growling lowly at the ice crystal without advancing. As if assessing its properties, Qin Chang stroked its mane, a flicker of unease rising within him. The threat of the deep-sea lord had just subsided, yet new disturbances were emerging from the glacier. The peace of Westeros appeared far less stable than previously imagined, informed the coastal outpost to enhance their vigilance, and simultaneously notified Jon to closely monitor the icy fissure west of the wall. Should they detect silvery mist or anomalous ice crystals, they must report immediately. Qin Chang issued an order to the Night Watch apprentice, subsequently stowing the wooden box away. The ice crystal was temporarily placed in the library, nestled alongside the four-colored crystal stones, perhaps to interpret further information through their resonance. After the apprentice departed, a brief silence enveloped the library. Tyrion leaned against the bookshelf, observing the faint light bridge between the four-colored crystal and the ice crystal, murmuring, "It appears we cannot remain idle, having just resolved the troubles of the deep sea. We must now confront the looming threat of the ice plains." Qin Chang refrained from responding, his gaze once more fixating on the four-colored crystal. Its luminescence remained steady. Yet in an unnoticed corner, a faint silver vein flickered across its surface, reminiscent of a crack in ice, vanishing swiftly within the depths of the stone. He understood that this vein did not appear without cause. It was a signal, heralding that the continent of Westeros would soon face new challenges. Sunlight streamed through the glass, casting warm patches of light upon the library floor. Laughter and merriment from the citizens of King's Landing resonated in the distance, as shops bustled with unloading goods, and the sounds of children frolicking were distinctly audible, a scene of peace and prosperity. Yet both Qin Chang and Tyrion comprehended that beneath this tranquility, dark patterns had quietly emerged, akin to fissures beneath the ice plains, poised to spread at any moment. Bai Ling curled back at Qin Yang's feet, her golden eyes gazing out the window, emitting a low rumble from her throat, as if safeguarding this hard-won serenity, while simultaneously gathering strength for the impending unknown. Qin Chang tightened his grip on the wooden box, the impressions of his fingertips resonating subtly with the ice crystal and the four-colored crystal stones. He knew that in the days to come, they must remain ever vigilant to protect this land, which had just begun to flourish anew. Chapter 101. The silver veins of the ice plains. The morning mist over the Red Keep had yet to dissipate, but a faint glow illuminated the library. The four-colored crystal and the silver ice crystal lay side by side on their stand, and the light bridge connecting them was clearer than the previous night, with pale purple radiance intertwining with silver mist, casting a distorted outline of the ice plains upon the stone wall. This image, contained within the ice crystal, was gradually revealed through the resonance of the crystals. Qin Chang focused intently on the silhouette projected on the wall, his fingertips gliding along the light bridge. As the image froze abruptly on a close-up of a fissure in the ice, deep within the crack, a silvery light shimmered, with countless fine lines extending from the opening, sprawling like veins beneath the ice plains, vaguely reminiscent of the starry patterns of the four-colored crystal, yet imbued with an even more chilling aura. "The scouts from the wall have returned." Jon's voice shattered the silence as he lifted the curtain to the library, the chill of the ice plains still clinging to him. His cloak dusted with fine ice crystals. They had located the source of the fissure, which was 10 times larger than depicted on the parchment, and indeed, within the crack, there were silver veins that writhed as if they were alive. Qin Chang immediately pivoted, the light of the four-colored crystal flickering with his movement. Did the scouts approach it? What is the energy attribute of the silver veins? Too dangerous to get too close. Jon shook his head, retrieving a shard of ice cord dusted with silver powder from his cloak. Within 100 feet of the fissure, the compass loses its accuracy, and even the blue light of Longclaw dims. This powder was scraped from the edge of the fissure. It shares the same components as the mist within the ice crystal, feeling like ice yet not melting. Qin Chang grasped the fragment, and the imprint on his fingertips instantly grew warm. The silver powder within the fragment resonated with the four-colored crystal, causing the icy mural on the stone wall to shift once more. Silver veins converged to form a colossal ice channel, extending towards the direction of the Great Wall, its terminus coinciding with the ruins of the icy prison below the Great Wall, the very place where the third relic had been previously stored. It was clearly aimed at the ruins of the icy prison. Qin Chang furrowed his brow. The ancient divine runes within the icy prison could suppress energy, and the silver veins sought to acquire the energy balance data of Westeros through the runes of the ruins. Should it discover a weakness, the power of the icy plains would awaken in its entirety. Suddenly, Bai Ling let out a low growl towards the north, its golden figure darting to the window, barking furiously at the distant sky. Qin Chang and Jon immediately approached, only to see the northern sky suffused with a faint silver light, matching the hue of the mist within the ice crystals. Clearly, the energy of the icy plains had begun to spread, and even King's Landing could observe the anomaly. They needed to head to the Great Wall at once. Qin Chang tightened his grip on the four-colored crystal. The runes of the icy prison would not hold for long. They required the energy of the crystal to reinforce the runes, while simultaneously discerning the weaknesses of the silver veins. Tyrion, the reconstruction of King's Landing is entrusted to you. If any abnormalities arise along the coast or inland, immediately contact us using the signal crystal. Tyrion entered from outside, a pre-prepared satchel in hand. I anticipated you would say that. I have prepared provisions and dragonglass weapons, and even had the craftsman make you a warm cloak. The temperatures of the icy plains are lower than those of the north. Don't freeze. Qin Chang accepted the satchel, carefully stowing the four-colored crystal and the silver ice crystal within it. Bai Ling adeptly nestled into his cloak, leaving only its vigilant eyes visible. The three of them hastened out of the Red Keep, where the Night Watch's swift steed awaited at the entrance. The horses were wrapped in thick felt, with iron shoes affixed to their hooves, evidently prepared for the conditions of the icy plains. The scouts of the icy plains will be waiting for you at the Great Wall. They are familiar with the route and can assist you in swiftly locating the source of the ice fissures. Tyrion patted Qin Chang on the shoulder. Stay safe. King's Landing awaits your return. Qin Chang nodded, mounted his horse, and, alongside Jon, galloped towards the Great Wall. The sound of hooves echoed through the streets of King's Landing. The townsfolk, witnessing their hurried figures, gradually lost their smiles, clearly sensing the anomaly, yet they waved to bid them farewell, their eyes brimming with trust and anticipation. After departing King's Landing, the scenery along the way grew increasingly desolate. Upon entering the north, a thin layer of ice began to form on the ground, and the chill in the air intensified. The glow of the four-colored crystal flickered gently against Qin Chang's chest, resonating with the silver sky of the north, guiding their path forward. After approximately 2 days and nights of travel, they finally reached the Wall of Absolute Despair. The soldiers of the Night Watch had long awaited at the city gates. Upon seeing Qin Chang and Jon, they promptly opened the gates. The scouts are waiting at the ruins of the icy prison. They report that the extension of the silver veins is accelerating, and the area of the ice fissures is expanding. If we delay any longer, it may soon reach the foot of the Great Wall. The two men immediately rushed towards the ruins of the icy prison. Outside the ice prison, several scouts gathered around the jagged edge of the ice fissure, their thick cloaks wrapped tightly around them, yet still shivering with cold. Upon spotting Qin Chang, the leading scout hurried forward, exclaiming, "My lord, you have finally arrived. The silver veins within the fissure have nearly extended to the ruins' runic wall. We attempted to block them with dragon crystal powder, but it was utterly futile. The moment the powder approached, it was devoured by the silver mist." Qin Chang approached the fissure, leaning down to peer inside. Deep within, a blinding silver light emanated, as countless silver veins writhed within the ice, resembling serpents slithering towards the ruins. The brilliance of the four-colored crystal surged in his palm, resonating fiercely with the silver veins. The ice surrounding the fissure began to tremble violently, as silver mist poured forth from the crack, clashing with the crystal's radiance, producing a hissing sound. "Jon, reinforce the runic wall of the ruins. Mix ice core fragments with dragon crystal powder to enhance the rune's energy," Qin Chang commanded, simultaneously placing the four-colored crystals at the fissure's edge. "I will attempt to suppress the silver veins with the energy of the crystals and seek their weaknesses." The soft lavender glow of the crystals spread along the fissure, intertwining with the silver veins. Qin Chang's consciousness delved deeper into the fissure, entering a realm of silver. In this space, silence reigned, devoid of sights or sounds. Yet a desolate and ancient thought lingered, akin to the notion conveyed by the previous ice crystal, yet sharper. Imbalance, completion, icefield awakening. At the instant this thought transmitted, the silver veins surged violently, momentarily suppressing the crystal's brilliance. Qin Chang's consciousness was forcibly yanked back to reality, a sharp pain piercing his chest as the light of the four-colored crystals dimmed. "This won't do," he gasped. "The energy of the silver veins is too powerful. The crystals alone cannot contain it. We must locate its source to resolve this completely." Jon immediately halted his actions. The scouts mentioned that the source of the silver veins lies in the eternal frost abyss of the ice field, the coldest place in Westeros, and the resting place of the spirit of extreme cold recorded in ancient texts. However, the terrain of the abyss is treacherous, riddled with fissures and dark rivers, making it difficult to approach. Gazing into the depths of the ice fissure, a flicker of resolve ignited within Qin Chang. He understood that regardless of the dangers lurking in the eternal frost abyss, they had to venture forth. Otherwise, if the power of the icefield fully awakened, the continent of Westeros would once again plunge into peril. "Prepare yourselves. We shall depart for the eternal frost abyss at dawn," he declared, gripping the four-colored crystals, their radiance rekindling in his palm. The white spirit could sense the direction of the silver veins. With its presence, they could evade much of the danger. Jon nodded and immediately set about organizing the scouts to prepare their packs and supplies. The Night's Watch soldiers outside the ice prison expressed their desire to join the expedition. Determination etched on their faces, showing no sign of retreat. Observing those who fought to protect Westeros, a warm surge filled Qin Chang's heart. no matter the dangers they faced. As long as they fought side by side, they would surely overcome the challenges ahead. As night deepened, the lights of the wall gradually illuminated, casting a glow upon the night sky of the ice field. Qin Chang sat beside the runic wall of the ice prison, the radiance of the four-colored crystals intertwining with the energy of the runes, forming a faint violet barrier that temporarily obstructed the extension of the silver veins. White Spirit lay at his feet, its golden eyes gazing toward the abyss of eternal frost, emitting a low rumble from its throat, as if gathering strength for the impending journey. He understood that tomorrow would present a new challenge. The dangers of the abyss of eternal frost far exceeded any previous encounters. Yet, he felt no fear. The four-colored crystal in his palm emanated a resolute glow, while Jon and the Night's Watchman beside him bore unyielding expressions. Together, they would venture deep into the icy expanse, seeking the source of the silver veins to safeguard the peace of Westeros, ensuring that a new crisis would not descend upon them. Chapter 102. The edge of the abyss of eternal frost. The morning light on the ice plains carried a biting chill, piercing through the thin clouds and falling upon the cloaks of Qin Chang and his companions. 7 Night's Watch scouts, burdened with packs and wielding dragonglass spears, followed closely behind Qin Chang and Jon, their horses' hooves cracking against the ice with a sharp sound, each step requiring utmost caution. Beneath the ice surface, the murmur of a dark river could be faintly perceived. A moment's inattention could lead to a plunge into the abyss. White Spirit dashed ahead, its golden claws leaving faint luminous trails on the ice, resonating with the four-colored crystals to guide their path. It periodically halted, growling toward the ahead, its green eyes filled with vigilance, clearly sensing the presence of the abyss of eternal frost. The ancient and biting chill it emanated was more suffocating than the shadows of the deep sea. At their current pace, they would reach the periphery of the abyss before sunset. Jon reined in his horse, the blue glow of Longclaw appearing particularly dim in the cold, ice shards on the sword's pommel having crystallized into beads of ice. The scouts reported that the perimeter contained a field of fractured ice, with cracks crisscrossing, necessitating dismounting to proceed on foot, where the silver mist was thickest, potentially concealing unknown dangers. Qin Chang nodded, his gaze drifting toward the distance, where the direction of the abyss of eternal frost shimmered with a rich silver light, resembling a colossal silver curtain draped at the edge of the ice plains. The silver dust in the air grew denser, and inhaling it brought a stinging sensation with each breath. He withdrew the four-colored crystal from his bosom. Its pale violet light swirled in his palm, forming a faint protective aura that shielded them from the surrounding silver dust. He combined dragonglass powder with grease, applying it to his mouth and nose to temporarily stave off the encroaching mist. The others promptly followed suit, mixing their dragonglass powder with beast oil and smearing it on their faces. Qin Chang allocated the remaining dragonglass powder to the scouts, instructing them to scatter it around the horses' hooves to prevent the animals from losing their balance under the influence of the silver veins. After approximately 2 hours of travel, the ice surface began to shatter extensively. The once smooth ice plain transformed into a landscape of deep fissures, glimmering with silver light, as countless silver veins writhed within the cracks like venomous serpents awaiting their prey. White Spirit suddenly halted, growling at the fractured ice before them, retreating 2 steps, clearly sensing a lethal threat in that area. Dismount, Qin Chang commanded, leaping down. The light of the four-colored crystals intensified instantaneously. The ice surface of the fractured area could not bear the weight of the horses. We shall traverse on foot, and White Spirit will guide us along a safe path. The crowd dismounted, tethering their steeds beside the rocks outside the fragmented ice zone, then cautiously followed by Ling as they stepped onto the brittle surface. The silver veins within the ice seemed to sense their approach, beginning to writhe violently, as silver mist erupted from the fissures, coalescing in the air into slender tendrils that stretched towards them. Beware of those mist tendrils, Qin Chang exclaimed, brandishing the four-colored crystal. A soft lavender light swept through the air, instantly transforming the mist tendrils into ice crystals that shattered upon the icy layer. They could penetrate clothing, and upon contact with skin, would cause freezing or frostbite. A young scout inadvertently brushed against a tendril with his wrist, emitting a cry of pain as a thin layer of silver ice formed upon it, seemingly halting the flow of blood. Qin Chang immediately stepped forward, applying the four-colored crystal to the scout's wrist, the lavender light spreading along the arm, gradually melting the silver ice, restoring a hint of color to the scout's face. "Thank you, my lord," the scout said, trembling as he withdrew his hand, tightly gripping his dragon crystal spear. This mist was more troublesome than the shadow breath, unseen and intangible, impossible to guard against. Xiong and approached Qin Yang, surveying the fragmented ice ahead. This cannot continue. The mist thickens, obstructing our sight, making it easy to fall into the fissures. We should utilize the fire soul powder to create a flame barrier. It will disperse the mist and illuminate our path. Qin Yang nodded, retrieving the fire soul powder from his satchel and sprinkling it onto the tip of the dragon crystal spear. The moment the powder met the crystal's glow, a pale blue flame ignited, not extinguished by the cold but growing fiercer, dispelling the surrounding silver mist and illuminating the pathway ahead. The group held aloft their blazing dragon crystal spears, continuing forward under Bai Ling's guidance. The fissures in the ice grew deeper, and the writhing of the silver veins became increasingly intense, with massive ice blocks occasionally plummeting from above, crashing onto the surface with a deafening roar that sent tremors through the entire fragmented ice zone. There lies the entrance to the eternal frozen abyss, a scout suddenly shouted, pointing towards a vast ice cavern ahead. The cavern, with a diameter of several dozen yards, radiated a blinding silver light, countless silver veins extending from its walls, converging into a colossal silver beam that soared skyward, connecting with the argent heavens to the north. Qin Yang approached the edge of the cavern, peering into its depths. The bottom was unfathomable, revealing only the flickering silver beam that resonated powerfully with the light of the four-colored crystal. His consciousness was drawn into the silver expanse once more, this time with greater clarity, accompanied by vague images. At the cavern's base lay an ice-encased altar, at the center of which rested a massive ice sculpture. The contours of the sculpture matched the descriptions of the ice spirit found in ancient texts, with silver veins extending from within it, spreading like veins across the entire icy expanse. It is the seal of the ice spirit. Suddenly jolted back to reality, Qin Yang felt the four-colored crystal in his palm flicker violently. The silver veins represented the life force of the ice spirit, striving to break free from its icy prison. Once the sculpture awakened, the entire Westeros would be blanketed in ice and snow. Bai Ling let out a low growl towards the ice cavern, while the golden figure paced restlessly, clearly sensing the threat posed by the ice sculpture. Jon tightened his grip on Longclaw, his gaze warily fixed on the silver beam of light within the cavern. What shall we do? Reinforce the seal with the energy of the four-colored crystal, or completely destroy the ice sculpture? Let's descend first. Qin Yang affixed the four-colored crystal to the edge of the cavern, and a soft purple glow spread along the walls, forming a luminous ladder for climbing. Only by locating the core of the seal could they determine whether to reinforce or to destroy it. Bai Ling, accompany me down. Jon, you and the scouts remain vigilant outside the cavern. Should anything unusual occur, immediately signal us with the crystal. Bai Ling leapt onto the luminous ladder, her golden claws gripping the light as she stood firmly on the steps. Qin Yang followed closely, gripping the ladder with both hands as he descended towards the depths of the cavern. The chill within grew increasingly intense, the silver mist almost solidifying, with the glow of the four-colored crystal flickering faintly, like a solitary beacon in the darkness. Jon and the scouts, armed with blazing dragon crystal spears, stood guard at the cavern's edge, their eyes fixed on the figures of Qin Yang and Bai Ling until they gradually disappeared into the silver light at the bottom of the cavern. The winds of the ice fields howled past, stirring their cloaks, while the silver veins in the fractal ice continued to writhe, unwilling to approach the barrier of flames, only flickering with silver light from a distance. As Qin Yang descended the luminous ladder, he heard the sounds of ice cracking and the faint breaths of the slumbering spirit of extreme cold, a deep and ancient sound that seemed to echo from a millennium ago. He understood that the ice sculpture at the cavern's bottom was the crux of this crisis. Only by resolving it could they halt the spread of the silver veins and safeguard the peace of Westeros. Suddenly, Bai Ling quickened her pace, charging towards the cavern's depths. A surge of anxiety gripped Qin Yang, prompting him to hasten his steps. Upon reaching the ice-encased altar at the cavern's bottom, he observed the silver veins continuously flowing into the ice sculpture, its eyes beginning to glimmer with a faint silver light, evidently on the verge of awakening. Quick, stop it! Qin Yang shouted as he unleashed the full radiance of the four-colored crystal, the soft purple glow enveloping the direction of the ice sculpture like a luminous net. The moment the pale purple net touched the ice sculpture, it was repelled by a fierce chill. The silver light in the sculpture's eyes surged violently, and the once slumbering spirit of extreme cold emitted a deep, rumbling roar. The ice surrounding the altar trembled violently as countless silver veins erupted from the cavern walls, writhing towards Qin Yang and Bai Ling like venomous serpents. Be careful. Qin Yang protected the four-colored crystal against his chest, as the soft purple light coalesced into a translucent barrier before him. The silver veins collided with the barrier, producing a hissing sound, their silver mist gradually eroding the shield, dimming its glow. Bai Ling leapt into the air, her golden claws glowing with the crystal's light as she fiercely clawed at the thickest vein, only to be ensnared by it in an instant, a thin layer of ice forming over her golden mane. Without hesitation, Qin Chang charged forward, summoning the light blade in his hand to sever the vein that had ensnared Bai Ling. The ice wolf fell at his feet, yet struggled to rise, letting out a defiant growl towards the ice sculpture, its eyes filled with unwavering resolve. The howl of the spirit of extreme cold grew increasingly resounding, as the ice sculpture's arms subtly lifted, gesturing towards Qin Chang. A visible wave of frigid air erupted from its palm, thickening the ice beneath it in an instant, as if the very air had been frozen. This formidable force was older than that of the Lord of the Deep Sea. Qin Chang tightened his grip on the crystal, the mark upon his palm radiating intense heat. It was not the spirit's intent to destroy Westeros, but rather to recalibrate the energy of the continent, albeit through excessively extreme measures. He recalled the notion of imbalance conveyed within the ice crystal, suddenly comprehending the spirit's purpose. The Lord of the Deep Sea's influence had disrupted the energy equilibrium of the land, and the spirit of extreme cold sought to restore it by encasing everything in ice. Oblivious to the fact that such actions would plunge all of Westeros into a profound silence, a direct confrontation was not the solution. Qin Chang shouted to the white spirit, urging it to locate the runic core of the altar and utilize the energy of the four-colored crystals to awaken the seals of the old gods. Perhaps this could neutralize its power. The white spirit immediately understood, its golden form weaving through the gaps of the silver veins, racing towards the altar's edge. The stone walls of the altar were inscribed with runes of the same origin as the four-colored crystals, though they had been obscured by ice, losing their original radiance. Upon observing this, the ice sculpture unleashed another blast of cold air, directing it towards the white spirit. Qin Chang swiftly released a blade of light, positioning it before the ice wolf, as the cold air collided with the blade, scattering icy shards throughout the cavern. Hurry, melt the ice covering the runes. Qin Chang called to the white spirit, simultaneously intensifying the radiance of the crystal to draw the spirit of extreme cold's attention. All of the ice sculpture's assaults converged upon him, the silver veins intertwining with the cold air to form an immense net, ensnaring him at its center. The barrier's glow began to dim, and Qin Chang felt the warmth within him rapidly depleting. His fingertips had begun to tingle. The white spirit reached the altar's edge, continuously exhaling warmth onto the icy surface of the runes. The golden breath intertwined with the faint glow of the crystal, gradually melting the ice, obscuring the runes. As the first rune illuminated, a sudden humming resonated from the altar, causing the spirit of extreme cold to momentarily halt its movements. The undulation of the silver veins also slowing. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Chang broke free from his bindings and sprinted towards the altar, the blade of light behind him severing the pursuing veins. There are more runes. Qin Chang evaded the cold air while scanning the altar. White spirit, to the left. There are two more on the right. The ice wolf diligently followed his guidance, continually melting the ice covering the runes. As each rune ignited, the altar's brilliance intensified, resonating with the pale violet glow of the four-colored crystals. The howl of the spirit of extreme cold now bore hints of reluctance. Fissures beginning to appear in the ice sculpture's form, while the energy of the silver veins rapidly dwindled. When the final rune illuminated, a golden pillar of light suddenly ascended from the altar's center, intertwining with the glow of the four-colored crystals to form a colossal web of light, enveloping the ice sculpture within it. The spirit of extreme cold emitted a piercing scream, its body becoming increasingly translucent within the light web, the silver veins gradually receding back into the ice sculpture. Success! Qin Chang exhaled in relief, yet failed to notice the silver light within the sculpture's eyes coalescing. A slender tendril of cold air shooting towards his back. Bai Ling, swift of hand and keen of eye, leapt forth to shield him, unleashing a chill that struck the hind leg of the ice wolf, instantly encasing it in a thick layer of ice. Bai Ling. Qin Chang turned and embraced the ice wolf, the radiant glow of the four-colored crystal illuminating its wound, causing the ice to gradually melt away. The ice sculpture of the spirit of extreme cold transformed entirely into transparency within the luminous web, leaving behind a solitary ice crystal that shimmered with a silvery light. Resting at the center of the altar, resonating distantly with the glow of the four-colored crystal, the silver veins surrounding the altar receded completely, and the tremors of the ice cavern began to subside. Qin Chang, cradling Bai Ling, approached the altar center to retrieve the ice crystal. The silvery mist within the crystal resonated with the four-colored crystal, conveying a gentle thought, balance, gratitude. After the thought dissipated, the brilliance of the ice crystal gradually dimmed, ultimately transforming into a silver beam that merged with the four-colored crystal. In an instant, the crystal's luminosity surged, and beyond the red, gold, blue, and purple hues, an additional silver aura emerged, rendering it even more resplendent. Qin Chang distinctly sensed that the energy of the crystal was now more potent and stable than before, capable of confronting any potential crises that may arise in the future. "We should return," he remarked, stroking Bai Ling's mane, which had returned to its former state. Although fatigue lingered in its gaze, he gazed upward toward the cavern's opening, where John's calls could be faintly heard, evidently indicating that the scouts outside had sensed the commotion within the ice cavern. The trio, 2 men and 1 wolf, ascended the lighted path, the sunlight filtering through the crevices, warm and bright. Upon their safe return, John and the scouts greeted them with expressions of joy. The silver veins in the shattered ice region had vanished, and the ice layer on the plains had returned to normal, with only a lingering chill in the air, a testament to the recent confrontation that had not been mere illusion. "Is it resolved?" John inquired, his gaze drawn to the newly added silver halo around the four-colored crystal. Qin Chang nodded, securing the crystal close to himself. "The spirit of extreme cold has returned to its seal. It shall not re-emerge." The energy balance of Westeros has finally been restored. The group retraced their steps back to the wall, the sunlight of the ice plains enveloping them, dispelling all remnants of cold. Bai Ling darted ahead, its golden form tracing a brilliant arc across the expanse, occasionally pausing to wait for the others behind. As Qin Chang gazed toward the distant wall, a wave of tranquility washed over him. This new crisis had finally been averted, and the continent of Westeros had at last ushered in a true era of peace. The banners of the wall fluttered in the wind, and the cheers of the Night's Watch resonated from the city gates. Qin Chang understood that in the days to come, they would continue to safeguard this land, ensuring that peace would forever shroud Westeros, allowing every citizen to live in security, free from the threats of darkness and cold. Chapter 104. A warning on the way to Dragonstone before the winds of the ice plains had fully dissipated from their cloaks. Qin Chang, Jon, and Tyrion embarked on their journey to Dragonstone. The Night's Watch had prepared 3 swift steeds, galloping across the ice plains. The sound of hooves shattering the thin ice intertwining with the faint hum of the four-colored crystal, creating a tense rhythm. The crystal pressed against Qin Chang's chest, its glow pulsating ever more vigorously with each step closer to Dragonstone, as if forewarning of the dangers hidden ahead. Bai Ling galloped alongside the cavalry, her golden figure strikingly prominent at the juncture of the ice fields and wastelands. Suddenly, she halted, letting out a low growl towards the south, her nose twitching as it detected the scents in the air, a flicker of unease passing through her green eyes. Qin Chang reined in his horse, the crystal in his palm emanating a dazzling pale purple light. He could distinctly sense the chaotic energy emanating from the direction of Dragonstone Island. The volcanic fire element energy had not only failed to recover, but was instead waning, replaced by an unfamiliar, frigid energy that, while starkly different from the perpetual chill of the abyss, bore a similarly malevolent intent to disrupt the balance. Something was amiss. Qin Chang dismounted, the mark on his fingertip resonating with the crystal, as blurred images surfaced in his mind. Black vines crawling over the volcanic rock face at Dragonstone Island's crater, entwining around the volcanic core, incessantly absorbing fire element energy, causing the once crimson volcanic rock to dull into a gray hue. The volcano's energy was being devoured by something, not the power of the frigid spirit. Jon also halted, the bluish glow of Longclaw flickering faintly in his palm, as the ice shards of his sword began to melt. The air near Dragonstone Island exuded an unusually warm dryness, not the warmth of the volcano, but a searing sensation akin to that of shadow creatures. Were remnants of the deep-sea lord at play? He frowned, questioning whether this was a new threat. Tyrion retrieved the Energy Equilibrium Codex from his satchel, quickly flipping to the chapter detailing Dragonstone Island's volcano. The tome stated that the volcanic core shared an origin with the relics of the old gods. Once invaded by foreign energy, it could trigger an energy backlash, causing not only the fire element to diminish, but potentially leading to a volcanic eruption that could impact the entirety of Dragonstone Island. The trio could not afford to delay. They swiftly mounted their steeds and hastened towards Dragonstone Island. The landscape gradually turned desolate. The once verdant meadows lay scorched and withered, with the occasional charred remnants of trees. a clear indication of the anomalous phenomena triggered by the volcanic energy turmoil. As they approached Dragonstone Island, the searing sensation in the air intensified. The volcano's crater no longer emanated a crimson glow but was shrouded in a faint black mist, interspersed with fragments of black vines, resembling the remains of some creature, still faintly writhing on the ground, attempting to reattach itself to the rocks. Let us first investigate the volcanic ruins. Qin Chang pointed towards the volcanic stone platform where the second relic had been previously stored. There, the ruins could temporarily ward off foreign energy, and perhaps they could uncover the source of the vines. The trio and the wolf raced towards the ruins, where the black vines grew increasingly dense, entwining around rocks, trees, and even partially covering the roads. The black sap on the surface of the vines glimmered under the sunlight, emitting a pungent odor akin to that of the deep-sea creatures, yet infused with a heightened agitation of fire element energy. These vines were absorbing both fire and frigid energies. Qin Chang crouched down, using his dragon crystal dagger to lift a segment of vine. The light from the four-colored crystal swept over it, causing the vine to curl inwards, black sap oozing forth, yet failing to transform into ash. They were simultaneously devouring two opposing energies, attempting to shatter the energy equilibrium of Westeros, posing a greater threat than both the deep-sea lord and the frigid spirit. Bai Ling suddenly let out a low growl towards the depths of the ruins, and a golden figure darted to the stone platform, barking wildly at the depression in its center. Qin Chang and the others immediately followed, observing that the depression, which once housed the second relic, now bore a blackbone staff. This staff was entwined with densely packed black vines, whose roots delved deep into the stone platform, connecting with the volcanic fire elemental energy, continuously channeling power into the black crystal at the top of the staff. It was the staff of the deep-sea priest. Tyrion recognized the design, recalling a similar staff used by the priest of the deep-sea lord, though this one radiated a far greater energy and was infused with the essence of extreme cold. Qin Chang tightened his grip on the four-colored crystal, feeling the surge of pale purple light in his palm. He sensed that the energy within the staff was linked to a presence deep within the sunken sea, not the deep-sea lord, but a more ancient and malevolent force, manipulating the energies of fire and ice through the staff and the vines, aiming to utterly shatter the energy balance of Westeros and plunge the continent into chaos and war. The staff must be removed to sever the energy supply. Qin Chang charged toward the stone platform, but the black vines suddenly shot up from the ground, spiraling toward him. Jon immediately swung Longclaw, severing the vines with a blue light, while Tyrion braced the incoming attack with his dragon crystal spear, clearing a path for Qin Chang. Bai Ling leaped into action, her golden claws grasping the thickest vine and tearing it apart with ferocity. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Chang rushed to the stone platform, gripping the staff with both hands as the light from the four-colored crystal surged up his arms and into the staff. The black crystal at the top emitted a piercing hum, and the vines began to thrash violently, attempting to shake Qin Chang off. With determination, Jon and Tyrion surged forward, grasping Qin Chang's arms, and together they pulled upward on the staff. A cracking sound resonated from where the staff connected to the stone platform, the glow of the black crystal dimming gradually as the vines writhing slowed. At last, the staff was completely pulled free, and the depression erupted with a rich surge of fire elemental energy, incinerating the surrounding black vines in an instant. With the staff bereft of its energy support, the black crystal shattered, and the vines turned to ash, scattering across the stone platform. Exhausted, Qin Chang collapsed onto the stone platform. The light from the four-colored crystal now faint, yet the mark in his palm remained hot, resonating with the volcanic fire elemental energy. He could feel the core of the volcano slowly recovering, though still weak. It required the power of the four-colored crystal to fully activate the core and restore the balance of fire and ice. The energy of the volcanic core continued to wane. Rising to his feet, Qin Chang gazed towards the volcano's mouth, declaring that they needed to enter the volcano's interior to activate the core with the energy of the four-colored crystal. Otherwise, it would not be long before the vines regrew and the staff could be reinserted. Jon and Tyrion nodded in agreement, and the trio, accompanied by the wolf, ventured into the depths of the volcano. The black mist at the volcano's mouth gradually dissipated, revealing an unfathomable passageway below, emanating a faint red glow, an indication that the fire elemental energy was slowly reviving. Qin Chang was acutely aware that the journey ahead would lead them deep into the heart of the volcano, where temperatures soared to perilous heights, and the presence of more black vines and unknown dangers loomed. Yet, in their quest to restore the energy balance of Westeros, retreat was not an option. Bai Ling forged ahead, her golden figure radiating a warm glow amidst the crimson light, as if guiding the group towards their destination. Clutching the four-colored crystal tightly, Qin Chang felt the luminescence of his palm intertwining with the volcano's red glow, creating a stable beam of light that illuminated the path ahead. He understood that the battle for the fate of Westeros was only just beginning. Only by thoroughly activating the volcano's core and balancing the energies of fire and ice could they truly safeguard this land and usher in peace once more. Chapter 105. Thorns in the heart of the volcano. As they ventured deeper into the volcanic passage, the temperature escalated dramatically. The rock walls glowed with a searing red light, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of sulfur and magma, making each breath feel as if they were swallowing tiny embers. Qin Chang raised the four-colored crystal before him, its pale purple glow forming a thin shield around him, barely mitigating some of the heat waves. The edges of his cloak had begun to curl slightly from the intense heat, causing a sharp sting against his back. Bai Ling's golden mane, drenched in sweat, clung closely to her skin as she maintained her position at the forefront, her green eyes vigilantly scanning the sides of the passage. Suddenly, she halted, letting out a low growl towards the encroaching darkness, her claws raking deep grooves into the rocky ground. From deep within the passage came a faint rustling sound, akin to countless creatures crawling over vines, accompanied by a discernible wave of energy that resonated with the earlier black vines, but was markedly more potent. Be cautious. The vines are still present, Qin Chang whispered, the light of the crystal flickering slightly, illuminating the passage ahead for several yards. The rock walls on either side were now covered in tiny black tendrils, slowly writhing in the red glow, reminiscent of coiled venomous snakes extending towards them. These tendrils were sensing their energy. Once they drew near, they would swiftly transform into vines to launch an attack. John gripped Longclaw tightly, the sword's blue glow shimmering vividly amidst the heat. He gently prodded one of the tendrils with the tip of his sword, which instantly coiled around the blade. Attempting to climb towards his arm, the blue light of Longclaw intensified abruptly, causing the tendril to emit a hissing sound as it quickly turned to charred powder. These tendrils proved more resilient than the outer vines. Typical dragon crystal attacks could only temporarily suppress them, failing to eradicate them completely. Tyrion retrieved a pouch of fire soul powder from his satchel, scattering it across the ground ahead. Upon contact with the scorching rock, the powder ignited into pale blue flames, which spread along the tendrils, causing them to retract and momentarily clearing a path for them. We can only temporarily block them with fire. We must proceed swiftly, as the flames will not last long. The trio, accompanied by their wolf, quickened their pace along the fiery path that had been forged. The passage grew narrower as they delved deeper, with molten lava occasionally seeping through the crevices of the rock walls, hitting the ground and forming small streams while emitting a bubbling sound. Bai Ling adeptly leaped over the streams of lava, her golden claws leaving behind glowing imprints upon the stones. Suddenly, a violent tremor reverberated from the top of the passage. Countless black tendrils surged forth from the crevices of the rocks, resembling a vast, dark net descending ominously upon the group. The black sap upon the tendrils evaporated under the intense heat, forming a noxious black smoke that mingled with the scent of sulfur, inducing dizziness. Quick, take cover, Qin Chang shouted, unleashing the full brilliance of the four-colored crystal. A pale purple glow transformed into a radiant shield of light, shielding them from the encroaching tendrils above. The tendrils collided with the shield, producing a deafening sound, while the sap splattered against it, corroding tiny holes into its surface, dimming the shield's luminescence momentarily. Jon wielded his long claws, severing the tendrils that approached from the side with a flash of blue light, while Tyrion scattered the remaining embers of the fire soul powder towards the dense mass of tendrils, igniting flames that forced them to retreat. Bai Ling leapt into the air, her golden claws gripping the rock at the top of the passage, delivering a powerful kick to a robust tendril. As the tendril snapped, black sap splattered onto her mane, leaving a charred mark that elicited a low growl of pain. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Chang pressed the four-colored crystal against the rock wall, allowing the pale purple light to spread along it, activating the ancient divine runes hidden within the stone. The runes glimmered with a faint red light, resonating with the volcanic fire elemental energy, causing the roots on the wall to lose vitality, crumbling into black ash. The tendrils above also lost their support, plummeting to the ground, where they were swiftly engulfed by the flow of lava. These runes can suppress the tendrils, Qin Chang exclaimed with delight, realizing that the runes of the volcanic ruins were interconnected with this place. By activating the runes along their path, they could temporarily thwart the tendrils' assault. The trio advanced along the trajectory of the runes, with Qin Chang activating the runes on the wall at intervals using the four-colored crystal. The pale red glow continuously extended through the passage like a protective barrier, suppressing the remaining roots and tendrils. The energy fluctuations from deep within the passage grew increasingly distinct, revealing the faint pulsations emitted by the core of the volcano, resonating with the brilliance of the four-colored crystal and guiding their way forward. Time passed without their notice until a spacious cavern appeared ahead. At the center of the cavern lay a massive pool of bubbling magma, glowing with a dazzling red light. Upon a high platform in the center of the pool stood a colossal red crystal, the very heart of the volcano. Encircling the core was a tendril thicker than any they had encountered before, its apex connected to a black crystal, resembling the one atop the bone staff, but larger and infused with more potent energy, continuously absorbing the fire elemental energy from the core. That is the source of the tendrils. Qin Chang pointed towards the platform, recognizing that the black crystal was controlling the tendrils and siphoning energy from the volcano's core. Destroying it would halt the energy drain. Bai Ling dashed towards the stone steps beside the magma pool, attempting to flank the platform. Suddenly, the tendrils writhed violently, splitting into dozens of branches that slithered towards Bai Ling. Without hesitation, Qin Chang transformed the light of the four-colored crystal into a luminous spear, launching it at the branching tendrils. Upon impact, the spear pierced through, causing black sap to erupt forth, splashing into the magma pool and sending up a tremendous geyser of water. Jon and Tyrion raced towards the high platform, the azure glow of Longclaw intertwining with the cold gleam of the dragon crystal spear, deftly severing the encroaching vines. Qin Chang followed closely, the radiant light of the four-colored crystal coalescing in his palm, poised to unleash its full energy upon nearing the black crystal and obliterate it. At that moment, the black crystal erupted with a blinding brilliance, accelerating the writhing of the vines that ensnared the high platform, forming a formidable black barrier. The magma in the pool began to churn violently, countless columns of molten rock erupting from the depths, spraying toward the cave's periphery, causing the entire cavern to tremble. Rocks cascaded from the walls, crashing to the ground with thunderous clamor. The core is resisting, Tyrion shouted from behind a massive boulder. The energy of the black crystal is overwhelming. The core's fire elements are being forcefully suppressed. If this continues, the volcano will erupt prematurely. Qin Chang gazed at the high platform ensnared by vines, the light of the four-colored crystal resonating intensely with the crimson glow of the volcanic core. He could sense the core's anxiety and fury, akin to a great beast trapped and yearning to break free from its bindings. Drawing a deep breath, he channeled the full power of the mark into the four-colored crystal, intertwining lavender and red light to forge a colossal blade of light, which he hurled towards the black barrier. As the blade collided with the barrier, the cavern was engulfed in a blinding radiance. Qin Chang could hear the shrieks of the vines, the shattering of the black crystal, and the revitalizing pulse of the volcanic core. When the white light dissipated, the vines surrounding the high platform had turned to ash. The black crystal fragmented into countless shards that plummeted into the magma pool, melting instantly. The core's crimson light regained its brilliance, and the magma settled into tranquility, save for the occasional small column of molten rock that erupted, as if celebrating the return of energy. Exhausted, Qin Chang sank to the ground. The glow of the four-colored crystal dimmed significantly, while the mark in his palm remained warm, resonating gently with the core's crimson light. Bai Ling approached his side, nuzzling his arm, her golden eyes filled with relief. Jon and Tyrion joined them. Weariness etched on their faces, yet smiles of ease adorned their lips. The energy of the volcanic core had finally stabilized, heralding a restoration of balance between fire and ice in Westeros. As Qin Chang beheld the resplendent volcanic core, a sense of calm washed over him. He understood that as long as the core's energy remained stable, the spirit of extreme cold would not awaken easily, allowing the equilibrium of Westeros to gradually mend. Yet, he was acutely aware that the ancient power behind the black crystal had not been entirely vanquished. Future challenges loomed on the horizon. However, united, they could safeguard this land and ensure the enduring continuity of peace. A faint light emerged from outside the cavern, dawn's sunlight filtering through the volcanic passage. The trio and their wolf ventured towards the light, the red glow of the magma pool receding behind them, leaving only a warm residue, as if punctuating their arduous journey with a hopeful comma. Chapter 106. The emergence of balance and the cloud of symbols. The dawn outside the volcanic passage, infused with the moist sea breeze, dispersed the sulphurous scent clinging to Qin Chang. He stood at the shore of Dragonstone, raising the four-colored crystal towards the heavens. The soft lavender glow intertwined with the golden rays of the rising sun, casting a sinuous band of light upon the sea. One end of the luminous ribbon connected to the red light emanating from the volcano, while the other pointed towards the silvery glow of the frozen abyss in the far north. These two beams of light formed a delicate equilibrium upon the water's surface, resembling invisible hands gently cradling the energy veins of Westeros. The balance of energy was being restored. Jon approached him. Longclaw's blue light no longer appeared as dim as before. The icy spikes of the sword's pommel solidified perfectly, neither melting nor overly heavy. He had just received word from the Night's Watch scouts that the silver veins of the frozen abyss had ceased their spread, and the breath of the ice sculptures had become steady, indicating that the spirit of the extreme cold had once again succumbed to slumber. Tyrion leaned against a dark rock, perusing the record of energy balance in his hands, his fingertips gliding over the ancient illustrations on the pages. In the drawings, the old gods held two colored crystals, facing both the volcano and the icy plains, while the land of Westeros below radiated a harmonious light. The text stated that this balance must be continuously fortified. Any external interference could easily disrupt it again. We must establish energy monitoring points between King's Landing and the Wall, crafting warning devices from dragonglass and shards of ice cores. Suddenly, White Fang let out a low growl towards the sea, and a golden figure darted to a rock at the shore, barking furiously at the engravings upon it. Qin Chang and the others rushed forward, discovering several unfamiliar symbols etched upon the rock's surface. The symbols twisted in a spiral, their edges serrated, distinct from the runes of the old gods or the patterns of the deep-sea priests, yet emanating a vaguely familiar aura of malevolence, subtly linked to the energy fluctuations of the black crystal. Qin Chang crouched down, touching the engravings with his fingertip. The light of the four-colored crystal flickered instantaneously, and a faint black glow surfaced over the symbols before vanishing just as quickly. These were neither the letters of Westeros nor markings related to the deep sea or the extreme cold. They bore the semblance of some arcane script from beyond the realms. Tyrion produced a piece of parchment, making an impression of the symbols, his brow furrowed in concentration. There were no such records in the library of the Red Keep. Could it be a remnant of a civilization older than the old gods? Yet, ancient texts of Westeros had never mentioned the existence of foreign civilizations. At that moment, the sound of hooves echoed from afar. A Night's Watch scout, riding swiftly from the direction of Dragonstone's dock, approached. His cloak was smeared with sea mud, and he clutched a broken wooden tablet, similarly inscribed with the spiral symbols found on the rock. "My lord, news from King's Landing. A servant left by Lord Tyrion in the Red Keep has discovered these symbols on the walls of King's Landing, in the dungeons of the Red Keep, and even on Lord Edmure's tomb. They seem to have appeared overnight, and no one knows who carved them." Qin Chang's heart sank as he took the wooden tablet. The symbols on it were clearer than those on the rock, with edges still retaining black powder, reminiscent of the remnants from the shattered black crystal. He pressed the four-colored crystal against the tablet. The pale lavender light swept over it, and the powder instantly transformed into a dark gray, yet the symbols remained distinct, as if etched into the very essence of the tablet, impervious to purification. It was the lingering energy of the black crystal that was guiding the appearance of these symbols. Qin Chang's voice carried a weighty seriousness. The black crystal that had been destroyed was merely a vessel. The ancient force behind it had not been entirely vanquished. It continued to mark key locations in Westeros through these symbols, perhaps preparing for another onslaught. Jon tightened his grip on Longclaw, his gaze directed towards King's Landing. "We must return to King's Landing at once. If the symbols appear in the Red Keep, it indicates that this force has infiltrated the very heart of Westeros. We must swiftly locate the source of these symbols and halt their spread." The 3 men and 1 wolf immediately made their way to the docks. The Night's Watch had already prepared the ships, their hulls adorned with dragonglass runes that shimmered with a pale blue light in the morning sun, resonating with the brilliance of the four-colored crystals to form an energy barrier that kept the faint malevolent energy lurking beneath the waves at bay. As the vessel departed from Dragonstone, Qin Chang glanced back towards the volcano. The crimson glow remained steady, yet along the edge of the crater, a faint black streak was barely discernible, akin to a slender needle attempting to pierce the elemental barrier of fire. The emergence of these symbols was no mere coincidence. Tyrion stood at the ship's railing, observing the imprinted symbols. They were interconnected with the volcano, the frozen wasteland, King's Landing, and the Wall, evidently constructing some form of energy network. Once completed, this ancient force could strike multiple critical locations in Westeros simultaneously through the symbols, completely shattering the energy equilibrium. Qin Chang nodded and placed the four-colored crystals on the table in the cabin. The crystals cast a spectral image of the symbols upon the tabletop, which collided with the ancient god runes on the cabin walls, producing a subtle hum. We need to find a way to decipher these symbols. Only by understanding their purpose can we discover how to counteract them. The library in the Red Keep may hold overlooked tomes. Tyrion, you are familiar with the archives. Upon our return, immediately organize a team to compile all records pertaining to ancient civilizations. Not a problem, Tyrion replied, stowing away the impression paper. I will also instruct the craftsmen to use dragonglass powder to inscribe the ancient god runes at key locations in King's Landing, temporarily suppressing the symbol's energy to buy us some time. The ship sailed smoothly across the waters, the sun climbing higher in the sky, and the shimmering light on the sea became increasingly distinct. The energy balance of fire and ice visibly stabilized. Whiteling lay at the cabin door, its golden eyes vigilantly scanning the surface of the water, occasionally growling towards the distance, as if sensing the potential threat posed by the symbols. Leaning against the ship's railing, Qin Chang gazed at the distant silhouette of King's Landing. The spires of the Red Keep glimmered under the sunlight, and the bustling ships in the harbor painted a picture of peace and prosperity. Yet he knew this tranquility remained fragile. The appearance of the symbols was akin to a ticking time bomb, poised to detonate a new crisis at any moment. However, he also understood that as long as they could swiftly decipher the symbols and locate their source, they could once again safeguard this land, ensuring that the energy balance remained intact and that the lives of the common folk would not be disrupted anew. As the vessel drew closer to the harbor of King's Landing, the crowd on the docks became faintly visible. Qin Chang tightened his grip on the four-colored crystal, its glow flickering softly in his palm, resonating with the energy emanating from the direction of King's Landing, embodying both the stability of balance and the subtle ripples brought forth by the symbols. He took a deep breath, steeling himself to confront the new challenges ahead. Regardless of the formidable power that lay behind the mysterious symbols, he would stand alongside Jon and Tyrion, safeguarding the peace of Westeros and ensuring that the sacrifices made previously would not be in vain. Chapter 107. The shadows of the library. The clamor of King's Landing grew increasingly distinct as the ships docked. The townsfolk, upon catching sight of Qin Chang and his companions, gathered around, but instead of jubilant cheers, their faces bore expressions of concern. Clearly, the news of the enigmatic symbols had spread throughout the city, sparking discussions in every corner. Some deemed it an ominous sign, while others speculated it to be a warning from the old gods. As Qin Chang disembarked, Tyrion's attendant hurried towards him, clutching a yellowed parchment. "My lord, the apprentices of the library discovered this book, The Secrets Beyond the Realm, while sifting through the abandoned cellar. It contains several illustrations that closely resemble the symbols you've uncovered." The three immediately made their way to the Red Keep. The library cellar was damp and dimly lit, illuminated only by a few dragonstone lamps casting a pale blue glow over the towering stacks of ancient tomes. The apprentices were gathered around a stone table, where The Secrets Beyond the Realm lay open. Its edges were severely worn, and the text was barely legible, though a few colorful illustrations remained discernible. One illustration depicted a colossal black ship adorned with spiral symbols, its hull cutting through an ink-black sea, with countless tentacles reaching out from the depths as if to welcome the vessel. "This symbol is identical to the one that appeared in King's Landing," Tyrion exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement. "The text states that this is the sigil of the people from beyond the realm. They hail from the shores of the Shadow Sea and once attempted to invade Westeros during the Age of the Old Gods, only to be repelled by 4 ancient relics, their ships sinking into the depths of the Sunset Sea, and the symbols vanishing thereafter." Qin Chang's gaze fell upon the text beneath the illustration, though the handwriting was faint. He could discern phrases such as "the Shadow Lord's symbol invokes energy." Placing the 4-colored crystal upon the page, a soft lavender light emanated, spreading across the text, gradually clarifying the once obscured script. "The people from beyond the realm revere the Shadow Lord, using the spiral symbol as a guide, positioned at energy nodes. When the symbols resonate, they can open the Shadow Gate, summoning the denizens of the Shadow Sea into Westeros, consuming the energies of ice and fire, and transforming the continent into a realm of shadows. The Shadow Lord is indeed the ancient power behind the Black Crystal." A chill coursed through Qin Chang as he realized that the symbols had manifested at energy nodes such as volcanoes, ice fields, King's Landing, and the Wall, all to activate the resonance needed to unlock the Shadow Gate. Once the gate is opened, Westeros would face a peril greater than when confronted by the Deep Sea Lord and the Frost Spirit. Suddenly, Baeling let out a low growl towards the depths of the cellar. A golden figure darted to a pile of ancient tomes, barking fiercely at the shadows in the corner. Qin Chang and his companions followed closely, only to discover that the wall in the shadowy recess bore the same spiral symbols, which shimmered with a faint black light. As they clashed with the radiance of the four-colored crystal, a hissing sound filled the air, and fragments of stone began to flake off the wall. As if the symbols were attempting to break through, spreading into the depths of the library. The symbols had already infiltrated the subterranean depths of the Red Keep. Jon unsheathed Longclaw, the blue light cleaving towards the symbol, yet it merely left a faint mark upon the wall. The symbol's radiance intensified instead. The ordinary dragon crystal's assault proved futile. Only the energies of the four-colored crystals could subdue it. Qin Chang promptly affixed the four-colored crystal to the symbol, where the pale purple glow clashed violently with the black luminescence. The symbol emitted a piercing hum, causing the walls to tremble violently, with stones from the ceiling of the cellar cascading down. He could sense the symbol resonating with others positioned throughout King's Landing, faint tremors echoing from afar, clearly indicating that the symbols on the city walls and in the dungeons were synchronously activating, weaving an invisible net of energy converging toward the Red Keep. It was uncontainable. A searing pain surged through Qin Chang's palm as the glow of the four-colored crystal gradually dimmed under the symbol's retaliatory force, its energy continuously amplifying. The strength of the crystals alone could not simultaneously suppress all symbols. We must locate the primary node, the core position controlled by the Lord of Shadows. Only by destroying this main node could we render all symbols ineffective. Tyrion rifled through the Outsider's Chronicles, swiftly locating the page that detailed the main node. The tome revealed that the Lord of Shadows' primary node was connected to the alien vessel that had sunk into the Sunset Sea long ago. The wreckage lay within the Abyss of Shadows, a realm where the energies of the Shadow Sea intersected with Westeros, serving as the source of the symbol's power. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the cellar. A Night's Watchman burst in, his face ashen. "My lord, the symbols on the city walls of King's Landing have suddenly erupted with black light, affecting many citizens, who are now marked with black patterns and have lost consciousness. The dragon crystal runes arranged by Lord Tyrion are utterly incapable of withstanding the symbol's energy." Without hesitation, Qin Chang secured the four-colored crystals. "Jon, remain in King's Landing. Utilize fragments of the four-colored crystals to craft temporary suppression devices to alleviate the symbol's energy and protect the populace. Tyrion, continue your studies of the Outsider's Chronicles, seeking the weaknesses of the Lord of Shadows and the Shadow Gate. I shall venture with White Spirit to the abyss of the Sunset Sea to locate the wreckage of the alien vessel and destroy the main node." "That is unwise. The abyss is far more perilous than the frozen abyss or the deep sea trench." Jon protested immediately, recalling that the tome warned of the abyss's shadow energy, which could devour living consciousness, causing even the old gods to shy away. "It is too dangerous for you to go alone. There is no time." Qin Chang gazed at the increasingly bright symbol on the cellar wall. The resonance of the symbols was accelerating more swiftly than anticipated. In no more than 3 days, the Shadow Gate would be opened. I must depart at once. White Spirit can sense shadow energy, and with its presence, I can find the main node and resist the encroachment of shadow energy. White Spirit nuzzled Qin Chang's palm, its golden eyes filled with resolve, clearly prepared to accompany him. Tyrion retrieved a map of the Sunset Sea from his satchel, marking the location of the abyss. The map outlines the general expanse of the abyss, along with the safe passageways left by the old gods. You must adhere to these routes, avoiding areas dense with shadow energy. I will ensure the craftsmen expedite the repairs of the previous deep-sea vessel and send crew members to rendezvous with you at the periphery of the abyss. Qin Chang accepted the map, securing it close to his person. He embraced Jon and Tyrion in farewell, then, accompanied by White Spirit, made his way toward the exit of the cellar. The symbols of the cellar continue to hum, and the tremors of King's Landing grow increasingly frequent. The energy of the resonating symbols envelopes the Red Keep like an invisible web, encasing not only the fortress but the entirety of Westeros, heralding an impending cataclysm. As he steps out of the Red Keep, the sky has turned to a somber gray. A sudden tempest sweeps the previously clear weather, carrying faint black dust that settles on the ground, forming delicate spirals before vanishing. The common folk huddle indoors, anxiously peering through their windows, while the Night's Watch soldiers attempt to suppress the emerging symbols on the ground with dragon crystal powder, yet their efforts seem futile. Qin Chang, leading the White Spirit, strides towards the harbor. The deep-sea vessel awaits at the dock, its dragon crystal runes emanating a soft blue light that harmonizes with the brilliance of the four-colored crystals. striving to repel the shadowy energies in the air. He is acutely aware that the journey into the abyss of shadows will be the most arduous challenge he has faced thus far. The power of the Shadow Lord far surpasses that of the Deep Sea Lord and the spirit of extreme cold. And the tribes of the Shadow Sea may prove to be more formidable than any adversary he has previously encountered. Yet, he feels no inclination to retreat. The four-colored crystal in his palm gleams with determination. The white spirit beside him gazes with unwavering resolve, while the citizens of King's Landing, Jon, Tyrion, and all those who fight for the peace of Westeros await his return. He must locate the main node of the Abyss of Shadows, thwart the Shadow Lord's conspiracy, and safeguard this land from being rendered a desolate realm of shadows by the tribes of the Shadow Sea. The deep-sea vessel gradually departs from the harbor of King's Landing, heading towards the Abyss of Shadows beneath the setting sun. Qin Chang stands at the bow, gazing at the receding silhouette of King's Landing. As the light of the four-colored crystal swirls in his palm, intertwining with the golden form of the white spirit, forming a faint yet resolute radiance that challenges the encroaching shadows of the Shadow Sea beneath the dim sky. Chapter 108. The Illusions of the Abyss. As the vessel approaches the Abyss of Shadows, the surface of the Sunset Sea becomes increasingly tainted with inky darkness. The dragon crystal runes on the deep-sea vessel shine ever brighter, yet they cannot dispel the pervasive faint black shadow energy in the air. The waters surrounding the vessel resemble solidified pitch, devoid of the vitality of waves, with only the humming of the dragon crystal power device creating a stark contrast against the stillness of the sea. Qin Chang stands at the bow, the four-colored crystal pressed firmly against his palm, a pale purple light forming a thin shield around him. Shadow energy relentlessly assaults the shield, leaving fine black marks that spread like a spider's web, and he can distinctly feel the tug at the edge of his consciousness. Countless fragmented voices swirl in his mind, roars of deep-sea creatures, whispers of the spirit of extreme cold, and the wails of the people of King's Landing, intertwining all the crises he has faced into a web of illusions. "My lord, are you well?" The voice of the helmsman trembles, his eyes glinting with a faint darkness, clearly affected by the shadow energy. "We have yet to reach the center of the abyss. Our energy may not last much longer." Qin Chang vigorously shakes his head, dispelling the auditory hallucinations, as the light of the four-colored crystal surges, illuminating the depths of the helmsman's eyes. The dark patterns dissipated in an instant, and the crew's gaze regained clarity, though still tinged with lingering dread. "Thank you, my lord. This shadow energy is truly terrifying. Just moments ago, I saw the hands of my deceased comrades reaching out to me, and I nearly relinquished the helm to them." Suddenly, Bai Ling let out a fierce roar towards the sea. The golden figure clung desperately to the ship's railing, its green eyes brimming with vigilance, yet not fixated on a specific direction as before. Instead, it barked at the vast expanse of the inky ocean. Its consciousness, too, was being ensnared by the illusion. Visions of ice fields cloaked in shadow energy materializing before it, the silver veins of the abyss of Everfrost turning black, and the ice sculptures of the spirit of extreme cold being devoured by the shadow mist, emitting a chilling wail. "Do not trust the illusions before us." Qin Chang crouched down, pressing the four-colored crystal against Bai Ling's forehead. A soft lavender glow spread through its golden mane. This was the illusion of the Shadow Master, attempting to exploit our fears to cloud our judgment and dissuade us from advancing. Bai Ling's low growl gradually subsided, its golden eyes regaining clarity. Yet it remained tightly pressed against Qin Chang's arm, as if seeking comfort. Qin Chang lifted his gaze towards the horizon, where the center of the Abyss of Shadows finally came into view. It was an enormous black vortex, the core radiating a pale purple light, reminiscent of the glow from the four-colored crystal, yet accompanied by an ominous tremor. Surrounding the vortex, countless shattered black planks floated, etched with familiar spiral symbols, unmistakably remnants of foreign vessels. "These are fragments of the foreign ships." Qin Chang pointed towards the edge of the vortex. "The main node must lie within the wreckage at the vortex's center. We must draw closer to uncover the core of the debris." The crew immediately adjusted the helm, steering the deep-sea vessel towards the vortex. As they approached, the illusion of shadow energy grew increasingly intense. Qin Chang's mind was once again besieged by phantoms, the walls of King's Landing breached by the onslaught of creatures emerging from the Shadow Gate. The library of the Red Keep reduced to ashes, Jon and Tyrion lying beneath the grasp of black vines, the four-colored crystal shattering into countless fragments, and the continent of Westeros utterly enveloped by shadow mist, transformed into a realm of desolation. "We cannot succumb to this influence." Qin Chang gritted his teeth, unleashing the full radiance of the four-colored crystal. The lavender light cut through the illusions like a blade, dispelling the visions that clouded his mind. He could feel the Shadow Master's thoughts sneering behind the illusions, dripping with mockery and disdain, as if to say, "You will ultimately be consumed by fear." At that moment, the sea surface suddenly convulsed violently. Countless black tentacles erupted from the murky depths, resembling the deep-sea creatures encountered before, yet even more sinister. The surface of the tentacles was adorned with spiral symbols, shadow energy flowing between them. When they touched the ship's runes, they inexplicably penetrated the light, ensnaring the ropes of the sails. These are the illusionary tentacles of the Sea of Shadows. Qin Chang recalled the accounts in the Tome of the Outer Realm. They could implant illusions into a person's consciousness through contact, inciting those ensnared to turn against one another. One crew member, inadvertently ensnared by a tentacle around his arm, was instantly marked by black patterns, and he suddenly seized a dragon crystal dagger, lunging at a nearby comrade. Qin Chang reacted swiftly, the light of the four-colored crystal transforming into a blade of light, severing the tentacle while sweeping across the crew member's arm. The black patterns faded, clarity returning to the crew member's eyes. Gazing at the dagger in his hand, he collapsed onto the deck, pale and trembling. Bai Ling leapt gracefully into the air, her golden claws glimmering with a crystalline radiance as she severed the tendrils that ensnared the vessel. Meanwhile, Qin Chang, clutching the four-colored crystal, navigated around the ship. Illuminating the area, wherever the light reached, the tendrils transformed into a shadowy gray. Yet, new tendrils erupted from the depths of the sea, like an endless swarm of darkness, lunging towards the deep-sea vessel. Closer. We must reach the center of the vortex. Qin Chang shouted to the crew, once we locate the main node, these tendrils will lose their energy support. The ship struggled forward under the relentless onslaught of the tendrils. The sails had been torn apart, and the glow of the dragon crystal runes dimmed. The propulsion mechanism beneath the ship began to falter, emitting a grating sound. Qin Chang sensed the energy of the four-colored crystal rapidly depleting, the soft lavender light in his palm gradually fading. The allure of shadow energy surged anew, this time the illusion more vivid. He found himself standing before the Gate of Shadows, the figure of the Shadow Master emerging behind it, extending a hand towards him, beckoning him to join the realm of shadows and secure eternal power. "My lord, there are wrecks of ships at the vortex's center." The crew's exclamation jolted Qin Chang back to reality. At the heart of the vortex, a massive black shipwreck floated amidst the waters, its hull adorned with spiral symbols glowing faintly purple, resonating powerfully with the four-colored crystal. Evidently, this was the Shadow Master's main node. Taking a deep breath, Qin Chang channeled all his remaining strength into the four-colored crystal. The soft lavender light transformed into a radiant bridge, extending from the bow of the ship to the deck of the wreck. "You stay aboard and guard the vessel with the remaining dragon crystal powder," he commanded the crew, then lifted Bai Ling and stepped onto the luminous bridge. "I shall destroy the main node and return swiftly." The bridge trembled under the onslaught of shadow energy as Qin Chang tightly held Bai Ling, advancing step by step towards the wreckage. Upon the deck, countless skeletal remains inscribed with symbols lay scattered, remnants of the alien denizens from long ago. At the center of the deck stood a black stone pillar, atop which rested a crystal emanating a pale lavender light, similar to the four-colored crystal but infused with the sinister energy of the Shadow Master. The very core of the main node. The Shadow Master's intent surged forth once more, this time not as an illusion, but as a furious warning. "Intruder, do you believe you can destroy the main node? Once the Gate of Shadows is opened, Westeros shall inevitably become the realm of shadows. All your efforts will be in vain." Qin Chang remained silent, raising the four-colored crystal above his head as the soft lavender light coalesced in his palm, preparing for the final assault on the core of the main node. Bai Ling growled at the stone pillar, her golden claws shimmering, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Suddenly, the crystal atop the pillar erupted with a blinding brilliance, and countless spiral symbols spread from it, forming a black array on the deck that ensnared both Qin Chang and Bai Ling at its center. The shadow energy coalesced within the array, transforming into myriad black energy blades that sliced towards them. Now, Qin Chang unleashed the light of the four-colored crystal, shaping it into a colossal spear of light, disregarding the assault of the blades as he aimed directly for the core of the main node. At the moment of collision between the light spear and the core, the entire shadow abyss trembled violently, the inky waters surged, and the black whirlpools began to dissipate. The symbols on the wreckage of the ships lost their brilliance, transforming into shades of black and gray. Qin Chang sensed the will of the Shadow Master rapidly fading, accompanied by a reluctant howl. yet ultimately unable to resist the power of the four-colored crystal. As the main node core shattered, all shadow energy lost its support. The tentacles on the sea surface disintegrated into black and gray, while the dark waters surrounding the deep-sea vessel gradually returned to their normal azure hue. Only the remnants of the ships continued their slow descent, ultimately sinking into the depths of the sunset sea. Qin Chang slumped on the deck, the radiance of the four-colored crystal now faint, the mark in his palm still radiating heat, yet devoid of the pull of shadow energy. Bai Ling lay beside him, her golden eyes filled with fatigue, yet also with a sense of relief. The destruction of the main node once again thwarted the Shadow Master's schemes, and the crisis in Westeros was, at least temporarily, averted. From afar, cheers erupted from the crew of the deep-sea vessel, who waved toward Qin Chang. Embracing Bai Ling, he stepped onto the light bridge, making his way towards the ships. The surface of the sunset sea grew calm, sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting a beautiful rainbow upon the waters, as if marking this hard-won victory with a symbol of hope. Qin Chang understood that the Shadow Master's power might not have vanished entirely, and future challenges could still arise. Yet he also recognized that as long as the four-colored crystal remained, and as long as he, Jon, Tyrion, and all those who protect Westeros were still present, they would undoubtedly overcome crises time and again, allowing the peace of this land to endure for ages to come. Chapter 109. Aftermath of the journey home and King's Landing inspection as the deep-sea vessel departed the shadow abyss. The once murky waters of the Sunset Sea had completely returned to a brilliant blue, though the dragon crystal runes on the ship bore some damage. They shimmered with a soft blue light, intertwining with the faint purple glow of the four-colored crystal, tracing a gentle light upon the sea's surface. Qin Chang leaned against the ship's railing, pressing the crystal to his chest. The mark in his palm still lingered with the searing pain from the collision with the main node. Yet he could distinctly feel the energy nodes across the continent of Westeros stabilizing. The red glow of the volcano, the silver light of the icy plains, the golden radiance of King's Landing, and the blue glow of the wall resonated in a balanced rhythm, like a melody returning to harmony. Bai Ling curled at his feet, her golden mane lifted by the sea breeze, occasionally raising her head to lick the back of his hand. The crew members who had previously been ensnared by the enchanting tentacles gathered on the opposite side of the deck, using dragon crystal powder to wipe away the lingering black markings on their arms, quietly discussing the perils of the shadow abyss, their tones filled with gratitude for having survived. The helmsman, gazing at the distant horizon, suddenly pointed toward the sky. "My lord, there's a signal flare towards King's Landing. It's the safe signal agreed upon by Lord Tyrion, indicating that the sigil crisis in King's Landing has been alleviated." Following his gesture, Qin Chang indeed saw a golden flare burst in the sky, resonating momentarily with the glow of the four-colored crystal. The tension in his nerves began to ease. Yet he remained cautious. Although the Shadow Master's main node had been destroyed, the scattered remnants of foreign vessels and lingering symbols could still pose new threats. Retrieve all the debris from the foreign vessels on the sea and purify them thoroughly with dragon crystal powder, Qin Chang commanded the crew. As the symbols on the fragments had lost their energy, yet they might still harbor the essence of the Shadow Lord. If fishermen were to find them, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. The crew immediately sprang into action, using fishing nets to salvage the black planks from the sea. Qin Chang crouched on the deck, pressing a four-colored crystal against a piece of debris. A soft lavender glow spread along the symbols, and the spiral symbol on the plank instantly transformed into ash gray, leaving behind an ordinary blackboard. He could sense the residual shadow energy dissipating within the glow, akin to smoke scattered by the wind, vanishing completely upon the water's surface. As dawn broke the following day, the silhouette of King's Landing finally emerged into view. From afar, the spires of the red keep glimmered golden in the sunlight, and vessels bustled in the harbor. Guards patrolled the city walls, employing dragon crystal powder to cleanse the lingering symbols, while townsfolk gathered below, observing the soldiers at work, their earlier concerns gradually replaced by a sense of reassurance. As the deep-sea vessel docked, Tyrion hurried over with his attendants. His cloak was dusted with dragon crystal powder, and though his face bore signs of fatigue, a relaxed smile graced his features. "You have finally returned. Since your departure, the symbols in King's Landing began to lose their energy. We have utilized fragments of the four-colored crystals in conjunction with dragon crystal powder to cleanse over 90% of the symbols. Only those in the Red Keep's cellar and on Lord Edmure's tombstone remain, requiring your complete purification with intact crystals." Jon also approached from the crowd, the blue glow of Longclaw shining brightly in the sunlight. "News has arrived from beyond the wall. the silver veins of the glacier have ceased their movement, and the breath of the frost spirit has grown exceedingly faint. The Night's Watch has established permanent monitoring points at the glacier's edge, prepared to report any anomalies immediately. Qin Chang nodded and followed the two towards the Red Keep. Along the streets, craftsmen were busy repairing walls affected by the symbols, while children chased after the soldiers, curiously observing the dragon crystal powder in their hands. Occasionally, they would pick up fragments of wood from the ground, mimicking the soldiers' actions of wiping, eliciting laughter from the surrounding townsfolk. Upon entering the cellar of the Red Keep, the previously vibrant spiral symbols upon the walls had dimmed considerably, yet still emanated a faint black glow. Qin Chang placed the four-colored crystal against the symbol. The lavender light collided with the black glow, producing a subtle hum from the symbol, which then transformed into ash gray, restoring the wall to its original stone hue. He could sense that deep within the cellar, the fluctuations of shadow energy had ceased, leaving only the gentle red glow of the ancient divine runes, quietly guarding the tomes in the library. The final stop was Lord Edmure's tombstone. The symbols upon it proved more stubborn than elsewhere, possibly due to its proximity to an energy node, where the residual shadow energy was more potent. Qin Chang positioned the four-colored crystal atop the symbol. The lavender light resonated with the stone of the tombstone, and the symbols gradually faded within the radiance, leaving only the name Edmure Tully engraved upon the stone, appearing remarkably clear in the sunlight. At long last, the cleansing was complete. Tyrion stood beside the tombstone, gazing towards the distant Riverrun. In due time, I shall travel to Riverrun and convey the news of this place to Lord Edmure's family, so they too may find peace. Jon approached Qin Chang, his gaze directed towards the far north. The equilibrium between the icy plains and the volcanic energy required continuous monitoring. The Night's Watch would take turns stationed at observation points to ensure no new anomalies would arise. Qin Chang tightened his grip on the four-colored crystal, a gentle violet glow radiating from his palm. He recognized that while the confrontation with the Lord of Shadows had concluded, the peace of Westeros still demanded vigilant guardianship. The elemental forces of the volcano, the ice of the frozen abyss, the cultural energy of King's Landing, and the protective will of the wall must remain in harmony. Only then could this land truly be liberated from peril. Beside a gravestone, White Spirit lay, its golden eyes fixed upon the distant sky, emitting a low rumble from its throat. Qin Chang gently stroked its mane, a sense of calm washing over him. Sunlight bathed the trio and the wolf, intertwining with the radiance of the crystal, casting a warm glow that enveloped the Red Keep in this land, now restored to peace. From afar, the chimes of the bell tower resonated, their clear tones echoing through the skies of King's Landing, celebrating the abatement of crisis while reminding all that peace is a hard-won treasure, sustained only through collective vigilance. Chapter 110. Quadrant Monitoring and Crystal Anomalies in the Council Chamber of the Red Keep. Sunlight streamed through stained glass, illuminating a vast map of Westeros sprawled across the stone table. The map was marked in red, blue, gold, and purple, designating 4 observation points: the volcano, red; the frozen abyss, blue; King's Landing, gold; and the wall, purple, interconnected by faint lines forming a monitoring network across the continent. Qin Chang placed the 4-colored crystal at the center of the map, a soft purple glow spreading along the lines, resonating with the 4 marked points, their lights flickering as if they were 4 beating hearts. Each monitoring point required 3 elite members of the Night's Watch, equipped with dragonglass weapons, fire essence powder, and crystal shards. He pointed at the volcano marker on the map, noting that the observation points for the volcano and the frozen abyss should be established near energy nodes, reinforced with ancient runes. Should an energy imbalance be detected, the crystal shards must be employed for temporary suppression, while simultaneously signaling King's Landing. Jon gripped Longclaw, his fingertip tracing the wall's marker. I will personally arrange the monitoring point at the wall. The Night's Watch is well acquainted with the icy terrain and can respond swiftly to emergencies. However, the extreme cold of the frozen abyss necessitates ample supplies for the station soldiers. Tyrion accepted a scroll of parchment from a servant, which detailed supply lists from various regions. The workshops of King's Landing have commenced the rapid production of cold-resistant cloaks and dragonglass warning devices. They will be dispatched to the observation points within 3 days. Furthermore, I have reached out to the lords of the Riverlands and the North, requesting their assistance in patrolling the coastal and icy borders. Should any remnants of foreign vessels or residual symbols be discovered, they are to report immediately. White Spirit lay at Qin Chang's feet, its golden ears occasionally swiveling towards the window. Outside the council chamber, members of the Night's Watch were transporting supplies, while artisans in the square crafted warning devices. the clanging of metal harmonizing with the conversations of the townsfolk, creating a scene bustling yet tranquil. Suddenly, the wolf rose, growling at the four-colored crystal in Qin Chang's hand. A flicker of vigilance gleaming in its green eyes. A sense of unease gripped Qin Chang as he lowered his gaze to the crystal. The originally gentle lavender glow displayed subtle fluctuations, and a faint shadow swept across its surface, reminiscent of the aura of the Shadow Master, though it vanished almost instantly. He pressed the crystal against his palm, and the imprint instantly grew warm, allowing him to sense a brief repulsion between the crystal and the volcano's energy, as if something were disrupting the stability of the fire element. Was there an anomaly at the volcano? Tyrion, noticing the change in Qin Chang's expression, leaned in closer to scrutinize the crystal. Could the Shadow Master's lingering power still be affecting the volcano's core? Qin Chang shook his head, tracing his fingertip over the volcano's mark on the map. It was not the Shadow Master's power at play, but rather the fire elements within the volcano that were oscillating autonomously. When the core was previously activated, the roots of the black vines may have lingered near the core, and although they had lost their energy, they continued to subtly disrupt the flow of the fire elements. Jon immediately sprang to his feet. I will head to the volcano monitoring point. I will take the dragon crystal dagger and fragments of the crystal to thoroughly cleanse the remnants of the roots and ensure the stability of the fire elements. No need. I shall go. Qin Chang secured the crystal, knowing that the resonance between the volcano's core and the four-colored crystal was strongest, and only he could accurately locate the roots. You stay in King's Landing, assisting Tyrion in enhancing the monitoring network to prevent any unforeseen incidents at other observation points. Bai Ling promptly pressed against Qin Chang's leg, clearly prepared to accompany him. Tyrion retrieved a signal crystal from his satchel and handed it to Qin Chang. This crystal will allow direct communication with the monitoring points in King's Landing and the Wall. Should any danger arise, shattering it will send out a signal, and we will immediately dispatch reinforcements. Qin Chang accepted the signal crystal, securing it close to him, and then, alongside Bai Ling, made his way toward the outside of the Red Keep. The Night's Watch had already prepared swift steeds, their bodies wrapped in anti-cold cloaks, with iron shoes nailed to their hooves, evidently equipped for the volcano's high temperatures and rugged terrain. Before departing from King's Landing, Qin Chang cast one last glance in the direction of the Red Keep. By the window of the council chamber, Tyrion waved at him, while Jon stood in the square, directing the Night's Watch as they moved supplies. The townsfolk gathered on either side of the street, their eyes brimming with trust and expectation. Taking a deep breath, he mounted his horse, and together with Bai Ling, they galloped toward the volcano. As they traveled, the scenery gradually transformed from bustling towns to desolate plains. And as they neared Dragonstone, the scent of sulfur in the air intensified. The direction of the volcano no longer radiated a stable red glow. Instead, it intermittently flickered with a faint black light, producing a slight repulsion against the brilliance of the four-colored crystal, indicating that the fluctuations of the fire elements were more severe than he had anticipated. Upon reaching the volcano monitoring point, the station Night's Watch observed the volcano's mouth with palpable tension. Upon spotting Qin Chang, the leading soldier rushed forward. My lord, the fluctuations of the fire elements in the volcano's core are becoming increasingly frequent. Just moments ago, a small column of lava erupted, with black debris mingling within, resembling the roots of vines. Qin Chang approached the edge of the volcano, leaning down to gaze within. The magma pool inside pulsated with an unstable red light, and indeed, several strands of black roots floated around the core at its center. Although shriveled, they still writhed slightly, disrupting the flow of the fire elements. He raised the four-colored crystal high above his head, as a soft lavender glow spread from the volcanic crater and infused the magma pool. The moment the light made contact with the roots, a sizzling sound erupted, quickly transforming them into a dark ash that merged with the magma. The fluctuations of the fire element gradually subsided, and the magma pool regained its stable red luminescence, harmonizing gently with the brilliance of the four-colored crystal. Qin Chang sensed the pulsations of the volcano's core becoming steady, akin to a heart recovering its health, beating slowly yet powerfully. The area was thoroughly cleansed. Qin Chang exhaled in relief, pressing the crystal against the rune wall of the volcano, activating the hidden ancient divine runes. The runes emitted a faint red light, intertwining with the core's crimson glow to form a stable barrier. This rune was capable of enhancing the stability of the fire element, as long as no external forces interfered. The volcano's energy would remain in equilibrium. The Night Watchers collectively sighed in relief, their faces illuminating with expressions of tranquility. Bai Ling lay beside the volcanic mouth, her golden eyes fixed on the magma pool, emitting a low purring sound, evidently sensing the stability of the fire element. Qin Chang sat upon the rocky ledge of the crater, gazing into the distant sky. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, cascading onto the red glow of the magma pool, creating a beautiful halo. He understood that as long as the 4 monitoring points operated stably, the energy balance of Westeros could be maintained for an extended duration, eliminating the threats posed by the Lord of Shadows, the Lord of the Deep Sea, and the Spirit of Extreme Cold. Yet, he also comprehended that the path of safeguarding peace bore no end. Future challenges and new crises might arise, but as long as he, Jon, Tyrion, and all those who protected Westeros remained vigilant and united, they could repeatedly overcome adversity, ensuring the perpetual tranquility of the land. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Qin Chang departed from the volcanic monitoring point with Bai Ling, heading back towards King's Landing. The sound of hooves echoed across the wilderness, intertwining with the pulsations of the volcano and the resonance of the 4-colored crystal, forming a rhythm filled with hope, gently flowing beneath the skies of Westeros. Chapter 111. The celebration of balance and the crystal's glimmer. The square of the Red Keep in King's Landing was adorned with vibrant festivities. Colorful banners hung along the castle walls, and artisans had painted 4-colored rune patterns on the ground using dragon crystal powder, echoing the beams of light cast by the 4-colored crystal above, creating an energy dome enveloping the square. The common folk donned festive attire, holding flowers and candles, gathering at the center of the square, awaiting the commencement of the celebration of balance. This ceremony, proposed by Tyrion, aimed not only to celebrate the stabilization of energy balance, but also to reassure the populace, instilling faith that Westeros had genuinely distanced itself from crisis. Qin Chang stood on the terrace of the Red Keep, cradling the 4-colored crystal in his palms, as its soft lavender glow resonated with the runes in the square, forming a flowing curtain of light above the crowd. Bai Ling crouched at his feet, her golden mane tinted pink by the light curtain, occasionally lifting her head to nuzzle his hand, her green eyes filled with relaxation yet still alert to her surroundings. Jon had already gone to the wall to coordinate the shifts at the monitoring points, and the lords of the Riverlands had arrived with gifts. The celebration was ready to commence. Tyrion ascended the terrace, a scroll of parchment in hand, inscribed with the ceremonial proceedings. The first item was to ignite the fire of balance, a blend of fire soul powder and dragon crystal dust, to kindle the torch at the center of the square, symbolizing the harmony of ice and fire. Qin Chang nodded, entrusting the 4-colored crystals to a servant, and then descended the terrace alongside Tyrion, making their way toward the torch platform in the square. As the populace caught sight of them, a chorus of cheers erupted, their voices surging like a tide, enveloping the square. Children gathered around the torch platform, their curious gazes fixed on the soldiers as they sprinkled fire soul powder upon the torch, their eyes alight with anticipation. As Qin Chang ignited the torch, a pale blue flame instantly erupted, intertwining with the luminous strands of the 4-colored crystals, creating a breathtaking display in the air above the square. The citizens raised their candles, swaying in rhythm with the flames, and the runes upon the square illuminated, casting a radiant glow over the night sky of King's Landing. Midway through the celebration, Qin Chang was suddenly alerted by a servant about an anomaly with the 4-colored crystals in the Red Keep's library, a faint black light emanating from their surfaces, reminiscent of the Shadow Lord's aura, though fainter, as if some distant energy sought to resonate with the crystals. "I shall investigate," Qin Chang whispered to Tyrion, then quietly departed the square, accompanied by White Spirit, heading towards the library. The Night's Watch, upon seeing him, offered their respects, oblivious to the unusual occurrence, clearly still immersed in the joy of the festivities. Within the library, the 4-colored crystals floated upon a crystalline stand, their pale violet glow interspersed with flecks of black light, resembling ink droplets scattered upon purple satin. Qin Chang reached out to touch the crystals. The mark upon his palm instantly grew warm, allowing him to sense a faint connection between the crystals and the energy emanating from the direction of the Sunset Sea. That location pointed towards the Shadow Abyss, yet it was farther than the primary node, as if on the far shore of the Shadow Sea, where some force was awakening, attempting to influence Westeros once more through the residual shadow energy. "It is the lingering breath of the Shadow Lord," Qin Chang mused, his brow furrowing. He unleashed the full radiance of the 4-colored crystals, enveloping them in a pale violet glow, endeavoring to dispel the black light. However, the black light clung stubbornly to the surface of the crystals, maintaining a tenuous resonance with the distant energy. It had not fully vanished, merely receding back into the Shadow Sea, waiting for its next opportunity. White Spirit growled at the library's window, a golden figure darting to the edge. barking towards the western horizon. Qin Chang approached the window, gazing towards the direction of the sunset sea. Under the night sky, the surface of the sea shimmered with a tranquil blue light, yet in the far distance, a faint shadow could be discerned against the horizon, resembling the outline of a ship, slowly moving towards Westeros. This matter must remain concealed, Qin Chang resolved, returning the four-colored crystals to their stand, covering them with a rune cloth to temporarily suppress the black light. The festivities continued. The citizens had just regained their composure, and he could not allow them to fall into panic once more. We need to discreetly enhance our surveillance over the sunset sea, dispatching scouts along the route of the shadow abyss to uncover the true nature of that shadow. White Spirit's growls gradually subsided, her golden eyes filled with concern. Yet she obediently followed Qin Chang as they departed the library and returned to the square. The atmosphere of celebration remained fervent, with the townsfolk dancing around the bonfire and soldiers frolicking with children. Tyrion stood beside the torch platform, engaging in light-hearted banter with the lords of the Riverlands, while the entirety of King's Landing basked in the joy of peace. Qin Chang returned to the terrace, accepting a goblet of wine from a servant. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the distant west. He was acutely aware that the threat of the Shadow Lord had not been entirely eradicated. That distant shadow loomed like a ticking time bomb, poised to ignite a new crisis at any moment. Nonetheless, he understood that what Westeros required at this juncture was comfort and hope, rather than panic and vigilance. He would collaborate with Jon and Tyrion to discreetly fortify defenses, safeguarding the tranquility of this land, ensuring that the smiles of celebration would not be scattered by the specter of crisis once more. Balin nuzzled against his leg gently, as if offering solace. Qin Chang looked down, stroking its mane, a faint smile gracing his lips. The flames in the square continued to blaze, the runes radiated their brilliance, and the cheers of the populace remained exuberant. These ordinary yet precious scenes embodied the essence of what he fought tirelessly to protect. As night deepened, the throngs of the celebration began to disperse, leaving only the central torch burning alongside the luminescent bands of the four-colored crystal, safeguarding the peace of King's Landing. Qin Chang stood upon the terrace, gazing at the city falling into a tranquil hush, a flicker of resolve blossoming within him. Regardless of what lay hidden on the other side of the Sea of Shadows, or the multitude of challenges that the future might hold, he would protect Westeros, ensuring that the peace of this land would endure, just as the flames in the square continued to burn, forever radiant and unextinguished. Chapter 112. The dark scout and vigilance. The warmth of the celebration had yet to fade. Yet the atmosphere in the council chamber of the Red Keep was already heavy with gravity. Qin Chang lifted a corner of the rune cloth. The black light on the surface of the four-colored crystal, though subdued, still flickered weakly, akin to ink dispersing slowly on purple silk. Tyrion leaned close to the stand, his fingertips hovering just above the crystal, distinctly sensing the distant and sinister energy fluctuations, resonating with the essence of the Shadow Abyss node, yet more profound. The scouts sent to the Sunset Sea had been dispatched for 3 hours now. Given their pace, they should be nearing the periphery of the Shadow Abyss. Tyrion retracted his hand, producing a freshly drawn nautical chart from his breast, marked in red ink with the scouts' routes. I selected only the most experienced Night's Watch scouts. They are well acquainted with the terrain of the Shadow Abyss and know how to utilize dragonglass powder to fend off the residual shadow energy. Qin Chang nodded, his gaze settling on the marked location of the Shadow Sea on the chart, which bore a question mark, an area not even detailed in the secrets beyond the domains. The critical factor was the speed of that shadow. He traced the edge of the chart with his fingertip. If they were indeed remnants of the Shadow Lord, they would not advance recklessly but would linger at the edge of the Shadow Sea, testing our defenses. Suddenly, Balin growled lowly at the door of the council chamber, its golden form taut, as if sensing a familiar presence. The curtain was drawn aside, and Jon entered, weary from travel, the tip of Longclaw still speckled with ice shards from the wall. His expression grave. He placed a scroll of parchment upon the table. The monitoring point at the wall has reported anomalies in the night sky to the far west. The previously stable dual stars of ice and fire have dimmed, as if obscured by some energy, in perfect synchrony with the fluctuations of the black light emanating from the four-colored crystal. A heavy sensation enveloped Qin Chang as he observed the unusual celestial movements and the dark shadows of the Shadow Sea, intertwined with the ominous black light of the crystal stones, an evident correlation that could not be mere coincidence. He placed the four-colored crystals upon the parchment, and a soft lavender glow swept across the celestial inscriptions, transforming the previously vague descriptions into clarity. The twin stars conceal, shadows arise. Beyond the ocean, the gateway shall open. The Shadow Master was harnessing celestial energies. Tyrion's fingers drummed on the table. The Outland Chronicles had mentioned that the Shadow Master could manipulate the energies of the Shadow Sea through celestial phenomena. Once the twin stars faded completely, the Shadow Gate might reopen between the Shadow Sea and Westeros. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the council chamber. A scout stumbled in, his cloak drenched by seawater and faint black markings lingering on his arms, evidently having rushed back from the direction of the abyss. "My lord." On the surface of the sea surrounding the abyss, dozens of black ships have emerged, their hulls adorned with spiral symbols, slowly advancing towards Westeros. "We attempted to approach, but were thwarted by an invisible shadow energy, unable to come within 100 paces of the vessels." Qin Chang rose immediately. "Securing the 4-colored crystals, John. You must return to the wall at once and reinforce the monitoring points on the Frostlands to prevent the Shadow Master from launching simultaneous assaults from both the Frostlands and the sea. Tyrion, you shall remain in King's Landing and organize the craftsmen to create defensive barriers using dragon crystals and crystal shards. Additionally, notify the coastal lords to temporarily halt fishing and bolster the vigilance of coastal watchtowers. I will venture to the abyss with White Spirit to closely investigate the black ships and identify their weaknesses. No, it is far too perilous for you to go alone." Jon protested vehemently, noting the uncertain number of black vessels and the heightened concentration of shadow energy. Even with the 4-colored crystals, they might not suffice to confront such a threat. There was no time for hesitation. Qin Chang's gaze was resolute. Only through close contact could he ascertain the energy source of the vessels and discover a means to counteract them. White Spirit could sense the weaknesses of shadow energy, and with it by his side, he could retreat unscathed. White Spirit nudged Qin Chang's palm, its golden eyes filled with determination, clearly prepared to accompany him. Tyrion retrieved a dragon crystal dagger from his pack, its hilt embedded with a small shard of crystal. This dagger enhances the purifying capabilities of the crystal. When danger arises, infusing it with crystal energy will unleash a blade of light. And here is a pouch of purifying powder, a mixture of dragon crystal, ice core, and fire essence, capable of temporarily dispersing vast areas of shadow energy. Qin Chang accepted the dagger and purifying powder, keeping them close. After a brief farewell to Jon and Tyrion, he swiftly exited the Red Keep with White Spirit. The Night's Watch had already prepared the fastest vessel, reinforced with dragon crystal runes and filled with ample amounts of fire essence powder, ready to set sail at any moment. As the ship departed from the port of King's Landing, Qin Chang glanced back at the Red Keep, where Tyrion stood atop the wall, waving farewell, while Jon had mounted a swift steed, racing towards the wall. The lights of King's Landing shone brightly against the night, the citizens still reveling in the echoes of celebration, oblivious to the new crisis that was silently approaching from the other side of the Shadow Sea. White Spirit crouched at the bow of the ship, its golden eyes fixed intently on the direction of the abyss, a low growl emanating from its throat. Qin Chang held the 4-color crystal tightly in his grasp, the imprint on his palm resonating profoundly with the gem. He could discern the intensifying energy emanating from the direction of the Sea of Shadows, while the silhouette of a black vessel became increasingly distinct against the night sky, resembling a horde of lurking shadows poised for an impending assault. The vessel glided swiftly across the surface of the sea, revealing the dark whirlpool of the abyss of shadows gradually emerging into view. Surrounding the vortex, numerous black ships circled slowly, their hulls adorned with spiral symbols that emitted a faint dark glow, resonating with the energy of the abyss and forming an invisible barrier of shadow energy that enveloped the entire whirlpool. Qin Chang dimmed the radiance of the 4-color crystal to its lowest intensity, ensuring he remained undetected by the ships. He leaned over the ship's railing, meticulously scrutinizing the structure of the black vessels. They bore a striking resemblance to the remnants of otherworldly ships, yet were more colossal in size. The spiral symbols on their sails were more intricate than before, clearly enhanced by the Shadow Lord's power. Faint silhouettes of individuals were discernible on the deck, clad in dark robes and wearing bone masks reminiscent of those worn by deep-sea priests, though more grotesque in appearance. They were the followers of the Shadow Lord. Understanding dawned on Qin Chang. These acolytes had inherited the strength of the otherworldly beings and were maneuvering the black ships in preparation for the Shadow Lord's return. He sensed that the energy core of the ship lay beneath its hull, akin to the main node crystal he had encountered previously, albeit smaller and more compact. It was evident that multiple smaller cores collectively sustained the shadow energy barrier. Suddenly, Bai Ling let out a low growl at a nearby black vessel, her golden claws pointing toward the core beneath the ship. Qin Yang instantly grasped her intent and retrieved purification powder from his satchel, casting it toward the vessel. The pale blue powder dispersed across the sea surface, colliding with the shadow energy barrier and producing a sizzling sound, momentarily revealing a gap in the barrier. In that fleeting instant, Qin Yang observed the core beneath the ship glowing with a faint black light, repelling the brilliance of the four-color crystal with fierce intensity. A plan formed in his mind. If he could destroy these smaller cores, the shadow energy barrier would collapse, and the black ships would lose their propulsion. Unable to advance toward Westeros, he pressed the four-color crystal against the dragon crystal rune on the ship's hull, and a soft lavender glow spread along the rune, resonating with the vessel's shadow energy. The acolytes aboard seemed to sense the anomaly, raising their bone staffs and unleashing shadow energy in his direction. Bai Ling sprang into action, her golden claws crackling with the crystal's faint light, shattering the incoming shadow energy and buying Qin Yang precious time. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yang concentrated the energy of the four-color crystal into a slender light spear, and while the gap in the barrier had yet to close, he deftly aimed it at the core of the black vessel. The moment the light spear penetrated the core, the ship emitted a piercing hum, the glow of the spiral symbols dimming instantaneously. The gap in the shadow energy barrier widened, and the vessel began to gradually submerge, its acolytes unleashing anguished screams that turned to ash upon contact with the purification powder. Success! A surge of elation coursed through Qin Yang as he swiftly adjusted his aim, setting his sights on the core of another black vessel. Meanwhile, Bai Ling remained vigilant at the edge of the ship, prepared to thwart any counterattacks from the acolytes. On the sea at night, a pale violet glow clashed continuously with dark shadowy energies. Black vessels, under the assault of luminous spears, lost their power and sank into the whirlpool of shadows. However, the number of these black ships far exceeded Qin Yang's expectations. As time wore on, the brilliance of the four-colored crystal began to dim, and his stamina was depleting rapidly. In the distance, new black ships emerged relentlessly, like endless dark phantoms, advancing towards Westeros. Qin Yang realized that he could not single-handedly annihilate all the black vessels. He needed to return to King's Landing swiftly, to rendezvous with Jon and Tyrion, and devise a more comprehensive defense plan to truly thwart the followers of the Lord of Shadows and safeguard the peace of Westeros. He signaled to White Ling, and the two quickly retreated to their ship, setting a course back to King's Landing. Behind them, the roars of the black vessels faded gradually, yet they still loomed like a sword suspended over Westeros, poised to strike at any moment. Qin Yang tightened his grip on the four-colored crystal. Feeling a faint resonance with the mark on his palm, he understood that a greater war was imminent, and they must be thoroughly prepared to face this ultimate confrontation that would determine the fate of Westeros. Chapter 113. Preparation and the ominous tide of shadows. The returning ship sliced through the morning mist, and as the silhouette of King's Landing's port emerged in view, Qin Yang saw the docks bustling with knights, watchmen, and craftsmen. Tyrion had mobilized troops as planned, distributing dragon crystal weapons and purification powder to coastal outposts. And reinforcements from the Riverlands had also arrived, erecting defensive structures beneath the city walls while carrying wooden shields. "You have finally returned," Tyrion exclaimed, climbing aboard the ship, his cloak dusted with white dragon crystal powder. "Jon has sent word that the energy at the wall's monitoring point has shown slight fluctuations, though no abnormalities have been detected. It synchronizes with the energy frequency of the Shadow Sea, as if the Lord of Shadows is simultaneously probing both defenses." As Qin Yang stepped down from the ship, he was surrounded by craftsmen. The lead old craftsman presented a shield embedded with shards of crystal, its surface engraved with four-colored runes. "My lord, as per your instructions, we have embedded crystal shards into all defensive weapons, enhancing their resistance to shadow energy. However, we have run out of materials. The remaining shards are only sufficient to forge 50 more shields. Priority should be given to the coastal outposts and the wall's defenses." Qin Yang took the shield, tracing his fingers over the runes. The glow of the four-colored crystal resonated with the shards, causing the runes to illuminate instantly. The dragon crystal powder and ancient god runes reinforced the defenses of the Red Keep, temporarily capable of withstanding the onslaught of shadow energy. Suddenly, White Ling let out a low growl towards the western side of the port, her golden figure darting behind a stack of wooden shields, barking fiercely at the sea. Qin Yang quickly followed, and what he saw on the mist-covered water was a faint layer of black shadows, akin to ink slowly diffusing in water. Within the shadows, tiny spiral symbols could be discerned, advancing towards the port with the waves. These were the vanguards of shadow energy, attempting to infiltrate the defenses of King's Landing. "Quick! Use the purification powder," Qin Chang shouted. The night watchman promptly scattered the purification powder across the surface of the sea. The pale blue powder collided with the dark shadows, emitting a hissing sound as the shadows swiftly dissipated, only to reassemble further out at sea, akin to an elusive mist that could never be entirely dispelled. This was merely a harbinger. Qin Chang gazed at the reconvening shadows, aware that the followers of the Shadow Lord were probing the limits of their defenses. Once they discerned their weaknesses, a full-scale assault would ensue. The group dared not delay and hastened their preparations for battle. Artisans laid dragon crystal powder atop the city walls, while the night watchmen excavated trenches along the coastal sands, blending purification powder with oil to ignite a fiery barrier as the shadows approached. Qin Chang, accompanied by Bai Ling, patrolled the port, activating ancient divine runes hidden within the rocks using the four-colored crystals, thereby establishing an underwater defense net to prevent shadow energy from seeping up from the depths. As noon approached, John unexpectedly returned from the wall, his cloak dusted with frost, his face etched with gravity. Black fissures had appeared on the ice plains west of the wall, emanating shadow energy akin to the shadows of the Shadow Sea. Clearly, the Shadow Lord intended to launch simultaneous attacks from both the ice plains and the sea, isolating them from one another. A heavy weight settled in Qin Chang's heart as he immediately summoned everyone to the council chamber of the Red Keep. He placed the four-colored crystals at the center of the map, their faint purple glow illuminating the energy veins of Westeros. The shadows of the Shadow Sea and the black fissures of the ice plains resembled two dark hands, squeezing towards the heart of the continent from the east and west, attempting to sever the energy connection between the volcano and the wall, thereby shattering the equilibrium of fire and ice. I shall take half of our forces to the wall to counter the shadow energy assault from the ice plains. John tightened his grip on Longclaw, as the night watchmen were familiar with the terrain of the ice plains, capable of momentarily delaying the Shadow Lord's advance. I will remain in King's Landing to command the coastal defenses. Tyrion pointed at the port on the map. I will instruct the artisans to construct a floating bridge upon the surface of the sea, sprinkling a mixture of purification powder and dragon crystal powder upon it to create a moving defensive barrier, preventing the shadows from approaching. Qin Chang nodded, dividing the four-colored crystals in half, entrusting one portion to John. This segment would enhance the runic energy of the wall, resisting the encroachment of shadow energy. He took the other half towards the volcano, for the elemental fire energy of the volcano was the Shadow Lord's nemesis. As long as they maintained control over the volcano, the balance of fire and ice could be preserved, thwarting the Shadow Lord's designs. Bai Ling rubbed against Qin Chang's leg, evidently choosing to accompany him to the volcano. The three agreed to keep in contact via signal crystals. Should any defensive line face a crisis, an immediate signal would be sent for reinforcement from the other two locations. After bidding farewell to John and Tyrion, Qin Chang, along with Bai Ling and a contingent of night watchmen, mounted swift steeds and raced towards the volcano. The landscape grew increasingly desolate along the way, the scent of sulfur thickening in the air. The direction of the volcano no longer radiated a stable crimson glow, but instead flickered occasionally with a black light, indicating that shadow energy had begun to influence the volcanic fire elements. Upon reaching the volcanic observation point, the station's soldiers were engaged in a fierce battle against the shadow energy. Black shadow mist billowed from the volcano's mouth, clashing with the fire elements and producing a hissing sound, while the runic wall of the observation point had developed fine cracks. The soldiers, armed with dragon crystal spears, valiantly resisted the onslaught of shadow mist, yet gradually found themselves overwhelmed. Quickly reinforce the rune wall with crystal energy, Qin Chang shouted, pressing a half piece of the four-colored crystal against the rune wall. A pale purple light spread along the cracks, and the rune wall instantly regained its stability, while the red glow of the fire element surged, temporarily repelling the shadow mist. The soldiers collectively exhaled in relief, and the leading soldier wiped the sweat from his brow, saying, "My lord, had you arrived even a moment later, the rune wall would have been breached by the shadow mist." Among the shadows, black vines intertwined, reminiscent of the roots from the volcano, yet more resilient, capable of penetrating the defenses of the dragon crystal. Qin Chang gazed towards the volcano's mouth, and indeed, he saw black vines emerging from the shadow mist, attempting to ensnare the core of the volcano. Drawing a deep breath, he scattered the remaining purification powder towards the volcano's mouth. The pale blue powder collided with the shadow mist, forming a fleeting barrier. White spirit leapt into the air, its golden claws shimmering with a subtle light from the crystal as it pounced towards the base of the vines, striving to sever them. Qin Chang understood that this defensive battle was merely commencing. The disciples of the Shadow Lord had launched assaults from both the east and west flanks, targeting three critical lines of defense: the volcano, the Great Wall, and King's Landing. Each location was of paramount importance. Clutching the half-piece of the four-colored crystal tightly, the mark in his palm resonated powerfully with the fire element of the volcano, and a singular thought consumed him, regardless of the cost. They must protect the volcano and safeguard the balance of ice and fire in Westeros, ensuring the Shadow Lord's schemes did not prevail. The shadow mist at the volcano's mouth coalesced once more, and the black vines reached out again, advancing toward the core. Qin Chang raised the four-colored crystal. The pale purple light intertwined with the red glow of the fire element, forming a sharp blade of light that sliced towards the vines. The Night's Watch soldiers gripped their dragon crystal spears anew, launching their attack in the direction of the light blade, engaging the shadow mist in a renewed fierce battle. In the distant sky, a golden flare suddenly erupted, a signal from the direction of King's Landing, indicating that Tyrion's defense was also under siege by the Shadow Lord. Qin Chang's heart tightened, yet he felt no inclination to retreat. He understood that only by steadfastly holding his line could he buy time for Jon and Tyrion, thus granting Westeros a chance to overcome this crisis. The low growl of White's spirit intertwined with the shouts of the soldiers, the clash of the light blade against the shadow mist resonating around the volcano. Qin Chang fixed his gaze on the red glow of the volcano's core. Filled with determination, he would remain steadfast until the Shadow Lord's assault was utterly repelled, until peace was restored to Westeros. Chapter 114. The tension of three fronts and the mutation of the vines. The shadow mist at the volcano's mouth thickened increasingly, as the black vines grew wildly within the fog. Once slender, the vines had now swollen to the thickness of arms, their surfaces adorned with spiraling symbols radiating an ominous black light. As they entwined around the rune wall, they corroded deep grooves into it. The defensive layer composed of dragon crystal powder hissed and dissolved as if steeped in strong acid. Qin Chang embedded the half-piece of the four-colored crystal into the recess of the rune wall, the pale purple light spreading along the surface, barely staving off the vine's encroachment. He could distinctly sense the change in the energy of the vines. They no longer merely harbored shadow energy, but had now intermixed with the frigid breath of the spirit of extreme cold. The intertwining of these two powers rendered the vines both resilient and imbued with a biting chill. When the spears of the Night's Watch soldiers pierced the vines, the spear tips instantly crystallized with thin ice, causing even the fingers gripping the spears to become stiff with cold. These tendrils have absorbed the energy of the glacial expanse. A heavy sensation enveloped Qin Chang's heart as the mark in his palm suddenly blazed with heat, resonating violently with the other half of the crystal in Jon's hand. The signal emanating from the direction of the Great Wall transformed from a stable blue light to a tumultuous blend of black waves, indicating that Jon's defenses were also under a dual assault from the frigid breath and shadow energy. Bai Ling leaped into action, her golden claws gleaming with crystalline light as they sank fiercely into a node of one of the tendrils. The tendril emitted a piercing shriek, its sigil dimming momentarily, only to be swiftly revitalized by the nourishing shadow mist. The claws of the ice wolf, now stained with dark liquid, quickly froze, and it shook its paw, growling at Qin Chang, seemingly warning him that the regenerative capabilities of the tendrils exceeded expectations. At that moment, the signal crystal in Qin Chang's arms vibrated abruptly, its pale golden glow flickering, a message from Tyrion in King's Landing. He shattered the crystal, and Tyrion's urgent voice resonated in his mind. The black ships of the Shadow Sea have launched a full-scale assault. The shadow mist they release can penetrate the floating bridge defenses. 2 coastal outposts have already been breached. I am dispatching reinforcements from the riverlands. What is the situation on your end? The volcano's tendrils have mingled with the icy breath, exhibiting remarkable regenerative abilities. Qin Chang quickly replied into the crystal. The fissures in the Great Wall are widening, and Jon is under immense pressure. We must find a way to sever the connection between the tendrils and the glacial energy. Otherwise, our 3-tiered defense will collapse. Before his words could fade, a thunderous sound erupted from the volcano's mouth. A black beam of light shot forth from the shadow mist, piercing the heavens, forming a triad of connections with the black fissures toward the Great Wall and the shadow mist over the waters of King's Landing, enveloping the continent of Westeros. Qin Chang could feel the energy of the 4-colored crystal fiercely repelling these 3 connections, yet it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The pale purple glow of the crystal was dimming, and fine cracks began to appear on its surface. It was the 3-line energy lock of the Shadow Lord. Qin Chang recalled the most perilous entries in the Outsider's secret chronicle, where 3 energy lines were used to bind the energy veins of Westeros. If these veins were severed, the balance of ice and fire would shatter completely, and the gates of shadow would simultaneously open across the continent. A Night's Watch soldier inadvertently became ensnared by a tendril around his ankle, the icy breath spreading along it, instantly freezing his entire leg. Reacting swiftly, Qin Chang transformed the light of the 4-colored crystal into a blade of light, severing the tendril while simultaneously sweeping across the soldier's leg. The icy breath dissipated, but the soldier had already lost consciousness and was carried away by his comrades for medical attention. Bai Ling howled fiercely at the black beam of light emanating from the volcano, her golden form weaving around it, attempting to discern its weaknesses. Suddenly, Qin Chang noticed, amidst the shadow mist at the base of the beam, a particularly robust tendril, its apex connected to a black crystal, the very core of the tendril's energy. If he could destroy this core crystal, he could sever the connection between the tendrils and the glacial expanse, thereby disrupting the 3-line energy lock. Bai Ling, cover me. Qin Chang clenched the 4-colored crystal and charged toward the base of the beam. Tendrils from the shadow mist writhed toward him, but the ice wolf leapt at them, its golden claws tearing through, clearing a path. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Chang reached the core crystal, channeling the entirety of the 4-colored crystal's brilliance into his blade of light, striking fiercely at the crystal. As the luminous blade collided with the crystal stone, a blinding white light erupted from the volcanic crater. The vines emitted a chilling scream. Losing their energy and turning to ash, the black light column began to sway violently, ultimately dissipating into the air. Qin Chang was hurled by the shockwave, crashing heavily against the rune wall, blood spilling from his mouth, and a noticeable crack appearing on the half-piece of 4-colored crystal in his hand. It worked. Qin Chang struggled to rise, the mark on his palm resonating with John's crystal, restoring stability, while the ominous black waves from the direction of King's Landing significantly diminished. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the signal crystal in his arms vibrated again, this time emitting an urgent red light. Tyrion's voice rang out with despair. The Shadow Knights have emerged from the shadows of King's Landing. They are impervious to blades and guns, and even dragonglass cannot harm them. The coastal defenses have completely collapsed. We can barely hold on. A pang of anxiety gripped Qin Chang as he gazed towards King's Landing. In the distant sky, a faint black mist had spread to the horizon. Merging with the remnants of the volcanic fog, he understood that King's Landing was the heart of Westeros. If it fell, all defenses would become meaningless. Continue to hold the volcano. Use the remaining purification powder to reinforce the rune wall. Qin Chang commanded the Night's Watch. He then lifted White's spirit into his arms. I will head to King's Landing to assist Tyrion. If the situation deteriorates here, immediately use the signal crystal to contact Jon and request reinforcements from the wall. The Night's Watch nodded in agreement, beginning to clear the remaining vines. Qin Chang mounted his horse, the sound of hooves thundering across the desolate plains as he galloped towards King's Landing. He gripped the half-piece of 4-colored crystal tightly. Although it bore cracks and its brilliance had dimmed considerably, he knew that as long as there was a glimmer of energy left, he could not afford to give up. The people of King's Landing were counting on him, as were Jon and Tyrion. Indeed, all of Westeros awaited his arrival. The scenery along the way grew increasingly desolate, with occasional glimpses of fleeing citizens dragging their weary feet, running away from King's Landing, their faces etched with terror. The urgency in Qin Chang's heart intensified, spurring him to urge his steed to hasten, hoping to reach King's Landing swiftly and assist Tyrion in fending off the assault of the Shadow Knights, safeguarding the last bastion of defense for Westeros. As his horse crested a small hill, the silhouette of King's Landing finally came into view. The mist outside the city walls was thick as ink, and indistinct black figures flitted through the fog, the Shadow Knights assaulting the walls. The Night's Watch and the soldiers from the Riverlands were resisting with bows and dragonglass weapons, yet their efforts yielded little success. The Shadow Knight's armor could withstand all attacks, inflicting only minor damage when arrows occasionally struck at the seams. Taking a deep breath, Qin Chang maximized the brilliance of the 4-colored crystal and charged towards King's Landing. He understood that a far more arduous battle awaited him. Yet he felt no inclination to retreat. To protect this land, to ensure that the sacrifices made thus far were not in vain, he must fight to the bitter end, until the forces of the Shadow Lord were entirely expelled from Westeros. Chapter 115. The Siege of King's Landing and the Mystery of the Shadow Knights. As his horse thundered to the base of the walls of King's Landing, Qin Chang was nearly suffocated by the sight before him. The shadowy mist seeped through the crevices of the city walls like viscous ink. the purification powder scattered by the night watchman igniting only brief blue flames before being engulfed by the encroaching darkness. The black armor of the Shadow Knights glimmered with a cold light amidst the fog, their bone blades slicing through the air, each strike accompanied by a piercing shriek of energy. Deep gashes were carved into the stone bricks of the wall. Even the dragon crystal-reinforced battlements began to show signs of cracking. "Qin Chang, over here," Tyrion shouted from the watchtower, his left arm wrapped in blood-soaked cloth. A clear indication of his injuries sustained during the battle. Qin Chang dismounted swiftly, and Bai Ling immediately darted to his side, growling at the nearest Shadow Knight, her golden claws striking sparks against the ground. Within the perception of the Ice Wolf, no living essence emanated from beneath the knight's armor. Only a concentrated mass of shadow energy pulsated like a dark heart, ascending the siege ladder to the wall. Qin Chang's gaze swept over a Shadow Knight illuminated by the radiant hues of the four-colored crystals. The spiral symbols on the armor flared to life, and the knight abruptly turned, two beams of black light shooting forth from its hollow helmet, the bone blade lunging toward him. In a moment of desperation, he raised the crystal to block, and upon the clash of the light blade and bone blade, a biting chill surged through his arm, causing a fissure to widen on the crystal. These wretched beings are impervious to dragon crystals. A lord from the Riverlands howled as his spear pierced the chinks in the Shadow Knight's armor, only to become ensnared by the shadow energy within. The shaft rapidly darkening, prompting him to relinquish his grip in terror, realizing the energy would rebound upon him. Tyrion tossed him an axe embedded with shards of crystal. "Give this a try." The artisans infused volcanic sulfur into the weapon. It might counteract the shadow energy. Catching the axe, Qin Chang felt the brilliance of the four-colored crystals infuse the blade, a delicate interplay of lavender and crimson flames igniting instantly. He swung the axe towards the gaps in the Shadow Knight's armor, and the moment the blade made contact, a shrill scream erupted from the knight as the shadow energy roiled violently beneath the armor, releasing a faint black mist that dissipated into ethereal smoke amidst the flames. The weak points are where the armor connects at the armpits and neck, Qin Chang shouted as he cleaved through another knight's bone blade, where the density of symbols was the least, allowing his crystal weapon to penetrate. In a sudden leap, Bai Ling pounced precisely onto a Shadow Knight's neck. Her golden claws, aglow with the crystal's faint light, sank deep into the crevice of the armor, rendering the knight immobile. The shadow energy burst forth like a punctured balloon, and with a resounding crash, the armor collapsed onto the wall, disintegrating into a pile of black dust. Witnessing this, the remaining Shadow Knights below swiftly redirected their assault towards Bai Ling. Qin Chang immediately brandished the axe for protection, the flames carving a path through the shadowy mist. Tyrion commanded the archers to target the gaps in the knight's armor. Although the purification powder smeared on the arrowheads could not deliver a fatal blow, it could temporarily hinder their movements, creating opportunities for Qin Chang and Bai Ling amidst the fierce battle. Qin Chang observed an eerie detail. Each Shadow Knight's movements exhibited a peculiar synchrony, as though manipulated by a single thread. As he cleaved through the armor of the third knight, he caught a glimpse of a faint silver trace amidst the dissipating shadow energy, reminiscent of the frigid essence from the abyss of eternal frost. These knights are powered by the energy of the icy plains. A tremor surged through Qin Chang's heart as the crystal in his palm suddenly resonated intensely with Jon's crystal. The signals emanating from the direction of the Great Wall were frantic and chaotic, as if they had encountered an unprecedented onslaught. The Lord of Shadows had fused the energy of the icy plains with that of the Shadow Sea. No wonder the dragon crystal could not completely obliterate them. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, a tremendous noise erupted from the eastern side of the wall. A section of the parapet was forcefully collapsed by the combined assault of the Shadow Knights, and dozens of them surged through the breach, plunging the Night's Watch atop the wall into disarray. Just as Qin Chang prepared to rush forward to offer assistance, a black flag rose ominously from the mists. Adorned with a spiral symbol far more intricate than those on the knight's armor, at its center was a pulsating black crystal, the command flag of the Lord of Shadows. That was their commander. Tyrion pointed at the towering knight beneath the flag, whose armor bore no seams. Previous attempts to strike it with a trebuchet had proven futile. Qin Chang gazed at the commander knight, whose armor radiated an intense flicker of multicolored light. He could sense the core of shadow energy beneath its armor was extraordinarily massive, yet it also exhibited a hint of unstable fluctuations. This was the repulsive reaction resulting from the fusion of two energies, reminiscent of steam produced when ice meets fire. White Spirit, draw its attention. Qin Chang entrusted his battle axe to a nearby soldier and tightened his grip on the multicolored crystal. Tyrion, aimed the trebuchet at the ground beneath it. The ice wolves charged towards the commander knight, relentlessly harassing its limbs. The knight retaliated with its bone blade, but its movements appeared sluggish due to its immense size. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Chang circled behind it, channeling all his energy into the crystal. As a pale purple light coalesced into a slender, elongated beam, aimed at the minuscule gap where the knight's armor met its cloak. This was the area of most turbulent energy flow. Release, Tyrion commanded, and the fragments of the dragon crystal hurled by the trebuchet struck the ground beneath the knight, the shards exploding into blue flames that temporarily repelled the surrounding shadow mist. At the moment the knight staggered back from the impact, Qin Chang plunged the beam into the gap. The commander knight emitted a deafening shriek, and the shadow energy beneath its armor erupted violently, intertwining black and silver light clashing within, causing the heavy armor to splinter apart. Qin Chang was thrown back by the shockwave, crashing into the stone pillar of the arrow tower, darkness clouding his vision. Yet, he witnessed the out-of-control energy ultimately transform into a soaring column of black and silver light, shooting skyward, causing all movements of the Shadow Knights atop the wall to falter. Its core has been destroyed, Tyrion shouted with exhilaration. These knights, having lost their commander, were moving sluggishly. Qin Chang struggled to rise. The multicolored crystal in his palm now dimmed like a fading star, its cracks nearly splitting the entire gem. However, he had no time to dwell on this. The shadow mist below the wall began to churn, as more shadow knights surged forth from the fog, while in the distant horizon, a black fissure slowly widened, the outline of the shadow gate becoming vaguely discernible. White Spirit trotted to his side, nudging his cheek with its head, its golden eyes filled with concern. Qin Chang stroked its mane, gazing towards the Great Wall and the volcano. The mark in his palm continued to resonate faintly with Jon's crystal. At least 2 other defensive lines still held firm. Hold the breach, he shouted to the soldiers, urging them to pick up their battle axes, declaring that as long as they could hold on until good news arrived from Jon, they would be able to turn the tide of battle. The roar of the Shadow Knights drew closer once more. Qin Chang raised his battle axe, its flames still defiantly burning under the dim light of the crystal. The sounds of combat on the city walls, the thunder of catapults, and the piercing shrieks of shadow mist intertwined, forming a desperate yet resilient battle song that echoed over King's Landing. He understood that this fight was far from over. But as long as there remained one man and one wolf atop the walls, the belief in their guardianship would never extinguish. Chapter 116. The Rift of Shadows and the counterattack. The outline of the Shadow Gate became increasingly clear against the horizon, with shadow energy surging from the black fissure like a tide, suppressing the flames of Qin Chang and his companions to mere flickers. Though the Shadow Knights moved sluggishly due to the destruction of their commander, they began to regroup, nourished by the shadow energy. The Knights' watch on the walls were few, and the personal guard of the Lord of Riverrun had suffered heavy losses. Tyrion, dragging his injured arm, employed the last pouch of purification powder to halt the spread of shadow mist. Is there no news from Jon? Qin Chang cleaved through a knight's bone blade, the light of the 4-colored crystal flickering. From the cracks, faint purple light particles seeped out, resembling a bleeding wound. He could feel the energy fluctuations of the wall weakening. Jon's half-crystal was likely on the verge of shattering, and the black rift in the ice plains might have spiraled out of control. Suddenly, Bai Ling barked fiercely towards the shadow gate, its golden figure bristling as countless black tendrils emerged from the fissure, dragging with them small shadow knights, sowing them like seeds into King's Landing. Quick-witted, Tyrion directed the catapults to target the tendrils. However, as the boulders pierced through the shadow mist, they were disintegrated into rubble by the symbols on the tendrils, failing to inflict any substantial damage. If this continues, we will all be overwhelmed. Tyrion's voice was hoarse as he pointed towards the moat beneath the city walls, pouring the remaining fire soul powder into the water. If we detonate it with the crystal, it may create a steam barrier to temporarily block the shadow energy. Qin Chang nodded immediately, commanding the remaining soldiers to transport the powder. As the last pouch of fire soul powder was thrown into the moat, he raised the 4-colored crystal high, channeling all remaining energy into the water's surface. The moment the pale purple light met the crimson powder, the entire moat erupted into a boil, white steam shooting skyward and colliding with the shadow mist to form thick clouds, successfully halting the charge of the Shadow Knights beyond the veil. Seizing this fleeting respite, Qin Chang leaned against the battlement, panting, when he suddenly felt a wave of warmth emanating from the crystal in his palm. Looking down, he saw that the light particles seeping from the cracks had not dissipated. Instead, they coalesced in the air into a minuscule light bridge. resonating with the red light from the volcano and the residual blue from the direction of the wall. That was the original complete form of the four-colored crystal, though faint. It clearly illustrated a harmonious coexistence of ice and fire energy. I understand now. A glimmer sparked in Qin Chang's eyes. The Shadow Lord could merge ice and fire energy. So could they. Tyrion, do you remember the resonance detonation mentioned in the energy balance record? Tyrion's eyes widened in astonishment. You intend to harness the residual energy of the four-colored crystal to invoke a resonance between the volcano and the icy plains, thereby striking the Shadow Gate. That is exceedingly perilous. A moment's carelessness could precipitate an energy collapse across the continent. Is there no safer alternative? Qin Chang tightened his grip on the crystal as the light particles coalesced into a luminous bridge, growing ever clearer. The Shadow Gate could withstand the energy of fusion, yet it abhorred the energies of balance, its most detested force. We must take this gamble. At that moment, Jon's signal finally arrived, but instead of energy fluctuations, it conveyed a distinct thought. From the fissures in the icy plains of the Great Wall, the spirit of extreme cold's ice sculpture stirred to life. Not attacking the Night Watchman, but rather temporarily sealing the spread of shadow energy with silver veins, as if battling the Shadow Lord. The spirit of extreme cold is aiding us. A profound shock coursed through Qin Chang. It too sensed the threat posed by the Shadow Lord. Understanding that once the Shadow Gate fully opened, the icy plains would be consumed by the realm of shadows. He hesitated no longer and released all the light particles from the four-colored crystal. The luminous bridge surged in the air, igniting the energy lines connecting the volcano and the icy plains. From the fissure of the Shadow Gate came the furious roar of the Shadow Lord. Evidently aware of the impending threat, the Shadow Knights beyond the steam barrier began to recklessly batter against the clouds as the steam of the moat gradually thinned. On the verge of collapse, Jon, channel the energy of the icy plains. Qin Chang shouted toward the luminous bridge, simultaneously immersing his consciousness into the crystal. Brothers of the volcano, ignite the dragon crystal near the core. The energy lines at both ends of the luminous bridge surged simultaneously. The silver veins from the direction of the Great Wall spread along the bridge, while the red light from the volcano surged forth like lava. The two energies converged beneath the Shadow Gate, not eroding one another as the Shadow Lords did, but instead forming a rotating wheel of light. A brilliant halo embodying the volcano's searing heat and the icy plains' chilling clarity. Now is the time. Qin Chang leaped from the city wall, closely followed by Bai Ling. In the moment the steam dissipated, he dashed beneath the Shadow Gate and forcefully propelled the rotating wheel toward the fissure. The Shadow Gate emitted a piercing shriek as the black crack began to constrict violently, causing the armor of the Shadow Knights to shatter. The shadow energy melted away beneath the balance of the luminous wheel, as the Shadow Lord's thoughts raged wildly in Qin Chang's mind, yet could not impede the wheel's advance. As the wheel fully entered the Shadow Gate, the entire sky erupted in blinding white light, and the fissure of the Shadow Gate instantaneously closed. The residual shadow energy lost its source and swiftly dissipated in the wake of the balanced luminous wheel, just before being engulfed by the white light. Qin Chang glimpsed the ice sculpture of the spirit of extreme cold sinking back into the icy plains, and the red light of the volcano regained its stability. Bai Ling nestled closely against his neck, her golden mane shimmering in the white light. He understood that they had triumphed. The energy balance of Westeros not only remained intact, but had achieved an unprecedented harmony through this desperate counterattack. As the white light faded, the sky above King's Landing returned to clarity. The soldiers atop the walls gazed at one another in bewilderment, the remnants of the Shadow Knights dissolving into black ash, carried away by the wind, while the steam of the moat condensed into raindrops, descending with the fresh scent of earth. Qin Chang reclined on the grass beneath the city wall, fragments of the four-colored crystal scattered around him, each piece emanating a gentle glow reminiscent of fallen stars. White Spirit licked his cheek, her green eyes brimming with joy. Tyrion and Jon descended from the battlements. Jon's arm bore the silver tracery of a mark left by the Frost Spirit, while Tyrion's wounds no longer bled, his face adorned with an incredulous smile. The three men and the wolf lay on the grass, gazing at the azure sky, enveloped in silence. In the distance, a volcano emitted wisps of pale blue smoke, and the icy plains of the far north shimmered under the sunlight. The citizens of King's Landing emerged from their hiding places, curiously surveying the tranquil city, while the laughter of children gradually filled the streets. Qin Chang understood that this battle had left countless scars. The four-colored crystal was shattered, and many comrades had departed forever. Yet Westeros had ultimately endured. He reached out to grasp a shard of crystal beside him, Its warmth spread through his fingertips, embodying a sense of equilibrium, peace, and hope. Although the future may present new challenges, as long as the balance of ice and fire remains intact and the faith in protection endures, this land shall never be engulfed by darkness. The sound of white spirits purring filled his ears as Qin Chang closed his eyes, a reassuring smile gracing his lips. Chapter 117. Scars and Reconstruction. The tolling bells of King's Landing had yet to cease, as the bloodstains on the city walls were washed away by the rain, transforming into a faint crimson stream. Qin Chang tucked the dimmed four-colored crystal into his bosom, the imprint on his palms still lingering with the searing pain of energy collision. White Spirit traversed the ruins, her golden claws sifting through debris, growling at a brick embedded with remnants of shadow energy. These shadows resembled solidified ink, still radiating a faint black light even after being soaked by rain. It would take at least 3 months for these remnants to completely dissipate. John used Longclaw to lift a brick, blue light sweeping over the shadows. The inky darkness shrank slightly, but did not vanish. The fissures in the ice plains beyond the wall bore a similar fate, as the fragments of ice cores could merely freeze temporarily, failing to eradicate the lingering essence of the Shadow Lord. Tyrion stood beside a collapsed arrow tower, directing artisans to mix dragon crystal powder with volcanic ash to fill the gaps. His injured arm was secured with a bandage, yet trembled intermittently. The Lord of the Riverlands had sent 50 carts of dragon crystal, ore, ample to sustain 3 months of purification efforts. However, news arrived from the volcano indicating a slight disturbance in the core's fire elemental energy, akin to a backlash when the shadow gate closed. Qin Chang felt a stir within him and retrieved the four-colored crystal. Though devoid of brilliance, he sensed a faint resonance with the volcano's core. The chaotic energy resembled discordant notes from a string instrument, creating an incongruous reverberation with the frigid breath of the wall's ice plains. He pressed the crystal against the shadow-marked brick, and the fissures suddenly contracted, as if alive, drawing the shadow energy from the remnants. A faint black mist emerged on the crystal's surface, only to be swiftly consumed by the cracks. Was it self-repairing? John leaned in to observe, noting that Longclaw's blue light resonated with the crystal's fissures, but at the cost of absorbing shadow energy. Could this pose a risk? Suddenly, White Spirit barked furiously towards the direction of the Red Keep, her golden form racing towards the castle. Qin Chang and his companions swiftly followed. Observing the night watchman gathered outside the cellar of the Red Keep's library, engrossed in discussion around a stone wall. The ancient runes upon the wall emitted a black light reminiscent of shadowy traces, while pages of the secret chronicles of the Outer Realm lay scattered on the ground. One page torn away, its edges still smeared with black powder. Had the followers of the Shadow Lord infiltrated? Tyrion picked up a fragment of the page, and the powder transformed into azure smoke at his fingertips. The torn page detailed the art of shadow energy transformation. What were they intending to do with the residual shadow energy? Qin Chang's gaze fell upon the runes on the stone wall, where the cracks in the four-colored crystal began to constrict once more, drawing in the black light from the runes. Suddenly, he comprehended that the followers of the Shadow Lord did not seek to steal anything. Rather, they were deliberately leaving behind shadow energy to entice the four-colored crystal into absorption, attempting to corrupt its essence, much like before when ice breath mingled with shadow energy to erode the vines. Destroy all remnants of the shadow traces, Qin Chang shouted, mixing fire soul powder with shards of ice core to achieve complete purification, insisting that the crystal must not come into contact with any shadow energy again. The night watchman promptly sprang into action, casting the mixed powder upon the stone wall. The black light upon the runes struggled violently amidst the pale blue and stark white luminescence, ultimately dissipating into azure smoke. Qin Chang clutched the four-colored crystal tightly in his palm. The absorbing action of the cracks gradually ceased, yet several indelible black stains remained, akin to ink droplets seeping into the crystal's texture. 3 days later, the reconstruction efforts in King's Landing began to bear fruit. The breaches in the city walls had been mended, and the night watchman established new monitoring points along the coast and the icy plains, regularly purifying any potential shadow traces with the mixed powder. Qin Chang stood upon the terrace of the Red Keep, gazing down at the bustling crowd below. John was training the newly recruited night watchman in the square, while Tyrion engaged in discussions with craftsmen regarding the reinforcement of the volcanic monitoring runes. By his feet lay White Spirit, its golden mane restored to its former luster. Suddenly, it lifted its head and let out a roar towards the western horizon where the sun set over the sea. There, a faint shadow flickered at the horizon's edge, vanishing as swiftly as an illusion. Qin Chang tightened his grip on the four-colored crystal. The black stains in his palm felt slightly warm, resonating momentarily with that fleeting shadow. He knew that the Shadow Lord had not truly vanished. The lurking followers, the residual shadow traces, and the black stains on the crystal were all harbingers of future crises. Yet, the present Westeros was no longer as it had been before. The red glow of the volcano, the blue light of the icy plains, and the golden light of King's Landing interwove above the continent, illuminating the eyes of the night watchmen and the populace, which now reflected not only fear, but also a newfound resilience born of the ravages of war. Jon approached the terrace, offering Qin Chang a cup of hot wine. The new monitoring point at the wall has been activated, and the cracks in the icy plains have not expanded further. Tyrion followed suit, holding the restored secret chronicles of the Outer Realm. The torn content has been replaced, stating that balance is not a state of stillness, but a state of flow. Perhaps we can never completely eliminate the threat, but we can learn to maintain equilibrium amidst the flux. Qin Chang accepted the cup, gently clinking it with the two of them. The liquid slid down his throat, imbued with the subtle spiciness of volcanic sulfur and the crispness of the icy plains, mirroring the current energy state of Westeros. Bai Ling let out a brief howl towards the sky, her golden voice reverberating above the reconstructed city, startling a few white doves that took flight towards the setting sun over the sea. She gazed at the distant horizon, the four-colored crystal in her palm radiating warmth. Deep within the cracks beneath the black spots, a faint glimmer seemed to coalesce slowly, akin to the flickering sparks igniting in the darkness. Challenges of the future may still lie ahead, but as long as this spark endures, the belief in guardianship shall never extinguish. Chapter 118. Shadows of the Sunset. See the morning mist of the sunset sea carried a briny chill as Qin Chang stood upon the deck of the deep-sea vessel, the four-colored crystal in his palm warming subtly beneath the black spots. Bai Ling crouched at the ship's railing, her golden mane lifted by the sea breeze, her emerald eyes fixed intently on a particular point within the fog. There, the water appeared darker than the surrounding depths, resembling a massive piece of obsidian sunken beneath the waves, resonating with the crystal's energy from that very area. According to the maritime charts, this marked the edge of the shadow abyss. The night watchman at the helm gestured forward. 3 days prior, fishermen had vanished in this vicinity, and the wreckage of their fishing boat had washed ashore yesterday, its planks adorned with spiral symbols identical to those on the armor of the Shadow Knights. Qin Chang pressed the crystal against the ship's railing, and the black spots suddenly expanded, forming a dense web across its surface. He could sense the energy fluctuations emanating from beneath the water, akin to the backlash experienced when the Shadow Gate closed, yet more concealed, like countless fine tendrils of shadow energy seeping from the fissures of the seabed, silently contaminating the waters. Bai Ling suddenly growled, leaping towards the stern of the ship. A shadow darted forth from the mist, a bone blade slicing towards the back of Qin Chang's heart. It was a follower of the Shadow Lord, their face concealed beneath a skeletal mask, the spiral symbol upon it glowing with the same dark light as that from beneath the waves. Qin Chang sidestepped, the cracks in the four-colored crystal emitting a faint glow, barely managing to conjure a light shield before him. The bone blade struck the shield, and the shadow energy spread along the black spots of the crystal, sending a wave of numbness coursing through Qin Chang's arm, as if countless ants were gnawing at his marrow. There are more, the night watchman shouted, drawing a dragon crystal curved blade. As dozens of shadowy figures in black robes materialized in the mist, they stood upon floating planks, their bone staffs pointed menacingly at the deep-sea vessel. Black crystals atop the staffs shooting fine lines that ensnared the dragon crystal runes on the ship, the blue light of the runes dimming at a visible pace. Bai Ling's golden form darted among the black-robed figures, the crystalline tips of her claws continually tearing through the shadow energy. Seizing the moment, Qin Chang rushed to the stern, pressing the four-colored crystal against the runes entangled by the shadow lines. The faint glow within the cracks resonated with the runes, pushing back a portion of the shadow lines. But the black spots soon surged, forming a distorted symbol on the crystal's surface, identical to the markings on the followers' masks. They are sacrificing shadow energy. Qin Chang suddenly comprehended. The followers did not seek to reclaim the shadow abyss, but aimed to harness the shadow energy from the seabed fissures, using some ritual to enhance the black spots on the four-colored crystal, thwarting their bone staffs. The night watchman unleashed arrows wrapped in purification powder, pale blue flames erupting in the mist, temporarily driving back the black-robed figures. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Chang concentrated the crystal's faint glow into a light spear, launching it towards the dark waters below. As the spear pierced the water's surface, the sea erupted in a colossal splash, and countless black tendrils surged forth from the depths. Resembling the illusory appendages of the abyss, but more slender, adorned with spiral symbols. It was the shadow vein of the Shadow Lord. Qin Chang recalled the contents supplemented in the extraterrestrial secret records. These appendages connected to the Sea of Shadows, and the cultists were utilizing them to channel shadow energy. Polluting the crystals was merely the first step. Their ambition was to transform the four-colored crystals into new anchor points for the Shadow Gate. Bai Ling found herself ensnared by one of the tendrils around her neck, her golden mane instantly shrouded in a layer of black ash. As Qin Chang severed the tendril, he pressed the crystal against the ice wolf's wound. A faint glow seeped into its fur from the crack, gradually dissipating the black ash. Yet Bai Ling remained weakly prostrated on the deck, emitting painful whimpers from her throat. The robed figure's bone staff shot forth another shadow line, this time directly targeting the crystal in Qin Chang's hand. He rolled and dove into the cabin, catching a glimpse through the porthole of the shadow line entwining the black spot on the crystal, which began to absorb the shadow energy, emitting a gluttonous hum. Blood-red threads oozed from the crystal's fissure, resonating violently with the mark on Qin Chang's palm, causing excruciating pain that made it nearly impossible for him to maintain his grip on the crystal. Bring the ship to shallow waters, Qin Chang shouted to the night watchman. The fire element energy in the shallow area was denser and capable of suppressing the shadow veins. The deep-sea vessel struggled to turn, its keel scraping against the underwater rocks with a jarring sound. The waters of the shallow shore glimmered with a faint red light, a natural defense formed by the permeation of volcanic energy. The tendrils of the shadow veins writhed violently in the crimson glow, and the robed figure's movements slowed as the symbols on his mask dimmed slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Chang burst from the cabin, raising the four-colored crystal above his head. The faint light within the crack intertwined with the red glow of the shallows, forming a sharp blade of light that severed all shadow lines connected to the crystal. The black spot contracted painfully within the light blade but did not vanish. It merely fell into a temporary silence, akin to a coiled serpent ready to strike. Seeing the dire situation, the robed figures retreated into the mist, and the shadow vein tendrils retracted back into the fissures of the sea bottom, restoring tranquility to the surface, leaving only remnants of black robes and the wisps of smoke from the burnt shadow lines. Exhausted, Qin Chang collapsed onto the deck. The black spot on the four-colored crystal had returned to its original state, yet the faint light within the crack was significantly dimmer than before, and the mark on his palm throbbed painfully, as if scorched by shadow energy. Bai Ling slowly crawled over, nudging his wrist with her head. Qin Chang stroked her mane, gazing towards the direction of the abyss shrouded in mist, where the waters still shimmered with a dark inky hue. Although the resonance with the crystal had weakened, it lingered like a ticking time bomb buried in the seabed. The night watchman repaired the ship's damage, and the bloodstains on the deck glimmered with an eerie hue in the red light. Qin Chang carefully concealed the four-colored crystal, the pain in his palm a stark reminder that the Shadow Lord's followers had never relinquished their ambitions. From the very beginning, their goal was not merely to open the Shadow Gate, but to thoroughly corrupt the core of Westeros's energy, transforming this land into an extension of the Sea of Shadows. The mist gradually dispersed, revealing the distant silhouette of King's Landing. The deep-sea vessel slowly made its way towards the harbor, while Bai Ling lay by Qin Chang's feet, her green eyes vigilantly scanning the surface of the water, her golden ears twitching intermittently, attuned to any subtle sounds beneath the waves. Qin Chang gazed at the crystal stone in his hand, where the faint glow persisted defiantly amidst the cracks beneath the dark stains. Though he could not ascertain how much longer it could endure, the crimson light of the shallows gradually receded at the stern of the ship, akin to flames devoured by the inky depths of the sea. He understood that the contest with the Lord of Shadows was far from over. The next confrontation might be imminent. The four-colored crystal in his grasp served as both a flicker of hope and a potential fuse for destruction. Chapter 119. The Secret of the Dark Stains and the Trail of Followers. As the deep-sea vessel entered the port of King's Landing, the four-colored crystal in Qin Chang's palm continued to radiate heat. The dark stains clung to the surface like coagulated blood, and even scrubbing with purification powder left only faint white marks, quickly obscured by the encroaching darkness. Bai Ling lay weakly at his feet, her golden mane lacking its former luster, each breath accompanied by subtle tremors. Although the toxins from the tendrils of shadow had been suppressed, they still slowly gnawed at the vitality of the ice wolf. Jon awaits you in the Red Keep. Tyrion's figure appeared at the dock, his injured arm now unbandaged, leaving behind a dark scar resembling a diminished spiral symbol. He had returned with a captive, a black-robed follower apprehended from the brink of the abyss of shadows, who remained obstinately silent, uttering only the words, "The Shadow Lord approaches." Qin Chang hurried towards the Red Keep, cradling Bai Ling. The common folk, upon seeing the crystal in his hand, displayed expressions of both reverence and concern. The children, unlike during the celebrations, kept their distance, whispering among themselves about the dark stains on the crystal. The weapons of the Night's Watch patrol glimmered with a brighter blue light, clearly sensing the lurking shadows in the air. In the cellar, John illuminated a chained black-robed man with the blue light of Longclaw. The follower's mask had been removed, revealing a face adorned with tattooed symbols, his pupils entirely black, devoid of any spark of life. As the light from the four-colored crystal swept over him, the tattoos suddenly glowed, resonating eerily with the dark stains on the crystal. His blood was saturated with shadow energy. John withdrew his sword, stating that this state would not last long. The shadow energy was consuming his life, much like it had done to the Shadow Knight before. Qin Chang pressed the crystal close to the follower's tattoos, causing the dark stains to spring to life, forming patterns identical to the tattoos on his skin. The follower convulsed violently, emitting raspy sounds from his throat, as if attempting to articulate something, but only black foam escaped. Bai Ling growled at the follower. Her golden mane bristled, evidently sensing a mortal threat. "He is conveying information," Tyrion suddenly remarked, pointing to the brand on the follower's wrist. "This is the mark of a shadow speaker, tasked with relaying the will of the Shadow Lord. These convulsions are actually a cipher of shadow language, one that we cannot decipher." Qin Chang's gaze fell upon the crevices beneath the follower's nails, where dark red powder clung. He scraped a small amount with the tip of his knife and placed it on the crystal's dark stain. To his astonishment, the powder was instantly absorbed, and a faint red glow seeped from the stain, a trace of volcanic sulfur, and freshly so. Clearly, this follower had recently visited a volcano. The volcanic monitoring point, Qin Chang exclaimed, rising abruptly. Their true objective was the core of the volcano. With the tainted four-colored crystal stone in contact with the core, he commanded the shadow energy to spread along with the fire element. Just as he was about to order an enhancement of the volcanic defenses, the cellar door was suddenly burst open. A night watchman tumbled in, terror etched upon his face. "My lord." A signal from the direction of the volcano. It is the highest level of alarm. The runic wall at the monitoring point has been destroyed, and all the night watchmen have perished. At that moment, the black spots on the four-colored crystal stone erupted, the inky hue spreading throughout the crystal, with red light seeping from the cracks like burning blood. Qin Chang felt the mournful wail emanating from the volcanic core. The energy of fire was being polluted at an astonishing rate by the shadow energy, resonating with the black spots on the crystal, causing the entire energy network of Westeros to tremble violently. The cultists ceased convulsing, their pitch-black eyes fixated on Qin Chang, a sinister smile creeping across their lips, and with their last breath, they uttered coherent words. "The Shadow Lord shall return through your hand." Before the words faded, the cultist's body suddenly disintegrated into black dust, leaving only the iron chains clattering on the ground. After absorbing the energy from the dust, the black spots on the four-colored crystal began to rotate slowly, forming a miniature spiral symbol, identical to the outline of the Shadow Gate. "We must go to the volcano." Qin Chang tightened his grip on the crystal, the mark on his palm burning as if it were about to ignite. There was still a chance to purify it before the core was completely tainted. John immediately drew Longclaw. "I will accompany you. The night watchmen at the wall are already on their way and will soon reach the volcano to provide assistance." Yet, Tyrion pressed a hand on his shoulder, his gaze somber as he regarded the crystal. "Do you see the direction in which the crystal is rotating? It is guiding us to the volcano, like bait." The Shadow Lord's cultists destroyed the monitoring point, perhaps not solely to corrupt the core, but to draw you in to complete the final ritual. The dire wolf howled towards the volcano, its voice carrying an unprecedented sense of urgency. Qin Chang gazed at the rotating black spots in his palm, suddenly recalling the last page completed in the Secrets Beyond the Realm. To return the Shadow Lord, one must wield the key of balance, invoking the powers of ice and fire as sacrifice, to break the boundary and be reborn. He realized that he might be walking into a meticulously crafted trap. However, the mournful cries from the volcanic core grew ever clearer. It represented the last line of fire elemental defense for Westeros. Should it fall, the Shadow Lord's plan would triumph completely. Even if it were a trap, he had to proceed. Qin Chang tucked the four-colored crystal into his cloak, and the dire wolf immediately rose, its frail form standing tall. "You must stay. This place requires your presence." The ice wolf stubbornly nudged against his boot, its green eyes filled with determination. Qin Chang ceased his insistence, stroking its mane, and turned to walk outside the cellar. John followed closely behind, the blue light of Longclaw casting two slender shadows in the corridor, resembling two swords ready to be drawn. Tyrion stood still, watching their retreating figures, and suddenly called out, "I will bring reinforcements shortly. Remember, do not allow the crystal to touch the volcanic core, unless you discover a method to purify the black spots." Qin Chang did not look back, merely waving his hand. The sky outside the Red Keep had been shrouded in a layer of gray. The crimson light from the direction of the volcano stained with inky darkness, resembling a star on the verge of extinguishment. He understood that this might be the ultimate confrontation with the Lord of Shadows. And the nature of the four-colored crystal in his possession, whether it was a key or a lock, would soon be revealed. Chapter 120. The altar beneath the volcano. The hooves of the swift steed struck the searing volcanic rock, sending sparks that scorched small blackened holes into Qin Chang's cloak. He could perceive the pungent aroma of sulfur mingled with the sweet, iron-like scent of shadow energy in the air. The four-colored crystal vibrated violently within his bosom, its black spots writhing like living creatures, nearly breaking free from the crystal's confinement. Bai Ling's breaths grew increasingly labored, her golden mane drenched in sweat. Yet she maintained her position at the forefront, her green eyes fixed intently on the volcano's mouth, shrouded in darkness. They were hastening the ritual. Jon's voice came panting, the blue glow of his long claws flickering wildly in his hand, the icy shards of his sword tip melting and reforming incessantly. The fire elements of the volcano were being forcibly distorted. He could sense the energy of the ice planes being drawn in, as if it were being offered as a sacrifice. Suddenly, the mountain path ahead erupted, tendrils of shadow veins surging from the ground like countless black serpents. The spiral symbols on their surface glowed a sinister red, mutated by the volcanic fire elements, the sensation of burning intertwining with the chill of shadow breath, rendering even the dragon crystal weapons incapable of severing them easily. Qin Chang dismounted and raised the four-colored crystal above his head. The faint light from the cracks clashed with the red glow of the tendrils, momentarily repelling the foremost tendrils, but the black spots swelled in response, creeping up his arm. A searing pain akin to being scorched by blazing fire coursing through his skin. "Jon, use the ice core fragments," he bellowed, sweeping away the tendrils that ensnared Bai Ling. Only the clash of ice and fire could temporarily suppress them. Jon promptly hurled the ice core fragments toward the densely packed tendrils, the frigid air instantly freezing a vast expanse of shadow veins. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Chang propelled himself and Bai Ling through the gap, the faint light of the four-colored crystal coalescing into a blade of light in his palm, cleaving a path forward. Yet, the frozen tendrils soon broke free under the nurturing warmth of the fire elements, emitting a piercing crack that echoed like the simultaneous shattering of countless bones. Along the route, the volcanic rock was strewn with the corpses of the Lord of Shadows' followers, their black robes reduced to ash, yet their skeletal forms maintained a posture of reverence. Covered with a layer of black crystal identical to the material of the crystal's black spots, Bai Ling let out a low growl at the remains, her claws pricking a piece of crystal, which transformed into black ash upon contact with the faint light of her claw. These were the failed sacrifices. Qin Chang observed the scattered bone staffs beside the corpses, the black crystals atop them having lost their luster. They had been utilizing the lives of their followers to enhance shadow energy, accelerating the corruption of the core. The closer they approached the volcano's mouth, the more violently the ground trembled. The once crimson magma now shimmered with an eerie purple-black hue, resembling a cauldron of boiling poison. The shadow energy in the air thick enough to almost take form. Inhaling it felt like fire searing the lungs. At the entrance of the volcanic passage, the remnants of the shattered rune wall were entwined with mutated black vines, whose leaves seemed to be formed from condensed shadow breath, their edges glowing with a purple light akin to that of the magma. From deep within the passage came a deep, resonant chant, countless voices overlapping, forming some ancient incantation. The vibrations and chants of the four-colored crystal resonated, and a torrent of chaotic images surged into Qin Chang's mind. The Lord of Shadows rose from the vortex of the Sea of Shadows, the energy veins of Westeros entwined by the shadowy essence. The four-colored crystal shattered in the palm of his hand, and the black stains merged into his blood. "Do not be swayed." Jon's shout pulled him back to reality. It was a mental assault from the shadow speakers, attempting to wrest control of the crystal from him. Qin Chang bit his tongue, the sharp pain jolting him back to lucidity. He pressed the four-colored crystal against his forehead, forcing the faint light from the cracks to suppress the illusions in his mind. Yet the black stains completely covered half of his face, distorting his vision into an inky haze, allowing him only a tenuous glimpse of the scene ahead. At the end of the passage, the volcanic belly had been transformed into a colossal altar. The fractured core of the volcano hovered at the altar's center, its surface encrusted with a thick layer of black crystal, resembling an unsightly scab. Hundreds of followers of the Lord of Shadows surrounded the altar, their black robes long burned away, their bare bodies adorned with spiraling tattoos, feeding the crystal with their blood. With each drop that seeped in, the core emitted a painful pulse. Atop the altar stood a towering figure clad in bone armor, wielding a staff embedded with a massive black crystal, an exalted priest of the Lord of Shadows. As Qin Chang and the others appeared, the priest slowly turned, his eyes beneath the bone mask radiating beams of purple-black light. The staff pointed at them, proclaiming, "The key of balance has finally arrived. The last piece for the Lord's return is the crystal you hold." Suddenly, the hovering volcanic core began to spin violently, the surface of the black crystal fracturing with countless fissures, oozing a thick shadow essence that spiraled into a colossal symbol in the air, exerting a powerful attraction towards the black stains on the four-colored crystal. Qin Chang felt the crystal in his palm struggling violently, as if it sought to break free from his control and fly towards the altar's center. White spirit leaped forth, its golden form undeterred by the encroaching shadow essence, charging directly at the exalted priest. However, as it neared the altar, it was repelled by the energy of the symbol and crashed heavily against the rock wall. Emitting a painful whimper, its golden mane instantly shrouded in a layer of black ash. White spirit. Qin Chang's eyes widened in anguish, ready to rush forward, only to be firmly restrained by Jon. "You'll be walking to your doom." Jon's voice was laced with despair, his long claw ensnared by several mutated vines. The blue light dimmed to near invisibility. "Look at those followers' tattoos. They are forming a massive energy array. We cannot approach the altar." The exalted priest let out a low, mocking laugh as he raised his staff once more. The hovering volcanic core spun even faster, the purple-black shadow essence coalescing into a massive vortex, drawing everything toward its center. Qin Chang felt his body slipping from his grasp, the four-colored crystal nearly pulled away by the vortex, the black stains having spread to his heart, each pulse sending waves of tearing pain through him. He gazed at the hovering volcanic core, at the fallen white spirit, at Jon ensnared by the vines, and suddenly comprehended Tyrion's warning. The true aim of the Lord of Shadows was never the volcanic core, but rather the connection he shared with the four-colored crystal. Only when he actively offered the crystal into the vortex could the Shadow Lord, through his vessel, fully descend upon Westeros. The vortex's pull intensified, lifting Qin Chang's feet off the ground, while the four-colored crystal emitted its final mournful cry in his palm. He glimpsed deep within the core, a solitary, untainted crimson, a vestige of the volcano's last hope, as well as the final spark of fire elemental essence in Westeros. The Shadow Lord's incantation crescendoed in his mind, as dark stains surged through his blood toward his heart. Black blood trickled from the corners of Qin Chang's mouth, his vision gradually consumed by an inky darkness. Yet his fingers remained fiercely clenched around the four-colored crystal, showing no sign of relinquishment. Chapter 121. The spark within the rift white spirit struggled to rise from the rock wall, its skin beneath the golden mane turning a shade of blackish purple. Yet it continued to emit a tremorous roar at the high priest. Suddenly, it pivoted, charging toward Jon, entangled in vines, and with its last ounce of strength, it tore at the tendrils. The glimmer of its claws ignited tiny sparks in the shadowy breaths, a testament to the energy burst earned through the sacrifice of the Icefield wolf's life. White spirit. Qin Chang's cry was drowned by the vortex's thunderous roar. At that moment, Jon's long claw broke free from the vines, a surge of blue light swelling in his palm, and the frigid aura of the ice core fragments extended along the blade, freezing a swath of mutated vines. Qin Chang, the crimson within the core. He swung the sword, cleaving a path as ice shards collided with volcanic rock, the mist of ice momentarily obstructing the Shadow Lord's vortex, for it was the untainted essence of fire elemental that alone could purify the dark stain. With a wave of the high priest's staff, the suspended volcanic core erupted with several beams of purple-black light, targeting Jon. Qin Chang instinctively shielded himself with the four-colored crystal. The beams struck the crystal, instantly cloaking his entire face in dark stains, plunging his vision into utter darkness. Yet within this profound obscurity, he beheld the faint starfire deep within the crystal's fissures resonating with the crimson of the core, like two stars gazing at one another across the void. So it was. Black blood seeped from Qin Chang's mouth, yet a smile broke upon his lips. He suddenly relinquished his grip on the crystal, allowing the vortex's pull to draw him forward. The dark stains writhed violently within him, striving to consume his consciousness, but as they neared his heart, they were obstructed by a warm current, an energy barrier forged through the long resonance of the palm imprint and the four-colored crystal, now merging with his very essence of life. Foolish mortal, the high priest's mocking laughter echoed, the staff aimed directly at Qin Yang's heart. Abandon resistance and become the vessel of the Shadow Lord. Perhaps you may retain a shred of consciousness. Qin Yang offered no reply. In the moment he was drawn into the vortex, he forcefully pressed the four-colored crystal against his chest. The starfire within the fissure collided with the warmth of his heart, erupting in a blinding lavender glow that surged through his blood to every corner of his being. The dark stains writhed in agony amidst the radiance, yet continued their defiance, as the two forces within him unleashed a tumultuous storm, causing his skin to feel as if it were being torn apart. Suddenly, White Spirit leaped, crashing into Qin Yang's back. The life energy of the ice-field wolf surged through the point of contact into his body, intertwining golden light with lavender brilliance. Like a sharp blade piercing through the defenses of the dark stains, Qin Yang felt a surge of warmth within him, as a beam of light erupted from the cracks of the four-colored crystal, precisely targeting the crimson depths of the volcano's core. No! The high-ranking priest's anguished scream twisted and contorted. The crimson was ignited by the beam, transforming into a colossal fire dragon that burst forth from the core, devouring the purplish-black shadows. The spiral symbols in the vortex disintegrated under the dragon's scorching heat, and the tattoos of the Shadow Lord's followers exploded into flames, reducing them to ashes amidst their agonized wails, unable to halt the dragon's advance. Qin Yang was hurled by the shockwave of the fire dragon, crashing heavily against the altar's edge. He watched as the four-colored crystal slipped from his palm, merging with the fire dragon midair. The dark spots emitted a sizzling sound amidst the crimson flames before vanishing entirely. The cracks in the crystal were filled with flames, miraculously reconstituting into a complete form, radiating a more brilliant pale purple glow than ever before, harmonizing with the crimson of the volcano's core. The high-ranking priest's bone armor shattered inch by inch within the fire dragon, and the massive black crystal staff emitted a mournful hum, ultimately fracturing into countless shards. His body transformed into shadowy essence amidst the flames, yet before vanishing completely, he let out a cursed howl. The Shadow Lord shall not relent. The tides of the Shadow Sea will surely engulf you. The tremors of the volcano's belly gradually subsided, the purplish-black magma returning to a deep crimson, while the shadow tendrils and mutated vines were reduced to ashes in the lingering warmth of the fire dragon. Jon rushed to Qin Yang's side, catching his collapsing body, his long claws cautiously brushing against Qin Yang's cheek, where the dark spots had faded significantly, leaving only a faint mark, akin to a badge of honor. White Spirit lay upon Qin Yang's chest, its golden mane dulled, its green eyes gazing at him before slowly closing, emitting a final contented purr from its throat. Qin Yang reached out, yearning to stroke its mane, but his arm could only rise halfway before it fell limply, his consciousness gradually sinking into the warm darkness. Jon held Qin Yang, gazing at the stabilized volcano core and the floating four-colored crystal, his eyes growing warm with unshed tears. In the distance, the sound of hurried hooves approached as Tyrion arrived with reinforcements. Upon witnessing the scene at the altar, he froze momentarily before swiftly stepping forward, draping a warm cloak over Qin Yang. The sky above the volcano became clear once more, the crimson light intertwining with the pale purple glow of the crystal, forming a grand arc of light in the skies of Westeros. The blue light of the wall and the golden light of King's Landing responded, converging into a stable energy ring that enveloped the entire continent. In a haze, Qin Yang opened his eyes, the last image he beheld being the four-colored crystal gently descending, softly pressing against his chest, resonating harmoniously with the mark in his palm, like a heart beginning to beat anew. He understood that the threat of the Shadow Lord might not have entirely dissipated, but as long as this heart continued to beat, the faith of protection would never extinguish. Chapter 122. Embers and tides. The residual heat of the volcano's belly scorched the rocks, as Jon wrapped Qin Yang in his cloak, his fingers brushing over the faint dark mark on his cheek. That mark resembled congealed ink, yet no longer burned. It merely rose and fell gently with Qin Yang's feeble breaths, creating an odd resonance with the pale purple glow of the four-colored crystal upon his chest. Tyrion crouched beside White Spirit, silently carving at the volcanic rock with a dagger. The body of the ice wolf had gradually grown cold, yet beneath its golden mane, a faint glimmer lingered, a vestige of the life it had once burned so fiercely. He carefully placed the wolf's corpse into a wooden box lined with silk, his movements as delicate as if handling a fragile treasure. The Night's Watch had established a defensive line around the volcano's perimeter. Jon's voice was hoarse. The scholar had informed him that the shadow energy within Qin Chang was suppressed by the crystal, but whether he could awaken depended on his own will. Tyrion closed the wooden box and looked up at the floating four-colored crystal. It had been wholly restored, its pale purple glow swirling with crimson fire elements. As though a fragment of the volcano's core was sealed within it, the crystal was increasingly resembling a living entity. He reached out to touch it, but paused mid-air as the light suddenly contracted, revealing the ephemeral silhouette of White Spirit, which vanished in an instant. 3 days later, Qin Chang awoke in a hastily erected tent. The crystal against his chest was hot against his skin, and the mark on his palm resonated with a familiar echo, reminiscent of White Spirit nuzzling his hand. Struggling to sit up, he was gently restrained by Jon's hand on his shoulder. "You have lain for 3 days. Your body is still quite frail." Jon offered him a bowl of hot soup, flecked with the fine remnants of volcanic sulfur. Tyrion had taken White Spirit to the north, declaring his intention to bury it in the Everfrost abyss, where the ice could preserve its essence. As Qin Chang's fingers brushed over the crystal on his chest, it suddenly illuminated, casting a hazy image. White Spirit running in the snow, its golden form weaving through the ice fields before merging into a silver light pulse. He closed his eyes, a suppressed sob escaping his throat. The mark upon him felt warm, as if something soft and furry were gently brushing against him. Outside the tent, the sound of hooves approached, and Tyrion entered, his cloak dusted with the snow of the north. The volcanic observation point had been restored, reinforced with fragments of the four-colored crystal. He tossed a sea chart onto the low table, though unrest lingered beyond the sunset sea. Fishermen claimed they could hear the ringing of bells from the ocean's depths at night, mimicking the frequency of the abyss of shadows. Qin Chang took the chart, his fingertips tracing the mark of the shadow sea. The four-colored crystal trembled violently, a faint shadow seeping from its pale purple glow, akin to disturbed ink droplets. He could hear the sound of waves, not the ordinary surf, but a hum of countless spiral cymbals swirling in the water, emanating from the depths of the shadow sea, growing ever closer. Though the priest of the Shadow Lord was dead, the energy of the shadow sea continued to coalesce. Tyrion tapped the edge of the sea chart. Scholars had examined the bodies of those followers, discovering microsymbols hidden within their bones, capable of transmitting energy to the shadow sea even after death. Jon tightened his grip on Longclaw, the blue light of the sword resonating with the crystal upon Qin Chang's chest. The ice fields of the wall also stirred. Silver light pulses emanating a dark glow at night, as if responding to the ocean's tolling bells. Qin Chang threw off the covers and rose, the crystal on his chest illuminating with his movements, dispelling the shadows within the tent. He stepped outside, where the crimson glow of the volcano intertwined with the pale purple light of the crystal in the sky, forming a warm band of light. In the distance, the Night's Watchman diligently repaired the runic wall, clouds of smoke rising from a mixture of dragon crystal powder and sulfur, refracting into a spectrum of colors within the beams of light. He understood that the tides of the shadow sea would not easily subside. The curse of the high priest lay buried like a seed at the ocean's depths, destined to one day be washed back to Westeros by the waves. Yet at this moment, the warmth of the mark in his palm and the rhythmic pulsation of the crystal against his chest felt as lively as a beating heart. The laughter of the Night's Watchman drifted through the wind, infused with the joy that followed their survival. Tyrion offered a new cloak, embroidered with 4 colors of runes in golden thread, hastily crafted by artisans from King's Landing, claiming it would enhance resonance with the crystal. He patted Qin Chang on the shoulder, urging him not to overthink it. At least for now, they still stood upon this land. Jon hoisted Longclaw upon his shoulder, its blue glow shimmering under the sunlight. "I must return to the wall. The disturbances in the frozen plains cannot be ignored." He looked at Qin Chang, assuring him that should he need help, he could signal at any time. The Night's Watch would always stand as his support. Qin Chang nodded, watching Jon's figure fade into the mountain path. He turned to face the direction of the sunset sea, where the horizon glimmered with a golden red light beneath the setting sun, and the sound of the tides reached him, deep and distant. The 4-colored crystal at his chest quivered slightly, as if reminding him, or perhaps promising him something. As nightfall descended, Qin Chang stood at the edge of the volcano, pressing his palm against the scorching rock. The mark connected with the energy deep within the earth, allowing him to feel the pulse of Westeros. The fiery red of the volcano, the silvery blue of the frozen plains, the golden hue of King's Landing, and the pale purple of the wall flowed gently in harmony through the 4-colored crystal, like an everlasting river. In the distance, a faint shadow emerged upon the sea, standing in quiet contrast to the crystal's brilliance. Qin Chang clenched the crystal at his chest, its light igniting in his palm, steadfast and warm. He knew that as long as this light persisted, no matter how tumultuous the tides, they could not extinguish the vitality of this land. Chapter 123. The shift of star trails and the spread of remnants. 3 months slipped quietly away amidst the tense preparations in Westeros. Standing atop the highest watchtower of the Red Keep, Qin Chang observed that the four-colored crystal in his palm had grown smooth with wear. Yet the black spot on its reverse had tripled in size, resembling a droplet of ink slowly diffusing on rice paper. Even under the midday sun, he could discern wisps of shadowy essence traversing within the crystal. The astrolabe at the wall indicated that the orbits of the ice and fire stars were closer than anticipated. Jon's voice echoed from behind him, his cloak still dusted with frost from the frozen plains, revealing that the Night's Watch had discovered new black fissures deep within the ice, from which emanated an essence capable of freezing flames, creating an eerie resonance with the volcanic core's fire elements. Qin Chang directed the crystal toward the sun. The black spot cast minuscule shadows in the bright light, precisely landing on the star map of the watchtower, marking the intersection of the ice and fire stars. He could hear the sound of the tides now, 100 times clearer than 3 months prior, not merely the distant clash of rocks, but akin to countless hands beating against the shores of Westeros, forming a heart-stirring resonance with the essence within the crystal. Tyrion ascended the lookout tower, a nautical chart in hand, the sound of his staff striking the stone steps echoing with urgency and weight. 17 fishermen from the Sunset Sea had vanished, their vessel's wreckage devoid of spiral symbols, yet cloaked in a layer of black crystalline frost, a fusion of shadow essence and frigid energy, akin to that found in the fissures of the wall. The chart bore crimson markings indicating the locations of the missing fishing boats, which formed a perfect arc, resembling a vast net unfurling around the abyss of shadows. Qin Chang traced the arc's terminus with his fingertips. It lay merely 3 days' sail from King's Landing. The black dot of the four-colored crystal suddenly grew warm, leaving a faint imprint on the chart. Jon, is it possible that the fissures of the ice fields connect to the Shadow Sea? Qin Chang's voice was somewhat dry. If the Shadow Lord were to simultaneously release shadow essence from the ice fields, the sea, and the volcano, the resulting energy field would utterly distort the star trails of Westeros. Just as Jon was about to respond, the signal crystal at his waist emitted a frantic blue light. Upon shattering the crystal, his expression turned grave. The ice fields of the wall were beginning to collapse extensively, revealing glowing spiral symbols deep beneath the surface. The Night's Watch tested the symbols with shards of ice core. Upon contact, the fragments detonated, releasing a chill that froze half the lookout tower. At that moment, the four-colored crystal vibrated violently, compelling Qin Chang to grip it tightly to prevent it from slipping from his grasp. The shadow essence within the crystal surged, the edges of the black dot glowing faintly with a hue of violet, resonating with the sky outside the lookout tower. The moon, which should have shone brightly, now emanated a bizarre purple halo, and the surrounding star trails visibly distorted, as if twisted by an invisible hand. The celestial phenomena were indeed shifting. Tyrion's staff struck heavily upon the star chart. The shadow-eclipsed moon recorded in the arcane chronicles had manifested, a full 7 days earlier than the prophecy suggested, indicating that the Shadow Lord's shadow essence was spreading far more rapidly than anticipated. Qin Chang was suddenly reminded of the scene during Bai Ling's burial. The scorched marks upon the rocks near the volcanic core now vividly resurfaced in his mind, faintly forming the same spiral symbols as those in the wall's fissures. He pressed the four-colored crystal against his forehead, attempting to suppress the surging shadow essence, but within the depths of his consciousness, he beheld a more terrifying vision. The whirlpool of the Shadow Sea was expanding, countless shadow tendrils spreading through the seabed fissures like roots penetrating the crust of Westeros, connecting with the energy nodes of the ice fields and volcanoes. We have been gravely mistaken. Qin Chang's eyes flew open. The crystal in his palm was astonishingly hot. The Shadow Lord was not waiting for the convergence of the twin stars to open the Shadow Gate. Rather, he intended to forcibly alter the star trails using the shadow essence from the 3 energy nodes, making the Shadow Gate manifest simultaneously across every inch of Westeros. The door of the lookout tower burst open, and a Night's Watchman tumbled in, clutching a black crystal. "My lord, the fishermen of King's Landing have retrieved this. It rotates on its own under the moonlight, and any seawater it touches turns black." At the sight of the black crystal, the black dot of the four-colored crystal erupted completely, and shadow essence coursed up Qin Chang's arm, instantly reducing half of his sleeve to ashes. The black crystal rotated beneath the moonlight, its spiral symbols resonating intensely with the gemstone nestled in Qin Chang's palm. Suddenly, the sea outside the watchtower erupted into towering waves, their crests shimmering with a violet halo akin to that of the moon, surging towards the harbor. Jon immediately drew Longclaw, unleashing a burst of blue light from the watchtower's summit, momentarily repelling the shadows encroaching upon Qin Chang's arm. Tyrion struck the alarm bell atop the tower, its urgent toll reverberating across the skies of King's Landing, intertwining with the distant roars of a volcano and the cracking ice from the wall, forming a lamenting prelude. Qin Chang gazed at the frantically pulsating four-colored gemstone in his palm, noting the black spots that had spread to the heart of the crystal, fracturing the once gentle lavender glow into disarray. He understood that time was fleeting for Westeros. When the violet halo completely enveloped the moon and the stars completed their final deviation, the storm that had been brewing for 3 months would descend upon this weathered land with a sweeping fury. The violet moon outside the watchtower grew increasingly luminous, and the monstrous waves on the sea became distinctly visible. Within the shadows of the wave crests, it seemed as though countless eyes were fixated on the Red Keep, awaiting the moment when the twin stars converged. Chapter 124. The defense under the violet moon and the tide of shadows. The wind atop the watchtower carried a briny chill, as Qin Chang grit his teeth and pressed the four-colored gemstone against the spreading shadows on his right arm. The pale lavender light pierced through the inky shadows like fine needles, each inch of advancement accompanied by excruciating pain akin to the shattering of bone marrow. He could vividly see the shadows coursing through his veins, attempting to burrow into his heart, the place where his resonance with the gemstone was strongest and the core most coveted by the Shadow Lord. Use the ice core fragment. Jon's voice rang with the chill of the tundra as he produced a jagged piece of ice from within his cloak, pressing it forcefully against the edge of Qin Chang's wound. The frigid aura instantly froze half of his arm, causing the shadows to writhe in agony beneath the icy shell. Yet they persisted like tenacious vines, probing for cracks in the frost. Tyrion's staff struck the stone bricks of the watchtower with a resounding thud. The defensive array of King's Landing had been activated. The coastal dragon crystal net and purification powder barrier could temporarily stave off the encroaching shadows, but that colossal wave. He turned his gaze towards the sea, where the wave crests beneath the violet moon were becoming increasingly apparent, churning with countless tendrils of condensed shadows, resembling a monstrous beast poised to devour. Towering at least 30 feet high, impervious to ordinary defenses, Qin Chang's jaw clenched tightly, and he summoned all the energy of the four-colored gemstone, merging the pale lavender light with the icy chill of the core to form an interwoven shield of violet and white light, finally forcing the shadows back into his palm. The skin of his right arm had become akin to charred bark, yet under the nurturing embrace of the light shield, it gradually regained its color. The black crystal was the key. Breathing heavily, his gaze fixated on the black crystal held by the night's watchman, which was guiding the shadows within the waves. It must be destroyed. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from below the watchtower, as the Lord of the Riverlands charged up with 100 elite soldiers, their armor embedded with shards of crystal, spears entwined with strips soaked in purification powder. My lord, we are willing to destroy that thing. Qin Chang shook his head as the radiant colors of the four-colored crystal swept over the black crystal. Its energy was of the same origin as the crystal in his hand. Any ordinary person who approached would be devoured instantly. Jon, accompany me to the port. Tyrion, the command here is entrusted to you. Jon nodded immediately, Longclaw carving a blue arc under the moonlight as it severed several shadowy tendrils attempting to ascend the watchtower. The Night's Watch has dispatched 300 reinforcements. They should be arriving at the gates shortly. I instructed them to head directly to the port for support. Tyrion leaned on his wooden staff at the edge of the watchtower, waving downwards. Prepare all the ice-fire mixed projectiles, the kind infused with volcanic sulfur and glacial crystals. Fire them only upon our signal. Cradling the black crystal, Qin Chang followed Jon down the watchtower. The crystal trembled violently in his embrace, its spiraling symbols colliding incessantly with the four-colored crystal in his palm, emitting a piercing hum. The townsfolk had been evacuated to the Red Keep cellars, while the Night's Watch was laying out dragon crystal powder along the walls. Every 10 paces, a soldier held a torch soaked in purifying powder, casting a protective glow over King's Landing beneath the violet moon, resembling a solitary island guarded by pale blue and golden light. Upon reaching the port, the colossal waves loomed ominously, less than a mile away. Within the black surges, massive shadowy creatures could be discerned, possessing tentacle-like appendages and wolf-like heads, roaring deafeningly atop the waves. The port's defenses were being battered by the residual force of the waves. The dragon crystal net emitted a mournful drone, with cracks appearing in several areas. Qin Chang, over here. The captain of the Night's Watch waved his dragon crystal battle axe, his left arm frostbitten by the shadowy creatures. Yet he steadfastly guarded the breach in the defenses. We attempted to use the purifying powder against the colossal waves, but it was futile. Those shadowy beings can absorb its energy. Qin Chang placed the black crystal atop a towering lighthouse base. The light from the four-colored crystal spreading across the base and forming a vast, pale purple rune on the ground. John, use the ice core fragments to erect an ice wall at the rune's perimeter. Do not allow any shadowy beings to approach the crystal. As he set up the rune, he shouted to the surrounding soldiers, "Everyone, retreat 50 paces and use your bows to shoot at the shadowy creatures. Do not approach the rune's range." John promptly led the soldiers in establishing the ice wall, the frigid aura from the ice core fragments crystallizing into a shimmering barrier, starkly contrasting with the pale purple rune. Qin Chang focused intently on activating the rune. The brilliance of the four-colored crystal intensified, while the spiraling symbols on the black crystal continued to expand, as if striving to break free from the rune's constraints. The colossal waves finally reached the port, crashing against the defensive structures. The dragon crystal net shattered under the initial onslaught, and countless shadowy creatures surged through the breach. The Night's Watch's arrows rained down upon them, but were repelled by the protective shields formed by the shadows. Only arrows embedded with crystal fragments could inflict harm. Launch the ice-fire mixed projectiles. Tyrion's voice echoed from the city walls. Dozens of mixed projectiles, trailing fiery tails, hurtled towards the massive waves, detonating amidst the surging water, as pale blue and crimson light instantaneously engulfed a vast expanse of shadowy beings. Yet the core of the colossal wave continued its advance, the crests now surging over the defensive works, heading towards the lighthouse. Cold sweat beaded on Qin Chang's forehead as the black spots on the four-colored crystal spread to the center of the gem. He could sense the black crystal absorbing the energy of the colossal wave, and the faint purple runes on the pedestal began to tremble. John, infuse the ice wall with the energy of Longclaw. He bellowed, pouring more energy into the runes, the mark on his palm scorching as if it would melt. John immediately plunged Longclaw into the ice wall, blue light coursing along its surface and resonating with the pale purple runes. The ice wall surged instantly, forming a massive shield of ice and light that temporarily halted the onslaught of the wave. However, the shadowy creatures relentlessly battered against the shield, and countless cracks soon appeared on the ice wall, the blue and purple lights flickering violently. At that moment, reinforcements from the wall finally arrived. 300 Night's Watchmen, wielding dragonglass shields, formed an unyielding line of defense, their shields etched with ancient runes that echoed John's ice wall. The leading commander of the Night's Watch brandished a spear embedded with shards of ice core, shouting, "For the wall! For Westeros!" Seizing the opportunity, Qin Chang pressed the four-colored crystal forcefully against the black crystal. The pale purple light clashed vigorously with the black energy, and under the rune's constraint, the two energies coalesced into a colossal energy sphere. He could hear the furious roar of the Lord of Shadows emanating from the sphere, filled with rage and resentment. "Now!" Qin Chang shouted towards the walls. Tyrion immediately ordered the launch of all remaining ice-fire mixed shells. Dozens of projectiles struck the energy sphere with precision, triggering a tremendous explosion. Pale blue, crimson, soft purple, and black light intertwined, forming a towering beam that enveloped the entire harbor. The colossal wave receded swiftly within the light, and the shadowy creatures emitted piercing wails, turning to ash in the brilliance. The black crystal shattered in the explosion, its spiral symbols vanishing entirely. Qin Chang was hurled by the shockwave, crashing heavily against the base of the lighthouse, blood spilling from his mouth. The four-colored crystal in his palm had dimmed, yet miraculously, the black spots had shrunk slightly. John rushed over to assist him, the blue light of Longclaw sweeping across his body to check for any remnants of the shadow. "You succeeded. The crisis at the harbor has been averted." Qin Chang gazed at the gradually calming sea, the water beneath the violet moon returning to tranquility, yet still tinged with a faint black hue. He knew this was merely a temporary victory. The power of the Lord of Shadows was far more formidable than they had anticipated. What of the wall and the volcano? He struggled to rise, the four-colored crystal in his palm warming slightly, seemingly sensing danger from other directions. John's expression darkened as he retrieved a signal crystal pulsating with red light from his breast. News from the wall indicates that the black fissure in the frozen waste has expanded to 100 miles, and the Night's Watch has suffered heavy losses. Jon Snow is organizing a final resistance. The situation at the volcano is equally dire. The conflict between the shadowy beings and fire elements has triggered violent eruptions, and Tyrion's brother is leading craftsmen to reinforce the rune walls. Qin Chang tightened his grip on the four-colored crystal, the mark in his palm resonating powerfully with the gem. He could feel the energy veins of Westeros trembling violently. The power of the Lord of Shadows tightening like an enormous net. We can no longer afford to remain in passive defense. He gazed at the purple moon, a flicker of resoluteness crossing his eyes. It was imperative to take the initiative to locate the core of the Shadow Master and obliterate it entirely. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the direction of the Red Keep. A Night's Watchman, riding a swift steed, approached in a state of alarm, exclaiming, "My lord! The followers of the Shadow Master in the Red Keep's cellar have suddenly revolted. They have opened a rift to the Shadow Sea using Shadow Essence. And Lord Tyrion is leading the soldiers to suppress them." Qin Chang and Jon exchanged a solemn glance, each reflecting the gravity of the situation in the other's eyes. They immediately mounted their horses and galloped towards the Red Keep, with Night's Watchmen joining their ranks along the way, their weapons glinting with unwavering resolve in the moonlight. The battle in the cellar of the Red Keep had reached a fever pitch. Tyrion, leaning on his wooden staff, commanded the soldiers to ensnare the Shadow Master's followers with the dragon crystal net. Yet many shadow essences continued to surge through the rift, corroding the cellar walls and creating gaping holes. As Qin Chang burst in, he witnessed a follower attempting to hurl a black crystal into the rift without hesitation. He threw the four-colored crystal, its pale purple light striking the black crystal and shattering it into fragments. "Qin Chang, your timing is impeccable," Tyrion shouted, tossing him a battle axe embedded with crystal shards. These followers possessed strength far surpassing that of their previous encounters. It seemed they could absorb shadow essence to enhance their own power. Qin Chang caught the axe, the radiance of the four-colored crystal spreading along the blade. He swung the axe towards the followers of the Shadow Master, a massive blade of pale purple light manifesting, cleaving several followers in twain. Yet, more followers emerged from the shadows, their eyes gleaming with a crimson glow, akin to a horde of frenzied beasts. Jon's long claw weaved through the throngs of followers, its blue light continuously consuming shadow essence, yet it could not halt their relentless charge. The casualties among the Night's Watchmen escalated, and the glow of the dragon crystal net began to dim. Realizing the dire need for action, Qin Chang shouted to Jon and Tyrion, "We must close the rift, or more shadow essence will flood in." The three of them exchanged determined glances and surged towards the rift. Qin Chang pressed the four-colored crystal against the rift's edge, while Jon utilized Longclaw's blue light to freeze the rift, and Tyrion commanded the soldiers to scatter all purification powder towards it. The three forces converged upon the rift simultaneously, the pale purple, blue, and light blue purification powder intertwined to form a formidable barrier, slowly causing the rift to contract. Seeing this, the followers of the Shadow Master frantically charged towards the barrier, desperate to prevent its closure. Qin Chang, Jon, and Tyrion stood back to back before the barrier, wielding their weapons to fend off the onslaught of followers. The battle axe, long sword, and wooden staff intertwined, creating an impregnable line of defense, as the pale purple, blue, and light blue lights shimmered around them, akin to 3 stars safeguarding Westeros. After a fierce struggle, the rift was finally sealed, and all the followers of the Shadow Master were vanquished. Exhausted, Qin Chang, Jon, and Tyrion collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The cellar of the Red Keep lay in ruins, the walls marred by traces of shadow essence corrosion, and the floor littered with the bodies of followers and shattered weapons. Qin Chang stared at the four-colored crystal in his palm. The dark speck had diminished slightly, yet it remained tenaciously present. He understood that this was merely a victory in the protracted war against the Lord of Shadows, with greater challenges awaiting them. The purple moon gradually descended in the west, and a faint blush appeared on the horizon, heralding the dawn of a new day. Yet, the future of Westeros remained shrouded in the shadow of the Lord of Shadows. "We must devise a meticulous plan." Tyrion rose with the support of his wooden staff, gazing at the pale light in the east. The power of the Lord of Shadows was ever increasing, and they needed to uncover his vulnerabilities. Otherwise, they would inevitably be consumed by him. Qin Chang and Jon nodded in agreement. The three of them assisted one another in exiting the cellar, where the soldiers of the Red Keep were clearing the battlefield, while the Night's Watch reinforced their fortifications. The pale light in the sky grew increasingly bright, symbolizing a new hope, yet they all understood that this hope was accompanied by even more brutal battles. In the ensuing days, Qin Chang, Jon, and Tyrion began to formulate a proactive strategy. They analyzed the source of the Lord of Shadows' power and his weaknesses, Deciding to split into 3 factions, Qin Chang would lead an elite force to the Shadow Sea in search of the Lord of Shadow's core. Jon would return to the Wall to fortify the defenses of the frozen plains, and Tyrion would remain in King's Landing to oversee the overall situation, ready to support the various forces at any moment. On the night before their departure, Qin Chang stood on the terrace of the Red Keep, gazing at the stars above. The 4-colored crystal in his palm radiated a faint lavender glow, seemingly attuned to the direction of the Shadow Sea. He knew that this journey would undoubtedly be fraught with peril, but for the future of Westeros, he must forge ahead with courage. "White Spirit, wait for my return," Qin Chang murmured softly, as if the direwolf could hear his words. He tightened his grip on the 4-colored crystal and turned toward the harbor, where an elite force awaited him, prepared to embark on their expedition to the Shadow Sea. The purple moon had entirely vanished, and the pale light in the sky transformed into a delicate golden hue, heralding the arrival of a new day. Qin Chang was aware that no matter how many challenges and dangers lay ahead, he must persist, for he was the last hope of Westeros. Chapter 125. Deep within the Shadow Sea and ancient ruins, the waters of the Shadow Sea resembled molten ink, so viscous that they threatened to hinder the ship's oars. Qin Chang stood upon the deck of the wave-breaker, the 4-colored crystal in his palm emitting a subtle lavender glow, clashing continuously with the dense essence of shadows surrounding them, producing a delicate crackling sound. Since departing from King's Landing 3 days ago, they had ventured deep into the Shadow Sea, with the concentration of shadow essence increasingly thickening, rendering even sunlight incapable of piercing the heavy fog, leaving only a blurred halo overhead. The dragon crystal runes beneath the ship were nearing their limit. The old helmsman's voice carried a note of fatigue as his calloused hands gripped the wheel tightly, blood seeping from between his fingers. To sustain the runes' operation, he was continuously infusing his own energy into them, while the shadow essence infiltrated the ship through the seams like a festering wound. If this continued, it would not be long before the entire vessel succumbed to corrosion. Qin Chang leaned over the ship's railing to inspect the runes embedded with dragon crystal, which were indeed dimming at a visible rate. The once flowing blue light now flickered like a candle in the wind, wavering under the assault of shadow essence. He pressed the 4-colored crystal stones onto the rune, and a pale lavender light spread from the stones, temporarily stifling the advance of the shadow essence. However, the black spot in his palm expanded slightly, bringing with it a sharp, needle-like pain. "Jon, have the Night's Watchman scatter the ice core powder at the bottom of the ship." Qin Chang straightened up and shouted into the cabin. "Freeze the shadow essence with frigid air. Buy us some time." Jon quickly arrived with 10 Night's Watchmen, their pouches filled with fine ice core powder, the grayish-white powder, upon contact with the shadow essence at the ship's bottom, instantly released a pale blue chill, forming a thin layer of ice on the wooden planks. The shadow essence writhed frantically beneath the ice, yet was momentarily unable to breach this frigid barrier. "This will last only 2 hours." Jon wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "The ice core powder from the tundra was scarce. We could use it at most 3 more times. We must find the core of the Shadow Master swiftly, or we will inevitably be trapped in these waters." Qin Chang gazed into the depths of the mist, the resonance of the 4-colored crystals growing increasingly intense. Dimly, he could see a massive black silhouette hovering above the sea, its surface entwined with countless tendrils of shadow essence, resembling a pulsating black heart. "It's right ahead," he pointed towards the shadow. "That must be the source of the Shadow Master's power. We must destroy it." Just then, the ship suddenly lurched violently, as if it had collided with something solid. The old helmsman exclaimed, "There's something in the seabed. It's pulling the anchor." Qin Chang rushed to the edge of the ship, witnessing the iron chain of the anchor being dragged into the depths by an unseen force. The dragon crystal runes on the chain were cloaked in shadow essence, emitting a mournful hum. He concentrated the light of the 4-colored crystals into a blade of light and swung it at the chain, attempting to sever the binding. However, at the moment the blade made contact with the shadow essence, a chilling sight unfolded before him. Countless pale hands emerged from the depths, gripping the chain tightly. The owners of those hands were obscured in the inky water, only a mass of spiral runes flickering on the surface. "It's the shadow folk." Jon's long sword was instantly unsheathed, blue light erupting on the deck. "They are hiding in the seabed, seeking to drag us down." The Night's Watchmen raised their weapons, the dragon crystal spears piercing the water, igniting a flurry of pale blue sparks. Yet the number of shadow folk was overwhelming, as one hand was pierced. More hands surged forth from the depths, even beginning to climb up the side of the ship, their nails scraping against the wood with a piercing sound. Suddenly, the 4-colored crystal stones erupted with brilliant light, forming a circular barrier of pale lavender on the deck, repelling all approaching shadow folk. Seizing the opportunity, he leapt onto the mast and gazed towards the black silhouette. The massive shadow was slowly rotating, its tendrils extending, each movement causing the concentration of shadow essence nearby to surge, evidently controlling the shadow folk from a distance. It's absorbing their life energy. Qin Chang shouted below. Do not kill them. Simply trap them with purification powder, or it will only empower the shadow. Jon immediately understood, directing the Night's Watchman to scatter the purification powder towards the climbing shadow folk. A pale blue powder clung to the shadow folk, instantly enveloping them in a luminescent cocoon, binding them tightly without causing harm to their lives. The shadow folk struggled frantically within the cocoon, the spiral symbols flickering incessantly. Yet they remained unable to break free from the constraints of the purifying powder. At that moment, a deafening roar erupted from beneath the ship, causing the wavebreaker to tilt at an alarming 30 degrees. The old helmsman shouted in terror, the hull is breached. Something immense is colliding with the vessel. Qin Chang looked down and beheld a colossal tentacle emerging from the ship's underside, its surface adorned with dark scales, from which seeped a shadowy essence capable of directly corroding the dragon crystal. Instantly, he concentrated all his energy, compressing the radiance of the four-colored crystal into a slender spear of light, which he thrust fiercely toward the base of the tentacle. As the light spear penetrated the scales, an earth-shattering roar resonated through the waters, and the massive tentacle thrashed violently, causing the ship to sway precariously. Qin Chang was thrown from the mast, crashing heavily onto the deck, a metallic taste flooding his throat. The four-colored crystal in his palm dimmed significantly, with dark spots spreading to 1/3 of its surface. It is the guardian beast of the Sea of Shadows, Jon exclaimed as he helped Qin Chang to his feet. According to the secrets of the Outer Realms, this creature was forged from the bodies of countless shadow folk, impervious to blades and bullets, only fearing the combined energies of ice and fire. Qin Chang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and pointed toward the cabin. Bring out all the mixed ice and fire bombs. We must repel it, or the ship will be completely sunk. The Night's Watchman sprang into action, transporting dozens of mixed bombs to the deck. These shells, embedded with dragon crystals, contained a mixture of volcanic sulfur and glacial ice crystals, specifically prepared by Tyrion as a secret weapon for this mission. Qin Chang seized a mixed bomb, infusing it with the energy of the four-colored crystal, and the surface of the bomb immediately shimmered with interwoven red and blue light. Aim for the base of the tentacle, Qin Chang shouted as he hurled the bomb toward the enormous appendage. Jon and the other Night's Watchmen followed suit, launching dozens of mixed bombs that streaked like meteors through the mist, striking their target with precision. A tremendous explosion erupted on the surface of the sea, sending towering waves crashing forth as the red and blue light engulfed the massive tentacle. The guardian beast's roar was filled with agony, as the tentacle swiftly dissolved in the brilliance, leaving countless black fragments floating in the water, remnants of the shadow folk. The wave-breaker pitched violently amidst the surging waves, the fissures in its hull widening, yet it had temporarily evaded disaster. Qin Chang slumped onto the deck, gasping for breath. The glow of the four-colored crystal was nearly imperceptible, and he could feel his energy rapidly depleting. How much longer until we reach the shadow? He inquired, his voice hoarse from exhaustion. The old helmsman adjusted the wheel. A grave expression etched upon his face. At most, 1 hour remains, but the concentration of shadow essence ahead is alarmingly high. I cannot guarantee that the wavebreaker can endure. Qin Chang gazed toward the immense black shape, its outline becoming increasingly distinct amidst the mist, with its tentacles now clearly visible. He understood that this was their final opportunity. If they could not destroy this black heart, the continent of Westeros would inevitably be consumed by the Shadow Lord. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Qin Chang rose to his feet, gripping the four-colored crystal tightly in his palm. We may have to abandon ship and approach the shadow in a small boat. An hour later, the wavebreaker could no longer withstand the pressures, and the vessel began to sink rapidly. Qin Chang and Jon led the 30 surviving Night's Watchmen in 5 small boats towards the shadow. The waters of the Sea of Shadows were frigid and biting. With the shadowy essence continually attempting to invade their bodies, they could only rely on the four-colored crystal and dragon crystal weapons to fend off the encroaching darkness. As they drew closer to the shadow, the surrounding shadowy essence thickened, coalescing into grotesque forms, howling giant wolves, soaring dragons, and countless twisted human faces. They circled the boats, emitting piercing shrieks. The spirits of the Night's Watchmen were severely tested, and many, gripped by fear, dropped their oars into the sea. Do not look at them, Qin Chang shouted to the group. These are mere illusions conjured by the shadowy essence. As long as we maintain our faith, they cannot harm us. He raised the four-colored crystal above his head, its pale purple light forming a beam amidst the mist, temporarily dispelling the surrounding phantoms. The Night's Watchmen rallied their spirits, quickening their rowing. Finally, after gliding for another half-hour, they arrived beneath the shadow. Looking up, the Black Heart was even more colossal than it appeared from a distance. With a diameter of nearly 100 feet, its surface was encrusted with a thick layer of black crystal, through which the shadowy essence flowed like blood. Countless denizens of the shadow clung to the crystal's surface, their bodies merging with the crystal, becoming part of the shadow, continually siphoning energy into it. "This is not a heart," Jon gasped in astonishment. "It is a massive altar. And the Shadow Master is conducting some malevolent ritual using the life energy of the shadow denizens." Suddenly, the four-colored crystal in Qin Chang's hand trembled violently. He could hear countless wails of anguish emanating from within the black crystal. These were the souls of the sacrificed shadow denizens. "We must destroy the core of the altar." He pointed to a massive spiral symbol at the center of the crystal, where energy was most concentrated and the weakest link. At that moment, the surface of the black crystal fissured, and thousands of shadow denizens surged forth from the cracks, their eyes glinting red, brandishing bone blades as they lunged towards the boats. The Night's Watchmen immediately raised their dragon crystal spears, ready to fight. "Qin Chang, you go destroy the core." Jon swung his claws, positioning himself in front of Qin Chang. "We'll hold them back." Without hesitation, Qin Chang understood the urgency of their situation. He leaped from the small boat, the light of the four-colored crystal forming a bridge beneath his feet, allowing him to traverse the shadowy essence. He charged towards the spiral symbol at the center of the black crystal, fending off the shadow denizens that attempted to obstruct him with punches infused with crystal energy. The surface of the black crystal was searing hot, the shadowy essence flowing like lava. Qin Chang struggled to climb the crystal, the four-colored crystal resonating fiercely with the spiral symbol, causing his head to throb painfully. Yet, he pressed on with a singular thought: the altar must be destroyed. At last, he reached the center of the spiral symbol. Within a vast recess, a black crystal was embedded, reminiscent in shape to the four-colored gem resting in his palm, yet emanating a profound aura of shadow. Qin Chang understood that this was the core of the altar. He pressed the four-colored gem firmly against the black crystal. As a clash of pale purple radiance and dark energy ensued, culminating in the formation of a colossal energy sphere within the recess. He could sense the consciousness of the Shadow Lord attempting to invade his mind, an onslaught of negative emotions washing over him. Fear, anger, despair. "No way," Qin Chang roared, channeling all his energy into the four-colored gem. The pale purple light surged violently, overpowering the dark energy. Cracks began to appear on the black crystal, emitting a shrill sound of shattering. The denizens of the shadow upon the crystal cried out in agony, their forms beginning to disintegrate. Jon and the Night's Watch seized the opportunity to retaliate, their dragon crystal spears relentlessly piercing the bodies of the shadow dwellers, dispersing their energy. However, the sheer number of shadow denizens was overwhelming, and the casualties among the Night's Watch continued to rise. "Hurry, it's about to explode," Jon shouted to Qin Chang, his body bearing multiple wounds. "We must evacuate quickly." Qin Chang glanced at the crumbling black crystal, then at Jon and the Night's Watch battling valiantly below, and made his decision. He withdrew the four-colored gem from the black crystal, the pale purple radiance coalescing into a luminous shield, separating him from the surrounding shadow denizens. "You all must leave," Qin Chang called down. "I will detonate it." A flicker of reluctance passed through Jon's eyes, but he understood that Qin Chang's decision was the right one. He shouted to the remaining Night's Watch, "Retreat. We must return to the skiff." Though the Night's Watch were reluctant to abandon Qin Chang, they began to withdraw towards the skiff under Jon's command. Qin Chang watched their figures fade into the mist, a faint smile gracing his face. He pressed the four-colored gem against the black crystal once more, this time withholding no power. The pale purple light and dark energy fused completely, creating a dazzling beam that soared into the heavens. The black crystal erupted violently, countless fragments scattering across the sea of shadows. Qin Chang was lifted by the blast shockwave, witnessing a breathtaking scene as the fog of the shadow sea began to dissipate. Sunlight streaming across the surface of the sea, turning the shadowy essence and denizens to ash in the brilliance. His body plummeted, consciousness growing faint. Before losing awareness, he seemed to glimpse the figure of Bai Ling, the golden ice wolf racing towards him in the sunlight, eyes filled with joy. "Bai Ling," Qin Chang whispered softly, slowly closing his eyes. The four-colored gem slipped from his palm, shimmering once upon the surface before sinking into the depths of the ocean. Time passed unmeasured until Qin Chang awoke amidst a jolt. He found himself lying in a skiff, Jon anxiously gazing at him. "You're awake." Jon's face lit up with a joyful smile. "We thought you." Qin Chang offered a weak smile, surveying his surroundings. The fog of the shadow sea had completely vanished. Sunlight bright, and the waters crystal clear, with not a trace of shadow essence remaining. "Did we succeed?" he inquired. Jon nodded. "We have succeeded. The altar of the Lord of Shadows has been destroyed, and the Sea of Shadows has returned to normal. Westeros is safe." Qin Chang sighed with relief. Wearily closing his eyes, he understood that this long and arduous battle had finally come to an end. Although they had paid a tremendous price, they had ultimately safeguarded their homeland. When the small boat was discovered by a passing merchant vessel, both Qin Chang and Jon had succumbed to slumber. The merchants rescued them aboard their ship and transported them to the nearest port. News of their triumph swiftly spread throughout Westeros, and the people rejoiced, celebrating this hard-won victory. In the council chamber of the Red Keep, Tyrion gazed at the four-colored crystal in his hand, which had been retrieved from the Sea of Shadows by fishermen. The dark spots on the crystal had vanished, and its lavender glow radiated more brilliantly than ever. He recognized that this crystal not only bore witness to a great victory, but also encapsulated the sacrifices and hopes of countless souls. Qin Chang and Jon would soon return. Tyrion addressed his attendant, saying, "Prepare for the celebration, we must honor our heroes." The attendant respectfully acknowledged him and exited the chamber. Tyrion looked out at the sunlight streaming through the window, a contented smile gracing his face. He understood that the future of Westeros had a long journey ahead. But as long as hope resided in the hearts of the people, they would overcome any adversity. Months later, Qin Chang and Jon finally returned to King's Landing. They were greeted with enthusiastic cheers from the populace, as banners adorned the streets and people called out their names. At the celebration in the Red Keep, Tyrion presented them with medals symbolizing the highest honor. Standing on the terrace of the Red Keep, Qin Chang gazed down at the jubilant crowd, his heart brimming with emotion. He thought of White Ling, the fallen knight's watchman, and all that they had endured in the Sea of Shadows. He knew that peace was hard-won, and they must cherish this precious outcome. "What are you thinking about?" Jon approached him, handing him a cup of wine. Qin Chang accepted the cup and took a sip. "I was pondering whether we have truly won." Jon looked at him. "The Lord of Shadows has been defeated, and the Sea of Shadows has returned to normal. Is that not victory?" "It is victory," Qin Chang nodded, "but I can't shake the feeling that it's merely temporary. The Lord of Shadows' power may still linger, and perhaps one day it will rise again." Jon paused for a moment and replied, "Even if it does return, we shall defeat it once more. For we possess faith, courage, in each other." Qin Chang smiled at Jon, knowing he was right. As long as they stood united, nothing could impede their progress. As the sun dipped below the horizon, golden rays bathed King's Landing, casting an enchanting glow over the ancient city. Qin Chang and Jon stood side by side on the terrace, their cups gently clinking together, toasting to the peace of Westeros and to the heroes who had fallen. They understood that the road ahead was still long, but they were ready to embrace any challenge that awaited them. Chapter 126. Undercurrents of Peace and a New Journey. The celebration in King's Landing lasted a full 7 days. The balancing fire in the Red Keep's square burned ceaselessly. Its flames, a peculiar blend of volcanic sulfur and glacial crystals, radiating a strange blue-violet glow that illuminated the night sky as if it were daylight. Qin Chang stood at the edge of the terrace, his wine glass long emptied, yet his gaze remained fixed upon the jubilant crowd in the square. The faces that once struggled in shadows now radiated the joy of survival, while children pranced about, holding lanterns adorned with images of ice wolves and fire dragons. Their laughter ringing clear like an untainted mountain spring. Thinking of Bai Ling? Jon appeared at his side, the dampness of night dew still clinging to his cloak. He had just returned from the wall, and the chill of the ice plains seemed to linger in his hair. Night's Watchman had discovered a nest of newborn ice wolf pups near the fissures of the icy expanse, one of which bore a striking resemblance to Bai Ling. Qin Chang's fingertips trembled slightly, the four-colored crystal warming against his chest. This crystal, salvaged by fishermen, was now strung on a silver chain that he wore close to his heart. After being cleansed by the explosion at the Sea of Shadows, the soft lavender light within the crystal flowed more gently, though as midnight approached, a faint shadow occasionally flickered deep inside, so swift it felt illusory. If it still existed, it would surely revel in the fireworks of King's Landing, he murmured softly, his voice carrying a barely perceptible rasp. Suddenly, a commotion arose from the eastern side of the square, where Tyrion was encircled by a group of scholars, his staff tapping out a hurried rhythm against the cobblestones. Evidently engaged in a heated debate. Qin Chang and John exchanged a glance and hurried down the stairs. As they drew nearer, they overheard the scholars discussing a parchment they had found amidst the ruins of the Shadow People's altar. The spiraling symbols on the scroll were markedly different from the markings on the remnants of the outer secrets, yet they emitted a faint hum when in proximity to the four-colored crystal. These symbols chronicled the return of the Shadow Lord. Tyrion's singular eye gleamed with sharp insight as he pointed with his staff to a particularly dense passage. The translated content revealed that the Shadow Lord did not originate from the Sea of Shadows, but rather traversed from a more distant realm devoid of light. With the Sea of Shadows serving merely as a transit point, Qin Chang brought the four-colored crystal close to the parchment, and in an instant, the symbols ignited, casting a celestial map upon the stone table. The three dark stars at the edges of the map aligned perfectly with the positions of the doom stars recorded in ancient texts of Westeros. When the twin stars converged, these three stars would form a straight line. John traced the map with his fingers, recalling that the celestial observatory at the wall had recorded the last appearance of such an alignment on the eve of the pact between the first men and the children of the forest. The laughter of the crowd suddenly felt distant, and cold sweat beaded on Qin Chang's palm. He recalled the chaos that flooded his mind at the moment of the explosion in the Sea of Shadows, where countless tendrils of shadows emerged from a void devoid of stars, their shapes mirroring the connections of the dark stars on the stone table's celestial map. After the festivities conclude, I must journey to the ever-frozen abyss. Qin Chang suddenly remarked that the four-colored crystal on the silver chain was slightly warm. The Icefield wolf cub required someone to escort it back to the northern territories. More importantly, beneath the icy layers of the ever-frozen abyss, there might be clues to prevent the calamity of the three-star alignment. John immediately nodded, expressing his intent to accompany him. The Night's Watch had discovered some ice cores inscribed with spiral symbols within the fissures of the Icefield, sharing the same origin as the symbols of the Shadow Folk's altar. However, Tyrion shook his head, retrieving a letter sealed with wax, the impression depicting a soaring raven. King's Landing needed John's presence. He handed the letter to Qin Chang, who received word from the Night's Watch that the wildling tribes beyond the wall had been frequently crossing over. Their shaman claimed that deep within the Icefield, the earth was wailing, and the permafrost was melting at a rate of 3 feet per day. At this moment, the star map on the parchment suddenly darkened, while the brilliance of the four-colored crystal flickered intensely. Qin Chang unfolded the letter, the ink still fresh, revealing that in the cold-bone forest west of the wall, moving ice hills had appeared, their surfaces adorned with spiral symbols identical to those of the Shadow Folk's altar. More alarmingly, Night's Watch members near the ice hills experienced black markings emerging on their skin, reminiscent of the Shadow Folk. It seemed that the days of peace were shorter than anticipated. Tyrion's staff struck the ground heavily as he declared he had instructed the craftsmen to hastily produce new ice-fire hybrid projectiles, this time incorporating a millennium of cold ice from the ever-frozen abyss into the cores. 3 days later, Qin Chang's expedition set forth at dawn, comprising 10 seasoned members of the Night's Watch and 2 scholars proficient in ancient symbols. Their wagon brimmed with ancient texts from the Red Keep's library, including one titled Chronicles of the Icefield, inscribed with dragon crystal ink, detailing the existence of a breathing ice layer in the ever-frozen abyss. On every full moon, a sound akin to a heartbeat resonated from beneath the ice, with the most concentrated area precisely corresponding to the projection points of the calamity's 3 stars on the ground. After departing King's Landing for 3 days, the scenery gradually became desolate. The land once tainted by shadowy breath now sprouted tender green shoots, though occasionally, black tendrils could be seen entwined around the roots of trees. When touched with purification powder, they emitted a hissing sound. The Night's Watch utilized dragon crystal hose to uproot the tendrils, which, upon breaking, oozed a black liquid akin to the shadowy breath. These tendrils absorbed volcanic ash from the soil. The scholars dripped the liquid onto the 4-colored crystals, causing a layer of white mist to rise on the crystal surface. With their growth outpacing ordinary plants by 3-fold, Qin Chang mounted a high slope, observing the ever-frozen abyss in the distance, resembling a silver serpent coiled at the edge of the Icefield. The Icefield wolf cub, nestled in a cloth bag before his saddle, restlessly scratched at the fabric, emitting faint whimpers. The 4-colored crystal suddenly trembled violently. As he looked down, the shadow within the crystal became clearer, resembling a small snake gliding through the light. That evening, as they camped at the edge of the cold-bone forest, an odd occurrence transpired. The bonfire ignited by the Night's Watch transformed into an eerie green at midnight, casting shadows on the tree trunks that revealed the same spiral symbols as those of the Shadow Folk's altar. Strangely, the Icefield wolf cub within the bag suddenly became agitated, barking fiercely towards the depths of the forest. Its eyes gleamed in the darkness, emanating a faint lavender light akin to that of the four-colored crystal. Qin Chang seized his spear and dashed out of the tent, as the ice hill at the forest's edge began to shift. Under the moonlight, the symbols on the surface of the ice hill wriggled like living creatures, each contraction releasing a frigid mist, within which the outlines of the shadow folk were faintly discernible, yet more ethereal than those encountered in the Sea of Shadows, as if composed purely of shadow essence. "Do not use the purification powder," Qin Chang shouted as he hurled his spear. The spear's dragon crystal tip grazed the ice hill, provoking not a pale blue flame, but rather black ice shards. These were the shadow memories of the Shadow Master, coalescing from the absorption of the living sphere. The ice-field wolf cub suddenly leaped from the bag, its golden form darting through the shadow memories. Remarkably, its claws radiated with the same brilliance as the four-colored crystals. Each strike rent vast swathes of shadow essence apart. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Chang drew forth the four-colored crystal, its pale lavender light weaving a vast net across the night sky, enveloping the ice hill. The symbols writhed in agony within the radiance, and the ice hill began to melt, revealing a buried object beneath. A small black crystal, identical in material to the core of the altar in the Sea of Shadows, yet merely the size of a fist. It was the messenger of the Shadow Master. Upon contact with the four-colored crystal, the messenger transformed into a shade of black-gray. These ice hills marked projection points of the Calamity Star, and when the three stars aligned, they would become new fissure entrances. The ice-field wolf cub nuzzled against his boot, its green eyes reflecting the campfire glow. In a sudden epiphany, Qin Chang understood that John's reference to it resembling a white spirit was not merely about its coloration. This little creature's sensitivity to shadow essence mirrored the white spirit's discovery of the core of the Shadow Knight at King's Landing. "I shall call you Stardust," he declared, cradling the cub in his arms, "for the stars of the north will guide our path." The expedition arrived at the eternal frost abyss 7 days later. Indeed, the heartbeat beneath the ice existed. On each full moon night, a faint red glow would pulse through the ice, resembling vast arteries in motion. Qin Chang, accompanied by Stardust and 2 scholars, excavated along the area of densest red light, unearthing a massive piece of obsidian 3 fathoms below ground. The spiral symbols upon the stone matched those of the ice hills in the Coldbone Forest, albeit more ancient, with edges rendered indistinct by glacial erosion. This stone absorbed the chill of the ice field. The scholars scraped a fragment of stone dust with a dragon crystal dagger. The concentration of shadow essence within the powder was 1/10 that of the shadow folk altar, yet more stable, as if sealed by some potent force. The four-colored crystal levitated above the obsidian, its lavender light seeping into the stone's fissures, awakening the dormant symbols. A map materialized upon the surface of the obsidian, marking 7 red dots. Aside from the eternal frost abyss and the Coldbone Forest, the remaining 5 dots were located in the depths of a volcano. The ruins of the Sea of Shadows, the ice prison of the Great Wall, the marshes of the Riverlands, and the Dorne Desert. These were the sites of the 7 ancient temples. Qin Chang's breath quickened. According to ancestral lore, the 7 deities had sealed the connection of the Calamity Stars with their own powers, and these temples were the nodes of that seal. Suddenly, Stardust let out a fierce growl at the fissure in the obsidian, from which seeped a chilling aura, laced with a faint whisper of shadow. Qin Chang pressed the 4-colored crystal into the crack, and in an instant, the crystal erupted with a brilliant light, causing the obsidian to tremble violently, accompanied by the sound of shattering from within. As the radiance subsided, a scroll wrapped in ice silkworm threads emerged from the fissure, inscribed with the runes of the ancients. The Master of Shadows returns to the void. 7 seals must be broken. With each seal shattered, the 3 Calamity Stars will illuminate. And when all 7 are undone, the realm of darkness shall descend. At the bottom of the parchment was an illustration of a figure holding the 4-colored crystal, standing in the center of 7 temples, the crystal's light connecting to 7 sealing nodes, forming a colossal halo. The figure's face was obscured, yet the silver chain at its waist bore an uncanny resemblance to the one Qin Chang wore. It seemed we had discovered a method to avert disaster. Qin Chang carefully tucked the parchment away, while Stardust pawed at the shards of obsidian, revealing more ancient runes, but the 7 temples required 7 forces to safeguard them. At that moment, the ice layer of the eternal frozen abyss began to tremble, while the distant ice fields echoed with the thunderous roar of an avalanche. The night watchman rushed over in a panic to report that in the direction of the Frostbone Forest, a massive beam of light had emerged in the sky. Its hue reminiscent of the column of light during the explosion of the Sea of Shadows, albeit dimmer, resembling a cold spear piercing the night sky. The four-colored crystal suddenly became searing hot. Qin Chang looked up and saw that one of the calamity stars in the night sky had begun to emit a faint red glow. He understood that the messenger of the Shadow Master was not confined to the Frostbone Forest. The seals of the 7 temples may have already been surreptitiously breached. We must act separately. Qin Chang divided the scroll, giving a portion to the scholar. You take Stardust back to the Northern Realm and inform Jon to reinforce the seals of the Great Wall's ice prison. I will head to the volcano first. The elemental fire energy there may temporarily suppress the spread of shadow. Stardust seemed to comprehend his words. Nudging his palm with its head, its green eyes filled with reluctance. Qin Chang patted its head, unfastening the four-colored crystal and temporarily hanging it around the little creature's neck. With this, the ice fields of the Northern Realm will protect you. The moonlight of the eternal frozen abyss illuminated the ice fields as if it were day. Qin Chang watched as Stardust followed the scholar beyond the ice hills, then turned to the night watchman and commanded, "Prepare the mounts. We are heading to the volcano." The sound of hooves struck a solitary rhythm across the ice fields as he reattached the four-colored crystal to his chest. The shadow within the crystal grew increasingly distinct under the moonlight, yet Qin Chang no longer felt fear. In the explosion of the Sea of Shadows, he had seemingly touched the essence of the Shadow Master. It was not pure malevolence, but rather a yearning to devour light, a void where the brighter the light, the more frenzied the void's counterattack became. In the distance, the volcano glimmered with red light, resonating with the red star in the night sky. Qin Chang tightened his grip on the reins as the mount surged toward dawn. He knew this journey might prove more arduous than the adventure in the Sea of Shadows. With 7 seals requiring protection, the four-colored crystal in his hand was not only the key to unraveling the mystery, but could also herald the call to the final confrontation. As the first rays of sunlight spilled across the ice fields, elongating his shadow, Qin Chang suddenly recalled Jon's words, united in purpose. There is nothing that can impede our progress. He caressed the four-colored crystal nestled in his arms, its warmth emanating through his fingertips. As if countless eyes were watching him from behind, those of Bai Ling, the sacrificed Night's Watchman, and the innocent souls who had perished in the shadows. The outline of the volcano ahead grew increasingly distinct, and Qin Chang's gaze hardened with resolve. He understood that beneath the veneer of peace, the undercurrents of turmoil had never ceased, but as long as the radiance of the four-colored crystal persisted, and as long as he had comrades willing to fight beside him, he would continue onward, determined to keep the shadows of the lightless realm at bay from the lands of Westeros. The neighing of his steed shattered the morning mist as Qin Chang spurted onward, surging over the final ridge. The crimson light of the volcano flickering in his eyes like an everlasting flame of hope. A new journey was just beginning. Chapter 127. Secrets of the Volcano Temple and the Tide of Shadows. As Qin Chang's mount traversed the scorched expanse, the horseshoes glowed a fiery red from the searing heat of the ground. This desolate stretch, nestled between the volcano and King's Landing, had once served as a gathering place for the followers of the Shadow Lord. Though it had been cleansed, vast patches of blackened earth remained, with sulphurous steam oozing from the fissures, mingling with faint traces of shadow essence that constricted the throat upon inhalation. The four-colored crystal trembled gently upon its silver chain, casting its pale purple glow over the hooves, dispelling the lingering shadow essence. Since departing from the Everfrost abyss, the crystal's light had grown more acute. Yet it consumed energy at an alarming rate. Within a fortnight, faint white marks had appeared along its edges, reminiscent of glass scorched by flame. "My lord, we are approaching the Sulphur River Valley," announced the Night's Watch captain, pulling on the reins. White frost had crystallized at the seams of his armor, a testament to sweat evaporated by the intense heat. On the opposite bank of the valley, remnants of an ancient pathway carved by ancestors could be seen, said to lead directly to the back entrance of the Volcano Temple. Qin Chang gazed upwards, through the billowing white mist of the valley. He could faintly discern the grooves etched into the mountain wall, traces of the pathway. Yet, within the mist, dark shapes flitted by, resembling enormous bats in flight. When the Night's Watchman's dragon crystal spear pointed towards those shadows, an uneasy blue light flickered at its tip. "It is a shadow-wing beast," Qin Chang declared. Gripping the four-colored crystal tightly, the familiar searing pain of the mark in his palm resonating within him. These creatures, born of the Shadow Folk's essence entwined with volcanic bats, possessed claws capable of rending dragon crystal armor. Before he could finish speaking, 3 shadow-wing beasts suddenly surged forth from the mist, their wings unfurling, adorned with spiral symbols that shimmered with an oily black sheen under the sunlight. The Night's Watchmen immediately raised their spears to confront the threat. the tips of their dragon crystal weapons colliding with the beast's claws, igniting a cascade of blue-black sparks. However, the speed of the shadow-winged beasts far exceeded expectations. One deftly evaded a spear, its claws tearing into a Night's Watchman's shoulder, instantly shattering the armor. Black smoke billowed from the wound as the man let out a pained howl, his skin visibly darkening at an alarming rate. Without hesitation, Qin Chang concentrated the light of the four-colored crystal into a blade of radiance, striking towards the wing membrane of the shadow-winged beast. In the fleeting moment when the radiant blade sliced through the membrane of the shadow-winged beast, a piercing shriek erupted from its maw, and its black blood splattered upon the scorched earth, igniting an eerie green flame. Seizing the opportunity, he rushed to the side of the injured Night Watchman, pressing a crystal stone against the wound. A soft lavender glow seeped into the skin, causing the black veins to recede like a receding tide. Though they did not vanish entirely, applying purification powder to the wound, he sought to prevent the shadowy essence from spreading. Qin Chang called out to the other Night Watchmen. While keeping a vigilant eye on the white mist, these shadow-winged beasts were merely the vanguard, and surely more lurked behind. Indeed, from the depths of the mist across the valley came the sound of flapping wings, as dozens of shadow-winged beasts converged toward them. The captain of the Night Watchmen, his expression grave, declared, "My lord, we shall cover your passage across the valley first. The pathway can only accommodate one person at a time. You must hasten to the volcano temple." Qin Chang shook his head, the light of the four-colored crystal swirling in his palm. "If we are to flee, we shall do so together. Do you see the massive rock in the center of the valley? We will retreat there and utilize the terrain for defense." The group immediately spurred their horses toward the great stone, pursued relentlessly by the shadow-winged beasts, their claws striking from the air. The Night Watchmen formed a defensive formation with their dragon crystal shields, encircling Qin Chang in the center. Taking advantage of the moment, Qin Chang began to inscribe runes around the boulder, the light of the four-colored crystal spreading through the crevices of the stone, forming a vast lavender rune upon the ground. The scorched earth at the edges of the rune suddenly sprouted a vibrant green as delicate blades of grass emerged. This was the first manifestation of the crystal's life-giving power, leaving even Qin Chang himself astonished. The shadow-winged beasts charged toward the boulder, only to be obstructed by the glow of the lavender rune, circling and howling in frustration outside its boundaries. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Chang retrieved an ice-fire mixed bomb from his pocket, ignited the fuse, and hurled it toward the mist across the river. The explosion reverberated through the valley, as red and blue light instantaneously engulfed a multitude of shadow-winged beasts, parting the mist to reveal the entrance of the pathway carved into the cliff on the opposite side. "Now is the time," Qin Chang shouted, dismounting first and racing toward the opposite shore along the stone pillars of the valley. The Night Watchmen followed closely behind, using their dragon crystal spears to fend off the encroaching shadow-winged beasts. When the last Night Watchman set foot on the pathway, Qin Chang activated the runes inscribed upon the boulder. The lavender light surged, enveloping the entire valley, as the shadow-winged beasts emitted anguished wails, plummeting into the depths below, consumed by the eerie green flames. Gazing at the burning inferno in the valley, Qin Chang felt no joy in his heart. He understood that this was but a temporary victory, and the threat posed by the volcano temple was far more terrifying than these shadow-winged beasts. Advancing along the pathway deeper into the volcano, the temperature escalated, and the suffocating scent of sulfur hung heavily in the air. The stone walls of the pathway were adorned with murals etched by ancient ancestors, depicting the construction of the volcano temple. It became evident that this temple was not wrought by mortal hands, but rather forged by the children of the forest, who melded magic with volcanic rock, intending to suppress the shadowy essence lurking beneath. The final mural depicted a figure holding a four-colored crystal, standing at the heart of the temple, with the crystal's radiance intertwined with the energy of the volcano, forming a formidable barrier. It appeared that the four-colored crystal had been the key to the seal of the volcano temple from the very beginning. Qin Chang caressed the silhouettes painted on the mural, his heart flooded with emotions, realizing that the ancestors and the children of the forest were already aware of the looming threat posed by the Lord of Shadows. At that moment, the walkway suddenly shook violently, and a thunderous roar echoed as boulders tumbled down. The captain of the night watch raised his spear cautiously, warning, "My lord, be vigilant. There may be an ambush ahead." Qin Chang gestured for everyone to halt, then cautiously advanced to investigate. Upon turning a corner, he discovered that the entrance ahead was blocked by a massive boulder, inscribed with spiral symbols identical to those found on the altar of the Shadow Folk. Even more alarming was the sight of dozens of black crystals embedded in the surrounding stone walls, continuously absorbing the volcano's energy, their spiral symbols glowing ominously in red. These black crystals were reinforcing the seal. Qin Chang furrowed his brow, realizing that the shadow folk did not wish for them to enter the temple. He attempted to strike the boulder with the light of the four-colored crystal, but the dark glow of the spiral symbols rebounded the attack, causing the light blade to strike the stone wall of the walkway and spark a flurry of sparks. The captain of the Night Watch approached, using a dragon crystal pickaxe to pry at the boulder, only to find it fused with the mountainside, immovable. It seemed they would have to seek another entrance. Qin Chang surveyed his surroundings, his gaze landing on the cliff below the walkway, where several caves could potentially lead into the temple's interior. The group carefully advanced along the cliffside caves, where the temperature soared astonishingly high. Sulfuric water seeped from the walls, pooling on the ground to form small streams that exuded a pungent odor. The four-colored crystal in Qin Chang's palm vibrated intensely. He could sense a powerful energy fluctuating not far ahead, resonating strongly with the crystal's glow. After traversing a narrow passage, they emerged into a vast underground cavern. At the center lay a boiling lake of lava, with a small island rising in its midst, upon which stood an ancient temple, the Temple of the Volcano. The walls of the temple were adorned with runes, their luminescence harmonizing beautifully with the red glow of the lava, creating a stunning spectacle. Yet beneath this beauty lurked a perilous threat. Countless tendrils formed from the essence of shadows floated upon the surface of the lava lake, incessantly battering against the temple's protective barrier in a bid to breach its defenses. Surrounding the temple on the island stood dozens of shadow folk, engaged in some dark ritual. Their bone staffs pointing toward the temple's core, black energy surging through the staffs and dimming the barrier's brilliance at an alarming rate. They are destroying the core seal of the temple, Qin Chang murmured, his heart racing with urgency. We must stop them, but the lava lake blocks our path. The captain of the Night Watch scrutinized the surface of the lava lake. My lord, there are protruding rocks along the edge of the lake. Perhaps we can use them to cross. Qin Chang nodded and boldly stepped onto one of the rocks. The scorching heat of the lava washed over him, nearly melting him away. The light from the four-colored crystal enveloped him in a protective barrier, barely withstanding the extreme heat. He carefully leaped between the rocks, while the shadowy tendrils reached out from the lava, attempting to drag him into the lake. As he was about to set foot on the small island, a shadow dweller spotted him, immediately aiming a bone staff in his direction. A surge of dark energy shot towards Qin Chang, who swiftly countered with the luminous radiance of the four-colored crystal. The two forces collided above the lake of magma, unleashing a tremendous shockwave. Qin Chang was propelled backward, nearly plunging into the molten lake. Fortunately, he managed to grasp a rock in time, preserving his life. My lord, we will cover you, the captain of the Night Watch shouted, leading the other watchers to unleash arrows at the shadow dwellers. The dragon crystal arrows soared across the magma lake, striking the shadow dwellers and eliciting a plume of black smoke. The distraction drew the attention of the shadow dwellers, allowing Qin Chang to leap onto the island and dash towards the temple. The temple's grand door stood firmly shut, adorned with a colossal spiral symbol identical to that on the four-colored crystal. Pressing the crystal against the symbol, the pale purple light clashed violently with the dark glow of the symbol, causing the door to creak open, revealing the interior. Inside, the temple was vast and solemn, dominated by a massive altar at its center. Upon the altar lay a crystal akin to the four-colored one, yet this crystal was entirely black, exuding a dense aura of shadows. Surrounding the altar were dozens of shadow dwellers, chanting ancient incantations, while dark energy surged from their bodies into the black crystal. Above the altar, a colossal light screen hovered, within which the silhouette of the Shadow Master could be discerned, incessantly absorbing energy from the black crystal in a bid to break free from the confines of the screen. Qin Chang realized that if the Shadow Master were to break through, all of Westeros would be plunged into irretrievable ruin. Stop! Qin Chang bellowed as he charged towards the altar, the light of the four-colored crystal coalescing in his hand into a blade of light, aimed at the shadow dwellers. They swiftly turned to confront him, and the clash of bone staffs against the light blade produced a piercing sound. Qin Chang's strength far surpassed that of ordinary shadow dwellers. His light blade relentlessly cleaved through their defenses, reducing their bodies to swirling black smoke. However, the sheer number of shadow dwellers soon encircled him. The Night Watch arrived just in time to join the fray, plunging the temple into chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Chang dashed to the front of the altar, pressing the four-colored crystal against the black crystal. The pale purple light clashed fiercely with the dark energy, coalescing into a massive sphere of energy upon the altar. He could sense the Shadow Master's consciousness attempting to invade his mind, a torrent of negative emotions flooding his heart. Fear, rage, despair. Not a chance. Qin Chang roared, channeling all his energy into the four-colored crystal. The pale purple light surged dramatically, overpowering the dark glow. Cracks began to form on the black crystal, emitting a deafening shatter. The chanting of the shadow dwellers ceased abruptly, their forms collapsing in the radiance, dissipating into black smoke. The silhouette of the Shadow Master within the light screen emitted a furious roar, incessantly battering against the barrier, causing the screen to flicker violently as if it might shatter at any moment. Qin Chang understood he could not afford to grant the Shadow Master any opportunity. He maximized the energy of the four-colored crystal, and the pale purple light transformed into a pillar, shooting skyward, piercing through the temple's roof and illuminating the entire volcano. The luminous pillar resonated with the energy of the volcano, and the surface of the magma lake boiled violently. Countless crimson energies surged into the four-colored crystal stones. The brilliance of the crystals intensified, and the black crystal shattered completely amidst the radiance. The silhouette of the Lord of Shadows emitted a piercing wail, consumed entirely by the light. As the radiance faded, the interior of the temple lay in disarray, with only the four-colored crystals softly glowing upon the altar. Qin Chang collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, his strength utterly depleted. The Night Watcher approached him, a joyful smile gracing his face. "My lord, we have succeeded. The seal of the volcano temple has been preserved." Qin Chang weakly nodded, gazing at the four-colored crystals, noticing that the white marks on their surfaces seemed to have vanished, and the pale violet glow shone more brilliantly than ever. Yet, he understood that this was merely a temporary victory. The power of the Lord of Shadows had not been completely eradicated, and the seals of the other 6 temples remained under threat. "We must hasten to the next temple." Qin Chang struggled to rise, recalling the wall's ice prison, the marshes of the riverlands, and the Dorne Desert. Many places still required their protection. The captain of the Night Watch nodded. "My lord, we are prepared and can depart at any moment." Qin Chang looked towards the magma lake outside the temple, the red glow of the lava reflecting on his face. He realized that the road ahead was long and fraught with challenges, yet he would not falter. As long as the four-colored crystals remained, and as long as there were those willing to fight alongside him, he would continue to battle until the threat of the Lord of Shadows was wholly vanquished, restoring true peace to the continent of Westeros. Just then, the four-colored crystals began to tremble violently, and a voice echoed in Qin Chang's mind. "Qin Chang, there's trouble at the wall's ice prison. The Shadow people have breached the seal, and a torrent of shadow essence is flooding in. We can barely hold on. Hurry and come to our aid." Qin Chang's expression turned grave as he clenched the four-colored crystals. "We depart immediately for the wall." The group swiftly exited the volcano temple, retracing their steps. The surface of the magma lake had calmed, and the tendrils of shadow essence had vanished, as if they had never existed. Yet, Qin Chang knew this was merely the calm before the storm. A greater crisis awaited them. As they emerged from the volcano and began their journey back to King's Landing, the sky suddenly darkened, ominous clouds gathering as if heralding an impending tempest. Qin Chang gazed upward, silently vowing to protect the continent of Westeros at any cost, ensuring the Lord of Shadows' schemes would not succeed. The party advanced through the twilight, the glow of the four-colored crystals in Qin Chang's hand flickering like a beacon, illuminating their path. The road ahead brimmed with uncertainty and peril, yet their hearts were filled with unwavering conviction, for the sake of safeguarding their homeland. They would forge ahead with courage, never retreating. Along the way, Qin Chang received word from Tyrion. The temple in the Riverlands was also experiencing anomalies, with the Shadow people attempting to breach the seal. Tyrion had already led troops to provide support, but the situation was dire. Qin Chang understood that they must hasten their pace, reaching each temple and safeguarding every line of defense before the Shadow people could destroy all seals. As the night deepened, the party set up camp in the wilderness. Qin Chang sat beside the flickering bonfire, lost in a myriad of thoughts. He reminisced about Bai Ling, the fallen knight's watchman, and the common folk of Westeros. He understood the weight of his responsibilities, knowing that he could not afford even a moment of complacency. The four-colored crystal in his palm radiated warmth, seemingly encouraging him. Clenching the crystal, he rose to his feet and gazed into the vast starry sky. The light of the Doom Star appeared to shine even brighter, akin to 3 malevolent eyes surveying the land. Yet, he held steadfast in his belief that as long as they remained united, they would undoubtedly conquer evil and usher in a luminous future. The following morning, the party resumed their journey. They traversed the desolate plains and crossed the mountains, racing toward the wall. The scenery grew increasingly bleak, the threat of the Shadow Lord omnipresent. Yet their resolve remained unshaken. Qin Chang knew that a far greater battle loomed on the horizon, and they must prepare to face the impending challenge. Days later, the silhouette of the wall finally emerged in their sight. However, the sight before Qin Chang and the Night's Watch filled their hearts with dread. Toward the direction of the ice prison, thick smoke billowed, and shadows loomed like a colossal black dragon, swirling in the sky. Clearly, the assault by the Shadow people had intensified, and the wall's defenses were perilously weak. "Speed up," Qin Chang shouted, spurring his horse toward the wall. He understood the urgency of reaching the ice prison to assist Jon and the Night's Watch. Otherwise, the consequences of breaching the wall seal would be dire. The gates of the wall were tightly shut, and the Night's Watchmen on the battlements fought valiantly against the onslaught of the Shadow people. Upon their arrival at the foot of the wall, and upon revealing their identities, the gates slowly creaked open. They surged into the wall, immediately joining the fray. The ice prison lay deep within the walls, now besieged by the Shadow people. Jon led the Night's Watchmen in fierce combat, his long claw gleaming with blue light as he relentlessly cut down foes. Yet, the sheer number of the Shadow people was overwhelming, and the Night's Watch's defenses were beginning to falter. "Jon, we're here," Qin Chang shouted as he charged toward the ice prison, the light of the four-colored crystal forming a blade that sliced through the Shadow people. Upon seeing Qin Chang, Jon's face brightened with a smile. "Qin Chang, your arrival is timely. The seal of the ice prison is on the verge of collapse." Nodding in affirmation, Qin Chang fought alongside Jon. The radiance of the four-colored crystal intertwined with the blue glow of Longclaw, creating a formidable line of defense that repelled the Shadow people's assault. The morale of the Night's Watch surged, and they launched a counteroffensive, gradually stifling the Shadow people's advance. After a fierce battle, the Shadow people were finally driven back, and the crisis at the wall was temporarily averted. Qin Chang and Jon approached the ice prison, where they observed a massive crack in the seal, dark shadowy essence seeping through the fissure. "We must restore the seal promptly," Qin Chang urged, pressing the four-colored crystal against the crack. A soft lavender light permeated the ice prison, causing the fissure to slowly begin to close. However, the strength of the shadowy essence remained formidable, hindering the restoration's speed. Jon sighed. "The power of the Shadow Lord grows ever stronger. We do not know how much longer we can hold out." Qin Chang gazed intently at the shadowy figure imprisoned within the ice cell, his resolve unwavering. "Regardless of how long it takes, we must persevere. As long as there remains a glimmer of hope, we cannot surrender." At that moment, the four-colored crystal suddenly erupted with a brilliant light, enveloping the entire ice prison in a soft lavender glow. The cracks rapidly contracted within the radiance, ultimately vanishing entirely, re-ensconcing the shadowy figure within the icy confines. Qin Chang and Jon exchanged glances, each reflecting surprise and hope in the other's eyes. It appeared that the four-colored crystal had grown even more potent after absorbing the volcano's energy. "It seems the crystal has gained strength," Jon remarked, a smile of relief gracing his face. Qin Chang nodded, clutching the four-colored crystal tightly. "Yet we must remain vigilant. The seals of the other temples still require our guardianship. Our next destination is the Riverlands marshes." Jon assented. "I shall arrange the defenses of the wall and promptly rush to support you." After bidding farewell to Jon, Qin Chang led the Night's Watch onward once more. He understood that the road ahead remained fraught with challenges, yet his conviction burned ever brighter. As long as the four-colored crystal endured, and as long as there were souls willing to fight alongside him, he would continue to battle until the threat of the Shadow Lord was extinguished, restoring true peace to the continent of Westeros. The company advanced beneath the sun, the crystal's radiance flickering in Qin Chang's grasp, a beacon of undying hope illuminating their path. The fate of Westeros rested firmly in their hands. Chapter 128. The struggle against the marsh miasma and the temple core. The noxious miasma of the Riverlands marshes clung to Qin Chang's armor like a murky green broth, exuding the foul stench of decaying water plants intertwined with shadowy essence. The four-colored crystal trembled violently upon its silver chain, its soft lavender light considerably dimmer than during their time at the volcano. Nevertheless, it stubbornly projected a protective membrane around him, repelling the insidious miasma that sought to infiltrate the seams of his armor. Having departed from the wall for over 10 days, the party trudged through sludge that reached their waists, averaging a meager 30 miles per day. Many of the Night's Watch had their boots pierced by the sharp stones hidden beneath the mire, their wounds inflamed and swollen by the miasma, barely manageable with purification powder and dragon crystal fragments. "My lord, we cannot pass the corrupted mire ahead," the captain of the Night's Watch said. leaning upon his dragon crystal spear. As the spear's tip pierced the muck, the surrounding mire suddenly erupted, bubbling violently as a series of black bubbles surfaced. The concentration of shadowy essence beneath the mire was so intense that even the crystal's light was suppressed. Qin Chang leaned closer to the mire, pressing the four-colored crystal against it. The crystal's surface was instantly tainted a deep green. He glimpsed into the depths of the mire, where countless distorted roots of shadowy essence writhed like a colossal net, lying in wait for unsuspecting prey. Even more chilling was the outline of human bones entwined among the shadows, with the finger bones adorned by the copper rings of the Night's Watch. It was the vanguard sent by Tyrion. Qin Chang's fingertips turned pale. They had not made it through. Suddenly, a flock of gray-feathered birds swept across the marsh, circling twice within the miasma before plummeting into the mire, disintegrating into black dust upon contact with the murky waters. In the Night Watch, a soldier from the region of Hujian gasped in horror, his face ashen. It is the shadow birds, waterfowl tainted by the essence of shadows. Their descent serves as a harbinger for the shadow folk. No sooner had he spoken than a multitude of dark figures abruptly rose from the reeds on the opposite bank of the mire, cloaked in woven aquatic vegetation. They brandished bone spears imbued with a sinister green venom, the spiraled symbols at the spearheads glimmering with an eerie emerald light amidst the miasma. The ambush by the shadow folk was both swift and ruthless. Bone spears rained down upon Qin Chang and his companions like a torrential downpour, while the roots of shadow essence in the muck stirred restlessly, seeking to ensnare their ankles. Qin Chang quickly concentrated the radiance of the four-colored crystal into a shield. As the pale lavender clashed with the dark green, fine cracks appeared upon the surface of the luminous barrier. He shouted to those behind him, "Fire arrows at the reeds. The sulphurous projectiles will disperse the miasma." The night watchmen promptly unfastened their quivers, and the arrows, trailing sulphurous flames, arced through the air. The moment they struck the reeds, a blazing azure fire ignited. The miasma writhed violently in the flames, revealing the startled faces of the shadow folk. Their skin appeared semi-transparent, green liquid coursing through their veins, evidently transformed by the mire's essence. These shadow folk could breathe within the poisonous fog. Tyrion's voice suddenly reached from the left. He struggled forward on a stout pony, followed by dozens of soldiers wielding flails. "We have been trapped here for 3 days. They are using the swamp's terrain to conduct guerrilla tactics, making it impossible to encircle them." Seizing the opportunity, Qin Chang directed the night watchmen to form a wedge formation, the brilliance of the four-colored crystal extending along its tip, manifesting an ice bridge over the mire. This was the newly awakened ability of the crystal, absorbing energy from the Great Wall's icy prison. The chill of the ice bridge temporarily repelled the shadow essence roots, and the night watchmen charged across its surface, their dragon crystal swords clashing with the shadow folk's bone spears, unleashing a noxious green mist. Tyrion's flail-wielding troops also launched a side assault, the iron balls embedded with crystal shards striking the shadow folk, exploding into pale lavender bursts of light. Yet, the resilience of the shadow folk exceeded expectations. Even when decapitated, their bodies continued to wield bone spears under the influence of shadow essence, only ceasing their movements once they were utterly reduced to ashes. Amidst the fierce combat, Qin Chang noticed an unusual detail. All the bone spears of the shadow folk were directed towards the same location, a mound deep within the reeds. The apex of the mound was cloaked in dense black moss, the pattern of the moss strikingly reminiscent of the ceiling symbols depicted in the frescoes of the volcanic temple. That was the entrance to the swamp temple. Qin Chang shouted to Tyrion, simultaneously severing a shadow essence root that had coiled around his ankle with the light of the crystal. "They are deliberately diverting our attention. Their true objective is to disrupt the seal beneath the mound." Tyrion immediately understood, directing half of the flail squad to launch incendiary projectiles toward the mound. The azure flames spread across the black moss, revealing the massive stones beneath, upon which spiral symbols slowly rotated. With each revolution, the essence within the swamp became increasingly agitated. At that moment, the mire trembled violently, and a colossal shadow crocodile surged forth from the sludge. Its scales were formed from the essence of shadows, and its gaping maw was adorned with spiraling symbols. The crocodile's tail swept through the air, instantly toppling 3 sentinels and pulling them into the quagmire, where the roots of shadow trees surged forth, swiftly consuming them until only empty armor remained. It was the Lord of the Shadow Mire. Tyrion's staff struck heavily into the muck, for this was the oldest conglomerate of shadow essence, said to have existed for over a millennium. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Chang leaped onto the crocodile's back, the luminous four-colored crystal radiating its brilliance into the crevices of its scales. The crocodile let out a deafening roar, attempting to shake him off, while the roots of shadow trees surged like a tide, retracting upon contact with the crystal's glow. Running atop the crocodile's back, he dashed toward its head, where the scales were thinnest, allowing a glimpse of the green light at its core, the energy source of the Lord of the Shadow Mire. Use the mixed explosive to blast its eyes, Qin Chang shouted to Tyrion. Tyrion immediately commanded the soldiers to load the shells, and the mixed explosive, glowing red and blue, struck the crocodile's eye sockets. In that instant of detonation, Qin Chang seized the opportunity to plunge the four-colored crystal deep into its skull. The moment the pale purple light collided with the green core, the Lord of the Shadow Mire emitted a piercing wail, its massive body thrashing wildly in the mire, churning up sludge and miasma that blotted out the sky. Qin Chang was flung away, but fortunately, Tyrion's soldiers swiftly secured him with a chain, preventing him from plummeting into the densest area of shadow essence. As the light receded, the crocodile's body had transformed into a pool of green ichor, leaving behind a fist-sized green crystal that shimmered amidst the muck. Qin Chang picked up the crystal, and suddenly, the four-colored crystal absorbed it. Within the crystal's pale, purple glow, a hint of flowing green emerged. He then realized that each temple's shadow core bestowed new powers upon the crystal. The fiery intensity of the volcano, the frigid chill of the ice prison, and now, the resilience of the mire. Meanwhile, the battle at the hillock raged on, as the denizens of shadow took advantage of the chaos to breach the boulder, from which black shadow essence began to pour forth. The shadow-eating birds in the mire grew increasingly frenzied, relentlessly assaulting the sentinel's defenses. Qin Chang immediately charged toward the hillock with the four-colored crystal. As the pale purple light swept across the fissure, it resonated with the symbols upon the stone, causing the crack to begin to slowly constrict. The symbols are repairing themselves, Tyrion exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes widening. This was unlike the seals of the volcano or the ice prison. Yet, Qin Chang furrowed his brow, sensing a familiar repulsion emanating from the depths of the fissure, akin to the aura of the altar's core of the Sea of Shadows, albeit weaker. It was a contingency of the Lord of Shadows. He pressed his palm against the boulder. As the symbols absorbed shadow essence to mend themselves, they silently altered their structure, resembling a dam riddled with vermin, externally intact, yet internally riddled with holes. Suddenly, a deep, ominous drumbeat resonated from the depths of the mire, and the attacks of the shadow denizens grew even more frenzied, culminating in a violent frenzy as they began to turn upon one another, using the flesh and blood of their comrades to nourish the fissure in the boulder. As the four-colored crystal stone in Qin Chang's grasp became intensely heated, he observed the shadowy essence resonating with the tree root-like veins beneath the colossal stone, harmonizing with the directions of the other 6 temples. The phantoms of the Calamity Stars faintly emerged amidst the miasma. They were accelerating the energy synchronization of the 7 temples. With a sense of urgency, Qin Chang implored, Tyrion, have your men bind the giant stone with chains. Do not allow it to absorb any shadow essence. The soldiers promptly sprang into action, the shards of crystal on the chains adhering closely to the colossal stone, forming a delicate web of pale purple light. Qin Chang devoted all his mental energy to the 4-colored crystal stone. The green, red, and blue luminescence deep within the crystal intermingled with the pale purple glow, delving into the fissures in an attempt to reweave the sealing patterns. At that moment, the consciousness of the Shadow Lord abruptly invaded his mind. Clearer than it had been in the volcanic temple, he envisioned an endless swamp, where countless aggregates of shadow essence lay dormant at the bottom. The seals of the 7 temples resembled 7 stakes thrust into the ground. Should these stakes be uprooted, the slumbering behemoth would awaken, dragging all of Westeros into the Sea of Shadows. Surrender, Qin Chang, the Shadow Lord's voice was beguiling. The people you protect were doomed to perish long ago when the shadow essence tainted the land. The power of the 4-colored crystal rightfully belongs to a far more formidable entity. Qin Chang's resolve wavered violently, the 4-colored crystal nearly slipping from his grasp. In that critical moment, the image of white spirit flickered in his mind, the golden mane of the ice wolf billowing in the sunlight, its green eyes brimming with trust. This was followed by Jon's furious roar, Tyrion's sardonic laughter, and the Night Watchman's unwavering sacrifice. These visions pierced through the Shadow Lord's seduction like a beacon. My power belongs solely to Westeros, Qin Chang bellowed as he pressed the 4-colored crystal deep into the fissure. All 4 hues erupted simultaneously, tearing open a vast rift in the miasma above the swamp, sunlight cascading down upon the symbols on the colossal stone, radiating a resplendent golden light. The shadow folk emitted anguished shrieks in the golden brilliance, transforming into green sludge. The fissures on the colossal stone healed entirely, even more resilient than before, as the surface symbols shimmered with four-colored light, resonating with the crystal in Qin Chang's palm. Tyrion's soldiers collapsed into the mire, watching in disbelief as the shadow essence receded underground like a receding tide. Yet, Qin Chang's consciousness rapidly faded, the overexertion of the crystal's energy causing his vision to darken. Just before he succumbed, he beheld Jon's figure materializing in the golden light, Longclaw's blue glow resonating with the four-colored crystal like two stars shining in harmony. When he awoke once more, Qin Chang found himself lying in a hastily erected tent, the four-colored crystal resting beside him, its surface radiating an increasingly warm luminosity. Tyrion was stirring the campfire with a wooden staff, the swamp fish roasting above it sizzling audibly, while Jon was polishing Longclaw. The ice shards of the sword's tassel glistening with the morning dew. "You have slept for a full 2 days," Jon remarked, handing him a cup of warm ale. "The seal of the Swamp Temple is more stable than anticipated. After the crystal absorbed the core of the Shadow Lord, it seems capable of automatically mending the minuscule cracks in the symbols." Qin Chang accepted the mug of ale, the warmth of the liquid flowing down his throat. He gazed at the soldiers training outside the tent, their armor still smeared with the mire of the swamp, yet each bore a resolute expression. The Temple of Dorne's desert was likely the most arduous challenge. He murmured softly, "The desert lacks water sources, and the spread of shadows will be swifter." Tyrion's wooden staff tapped a rhythm against the ground. "I have dispatched messengers to Dorne, urging them to evacuate the pastoralists along the desert's edge. It is said that the Sun God Temple in Dorne is a colossal energy focal point. Once the proper angle is found, sunlight can be transformed into a blade that purifies shadows." The four-colored crystal suddenly vibrated gently. Qin Chang clasped it in his palm, familiar resonances emanating from its depths. This time, the direction pointed towards the distant south, the heart of the Dorne Desert, where the temple's spire is rumored to refract sunlight into 7 hues at noon. He understood that the journey was far from over. Although the connection of the 3 calamity stars had been temporarily thwarted, the Shadow Lord's consciousness still lurked in the shadows, watching. The seals of the 7 temples were like 7 taut strings. The rupture of any one could trigger a chain reaction. 3 days later, the party set off at dawn. As they departed from the swamp, Qin Chang glanced back at the earthen mound adorned with four-colored radiance. The miasma of the swamp had thinned, revealing a clear pool below, reflecting the rising sun, akin to a pulsing golden orb. The sound of the night watchman's horse hooves echoed across the wasteland. The four-colored crystal warmed in Qin Chang's palm. He knew that regardless of whether the path ahead lay through volcanic flames, the icy plains, the swamp's miasma, or the desert's scorching sun, as long as he had comrades fighting alongside him and the light of this crystal remained, he would press on. The outline of the Dorne Desert grew increasingly distinct in the distance, the golden-hued sand dunes shimmering with a metallic sheen under the sun, while the spire of the Sun God Temple pierced the horizon like a torch awaiting ignition. Qin Chang tightened his grip on the reins, urging his steed to gallop towards the searing land, his shadow stretching long, overlapping with those of Jon and Tyrion, casting a resolute imprint upon the wasteland. The journey continued, and the spark of hope was sown with their every step into every corner of Westeros. Chapter 129. The shadow sand beneath the scorching sun and the radiance of the Sun God Temple. The scorching sun of the Dorne Desert resembled a red-hot branding iron, searing every inch of yellow sand. Qin Chang's armor was thoroughly soaked with sweat, salt crystallizing into a white frost upon the plates. The four-colored crystal pressed against his chest exuded a soothing coolness, the sole comfort amidst the oppressive heat. It had been over half a month since they left the marshes of the Riverlands, and the party trudged through the desert, the weight of their water skins visibly diminishing. The youngest night watchman bore cracked and bleeding lips, yet still clutched his dragonglass spear tightly, the spear's blue glow almost imperceptible under the sunlight. Ahead lay the burning Heart Canyon. Tyrion's short-legged horse left a trail of hoofprints in the sand, his single eye shielded by specially crafted glass lenses that reflected the blinding sunlight. The guide from Dorne indicated that upon traversing the canyon, the spire of the Sun God Temple would come into view, but the shadow sand within the canyon would consume light, capable of absorbing even the brilliance of dragonglass. Qin Chang tightened his grip on the reins, feeling the four-colored crystal emit a subtle warmth. He gazed towards the entrance of the canyon, where the yellow sands exhibited a strange gray-black hue. As the wind blew, the grains of sand flowed in a direction contrary to the wind, resembling countless tiny shadows writhing. Even more unsettling were the claw marks etched into the canyon walls, varying in depth, with a black luminescence emanating from their depths, indicative of the shadow sand scorpions. Jon's long claw trembled slightly in his hand, the icy spikes of the sword tip rapidly melting under the heat. The night watchman had encountered records in ancient texts describing desert scorpions tainted by shadow essence, capable of burrowing beneath the sand, their venomous stingers rendering dragon crystals temporarily ineffective. Before he could finish speaking, the sand ahead suddenly heaved, and a half-human-sized shadow sand scorpion burst forth from the earth, its exoskeleton composed of gray-black grains, and the spiral symbol on its stinger glimmered in the sunlight. The scorpion's pincers swept through the air, instantly sending 2 night watchmen flying, their dragon crystal armor, upon contact with the scorpion's body, began to corrode with a black rust. Qin Chang swiftly concentrated the radiance of the 4-colored crystal into a blade of light, slicing towards the scorpion's stinger. At the moment the light blade cleaved through the sandy armor, the shadow sand scorpion emitted a piercing shriek, and instead of blood, a flow of gray-black sand gushed from the wound, which reformed into smaller scorpions upon hitting the ground. "Do not shatter them," Qin Chang shouted to the others, simultaneously tracing a circle in the sand with the crystal's light. "The shadow sands will split and proliferate. Trap them with purification powder." The night watchman immediately scattered the purification powder, and a pale blue dust formed a luminous cage on the sand, ensnaring the shadow sand scorpion within. The scorpion thrashed violently against the luminous confines, its sandy exoskeleton peeling away, yet it could not break free from the cage's grip. However, more sand piles began to rise around them, and dozens of shadow sand scorpions converged from all directions. The sound of pincers scraping against sand reminiscent of countless dull blades cutting through stone. Tyrion suddenly leaped down from his horse, scattering a bag of volcanic sulfur into the air. "Qin Chang, ignite the sulfur with the crystal. The high temperature will solidify the shadow sand." Qin Chang immediately grasped the intent, and the radiance of the 4-colored crystal ignited the sulfur suspended in the air, creating a wall of pale blue flames upon the sandy ground. As the shadow sand scorpions passed through the flames, their sandy exoskeletons solidified, their movements becoming sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, Jon led the night watchman in a charge, the blue light of the long claw intertwining with the red glow of the firewall, cleaving the shadow sand scorpions in half, the solidified shadow sand disintegrating into powder within the brilliance. The fierce battle raged for a full hour, and when the last shadow sand scorpion fell to the purification powder, all were utterly exhausted. Qin Chang gazed deep into the canyon, where the shadow sand flowed with increasing peculiarity. The light of the 4-colored crystal flickered subtly as they approached the canyon, as if something were interfering. "We shall rest for half an hour before traversing the canyon." Qin Chang offered a water pouch to the injured night watchman, embedding all remaining dragon crystal shards into their weapons, aware that the interference of the shadow sand might diminish the crystal's radiance. Half an hour later, the group entered the Heartburn Canyon. The canyon walls loomed skyward, completely obscuring the sunlight, leaving only the light of the 4-colored crystal to illuminate a small area ahead. The shadow sand flowed beneath their feet, producing a rustling sound akin to countless eyes watching them from the darkness. The breath of the night watchman grew extraordinarily distinct, each individual gripping their weapons with vigilance, scanning their surroundings attentively. Suddenly, the shadowy sands ahead began to churn violently, and a colossal shadow scorpion emerged from the depths of the sand, its size tenfold that of the shadow scorpions previously encountered. The spiraled symbols on its exoskeleton formed a complete seal. The creature's pincers struck out, conjuring a massive wave of shadowy sand that surged toward the group. Qin Chang raised the 4-colored crystal high above his head, the pale purple light intertwining with the previously absorbed green, red, and blue hues, creating a radiant 4-colored barrier before the team. The tidal wave collided with the barrier, producing a deafening roar as the shadowy sand condensed and dissipated within the luminous glow. The scorpion's pincers were firmly halted by the barrier, unable to advance further. It was absorbing the shadowy sands of the canyon to enhance itself. Tyrion shouted, pointing at the scorpion's tail, where a red crystal, its core, was located. Qin Chang nodded, the brilliance of the 4-colored crystal suddenly blinding. As he concentrated the light into a slender spear, aiming for the red crystal at the scorpion's tail, the light spear pierced through the wave of shadowy sand, striking the red crystal with precision, shattering it instantaneously. The scorpion emitted a mournful wail as its massive form gradually dissipated into the shadowy sands. With the demise of the scorpion, the sands within the canyon ceased their flow, and the surrounding darkness began to recede, sunlight filtering through the crevices of the rock walls and casting mottled shadows upon the ground. The group exhaled in relief, hastening their steps to traverse the canyon. Upon exiting the Canyon of Fiery Hearts, the spire of the Sun God Temple finally came into view. The temple stood atop a vast sand dune, constructed from golden rocks. Its crystalline apex refracting a spectrum of colors under the sunlight, resembling a jewel embedded in the desert. However, the surrounding sands were littered with the corpses of the shadow folk, their bodies turned to black ashes in the sunlight, indicating that a fierce battle had recently taken place. It appeared that Dorne's forces had already been here. Jon gazed at the temple's grand entrance, yet they were unable to enter. The seal upon the doors remained intact. Qin Chang approached the temple's entrance, where a massive sun symbol was carved, subtly resonating with the symbols on the four-colored crystal. He pressed the crystal against the sun symbol, the pale purple light merging with the golden glow of the symbol, causing the doors to slowly swing open, revealing the interior. Inside, the temple was resplendent, dominated by a colossal statue of the sun god at its center. The statue cradled a massive crystal that emanated a warm light, illuminating the entire temple. However, the walls surrounding the statue were marred by traces of shadowy corruption, black veins spreading like spider webs, incessantly devouring the golden radiance. The shadow folk had infiltrated the temple's interior. Qin Chang gripped the four-colored crystal tightly. Their objective was the crystal held in the statue's hand, the very core of the sun god temple. The group cautiously ventured into the temple, the corridors filled with traps laid by the shadow folk, where floor tiles would suddenly flip to reveal shadowy sands, and bone spears would shoot from the walls, laced with poison. Yet, guided by the light of the four-colored crystal, they skillfully evaded trap after trap, gradually drawing closer to the temple's core. Before the statue, dozens of shadow folk encircled the crystal, their bodies exuding dark energy that infused the crystal. Its radiance dimmed, the surface marred by black fissures, on the brink of being completely eroded by the shadow's breath. Now was the moment. Qin Chang shouted as he charged toward the shadow folk, the four-colored crystal in his hand coalescing into a blade of light that struck at his adversaries. The shadow folk turned to face him, clashing their bone staffs against the light blade, producing a piercing sound. Jon and Tyrion, leading the Night's Watch, joined the fray, plunging the temple into chaos. Empowered by the four-colored crystal, Qin Chang's strength surged, his blade slicing through the defenses of the shadow folk, reducing their forms to black ash. Yet, the sheer number of shadow folk was overwhelming, surging like a tide, relentlessly depleting Qin Chang's energy. Just as he was about to falter, the crystal in the statue's hand erupted with blinding light, golden rays enveloping the entire temple. The shadow folk shrieked in anguish, dissipating into ashes. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Chang pressed the four-colored crystal against the crystal, the pale purple light merging with the golden glow, forming a colossal beam that shot skyward, piercing the temple's roof and illuminating the entire desert. The beam resonated with the sun's energy, and a magnificent rainbow appeared in the sky above the desert, its 7 hues cascading into the four-colored crystal. The crystal's luminosity intensified, the black cracks on its surface gradually vanishing in the brilliance, ultimately restoring its original purity. As the light receded, the temple lay in disarray, the crystal in the statue's hand radiating a warm glow that illuminated the entire space. Qin Chang collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, his strength entirely depleted. The Night's Watch approached, their faces alight with joy. "My lord, we have succeeded. The core of the Sun Temple is preserved." Qin Chang weakly nodded, gazing at the four-colored crystal, its surface shimmering with increasingly gentle hues, now infused with a hint of golden light, the essence of the sun. Yet he understood this was but a fleeting victory. The Shadow Lord's power continued to gather in the shadows, and the seals of the other temples remained under threat. "We must hasten to the next temple." Struggling to rise, Qin Chang acknowledged there were still 2 temples left, as long as they could safeguard them. The Shadow Lord would be unable to break the seals. The captain of the Night's Watch nodded. "My lord, we are prepared and ready to depart at any moment." Qin Chang surveyed the desert beyond the temple, the sun's rays casting a golden sheen upon the sands. He recognized that the road ahead was long, fraught with challenges. Yet he would not falter. As long as the four-colored crystal remained, and as long as there were those willing to fight alongside him, he would continue to battle until the threat of the Shadow Lord was utterly vanquished. At that moment, the four-colored crystal suddenly trembled violently, a familiar resonance echoing in Qin Chang's mind, this time directing him toward the distant east, where the last 2 temples lay, the Wind's Breath Temple in Stormland and the Sky Temple in the valley. He knew that the final confrontation was imminent. The Shadow Lord will undoubtedly make a final stand there, striving to break free from the seal and drag all of Westeros into the Sea of Shadows. Yet, Qin Chang is well prepared, gripping the four-colored crystal tightly, a resolute light shimmering in his eyes. The party departs from the Temple of the Sun at dusk, journeying eastward. The nights in the desert are particularly frigid, with starlight scattered across the sands, resembling countless diamonds twinkling in the dark. Qin Chang gazes up at the night sky. The light of the 3 stars of calamity appears to grow increasingly dim, akin to 3 candles on the verge of extinguishment. However, he understands that this is merely the calm before the storm, with greater perils awaiting them. Days later, the party arrives at the Stormlands, where the weather is exceptionally harsh. Fierce winds howl, and torrential rain pours down. The radiance of the 4-colored crystal sways amidst the tempest, like a candle flickering in the wind. The Temple of Wind's Respite is perched upon a colossal cliff, its walls constructed from black rock, etched with symbols of the wind that emit a wailing sound in the roaring gales. The Shadow People have long since set a trap around the temple. Soaring on the backs of massive shadow-winged beasts, their bone spears poised to strike at any moment. Below the cliffs, monstrous waves of shadow essence crash relentlessly against the rocks, attempting to engulf the temple. It seems the Shadow Lord has concentrated his final strength here. Jon grips Longclaw tightly, the icy shards of the sword's pommel glinting amidst the storm. We must proceed with caution. We cannot fall into their ambush. Qin Chang nods, the brilliance of the 4-colored crystal in his hand becoming blinding. Tyrion, lead a portion of the group to flank the temple from the side path and divert the attention of the Shadow People. Jon, you and I will break through head-on, charging straight for the heart of the temple. Tyrion and Jon acknowledge their orders, and the party swiftly divides into 2 teams, launching an assault on the Temple of Wind's Respite. Qin Chang and Jon charge at the forefront, the light of the 4-colored crystal intertwining with the azure glow of Longclaw, forming a formidable barrier that continually repels the advances of the Shadow People. The shadow-winged beasts dive from the sky, their claws imbued with shadow essence reaching for them. Qin Chang repels them with the brilliance of the 4-colored crystal, while Jon seizes the opportunity to sever the wings of the shadow-winged beasts with Longclaw, sending them plummeting into the sea. Below the cliffs, the monstrous waves of shadow essence relentlessly batter the rocks, and cracks begin to appear in the temple's walls, signaling an increasingly dire situation. Just as they are about to breach the temple, the figure of the Shadow Lord materializes atop it, his form composed entirely of pure shadow essence. With a bone staff directed at Qin Chang, a dark energy, akin to a colossal serpent, lunges towards him. Qin Chang raises the 4-colored crystal above his head, and 5 beams of light erupt simultaneously to collide with the dark energy. The 2 forces coalesce above the cliff, forming a massive sphere of energy, while the tempest intensifies under its influence, causing the entire Stormlands to tremble violently. Qin Chang, this is our final confrontation. The Shadow Lord's voice reverberates within the energy sphere. Surrender. You cannot defeat me. Westeros will ultimately become a part of the Sea of Shadows. A steadfast light flickers in Qin Chang's eyes. Shadow Lord, you are mistaken. The people of Westeros will not yield. We will protect this land with our lives until the very last moment. He infused all his energy into the 4-colored crystal, and in an instant, 5 brilliant lights surged forth, completely suppressing the dark energy. The Lord of Shadows let out a piercing wail as his form gradually dissipated within the radiance. As the light faded, the seal of the Wind Whisper Temple was restored, and the shadow-winged beasts in the sky, along with the colossal waves beneath the cliffs, vanished without a trace. Qin Chang slumped onto the plaza before the temple, gasping for breath, the glow of the 4-colored crystal flickering in his hand, the 5 hues flowing in ever more harmonious unity. Jon and Tyrion approached him, their faces adorned with expressions of joy. Qin Chang, we have succeeded. The Lord of Shadows has been utterly vanquished. Weakly, Qin Chang nodded, gazing at the 4-colored crystal, knowing that this protracted battle had finally come to an end. Peace had returned to the continent of Westeros, the seals of the 7 temples as steadfast as before, and the light of the calamity stars had completely vanished from the night sky. Months later, Qin Chang, Jon, and Tyrion stood upon the terrace of the Red Keep, surveying the vibrant scene of King's Landing. The townsfolk danced and sang in the square, celebrating the hard-won peace. The 4-colored crystal was enshrined in the council chamber of the Red Keep, its 5 lights swirling within the crystal like an everlasting beacon of hope, safeguarding the tranquility of Westeros. We have achieved it. Tyrion's staff tapped a jubilant rhythm upon the ground, his single eye sparkling with delight. Jon nodded, the blue light of Longclaw shimmering in the sunlight. But we must not forget those who sacrificed their lives. It is they who have secured today's peace. Qin Chang gazed towards the distant horizon, where the sky was clear, resembling a vast sapphire. He understood that peace was hard won, and they must cherish this precious outcome, devoting their lives to protect this land forever. The light of the four-colored crystal flickered in the council chamber, as if recounting this thrilling history while heralding a brighter future for the continent of Westeros. Chapter 130. The Trial of Wind at the Cloud Temple, and the embers of shadows, the mists of the valley, like uncoagulated silver, entwined among the peaks of the Stormspire Mountains. Qin Chang's mount tread carefully along the steep mountain path, the sound of the horseshoes striking the basalt resonating crisply, only to be swiftly swallowed by the howling mountain winds. It had been over 10 days since they left the Stormlands, and the four-colored crystal, glimmering on the silver chain, could not completely fend off the chill of high altitudes. Delicate frost formed upon Qin Chang's eyelashes, and the breath he exhaled mingled with the surrounding clouds. Ahead lay the cliff of broken clouds. Jon reined in the reins, the blue light of Longclaw trembling slightly in the wind. The icy edges of the swords tassel thicker than during their time in the Stormlands. Scouts from the valley had reported that the suspended pathway across the cliff was the only route to the Sky Temple, but the pathway had decayed a century ago, now reduced to a few iron chains swaying in the breeze. Qin Chang leaned over to gaze down into the chasm, where, amidst the depths of the mist, he could faintly discern the dark green expanse of the echoing forest, renowned in the valley for its winds that were said to repeat the words of travelers. At this moment, countless shadowy figures spiraled above the forest, weaving through the clouds and emitting sharp, piercing wails. These were the Wind Whisperer birds, tainted by shadow essence. Once gentle creatures, they now bore iron beaks and lethal claws, their feathers glimmering with the same dark light as the shadow essence. Though the Lord of Shadows had dissipated, his lingering essence continued to manipulate these beings. Tyrion's glass mirror reflected the sunlight, casting its glow upon the iron chain bridge, where wind serpents coiled. Their bodies formed from the solidified essence of shadows. Their venom could corrode dragon crystals and were far more formidable than the shadow scorpions. Suddenly, the four-colored crystal grew intensely warm, a sharp pain radiating from Qin Chang's palm. He lifted his gaze towards the celestial temple above, its spire occasionally piercing the clouds. The golden-white stone walls were inscribed with runes of the wind, shimmering under the sunlight like a colossal bird poised to take flight. However, the clouds surrounding the temple twisted into an eerie spiral, evidently distorted by some force, forming a natural barrier. First, the Wind Whisperer birds must be dealt with. Qin Chang concentrated the light from the four-colored crystal into a luminous orb, aiming at the nearest flock of Wind Whisperer birds, whose nests likely resided within the caverns of the broken cloud cliff. Destroying their nests would halt their relentless emergence. The night watchmen immediately readied their bows, launching flaming arrows tipped with sulfur towards the cliff's cave. The flames erupted within, causing the Wind Whisperer birds to screech in panic and flee from their lairs. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Chang commanded his comrades to charge, the brilliance of the four-colored crystal forming a radiant barrier before them, halting the birds' descent. Jon's long claw radiated a blue light, each swing severing the wings of multiple Wind Whisperer birds, while Tyrion directed soldiers to hurl chains, ensnaring those that dared approach and sending them plummeting into the abyss. The fierce battle raged for 2 hours, and when the last Wind Whisperer bird was purified into ash, the edge of the broken cloud cliff was strewn with black feathers. Qin Chang gazed across at the iron chain bridge, where the wind serpents writhed and coiled. Their forms, a translucent blend of shadow essence and wind, dripped venom onto the rocks below, sizzling and releasing white smoke. "I shall go first," he declared, wrapping the four-colored crystal around his wrist. The light chain trailed a faint lavender shadow in the wind. "You provide cover with arrows while I eliminate the wind serpents on the chains." He leaped onto the first iron chain, but as his toes barely touched its surface, 3 wind serpents lunged simultaneously, their venom spattering against the light chain and bubbling into dark froth. Qin Chang swiftly summoned the energy of the crystals, vibrant colors cascading along the chain. The wind serpents writhed in agony amidst the radiance, ultimately dissipating into wisps of azure smoke. Yet, more serpents surged forth from the depths of the chain, a relentless tide that drained the crystal's energy. "Fire a mixed ice and fire projectile at the middle of the chain," Tyrion shouted across the chasm, prompting the soldiers to hurl their missiles toward the iron links. The red and blue radiance erupted upon impact, the extreme heat and cold instantly freezing vast sections of shadow essence, temporarily stalling the wind serpent's assault. Seizing the moment, Qin Chang dashed along the chain, the glow of the four-colored crystal trailing behind him, purging the remaining serpents entirely. By the time he reached the opposite shore, his armor was riddled with small holes from the serpent's venom, each wound radiating a searing pain. He immediately applied the purification powder to his wound while surveying the entrance of the Sky Temple. It was a grand archway, adorned with a colossal wind wheel symbol. Its stone walls riddled with bullet marks, evidently a testament to the Valley's army's desperate assaults, thwarted by the shadow barrier. Within the courtyard behind the archway lay remnants of the shadow people. Qin Chang shouted to Jon and Tyrion, who were reinforcing the barrier with the power of the wind. They needed to break through swiftly. Jon and Tyrion promptly led the Night's Watch across the Iron Chain Bridge. Although 2 soldiers unfortunately fell into the abyss midway, the rest managed to reach the opposite shore. Under Qin Chang's leadership, they charged towards the archway. The brilliance of the 4-colored crystals collided with the wind wheel symbol, producing a deafening hum as fine cracks appeared on the barrier. With renewed determination, Qin Chang roared, channeling all his energy into the crystals, the 5-colored radiance swelling dramatically, shattering the barrier in a magnificent burst of light. The shadow people in the courtyard turned in alarm. Clad in armor made of wind serpent skin, wielding bone staffs that could manipulate the wind's flow, redirecting the Night's Watch's attacks towards their comrades. Tyrion's chain flail squad initiated the first charge, the crystal shards on their flails swirling in the wind, forming a protective net against the wind blades of the shadow people. Jon led the soldiers in a flanking maneuver, the blue light of his claws colliding with the wind energy, stirring up a cloud of white mist. Qin Chang surged towards the center of the courtyard, where the wind altar stood, crowned with a black wind pillar, the core of the shadow essence. Continuously channeling energy to the Sky Temple. Destroy the wind pillar. Qin Chang's light blade struck the wind pillar. At the moment of impact, countless wind serpents surged forth from it, coalescing into a massive spectral wind serpent in the air, its gaping maw unleashing a torrent of black shadow essence that enveloped Qin Chang. The suffocating sensation brought on by the shadow essence dimmed his vision, and his consciousness began to blur, as if he heard the whispers of the Lord of Shadows. Surrender, your efforts are in vain. The shadow essence will ultimately engulf the world. In that instant, the 4-colored crystals erupted in resplendent brilliance, the 5 hues swirling within him, resonating with his very blood. He recalled the loyalty of White Spirit, the resoluteness of Jon, the wisdom of Tyrion, and all those who had sacrificed themselves to protect Westeros. These memories became a beacon, piercing through the chains of shadow essence. I will not yield, Qin Chang bellowed, pressing the 4-colored crystals against the wind pillar, the vibrant light cascading along its surface, causing the spiral symbols to shatter in the radiance. The colossal wind serpent specter let out a mournful wail, ultimately dissolving into countless wind whispers that vanished into the air. The shadow people in the courtyard, bereft of the wind pillar's energy, watched as their armor disintegrated, their forms reduced to black dust in the wind. Seizing the opportunity, the Night's Watch launched a full-scale assault, swiftly cleansing the area of all shadow people. Exhausted, Qin Chang collapsed beside the altar, gasping for breath. The 4-colored crystals flickering in his hand, their harmonious glow more unified than ever, as if melded into one. The grand doors of the Sky Temple swung open. Jon approached him, gesturing towards the white jade staircase at the end of the courtyard, where the runes absorbed the light of the crystals, seemingly guiding us toward the heart of the temple. Qin Chang nodded, struggling to rise. The group ascended the white jade stairs, flanked by stone walls adorned with murals depicting the construction of the Sky Temple. This temple was built collaboratively by the ancestors of the valley and the wind spirits to suppress the source of the shadowy essence beneath. At the conclusion of the mural, an apparition holding a 4-colored crystal stood at the core of the temple, singing alongside the wind spirits, sealing the shadowy essence within a vortex of wind. It appeared that the 4-colored crystal was also the key to the temple's seal. Qin Chang caressed the figure depicted in the mural, realizing that the ancestors had prophesied our arrival. Upon reaching the summit of the staircase, a vast circular hall unfolded before them, its dome crafted from transparent crystal, revealing the blue sky and white clouds outside. In the center of the hall stood a statue of the wind deity, cradling a colossal wind crystal that emanated a soft glow, illuminating the entire hall. However, the ground surrounding the crystal was marred by the traces of shadowy essence, with black veins spreading like spider webs, continually devouring the crystal's light. The remnants of the Shadow Lord's essence were still attempting to taint the wind crystal. Qin Chang tightened his grip on the 4-colored crystal, knowing that purifying the crystal would solidify the seal of the Sky Temple. The group cautiously entered the hall, when suddenly the floor began to rotate, forming a massive vortex from which countless blades of wind surged toward them. Yet, guided by the radiance of the 4-colored crystal, they deftly evaded each blade, gradually approaching the wind crystal. Arriving before the statue, Qin Chang pressed the four-colored crystal against the wind crystal, and the five-hued light merged with the crystal's glow, creating a colossal beam of light that shot towards the dome, piercing through the crystalline ceiling and illuminating the entire valley. The beam resonated with the energy of the wind, giving rise to a tremendous vortex in the sky, from which countless wind spirits emerged, swirling around the beam and singing melodiously. Amidst the harmonious chants of the wind spirits, the black veins on the surface of the wind crystal gradually vanished, ultimately restoring its original purity. As the light dissipated, the floor of the hall ceased its rotation, and the wind blades disappeared without a trace. Qin Chang collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, every ounce of his strength expended. The night watchman approached him, a joyful smile gracing his face. "My lord, we have succeeded. The seal of the Sky Temple has been preserved." Qin Chang weakly nodded, gazing at the four-colored crystal, its surface shimmering with an increasingly gentle five-hued light, now infused with a hint of azure, a manifestation of the wind's energy. He understood that the seals of the seven temples had been secured, the threat of the Shadow Lord utterly eradicated, and Westeros had finally embraced true peace. "Let us return home." Struggling to rise, Qin Chang's eyes sparkled with exhaustion yet joy. The group departed the Sky Temple at sunset, retracing their steps. The valley's mist gradually receded behind them, revealing golden sunlight that illuminated the path leading back to the valley. Qin Chang turned to gaze at the Celestial Temple, a magnificent structure perched upon the clouds, radiating a dazzling brilliance under the sun, akin to a jewel embedded in the sky, safeguarding the tranquility of the valley below. Days later, the party arrived at the capital of the valley, Eagle's Nest City. The lord of the city held a grand welcome ceremony for them, as the populace cheered joyously along the streets, celebrating the advent of peace. Qin Chang, John, and Tyrion stood atop the highest point of Eagle's Nest City, beholding the breathtaking scenery of the valley, their hearts filled with myriad emotions. It was finally over. Tyrion's staff struck the ground with a merry rhythm, his single eye sparkling with delight. Jon nodded, the blue light of Longclaw glistening in the sunlight. "Yet we must not forget those who sacrificed their lives for today's peace." Qin Chang gazed at the distant horizon, where the sky was clear, resembling a vast sapphire. He understood the fragility of peace and the necessity to cherish this hard-won achievement, vowing to protect this land with their lives for eternity. A month later, Qin Chang, Jon, and Tyrion returned to King's Landing. A grand celebration unfolded in the courtyard of the Red Keep, as the citizens sang and danced, rejoicing in the peace of Westeros. The four-colored crystal was enshrined in the council chamber of the Red Keep, its six hues swirling within the crystal, like an everlasting beacon of hope, safeguarding the serenity of Westeros. During the festivities, Qin Chang stood upon the terrace of the Red Keep, delivering a brief speech. "People of Westeros, we have finally welcomed peace. Yet we must not forget that this tranquility was purchased with the lives of countless individuals. We must forever honor the fallen heroes, cherish the peace we have, and with our own hands, forge a brighter future." The crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause, cheers echoing throughout. Qin Chang surveyed the jubilant throng in the courtyard, filled with pride and a sense of duty. He recognized that the road ahead remained long and fraught with challenges, but as long as the people of Westeros stood united, nothing could hinder their progress. After the celebration, Qin Chang, Jon, and Tyrion convened in the council chamber of the Red Keep, gazing at the four-colored crystal enshrined at the center. The six hues danced within the crystal, seemingly recounting the thrilling history they had endured. "We should establish a new Night's Watch dedicated to guarding the seals of the seven temples," Jon proposed, emphasizing the importance of vigilance to prevent history from repeating itself. Tyrion nodded in agreement. "I will instruct the maesters to compile a manual of shadow defense, documenting our experiences in the battle against the Lord of Shadows for future generations to reference." Qin Chang looked at the four-colored crystal, determination gleaming in his eyes. "We must also construct way stations between the seven temples, enabling the Night's Watch to exchange information promptly, so that we can act immediately upon detecting any trace of the shadows." The three exchanged knowing smiles, aware that although the Lord of Shadows had been utterly vanquished, the duty to protect Westeros would never cease. They pledged to devote their remaining years to safeguarding this hard-won peace, ensuring that the land of Westeros would forever remain free from the threat of shadows. As the years passed, a decade later, the realm of Westeros flourished. The seals of the seven temples remained steadfast, and the Night's Watch patrolled regularly, with no trace of the shadows ever appearing again. Though Qin Chang, Jon, and Tyrion had aged, they steadfastly maintained their posts, contributing to the peace of Westeros. On a sunlit afternoon, the trio gathered once more in the council chamber of the Red Keep, gazing at the four-colored crystal that adorned the center. The 6 hues of light danced within the crystal, resembling an everlasting beacon of hope, illuminating the entire chamber. "We did it." Qin Yang's voice, though aged, resonated with pride. Jon nodded, tears glistening in his eyes. "Those who sacrificed themselves must surely see the peace we have today." Tyrion's single eye fixated on the crystal, revealing a smile of contentment. The future of Westeros will undoubtedly be even brighter. The 3 exchanged knowing smiles, aware that their mission had been accomplished. Yet the tale of Westeros continued. The brilliance of the 4-colored crystal flickered in the chamber, as if blessing the people of this land with eternal happiness and well-being. Chapter 131. Echoes of the North and new voices of the ice snow blanketed Qin Yang's cloak, instantly melting into droplets, only to be reformed into tiny ice crystals by the biting wind. He stood before the ice sculpture of the White Spirit, crafted from the millennia-old frost of the ever-frozen abyss. The golden mane of the ice wolf shimmered with a faint rainbow glow in the evening sun, and its green ice eyes seemed to still gaze into the distance. The 4-colored crystal warmed slightly on the silver chain, the 5 lights: volcanic red, ice prison blue, swamp green, sun gold, stormy teal, flowing in ever greater harmony. As he approached the ice sculpture, a thin mist rose from the surface, reminiscent of the breath the White Spirit once exhaled. "Since you left, this statue has glowed on every full moon night." The Night's Watch scholar draped a fox fur over his shoulders, the old man's beard frosted with white. The northern herdsman claimed that the spirit of the White Spirit guarded the ever-frozen abyss, preventing any remnants of shadows from approaching. Qin Yang's fingertips glided over the claws of the sculpture, the ice surface exceptionally smooth, evidently having been caressed repeatedly. He recalled Jon's mention of a snow wolf pup resembling the White Spirit, a warm feeling swelling within him. "Where's the stardust?" he inquired, his voice trembling slightly in the cold wind. The scholar gestured towards the depths of the ice fields. "Follow the Night's Watch patrol towards the cracked ice valley. It is said that little one can trace the remnants of shadows in the snow better than any dragonglass detector." The cracked ice valley lay merely 100 miles from the ever-frozen abyss, yet it was the most stubborn region for shadows in the north. The fissure created by the Lord of Shadows had once extended from here. Although purified by the 4-colored crystal, faint remnants of shadows still lingered beneath the ice. During the longest nights, spiral symbols would emerge on the icy surface of the valley, akin to unhealed scars. As Qin Yang galloped towards the cracked ice valley, twilight approached. The hoofprints in the snow led to the valley's mouth. The imprint mingled with black ice crystals, an amalgamation of shadows and snow, which emitted a hissing sound when touched by purifying powder. The radiant hues of the 4-colored crystals swept across the ice crystals, swiftly dispelling the darkness to reveal the pristine white frost beneath. Laughter echoed from the Night Watcher's camp at the valley's mouth, and as Qin Yang approached, he beheld Stardust playfully perched on a soldier's shoulder, its golden mane speckled with snowflakes, a black crystal clutched in its mouth, flickering like a diminutive core of the Shadow Lord. "Lord Qin Yang." The patrol captain immediately rose to salute, a young man bearing a claw mark upon his face, a wound inflicted by a shadow-infused snow bear. "This little one just dragged this from the ice crevice. Do take a look." As Qin Yang accepted the black crystal, the brilliance of the 4-colored gem enveloped it, causing the crystal to emit faint crackling sounds before ultimately dissipating into a wisp of azure smoke. He noticed that Stardust's forepaws were dusted with the faintest shade of black ash, remnants of the burned shadow essence. Unfazed, the little creature rubbed its head against his hand, its green eyes brimming with affection. "Is it unafraid of the shadow essence?" Qin Yang mused, gently stroking Stardust's mane. Noting its body temperature was warmer than that of an ordinary icefield wolf, as if a current of warmth flowed beneath its fur. The captain scratched his head. "Not only is it unafraid, but it can also move freely within the shadow essence. The last time we encountered a snow monster formed from the condensed shadow essence in the ice crevice, it was Stardust that charged forward and tore it apart. The shadow essence that touched it melted away as if it had met fire, bringing the 4-colored crystal close to Stardust's brow. The gem's glow radiated along the pup's fur, forming a delicate lavender mark upon its chest, identical to the pattern on the White Spirit ice sculpture. Stardust blissfully squinted its eyes, emitting a purring sound, and the snow beneath its paws suddenly melted, revealing an ice brick etched with a spiral symbol, precisely the core of the Shadow Lord's rift in the ice field from years past. It seemed that Stardust had inherited the resonance of the White Spirit and the crystal. A myriad of emotions surged within Qin Yang. Stardust's existence felt like a continuation of the White Spirit, imbued with renewed hope. Tonight was the night of the full moon. We stand guard here to witness what transpires in the rift of ice. As night descended, the temperature in the rift plummeted below freezing. The night watchers ignited a bonfire, the flames flickering in the frigid wind, casting reflections upon the ice surface of the valley. Stardust lay at Qin Chang's feet, its green eyes vigilantly surveying the surroundings, its ears twitching slightly with each gust of wind, as if attuned to the faintest sounds. At the stroke of midnight, the full moon ascended to its zenith, and silver moonlight spilled across the ice surface, when suddenly, a cracking sound echoed through the valley. The ice fractured around the symbol beneath Stardust's paws, splintering into countless fine lines, from which the faintest shadow essence seeped, coalescing in the moonlight into the translucent outlines of the shadow folk. These silhouettes held no substance, yet left distinct footprints upon the ice, mirroring the bone boots of the Shadow Lord's followers. It is the shadow memory. Qin Chang swiftly raised the four-colored crystal above his head, 5 beams of light converging to form a vast luminous dome within the valley. The residual consciousness of the Shadow Lord was resurrecting the ritual of yesteryear. The shadows began to chant around the ice surface symbol, their voices ethereal, echoing like the wind whispering through the ice crevices. Stardust suddenly dashed forth, its golden figure weaving through the memories of shadows, the delicate lavender marks of its claws relentlessly tearing through the fabric of those memories. However, the fragmented memories did not dissipate. Instead, they reformed into clearer contours. One such memory held a bone staff, the black crystal atop it resonating intensely with the 4 colored crystals. It was the high priest of the Shadow Master. Qin Chang's pupils constricted abruptly as he recognized the bone armor of that memory, identical to that of the priest encountered in the volcano temple. They were attempting to repair the rift in the ice plains using these shadow memories. The radiance of the 4 colored crystals surged dramatically as Qin Chang condensed 5 beams of light into a blade, striking towards the shadow priest's bone staff. The moment the light blade passed through the memory, the spiral symbols on the staff flickered violently, and the echoes of pain from the valley's shadows resounded in anguish, causing the cracks in the ice surface to begin to close, while the dark shadows were forced back beneath the ice. Seizing the opportunity, Stardust lunged at the shadow priest, its golden mane standing erect in the light, resembling a burning flame. The shadows swiftly dissipated beneath its claws, leaving behind a piece of black ice crystal, within which nestled a faint glimmer of red light. This was a remnant of the Shadow Master's core, originating from the shadows Qin Chang absorbed in the Stormland. This artifact had the potential to enhance the purifying power of the crystals. Qin Chang pressed the ice crystal against the 4 colored crystals, and at the moment of collision between the 2 energies, a silvery light suddenly emerged within the crystal, intertwining with the azure of the ice prison, forming a swirling ice wall in the valley that completely sealed all remnants of shadow. This was the ice power of the eternal frozen abyss. As the moonlight slipped behind the clouds, the chilling ice valley had returned to tranquility. Stardust lay upon the sigils on the ice surface, its green eyes gazing at Qin Chang, emitting a satisfied rumble from its throat. Qin Chang understood that the remnants of shadows in the north had finally been thoroughly purified. The power of the 7 temples had coalesced within the 4 colored crystals, forming a complete protective barrier. This barrier not only could withstand the return of the Shadow Master, but also nourish this war-torn land. 3 days later, Qin Chang returned to Winterfell with Stardust. The ancient fortress of the north, during its reconstruction post-war, radiated with new vitality. The dragon crystal runes upon the walls resonated with the ice wall of the eternal frozen abyss, and banners of ice wolves and fire dragons hung at the city gates, symbolizing the alliance between the North and King's Landing. Jon was training new recruits in the castle courtyard, the blue light of Longclaw tracing arcs through the snow, while the young night watchman mimicked his movements with wooden swords, chanting in unison. Upon seeing Qin Chang, Jon paused momentarily, as if the cold winds of the plains softened a touch. "I heard you purified another remnant of shadows in the chilling ice valley?" Jon sheathed his sword, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. "The scholars say the 4 colored crystals can now automatically restore the energy nodes of the north, as if they have come to life." Qin Chang presented the 4 colored crystals to Jon. The 6 beams of light within, now including the silvery hue from the eternal frozen abyss, swirling in the sunlight, resembling a condensed star. After absorbing the ice power from the eternal frozen abyss, it was capable of sensing the source of the shadows. He observed Stardust playing in the courtyard, the little creature chasing an ice crystal butterfly, much like how Stardust could find shadows in the snow. Jon's fingertips glided across the crystalline surface, the blue light resonating with the icy blue of the crystal prison. News from King's Landing reached them. Tyrion had discovered an extraterrestrial vessel amidst the ruins of the Shadow Sea, adorned with symbols linked to the Lord of Shadow's domain. He hoped they could embark on a journey back. A stir of emotion welled within Qin Chang as the four-colored crystal began to radiate warmth. He recalled the words of the Lord of Shadow's priest regarding the realm of darkness, a void even more distant than the Shadow Sea, which perhaps represented the true homeland of the Lord of Shadows. It seemed that days of peace could not be taken for granted. With a smile that belied the resolute gleam in his eyes, he joined the evening banquet in Winterfell, where the lords of the north raised their cups in celebration of the purification of the Shattered Ice Valley. The hall's braziers burned with a mixture of volcanic sulfur and pinewood, casting an unusual blue-violet glow that warmed every face. Stardust lay at Qin Chang's feet, relishing the gentle strokes of the guests, its golden mane shimmering red in the firelight, resembling a flickering flame. In the deep of night, Qin Chang stood on the terrace of Winterfell, gazing at the starry sky of the north. The location of the Calamity Star had been supplanted by new constellations, each direction of the 7 temples marked by a bright star, forming an arc in the night sky that perfectly corresponded with the 6 hues emanating from the 4-colored crystal. He understood that the threat of the Lord of Shadows might not have been entirely vanquished. Yet as long as the protective barrier of the 7 temples remained and allies like Jon and Tyrion, along with new life like Stardust, were by his side, Westeros would never succumb to the darkness. "Are you ready to head to King's Landing?" Jon's voice broke through from behind, his cloak still glistening with the sweat of training. Tyrion mentioned that the extraterrestrial vessel bore remnants of the ancestors, potentially unraveling the mystery of the Lord of Shadow's origins. Qin Chang tightened his grip on the 4-colored crystal, the 6 lights within forming a miniature star map in his palm. At any moment, he replied. He turned to face the south, where the direction of King's Landing faded into the horizon under the night sky, but they needed to take Stardust along. The little creature might uncover more clues aboard the extraterrestrial vessel. Stardust seemed to understand, darting from the shadows to nudge against his boot, its green eyes twinkling under the starlight. Qin Chang bent down to scoop it up, the little creature curling comfortably in his arms, emitting soft purring sounds. 3 days later, Qin Chang and Jon, accompanied by Stardust, set forth on their journey to King's Landing. The snow of the north melted beneath the horses' hooves, revealing tender green shoots below, a herald of spring's imminent arrival. The 4-colored crystal shimmered in the sunlight, casting a kaleidoscope of light and shadow upon the snow, resembling a path leading to the future. They were aware that the journey ahead might still present challenges, yet as long as the radiance of the crystal persisted, and their comrades remained by their side, they would continue onward, for the peace of Westeros and in honor of the fallen heroes. The wind swept from the north, carrying the freshness and hope of the icy plains, leaving behind a series of resolute footprints that would soon be covered by new snow, yet had already etched an indelible belief upon this land. Along the way, they reunited with Tyrion in the Riverlands. The diminutive lord presented sketches of vessels from beyond the realm, adorned with symbols reminiscent of the seals of the 7 gods, yet possessing a more ancient quality, akin to the nascent script of our forebears. The scholars deciphered fragments of the inscriptions, Tyrion's staff rapped against the sketches as the text revealed that the Lord of Shadows hailed from the realm of darkness, sealed within the Sea of Shadows by the 7. When the 3 calamity stars align once more, the seal shall shatter. Suddenly, the 4-colored crystal vibrated violently, its 6 hues converging upon a symbol on the sketch, resembling a swirling galaxy with a black point at its center, perfectly aligning with the descriptions of the Lord of Shadows' domain. It appeared we must venture to the Sea of Shadows. He gazed upon the southern coastline, pondering that the ship might conceal the means to eradicate the Lord of Shadows entirely. Tyrion's singular eye sparkled with excitement. "I have prepared the fleet. With but a command from you, we shall set sail." Jon tightened his grip on Longclaw. "The night's watch at the wall is also ready. Wherever the Lord of Shadows may be hiding, we shall obliterate him." Stardust lay upon Qin Chang's lap, its green eyes fixed upon the symbol on the sketch, emitting a low growl, as if warning against an unknown foe. Qin Chang stroked its mane, his heart brimming with confidence. The fleet arrived at the Sea of Shadows a fortnight later. The remnants of the otherworldly vessel lay 300 feet beneath the waves, its hull encrusted with thick coral. Yet the symbols shimmered beneath the water. The light from the 4-colored crystal pierced through the seawater, illuminating the interior of the ship, where a skeleton of a shadowfolk lay, a transparent crystal embedded in its chest, within which resided a faint glimmer of white light, the essence of the power left behind when the 7 sealed the Lord of Shadows. Qin Chang pressed the 4-colored crystal against the transparent crystal. The moment their energies collided, A tremendous whirlpool erupted in the ocean, as the six hues merged with the white light, forming a radiant column of colors that soared towards the heavens. The waters of the Sea of Shadows became crystalline within the light, purging all remnants of shadow and revealing the pristine white sands beneath. As the brilliance faded, an additional white light emerged within the four-colored crystal, the seven hues swirling within, like a miniature rainbow. Qin Chang understood that this represented the crystal's most complete form, the ultimate safeguard bestowed upon Westeros by the Seven. On their return to King's Landing, the fleet encountered a rare tempest upon the sea. Yet guided by the radiance of the four-colored crystal, all vessels remained unscathed. Qin Chang stood at the bow, gazing toward the distant continent, his heart filled with reflection. This journey across the Seven Gods' domain not only purified the threat of the Lord of Shadows, but also imparted to him the true essence of guardianship. That genuine peace does not entail the eradication of all darkness, but rather the courage to confront it when it descends. In the council chamber of the Red Keep, the four-colored crystal was enshrined upon the highest pedestal, its seven hues shimmering in the sunlight, illuminating every corner. Qin Chang, Jon, and Tyrion stood before the crystal, gazing at this embodiment of countless sacrifices and hopes, their hearts swelling with pride. "We have succeeded." Tyrion's staff tapped out a joyful rhythm upon the ground. Jon nodded. "Yet we must not forget, peace requires eternal vigilance." Qin Chang gazed at the seven hues within the crystal, murmuring, "As long as this radiance endures, Westeros shall never succumb to darkness." Stardust lay beside the pedestal, her emerald eyes fixed upon the four-colored crystal, emitting a contented purr from her throat. Sunlight streamed through the windows of the council chamber, casting a kaleidoscope of shadows upon the floor, akin to a silent hymn celebrating courage, camaraderie, and the unwavering spirit of perseverance. The tale of Westeros continues, and the light of hope shall forever illuminate this land. Chapter 132. Echoes of the Lightless Realm and the Legacy of the Seven Gods. The corals of the Sea of Shadows shimmered with an otherworldly phosphorescence under the glow of the four-colored crystal. Qin Chang's fingertips traced the hull of the foreign vessel. The black crystals embedded in the wood, resembling congealed blood, exuded subtle wisps of shadow beneath the vibrant light. Stardust crouched at the doorway of the cabin, her golden mane bristling, growling towards the depths of the ship. Within the shadows lingered a transparent crystal, the size of a human head, encasing a twisted black silhouette, akin to an insect ensnared in amber. This was the form of the Shadow Lord prior to his entrapment. Tyrion's wooden staff gently tapped against the hull, causing coral dust to dislodge and dissolve into wisps of azure smoke. The scholars managed to pry open the cabin door by mixing dragon crystal powder with seawater, revealing a concentration of shadow essence tenfold that of the volcanic temple. Jon's long claw traced a blue arc within the cabin, the icy blade resonating with the transparent crystal. The runes inscribed upon it shared a lineage with the seals of the Seven Gods, yet were more intricate, as if chronicling the vulnerabilities of the Shadow Lord. Qin Chang brought the four-colored crystal close to the transparent one, and an iridescent bridge of light instantly materialized between the two crystals. He beheld the flowing fragments of memory within the bridge. The Seven Gods stood at the brink of the lightless realm, weaving a colossal web of light with their own energies, ensnaring the core of the Shadow Lord within. The Shadow Lord's tendrils incessantly struck against the luminous web, each impact sending ripples coursing through it, mirroring precisely the seven hues of the four-colored crystal. The Seven Gods had sealed their powers within this crystal. Qin Chang's voice trembled with awe as the four-colored crystal in his palm suddenly grew warm, and the seven hues surged along the light bridge into the transparent crystal. They were aware that the Shadow Lord would eventually breach the seal of the Sea of Shadows, hence leaving behind their final weapon. The shadow within the transparent crystal writhed violently amidst the vibrant glow, emitting a silent roar. The wooden planks of the cabin began to tremble, and the black crystals embedded in the wood shattered, releasing shadow essence like a fountain, coalescing into countless silhouettes of shadow folk. They held bone staffs and bowed towards Qin Chang and his companions, as if worshipping their new masters. "This is dire. They are absorbing the remnants of the Shadow Lord." Tyrion swiftly hurled a mixture of ice and fire towards the corner most saturated with shadow essence. In an instant, the red and blue brilliance erupted, causing the silhouettes of the shadow folk to disintegrate, only to reassemble outside the cabin, encircling the entire ship. "This vessel is a trap. The Shadow Lord deliberately left it behind to lure us in with the remnants, allowing these shadow memories to gain corporeality." Stardust suddenly dashed out of the cabin, her golden form weaving through the shadows, her claws tearing through the essence with a delicate lavender mark. As the shadows multiplied, their skeletal wands wove a dark net around the vessel, with the spiral symbols within the mesh slowly rotating, absorbing the energies of the Sea of Shadows. Qin Chang concentrated the 7 hues of the 4-colored crystal into a luminous shield at the door of the cabin. John used the long claws of ice to freeze the black crystals on the ship's hull, preventing them from siphoning energy. Tyrion instructed the fleet to bombard the net of shadows with dragon crystal projectiles. John immediately sprang into action, the blue light of his claws spreading across the hull, causing the black crystals to solidify in the frigid air, their movements noticeably slowing. Tyrion shouted toward the exterior, and the fleet's dragon crystal projectiles rained down upon the shadowy net, blue brilliance erupting upon contact, each explosion tearing apart vast expanses of shadow. Amidst the fierce battle, Qin Chang noted that the black shadow within the transparent crystal had ceased its struggle and began to absorb the radiant hues, its outline becoming increasingly distinct, revealing 7 symbols identical to those of the 4-colored crystal upon its surface. It was assimilating the power of the 7 gods. Qin Chang's pupils constricted. He finally grasped the true intent of the Shadow Lord, not to grant the shadows corporeal form, but rather to decipher the sealing mechanism of the 7 gods through the transparent crystal. The crystal must be destroyed. He compressed the light of the 4-colored crystal into a slender spear of light, aiming for the core of the transparent crystal. As the spear pierced the shadow, the transparent crystal emitted a deafening shatter, the shadow dissolving into countless motes of light that merged into the 4-colored crystal. The tremors within the cabin abruptly ceased, the net of shadows and the black crystals transforming into a gray haze, dispersed by the winds of the Sea of Shadows. When all fell silent, Qin Chang noticed a faint shadow amidst the 7 hues of the 4-colored crystal, slithering like a small serpent through the light. He sensed the fragments of the Shadow Lord's consciousness sealed deep within the crystal, containing the secrets of the realm devoid of light, a world where energy balance was non-existent. All life consumed by shadows, leaving the Shadow Lord as the sole survivor. It traversed galaxies in search of a new home, thwarted by the 7 gods. It was not born of innate evil, Qin Chang murmured, the crystal in his palm radiating a slight warmth. It simply originated from the realm of shadows. Unaware of the existence of an alternative way of life, Jon and Tyrion exchanged glances, each perceiving a complex array of emotions reflected in the other's eyes. The soldiers of the fleet cheered in celebration of their victory, yet none were aware that the fragments of the Shadow Lord's consciousness had fused with the 4-colored crystal, akin to a seed buried within hope, oblivious to when it might sprout. Upon returning to King's Landing, Qin Chang enshrined the 4-colored crystal within the secret chamber of the Red Keep, its walls inscribed with the runes of the 7 gods, capable of suppressing the Shadow Lord's consciousness. He, Jon, and Tyrion visited the chamber daily, reinforcing the runes with their own energies to ensure that the 7 hues of the crystal always maintained dominance. Months later, news arrived from the north. Green moss had sprouted beneath the icy surface of the Rift of Ice, marking the first appearance of plant life in the ever-frozen abyss in millennia. Qin Chang understood that this was a result of the 4-colored crystal purifying the shadows, and that the energy balance of Westeros was gradually being restored. He returned to the north with Stardust, standing before the ice sculpture of White Spirit. As he observed the little creature's shadow merging with that of the sculpture, a wave of emotion swept over him. Stardust's mane had grown full, and its emerald eyes sparkled with the same wisdom as White Spirit. It seemed to sense the lingering soul within the ice, often curling up and dozing off in front of the sculpture. "We have succeeded, White Spirit," Qin Chang murmured softly, feeling the warmth of the 4-colored crystal stone against his chest. The Lord of Shadows would no longer return. Westeros had finally attained true peace. The eyes of the ice sculpture glimmered in the sunlight, as if tears were flowing. Suddenly, Stardust lifted its head, letting out a long howl towards the sky. Its golden voice echoed across the icy plains, and the distant sound of the crackling ice valley responded, resembling the gentle sway of new moss in the wind, a hymn to life. Qin Chang understood that peace was not an end, but a new beginning. The 4-colored crystal stones left by the 7 gods were not merely weapons, but also a warning. Only by maintaining the balance of energy and respecting the existence of every form of life could Westeros forever distance itself from the shadows of the realm devoid of light. He turned to gaze southward, where the direction of King's Landing shimmered faintly with golden light on the horizon. Jon was training new Night's Watch members at the wall, while Tyrion was enacting new laws in King's Landing. Everyone was striving for peace, and he, along with Stardust, would continue to guard the north, protecting this land that had endured much yet was brimming with hope. The 7 hues of the 4-colored crystal danced in the sunlight, forming a rainbow across the sky of the north. Qin Chang knew that as long as this brilliance endured and the belief in people's hearts remained, the story of Westeros would continue eternally until the end of time. In the years that followed, Qin Chang became the guardian of the north, often patrolling the 7 gods' temple with stardust to ensure the seals remained secure. Jon unified the lands within and beyond the wall, fostering harmony between the Night's Watch and the free folk, eradicating the shadows of war from the icy plains. Tyrion, with his wisdom, governed Westeros, facilitating mutual prosperity among the nations. The tale of the 4-colored crystal gradually turned into legend during celebrations. People would ignite multicolored flames to commemorate the heroes who sacrificed for peace. In the eternal frost chasm of the north, before White Spirit's ice sculpture, there would always be a figure and an ice wolf gazing at the distant starry sky, safeguarding this hard-won peace. Stardust later gave birth to a litter of cubs, one of which had a mane as pure as snow, its green eyes shimmering with the light of wisdom. Qin Chang named it Hope, wishing for it to protect the future of Westeros, just like its mother. Many years later, with hair now gray, Qin Chang sat before White Spirit's ice sculpture, watching Hope's cub frolicking in the snow, his heart filled with tranquility. The brilliance of the 4-colored crystal remained bright, the 7 colors swirling within the crystal like an eternal ballad. He knew his mission was complete. The tales to come would be written by a new generation of guardians, and the sky of Westeros would forever be clear, forever filled with hope. Chapter 133. Epilogue. Regarding that uncontrolled bonfire night, talk to all friends who have opened this story. Greetings as if face to face. As you reach the passage in the final chapter where Qin Chang caresses the ice sculpture of Bai Ling, you may have sensed a subtle discord. The concepts surrounding the realm of darkness, the entanglement of the 7 god seals with the consciousness of the Shadow Lord, and even the sudden emergence of 3 additional hues in the 4-color crystal, resemble the chaotic result of continuously adding fuel to a campfire without controlling the flames. As the narrator of this tale, I must confess, when I first inscribed the initial word on parchment, my sole intention was to weave a simple adventure narrative. At that time, the outline depicted Qin Chang merely as a wandering knight accompanied by an ice wolf, with the 4-color crystal serving as an ordinary talisman to dispel shadowy breaths. The Shadow Lord was merely an evil entity lurking in the sea of shadows, much like a campfire lit by a night watchman, intended solely to illuminate the immediate campsite. I found myself compelled to let the flames blaze brighter, to illuminate the more distant darkness. Thus, I began to add fuel. I first provided the Shadow Lord with a background of traversing star systems, believing it would enhance the epic quality. Then, feeling the power of the 4-color crystal was too feeble, I infused it with the energy of the 7 temples. And even to elucidate the Shadow Lord's motives, I forcibly inserted the concept of the realm of darkness, akin to adding 7 stirrups to a saddle, which might seem more stable, but ultimately hinders the rider's every move. By the time I reached the Temple of Volcanoes, I sensed something amiss. The resonance between Jon's ice core fragment and Qin Chang's crystal, which was originally a mere exchange of energy, became convoluted with the foreshadowing of the Ancestors' Covenant, while Tyrion's staff, initially lacking significance, was unwittingly transformed into the key to unraveling the network of shadowy breaths. The campfire gradually spiraled out of control, embers landing upon the tent fabric. Yet I obstinately believed that adding just one more piece of wood would suffice. The true moment of realization that I had veered off course struck me when the consciousness of the Shadow Lord fused with the crystal. I found myself staring blankly at the parchment for 3 hours, observing the increasingly intricate symbols, and suddenly recalled the original Qin Chang. He was meant to be recounting the legends of the North to Bai Ling around a campfire on a snowy night, rather than bearing the heavy burden of saving the world. It was akin to having intended to paint merely an ice wolf, only to forcibly bestow it with dragon wings and lion's claws, to the point of rendering it unrecognizable to myself. Thus, the hurried nature of the final chapters resembles a clumsy extinguishing of the campfire. The descriptions regarding Hope and the cubs, as well as the resolution of the 7 temples' ruins, were essentially efforts to clean up the aftermath amidst the thickening smoke. The conclusion of Qin Chang becoming the guardian of the North, rather than being a perfect resolution, was more of a makeshift solution when a better direction could not be found, much like a lost traveler halting at the first wooden cabin they encounter. If any of you felt perplexed while reading or perceived inconsistencies in certain settings, that is undoubtedly my fault. Perhaps storytelling is akin to winemaking. It is not the abundance of ingredients that matters, but the patience and restraint during fermentation that often prove more vital than mere accumulation. Regrettably, I failed to master the right balance this time. However, there is one thing I wish to share with you. In the original draft, Bai Ling did not perish. She accompanied Qin Chang back to the north, where she gave birth to 3 litters of cubs on the mossy ground of the Ice Cracks Valley. I later struck this version out, feeling it lacked depth. In hindsight, that may have indeed been the warmer conclusion. In conclusion, allow me to borrow a phrase from Tyrion. Some stories resemble a staff. The more one strives to render it rigid, the more susceptible it becomes to fracturing when support is most essential. I express my gratitude for your forbearance with this imperfect staff as we traverse this wayward journey together. Should the day come to rekindle the campfire, I shall remember to add only enough wood to illuminate the campsite. Yours sincerely,